The first thing I did after my rebirth was to sever ties with my family. Even though I was beaten and bruised by my parents, I endured the pain and signed the agreement. All of this is because in my past life, I chose the weakest profession, summoner. Not only was I despised by my biological parents, but I was also toyed with by my willful and capricious sister. In the end, I was framed and killed by my scheming younger brother. But what they don't know now is that I have obtained the location of a hidden treasure using my memories from my past life. As long as I consume a demon heart, I can obtain the demon profession. Thus, I will become a summoner of the demon from the classic of mountains and seas. At that moment, my mother, Yang Chunhan, angrily said, "Did you choose to be a summoner?" I calmly replied, "Yes, I chose the summoner profession." "You took it upon yourself to choose the summoner and waste so many resources. You've really driven me crazy." The more Yang Chunhan thought about it, the angrier she became, and she picked up a ring nearby and threw it at me. I directly caught the falling ring and looked coldly at Yang Chunhan. Yang Chunhan showed a hint of surprise on her face, then became even angrier. "What are you doing? Are you trying to rebel? Let go of me right now." Li Xiaoman also chimed in, "You useless waste, let go of her right now. I knew you hadn't changed since coming back from the orphanage, now you even dare to lay hands on your mother." Li Yuhan watched this scene with a subtle smile on his face. Then, he pretended to be anxious and looked at me, saying, "Bro, please let go quickly. No matter what, Mom is doing this for your own good. Don't hurt her. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have questioned you, bro. I made you angry, and I'm sorry. Can you please let go first, bro?" When I saw this fake brother again, I couldn't help but yell, "Li Yuhong, I'm coming for you." I randomly kicked at the two Kuan creatures of the fake brother. It was this guy who stirred up trouble in my past life. Indeed, once a man becomes scheming, women have nothing to do with him. I ignored their angry insults and walked out of the house to find the treasure that would change my fate. And the location of this treasure is in Tiannan City. According to my memories, in 2 days, this treasure will be taken by someone else, so I need to hurry. If you dare to step out of this door today, you will no longer be a member of the Li family. Come back and kneel down to apologize. Yang Chunhong and Jerry's voices didn't make me stop. I walked out of the house, slammed the door shut, and left without looking back. In the outskirts of East City, Tiannan City, I looked at a ruin before me. With a serious expression, I realized this was the location of the hidden treasure. In my past life, after that person obtained this treasure, something strange happened. Their profession directly changed to a hidden class, greatly increasing their combat power. They even became one of the top 100 powerful figures in the country. As long as I obtain this treasure, I can defy fate and change my destiny. Ahead, this is a place that was breached by abyssal monsters. It used to be a part of Tiannan City, but it was abandoned after being attacked by monsters. Although the monsters were later cleared out, there is no one stationed here, so monsters occasionally wander around. I had just changed my profession to summoner and had not yet completed the summoning trial. Therefore, I could not summon monsters to assist in battle yet, making this place somewhat dangerous for me. However, for the sake of this treasure, no matter how dangerous it is, I won't back down. After entering the ruins, I quickly headed towards a dilapidated house in the center. According to my past life's information, that treasure is inside that dilapidated house. There weren't many monsters wandering along the way, and I arrived at the front of the dilapidated house smoothly. It was evident that this used to be a hotel, but half of it had already turned into ruins. Upon entering, I went straight to the second floor. Room 208 was here. I pushed open the door and walked in, familiar with the surroundings. I opened the dilapidated nightstand and found a brush with a blood-red tip, resembling blood. Moreover, even after so long, the blood-red color remained vibrant, as if at any moment, the ink resembling blood was about to drip down. This was a very strange brush. Holding it with a solemn expression, I retreated and quickly arrived at room 202. I pushed open the door and lifted the bed, revealing faint imprints underneath. The conditions for a magical array were already met. As long as I use this brush to draw the magical array, the treasure will appear. I took a deep breath and began to sketch the magical array below with the brush in my hand. Soon, the entire magical array was completed. After the last stroke was drawn, the array vibrated instantly, and a beam of light burst forth. Once the light faded, a corpse exuding immense pressure appeared in the center of the array. The corpse bore numerous golden scars, revealing congealed purple-gold blood. I wanted to see the face of this corpse, but as soon as my gaze moved to its neck, I felt an immense pressure that prevented me from looking any higher. At the same time, a great pressure also fell upon me. I shouted internally, "What is this? The corpse is dead, yet I can't even look directly at its face." I directly checked the information on this corpse. After the abyss descended, the global data of items could be presented directly. This demon god's corpse indicates that it contains immense power from deep within the abyss. No wonder such a corpse has such overwhelming pressure. At this moment, my gaze fell upon the area over its heart, where a rich blood-red light was emanating. The person from my past must have gained some benefit from this demon god's corpse. Given the current situation, there might be something at its heart, but after all, this is a demon god's corpse. Who knows what consequences could arise from moving it? I bit my lip. What is there to be afraid of now? I steeled myself against the pressure of this corpse, took out a dagger, and directly sliced open its chest. Beneath the flesh wasn't a heart. Instead, it was a purple golden crystal core. Without hesitation, I pulled it out. The blood demon core indicated that it could be fused with my own heart for use. After using it, one could gain a demon god profession based on their own circumstances. My breathing quickened. No wonder the person from my past could rank among the top 100 in the country after obtaining this treasure. This demon god profession sounds extraordinary. To fuse with my own heart, I needed to expose it. What if this blood demon core is useless, or there are other complications? That could be life-threatening. Suddenly, I smiled wryly. With such a great opportunity, why worry about the consequences? At this moment, all I can gamble with is my life. With a determined expression, I lay on the ground. Then, using the dagger in my hand, I cut open my own chest. Blood gushed out, and the intense pain made my body tremble. Enduring the agony, I made a large enough incision over my heart. With my other hand, I quickly pressed the blood demon core into the opening. A flash of blood light burst forth, and then the blood demon core merged into my body. The wound began to heal rapidly, and the excruciating pain also dissipated quickly. At the same time, a line of ethereal text began to appear before my eyes. God in binding, summoner profession acquired. Congratulations! You have obtained the demon god profession, Shanghai Demon Summoner. As a Shanghai Demon Summoner, you can summon exotic beasts and divine demons from the Shanghai Jing using your lifespan, as well as utilize divine artifact formations. I raised my eyebrows, and then a virtual scroll unfolded in front of me. One by one, the exotic beasts from the Shanghai Jing and exquisite artifact formations appeared on this scroll. This is the Summoning Atlas. As a summoner, the most important thing is the Summoning Atlas. Because a summoner can only summon items depicted in the Atlas, generally speaking, a summoner must first observe the summoning to activate the Summoning Atlas. However, my Summoning Atlas includes various summoning items, and I can even summon divine weapons and formations directly, along with their principles. After a thorough look, I was quite satisfied with the Shanghai Demon Summoner. However, when I tried to summon an item from the Atlas, my brows furrowed. I had just realized that summoning any item from this Atlas requires selling one's lifespan. To summon divine beasts and artifacts requires this much lifespan. Liemo accepted it. After all, they are divine beasts and artifacts. But summoning a 3-star beast with an 8 aptitude actually requires 10 years of lifespan. How am I supposed to play this? I checked my attributes. Profession, Shanghai Demon Summoner, Level 1, Summon Lifespan, 60 years. Indeed, summoning requires lifespan, and my own lifespan was also displayed in the attributes. I have 60 years left. This means I can live into my 70s, which is considered decent lifespan. However, I still can't summon a divine beast. This atlas is just for show. Just as I was thinking, the formation ahead suddenly shook, and a blood-red light instantly spread out from it. This blood-red light enveloped the demon god's corpse that had lost its divinity, causing the entire corpse to vanish in an instant. The blood-red light rapidly shot outwards, and the demon god's corpse also disappeared into the blood-red glow. The entire formation on the ground shattered in an instant, and suddenly, the roars of demonic creatures erupted from around, startling me. I quickly moved to the window and saw demonic creatures wandering outside. For some reason, they had suddenly become furious. Was it due to the blood-red light from the formation? At that moment, several figures rushed out from a dilapidated house in the distance. Behind them, several demonic creatures charged towards them. Seeing their attire, I realized they were from the Xuanqing division, responsible for clearing the dangers surrounding the city. No wonder they were here. They were likely here to clean up the demonic creatures. This was a standard combat team, consisting of warriors, priests, assassins, mages, and an archer. This was a relatively strong team, capable of handling the demonic creatures here without issue. However, due to the recent events, all the demonic creatures had gone berserk, and they couldn't withstand it. My gaze suddenly fell on the mage, and I frowned. It was my second sister, Li Menghan. She had transitioned to a fire mage 3 years ago and later joined the city patrol division, where she became the captain. I didn't expect to see her here. Li Menghan's temperament is clear. Although she hasn't always treated me kindly, that's just her nature. I held no significant hostility towards her. When Li Yuhong targeted her, she had even spoken a few fair words in her defense. Among the Lee family, she is the one I have the best impression of. I withdrew my gaze and pondered how to leave this place. With all the demonic creatures going berserk around, it was extremely dangerous to go outside now. The roars of the creatures grew closer, and I furrowed my brows. A demonic creature was approaching. I absolutely could not wait idly by. My gaze fell on the open summoning atlas, and soon I focused on one entry: Exotic Beast Juyen, 4-star rank, aptitude 10, requires 25 years of lifespan to summon. I decided to summon this 4-star exotic beast Juyen. Although the 3-star beasts consume less lifespan, their combat power surely wouldn't match that of 4-star Juyen. Most importantly, I feared that the 3-star beasts wouldn't be able to handle the berserk creatures around. After all, these creatures had already gone berserk. I heard commotion downstairs and could already hear the roars and footsteps of the monsters. Without further hesitation, I chose to summon the 4-star beast Juyen. Rays of light appeared before me, forming a 5-star formation. As the light faded, a large water blue egg floated in front of me. All the exotic beasts I summon would appear in the form of eggs, which could hatch after a drop of blood. I bit my finger, allowing the blood to drip onto the egg. A drop of blood fell onto the exotic beast egg in front of me, instantly absorbed. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the egg, and then it quickly split open, revealing the figure of a white giant ape. The 4-star exotic beast Zhu Yan successfully hatched. Zhu Yan is a white giant ape, wrapped in golden chains, looking incredibly fierce. When I saw Zhu Yan's attributes, a smile appeared on my face. 1-star summon creatures have an average of only 10 points for their 4 base attributes, while Zhu Yan has an average of 30 points, indicating that its potential is 3 times that of a 1-star creature. Of course, potential is tied to aptitude. 1-star summon creatures can only have a maximum of 5 points, which is half of Zhu Yan's. What surprised me even more was that Zhu Yan had 3 skills. Generally speaking, 4-star summon creatures start with only 2 skills, and can only obtain new skills through leveling up. However, Zhu Yan started with 3 skills, indicating that among 4-star summon creatures, Zhu Yan is relatively strong. Most importantly, the 3rd skill, Whip of Arrogance, can restore health, meaning Zhu Yan has sustained capabilities and can fight for a long time. At that moment, 2 gray bone wolves charged in. The gray bone wolf is a common mid-tier demonic creature, known for the 2 gray bones on its body. These 2 gray bones can shoot out for ranged attacks, making them somewhat tricky. Zhu Yan immediately sprang into action, wielding the golden chains and rushing toward the 2 gray bone wolves. With a swing of the golden chains, 1 gray bone wolf was sent flying. Zhu Yan then leaped high, the golden chains wrapping around its arms as it struck down on the other gray bone wolf, smashing it to pieces. Then, the golden chains were thrown out, wrapping around the knocked back gray bone wolf, pulling it closer, and delivering a punch that crushed its skull. Within seconds, both gray bone wolves were dealt with. Zhu Yan's combat style is straightforward and brutal. A ray of light rose from Zhu Yan, and defeating the 2 gray bone wolves allowed it to level up. The lifespan consumed by summoning Zhu Yan can only be replenished if I have other opportunities in the future. I've heard that after the Abyss Gate, there are certain exquisite spirits that can extend lifespan. The roars of the demonic creatures outside snapped me back to reality, and I quickly moved to the window. I prepared to observe the situation outside. I needed to leave here quickly. Although killing demonic creatures could grant me their lifespan, the creatures here had already gone berserk, making it a poor hunting ground. If surrounded by a multitude of creatures, even a pig could not withstand them. Just then, I saw Li Minghan's team. They were under siege. They were struggling to break through. My brows furrowed as the commotion from Li Minghan's side attracted a large number of berserk creatures. Since they were relatively close to me, the creatures they attracted would definitely impact my side. Thoughts raced through my mind as I quickly devised a strategy. Let Li Minghan's team absorb the attention of the creatures while I took the opportunity to escape. However, looking at them, it seemed they wouldn't hold out for long. If they failed, a large number of creatures would likely overwhelm them. Gritting my teeth, I summoned another Zhu Yan, intending to send the one I just summoned to support Li Minghan and her team, at least to hold out until I could leave. The newly summoned Zhu Yan would need to ensure its own safety. For now, this was the best option. Although summoning with the lifespan of demonic creatures would be ideal, but there wasn't time to acquire the lifespan of demonic creatures. After summoning another Zhu Yan, I was left with only 10 years of lifespan. The market was bustling, and relying on the Shanghai demon deer, I could grow quickly and acquire the spirit materials to extend my lifespan without taking too long. Everything depends on escaping from here, otherwise, all will be in vain. The Zhu Yan I just summoned leaped directly from the 2nd floor and quickly headed toward Li Minghan to help them hold off the large number of demonic creatures. I, meanwhile, took the newly summoned Zhu Yan and quickly distanced myself from the area. At this moment, everyone in Li Minghan's team looked grave. wondering what was happening and why all the creatures here had suddenly gone berserk. It's unclear. We were supposed to clear just one area of creatures to complete our mission, but now with so many berserk creatures, we can't hold out at all. We must endure. The City Patrol Division will definitely notice the situation here soon. Support will arrive soon. Listening to the team, Li Menghan raised her eyebrows slightly. The cause of the berserk state is currently unknown. The most urgent task now is to break out of the encirclement, said a warrior in the team who was holding back the demonic creature's attacks. I think we should hold our ground and wait for rescue. If we try to break through, our formation will fall apart. We might face life-threatening dangers, Li Menghan said coldly. Staying here will only get worse. These creatures are all berserk and charging without regard for their lives. How long can we hold out? The priest also furrowed his brows, saying that it would take some time for the City Patrol Division to arrive. We probably can't hold out that long, but if we try to break through, given the current situation with the surrounding creatures, we estimate that our team would be scattered along the way. He didn't say the rest, but once the team breaks apart, as a fire mage, Li Menghan could lead the way, but the assassins in the team have a high chance of breaking through. But the others are not so certain. In fact, if we think about it, some might end up being targets that attract the attention of the berserk creatures, just like Li Menghan and the assassins. Li Menghan glanced at the priest but said nothing. They were just a temporary team, so there wasn't much trust among them. If things continued like this team is likely doomed. Even if they can break through, they will probably be seriously injured, or worse. As I was thinking, a muffled sound suddenly came from ahead. 2 attacking creatures were sent flying and crashed heavily to the ground. Then Li Menghan saw a white giant ape adorned with golden chains. It charged over. The giant ape swung the golden chains in its hands, and the surrounding creatures couldn't withstand its might. The area ahead was instantly cleared, and the pressure from the attacks diminished significantly. However, Li Menghan and the others grew increasingly tense. This was an elite creature, at least a boss tier 1. How could such a creature appear here? Everyone felt a wave of despair. Wait, this isn't a demonic creature. Li Menghan keenly sensed something was off. The white giant ape did not attack after appearing. Instead, it began to clear out the surrounding creatures, and its eyes were clear and calm. There were no signs of berserk behavior. In fact, this was not a demonic creature at all. It must be a pet or a summoned creature. Who could have a pet or summoned creature of such a high rank? The other party must be quite strong. Could it be reinforcements? Upon hearing this, a few of them felt a surge of hope, but they looked around and found no one nearby. What's going on? No one? Could it be that someone is secretly helping us without wanting us to know who they are? Li Menghan scanned the area, raising her eyebrows slightly. Now is not the time to worry about that. Following behind this white giant ape, we should break through directly. This is an opportunity. Regardless of who is helping, since they are not showing themselves, it's best to break through first. Moreover, while this white giant ape is of high rank, its level doesn't seem very high. We need to hurry and follow to break through, or else this white giant ape, with so many berserk creatures attacking, it probably won't last long. I lowered my head as Zhu Yan moved away. Zhu Yan, who had just been summoned, quickly distanced itself from here, guarding me from another direction since most of the creatures had been drawn away by Li Menghan and her team. On the way, we encountered only a few creatures, and after killing 5 or 6 scattered ones, I managed to evacuate from this area, and the Zhu Yan I had just summoned also leveled up to level 3. Killing 1-star creatures grants only 1 year of lifespan, while killing 2-star creatures awards 5 years of lifespan. It seems the higher the tier of the creature killed, the more lifespan I gain from them. In that case, the 5-star divine demons and exquisite artifacts from the Shanghai Demon Land are now within reach for summoning. I suppressed my excitement. I recalled the Zhu Yan I had sent out. Over there, Li Menghan's team had successfully broken through with Zhu Yan's assistance. However, a few of them were injured. They wondered which senior had saved them and asked for them to show themselves so they could express their gratitude. Li Menghan looked at the white giant ape ahead and shouted around. Regardless of whether this white giant ape is a pet or a summoned creature, the other party could certainly be referred to as a senior. After all, this white giant ape is of a commanding rank. However, there was no response at all. It was as if no one heard Li Menghan's voice. Then the white giant ape seemed to receive some command and quickly ran off into the distance. Li Menghan watched the direction in which the white giant ape had left, raising her eyebrows slightly. It seemed the other party did not want to meet us. The priest in the team suggested we should head back and report the situation here. The berserk creatures needed to be dealt with quickly, or it would become troublesome once they enter the city. Li Menghan nodded, suppressing her thoughts about the white giant ape, and quickly led the team away from here. Meanwhile, the Zhu Yan I had sent away soon returned, now having leveled up to 5. Its 4 base attributes had increased significantly, but after breaking through the siege of so many berserk creatures, this Shu Yan also sustained quite a few injuries. If it weren't for its healing skills, this Shu Yan would likely have perished in there. I directly stored both Zhu Yans into the summoning space, which can help summon creatures recover from injuries. As long as there's enough time, I can summon them again in full condition. I quickly left this place and rented a house in the south of the city. I had lived here for a while before, so I was familiar with the area. After buying paper and pen, I quickly drafted several documents and then headed towards the Li family. Some matters were due for resolution. As I opened the door, I saw my parents and my third sister, Li Xiaoman, in the living room. The butler, Zhao Fu, looked at me and smiled. "Young master, you are back." Zhao Fu had been the Li family's butler for over 20 years and was very kind, treating me sincerely as the young master of the Li family. I nodded at him and then headed towards my room, wondering if my father had already returned. "Come here, Dad has something to ask you." Li Xiaoman had a gloating expression, while Yang Chunhon looked disdainful and said, "I wonder who left with such bravado before, only to return in disgrace. Do you still want to put on a show of running away from home? Did you really think we couldn't see through your little schemes?" Li Yuhong emerged from his room upon hearing the conversation. Looking at me with concern, he said, "Brother, you're finally back. I was almost worried sick. You defied Mom and Dad's wishes, and that's one thing, but you also disrespected Mom and even threatened to run away. You should apologize to Mom and Dad quickly. I believe they will forgive you." I coldly snorted at Li Yuhong's hypocritical demeanor and ignored them as I continued to my room. "Stop right there." As I ignored everyone, Li Mingda could no longer maintain his composure and shouted, "We'll talk about this later, I have something to say too." I continued to my room as he angrily stood up, pointing at me and saying, "So you've grown wings now, huh? You don't care about anyone anymore? Have you forgotten the manners I taught you? Is this how you talk to your mother and me?" I let out a cold laugh and continued inside. Li Mingda, unable to contain his anger any longer, drew the belt from his waist and said, "You think I won't teach you a lesson? Are you trying to rebel?" With that, he swung the belt towards me, and with a crisp snap, I raised my hand to catch it, but the force of the swing still left a cut on my hand, drawing blood. A hint of gold flashed in my eyes as I disregarded the blood seeping from my hand, gripping the belt and looking at Li Mingda with cold, fierce eyes. "If you lay a hand on me again, don't blame me for being rude. You should know that I have one virtue, I always follow through on my words." My tone was calm, without any fluctuation, and Li Mingda was taken aback by my response. Looking at the cut on his hand, he frowned and said, "Old Zhao, bring the bandages." I couldn't help but smile sarcastically. It was truly touching. "After hitting me, you even offer me bandages. Should I be thanking you now?" With that, I tossed the belt aside, quickly entered my room, and shut the door behind me. "You ungrateful wretch. You really make me want to die of anger." As he listened to my words, Li Mingda's anger surged, and the slightest thread of pity he had vanished instantly. This useless wretch, who had always been compliant, dared to speak to him like this. "What happened? What's going on?" Li Menghan, who had just returned after dealing with matters of the Xuanqing division, noticed the strange atmosphere in the living room. Li Xiaoman, looking furious, said, "It's just that runaway who came back. Now she doesn't even listen to Dad. Dad wants to teach her a lesson, and she dares to resist. I really don't know who gave her the courage," Li Menghan remarked, looking at the blood-stained belt on the ground, her brows slightly furrowing. "He has always been indifferent to your affairs, but seeing the blood-stained belt, he felt that father had gone too far. Although he had been lost for over a decade and his wild temperament was not favored by our parents, he still shouldn't be targeted like this. Is he alright? After all, he is your own brother," Li Menghan asked. Li Xiaoman shot her a surprised glance. She knew that her second sister was always cold towards everyone, even their parents. How could she suddenly care about that useless brother? "However," he then said, "what could possibly happen to him? He's as tough as nails," making Dad extremely angry. Li Yuhong interjected, "Third sister, don't say that about brother. It's probably because he can't choose other combat professions, which affects his mood. He grew up in an orphanage and doesn't understand etiquette, thus clashing with Dad and Mom. You shouldn't lower yourselves to his level. I believe brother will think it through once he calms down, and then he'll definitely apologize to Mom and Dad." Hearing this, Yang Chunhan lightly patted Li Yuhong's shoulder and said, "You're still so kind," defending him at this moment. "If he had just half of your obedience, I'd be grateful." Li Yuhong felt secretly pleased but replied with a facade, "Mom, I believe brother will think it through. I'll have a good talk with him and make sure he respects you two more in the future." Good. Your thoughtfulness makes me happy," Mom said. "But let's not persuade him. It's better to have less contact with him to avoid being tainted by him." Yang Chunhong ruffled Li Yuhong's hair with a smile just as my door swung open, breaking the warm scene. At that moment, I had simply bandaged my hand and was holding a small, worn-out suitcase. Are you planning to run away from home again? Seeing the suitcase in my hand, Yang Chunhong instantly got angry. I shot him a glance and then tossed a piece of paper to Li Mingda. Take a look at this, then sign it. I handed another piece of paper to Yang Chunhong. Li Mingda's expression darkened as he took the paper, reading it before erupting in fury. Do you know what you're doing? Have you gone mad? He pointed at me, his hand trembling with anger. Yang Chunhong looked at the paper in confusion, her face turning red as she exclaimed, severing ties? How dare you? Is it not enough to drive me and your father to death? Severing ties? Li Menghan exclaimed in surprise, never expecting her usually compliant brother to do something like this. In Li Yuhong's eyes, a hint of delight flashed, but he quickly masked it, looking at me anxiously. Brother, what are you doing? I know you're upset, but there's no need to go this far. You're hurting mom and dad's feelings. Quickly put that away and apologize to them. Don't blow this out of proportion. Li Xiaoman, looking disdainful, said, let him put on a show. First, he ran away from home, and now he's acting like he's severing ties. Is he just trying to grab our attention? Ignore him. Let's see how long he can keep this up. The more Yang Chunhong thought about it, the angrier she became. So you think you've grown wings, huh? Now you want to sever ties with us? So it's our fault for bringing you back, huh? I'm telling you, I'm your mother. No matter how tough you think you are, I can still discipline you. Today, I'm going to teach you a good lesson, you unfilial child who doesn't respect your parents. With that, Yang Chunhong took off her high heel and threw it at me. This time, I didn't dodge. I let the heel hit me, the sharp tip cutting a gash on my shoulder, blood flowing out, causing me to let out a grunt. Yang Chunhong was taken aback for a moment, then frowned and said, You want to play the victim here, huh? I bit my lip and looked at Yang Chunhong. Although you gave birth to me but didn't raise me, you still have given me the gift of life, so let's call this even. From now on, we are even, and we owe each other nothing. Yang Chunhong trembled with rage at my words, pointing a finger at me and scolding, You ungrateful child. After all these years of living off us, you turned out to be a white-eyed wolf. I interrupted her, Don't worry, I remember every cent. You've given me 600 yuan for living expenses each month. I remember it all, 38,000 yuan in total. Adding in miscellaneous costs for housing and such, that makes 100,000 yuan. I'll double it and return 200,000 yuan a month later. Yang Chunhong was almost laughing in anger as she looked at me. You ungrateful wretch, you had this planned all along. You think saying a few nice words will earn you our favor? Sever ties, huh? Sign it, sign it. Let's see how you'll survive once you leave the Li family. Yang Chunhong was convinced this was all just a show. She picked up a pen and signed the paper. You've chosen the weakest fighting profession, the summoner. Without the Li family's protection, let's see how you manage. After suffering some hardships, you'd probably come crawling back to apologize. I took the paper, glanced at Yang Chunhong's signature, and nodded in satisfaction. Then my gaze fell on Li Mingda, who looked calm as he regarded the severance agreement in his hand. His face was as dark as storm clouds, and he looked at me, saying in a deep voice, You grew up in an orphanage and developed all these bad habits. I have always been strict with you to help you correct them, yet I never expected you to become so ungrateful now. I looked at Li Mingda, feeling a cold laugh bubble up inside me. If he was strict with himself, I'd feel a bit better. Yet, in his words, he twisted it into something good for himself. Enough with the nonsense. Li family head, just sign it already. I don't want to waste time talking to anyone. I just want to clear my ties here as soon as possible. Li Mingda looked at me with increasing anger. His anger surged, and pointing at me, he said, I see you genuinely want to drive me to my grave. Sever ties, huh? Fine, I want to see how you'll survive without the Li family's support. How will you survive in this cruel world? You have only half a month until the college entrance exams. Originally, with the Li family's connections, you could have chosen a zero-rank chef and entered the best auxiliary academy in the country. Now you've chosen to be a reckless 4-star summoner instead. Let's see what you'll do then. Without the Li family, you're nothing. He paused, apologize now, and I might still give you a chance. Enough with the nonsense, Li family head, don't waste my time. Li Mingda angrily snatched the paper and quickly signed it. I want to see how long you can keep this up. As I looked at the signed paper, a smile spread across my face. Great, then we're officially severing ties. Just as I was about to leave with my suitcase, a servant hurried over and knelt down in the hall. Sir, the we left at home last week is missing. Everyone froze, not expecting to hear such news. What happened? Wasn't thee in the study? What were you all doing? How could it go missing? Li Mingda scolded angrily. The eldest daughter, Li Tianlan, is the first warrior in Jiangnan, which is why the Li family is so powerful. That could elevate Li Tianlan's strength further. Losing it would surely infuriate Li Mingda. The servant trembled in fear and said, Sir, I don't know. I can only enter the study to clean at specific times. I just went in to clean, and Lee was gone. The protective barrier wasn't damaged, so it shouldn't have been stolen. After saying this, the servant collapsed onto the floor, too afraid to speak further. That protective barrier can only be opened by someone of the Lee family bloodline. His implication was clear. Though it's taboo to suspect the master of the house, at this moment, to clear my own name, I couldn't care less. Lee Mingda was startled for a moment. The protective barrier was intact, effectively acting as a safe that only the Lee family can open. Could it be that someone from the family took the? At that moment, Lee Yu-hong's voice rang out. I remember, brother, you went to Dad's study 2 days ago, and now you're trying to leave. Lee Yu-hong quickly added, what am I saying? It couldn't have been you. I must be crazy, focusing on analysis and saying the wrong thing. Lee Yu-hong hurriedly waved his hands. Everyone, just pretend I didn't say anything just now. I really lost my head. It absolutely can't be my brother. Yang Chunhon, looking furious, glared at me. I knew it. You useless wretch. First, you ran away from home, then you severed ties, and now you're trying to steal Lee. Alright, you've played us for fools. Where's the? Is it in your suitcase? I said it all along. You ran away from home, and now you're suddenly back. It must be for the. Li Mingda's brows furrowed, and a hint of disdain surfaced in his eyes as he said, I only give you 500 yuan for living expenses each month, fearing you'd suddenly come back. The Li family has enjoyed a high standard of living, thinking it would ground you. I never expected you would develop the thought of stealing, plotting to take the. You've been coveting it for a long time, haven't you? Probably also inquired about his value. For someone who grew up in an orphanage, tens of millions is indeed a lot. But now you have returned to the Lee family. To sneak around for tens of millions is really too narrow-minded. It truly makes me look down on you. Now, pour water on the Lei Long Minghe, then kneel down and apologize. Considering that this is your first offense, I can give you a chance. My gaze fell directly on Li Yu-hong. This familiar scent must be Li Yu-hong causing trouble. He has often used such methods to frame his own father. The protective cover of the study can only be opened by the Li family's bloodline. He was adopted, so he could clean himself up completely. Then my gaze shifted to Li Xiaoman. Only the third sister at home dislikes her the most. I have always felt that growing up in an orphanage, I am not worthy of being her brother. It seems that the two of them have joined forces this time. Third sister Li Xiaoman is willful and spoiled by Li Yu-hong, so it's quite normal for her to be used as a pawn. The way Li Xiaoman looks at you, there is a hint of pride in her eyes, and then she coldly snorts. What are you looking at? You don't mean to say that the Thunder Dragon's life box was taken by me, do you? Spending over 100 million on my living expenses for a year, would I care about a Thunder Dragon's life box? Besides, that is the eldest sister's birthday gift, I wouldn't take it. Li Mingda looked at me without saying a word, coldly saying, your silence is an admission. I remained calm and said I didn't take it. Yang Chunhan laughed angrily and said, just because you say you didn't take it doesn't mean you didn't. Would a thief admit to stealing? Zhao Fu opened his suitcase for me, and I wanted to see what he had stolen. Zhao Fu looked at you with a troubled expression and said, young master, I'm sorry. I didn't speak, tightly clenching my fists. As the butler of the Li family, Zhao Fu also has the duty to protect the Li family, so his strength is naturally not weak. Zhao Fu stepped forward and opened your suitcase, and the contents spilled all over the floor. 2 sets of clothes washed to the point of being faded, 2 pairs of old white shoes that had turned yellow and had holes in them, and the rest were books, some on combat techniques, monster identification, and the rest were all about summoners. 1 notebook was opened, filled with dense notes. Looking at the contents of your suitcase, Li Menghan frowned slightly. How could there be so many worn-out things in Li Mo's suitcase? Here, even the clothes worn by Li Jia's nanny are more valuable than everything in an entire suitcase. For the first time, Li Menghan realized that she seemed to have never truly understood her own younger brother. It was when he came back that I was preparing for the college entrance examination. I simply had no time to pay attention to him, and afterwards, I just entered a normal state of mind. I rarely returned home, and my contact with him became even less. Moreover, his personality, which does not like to get close to people, resulted in very few memories of Li Mo in my mind. However, he is after all my father's biological son, the young master of the Li family. When leaving the Li family, how could there only be a box of rags? Yang Chunhon looked at the tattered clothes scattered on the ground, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. Then, she picked up a ruler nearby, lightly covering her nose, and began rummaging through the suitcase, hoping to find the missing Thunder Dragon core. Of course, in the end, she found nothing. Li Chen looked at Yang Chunhong and said coldly, I told you I didn't take it, have you finished searching? Yang Chunhong paused, a surge of shame and anger rising in her heart. Is it wrong for me to check if you stole something? I think you hid the Thunder Dragon core in a secret place. By the way, you went out once yesterday, didn't you take the Thunder Dragon Core then? Hearing Yang Chuanhong's words, disappointment was hard to hide in Li Chen's eyes. Just with a couple of words from Li Yuhong, his own mother had concluded that he was the thief of the Thunder Dragon Core. Without investigation, without asking others, she had already treated him as the thief. How tragic is that? How pitiful that in his past life he had thought of contributing everything to such a family, just to receive a light acknowledgement. Truly laughable. Li Chen's expression grew colder, and he squatted down to start organizing the items that had spilled out of the suitcase. Seeing Li Chen's demeanor, Yang Chuanhong's anger intensified, feeling as if he was ignoring her, as if her authority had been provoked. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Quickly tell me, where did you hide the Thunder Dragon Core? Where did you stash it? Li Chen ignored her, continuing to silently tidy up the suitcase. How dare you? I told you to stop talking. Yang Chunhong was furious and directly raised the ruler in her hand to strike Li Chen. Smack! The ruler hit Li Chen's arm, instantly leaving a mark of blood that seeped out. Yang Chunhong was momentarily stunned, not expecting Li Chen to not dodge. But then she angrily said, not dodging means you're guilty, right? Let me tell you, if you hand over the Thunder Dragon Core now, I might go easy on you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Li Chen let out a muffled grunt, closed the organized suitcase, and stood up, calmly looking at Yang Chunhong. I've said it before, I didn't take it. If you don't believe me, you can call the police. If I really took it, I'm willing to go to jail. Also, you signed the papers severing our relationship just now. We are now strangers, so speak to me politely from now on. After saying that, Li Chen directly pulled the suitcase and headed outside. Zhao Fu looked at the scars on Li Chen's body, a hint of pity flashing in his eyes, and said to Yang Chunhong, Madam, young Master Li Chen is injured. Should we stop him? Yang Chunhong, still fuming from Li Chen's words, exploded like a volcano, directly shouting, Get lost. Let him go. I want to see how long he can last after leaving the Li family. Li Xiaoman scoffed, this Li Chen is still playing hard to get, trying to use running away as a threat to make us beg him to come back. It's really laughable. If he had chosen to be a spiritual chef as his parents wanted, someone would have recruited him. Now, as the weakest summoner, I wonder how long he can last. Mom, don't worry, in a few days, this Li Chen will have to come back with his tail between his legs. Without the protection of the Li family, he's just a dog out there. Li Menghan frowned. Xiaoman, what are you saying? What dog? He is our brother. Yang Chunhong was dissatisfied. What brother? Yu Hong is your brother. If he had half of Yu Hong's obedience, I would thank the heavens. Li Yu Hong felt secretly pleased but then said, Mom, I think brother is just temporarily confused. He will definitely come back in a few days. Ah, it's also my fault. If I hadn't said the wrong thing and accidentally mentioned that the Thunder Dragon's core might have been taken by my brother, he wouldn't be so angry. Yang Chunhong, feeling heartbroken, gently patted Li Yu Hong's head. What does it have to do with you? You were just analyzing it rationally. You're just too kind. At a time like this, you still blame yourself. In my opinion, the possibility that the Thunder Dragon's core was taken by Li Chen is very high. It's been years since he came back, and he still hasn't changed those bad habits he developed in the orphanage. Li Mingde, look at this. This is your good son. Looking at the bloodstains left by Li Chen on the ground, Li Mingde felt increasingly troubled. Hearing Yang Chuanhong's words only added to his agitation. This ungrateful child really thinks he has grown wings. Zhao Fu, send someone to find out where Li Chen went and bring him some medicine for his injuries, so others don't think our Li family mistreats him. Zhao Fu sighed and quickly headed outside. As an observer, he knew what kind of treatment Li Chen had received in the Li family over the years. The master and mistress still thought that young Master Li Chen was playing hard to get, but Zhao Fu knew better. Young Master Li Chen was serious. It was likely that young Master Li Chen would not return here again. Stepping out of the Li family's mansion, the sunlight fell on Li Chen, and he felt an unprecedented sense of ease and freedom. The events of his past life flashed before his eyes, then dissipated like smoke. From now on, Li Chen would live for himself. Tomorrow is the day for the summoning visualization. Although I have already opened the mountain and see Divine Beast's record, I still need to go. After all, a summoner who hasn't performed the summoning visualization cannot participate in the college entrance examination. Half a month after the summoning visualization is the college entrance examination. This is my only chance to change my fate. I must seize it. The first priority now is to increase my strength. After pulling his suitcase back into his rented room, Li Chen hurriedly headed towards the outskirts of the city. Killing magical creatures and leveling up the 2 Zhu Yen was currently the only way to increase his strength. Of course, the most important thing was to obtain the lifespan of magical creatures. Li Chen's next goal was to summon a divine beast from the mountain and see Divine Beast's record. 8th High School in Tiannan City. A considerable number of people had already gathered on the playground. Today was the day for summoners to perform the summoning visualization and open the summoning compendium. Although summoners were regarded as the weakest combat profession, they were still a combat profession, and many chose it. Every year, after the summoning visualization opens the summoning compendium, summoners would summon their first summoned creature. Some summoned magical creatures, while others summoned abyssal races, such as demons, elves, and succubi, which attracted many people to watch. On the playground, Li Chen was resting with his eyes closed. He had spent the entire day yesterday hunting magical creatures outside the city, and his level had now risen to level 4. This speed was extremely fast. Generally speaking, after changing professions, reaching level 10 within half a month was considered average speed. Level 10 was just the requirement for participating in the college entrance examination. At this time, most people who had changed professions were probably only at level 3. Of course, the higher the level, the harder it became to level up. Going from level 5 to level 10 took a long time. Li Chen's Tu Zhu Yan had also reached level 4, and upgrading a 4-star exotic beast was still relatively difficult. However, with each level gained, the attributes of Zhu Yan improved beyond those of lower-star exotic beasts. Li Chen then checked the lifespan of the magical creatures he had obtained. Magical creature lifespan, 38. Most of the magical creatures he killed yesterday were first tier, so having 38 years of magical creature lifespan was already quite good. However, summoning a divine beast from the classic of mountains and seas required at least 100 years of lifespan, which was still far off. Meanwhile, on the stands, the members of the Li family had already arrived. They had all been encouraged by Li Yuhong to come, saying they wanted to see what Li Chen could summon. Mom and Dad, although summoners are the weakest combat profession, there are exceptions, like the summoner who summoned a giant dragon 50 years ago, who was once quite famous. Maybe my brother can summon a powerful creature today. Li Yuhong was not there to see Li Chen summon a strong creature. He had called the Li family over just to give them a deeper understanding of how useless the summoner profession was. Even though Li Chen had run away from home and severed ties with the family, Li Yuhong still felt it was not safe. After all, Li Chen was his biological brother. Only by making the family hate Li Chen even more could he completely drive him away. Everything in the Li family belonged to him. Why should an orphan who had been gone for over a decade come back and compete with him? There indeed was a summoner who summoned a giant dragon 50 years ago, but that was just one. Once they saw the useless creature Li Chen summoned, Mom and Dad would definitely hate him even more. Yang Chunhong listened to Li Yuhong and spoke up. I want to see what he can summon as a summoner. He was given the path of a spirit chef, but insisted on choosing the weakest summoner. What a waste of our efforts, Li Xiaoman chimed in. Mom, I think Li Chen is just being ungrateful. Others can't even find the path to becoming a spirit chef, and he refuses it. I think he's just hit a rebellious phase and doesn't listen to Mom and Dad anymore. People like him need a harsh lesson, and we should sever ties. I want to see what a summoner can do out there. If he encounters danger and can't even protect himself, it would be a disgrace to the Li family. Li Menghan frowned and remained silent. Although she thought her younger sister's words were excessive, she couldn't understand why Li Chen didn't choose the already paved path of a spirit chef and instead opted for the weakest combat profession, summoner. Was he really in a rebellious phase? While she was pondering, a magic array lit up in the center of the playground, and a figure slowly rose from the center of the array. Li Chen's gaze fell on that figure, and a serious expression flashed in his eyes. This was a level 50 array master. Array masters were a special profession, half combat and half support. Given the time to set up an array, their combat power could far exceed that of ordinary combat professions. However, array masters required extremely high talent, and the chance of transitioning to this profession was lower than that of ordinary combat professions, making them very rare. Each one was a strategic resource. Summoning visualization required an array master to set up the visualization array. The rules for summoning visualization are the same every year, and everyone should be clear about that, so I won't waste more words. What kind of summoning guide you can visualize depends on yourselves. Good luck to you all, the array master said before stepping aside, allowing each summoner to enter the magic array for their summoning visualization. 1-star wolf cavalry, 1-star goblin, 2-star gale wolf. After a dozen summoners went up, most of the creatures summoned were 1-star. To some extent, the first creature summoned represented the summoner's potential. If one couldn't summon a creature above 3 stars on the first try, it basically meant their future potential was very low. In the stands, Li Xiaoman scoffed, "Look at this is a summoner. What did they summon? Wolf cavalry, goblins, how ridiculous." I could wipe out a group with a fireball. They really are the weakest combat profession, utterly useless. Li Menghan also commented, summoners are weak not only for this reason but also because they themselves lack strong combat power and are easily beheaded. Rationally analyzing, this is indeed not a good profession. Such a garbage profession, this little brat insists on choosing this ridiculous summoner like a dog seeing poop. I want to see what he can summon. Yang Chunhong was indignant. Li Yuhong spoke up, Mom, maybe my brother can summon a powerful creature. There's a reason he chose to be a summoner, we have to believe in him. As he spoke, Li Yuhong's gaze fell on Li Chen, who was heading towards the summoning array, a subtle cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. My dear brother, I want to see what you can summon. Please don't disappoint me. On the playground, it was Li Chen's turn. He slowly stepped forward and arrived at the center of the summoning array. I've already unlocked the Shanghai Divine Demon record. I wonder if there will be any changes in this summoning visualization. Li Chen already possessed the Shanghai Divine Demon record, which served as his summoning guide. However, he had not yet undergone the summoning visualization, so he was unsure if there would be any changes. But summoners who did not participate in the visualization could not take the college entrance examination, so Li Chen had to proceed with it. With a nervous heart, Li Chen stepped onto the summoning array. The array master beside him activated the array, and beams of light emerged, enveloping Li Chen's body. A scroll quickly appeared before Li Chen's eyes, slowly unfolding, revealing one summoning guide after another. Li Chen's heart stirred. Could he awaken 2 summoning guides? Just as he was thinking this, the illusory Shanghai Divine Demon record materialized, and a beam of purple gold light shot out from it, wrapping around the newly appeared summoning guide. In an instant, the summoning guide vanished, pulled into the Shanghai Divine Demon record by the purple gold light. Absorbing new guide. New guide quality too low, directly devouring and converting. Devouring conversion in progress. Devouring conversion complete. Gain 120 years of monster lifespan. 120 years of monster lifespan. Li Chen was overjoyed. He had thought that since he already possessed the Shanghai Divine Demon record, this summoning visualization would just be a formality, but he didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. A lifespan of 120 years was enough for Li Chen to summon a divine beast from the Shanghai Divine Demon record. After the summoning visualization, he needed to have a summoned creature to pass, otherwise, he couldn't participate in the college entrance examination. So Li Chen quickly browsed through the Shanghai Divine Demon record. Before long, his gaze fell upon a guide in the record. Divine Beast, Swan Ni, rank, 5 stars, qualification, 17, summoning requirement, 100 years of lifespan, description, one of the 9 sons of the dragon, resembling a lion but more fierce, fond of fire and smoke, with swift and strange attacks, suitable for being an assassin. The summoned creatures were also primarily offensive, like the 2 Zhuyan he had summoned before, which were solid warriors. Now, to quickly level up and gain monster lifespan, he needed a more powerful summoned creature. Swan Ni fed Li Chen's thoughts perfectly. Having made his decision, Li Chen no longer hesitated and directly chose to summon Swan Ni. Beams of light appeared before him, forming a golden 5-element array. After the light dissipated, a large egg appeared in front of Li Chen. The egg was about the same size as the one Zhu Yan had, but the patterns on it were golden, exuding a faint pressure. Li Chen chose not to hatch the Swan Ni, as it was a divine beast. Although Swan Ni was not particularly striking in appearance, Li Chen felt it was better to be cautious. He didn't want anyone to discover any clues that could reveal his secret. At least before the college entrance examination, he could not expose the secret of summoning a divine beast from the Shanghai Divine Demon record. As long as he had a summoned creature, it counted as completing the summoning visualization. Li Chen directly carried the Swan Ni egg and walked down from the summoning array. The crowd watching gasped at the sight of the Swan Ni divine beast egg in Li Chen's arms, erupting into a flurry of discussions. What is that? An egg? What is this that has been summoned? I've never seen someone summon an egg before. Is that a pet egg? Didn't they say that summoned beasts are always in their adult form? I don't know. Could it be that this guy's summoning talent is so poor that he can't even summon an adult beast? Everyone's gaze fell on the large egg in Li Chen's arms, feeling quite astonished. The members of the Li family in the stands also focused on the large egg in Li Chen's hands. Li Xiaoman scoffed. This is hilarious. What did this useless Li Chen summon? A pet egg? Ha ha ha, he can't even summon an adult beast. I thought he chose to be a summoner because he had some talent, but it turns out to be this? An ordinary summoner is already weak enough. He probably isn't even as good as the most basic summoner. This is just too funny. A glimmer of joy flashed in Li Yuhong's eyes, and he said, although my brother summoned an egg, that egg is shimmering with golden light. It seems extraordinary. Yang Chunhong dismissed him. Enough, Yuhong. Don't try to cover for this useless one. What golden light? I see that as just a dull yellow. Maybe when it hatches, it'll be a little yellow dog. TCH, he had to choose to be a summoner, even running away from home and severing ties with us, and this is the talent he has? Li Menghan frowned and said, we don't even know what's inside that egg. It could be a good beast. We can't jump to conclusions. We need to see how he performs in the college entrance exam. The reason she defended Li Chen was that she had sensed a familiar wave from the egg in his arms. It was the aura of the white giant ape that had saved her. As a mage, Li Menghan had absolute confidence in her perception. She believed she couldn't be mistaken. But how could Li Chen possibly be related to the white giant ape that saved her? Could it be that the egg contained an unhatched white giant ape? Li Menghan's mind was in turmoil. Li Mingda, listening to Li Menghan, snorted coldly, college entrance exam? You need to be level 10 to participate. With less than half a month left, can he really reach level 10 with that egg in his arms? He probably won't even be able to take the exam. He ran away from home and severed ties with us. If he truly had something to rely on, I might have thought better of him, but now it seems like just a fit of temper. Such a rebellious son, he really disappoints me. After saying that, Li Mingda stood up and left with a dark expression. No matter what, Li Chen was his biological son, and any performance reflected on his face. Now, choosing to be a summoner and only summoning an egg if others found out, where would he put his old face? Li Mingda even began to regret bringing Li Chen back from the orphanage. Yu Hong had transitioned to a hidden class, the Gale Swordsman, and his performance was very much to his liking. Why not just have him as his son? Yang Chunhong and Li Xiaoman followed, sneering and mocking Li Chen a few times. Li Yuhong quickly caught up, trying to defend Li Chen, putting on a kind facade. Li Menghan did not follow. She watched Li Chen leave, bit her lip, and then stood up to follow him. Outside the school, Li Menghan stopped Li Chen. Li Chen, come home with me. Li Menghan didn't even know why she was doing this. Perhaps it was because she sensed the aura of the white giant ape from the egg in Li Chen's arms, or perhaps it was because she saw that Li Chen's suitcase only contained some rags that day. She suddenly felt that her brother didn't seem to be living well at home. Thus, a twinge of guilt arose in her heart. Looking at Li Menghan in front of him, Li Chen revealed a mocking smile. Miss Li, I have nothing to do with the Li family anymore. I am now an orphan. Go home? Where is my home? Hearing Li Chen's words, Li Menghan felt as if her heart had been suddenly squeezed, and her brows furrowed tightly. Li Chen, don't act impulsively. You should know how difficult it is to be a summoner, especially since you summoned a. Li Menghan paused for a moment, then continued, come home. At least with the support of the family, you can help yourself reach level 10 before the college entrance examination. Otherwise, in this state, you might not even be able to take the exam. Go back and apologize to mom and dad. I will talk to them properly, and this matter will pass. Bowing to your parents is not shameful. Li Chen looked at Li Menghan with a cold expression. I don't need you Li family members to worry about me. Even if I can't take the college entrance examination, it's my own business. And from now on, don't talk about apologizing to them in front of me. It disgusts me. After saying that, Li Chen turned and left. Li Menghan felt anxious and directly grabbed Li Chen's arm. Li Chen, don't be willful, this is your. Although Li Menghan was a mage, her level was already close to 30, and her strength was quite high. In her urgency, she didn't control her strength well. Li Chen was pulled down to the ground by Li Menghan, and the swan and eye beast egg in his hand also fell, crashing onto the ground. Crack! Cracks appeared on the surface of the swan and eye beast egg, and then the shell suddenly shattered. At the moment the swan and eye beast egg slipped from his hand, Li Chen's expression changed, and he quickly stretched out his arm, which was cut and bleeding, to let his blood drip onto the swan and eye beast egg. As the shell broke, a strong and agile golden lion-like beast emerged, the divine beast Swan and Eye. The Swan and Eye broke out of its shell and quickly came to Li Chen's side, guarding him from behind, its gaze fixed on Li Menghan, its limbs tense and ready to pounce. Ah, Li Chen, I didn't mean to. Li Menghan exclaimed as she saw Li Chen fall to the ground, and just as she wanted to check on him, a flash caught her eye, and a beast resembling a golden lion was already blocking her view of Li Chen, staring at her intently. Li Menghan's body tensed up instantly, a sense of crisis rising in her heart. This beast was not simple. Although she was unprepared because she was in the city, the fact that it made her feel such a strong sense of danger meant that this beast was at least a 4-star level. Li Chen on the ground furrowed his brows tightly, and without time to check the attributes of the Swan and Eye, he waved his hand to recall it back into the summoning space. After all, this was the city. If there was a commotion and it attracted the attention of the inspection division, they would directly take action against the Swan and Eye. Li Menghan watched as the golden lion-like beast was taken away by Li Chen, her expression becoming more intriguing. That golden lion was Li Chen's summoned beast? Right, that egg just now. The golden lion was hatched from the egg that Li Chen summoned. Summoned beasts are all level 1. That level 1 golden lion made her feel a strong sense of danger. It seemed that the golden lion's level might be even higher. Could it be a 5-star beast? Li Menghan's heart surged with waves of shock. It should be noted that the summoner who summoned the giant dragon 50 years ago only summoned a 6-star dragon. Looking at the calm expression on Li Chen's face, Li Menghan realized that he must have known all along that there was a powerful beast in the egg he summoned. His choice to become a summoner was not impulsive. Li Menghan's thoughts turned, and for the first time, she felt that she completely did not understand her own brother in front of her. Moreover, what troubled Li Menghan even more was that the aura fluctuations from the golden lion were more similar to that of the white giant ape that had saved her before. Could it be? Li Chen glanced at Li Menghan without saying another word and turned to leave. By the time Li Menghan reacted, she had just caught a glimpse of Li Chen's figure turning a corner. Just as she was about to take a step to chase after him, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. It seemed impossible for Li Chen to return to the Li family with her now. His running away from home and severing ties is not rebellion or impulsiveness, but rather a fearless stance. Taking a deep breath, Li Menghan decided to head back first. She needed to understand Li Chen, to know everything about his past. What made him leave the Li family with only a few rags? What made him so eager to leave the Li family? She had to know. After leaving school, Li Chen quickly returned to his rented room. After closing the door, he simply tended to his wounds and eagerly summoned the Swan NI to check its attributes. Swan NI rank, 5 stars, leader, qualification, 17 level, 1 base attributes, strength, 200, constitution, 180, agility, 220, spirit, 200 skill, charged strike, gather strength, rush out quickly, and deliver a fatal blow, causing 300% of self-damage. Skill, splash erasure, after killing an enemy, can deal 125% splash damage to all enemies within a 2-meter radius of the slain enemy. Increasing level can enhance splash range. Skill, evil seal removal, surrounded by smoke and fire, can briefly seal the enemy, rendering them unable to move or attack. Skill, soul concealment, passive skill, after killing an enemy, has a 30% chance to enter a soul state for 30 seconds. In soul state, immune to any physical attacks, magic attack damage reduced by 80%. Increasing level can enhance the probability of entering soul state. Skill, Heavenly Auspice, passive skill, after killing an enemy, has a 70% chance to gain a layer of Auspice state, which increases self-damage by 20% and reduces damage taken by 20%. Auspice state can stack up to 2 layers, each lasting 1 minute. Description: one of the 9 sons of the dragon, resembling a lion, more fierce, fond of smoke and fire, with swift and strange attacks, can serve as an assassin. Strong, truly too strong. Looking at the attributes of the Swan NI, Li Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. The base attributes were 5 times that of Zhu Yan, and there were as many as 5 skills at just level 1. Charged strike, needless to say, could deal 300% damage, making it absolutely the strongest attack skill of the Swan NI. And splash erasure was even more outrageous. After killing an enemy, it could deal splash damage to all enemies within a 2-meter radius. As long as the Swan Knee's attack was high enough, this was an extremely powerful area damage skill. The attack strength of an assassin, the attack range of a mage, this skill could be considered monstrous. Even more monstrous was that this skill could continuously expand the splash range with level increases. Li Chen was very much looking forward to the future upgrades of this skill. The third skill, Evil Seal Removal, was a powerful control skill that directly sealed the enemy, allowing for absolute freedom of action. Of course, Li Chen understood that such control skills had a success rate. The stronger the enemy, the harder it was to control successfully. As for the fourth skill, Soul Concealment, it was a powerful life-saving ability. As long as he killed an enemy, there was a chance to enter the Soul Concealment state, becoming immune to all physical damage while also reducing magic damage by 80%. Similarly, with level increases, the probability of entering this state would also continuously rise. Although it only lasted 30 seconds of physical immunity could determine many outcomes. Moreover, as long as he killed an enemy, he could continuously refresh this passive ability. And the last skill was a powerful buff skill, which could stack up to 2 layers, increasing damage by 40% and reducing damage taken by 40%. The heavenly blessing that descended could completely transform the Swan NI from an assassin into a powerful warrior, significantly enhancing its damage resistance. Is this what a divine beast is like? It has attack, defense, control, and buffs. All capabilities are comprehensive. Li Chen was extremely excited, but he understood that the reason Swan NI was so strong was entirely due to its aptitude of 17. That was nearly double that of Zhu Yan. Most 5-star have an aptitude between 12 to 15, even though they are stronger than the 4-star Zhuyan, it's not too outrageous. But an aptitude of 17 is on a different level than Zhuyan. It's the difference between an ordinary and a divine beast. It's like a chasm. Just then, a line of ethereal text suddenly appeared before Li Chen's eyes. Swan Ni, summoned as the first divine beast from the mountain and sea divine demon record, has its source power enhanced. Congratulations, your Swan Ni has advanced to a mutated divine beast. Mutated divine beast? Li Chen was taken aback, completely not expecting such a change. He quickly checked Swan Ni's attributes to see what had changed. Swan Ni, mutated, rank, 5-star, leader, aptitude, 18 level, 1 base attribute strength, 300, constitution, 280, agility, 320, spirit, 300 after mutation. Swan Ni's aptitude actually increased from 17 to 18, and each of the 4 base attributes increased by 100. However, the skills below had not changed at all, but this was still a significant enhancement. The increase in aptitude represented that Swan Ni's potential had reached a new level. There's only half a month left until the college entrance examination. I need to level up quickly. With Swan Ni's aptitude reaching 18, although the potential is higher, the attributes gained from leveling up will be more, but upgrading will also be more difficult. I need to hurry. Moreover, the summon illustration has gained 120 years of monster lifespan, and now there are still 58 years left. As long as I kill enough monsters, I can summon another divine beast before the college entrance examination. Li Chen tidied up his things and prepared to leave the city to continue hunting monsters. While rummaging through his belongings, a worn-out photo came into view. Li Chen instantly stopped his movements, his gaze falling on the photo. It was a very old picture, featuring 3 people. One was Li Chen, and the other 2 were a boy and a girl, both around Li Chen's age. Zhang Wei, Shuri Yuhan, how could I forget them? Zhang Wei and Shuri Yuhan were Li Chen's playmates from the orphanage, and they were his only 2 friends there. After being taken back to the Li family, his mother despised his previous friends, deleted all their contact information, and forbade him from contacting them again. At that time, in order to fit in with the family, he also stopped contacting Zhang Wei and Shuri Yuhan, planning to reconnect with them after the college entrance examination when things would be more relaxed. In his previous life, Li Chen encountered Zhang Wei and Shuri Yuhan again after many years. Although they hadn't seen each other for a long time, they were still very close. Later, during a dangerous encounter, Zhang Wei and Shuri Yuhan sacrificed themselves to save him. One died, and the other was severely injured. Compared to the Li family, Zhang Wei and Shuri Yuhan felt more like his family. In this new life, I will never let you face any danger again. Li Chen made a silent vow, recalling the current locations of the 2 in his mind, and directly set off. In his previous life, although Zhang Wei and Shuri Yuhan had both transitioned to combat professions, they had not reached level 10 before the college entrance examination due to an accident while hunting outside the city, so they could not participate in the exam. Li Chen naturally would not let such a thing happen again. He intended to hunt monsters together with Zhang Wei and Shuri Yuhan to level up. Li Menghan returned to the Li family's mansion, burdened with thoughts, only to find her parents chatting and laughing in the living room. Upon entering, she realized that her eldest sister, Li Tianlan, had returned. After all, her sister's birthday was in a few days, so it was normal for her to come back. However, seeing the harmonious scene of the family in front of her, Li Menghan felt inexplicably upset. Li Chen has now run away from home, yet they seemed completely unconcerned. Li Menghan suddenly realized that perhaps Li Chen's life in the Li family wasn't good, which is why he couldn't wait to leave. She recalled Li Chen's calm and indifferent gaze from earlier, and a bitter smile involuntarily appeared on her lips. Her parents believed that Li Chen wouldn't be able to survive outside and would surely come back crying to beg them. But little did they know, Li Chen was far from that simple. Their wishes would likely be in vain. Menghan, why are you back so late? Your elder sister is home today, let's all gather together and go eat at Tiannan First Tower later, Yang Chunhong said with a smile upon seeing Li Menghan return. Looking at the smiling faces of everyone in the living room, Li Menghan suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. I'm a bit tired, I'm going to rest first. Yang Chunhong was taken aback for a moment, then said with concern, alright, you rest well. I'll have Wang Ma make you some soup, we won't wait for you. Li Menghan waved her hand and headed towards her room on the 3rd floor. As she passed the corner on the 1st floor, she saw Li Chen's room, hesitated for a moment, and then, almost instinctively, pushed open Li Chen's door and walked in. Once inside, Li Menghan's brows furrowed tightly. This room was too small. She remembered that it seemed to have been the maid's room before. She never expected it to become Li Chen's room. A sense of guilt rose within her. Her younger brother had been home for so long, and she had never even visited his living space. Upon entering, she felt a wave of confinement. Although the maid's room wasn't too small, compared to her spacious room, it still made Li Menghan feel uncomfortable. In front of her was a small bed and a desk, with a separate bathroom beside it. This was the entire layout of Li Chen's room. It could be seen at a glance. This was where her own brother lived. Li Menghan fell silent. If it were her, she would have probably exploded in anger long ago, but Li Chen had quietly lived here for 3 years without a word. At that moment, Wang Ma came to ask Li Menghan what soup she wanted, and upon seeing her in Li Chen's room, she was momentarily stunned. "Second miss, what soup would you like? I can make it for you." Hearing Wang Ma's voice from behind, Li Menghan came back to her senses and called her in. "Has Li Chen always lived here?" Li Menghan asked, finding it hard to voice her question, as she realized her understanding of Li Chen might be less than that of the maid, Wang Ma. Wang Ma was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, young Master Li Chen has been living here since he returned." Li Menghan frowned. "Aren't there several other rooms in the house? Why let Li Chen live in the maid's room?" Wang Ma replied, "This was all the madam's decision. She said that since young Master Li Chen just returned, she was afraid he wouldn't adapt, so she let him stay in the maid's room first. I asked a few times later, but the madam insisted that young Master Li Chen should stay here." Li Menghan felt a chill in her heart. What did it mean to be afraid that Li Chen wouldn't adapt? It was merely disdain for him because he had been in an orphanage, harboring contempt for him in her heart. Suddenly, Li Menghan thought of something and looked at Wang Ma, asking, "By the way, how much is Li Chen's monthly allowance?" Wang Ma replied, 500, "It's always been 500. 500. Li Menghan felt her heart tighten sharply. Li Chen's allowance was really only 500. This was living expenses, not pocket money. Her own pocket money was over 100,000 a month, let alone living expenses. But Li Chen, his monthly allowance was only 500. He was the young master of the Li family. When did the Li family become so poor? Li Menghan felt a coldness in her heart. The home that had once felt warm to her now felt somewhat cold. Previously, Li Menghan had also known that her parents and younger sister didn't think highly of Li Chen, but she did not expect that their hatred for Li Chen had reached such a level. "Second miss?" Wang Ma looked at Li Menghan with concern. Li Menghan waved her hand and said, "I'm fine, Wang Ma, you can go out first. I don't have much of an appetite, so there's no need to make soup." Wang Ma nodded and left, and Li Menghan began to look around the room. Li Chen's room was very simple, and it was clear that he usually kept it quite tidy. There were no clothes left inside, and recalling the tattered clothes in Li Chen's suitcase when he left, Li Menghan tightened her grip. He only had those worn-out clothes. It seemed she had never bought anything for this younger brother of hers. At that moment, Li Menghan suddenly spotted a diary lying in the corner under the table. She took it out, her expression a bit hesitant. This should belong to Li Chen. He might have forgotten it in his rush to leave. After a moment of hesitation, Li Menghan chose to open the diary. She wanted to understand Li Chen, even though it might be too late. "Zhang Wei, Yuhan, I've been taken back home by my parents, but Mom won't let me contact you anymore. Maybe Mom wants me to focus on training. I'll come find you after the college entrance exam. For now, I can only write down what I want to say to you. Do you know? My house is really big, but unfortunately, I can't bring you to see it. By the way, I met my second sister. She's so beautiful, you know? My second sister is a top student at Yihua High." Li Menghan was taken aback. She didn't expect Li Chen to write about her in his diary, and the words were full of praise for her. Li Menghan flipped through a few pages, and the rest were messages to Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan, indicating that these were Li Chen's friends from the orphanage. Soon, she saw herself again. "Zhang Wei, Yuhan, my second sister has joined the city patrol, and she was specially recruited. Isn't that amazing? I want to give my second sister a gift to congratulate her on joining the city patrol. What kind of gift should I choose? I wish you could give me some advice." Bang! Li Menghan abruptly closed the diary in her hands, pressing her palm against her heart. She remembered this incident. It was when she had just joined the city patrol. Li Chen had indeed come to find her and gave her something. The lowest grade spirit nourishing pill, which could increase a bit of mental strength if one took a bottle. The gift she received at that time was worth at least 10,000 times more than the spirit nourishing pill Li Chen had given her. She had been furious then, feeling that Li Chen was humiliating her, and had publicly thrown that bottle of spirit nourishing pill away, even having him kicked out. Tears welled up in her eyes, instantly blurring Li Menghan's vision. That bottle of spirit nourishing pill was indeed insignificant to her, but for Li Chen, who had only 500 yuan for living expenses a month, it was an exorbitant item. That bottle of spirit nourishing pill was worth at least 2,000 yuan. How long would Li Chen have to save? How much would he have to deduct from his living expenses? No wonder Li Chen always looked so thin and weak. At that moment, Li Menghan remembered that it seemed after that incident, Li Chen would lower his head and leave whenever he saw her. Previously, she thought nothing of it, but now, knowing everything, she felt a wave of guilt. She had actually done such an excessive thing to Li Chen. Recalling the cold look in Li Chen's eyes when he looked at her, Li Menghan felt a sharp pain in her heart. He must have already lost hope in the Li family, right? Suddenly, Li Menghan thought of the Thunder Dragon Core incident. With Li Chen's personality, how could he have stolen the Thunder Dragon Core? Li Menghan turned to find Li Chen, wanting to clarify this matter. But when she reached the door, she stopped in her tracks. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Would Li Chen still come back now? In the outskirts of Tiannan City, within the dark misty forest, a golden, agile figure swiftly darted past a wild boar, directly piercing through its body and killing it. Soon, a faint blue wave emanated from the corpse of the tusked pig, directly enveloping the surrounding tusked pigs, causing them to fall in droves. Damn! Li Chen, your summoned beast is too strong, right? Not only does it have powerful single-target attacks, but it also has area damage capabilities. A young armored boy looked at the scene ahead, his face filled with astonishment. Beside him, Li Chen and a girl were also watching the situation unfold. The girl, equally surprised, said, "They say summoners are the weakest combat profession, but you've changed my impression, Li Chen." Li Chen smiled and replied, "Of course, you should see who I am." The two were Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan, and it was only around them that Li Chen would reveal his youthful nature. Zhang Wei waved his spear, feeling bored, and said, "I originally wanted to help you out, but I didn't expect my spear skills to be of no use here." Seeing Zhang Wei's expression, Li Chen chuckled. When he found the two of them and suggested hunting together, they agreed without hesitation. Even knowing that his profession was a summoner, their expressions showed no change. After all, summoners were regarded as the weakest combat profession, and no one would team up with them for leveling. Bringing a summoner along for hunting was like dragging the team down. However, Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan showed no reluctance at all. This made Li Chen feel warm inside. What family? Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan are my true family. Li Chen wasn't looking for Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan to help him level up. Rather, he was there to help them level up. The combat power of the Swan Ni exceeded Li Chen's expectations. Against monsters below level 10, it could basically kill them in an instant. Moreover, the splash damage it dealt helped in quickly eliminating monsters. They had been gathering and killing monsters along the way, and their levels were steadily rising. In just 5 days, Li Chen had leveled up once, and the Swan Ni had reached level 3. The two Zhu Yan had even reached level 6. Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan had both also leveled up to 5. Li Chen checked his current attributes. Name, Li Chen. Profession, Shanghai Divine Demon Summoner. Level, 5 Summon Creatures. None attributes. Strength, 15, Constitution, 18, Agility, 20, Spirit, 22 Lifespan, 10 years Monster Lifespan, 102 years. Although his level 5 attributes had increased somewhat, they were still not very high. Summoners mainly relied on their summoned creatures, and their own attributes were not very high. Other combat professions, like warriors, had focused attributes, and leveling up would significantly enhance those attributes. For example, warriors focused on strength and constitution, and after leveling up, their strength and constitution would increase more than agility and spirit. This was also an important reason why summoners were considered weak. Without focused attributes, their combat power was low and they could easily be targeted for elimination. Li Chen's gaze then fell on the monster lifespan. 102 years. He could summon another divine beast. Li Chen did not choose to summon immediately, although he trusted Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan. The Shanghai Divine Demon summoning record was his greatest secret and could not be revealed just yet. After completing today's hunt, the three of them returned to their rented apartment. Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan also rented a place next to Li Chen, and the money they earned from hunting monsters and selling their pelts and materials was enough for them to move out of the orphanage. After returning to his rented room and closing the door, Li Chen summoned the Shanghai Divine Demon record. The ethereal Shanghai Divine Demon record slowly unfolded before Li Chen's eyes, and he began to browse through it. With the college entrance examination approaching, based on previous years, the assessment content was mostly about killing monsters. It was a competition of who could kill more monsters and do it faster. Therefore, for the second divine beast, it was best to have high damage and area damage capabilities as well. After browsing for a while, Li Chen's gaze locked onto a particular illustration. Divine beast, Kuei long rank, 5 stars qualification, 17 summoning requirement, 100 years of lifespan. Description: the thunder god among dragons, resembling an ox, with a body that is gray and hornless, standing on one leg. Whenever it enters water, there will surely be wind and rain. Its light like the sun and moon, its voice like thunder. Its name is Kuei. Kuei Long is proficient in thunder magic. If the Swan Ni is an assassin, then this Kuei Long is a thunder mage. After confirming, Li Chen directly chose to summon. The familiar summoning array appeared, and as the light dissipated, a large egg with a bluish hue appeared before Li Chen. Looking at the large egg, Li Chen raised an eyebrow. The colors of the summoned beast eggs are different, likely representing different attributes. He dripped a drop of blood and directly placed it on the divine beast egg in front of him. The blood immediately sank into the egg, and then the shell quickly shattered, revealing a brand new divine beast before Li Chen. This divine beast stood as tall as 2 people, resembling an ox but without horns, standing upright on one leg. Its entire body radiated a deep blue light, appearing almost translucent. It exhaled, releasing a mist akin to thunder, its voice booming like thunder. This is Kuei Long. Li Chen eagerly checked the attributes of this Kuei Long. Kuei Long rank, 5 stars, leader, qualification, 17 level, 1 base attributes, strength, 100, constitution, 180, agility, 220, spirit, 300 skill, thunderstrike, summons the power of thunder, dealing 150% damage to 6 enemies in front. Skill, 9 heavens thunder paste, spits out 9 heavens thunder paste, covering the area in front, dealing 120% damage per second to touching enemies, lasting 10 seconds. Skill, Kuei Long Thunder Shadow, summons 5 Kuei Long Phantoms to charge in all directions, dealing 200% damage to colliding enemies, with a 50% chance to inflict paralysis. Leveling up can increase the chance of paralysis. Skill, Thunder Magic Immunity, passive skill, as the Thunder God among dragons, immune to 60% of thunder magic damage, and 20% of magical damage. Skill, Thunder Roar Domain, passive skill, each time an enemy is killed, there is a 25% chance to restore 10% of health, and creates a domain within 100 meters, or enemies suffer 10% increased magical damage and 20% increased thunder damage. Note, the Thunder God among dragons, resembling an ox, with a gray body and no horns, standing on one leg. Whenever it enters water, there will surely be wind and rain, its light like the sun and moon, its voice like thunder, its name is Kuei, capable of being a mage. Looking at the introduction of Kuei Long, a smile appeared on Li Chen's face. Indeed, as expected of a divine beast with a qualification of 17, its attributes and abilities are truly extraordinary. Kuei Long is a mage, so its strength is only 100, but its spirit is a full 300. This is just the attribute at level 1. Moreover, the 5 skills are also incredibly powerful. Thunderstrike is a direct area thunder damage, capable of dealing damage to 6 enemies. 9 Heavens Thunder Paste is a continuous damage skill, and if used well, can block terrain. The third skill, Kuei Long Thunder Shadow, serves as an area control skill with considerable damage. The 2 passive skills are also very strong. Thunder Magic Immunity speaks for itself, with a 60% immunity to thunder magic, and 20% immunity to other magical damage, making Kuei Long quite resilient even when facing other mages. The last passive skill, Thunder Roar Domain, is the most extraordinary. Killing enemies has a chance to restore health, although the chance and the percentage of health restored are not high. It still provides Kuei Long with a means of recovery. Additionally, the Thunder Roar Domain can weaken the magical and thunder defenses of enemies within 100 meters, further increasing its own damage. Furthermore, in the future, as long as Li Chen summons other thunder-type creatures, he will still benefit from this reduction in thunder defense. With less than 10 days left until the college entrance examination, given the current situation, I can easily reach level 10 myself, and the 2 Zhuyan can also be upgraded to level 10. As for the Swan Ni, it was summoned relatively early, so it should at least reach level 8. After all, divine beasts level up really slowly. This Kuei Long should be able to reach at least level 6. Most importantly, in the next few days, I should be able to accumulate another 100 years of monster lifespan and summon another divine beast. That means, by the time of the exam, I can have 3 divine beasts participating. Li Chen's mood became excited. After all, the college entrance examination has rankings, and the higher the rank, the more generous the rewards. This time, he wanted to make a stunning impression. In the following days, Li Chen, Zhang Wei, and Shi Yuhan spent all their time hunting in the wild to level up. They all sought out places where monsters gathered, using the area attacks of the Swan Ni and Kuei Long to quickly kill monsters and gain levels. By the day before the exam, the 3 of them had already reached level 10. Every 10 levels, a job changer needs to undergo a promotion trial. Only after passing can they continue to level up. Each time they pass a promotion trial, the attributes gained from leveling up will be significantly higher than those who haven't promoted, so the promotion trial is essential. The so-called college entrance examination is also the first promotion trial. Li Chen checked the levels of his summoned beasts. The Swan Ni had reached level 8, and surprisingly, the Kuei Long had reached level 7, possibly because its aptitude was slightly lower than that of the Swan Ni, allowing it to level up a bit faster. The 2 Zhuyan had naturally reached level 10. It is worth mentioning that the level of summoned beasts is limited by the summoner's level. In other words, if Li Chen cannot continue to level up, his summoned beasts can only reach a maximum of level 10. Everything has gone relatively smoothly, but the monster lifespan hasn't met expectations. I've only accumulated 88 years of monster lifespan. There's no way around it. Wild monsters are still quite scattered, and searching for gathered monsters wasted quite a bit of time. But it's okay, killing monsters during the exam can also earn monster lifespan, so I will definitely be able to summon the third divine beast then. With the combat power of the Swan Ni and Kue Long, dealing with the college entrance examination will be completely fine. The exam was tomorrow, so Li Chen and the others returned early to prepare. When Li Chen returned to his rented room and opened the door, he saw a familiar figure. It was his second sister, Li Menghan. "What are you doing here?" Li Chen frowned as he looked at Li Menghan. She was from the city patrol, so finding him was not difficult, but Li Chen didn't expect her to come looking for him. "Li Chen, you live here?" Li Menghan looked at him with some concern. After reading Li Chen's diary, she felt a deep sense of guilt towards her younger brother. She wanted to do something, but after searching for Li Chen for so long, she only found out where he lived today. There was no way, she couldn't rely too much on the power of the city patrol and could only search slowly, and other matters had also wasted quite a bit of time. Li Chen scoffed. "What? Is this place unworthy of Miss Li's eyes?" "No, Li Menghan felt anxious, but she wasn't good at expressing herself. She opened her mouth but couldn't say anything, ultimately just asking, "Are you doing well?" Li Chen smiled. "Of course, I'm doing great, at least much better than at the Li family." Li Menghan felt a pang in her heart and then said, "If you don't reach level 10 and can't take the exam, you can come to the city patrol. I can arrange for you to be in the outer team of the city patrol first, and then." Li Chen directly interrupted her. "I've already reached level 10. Li Menghan was stunned for a moment, her face filled with disbelief. The reason she wanted to find Li Chen was to help him level up. After all, she knew very well how difficult it was for a summoner to level up. Even though that lion was not simple, Li Menghan did not believe that Li Chen could reach level 10 before the college entrance examination. Unfortunately, she only found him on the last day before the exam. She thought it was too late and considered arranging for Li Chen to join the outer team of the city patrol division, and then slowly help him get promoted, which would be a form of compensation for him. But unexpectedly, Li Chen had actually reached level 10. Li Menghan bit her lip and then took out a card, handing it to Li Chen. "There are 100,000 yuan in here. Since you've reached level 10, you can participate in the college entrance examination. I can't help you much beyond this, so take this money and use it." Looking at the card in Li Menghan's hand, a sarcastic smile appeared on Li Chen's face. "Miss Li, are you planning to use this money to humiliate me?" Hearing this, Li Menghan hurriedly said, "No, I just..." Li Chen waved his hand and said, "No need. I've already severed ties with the Li family. You should take this money back. If you really want to help me, then stay away from me. I don't want to have any more contact with the Li family." Li Menghan's hand, which was extending the card, stiffened for a moment, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She knew that Li Chen had been deeply hurt by the Li family and was now very resistant to everything related to them. Li Menghan had come over out of a sense of guilt, wanting to make some compensation to Li Chen, but now it seemed that the timing was not right. She was not good at expressing her emotions, and after a moment of silence, she could only leave. The matter of compensating Li Chen would have to wait for a more suitable opportunity. For Li Chen, Li Menghan's arrival was just a small interlude. After a good night's rest, Li Chen went to take the college entrance examination with renewed vigor. In the largest sports arena in the center of Tiannan City, all the senior students from the city were gathered here, their expressions filled with excitement. They were about to face the college entrance examination, a test that could change their fate, and it was also their first ascension trial. This sports arena was specially built for the college entrance examination, covering a vast area. In the surrounding stands, second-year students and the families of the candidates filled all the seats. The second-year students were there to experience the atmosphere of the college entrance examination, while the families were there to see their children's situation as soon as possible. In the center of the arena, an ancient bronze mirror was quietly suspended in mid-air. This was the secret mirror, a masterpiece created by spatial mages and spatial array mages, capable of sealing magic caves and even abyssal worlds within it, forming an existence similar to a game dungeon. Every year, the college entrance examination took place within the secret mirror. Of course, some also referred to it as the secret realm. The assessment for the college entrance examination was conducted simultaneously nationwide, with scores determined based on the difficulty and time taken to clear the secret realm, as well as the number of magical creatures defeated. Students, the secret mirror will open in 1 hour. and your college entrance examination assessment will officially begin then. You should already be clear about the specific rules. Perform well, this is your chance to change your fate. The college entrance examination does not allow personal equipment. You need to be equipped with standardized gear and weapons, so hurry up and get ready. The chief examiner's voice rang out, igniting excitement among all the students participating in the college entrance examination. It's about to start. I wonder what kind of dungeon this time will be. I hope the magical creatures aren't too overpowered, otherwise, the scores will probably be very low. TCH, what are you afraid of? I'm a mage. With one skill, I can wipe out a whole bunch. My score will definitely skyrocket. What are you bragging about? Mages need to be careful. Don't get taken out by the magical creatures in one hit. I'm a warrior, the strongest. I can take hits and deal damage. I must get into a university. Listening to the discussions around him, Li Chen's mood also became excited. There were only 100 universities nationwide. As long as he could get into one, he would not only gain access to more resources for training but also greatly reduce survival risks. If he couldn't get into a university, he would have to team up to hunt in the wild to gather resources to sustain and improve himself. The danger level has greatly increased, not to mention that the growth rate will also be significantly weakened. Therefore, achieving good results in the college entrance examination and entering a university is the wish of all candidates. Although the exam is held citywide, it is still divided by schools, so Li Chen did not encounter Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan from the 10th High. After changing into the standardized weapons and equipment, Li Chen waited for the commencement of the college entrance examination trial. At this moment, the Li family had already arrived early at the viewing platform. Li Xiaoman exclaimed, "Yuhang is a hidden profession, the Gale Swordmaster. During this time, my elder sister has been helping him train. I wonder what kind of results Yuhan will achieve in this college entrance examination. It's really exciting." Yang Chunhong raised her chin proudly and said, "Yuhang has been gifted since childhood, and being able to change to a hidden profession is truly rare. With our Li family's resources, he will definitely be among the top 100 in the nation this time." A smile also appeared on Li Mingda's face. Yuhang is indeed very impressive. During our mock test yesterday, his scores were already at the top level. He should perform well in this college entrance examination. Li Tianlan also rarely showed a smile. My younger brother indeed has talent in swordsmanship. The hidden profession of Gale Swordmaster complements him well. Entering the top 10 universities in the nation should be no problem. I heard he wants to enter the top-ranked Qingbei University. Then he will become your junior, Menghan. Menghan, what are you thinking about? Li Menghan came back to her senses, and hearing Li Tianlan's words, she smiled awkwardly. Then her gaze fell on a figure in the arena below. What do you think Li Chen will achieve in this college entrance examination? Since earlier, Li Menghan had been searching for Li Chen's figure. Her family was discussing how great Li Yuhang was, but no one mentioned Li Chen. After all, Li Chen is a relative with blood ties to them. It has been such a long time since he left home, and they hadn't even inquired about him once. Upon hearing the name Li Chen, Li Mingda and the others fell silent. Li Tianlan asked curiously, "Has he not come back yet?" Li Tianlan had naturally heard about Li Chen running away from home and severing ties, but to her, it was just a child's mischief. As the #1 warrior in Jiangnan, Li Tianlan was usually very busy. After her birthday, she returned home, and today, since her younger brother was taking the college entrance examination, she came back, only to find that Li Chen had not returned home. Yang Chuanhong's expression turned ugly. "We were all happy, why bring up that waste? Just thinking about him makes me angry. It's been so many days, and he still hasn't come back. I think the lesson he got wasn't enough." Li Mingda also snorted coldly. "Doesn't he want to sever ties with us? Then he has nothing to do with our Li family. Just don't come crawling back when he can't survive. I won't look up to him." Li Xiaoman chuckled lightly. "I think Li Chen won't give up until he hits rock bottom. I wonder who helped him level up to 10. He wants to rely on the college entrance examination to turn things around. But you can't team up for the college entrance examination, it's all solo. Just wait and see. This college entrance examination will let him know how trashy that summoner profession is. I'm sure that after the college entrance examination, Li Chen will be crying and begging to come back." Li Menghan listened to her family's words, feeling particularly harsh, and couldn't help but speak up. "I actually think Li Chen's results should be good. That lion-like summoning beast gives her a sense of crisis, proving it is definitely not an ordinary summoning beast. Not to mention, as a summoner, Li Chen was able to level up to 10, which should be thanks to that summoning beast. Even if Li Chen doesn't achieve particularly good results in this college entrance examination, he should still be okay. Entering the top 100 universities shouldn't be too much of a problem." Hearing Li Menghan's words, the people around her were momentarily stunned. They had not expected the usually aloof Li Menghan to speak up for Li Chen. Li Xiaoman then spoke up, "Second sister, What are you talking about? Li Chen is just a useless summoner. How could he achieve anything good? He might not even complete the college entrance exam's secret realm. Yang Chunhong also expressed her dissatisfaction. Exactly, don't even mention him. It sounds unlucky. Let's focus on how our Yu Hong performs later. Li Menghan didn't say anything more, just quietly watched below. For some reason, a sense of anticipation quietly rose in her heart. She was looking forward to Li Chen's performance. Beside her, Li Tianlan glanced at Li Menghan, raising an eyebrow, feeling a hint of curiosity about Li Chen. She knew her second sister's character. She wouldn't speak without reason. Could it be that Li Chen's decision to leave home and sever ties with the family was based on some confidence? However, Li Tianlan soon shook her head. What confidence could a summoner have? She had always believed in the supremacy of the strong. If Li Chen had enough strength, she wouldn't say anything about him leaving home. But if Li Chen left just out of spite, severing ties with the family, Li Tianlan would not acknowledge such a foolish brother. At that moment, in the gymnasium below, Li Yuhan was smiling and getting ready. Heaven is helping me. I was still thinking about how to push Li Chen out, but I didn't expect him to be so stupid, insisting on leaving home and cutting off ties with his parents. He's really reached a new level of foolishness. Now the timing is just right. As long as I rank high in this college entrance exam, contrasting my abilities with Li Chen's incompetence, our parents will only grow to despise him more. Only second sister seems to have some pity for Li Chen, but that's fine. As long as my results meet the standard, I'll directly choose second sister's Qingbei University, build a good relationship with her, and Li Chen will have no chance to turn things around. Li Chen, why can't you just be a good orphan? You have to come back and compete with me for the title of the Li family's young master, then don't blame me. At 10 o'clock in the morning, everyone fell silent. The time for the college entrance exam had arrived. A beam of light burst forth from the center of the playground's secret mirror, enveloping all the candidates around it. The information about this college entrance exam's assessment secret mirror appeared in the minds of all the candidates. Secret mirror, Thunder Abyss, level, 0 to 10, difficulty, easy difficult nightmare, assessment objective, kill the monsters in the Thunder Abyss. Depending on the chosen difficulty, killing monsters will earn corresponding points, and the time taken to clear each difficulty will also be counted towards the score. Candidates should choose the assessment difficulty carefully. Note, the college entrance exam assessment is also a promotion trial. The higher the difficulty passed, the greater the potential after promotion. The rules were relatively simple: kill monsters and clear the Abyss dungeon. The greater the chosen difficulty, the shorter the clearing time, and the more points earned. The main test for candidates was the choice of difficulty in the secret mirror. If the chosen difficulty was too high and they couldn't clear it, they would fail both the college entrance exam and the promotion trial. If the difficulty was too easy, not only would they fail to showcase their strength, but they would also gain less potential after promotion. For example, if they cleared at an easy difficulty, each level up would increase 4 basic attributes by 8 points. However, if they cleared at a difficult difficulty, each level up would increase 4 basic attributes by 16 points. This is also why, at the same level and with the same profession, the strength can vary greatly. Therefore, candidates must choose the difficulty carefully according to their own strength. Thunder Abyss? It seems the monsters in this college entrance exam assessment are Thunder-type monsters. Thunder-type monsters have damage and control abilities. They are quite comprehensive, so it's normal for them to be chosen as assessment targets. No more talking, brothers, I'm heading in first. I hope to clear it smoothly. After learning the information about the secret mirror, the surrounding candidates discussed briefly and then chose their difficulties, entering the assessment. Li Chen pondered for a moment and also selected a difficulty before entering the secret mirror. At this moment, the chief examiner waved his hand, and a huge curtain rose, revealing a series of small screens that displayed the status of the candidates entering the secret mirror. In the stands, the audience looked at the illuminated screens and began to discuss among themselves. I wonder how our city's candidates are doing this year. 2 years ago, our Tiannan city had a student who ranked 30th in the nation. It all depends on whether there are candidates who choose the nightmare difficulty. In the nightmare difficulty secret mirror, the points earned from defeating monsters are several times that of the ordinary difficulty. Not everyone can choose nightmare difficulty. If one's strength is lacking, facing powerful nightmare-level monsters could lead to immediate elimination. That's right, the teachers have told us that for next year's college entrance examination, we must act according to our abilities. If you're not confident in your strength, you should definitely avoid choosing nightmare difficulty. Wow, look, nightmare difficulty, someone has chosen nightmare difficulty. The audience around began to chatter excitedly, and a gasp came from the crowd, drawing everyone's attention. It's Li Yuhong. From our school, he has switched to the hidden profession of Windblade Master, and his family is quite wealthy. He has been taking blood-boosting supplements since childhood, so his attributes are very high, and his combat power is strong. I heard he ranked in the top 3 in the mock assessments. No wonder, only a talent like him would choose nightmare level difficulty. No, only such a talent has the qualification to choose nightmare level difficulty. In the stands, the Lee family listened to the surrounding discussions, their gazes shifting over. Yang Chunhong raised her chin, her expression proud. Just look at whose son it is. Yu Hang is doing great. Let them see the power of a hidden profession. Li Mingda also wore a smile. Indeed, indeed. To dare to choose nightmare level difficulty, it seems Yu Hong has been working hard these past 2 weeks. Li Tianlan nodded. With my little brother's strength, choosing nightmare level difficulty is sufficient, but he must not be careless. Even with his strength, clearing nightmare level difficulty still carries risks. Li Xiaoman said, it's fine. With my little brother's strength, the clearing time might just be a bit longer, but he won't be unable to clear nightmare level. Li Menghan, standing nearby, remained silent, her gaze scanning around in search of Li Chen's screen. Just then, another gasp echoed. What the hell? Did I just see what I think I saw? No way. Someone else has chosen nightmare level difficulty, and it's a summoner? Instantly, the surroundings fell silent, and everyone's eyes turned to the direction indicated by the person who gasped. A summoner? Nightmare difficulty? These two things have no connection, right? They must have seen it wrong, right? A summoner choosing nightmare difficulty is no different from giving up on the college entrance examination, is it? The Li family also turned to look in the direction of the voice. Soon, everyone saw one of the screens. Within the screen, a figure was emerging, and at the bottom of the screen, his information was displayed. Candidate, Li Chen, profession, summoner, chosen difficulty, nightmare level. No way? I can't be seeing this wrong, can I? A summoner has chosen nightmare level difficulty? Forget about summoners, even the strongest mages wouldn't dare to easily choose nightmare difficulty. Only hidden professions or those with extremely high professional strength would dare to choose nightmare difficulty, right? How can a summoner have the guts to do that? He must be out of his mind. I bet he won't last 10 minutes in there before being directly teleported out. Fortunately, it's the college entrance examination. If he encounters life-threatening danger inside, he will be teleported out. If it were an ordinary advancement trial, a summoner choosing nightmare difficulty would probably die in there. Seeing that it was indeed a summoner who had chosen nightmare level difficulty, everyone was taken aback, and an uproar ensued. What is a summoner? The lowest of the low. Li Chen had no combat power himself, and the summoned beasts he called forth were also incredibly weak. Even clearing the simple difficulty would likely be a problem, let alone the nightmare level. Li Chen? Who is this person? Why is he so reckless? I know, Li Chen is from our school, seems like an orphan, probably not quite right in the head. What? Your information is too outdated. Let me tell you, this Li Chen is actually the biological son of the Li family. The one who chose the nightmare difficulty before, Li Yuhong, is the adopted son of the Li family. Wow, what a big scoop. An adopted son and a biological son both choosing nightmare difficulty. They must be competing for something, right? I thought so too. No wonder a summoner would choose nightmare difficulty. It turns out he wants to compete for favor. But this Li Chen is too foolish, right? A summoner choosing nightmare difficulty, isn't that just a clown? The discussions around them reached the ears of the Li family, causing Li Mingde to furrow his brows. This Li Chen is just trying to attract attention. A summoner insisting on choosing nightmare difficulty, is he trying to ruin my reputation? Li Mingde felt his face was losing its luster. The Li family was considered a prestigious family in Tiannan, with 3 elite daughters, and even the adopted son had transitioned to a hidden profession. Yet, his biological son was disobedient, insisting on becoming the weakest combat profession, a summoner. Now, he was choosing nightmare difficulty as a summoner. Wasn't that just inviting ridicule? Yang Chunhong also had a rare frown. This waste, why not choose a spirit chef but insists on being a summoner, and now dares to choose nightmare difficulty? I think his brain is broken. Li Xiaoman sarcastically remarked, can't you see? This guy probably saw Yu Hong choose nightmare difficulty, so he insists on choosing nightmare too, wanting to prove something. It's really laughable, a summoner choosing nightmare difficulty. Isn't that just making a fool of himself? Maybe it's intentional. Others still don't know he has severed ties with the Li family. Anyway, he knows he probably can't clear the college entrance exam, so he's just trying to annoy us. Li Menghan furrowed her brows tightly. Although she had confidence in Li Chen's golden lion, she didn't think he could choose nightmare difficulty. Simple difficulty should be clearable, but difficult would probably be out of reach. After all, he was a summoner, only at level 10. Even if that lion was strong, the number of summoned beasts was too few, and the combat power was not high. Choosing nightmare difficulty was still a bit too impulsive. Li Tianlan shook his head as well. A summoner choosing nightmare difficulty, I think Li Chen is really out of his mind. Originally, due to his younger sister Li Manghan's words, Li Tianlan had some expectations for Li Chen, but now it seemed that this Li Chen was just a guy who didn't know the heights of heaven and earth. Li Chen slowly opened his eyes, and all around him was a dim space. In the sky, bolts of lightning flickered down, illuminating the surroundings. This was the Thunder Abyss, a world of abyss, sealed within that bronze mirror. This was the means of the strong. He didn't know when he would grow to such a level. Li Chen quickly gathered his thoughts and focused his gaze on the magical creature appearing ahead. A wild boar crackling with lightning appeared before him, its eyes glinting red and bloody, wrapped in thunder, looking quite ferocious. Thunderstorm Boar rank, Chief, 3 stars, level, 6 strength, 88, constitution, 90, agility, 80, spirit, 40. Looking at the attributes of the Thunderstorm Boar ahead, a serious expression appeared on Li Chen's face. This was the high-stakes trial of nightmare difficulty. The first creature encountered was already a chief-ranked monster. Although it was only level 6, its main attributes were already nearing 100. It should be noted that the current examinees were all level 10, and even for warrior professions, strength and constitution would not exceed 40 at most. The power and physique of the Thunderstorm Boar are more than double that of 40. This is also a significant reason why most candidates dare not choose the nightmare level difficulty. Those who choose the nightmare level might not even take a few steps before failing the college entrance examination. But fortunately, this Thunderstorm Boar doesn't have any special skills, otherwise, it would be even more troublesome. For others, this nightmare level difficulty is indeed nearly impossible to challenge successfully. But for me, clearing it shouldn't be too difficult. After all, I have the Kuei Long. Li Chen also didn't expect that the second divine beast he chose, Kuei Long, would perfectly match this college entrance examination trial. In the Thunder Abyss, the monsters here are naturally all of the lightning type. His Kuei Long has an absolute suppression over the lightning type. Not to mention, it is immune to 60% of lightning magic, and with Kuei Long's powerful attributes, it is enough to swim freely in this Thunder Abyss. After all, Kuei Long is the thunder god among dragons, with absolute control over the power of thunder. Summoning Kuei Long and Swan and I, Li Chen commanded them to attack the Thunderstorm Boar ahead. Meanwhile, the 2 Zhuyan were kept by Li Chen's side for protection. After all, this is the Thunder Abyss, who knows if there are hidden dangers around. Summoners are most afraid of being decapitated, so the 2 Zhuyan must stay close for protection. Swan and I and Kuei Long are enough to sweep through here. At this moment, on the observation platform outside, because Li Chen chose the nightmare level, most people's gazes fell upon Li Chen's light screen. Watching Li Chen summon all his summoned creatures, everyone began to discuss. For summoned creatures? This Li Chen is something. Having 4 summoned creatures at level 10, he has some talent in the summoner field. Indeed, he has some talent, but that's about it. Choosing the nightmare level is still seeking death. Exactly, look at what his summoned creatures are. 2 monkeys, a lion, and one that looks like a cow but has only 1 leg. It's a cripple. What's the use of having many? They're all trash. On the Li family side, Li Xiaoman looked at Li Chen summoning Swan and I and the others and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this is Li Chen's summoned creatures? Monkeys, a lion, and a 1-legged cow? That 1-legged cow is even standing up. It's so funny. Yang Chunhan also scoffed. Trash is trash. The summoned creatures he summoned are also trash. Li Mingda frowned tightly. Is this his confidence? Having 4 summoned creatures makes him dare to choose nightmare level difficulty. What a fool. Li Tianlan's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. I didn't expect Li Chen to summon 4 creatures at level 10, that's quite a talent, but choosing nightmare level difficulty is still a bit too arrogant. What a pity. Meanwhile, in the Thunder Abyss, Kuei Long and Swan and I had already confronted the Thunderstorm Boar ahead. Swan Ni's figure flashed and instantly pounced on one of the Thunderstorm Boars. Kuei Long also emitted flashes of thunder power, directly covering the Thunderstorm Boar ahead. The lightning flickered, and all the Thunderstorm Boars fell to the ground. All were killed in an instant. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone watching Li Chen's light screen was quiet, completely stunned. They had been imagining that Li Chen and his 4 oddly shaped summoned creatures would soon be defeated by the monsters in the Thunder Abyss, and perhaps in the next moment, Li Chen would fail and be teleported out. But who could have imagined that the scene would be like this? After a while, someone finally came to their senses and gasped. What the hell? Did I see that wrong? The nightmare level monsters were instantly killed? What the heck? What kind of summoned creatures are these, that they are so strong? Could it be that the secret mirror malfunctioned? Did it teleport this Li Chen to an easier difficulty? Li Yuhong, who also chose nightmare level difficulty, is still entangled with several thunderstorm boars. Everyone was incredulous, even preferring to doubt that the secret mirror had mistakenly transported Li Chen into an easy difficulty level rather than believing that Li Chen's summoned creatures were too strong. After all, Li Chen's summoned creatures looked incredibly ordinary. When summoning divine beasts, Li Chen had intentionally chosen ones that were not too flashy. After all, he was still in the early stages of development and wanted to keep a low profile. If the people around him knew that Li Chen had 2 divine beasts, they wouldn't know how to feel. The members of the Li family were also stunned by the scene in the light curtain. Yang Chunhong exclaimed, "What's going on? How can Li Chen's summoned creatures be this strong?" Li Xiaoman's expression was also fluctuating, and then she gritted her teeth and said, "It must be that the secret mirror malfunctioned and sent Li Chen into an easy difficulty level. Otherwise, his summoned creatures could never have so easily killed the monsters inside." Li Mingda's expression was also uncertain, and he snorted coldly, "It's best if the secret realm malfunctioned. If it's Li Chen who caused this, then he has completely disgraced the Li family." Li Tianlan looked at the scene of Li Chen in the light curtain, her gaze flickering, and she remained silent. As the number 1 warrior in Tiannan, her insight was naturally sharp, and she could tell that the 2 summoned creatures Li Chen was attacking with were very powerful. So this is her confidence? No wonder Menghan would speak up for him. It seems she knew something beforehand. Li Tianlan's gaze fell on Li Menghan beside her, only to see Li Menghan looking at Li Chen's light curtain with disbelief. At this moment, Li Menghan was extremely shocked, not because of the powerful combat strength displayed by Li Chen's lion and the blue bull-like summoned creatures, but because of the 2 white giant apes beside Li Chen. It's him! It really is him! A storm surged in Li Menghan's heart. The one who commanded the white giant apes to save them was actually Li Chen. Previously, Li Menghan had sensed the aura of Li Chen's golden lion, which was very similar to that of the white giant apes. Li Menghan had thought that the person who saved her might have some connection to Li Chen, but she never expected that Li Chen was the one who had saved her. No wonder Li Chen had the confidence to choose the nightmare level difficulty. Li Menghan had witnessed the combat power of the white giant apes. Now that Li Chen had 2 white giant apes protecting him while the other 2 summoned beasts fought, it proved that those 2 summoned beasts were even stronger than the white giant apes. Li Chen's choice to become a summoner was well prepared, not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Li Menghan's emotions surged, and just as she wanted to share this discovery with her family, she heard the words of Li Xiaoman and the others. A bitter smile appeared on Li Menghan's face. She knew very well that her family's disdain for Li Chen had long been established, and it was not something she could resolve with just a few words. Moreover, even if it were resolved, so what? The key was that Li Chen had already lost hope and no longer acknowledged himself as a member of the Li family. But who could be blamed for this? Clearly, he was a lost bloodline, yet he was treated that way at home. However, at this moment, Li Menghan had already made a silent decision. No matter what others thought, she would treat Li Chen well in the future, because of the guilt in her heart, and also because of her pain for Li Chen. At this moment, deep in the thunder abyss, after swiftly killing the thunder boar in front of him, Li Chen quickly advanced deeper. The completion time was an important consideration for the points ranking. The shorter the completion time, the more bonus points would be earned. Soon, several figures of monsters appeared ahead. Wind Thunder Tiger rank, Commander, 4 stars, level, 6 strength, 108, Constitution, 100, Agility, 80, Spirit, 60 Talent. Skills? The monsters appearing ahead were all tiger-shaped, with strands of thunder wrapping around them, and the power of the wind was surging. Dual element monsters? Li Chen's expression became serious. Generally speaking, monsters were single element. Dual element monsters could use 2 types of power, significantly enhancing their strength. Moreover, this Wind Thunder Tiger is a 4-star leader rank. Li Chen and Tu Zhuyan stood at a distance, letting Swan and I and Kuei Long deal with these Wind Thunder Tigers. After all, the Wind Thunder Tiger possesses wind-type powers, so it was safer to keep a distance. Li Chen had not forgotten that he was a summoner, and his greatest fear was being decapitated by the enemy. Swan and I was the first to pounce, instantly arriving behind a Wind Thunder Tiger, its sharp claws landing on the creature, tearing fiercely. A large chunk of flesh was ripped from the Wind Thunder Tiger, causing it to let out a painful cry. Visibly, the aura of this Wind Thunder Tiger instantly weakened. However, soon a crimson hue surged in its eyes, and its aura suddenly became frenzied. Bloodthirsty frenzy. Li Chen frowned slightly. When a magical creature is injured, there is a chance it will enter a bloodthirsty frenzy state, significantly increasing its combat power. Of course, once the bloodthirsty frenzy subsides, the creature's essence will also suffer considerable loss, entering a state of extreme weakness. Not all magical creatures can enter a bloodthirsty frenzy, only those with stronger essence can do so. The stronger the essence, the higher the creature's strength and potential. Indeed, it was worthy of the nightmare level difficulty. Swan and I turned around, feeling the surging aura of the injured Wind Thunder Tiger before him, showing no expression. In a flash, Swan and I appeared right in front of the Wind Thunder Tiger, and before it could react, bit down on its neck. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, the Wind Thunder Tiger's head tilted, and its aura vanished instantly. Even though this Wind Thunder Tiger had entered a bloodthirsty frenzy state, greatly enhancing its combat power, it was still no match for the divine beast Swan and I. Kuei Long also took action directly. Bolts of thunder power coalesced and instantly struck the Wind Thunder Tiger ahead. All the Wind Thunder Tiger's bodies stiffened momentarily, then they fell to the ground, as if charred by electricity, emitting black smoke, and made no sound. Instant kill. Another instant kill. The audience in the viewing platform fell silent in an instant. All eyes were on Li Chen's light screen, watching the scene unfold, filled with disbelief. I can't be seeing this wrong, right? Another instant kill. If the previous one was an accident, this can't be an accident, right? What on earth is that summoning creature that's as strong as an ox? How can it possess such powerful thunder powers? This is too strong. Pfft. What's there to be surprised about? It was just a wrong teleportation, sent to an easier difficulty. I could do it too. After a brief silence, the surroundings erupted into a flurry of discussions. Everyone was shocked by Kuei Long's powerful attack, while they overlooked Swan Ni's stealthy assault. After all, the dazzling thunder power and the wide-range instant kill ability were simply too eye-catching. The members of the Li family also displayed various expressions. Li Xiaoman still wore a face of disdain. How could a magical creature at nightmare-level difficulty be so easily killed? Li Chen must have been teleported incorrectly to an easier difficulty. Just wait, the college entrance examination will soon correct this. Yang Chunhong nodded in agreement. That's right, a summoner could never be so relaxed in nightmare-level difficulty. This must be an easier difficulty. Li Mingda's frown deepened. If this gets exposed, our Li family will probably become a joke, and who knows, someone might even say that we manipulated things behind the scenes, sending Li Chen to an easier difficulty. Humph, this guy really knows how to get me into trouble. Li Tianlan frowned slightly but said nothing. As the number one warrior in Tiannan, she could see that Li Chen was indeed in a nightmare-level difficulty. What puzzled her was how Li Chen's summoned creature could be so powerful. Monsters at the nightmare difficulty can kill instantly. When Li Tianlan took the college entrance examination, she also chose the nightmare difficulty. At that time, facing the monsters was incredibly stressful for her. But what about now with Li Chen? He didn't even need to act himself. Just two summoned creatures quickly cleared the monsters ahead. This completely shattered her perception that summoners were the weakest combat profession. Then, Li Tianlan's gaze fell on Li Menghan beside her. She saw Li Menghan looking at Li Chen's light screen, a smile on her face, her hands tightly clenched in excitement. Clearly, she was thrilled and excited by Li Chen's performance. How could her usually indifferent younger sister show such a reaction? Taking a deep breath, Li Tianlan felt as if she didn't really know her own family. Since the college entrance examination, she had rarely returned home, becoming the number one warrior in Tiannan, and had been extremely busy, seldom visiting. Li Chen had run away from home, even severing ties with the family, and now his performance left her very confused. With such powerful summoned creatures, why did he choose to leave home? Relying on the Li family, he could grow much faster. Not to mention, just her status as the number one warrior in Tiannan could provide him with considerable support. Moreover, it seemed that their parents and Xiaoman were quite disdainful of Li Chen. What had happened during this time? Looking at Li Menghan beside her, Li Tianlan had already made a decision in her heart. If there was a chance, she would ask her younger sister. She seemed quite concerned about Li Chen's situation. At that moment, within Li Yuhong's light screen, his figure flickered rapidly, and the long sword in his hand pierced the neck of the last thunder boar, blood spraying everywhere, splattering Li Yuhong. Breathing heavily and smelling the pungent scent of blood, Li Yuhong frowned tightly. The strength of nightmare-level monsters is still too great. I can't care about my demeanor anymore. To eliminate this group of thunder boars in such a short time is already quite impressive. If I remember correctly, my second sister also chose nightmare difficulty, and her speed in killing the first wave of monsters was 5 seconds slower than mine now. Thinking of this, a smile crept onto Li Yuhong's lips. I suppose all the attention outside has been drawn to me, right? Killing the first wave of nightmare-level monsters so quickly is enough to make them cheer for me. This is an opportunity to showcase myself. I must seize it well. After today, my parents and sister will only have eyes for me. As for that Li Chen, he's probably still struggling in the easy difficulty. By the time I clear it, he might not even finish the easy difficulty. I need to clear it quickly so I can mock Li Chen in front of our parents, completely putting him on the pillar of shame, making it impossible for him to turn back. After resting for a minute to catch his breath, Li Yuhan quickly moved forward with his sword. In the Thunder Abyss, after Li Chen and his summoned creatures, the Swan Ni and Kuei Long, defeated the Wind Thunder Tiger ahead, they soon encountered the third wave of monsters. Thunder Snake rank, Commander, 4 stars, level, 8 strength, 108, constitution, 80, agility, 140, spirit, 80 talent. Skills? This 4-star monster had higher agility and spirit compared to the Wind Thunder Tiger. Just as he was thinking, the 6 Thunder Snakes suddenly fixed their gaze on Li Chen. Sensing the hostility from the Thunder Snakes, Li Chen frowned. The Thunder Snake had high intelligence and directly locked its attack target onto him. However, breaking through the attacks of the Swan Ni and Kuei Long would still be quite difficult. But the next moment, an unexpected change occurred. Crack! A sound of lightning flashed, and the 6 Thunder Snakes' bodies instantly vanished from their original spots, leaving only a few flickering traces of lightning power behind. Li Chen raised an eyebrow. Was this the Thunder Snake's skill? The nightmare-level monsters could not probe talents and skills, which was somewhat tricky. In the next moment, Li Chen showed no hesitation and ordered the 2 Zhuyan to fully protect themselves. The 2 Zhuyan immediately embraced him with their arms, shielding Li Chen from all angles. Several thunderous roars came in an instant, and then the figure of the Thunder Snake appeared beside the Zhuyan, launching an immediate attack. 6 Thunder Snakes bit into the 2 Zhuyan, and a massive amount of thunder power spread out, enveloping their bodies. The muscles of the 2 Zhuyan began to tremble. Under the powerful thunder force, the 2 Zhuyan struggled to hold on, their embracing arms starting to loosen. Li Chen could clearly see the 6 Thunder Snakes with blood-red eyes fixated on him. As soon as the arms of the Zhuyan opened a sufficient gap, they would instantly launch an attack on him. The spectators on the platform watched the scene in the light screen and began to speak up. Look, Li Chen is done for. He's been cornered by the monsters. Ha ha ha, I said it. How could a summoner be this strong? Isn't he now in a crisis? This is the drawback of being a summoner. They fear being killed. When faced with swift monsters, they have no way to defend themselves. What a pity. I thought Li Chen could break the perception that summoners are the weakest. Li Xiaoman stood up excitedly, pointing at the light screen. I told you, how could Li Chen be this strong? Look, he's about to be decapitated by the monsters. He'll probably be teleported out in the next moment. Yang Chunhong snorted coldly. A jumping clown. What else can he do besides bringing shame to our Li family? Then the two focused their gaze on the light screen, seemingly eager to see Li Chen fail the assessment and be teleported out. Li Chen in the Thunder Abyss was not panicking. At this distance, Kuei Long's defense was too late, but Swan Ni could. In the next moment, Swan Ni's figure appeared around him. Dense smoke and fire quickly spread from Swan Ni, covering the surroundings. Skill, Evil Seal Removal. Surrounded by smoke and fire, after covering the enemy, it can briefly seal the enemy, rendering them unable to move or attack. Swan Ni directly used the Evil Seal Removal, and the Thunder Snake that had just released its thunder power instantly stiffened, unable to move. With a swipe of its claws, Swan Ni killed one of the Thunder Snakes. Then, a faint blue wave emerged from the slain Thunder Snake, affecting the remaining Thunder Snakes nearby, instantly killing them. Skill, Splash Erasure. After killing an enemy, it can deal 125% splash damage to all enemies within a 2-meter radius of the slain enemy. Upgrading the level can increase the splash range. The splash damage from Erasure was even higher than Li Chen had imagined. The 4-star Thunder Snakes were instantly killed. Of course, this was related to the low constitution of the Thunder Snakes. By profession classification, these Thunder Snakes could be considered assassins. With the crisis averted, the surrounding smoke and fire dissipated. The 2 Zhuyan lay weakly on the ground. Feeling the state of the Zhuyan, Li Chen frowned slightly. Although the Zhuyan were also 4-star, their qualifications were relatively low, far inferior to the monsters at the nightmare level. Even in protecting themselves, they struggled somewhat. The thunder power of the Thunder Snake actually contained toxic attacks, rendering the 2 Zhuyan unable to move for a short time. Li Chen directly summoned the 2 Zhuyan into the summoning space to recover. Without the protection of the 2 Zhuyan, Li Chen found it even harder to resist the monster's decapitation actions, unless he kept Swan Ni by his side for protection. However, Swan Ni was an assassin-type summoned beast, and its protective means were certainly insufficient. But Li Chen's gaze fell on one of his attributes. Monster lifespan, 108 years. After killing the Thunder Boar and the Wind Thunder Tiger, Li Chen had gained quite a bit of monster lifespan. However, what made Li Chen somewhat uncomfortable was that, possibly due to the Secret Realm's influence, the monster lifespan gained from killing monsters here was not high. The 4-star monster had killed 2 teams, increasing its lifespan to 108 years. However, that was enough to summon another divine beast. With a thought, the illusory Shanhaishan Mo Lu quickly unfolded before Li Chen. At that moment, the spectators on the platform were in an uproar. What the hell? What's going on with this Li Chen? I thought he was going to be beheaded, but he resolved this crisis so quickly. That lion-like summoned beast is so strong. Yeah, I was just drawn to that summoned beast that could unleash thunder, and I didn't expect this lion to return so quickly for support. I'm a bit confused. Is this guy's summoned beast too strong, or was the legend wrong? Is it because it's a simple difficulty that such a situation occurred? Many people were already a bit bewildered. They had previously thought that Li Chen's ability to instantly kill the secret realm monsters was due to a misunderstanding of the difficulty level. But now, the performance of Kue Long and Swan Ni had astonished them, and they gradually began to realize this seemingly unremarkable summoned beast appeared to be very powerful. Just then, a voice rang out. Look, it seems like Li Chen is summoning a new summoned beast. The summoning array has appeared. What the hell? Having 4 level 10 summoned beasts is already quite a lot, and now he can summon again. Yeah, it seems that Li Chen indeed has some talent as a summoner. I wonder if he can successfully clear the challenge. If he does, it will definitely be big news, proving that summoners are not that weak. Listening to the discussions around them, the expressions of the Li family members varied. Li Xiaoman's face changed several times, but she did not say anything this time. Li Mingda also stared intently at the light screen, remaining silent. Only Yang Chunhong scoffed. What does summoning many summoned beasts represent? Summoners are weak, that's an undeniable fact. This ungrateful child must have been teleported incorrectly to the simple difficulty. Once the examiner announces it, he will reveal his true form. In the Thunder Abyss, Li Chen was unaware of the discussions outside. His gaze was fixed on the illusory Shan Haishan Mo Lu before him. After browsing through it, Li Chen quickly locked onto a target. Divine Beast, Xuanwu rank, 5-star qualification, 17 summoning requirement, 100 years of lifespan description, one of the 4 spirits of heaven, possessing extremely powerful defensive capabilities, able to protect others. With the 2 Zhu Yan temporarily incapacitated, what Li Chen urgently needed was a defensive force. The Divine Beast Xuanwu perfectly matched this requirement. The mention of its ability to protect others was a significant reason for Li Chen's choice. Without hesitation, Li Chen directly began the summoning. The summoning array rose, and a large water blue egg floated within it. Li Chen spread his fingers, and a drop of blood fell onto it, causing cracks to appear on the eggshell, which then quickly shattered. A Xuanwu, clad in a brownish-yellow shell with a snake tail behind it, appeared before Li Chen. Beside it, streams of water-blue liquid flowed gently. Xuanwu, a divine beast of both earth and water elements. Li Chen eagerly checked Xuanwu's specific attributes. Xuanwu rank, 5-star, leader, qualification, 17 level, 1 base attribute strength, 180, constitution, 300, agility, 120, spirit, 200 skill, rage-breaking waves, condenses water element power to quickly impact the enemy, dealing 150% damage, while the water element power protects itself, increasing its own damage reduction by 10%. Skill, Heavenly Purification, the power of Xuanwu purifies everything, dispelling all negative states and restoring 15% of maximum health, while gaining a shield of equal value. Skill, Counterattack Resistance, passive skill, after taking damage, 30% of the damage received is reflected back to the opponent, the reflected damage cannot be evaded. Skill, Xuanwu Guardian, passive effect, Xuanwu can connect with a target to provide protection, bearing 50% of the damage the target receives. Active effect, Xuanwu actively releases its protective power. During 1 minute, all damage received by the protected target will be borne by Xuanwu. Skill, Xuanwu Domain, passive skill, all friendly units within 100 meters of Xuanwu will have their damage reduced by 10%. Description, one of the 4 spirits of heaven, possessing extremely powerful defensive capabilities, able to shelter others. Looking at Xuanwu's attributes and abilities, Li Chen's face broke into a smile. As expected of a divine beast renowned for its defense, this defensive capability is simply monstrous. Most importantly, Xuanwu Guardian can directly protect myself. When activated, all damage for 1 minute can be borne by Xuanwu. With this ability, I no longer need to worry about assassination attempts. The range of Xuanwu Domain is also considerable. Even if Xuanwu stays by my side to guard, it can still help Swan Ni and Kue Long reduce the damage they receive by 10%. Li Chen wasted no time and directly chose to connect Xuanwu Guardian to himself. A phantom of Xuanwu emerged from Xuanwu, instantly enveloping Li Chen's body. On the observation platform, everyone watched the scene in the light screen and burst into laughter. I thought he was going to summon some kind of creature, turns out it's just a big turtle. This guy's summoned creatures are really strange. Lion, cow, turtle, none of them have the majesty of a summoned beast. But I have to say, although Li Chen's summoned creatures are unremarkable in appearance, they seem quite strong. Summoning 5 creatures at level 10, many were looking forward to Li Chen's new summoned beast. However, upon seeing Xuanwu, most people didn't take it to heart. This world has experienced a fracture, and ancient myths have not been passed down, so they didn't know about Xuanwu, only feeling it was a peculiar turtle-like summoned beast. Li Xiaoman smiled again. I originally thought Li Chen had decent summoner talent, but now it seems, it's nothing special. Those two strong summoned beasts must just be luck. The summoned beasts a summoner can call are uncertain. The higher the summoning talent, the stronger the summoned beasts. Therefore, after seeing Li Chen summon a turtle, Li Xiaoman felt that his summoner talent was nothing remarkable. Those two powerful summoned beasts were merely a stroke of luck. Yang Chunhan scoffed, what decent strength. Li Chen is clearly teleported to an easier difficulty, otherwise, he would have failed the level long ago. Li Tianlan remained silent, watching the light screen with a slight change in expression. She could sense that the turtle-like summoned beast was not simple. Moreover, although Li Chen's summoned creatures took the form of animals like lions, cows, and turtles, it was evident they were quite majestic, not ordinary animals. They even made Li Tianlan feel more pressure than those monstrous form summoned creatures. This time in the college entrance examination, Li Chen's results might surprise most people. In the Thunder Abyss, as the phantom of Xuanwu enveloped him, Li Chen felt a sense of security rising from the depths of his heart. Keep moving forward. Li Chen had Xuanwu by his side, with Swan and I and Kuei Long ahead, quickly advancing forward. Soon, a new group of monsters appeared before Li Chen. Thunder Dragon Bird Rank, Leader, 5 stars, Level, 8 Strength, 158, Constitution, 100, Agility, 120, Spirit, 200 Talent, Skill, Description, a bird infused with the bloodline power of the Thunder Dragon, possessing powerful thunder-based magical attack capabilities. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, not expecting to encounter a 5-star monster so quickly. It was on the same star level as Swan and I and the others. However, it was clear that the attributes of the Thunder Dragon bird were far inferior to those of Swan and I and the others. Level 8 already, yet the average of the 4 basic attributes hasn't even broken 200. This is the gap in talent. Although this Thunder Dragon bird is also 5-star, its potential is estimated to be at most 13, far inferior to the likes of Swan and I and others, so its growth and potential are naturally much lower. The moment these Thunder Dragon birds appeared, they spotted Swan and I and Kuei Long, and waves of thunderous power began to surge around them, rapidly forming a Thunder Dragon. Thunder Dragon Bloodline? If these Thunder Dragon birds were to condense this attack, it would indeed be quite troublesome, but it's useless. Kuei Long's attack fell first, with waves of thunderous power crashing down directly onto the Thunder Dragon birds in front. Kuei Long's thunderous power was clearly stronger, shattering the illusory Thunder Dragon and striking the Thunder Dragon birds. However, these Thunder Dragon birds evidently had immunity to Thunder-type magic, as the remaining thunder power from Kuei Long did not kill them. But the next moment, Swan and I appeared behind one of the Thunder Dragon birds and killed it with a single claw. The splash damage effect instantly spread, covering the surrounding Thunder Dragon birds, and their bodies fell one by one from the air. Instant kill. The attacks of Kuei Long and Swan and I connected, and in almost an instant, they cleared out these Thunder Dragon birds. From encountering to killing these Thunder Dragon birds, it took merely 2 seconds. The Xuanwu beside them shimmered with light, leveling up. Just then, the ground ahead began to tremble, and several horses, crackling with thunderous power, charged toward them. Thunder Dragon Horse Rank, Leader, 5-star, Level, 9 Strength, 210, Constitution, 150, Agility, 150, Spirit, 120 Talent, Skills, Description, a dragon horse infused with Thunder Dragon bloodline power, possessing powerful thunder attack capabilities. Another Thunder Dragon bloodline. The dragon horses ahead were quite large, surrounded by thunderous power, and moving at incredible speed. If these horses charged, even top hidden class players would likely suffer. But for Li Chen, there was no threat at all. Come on! Li Chen directly commanded Swan and I and Kuei Long to charge toward the Thunder Dragon horses. Kuei Long opened its mouth, spewing out bursts of thunderous sludge toward the front. Skill, 9 Heavens Thunder Sludge, spits out 9 Heavens Thunder Sludge, covering the area ahead, dealing 120% damage per second to any enemy that touches it, lasting for 10 seconds. The attack strength of 9 Heavens Thunder Sludge was not as strong as Thunderbolt, but it could block the advance of these Thunder Dragon horses. The sludge covered the area ahead, forming a zone of thunder sludge, but the Thunder Dragon horses did not stop and charged right in. As soon as they entered, the thunderous power surrounding them quickly dissolved, and their bodies made contact with the thunder sludge below. Pained whinnies erupted from the Thunder Dragon horses, and their speed of charge slowed down significantly. Swan and I was waiting for this moment. The thunderous power entwined around these Thunder Dragon horses was quite troublesome, but now that it was being dissolved by Kui Long's 9 Heavens Thunder Sludge, Swan Ni moved directly. Its figure appeared behind one of the Thunder Dragon horses in an instant, and Swan Ni bit down on its neck. Skill, Charged Strike, accumulates power, dashes out quickly, delivering a fatal blow that deals 300% of its own damage. It must be said that Swan Ni's single target attack was far stronger than Kui Long's. With one bite, it severed the neck of the Thunder Dragon horse. The splash damage effect appeared, covering the surrounding area, and all the Thunder Dragon horses fell to the ground. Still an instant kill. At this moment, all the spectators in the stands had their eyes glued to Li Chen's screen, dumbfounded. Previously, when the Thunder Boar and Wind Thunder Tiger were instant killed, some said it was just luck, while others claimed Li Chen had been teleported to an easier difficulty. But what about now? This guy named Li Chen is simply unstoppable, killing gods and demons alike. How many waves of monsters has he encountered? Almost all of them were taken down in an instant. Even at the easy difficulty, it shouldn't be this easy, right? How is it that killing these monsters for Li Chen is as simple as killing a chicken? Looking at everyone in the light screen, they were all in disarray. Li Chen's performance in the secret realm had already attracted most of the audience's attention. After all, a summoner choosing nightmare difficulty is quite captivating. At first, everyone thought of Li Chen as just a show-off. A summoner choosing nightmare difficulty? What a joke! It was merely a way to attract attention because he felt hopeless about passing the college entrance examination, hoping to earn some interview fees from reporters. So most people were prepared to watch Li Chen fail the challenge and then continue to focus on the candidates they had been following. After all, a summoner wouldn't last more than a few seconds in a nightmare-level assessment. However, the subsequent developments left them utterly astonished. Is this really a summoner? This is nightmare-level difficulty. Look at what happened to another summoner, Li Yuhong, who also chose nightmare difficulty. He has just reached the Thunderbird and is in a very awkward position against the swift-moving creature, rolling, sliding, crawling on all fours, and then falling flat on his face. To deal with the Thunderbird, Li Yuhong is using every possible means. And Li Chen? Standing still, his 2 summoned beasts took care of all the Thunderbirds in less than 2 seconds. In comparison, Li Yuhong, who has a hidden profession, looks like a clown. Is this really the weakest combat profession, the summoner? Didn't they say that the summoned beasts are mostly not that strong? Why do I feel like this guy's summoned beasts are incredibly powerful? Be more confident, you're not wrong. This summoner named Li Chen is indeed extraordinarily strong. So what exactly are his summoned beasts? How can they kill nightmare-level monsters in an instant? I can't tell anymore. Is Li Chen too strong? Or did the assessment go wrong and send him to easy difficulty? Damn! Are summoners really this strong? I want to change my profession to summoner next year. Many people looked at those wanting to change to summoner with a dumbfounded expression. It is an absolute truth that summoners are weak. If someone is strong, there must be some special reason. Moreover, it is still unclear whether there was a problem with the assessment, and to want to change to summoner just like that is foolishness, isn't it? At this moment, on the Li family's side, Li Xiaoman and Yang Chuanhong's expressions had turned somewhat grim. Li Chen's performance was simply too outstanding. Even if he was mistakenly sent to easy difficulty, such a performance is still astonishing. And what if Li Chen wasn't sent incorrectly? What if he was indeed clearing the nightmare-level difficulty? Li Xiaoman and Yang Chunhong tightened their fists. They had always thought of Li Chen as a waste. Admitting Li Chen's excellence would be more painful than killing them. Li Mingda's face was also very dark. The higher Li Chen performed in the college entrance examination, the more uncomfortable Li Mingda felt. Doesn't this prove that signing that severance agreement was a mistake? Li Menghan looked at the light screen ahead, her heart filled with excitement. Indeed, Li Chen is not just acting on impulse, he has enough talent as a summoner. His mastery of the summoned beast's powers is very skilled. He must have practiced summoner techniques day and night. That's right, when Li Chen left home, his suitcase was open, and there were quite a few summoner's notes inside. It's a pity that none of us saw all this. We didn't see Li Chen's efforts, didn't see his talent, and didn't see his struggles. Tears sparkled in Li Menghan's eyes, not just from excitement, but more from regret. Regretfully, I didn't pay attention to Li Chen before. It wasn't until he left the Li family that I realized how much he was suffering. He had always worked so hard, yet still didn't receive the love of his family. At that moment, Li Chen's performance drew gasps from many second-year students. They had come to observe the third-year college entrance examination to gain some experience, but instead, they witnessed Li Chen swiftly slaying nightmare-level monsters. Wow! Senior Li Chen is incredible, right? That summoned beast is just too strong. It feels like the summoned beast is even stronger than hidden professions. The key is how cool he is. Standing still, the summoned beast resolves all the dangers ahead, forming a stark contrast with that Li Yuhong. Did you not see? Senior Li Chen's summoner skills are top-notch. the protection from those two white giant apes and the fluid control of the two attacking summoned beasts are just too impressive. Ugh, I can't take it anymore, get lost. Go have a fever somewhere else. Li Chen is from our school, so you guys keep your claws to yourselves. The second-year students didn't have as much prejudice against summoners as others, so their perception of Li Chen changed the fastest. Li Chen's performance completely shattered their stereotypes about summoners. The thrill of instantly killing monsters was simply too exhilarating. Even at a simple difficulty, such speed was enough to shock people. Moreover, the fact that the examiner hadn't spoken for so long was enough to prove that the difficulty Li Chen was facing was indeed nightmare level. Having such speed at nightmare level difficulty was simply exaggerated. I had already noticed that Senior Li Chen was extraordinary. Choosing nightmare difficulty as a summoner indicates what? It shows that Senior Li Chen has absolute confidence. Yeah, Senior Li Chen's performance is just too impressive. It's like the yin and yang cutting through dawn and dusk, a true prodigy. I wonder if Senior Li Chen can successfully clear the level. Nightmare level difficulty is still too tough, and the final boss will definitely be very strong. Almost everyone's gaze was fixed on Li Chen's light screen, eagerly anticipating his performance. If Li Chen could clear the nightmare level difficulty as a summoner, it would be a historic achievement. After all, even the summoner who summoned a giant dragon initially chose the simple difficulty for stability during the college entrance examination. At that moment, many began discussing the strength of Li Chen's summoned beasts. Senior Li Chen's summoned beasts are way stronger than what we know. Do you know why? What else could it be? It must be because Senior Li Chen's summoner talent is too high. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even if a summoner's talent is high, it shouldn't result in summoned beasts being this strong, and Li Chen doesn't just have one strong summoned beast, two of them are extremely powerful. Although they had accepted the fact that Li Chen's summoned beasts were incredibly strong, everyone still couldn't understand why. Even if a summoner's talent was strong, it shouldn't reach this level, right? Soon, a voice rang out, capturing everyone's attention. I know! Summoners have a forbidden technique called talent sacrifice, which allows them to sacrifice their own talent to summon powerful beasts. Yes, it must be that. Talent sacrifice? Hearing this voice, everyone fell into contemplation. Summoners indeed have such a forbidden technique, draining all their summoning potential to summon powerful beasts. The more potential they drain, the stronger the summoned beasts they can call forth. However, the side effects of this forbidden technique are too severe. Once all summoning potential is drained, they won't be able to summon any decent beasts in the future, and may only be able to summon animals with almost no combat power. Yeah, to summon one or two powerful beasts by draining potential and cutting off future paths is too crazy, which is why this is classified as a forbidden technique for summoners. Thinking carefully, those two summoned beasts of Li Chen are indeed too strong. Could it be that he really used the forbidden technique of talent sacrifice? Many people began to discuss, and most started to lean towards the idea that Li Chen had used the forbidden technique of talent sacrifice. After all, having such a powerful summoning talent to summon such formidable beasts was simply astonishing. However, if it were the case that he had resorted to the forbidden technique of talent sacrifice, it would be much easier to accept. Hearing the discussions around her, Li Xiaoman's eyes suddenly lit up. What they said makes sense. This Li Chen must have used the forbidden technique of talent sacrifice to obtain those two powerful summoned beasts. To show off here and block his own future path, that's just incredibly foolish, she thought. It was absolutely impossible for her to accept that Li Chen was strong in summoning talent, so when the rumors of him using the forbidden technique of talent sacrifice emerged, she immediately affirmed them. Yang Chunham also spoke up. This Li Chen has such a strong sense of revenge. To prove that leaving the Li family was not a mistake, he directly chose to use the forbidden technique. With this kind of mentality, it's a good thing he left, otherwise, who knows what he would do. Li Mingda snorted coldly. I knew this waste would achieve nothing and only bring disaster, trading away his future for a moment of pleasure. Truly short-sighted. Li Tianlan's brows also furrowed slightly. Li Chen's two summoned beasts were indeed too powerful. If it were due to summoning talent, how strong would Li Chen's summoning talent have to be? In comparison, the idea of Li Chen using the forbidden technique of talent sacrifice made Li Tianlan more convinced. After all, she was aware of the conflict between Li Chen and the family, and he had the motive to do so. However, if that were the case, it would greatly disappoint her. Because to self-destruct one's future out of a moment of impulse was the kind of person Li Tianlan despised the most. Meanwhile, Li Menghan, listening to the conversations around her, showed a hint of dissatisfaction on her face. How could Li Chen possibly use the forbidden technique of talent sacrifice? Li Menghan absolutely would not believe it. After several encounters and having looked through Li Chen's diary, she believed she had a certain understanding of him. He would never be the kind of person to self-destruct his future out of a moment of impulse. As for Li Xiaoman and her mother saying that Li Chen used the forbidden technique of talent sacrifice to prove himself to the Li family, that was even more ridiculous. Li Chen was already extremely disappointed with the Li family. How could he possibly use such a forbidden technique to prove anything? At this moment, deep within the Thunder Abyss, Li Chen had already ventured deep into the chasm. The environment here had become even harsher, with bolts of thunder striking down intermittently. Although the damage from this thunder power was not very high, being hit would cause a brief paralysis, which was quite unpleasant. Ahead, new monsters also emerged. Thunder Cavalry, rank, Commander, 4 stars, level 6, strength 160, constitution 120, agility 150, spirit 120, talent, skills, description, cavalry formed from the power of thunder, possessing strong thunder impact capabilities. The newly appeared monsters were completely condensed from thunder power, taking the form of cavalry. This thunder cavalry had a rank of only 4 stars and a level of just 6. With combat power far inferior to the previous Thunder Dragon Horse. However, a serious expression appeared on Li Chen's face. The number of Thunder Cavalry ahead was simply too many. Dense and numerous, at a glance, there were at least 100. With so many Thunder Cavalry charging together, their lethality would definitely surpass that of the Thunder Dragon Horse. Moreover, these Thunder Cavalry were entirely condensed from Thunder power, so they likely had a high resistance to Thunder power. The Nine Heavens Thunder Paste of the Kuei Dragon would probably have little effect. Rumble! The Thunder Cavalry ahead instantly launched an attack, charging directly towards Li Chen. Li Chen did not hesitate and immediately summoned Kuei Long and Swan Ni back to his side. Facing these Thunder Cavalry, it was prudent to focus on defense. With the experience from his past life, Li Chen could be called a master summoner, fully aware of strategies for various environments. He quickly adjusted their positions, placing Xuanwu at the forefront. Although Xuanwu was not at a high level, its defensive power was extremely strong, surpassing that of Kuei Long and Swan Ni. Even though Kuei Long had immunity to lightning magic, it still could not withstand as much as Xuanwu. Behind Xuanwu, Kuei Long opened its mouth and sprayed out the Nine Heavens Thunder Liquid. Although the effect of the Nine Heavens Thunder Liquid might not be very good, it still had some impact. The Thunder Cavalry charged through the area covered by the Nine Heavens Thunder Liquid, and the thunderous power on them dissipated only slightly, with no signs of stiffness appearing. Then, the dense thunderous power struck down directly onto the Thunder Cavalry in front. Kuei Long unleashed its thunderous might. This time, Li Chen chose to manipulate Kuei Long to scatter the thunderous might. The thunderous power that struck the 6 Thunder Cavalry dissipated instantly, and their aura weakened significantly. Following that, Li Chen commanded Swan Ni to move. Swan Ni's figure appeared behind one of the Thunder Cavalry that had been struck by the thunderous might, and with a swipe of its claws, it killed it instantly. Then, Swan Ni vanished and reappeared behind another Thunder Cavalry that had been hit by the thunderous might. In this way, Swan Ni quickly killed 6 weakened Thunder Cavalry, and the splatter of energy rapidly spread, covering 6 areas. The Thunder Cavalry within were directly killed by the damage from the splatter. This was the reason Li Chen had Kuei Long scatter the thunderous might. It was also the art of commanding a summoner. A summoner was not merely someone who summoned beasts to fight. Various combat commands and even logistics had to be considered, much like a conductor of war. After a series of commanding actions from Li Chen, there were hardly any Thunder Cavalry left. After flashing a few times, Swan Ni completely wiped out the remaining Thunder Cavalry. The light on Xuanwu flickered, and it leveled up 5 times. Swan Ni and Kuei Long also reached level 10. At that moment, the Shan Haishan Mo Lu suddenly unfolded before him. A phantom script appeared on it. Both divine beasts have reached level 10, gaining a special summoning opportunity. Special summon, spend 50 years of lifespan to summon a random artifact. Special summon? Li Chen raised an eyebrow, and a look of wild joy appeared on his face. It was known that summoning an artifact required at least 500 years of lifespan. Yet, the special summon only required 50 years. It was practically a discount. Li Chen checked and found that after killing these Thunder Cavalry, his lifespan had reached 65 years. If it weren't for being in the secret realm, this number would be higher. Without hesitation, Li Chen chose to proceed with the special summon. 50 years of lifespan was instantly sacrificed, and several artifact phantoms began to appear before Li Chen, spinning rapidly. Soon, one artifact phantom stopped in front of him. It was a pitch-black scythe. Yinming Soul Scythe, rank, artifact, level 1, effect, condenses the power of the underworld, enhancing all summoned beasts and oneself, increasing attack by 30%, and attacks inflict an additional 20% soul damage, lasting 5 minutes. with a cooldown of 10 hours, upgrading level can increase duration and reduce cooldown. Passive effect: after killing an enemy, soul fragments can be obtained. 100 soul fragments can be condensed into a soul crystal. Note: consuming one soul crystal can double the effect of the Yinming soul scythe and double its duration. Description: an artifact from the underworld in the 3000 Great Worlds, containing powerful underworld power that can damage souls. The artifact, Yinming soul scythe. Li Chen looked at the pitch-black scythe shadow in front of him, a hint of joy appearing on his face. The ability of this nether soul scythe was very strong, capable of directly enhancing himself and all summoned beasts, increasing their attack by 30%. Moreover, it could also inflict an additional 20% soul damage. It should be noted that soul damage is extremely difficult to defend against. Without appropriate defensive measures, it is essentially equivalent to real damage. Furthermore, one aspect that makes it even more formidable than real damage is that inflicting damage on the soul can potentially leave irreversible injuries. Li Chen chose not to take out the nether soul scythe directly but instead left it in the summoning space, planning to retrieve it when needed. I can't waste any more time, I need to speed up the clearing process. Although he had the Swan and I and Kuei Long with him, Li Chen still felt quite nervous. After all, the shorter the clearing time, the higher the points earned. Li Chen wanted to sprint for the rankings, so naturally, he needed to accelerate the clearing speed. With the Xuanwu by his side, Li Chen felt much braver. He sat directly on the Xuanwu and commanded it to move quickly, with the Swan and I and Kuei Long clearing the way ahead. Soon, a number of thunder magic creatures surged forth again. These thunder magic creatures were all 4-star, with levels between 6 and 8. Their combat power was not very strong, but they were numerous. Li Chen did not stop and pushed through directly. Kuei Long and Swan and I struck one after another, slaying large groups of thunder magic creatures, allowing the Xuanwu to maintain its speed without any pause. Li Chen also noticed that after summoning the nether soul scythe, when slaying magic creatures, soul fragments would appear as rewards. Soul fragments, 40/100. In just a short while, he had already collected 40 soul fragments. As long as he gathered 100 soul fragments, they could coalesce into a soul crystal, which, when used, would significantly enhance the effect of the nether soul scythe. Meanwhile, everyone in the viewing platform watched Li Chen's performance on the light screen, all appearing calm. No way! Is this really a nightmare level difficulty? How can this guy Li Chen be so fierce? Yeah, this is a bit exaggerated, right? Even on easy difficulty, the magic creatures inside shouldn't be slaughtered like chickens so easily, right? Ridiculous. This is simply outrageous. Are you telling me this is the weakest battle profession, the summoner? Look at that Li Yuhong next to him, still a hidden profession, and they've only just passed the Thunder Serpent area. This guy can't be cheating with the examiner, can he? I heard he's the young master of the Li family. There must be some trickery involved. Investigate. It must be thoroughly checked. Although Li Chen had previously cleared magic creatures quickly, now it seemed too exaggerated. So many magic creatures didn't even make this guy pause for a moment. This was a bit too much, right? Even if he used the forbidden technique of talent sacrifice, such performance was still hard for everyone to believe. On the Li family's side, Li Xiaoman and Yang Chunhong also looked quite grim. They could only comfort themselves with thoughts like, he must have used the forbidden technique of talent sacrifice and this is overexploitation. Li Chen is a fool. However, Li Menghan was becoming increasingly excited. Given the current area, Li Chen was very likely to challenge for the national first place, even breaking the previous college entrance examination clearance record. Then, as Li Menghan listened to her mother and third sister's words, a hint of dimness flashed in her eyes. This glory originally belonged to the Li family, but now. Meanwhile, in the Thunder Abyss, Li Chen continued forward, constantly slaying the surrounding thunder magic creatures, and the soul fragments kept accumulating. Soon, the soul fragments reached 100. Li Chen chose to fuse them, and a dark-colored soul crystal appeared in the summoning space. Just at that moment, a large number of thunder magic creatures appeared ahead once again. Thunder Cavalry rank, Commander, 4 stars, level, 10 strength, 200, Constitution, 180, Agility, 180, Spirit, 120 talent, Skills, Description, Cavalry transformed from the power of thunder, possessing a powerful thunder impact ability. Thunder Commander rank, Leader, 5 stars, level, 10 strength, 280, Constitution, 220, Agility, 200, Spirit, 180 talent, Skills, Description, Thunder Commander transformed from the power of thunder, possessing immense thunder power and extremely strong combat ability. A large number of Thunder Cavalry appeared, all at level 10, significantly stronger than the previous Thunder Cavalry. Moreover, in front of these Thunder Cavalry, several Thunder Commanders emerged. They were all 5 stars and level 10, bringing a tremendous sense of pressure upon their arrival. Li Chen's gaze flickered. he knew that they had likely reached the rear of the Thunder Abyss. If they advanced a bit further, they would probably clear the Thunder Abyss. Without hesitation, Li Chen summoned the Soul Scythe from the summoning space. Holding the Soul Scythe, Li Chen instantly felt a sensation of soul clarity permeate his entire body. He immediately activated the artifact effect of the Soul Scythe and utilized the recently condensed soul crystals. A trace of ghostly color emerged from the Soul Scythe, quickly covering the entire blade. Subsequently, this ghostly color rapidly spread out from the blade, directly enveloping Li Chen and the Swan and I. Li Chen did not hesitate to use the soul crystals. After all, accelerating the clearing speed was the most important thing now. The college entrance examination rankings had rewards, and using soul crystals to gain more points for higher rewards was naturally the best choice. As the artifact effect of the Soul Scythe activated, Li Chen instantly felt a special power enveloping him. He could clearly sense the increase in strength. The Swan and I, Kuei Long, and Xianwu were also enveloped in a layer of ghostly color, their auras surging instantly. Facing the large number of Thunder Cavalry and Thunder Commanders ahead, Kuei Long opened its mouth and unleashed the Nine Heavens Thunder Juice, instantly covering the front area. Against the numerous enemies, Kuei Long's Nine Heavens Thunder Juice was extremely effective. Then, Li Chen commanded Kuei Long to unleash the Thunder Strike towards the Thunder Cavalry in the middle. Following that, under Li Chen's command, the Swan and I charged forward rapidly into the midst of the Thunder Cavalry. The Thunder Commanders ahead clearly possessed intelligence. Upon seeing Li Chen's actions, they immediately responded. Several Thunder Commanders moved to intercept the Swan and I. Li Chen did not hesitate and instantly had Kuei Long use the Kuei Long Thunder Shadow. Skill: Kuei Long Thunder Shadow summons 5 Kuei Long Phantoms to charge in all directions, dealing 200% damage to colliding enemies, with a 50% chance to inflict paralysis. Leveling up can increase the chance of paralysis. 5 Kuei Long Phantoms instantly appeared, charging towards the Thunder Commanders, and after colliding, they paralyzed several of them. However, the Thunder Commanders had high resistance to thunder, so the paralysis was only for a brief moment. But for the Swan and I, that was already enough. Surpassing these Thunder Commanders, the Swan and I appeared beside the Thunder Cavalry that had been struck by the Thunder Strike. With a swipe of its claws, the Swan and I instantly killed these Thunder Cavalry. The splatter of energy waves instantly radiated out, covering the surrounding Thunder Cavalry. However, these Thunder Cavalry were all level 10, with significantly high constitution, and were not instantly killed. These Thunder Cavalry quickly reacted and launched a rapid attack against the Swan and I. Numerous Thunder Cavalry attacked the Swan and I, as if trying to overwhelm it. Letting a summoned beast penetrate deep into enemy lines, facing such a multitude of enemies attacking, even if it had strong combat power, it would still be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. To anyone, this seemed like a foolish decision. Li Chen was well aware that even with the resistance to lightning, the Kuei Long could not withstand the siege of so many Thunder Cavalry. But the Swan and I could. Skill: Soul Concealment, passive skill. After killing an enemy, there is a 35% chance to enter a soul state for 30 seconds. In the soul state, immune to any physical attacks and 80% of magical damage, upgrading the level can increase the probability of entering the soul state. The Swan Ni's passive ability, Soul Concealment, allowed it to enter a soul state after killing an enemy, becoming immune to physical damage while also resisting 80% of magical damage. It could almost be considered invincible. Li Chen remembered that at the beginning, the Swan Ni's Soul Concealment had only a 30% chance, but now at level 10, it had increased to 35%. With Soul Concealment, the Swan and I could easily swim through the sea of Thunder Cavalry. Although the chance was only 35%, the Swan and I was quick to kill the Thunder Cavalry. Once the splash damage accumulated, the Thunder Cavalry would fall like cut chives, collapsing in an instant. Thus, everyone witnessed the Swan and I enduring the damage from numerous Thunder Cavalry while continuously killing the ones around it. The occasional splash damage caused the surrounding Thunder Cavalry to drop like flies. In just half a minute, the Swan and I had cleared all the Thunder Cavalry, leaving only a few Thunder leaders. Li Chen summoned the Swan and I back to his side. Despite having Soul Concealment, these Thunder Cavalry possessed lightning-based magical damage capabilities, and the Swan and I had still taken some damage, with its fur singed in several places. After some thought, Li Chen directly summoned the Swan and I back to the summoning space to rest, as the remaining Thunder leaders were manageable for the Kuei Long. The Kuei Long had magic immunity and lightning immunity, a double layer of protection, meaning the damage from the Thunder leaders was limited. Moreover, the Kuei Long's domain had a healing effect, allowing it to face these Thunder leaders without taking any damage. With a series of thunderous roars, the Kuei Long took only a minute to eliminate all the Thunder leaders ahead. Li Chen's gaze flickered slightly. He had used the Soul Scythe of the Underworld and still took 2 minutes to pass this level. If it were someone else, their speed would likely be even slower. Truly a challenge of abyss-level difficulty. Li Chen continued forward, regretting that the magical creatures in the secret realm could not be collected, otherwise, the rewards would have been substantial. Soon, Li Chen arrived at the deepest part of the Thunder Abyss. This was the final area of the college entrance examination assessment. Passing through it meant clearing the assessment. Ahead, the path had vanished, leaving only a massive cave flickering with the power of thunder. As Li Chen approached, a resounding dragon roar echoed from within the cave. Then, a gigantic figure shimmering with the power of thunder burst forth from the cave. The Thunder Dragon. Li Chen's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected the final boss to be the Thunder Dragon. This was a 6-star Lord-level magical creature. Although its potential was certainly not as high as the Kuei Long, it was estimated to have at least a potential of 15. Even in nightmare difficulty, encountering such a creature was quite unusual, right? He then checked the information on this Thunder Dragon. Thunder Dragon Phantom, rank, leader, 5 stars, potential, 15, level, 10, strength, 300, constitution, 260, agility, 220, spirit, 450, talent, skill, description. Thunder Dragon Phantom, possessing half the power of the Thunder Dragon's true form, is powerful, with its heart being its weak point. So it was a Thunder Dragon Phantom, not the true Thunder Dragon. That made sense. Even at nightmare level, the Thunder Dragon would be too difficult for examinees. However, even as a phantom, it was still quite powerful, even needing to provide a weakness for the examinees. Li Chen glanced at the effect of the divine artifact, the soul scythe of the underworld, which still had 2 minutes left. He couldn't afford to waste it. The Swanni was summoned again, charging towards the phantom of the Thunder Dragon first. This time, Li Chen instructed it to adopt a conservative attack strategy, prioritizing its own safety, as the Swanni lacked any recovery ability. During the assessment, it would protect the candidate's safety, but it would not safeguard the summoned beasts. The Kuei Long stood at the forefront, facing the lightning-type monster, still serving as the main force. A lightning mage had been forcibly turned into a battle mage by Li Chen. However, Kuei Long's abilities fully supported Li Chen's decision. Xuanwu remained by Li Chen's side for defense, which was absolutely non-negotiable. It was unwise to assume that the only enemy was the Thunder Dragon Phantom and send Xuanwu to take damage. If it were to be ambushed, everything would be over. Watching the Swanni charge forward, the Thunder Dragon Phantom quickly soared into the air, forming lightning spears around its body, which it shot rapidly towards the Swanni. Boom! The lightning spears struck the ground, instantly creating several large holes, with residual lightning power flickering in the pits, annihilating all life forces. The Swanni was still incredibly fast. Even the speed-focused lightning attacks were swiftly evaded by it. The Thunder Dragon Phantom could clearly sense the threat posed by the Swanni, elevating its body so that the Swanni could only stare up in frustration. There was no way around it. Although the Swanni could burst into the air with its explosive power, it couldn't reach a great height and was unable to touch the current position of the Thunder Dragon Phantom. However, soon, bolts of lightning began to fall from the sky, directly striking the Thunder Dragon Phantom. Kuei Long unleashed its thunderous might. The thunder struck down, accurately hitting the Lightning Phantom, visibly causing the Thunder Dragon Phantom to stiffen for a moment, and the surrounding lightning power dissipated somewhat. But after all, this was a Thunder Dragon. Although the Phantom had only half the strength of its true form, it shook its wings and quickly regained its mobility. Its gaze fell upon Kuei Long, and the Thunder Dragon Phantom roared in anger, clearly furious. However, the Thunder Dragon Phantom did not target Kuei Long. Its dragon eyes quickly locked onto Li Chen. Li Chen's heart tightened, and his brows furrowed slightly. As expected, this Thunder Dragon Phantom is quite intelligent. Although the attributes of the Thunder Dragon Phantom were high, it still seemed somewhat lacking compared to the Swanni and Kuei Long. In a direct confrontation, Li Chen felt that it would take no more than 2 minutes to eliminate this Lightning Phantom. Unfortunately, the opponent had locked its attack target onto him. Fortunately, he had summoned Xuanwu. Otherwise, Tu Zhuyan would definitely not be able to withstand this Thunder Dragon Phantom. The Thunder Dragon Phantom roared and charged directly towards Li Chen. Xuanwu immediately stood in front of Li Chen, gathering streams of water to form a water dragon that quickly met the Thunder Dragon Phantom. Skill: Fury breaks the wild waves, condenses water-type power to rapidly impact the enemy, dealing 150% damage, while the water-type power protects itself, increasing its own damage resistance by 10%. Watching the water dragon approach, the Thunder Dragon Phantom opened its mouth and spat out a lightning ball, shattering the water dragon. The broken water flowed back to Xuanwu, forming a water shield. At the same time, lightning spears coalesced and shot rapidly towards Li Chen. Li Chen stood still, unmoving, as Xuanwu directly blocked these lightning spears. Xuanwu's level had now reached level 6, significantly increasing its defense, and these lightning spears failed to harm Xuanwu in the slightest. Kuei Long gathered bolts of lightning power to bombard the Thunder Dragon Phantom, continuously depleting the lightning power surrounding it. The Thunder Dragon Phantom fixed its gaze on Li Chen and dove down towards him. Dense lightning power clung to its claws as it swiftly reached for Li Chen. It seemed that this Thunder Dragon Phantom wanted to end the battle quickly. If this strike landed, even with Xuanwu defending, with 50% of the damage borne by Xuanwu, Li Chen estimated he would either be dead or severely injured. Li Chen raised an eyebrow and directly ducked under Xuanwu. At this moment, Xuan and I also moved. It had been gathering strength, waiting for the moment when the phantom of the Thunder Dragon descended from the sky. The sharp claws of the Thunder Dragon Phantom first landed on the Xuanwu, directly breaking through the water flow shield, and then landed on the Xuanwu's shell. The power of thunder erupted, leaving white marks on the Xuanwu's shell, but it could not break through the Xuanwu's defense. Meanwhile, Xuan and I approached the Thunder Dragon Phantom, and a cold light instantly fell upon it. Skill, charged strike, gather power, rush out quickly, and deliver a fatal blow, causing 300% of one's own damage. Xuan Ni's damage was already quite high, and with 3 times the damage, combined with the effect of the soul scythe of the underworld, it directly broke through the thunderous power surrounding the Thunder Dragon Phantom. Subsequently, Xuan Ni's attack struck the physical body of the Thunder Dragon Phantom, causing it to cry out in pain, its body trembling, nearly collapsing to the ground. After all, the Thunder Dragon Phantom was a 5-star monster with a qualification of 15, and its defense was quite high. However, with the enhancement of the soul scythe of the underworld, Xuan Ni's attack carried soul damage. The damage to the soul was not only more lethal but also brought pain that could directly affect the combat state. The Thunder Dragon Phantom quickly flapped its wings, elevating its body into the air, slowly stabilizing itself. Bolts of thunder continued to strike down rapidly towards the Thunder Dragon Phantom. The Kuei Long beside it was also attacking incessantly. A large amount of thunderous power erupted from the Thunder Dragon Phantom's body, enveloping it to resist the falling thunder. The Thunder Dragon Phantom's eyes, filled with resentment, fell upon Xuan and I, then quickly shifted to Li Chen, who was hiding beneath the Xuanwu. It was highly intelligent and knew that dealing with Xuan and I was not wise. Although that last strike had caused it immense pain, it perhaps sensed the threat from Xuan and I and Kuei Long. If it continued to delay, it might not survive, so the Thunder Dragon Phantom quickly took action. It dove down again, its body enveloped in thunderous power, like a lightning arrow shooting out. It quickly reached the Xuanwu's side, swinging its sharp claws to directly knock the Xuanwu away. Although the Thunder Dragon Phantom could not break through the Xuanwu's defense, it could still push it back. Then, the Thunder Dragon Phantom's gaze fell upon Li Chen, a hint of mockery flashing in its eyes. As if to say, without this shell, you little ant would be easily crushed. Li Chen, holding the soul scythe of the underworld, looked calmly at the Thunder Dragon Phantom. In the next moment, Xuan Ni's figure rushed over, pouncing towards the Thunder Dragon Phantom. A glint of determination flashed in the Thunder Dragon Phantom's eyes as it gathered all its thunderous power at the spot where Xuan and I was charging. Then, the Thunder Dragon Phantom opened its mouth and bit down at Li Chen. As long as it killed this summoner, all crises would be resolved. Boom! Xuan Ni's attack landed first on the Thunder Dragon Phantom, breaking through the dense thunderous power, and the attack struck the Thunder Dragon Phantom. The soul damage from the soul scythe of the underworld caused the Thunder Dragon Phantom's body to tremble violently, but it still bit down at Li Chen. A cold light flashed in Li Chen's eyes as he gripped the soul scythe of the underworld tightly. Just what I was waiting for. The active effect of the Xuanwu's defense instantly activated, and the phantom of the Xuanwu appeared, enveloping Li Chen's entire body. Crack! The Thunder Dragon Phantom bit down, directly hitting the Xuanwu Phantom, producing a crisp sound. A large tooth flew out from the Thunder Dragon Phantom's mouth, and not far away, the Xuanwu let out a sharp sound, with several tooth marks appearing on its shell. All the damage was borne by the Xuanwu. Seizing the opportunity, Li Chen swung the soul scythe of the underworld, striking fiercely at the heart of the Thunder Dragon Phantom. The soul scythe of the underworld itself also possessed considerable attack power, and as a divine weapon, breaking through the Thunder Dragon Phantom's defense was not a problem. The body was torn apart, and the soul scythe in Li Chen's hand struck directly at the heart of the Thunder Dragon's Phantom. A piercing dragon's roar echoed from the Thunder Dragon's mouth, and its body trembled violently. The excruciating pain from deep within its soul made it quickly release its grip, flapping its wings in an attempt to escape. The damage from the soul scythe was still quite high, especially the soul damage. Li Chen even suspected that the soul scythe had more soul damage bonuses than he realized. Watching the Thunder Dragon's Phantom try to flee, Li Chen sneered. Not far away, the Kuei Long let out a bellow, and phantoms instantly appeared, charging directly at the Thunder Dragon's Phantom. At this moment, the Thunder Dragon's Phantom was no longer surrounded by much thunder power, and the impact from the Kuei Long's Thunder Shadow had an immediate effect, causing the Thunder Dragon's phantom to become rigid. A figure materialized in front of the Thunder Dragon's phantom, its sharp claws swiftly aimed at the gaping wound in its heart. A more anguished scream erupted, and the figure of the Swan Ni landed on the ground, followed by the Thunder Dragon's phantom crashing heavily to the ground, completely silent. The Thunder Dragon's phantom was utterly slain. Li Chen relaxed his body, his tense expression easing. Although he had the protection of the Xuanwu, facing the direct attack of the Thunder Dragon's phantom still made Li Chen extremely nervous. In such high-intensity combat, Li Chen had been on edge, controlling the Swan Ni and Kuei Long to attack continuously, which consumed a lot of mental energy. Retrieving the soul scythe back into the summoning space, Li Chen's gaze fell ahead. A light gate had appeared there. As long as he passed through, he could be teleported back to the gymnasium. At that moment, beside the light gate, a line of text emerged. Candidate, Li Chen, status, clearance successful, clearance difficulty, nightmare level, clearance time, 15 minutes and 21 seconds. In the viewing platform, everyone stared at the light screen showing Li Chen's results and the clearance time. The entire venue fell silent. After a while, someone finally reacted, trembling fingers pointing at the light screen, their voice shaking. I can't be seeing this wrong, right? 15 minutes and 21 seconds. Cleared the nightmare level difficulty? This is too exaggerated, right? Even the fastest in the easy difficulty is still battling the final boss, and Li Chen has already cleared the nightmare level difficulty? Yeah, when I saw that Thunder Dragon's phantom, I thought we were about to witness an exhilarating battle, but it ended so quickly. That Thunder Dragon's phantom was too weak, right? It's not that the Thunder Dragon's phantom is weak, but that Li Chen is too strong. Look at Li Yuhong, who also chose the nightmare level difficulty. He's still getting beaten by the Thunder Cavalry and the Thunder Commander. So cool. Is this what a summoner is like? No, this is what Senior Li Chen's summoner is like. Senior Li Chen, I want you to have my babies. Get lost. You shameless person, Senior Li Chen is mine. What? What's wrong with being a guy? Can't I do fencing? The noisy voices echoed, and even some teachers were astonished. Nightmare level difficulty. 15 minutes and 21 seconds. This clearance difficulty and speed must have broken records, right? I remember the fastest clearance time for nightmare level difficulty was around 30 minutes, right? Most importantly, Li Chen also killed all the monsters inside. The points for killing monsters, combined with the clearance speed points, Li Chen is probably at least in the top 10 nationwide. Be more confident. I feel that Li Chen is at least in the top 3 nationwide. Many teachers became excited, as having a student in the national top 10 would bring them glory. Especially the teachers from the 8th high school were even more thrilled. After all, Li Chen was a student of the 8th high school. The better his results, the more educational resources the 8th high school would receive next year. Their status as teachers would also rise accordingly. Listening to the voices around them, Li Xiaoman and Yang Chunhong felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. They never expected that Li Chen could clear the level so quickly. This was a nightmare level difficulty. Moreover, the examiner had not said anything for such a long time, which was enough to prove that Li Chen was indeed facing nightmare level difficulty, and not that he had been mistakenly teleported. Li Xiaoman tightened her fists, looking at the light screen ahead with a cold snort. It's just relying on that forbidden technique of talent sacrifice. His future achievements will stop here. Yang Chunhong also spoke up. Exactly, it's just good luck. A summoner, what use will he have later? He's not as good as Yu Hang's Windsword Master. Li Mingde remained silent and did not speak. Li Tianlan looked at Li Chen's light screen, her expression slightly changing, not knowing what she was thinking. Li Menghan, however, wore a smile, feeling quite gratified. Li Chen was even more outstanding than she had imagined. But soon, the smile on Li Menghan's face gradually faded. Such an excellent younger brother, yet they had previously turned a blind eye to him, even harboring deep resentment in their hearts. Just thinking about Li Chen's diary and the things he had suffered in the Li family made Li Menghan feel an immense heartache. At that moment, Li Chen stepped out of the light gate, his figure appearing in the center of the gymnasium amidst flickering light. All eyes turned to Li Chen, and the surroundings fell silent. Li Chen! Suddenly, with a shout, everyone began to call out his name. Li Chen! Li Chen! The examiner still had not said anything, which was enough to prove that Li Chen had cleared the nightmare level difficulty. A summoner clearing nightmare level difficulty at such speed, even if he used talent sacrifice, was enough to earn everyone's respect. Moreover, with Li Chen's results, it was certain he would be the top in Jiangnan province. The fact that their Tiannan city produced a provincial champion made everyone very happy and proud. Listening to the wave-like shouts around him, Li Chen was momentarily stunned. But soon he raised his chest, smiling as he welcomed the cheers. This was the first time he was remembered by so many people. and Li Chen believed this was just the beginning. He then walked towards his school's area. The cheers continued for a long time, only slowly dissipating after 5 minutes. Everyone's gaze fell on the remaining light screens, but they found it somewhat dull. After witnessing Li Chen's rapid clearance, the battles in the remaining light screens seemed like students fighting. Boring. Soon, several candidates were teleported out one after another, some having completed the level, others failing and being sent out. Most candidates immediately looked at their previous light screens, eager to see their results. Looking at the clearance times, some were excited, while others were disappointed. Half an hour after the college entrance examination began, another figure was teleported out. It was Li Yuhong. At this moment, he looked quite disheveled, with several wounds on his body, blood staining his armor red. Breathing heavily, a hint of fear flashed in Li Yuhong's eyes. To clear the level faster, he had taken risks and had almost been taken down by that Thunder Dragon's phantom. However, the result was good. He had cleared 5 minutes faster than expected. A beam of light fell on Li Yuhong, helping to heal his injuries, which was a treatment every candidate could enjoy from the priest. Li Yuhong ignored his wounds, his gaze fixed on his light screen. Candidate, Li Yuhong, status, clearance successful, clearance difficulty, nightmare level, clearance time, 35 minutes 30 seconds. Looking at his clearance time, a smile appeared at the corner of Li Yuhong's mouth, as if he was silently laughing. If he remembered correctly, the previous record for nightmare level clearance was 31 minutes, right? He was only 4 minutes slower. Slowly closing his eyes, Li Yuhong slightly spread his arms, waiting for the cheers around him. Although his result did not break the record, it was definitely the best in Tiannan City, and perhaps even in Jiangnan Province. Li Chen, this time, I will crush you directly into the ground. From now on, there will be no place for you in the eyes of my parents and sister. Everything in the Li family will belong to me. However, after a long while, Li Yuhong did not hear the expected cheers. He opened his eyes in confusion, looking around at the spectators, his body suddenly stiffening. The people in the stands were pointing at him, wearing mocking smiles, as if they were looking at a fool. Li Yuhong felt a bit dazed. Even if some people were jealous of his achievements, it shouldn't be that everyone was silent, right? At that moment, the murmurs around him began to reach his ears. Is this Li Yuhong an idiot? What does he want to do with his arms wide open? Fly freely? I'm dying of laughter. He can't really think he's handsome, can he? It's normal. He probably thinks his results are impressive and wants to show off. A frog at the bottom of a well, over 30 minutes, and he didn't even break the record. I don't know what he's pretending to be. Exactly, Li Chen's speed is twice his. I haven't seen him so arrogant. This guy is really a clown. Li Yuhong was stunned. What does it mean that he didn't break the record in over 30 minutes? That record has stood for years. It would be abnormal if he broke it, right? How is that being a frog at the bottom of a well? And what about Li Chen? His speed is twice his? How is that possible? Besides, Li Chen could only choose the easy difficulty, right? Even if he was lucky and a bit faster, isn't that normal? Are the audience's standards so low that they don't understand this? But then Li Yuhong realized something was off. Even if the audience didn't understand, his parents and sister should know, right? They should be the loudest in cheering, right? Why hadn't he heard a single sound? Li Yuhong looked towards the position of the Li family and soon saw that their gazes were fixed on a light screen in front of them. Confused, he followed their line of sight and was stunned when he saw the words on the screen. Nightmare level difficulty. Completion time only 15 minutes and 21 seconds. How is this possible? How could it be so fast? Then, Li Yuhong saw the name at the top. Li Chen? Li Yuhong's eyes suddenly narrowed, disbelief written all over his face. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could Li Chen, a useless summoner, have such results? Cheating. This guy must have cheated. Otherwise, how could he have such good results? Don't joke around. A summoner can clear nightmare level difficulty and still be this fast? Examiner. I report that someone is cheating. His results shouldn't count. After a brief moment of stiffness, Li Yuhong began to shout excitedly. If it were someone else, even with such good results, Li Yuhong wouldn't have lost his composure. Even if he wanted to express his disbelief, he would have been more moderate. But Li Chen's name deeply stimulated him. He originally thought he would crush Li Chen underfoot, but looking up, he found Li Chen was above him. This disparity was hard for Li Yuhong to accept, and he directly caused a scene. The people around him murmured, and the laughter grew louder. The examiner frowned and then waved for someone to take Li Yuhong away. It was only then that Li Yuhong realized what was happening, steadied his mind, and walked gloomily towards the position of the Li family. As he approached them, Li Yuhong adjusted his emotions, showing a hint of guilt on his face. Yuhong, you lost your composure. As soon as he got close, Li Mingda's voice came, clearly dissatisfied with Li Yuhong's earlier behavior. Li Yuhong lowered his head slightly, putting on a regretful expression. Father, I was wrong. I was just a bit incredulous to see a summoner clear it so quickly, so I got a little excited. Seeing it was my brother, I realized this is a good thing. I've said it for a long time, my brother must have his reasons for choosing to be a summoner. It seems he has quite a talent for this profession, Li Yuheng said. Hearing Li Yuheng's words, Li Xiaoman scoffed. What talent does he have? He just used the forbidden technique of talent sacrifice to summon 2 powerful summons. Yang Chunhong also snorted coldly, not taking the right path, not even choosing to help him as a spirit chef, insisting on using these underhanded methods. Now he's in the spotlight, but he'll have his share of tears later. Li Yuheng's heart stirred. He had just been puzzled about how Li Chen, a summoner, could clear such a nightmarish difficulty so quickly. It turned out he had used the forbidden technique of talent sacrifice. He had heard of this forbidden technique. Once used, the summoner would be rendered useless in the future, their talent sacrificed, and they would no longer be able to summon any decent beasts. Yet, even so, Li Yuheng's heart was still filled with hatred, gritting his teeth. If it weren't for Li Chen, he would be the center of attention. Even if Li Chen became useless in the future, the current glory was not what Li Yuheng wanted to see. He did not express his emotions but instead wore a worried expression, saying, "How could my brother think of using such a forbidden technique? Wouldn't that ruin him in the future?" Li Xiaoman laughed. He was already a waste. If he ruins himself, so be it. I say, his choice may not be wrong. At least he can enjoy some glory for now. Li Yuheng shook his head. What a pity. I thought my brother was just too talented as a summoner. If my brother hadn't used the forbidden technique of talent sacrifice, his future achievements would be limitless. When he returns to inherit the Li family, he would lead us further, Li Mingda said coldly. Yang Chunhong directly replied, he thinks he can lead the Li family further? If he inherits the Li family, it would be a blessing if he doesn't drag us down. Li Mingda also said coldly, acting impulsively without considering the consequences. How could someone like that inherit the Li family? I think we were too lenient with him in the past, letting him keep those bad habits from the orphanage. Seeing that a single sentence had drawn hatred towards Li Chen, Li Yuheng said no more and sat back down, his gaze fixed on the playback of Li Chen's light screen. He wanted to see what remarkable summon Li Chen had called forth using the forbidden technique of talent sacrifice. Beside him, Li Menghan could no longer hold back and spoke up. Mom, Dad, and Xiaoman, can you please not have such hostility towards Li Chen? After all, he is our family. Li Xiaoman, hearing this, replied unhappily, who is family with him? Does he deserve it? He should just stay in the orphanage as an orphan. Yang Chunhong also chimed in. It's not that we have such hostility towards him. It's just that Li Chen is too infuriating. Look at what he does. Is there anything he does that a person should do? Hasn't he severed ties with us? He was the one who chose not to be family with us. Li Mingda snorted coldly. Li Menghan looked anxious, just about to say something when Li Yuheng suddenly exclaimed softly, "Huh? Why is my brother's bull-like magical creature so strong in lightning power? By the way, Tianlan, Dad was going to give you a birthday gift, the Thunder Dragon's life core, which is a lightning treasure. I heard that summons can gain powerful lightning power after consuming it. I wonder if my brother's magical creature also consumed a lightning treasure like the Thunder Dragon's life core to have such strong lightning power." As Li Yuheng's words fell, the surroundings fell silent. Li Mingda's face darkened, lost in thought. Li Tianlan was also taken aback, completely not expecting Li Yuheng to say that. Li Xiaoman suddenly realized, so that's how it is. I thought, how could Li Chen be so strong? He must have stolen the Thunder Dragon's life core that Dad wanted to give to the eldest sister and fed it to his magical creature. Otherwise, how could his magical creature possibly have such strong thunder power? I wondered why he wanted to distance himself from the Li family. It turns out he stole something and was afraid of being caught, so he made an excuse to leave. Li Yuheng looked as if he had misspoken and said, "Third sister, I was wrong. I was just a bit curious. I absolutely didn't mean to imply that brother stole the Thunder Dragon's core. This must be a coincidence. Brother's summoned beast might just be a strong lightning-type beast." Yang Chunhong snorted coldly, sarcastically saying, that summoned beast is just like a cow. How could it possibly be related to a lightning-type summoned beast? I said it. Generally speaking, talent sacrifices are one time only. Being able to summon a relatively strong beast is already impressive. How could he have two? So one was summoned using the forbidden technique of talent sacrifice, while the other was fed with the stolen Thunder Dragon's core. Li Mingda, look at this. This is your good son. Li Mingda's expression darkened further as he said in a deep voice, I will get to the bottom of this. If the Thunder Dragon's core was indeed stolen by him, I will not spare him. A glimmer of delight flashed in Li Yuheng's eyes, and then his gaze fell on Li Chen's light screen, his hands clenched tightly. Just wait, I won't let you off easy. this time you stole my thunder, I will make you pay double. Li Yuhong's heart surged with dark thoughts as he began to contemplate actions against Li Chen. Meanwhile, on Li Chen's side, upon returning to the school viewing platform, he was met with a warm welcome. After finally getting back to his position, Li Chen slowly closed his eyes, quietly waiting for the end of the college entrance examination assessment. This assessment was not only for the college entrance exam but also for the promotion assessment. Once completed, he would be able to break through his rank and continue leveling up based on the assessment results. Moreover, depending on the performance in the assessment, those who completed it would gain new abilities. Li Chen was very much looking forward to what kind of abilities he would acquire after the assessment, especially since he had the record of the gods and demons of the mountains and seas, which set him apart from ordinary summoners. Soon, after another hour passed, all the candidates were teleported out, marking the official end of the assessment. At the moment of conclusion, beams of light shot out from the secret mirror, quickly flying towards all the candidates who passed the assessment, enveloping their bodies. Li Chen understood that this was the settlement of the assessment's conclusion. All candidates who passed would gain brand new abilities. As the light merged with him, Li Chen first felt the changes in his body, with all 4 basic attributes significantly enhanced. As the light dissipated, the record of the gods and demons of the mountains and seas slowly opened before Li Chen, and a line of text appeared in front of him. In light of your outstanding performance in the promotion assessment, you have gained a new ability, Divine Beast Link, rank, Immortal, effect, you can choose any divine beast to link with. After linking, you will gain all skills and attributes of this divine beast, and when this divine beast levels up, you will receive a corresponding boost. Note, once you choose a linked divine beast, you cannot change it. Note, linking with a divine beast will not have any negative effects on that divine beast. Note, you can only link one divine beast every 10 levels. Linking multiple divine beasts allows you to choose to gain all skills and attributes of all linked divine beasts. Staring at the text that appeared before him, Li Chen was momentarily stunned. Then, his excited body began to tremble. He knew that his performance in this promotion assessment was impressive, and the ability he would gain should be good, but he never expected to receive such an incredible ability. Divine Beast Link. Choose any divine beast, and after linking, you can gain all its skills and attributes. This is simply too overpowered. It's like turning himself into a humanoid divine beast. The most important part is that not only can he link with one divine beast, but every 10 levels he can link with another. Li Chen could envision how powerful he would become as his level continued to rise, gathering multiple divine beast skills and attributes into one. If someone still treats him as a summoner for a beheading operation at that time, it would end very badly. Li Chen quickly began to think about the first divine beast he wanted to connect with. The Kuei Long was the first to be ruled out. Li Chen's primary concern was his own safety. Although the Kuei Long had powerful abilities, it lacked mobility and its defense was not very strong, which did not significantly enhance his safety. After much thought, Li Chen decided to connect with the Swan Ni. Although the Xianwu had extremely high defense, its attack power was the weakest among the 3 divine beasts. Moreover, with the Xianwu guarding him, there was no need to connect with it. The Swan Ni had strong mobility and high attack power, which was exactly what Li Chen needed at the moment. After all, sometimes running is the best means of defense. Even the Xianwu's high defense could not withstand sustained high-intensity attacks. Once he made his decision, Li Chen did not hesitate and directly chose to connect with the Swan Ni. In the summoning space, the Swan Ni let out a roar, and then a phantom emerged from its body, quickly merging into Li Chen's body. In an instant, Li Chen felt his strength rapidly increasing. This enhancement was several times greater than that brought by leveling up. It was an exponential increase. Soon, this feeling disappeared, and Li Chen clenched his fist, feeling that he could now easily crush the Thunder Cavalryman with a single punch. Li Chen eagerly checked his attributes. Name, Li Chen. Occupation, Summoner of Mountain and Sea Divine Beasts. Level, 10 Summoned Beasts, Zhuyan, Swan Ni, Kuei Long, Xianwu. Base Attributes: Strength, 732, Constitution, 700, Agility, 738, Spirit, 725. Lifespan, 10 years. Monster Lifespan, 21 years. Skills, Charged Strike, Splash Erasure. Looking at his attributes, Li Chen could no longer suppress the smile on his face. The 4 base attributes of the level 10 Swan Ni, combined with his own 4 base attributes, pushed his current 4 base attributes directly over 700. Even a hidden class at level 20 probably wouldn't have base attributes as high as his now. Moreover, he also had all the skills of the Swan Ni. Li Chen now equated to having both the summoner and top assassin professions, and he was a top-tier assassin with 4 base attributes that were off the charts. At that moment, the examiner began to set up a brand new light screen in the center below. The light screen displayed the rankings for this entrance exam and promotion assessment. Naturally, the first place was Li Chen. Below him was Li Yuhong, who also chose the nightmare level difficulty. Li Chen's total score was 18,000 points, while Li Yuhang's total score was only 8,500 points. The two were more than a full point apart. Looking at the final rankings, everyone was taken aback. They knew Li Chen had performed well, but they didn't expect him to score as high as 18,000. The previous highest record barely exceeded 10,000 points. However, considering Li Chen's earlier performance in the Secret Realm, 18,000 points didn't seem unreasonable. 18,000 points, this Li Chen is definitely the top in Tiannan City, and I estimate that no other city in Jiangnan Province will have a higher score than him. We have produced a provincial champion. Be a bit more confident. I estimate that with Li Chen's score, being first in the nation is not a problem. The first place Li Chen and the second place Li Yuhang both come from the Li family. It seems the Li family is full of talent and is about to take off again. With Li Chen and Li Yuhang ranking first and second, it naturally sparked a lot of discussion, especially since both were from the wealthy Li family. One was the long-lost biological son who had been found, and the other was raised from childhood, making their topic of discussion quite intense. Many rumors began to circulate among the crowd. It was foreseeable that in the coming period, Li Chen and the Li family would be the headlines of major news outlets. The people from the Li family began to gather as many friends who knew the Li family came over to congratulate Li Mingde and Yang Chunhong, praising that the Li family had produced two outstanding individuals. However, both Li Mingde and Yang Chunhong had somewhat strange expressions on their faces, as the person they praised the most, Li Chen, had already severed ties with them. But how could such family shame be aired publicly? They could only keep deflecting the crowd's attention. Meanwhile, the more Li Yuhan listened to the praises for Li Chen, the angrier he became. This should have been his glory, but it had been taken away by Li Chen. Li Chen looked at the rankings in the venue and let out a sigh of relief. Whether it was to enhance his strength or to purchase weapons and equipment, it all required financial resources, and the college entrance examination was an opportunity to acquire those resources. The higher the ranking, the more rewards he would receive later. For the next period, Li Chen wouldn't have to worry about resources. Moreover, with his results, he should be able to enter a university, which was the best path for development. After the college entrance examination, Li Chen returned to his rented room. Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan also came over to congratulate Li Chen. Both of their results were good, although not dazzling. Entering a university shouldn't be a major issue. The three of them had a meal together, and Li Chen and Zhang Wei drank a bit of alcohol. When they returned to the rented room, Li Chen fell asleep immediately. He had consumed a lot of mental and physical energy that day, and after drinking some alcohol, he slept very soundly. The next day, Li Chen was awakened by Zhang Wei shaking him. Opening his eyes, Li Chen realized it was already afternoon. "Li Chen, wake up quickly, Yuhan is in trouble." Hearing Zhang Wei's anxious words, Li Chen instantly became alert and sat up from the bed. "What happened? What trouble is Yuhan in?" Li Chen asked Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei replied anxiously, "I don't know yet, but the city patrol informed me that they found a seriously injured woman outside the city, suspected to be Yuhan, and they want me to go identify her." Seriously injured? Li Chen immediately got up and quickly headed outside the city with Zhang Wei. Upon arriving outside the eastern city gate, Li Chen and Zhang Wei quickly found Shi Yuhan. A team from the city patrol had already cordoned off the area, and a priest from the team was treating Shi Yuhan. Seeing Shi Yuhan lying on the ground, Li Chen's eyes widened in shock. At that moment, Shi Yuhan was covered in blood, her injuries severe, and she had fallen unconscious. These were clearly not wounds from magical creatures but were inflicted by humans. What on earth happened? How did she end up like this? Li Chen and Zhang Wei looked at Shi Yuhan's injuries, filled with rage. A patrol officer approached and said, "This woman was attacked outside the city, not within the city's protective range. However, since the attack occurred near the city, another team has gone to investigate. You must be her acquaintances, right? Her injuries are quite serious, and our team's priest can only stabilize her vital signs. She needs to be transferred to a medical facility in the city for treatment. Given her injuries, it will likely cost a lot. You should discuss whether to continue treatment." The patrol officer's tone was very flat. He had seen such situations many times. The costs at the medical facility were not small, and the person didn't seem to be wealthy, so the chances of them giving up were high. "Continue treatment, get her the best medical facility," Li Chen said without hesitation. With his results, the rewards he would receive would definitely be substantial enough to cover Shi Yuhan's medical expenses. The patrol officer was surprised by his words but then nodded. "First, pay a deposit of 100,000. Hearing this, Li Chen replied, "Can I owe it for now? I can make up for it in a few days." The rewards from the college entrance examination would take some time to be distributed. Even the fastest school rewards would require 2 days after the national rankings were confirmed to be received. Where could Li Chen find 100,000 right now? The patrol officer frowned. If you don't have the money, even if we take her to the medical facility, they won't provide treatment. At that moment, a voice came from ahead. First, take her to the medical station, I'll cover the costs for now. Li Chen raised an eyebrow and looked up to see Li Menghan approaching with her team. He hadn't expected the exploring team to be Li Menghan's. Li Chen frowned slightly as he looked at her. Li Menghan said to Li Chen, "This is your friend, right? Saving her is the priority, you can pay me back later." She had come to understand Li Chen to some extent and knew he absolutely didn't want to owe the Li family any favors, so she spoke up first. Li Chen glanced at Shi Yuhan and said to Li Menghan, "Thank you." Although he didn't want to get involved with the Li family, he still needed to remember this favor. A smile appeared on Li Menghan's face, and she felt quite happy. During this time, she had been surrounded by guilt towards Li Chen, and now being able to help him made her very pleased. Shi Yuhan was quickly taken away, and Li Chen felt a bit worried. She was injured so severely this time, and he didn't know how long it would take for her to recover. At the same time, a surge of anger welled up in Li Chen. Jiang Wei and Shi Yuhan were his only two friends, and he regarded them as family. Now that one of them was in this state, how could he not be furious? "Have you found any clues? Who attacked her?" Li Chen asked Li Menghan, his tone much softer. Li Menghan naturally noticed the change in his tone, and her smile grew more pronounced. However, she soon restrained her smile, looking at Li Chen with a serious expression. "Li Chen, I was just about to talk to you about this. I will do my utmost to help with your friend's treatment. Given her injuries, she should be able to recover in about half a month. As for the culprit, I advise you not to pursue it any further, it won't do you any good." Hearing Li Menghan's words, Li Chen's brows furrowed tightly, and anger surfaced on his face. "My friend has been hurt like this, and you're telling me not to investigate?" Li Menghan hurriedly replied, "I'm saying this for your own good. The other party is too dangerous, and it's not worth the risk." Li Chen retorted, "Let me tell you, Li Menghan, Shi Yuhan is like family to me. No matter who harmed her, I will make them pay the price." At Li Chen's words, Li Menghan's heart shook. Family. It turned out that this person was so precious to Li Chen. Unfortunately, despite their blood relation, her connection to him was not as strong as that of an outsider. But who could they blame? They could only blame themselves. The City Patrol Bureau isn't obligated to inform me, but I believe the intelligence agency Shuntian Listening can provide me with the results I want. Li Chen calmed himself and decided to find Shuntian Listening. Shuntian Listening was the largest intelligence agency, with branches in every city. As long as one offered a sufficient price, they could inquire about almost any desired information. Li Menghan fell silent for a moment before speaking. "We have tracked down some leads. They were left by the Tiger Brigade. I heard that the leader of the Tiger Brigade, Yang Shouhu, is leading a team out of the city for a hunt today. The culprit should be among them. Matters outside the city are beyond our jurisdiction, so the City Patrol Bureau is powerless. You should know that the Tiger Brigade is one of the main forces of the Xingtie Guild, the largest guild in Tiannan City, and Yang Shouhu is a level 30 warrior with high combat power. He is not someone you can deal with. Even if you want to avenge your friend, you'll have to wait until you reach level 30. Jiang Wei, standing nearby, angrily said, "Is that how it ends? If it weren't for the timely discovery, Yuhan might have died directly." One of the city patrol officers replied, "Once you leave the city, you are responsible for everything. You should know this. Moreover, it's only a speculation that the culprit is from the Tiger Brigade, and there is no solid evidence. What else do you want?" Jiang Wei wanted to say more but was directly stopped by Li Chen. Looking at Li Menghan, Li Chen directly said, "Can you lend me some money? You should know my college entrance examination results. Once the rewards come in, I'll pay you back immediately." Although he didn't want to have too much interaction with Li Menghan, he had no choice but to borrow money from her now. Li Menghan looked a bit worried, but seeing Li Chen's determined expression, she nodded. "All right, here are 3 million. You can use it for now, and if it's not enough, just come to me again. This money should cover your friend's medical expenses. As for the Tiger Gang, let's talk about it later. Don't act impulsively. With your exam results, you can choose any of the top 10 universities. Don't let it affect your future." Li Chen didn't say much. After thanking her, he took the card that Li Menghan handed over. Then, he and Jiang Wei headed towards the city. After returning to the city, Jiang Wei calmed down and said to Li Chen, "What the city patrol said earlier is right. We can't act impulsively. If it's the Tiger Gang, we currently have no way to deal with it. Let's think this through carefully. Don't let impulsiveness affect you." Li Chen nodded at Jiang Wei. "Don't worry, I understand. Let's first go to the medical center to check on Yuhan's condition." However, Li Chen had already made up his mind. this matter couldn't just end like this. When the two arrived at the medical center, Shi Yuhan's condition had stabilized. However, it would still take a few days for her to wake up. Looking at Shi Yuhan on the hospital bed, eyes tightly closed, brows furrowed, and a pained expression, Li Chen felt his anger rising. Shi Yuhan needed to rest, so Li Chen and Jiang Wei could only leave the medical center quickly. After letting Jiang Wei go back to rest, Li Chen headed straight to Shuntian Hall. Li Chen had no thoughts of waiting 10 years for revenge. If possible, he felt even a second was too late. Although the opponent was the Tiger Gang under the Star Iron Guild, and the leader Yang Shouhu was a level 30 warrior, Li Chen felt he could still take a shot at it. After all, he had linked with the Swan and I, and his combat power had skyrocketed. Plus, with the Swan and I and Kuei Long, dealing with a level 30 warrior was not impossible. Moreover, with the defense of the Xuanwu and the speed after linking with the Swan and I, even if he couldn't win, a safe retreat would be completely fine. Since that was the case, there was no reason not to take action. Shuntian Hall was located in a quiet alley in the west of the city. After finding the place, Li Chen quickly walked in. The staff inside said nothing and directly led Li Chen into a room. Inside, there was an old man sorting through various intelligence information. Upon seeing Li Chen enter, the old man smiled and invited him to sit down, then asked, "What information does the esteemed guest wish to inquire about?" Li Chen got straight to the point. "I want to know about the incident this morning in the east of the city where someone was injured. The injured person's name is Shi Yuhan, and I want to know who the culprit is." The old man smiled and said, "Please wait a moment." Saying this, he quickly wrote down a note and placed it in a nearby secret compartment. Soon, a sound came from the compartment, and the old man opened it to take out a new piece of paper. After looking at it, the old man said, "Esteemed guest, the information on this note is worth 3,000. Would you be willing to pay?" Li Chen nodded, and the old man continued, "The assailant is Yang Shouhu, the leader of the Tiger Gang under the Star Iron Guild. Today, it seems Yang Shouhu left the city to search for a secret treasure, and Shi Yuhan happened to cross his path. Yang Shouhu took a liking to her, but when she refused, he lost interest and simply disposed of her." Simply disposed of her. Li Chen clenched his fists. Just those two short sentences made him envision the scene Shi Yuhan had faced at that moment. "Does the esteemed guest need anything else? If not, you can step out to make the payment." Listening to the old man's words, Li Chen came to his senses and said to the old man, "I still need information on the Tiger Brigade, especially about Yang Xiuhua, his strength, where he lives, and where he will be tonight. I need to know everything." The old man replied, "Please wait a moment, esteemed guest." He then wrote on another piece of paper and placed it into the hidden compartment. This time, the wait was longer. When the old man opened the compartment again, there were 3 or 4 more slips of paper inside. The old man picked them up to check and then looked at Li Chen, saying, "The information on the Tiger Brigade isn't too important. I can sell it to you at the previous price. However, Yang Xiuhua is an important member of the Star Iron Guild. His information, especially where he will be tonight, is classified, so it will cost more." 10 minutes later, after paying 800,000, Li Chen walked out of Shuntian listening. Based on the information he received, Li Chen learned about Yang Xiuhua's various abilities. Of course, these were only what he had revealed. If he had hidden anything, it wouldn't be in the information. The rest was about some people around Yang Xiuhua. The most important piece of information was Yang Xiuhua's location tonight, which was also the most expensive information. Tonight, Yang Xiuhua would go to a dilapidated villa in the eastern suburbs of the city. Several of his lovers lived there, and it was a place for Yang Xiuhua to indulge in pleasure. This place was very secluded, and few people knew about it, so Yang Xiuhua felt quite at ease, unaware of how Shuntian Listening had obtained this information. Moreover, the old man also revealed all the security vulnerabilities of the villa to Li Chen. After leaving Shuntian Listening, Li Chen headed towards the largest trading center in Tiannan City, the Tianlan Trading Center. Since he was going to take action against Yang Xiuhua, he naturally needed a set of equipment and to see if there was anything else he needed. After all, the opponent was a level 30 warrior, so it was essential to be fully prepared. The Tianlan Trading Center was located in the city center and covered a large area. As soon as Li Chen entered, he was greeted by a smiling sales assistant. "Esteemed guest, what can I help you with? Our Tianlan Trading Center has all kinds of weapons, equipment, and potion arrays to ensure your satisfaction." Li Chen nodded and said, "Let's first look at the weapons and equipment, preferably of golden quality. Equipment items are also ranked, from whiteboard, bronze, silver, platinum, to diamond, with higher ranks representing better quality. Of course, the corresponding prices are also higher." Li Chen currently had 220,000 left, which would only allow him to purchase golden quality equipment at most. The sales assistant said directly, "Do you have any special requirements for the equipment, such as focusing on defense, increasing movement speed, or enhancing mental power?" Li Chen thought for a moment and replied, "I don't need weapons for now. I'll take a set of defensive equipment, primarily focusing on movement speed, and secondarily on defense." He had the divine artifact, the Nether Soul Scythe, which could serve as his weapon. In terms of defense, he had the Xuanwu, so he didn't need much. Therefore, the main focus was on increasing movement speed. Li Chen had now linked with the Swan and Eye, and enhancing movement speed significantly boosted his combat power. Moreover, if he needed to escape, movement speed was crucial. "No problem, sir, please follow me." After hearing Li Chen's words, the sales assistant led him to the area for defensive equipment. Soon, Li Chen was taken to a large area filled with defensive equipment, each piece displayed in a showcase with detailed information below. "Sir, these are all the equipment that meets your requirements, please choose." Li Chen nodded and began to select from the surrounding options. After a while, his gaze finally landed on a set of armor. Spirit Wind Armor Rank, Golden Equipment Constitution plus 18, Agility plus 22 Description, Armor blessed by wind-type spiritual entities, characterized by its lightness. Spirit Wind Helmet Rank, Gold Equipment Power plus 12, Agility plus 21 Description, a helmet blessed by wind-type spirits, characterized by its lightness. Spirit Wind Bracers Rank, Gold Equipment Spirit plus 15, Agility plus 24 Description, bracers blessed by wind-type spirits, characterized by their lightness. Spirit Wind Boots Rank, Gold Equipment Spirit plus 12, Agility plus 33 Description, boots blessed by wind-type spirits, characterized by their lightness. The four pieces provide a decent increase in attributes, especially the high boost to agility. Although it seems like only a few dozen points of increase, it is already quite good. After all, a level 10 person has only about 20 or 30 in their four basic attributes. Even for a level 30 person, with the bonuses from the Ascension trials, most have only about 200 to 300 in their four basic attributes. Li Chen, linked to the Divine Beast Swan and Eye, has particularly high basic attributes. The most important reason Li Chen chose this Spirit Wind Armor set is that the Spirit Wind Helmet has a set effect. Set effect, Spirit Wind Surge. After use, it can condense Spirit Wind, gaining explosive movement speed for a short time. The amount of movement speed gained is related to the condensation time, with a minimum of double explosive movement speed and a maximum of 5 times explosive movement speed. This Spirit Wind Surge effect is extremely useful for both surprise attacks and quick retreats. Without hesitation, Li Chen directly spent money to buy this Spirit Wind set, totaling 1,500,000. "Take me to see special items," Li Chen said after a moment of contemplation. He still had 700,000 left, and naturally wanted to spend it all to prepare thoroughly. Soon, Li Chen was taken to the special items area. Most of the items here are one-time use, with various special effects. Quickly, Li Chen's gaze fell on a talisman. Invisibility Talisman Rank, Gold Effect. After use, it can conceal the user's form, blocking the detection of beings with spirit power below 300, lasting half an hour, and becoming ineffective after an attack. This invisibility talisman is a good item, although it lasts only half an hour. It can be useful for both infiltration and escape. Checking the price, it was 200,000, and Li Chen directly purchased it. Finally, Li Chen bought a storage ring. This item is a masterpiece of space mages and formation mages, and it is very expensive. A storage ring with only 10 cubic space cost Li Chen all of his remaining 500,000. After leaving the Tianlan Trading Company, Li Chen used the little money left to buy a ghost mask, then quickly returned to his rental room. By this time, the sky had gradually darkened, and it had started to rain lightly. Li Chen lay on the bed, closing his eyes to rest. When the sky was completely dark, Li Chen slowly opened his eyes. Taking out the spirit wind set from the storage ring, Li Chen quickly donned it. Then, he put on the ghost mask, opened the window, and leaped out. At this moment, the rain in the sky had intensified, and there were no figures on the streets. Li Chen quickly left the area of his rental room and headed rapidly in one direction. After linking with the divine beast Swan and Eye, Li Chen's movement speed had soared to over 700. Now, with the movement speed bonus from the spirit wind set, his current speed had reached over 800. Moving quickly, Li Chen seemed like a ghost in the rain, swiftly crossing one street after another, his figure disappearing into the dense curtain of rain. His rapid advance was towards the east of the city, the suburban area where Yang Xiuhua's dilapidated villa was located. In the dilapidated villa in the eastern suburb, lights were bright, and the sounds of singing and dancing continuously emanated from within. This was a recreational venue for Yang Xiuhua, where he would definitely take a day each month to relax and unwind. Today was Yang Xiuhua's day of leisure. As one of the leaders under the Star Iron Guild, and the main force leader at that, Yang Xiuhua's life could be described as thriving. In Tiannan City, Yang Xiuhua is considered a prominent figure. However, even he had to invest most of his financial resources in strengthening his power in the past few years, and even that was somewhat insufficient. Until 2 years ago, when Yang Xiuhua suffered a serious injury, the resources required for his power enhancement became even more demanding, leading him to give up entirely. This place was where he usually sought pleasure. Tonight, along with his lover and a few women he had just brought, there were a total of 8 or 9 people reveling on the 3rd floor. At this moment, Yang Xiuhua was unaware that a figure was swiftly approaching through the rain. Not far from the villa, Li Chen stopped. The night and the rain made it so that even standing close to the villa, he would not be discovered. Without any hesitation, Li Chen headed straight for the villa. The intelligence indicated blind spots in the villa's defenses, but the rain made things simpler. Li Chen directly used an invisibility talisman, his figure vanishing into the rain. Outside the villa, there was a simple security booth. Inside, 3 members of the Tiger Brigade were on guard. Yang Xiuhua was quite vigilant, and the 3 guards left behind were all skilled. Taking advantage of one person stepping out to use the restroom, Li Chen slipped inside. When that person returned, Li Chen struck instantly. Who? The 3 were also very alert, and as soon as Li Chen moved, they reacted, but it was already too late. Several flashes of cold light appeared, and bloodstains emerged from the 3 of them, who then collapsed to the ground without a sound. Li Chen, wielding the Soul Reaper's scythe, appeared in the security booth alongside the Swan and I. The commotion from the Kuei-long was too loud, so Li Chen only summoned the Swan and I. Pushing open the security booth, Li Chen and the Swan and I darted through like shadows, quickly rushing into the villa ahead. The greatest alert in the entire villa was the security booth outside. Although there were quite a few people guarding the 1st floor inside, they were mostly drunk and disoriented. After such a long time without incident, they had long lost their initial vigilance. Moreover, this was the city. Although it was the suburbs, there was basically no danger, so they gradually let down their guard. After all, there were people outside keeping watch. Once Li Chen and the Swan and I rushed in, they immediately increased their speed to the maximum, and several flashes of cold light appeared, swiftly cutting down the people on the 1st floor. They had no time to react and fell silent in their drunken stupor. Li Chen and the Swan and I quickly ascended to the 2nd floor, where the people were much more alert than those below. Although they had drunk a lot, they remained somewhat sober. Who are you? The people on the 2nd floor had yet to react upon seeing Li Chen and the Swan and I. Li Chen said nothing and charged out with the Swan and I, the Soul Reaper scythe in his hand continuously swinging, rapidly harvesting lives on the 2nd floor. After linking with the Swan and I, Li Chen was equivalent to a humanoid divine beast, with extremely high combat power. Most of the people on the 2nd floor were around level 20, and many had not faced high difficulty in their advancement trials. Although their levels were higher than Li Chen's, their combat power was vastly different. With just a few screams, the 2nd floor was quickly cleared by Li Chen and the Swan and I. The deafening sounds of singing and dancing from the 3rd floor completely drowned out these cries. Li Chen did not pause and quickly made his way to the 3rd floor. As soon as he reached the 3rd floor, a piercing alarm sounded, instantly overpowering the music and dance. Li Chen frowned, looking at a circular formation nearby that was glowing a deep red. This Yang Xiuhua was indeed cautious, having set up a warning formation here. As the alarm rang out, the music and dance on the 3rd floor abruptly stopped. Li Chen no longer hesitated and headed straight for the main room on the 3rd floor. The information from Shun Tianting had informed Li Chen about the villa's renovations in the main room where Yang Xiuhua liked to stay. In the main room, Yang Xiuhu, who was embracing a woman in bed, suddenly sat up and pushed all the women beside him away. As the leader of the Tiger Brigade, Yang Xiuhu had a keen sense of danger. Grabbing the giant axe at the head of the bed, he rushed towards the armor nearby. Outside, several screams echoed, and then the door was smashed open, with 2 figures charging directly at Yang Xiuhu. Startled, Yang Xiuhu hadn't expected them to arrive so quickly. With no time to hesitate, in the face of crisis, he unleashed his body's potential. With a furious shout, blood mist instantly enveloped his body. Gripping the giant axe tightly, Yang Xiuhu swung it down at the 2 rushing figures. This was a desperate move, one that would damage his physical essence if used too often. The previous injuries Yang Xiuhu suffered were due to overusing this technique. But now, facing life and death, he couldn't afford to care about that. Li Chen raised the soul scythe in his hand and directly met the giant axe. With a crisp sound, Yang Xiuhu felt a pain in his wrist as the giant axe was knocked away. A massive force pushed him back several steps. Yang Xiuhu was alarmed, seeing another figure rapidly approaching him. He grabbed the 2 women on the bed and threw them forward, then quickly retreated. 2 cold lights flashed, and the 2 women he threw were instantly torn apart. Without hesitation, Yang Xiuhu headed for the window, preparing to escape. However, as soon as he made contact, he realized he was no match for either of the two figures. In the next moment, he felt a blur before his eyes, and a lion-like summon appeared in front of the window, blocking his path. Yang Xiuhu's eyes narrowed, and he turned to see Li Chen approaching quickly. He hurriedly said, "Sir, let's talk this over. I don't know how I offended you. No matter how I offended you, just say the word, and I'll comply." Li Chen didn't waste words. He swiftly swung the soul scythe, severing one of Yang Xiuhu's arms. Yang Xiuhu wanted to resist, but Li Chen raised the soul scythe again and cut off his other arm. It was only at this moment that the pain of the soul scythe hit him, causing Yang Xiuhu to shrink back and collapse to the ground. A cold light flashed, and Li Chen held the soul scythe directly against Yang Xiuhu's neck. In less than a minute, Li Chen had resolved the battle. It wasn't that Yang Xiuhu was too weak, rather, Li Chen's combat power at that moment was simply too strong. By linking with the Swan Ni, he gained all its attributes and skills, allowing Li Chen's 4 basic attributes to completely overpower Yang Xiuhu. Of course, the most crucial factor was that Li Chen had launched a surprise attack, coupled with his incredible speed, leaving Yang Xiuhu no time to react or use any desperate measures before he was defeated. Put! Yang Xiuhu spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression instantly wilting. Looking at the devil mask on Li Chen's face, Yang Xiuhu forced a bitter smile and said, "I never expected that I, Yang Xiuhu, would die at the hands of a master assassin. I suppose it's a fitting end for me. But I want to be clear about this. I don't know why you want to kill me." Li Chen coldly replied, "This morning, you injured a girl outside the city." Yang Xiuhu was taken aback, then a complex mix of shock, confusion, and regret crossed his face. He then exclaimed excitedly, "Sir, this is a misunderstanding. Early this morning, someone told me there was a treasure outside the city. I went and found nothing, and then I encountered that girl. I suspect someone is trying to use your hand to kill me, and that's why this happened." "It's a misunderstanding, you mustn't be fooled." "Sir, if you let me go, I promise to bring that bastard to you. I'll give you all my possessions." Yang Xiuhua wanted to say something more, but Li Chen's ghostly soul scythe directly severed his neck. Behind Yang Xiuhua, a talisman had appeared in his hand at some point, ready to be used. Li Chen snatched the talisman away. Blood Escape Talisman, effect, after use, consumes 1/5 of the user's health, enters a weakened state, and escapes a 1,000-meter range. This guy was begging for mercy with his mouth, but he wanted to use this thing to escape. Li Chen then took a storage ring from Yang Xiuhua's hand. The Blood Escape Talisman was taken from inside it. The storage ring had restrictions and could only be opened by the owner. However, the Tianlan Trading Company could recover such storage rings and had ways to open them. Li Chen cleaned up all the places, taking away all the weapons and equipment. Unfortunately, apart from Yang Xiuhua, no one else had a storage ring. After ensuring that not a single person was left alive, Li Chen summoned the Swan Ni back to the summoning space, then quickly left the villa, disappearing into the rain. As Li Chen hurried towards his rental apartment, he pondered Yang Xiuhua's words. Initially, he thought it was an accident, but from Yang Xiuhua's words, it seemed there was more to this matter. The figure of Li Yuhong suddenly flashed in Li Chen's mind. In his previous life, Li Chen had suffered many schemes from Li Yuhong, and the methods were quite similar to this incident. Clenching his fists, a chill flickered in Li Chen's eyes. In his previous life, he had not left the Li family and had continuously suffered from Li Yuhong's schemes. Now that he had left the Li family, was Li Yuhong starting to target the people around him? After returning to the rental apartment, Li Chen quickly washed up and then lay down on the bed to rest. The next morning, Li Chen went to the medical facility. Sure, Yuhan's condition had improved significantly, but she still had not woken up. After watching over her for a while, Li Chen left the medical facility, asking Zhang Wei to keep watch, and headed towards the Tianlan Trading Company. After selling all the gains from last night, Li Chen entered Shuntian listening with 700,000. 20 minutes later, he came out with the remaining 200,000. The matter was handled very discreetly by the other party, so Shuntian listening offered a high price. However, Li Chen had already confirmed that the mastermind behind this was Li Yuhong. This made Li Chen seethe with anger. It was one thing for Li Yuhong to target him, but now he was reaching out to the people around him. This crossed Li Chen's bottom line. His gaze flickered, and he headed directly towards the Li family mansion. For the next 2 days, Li Chen lingered around the Li family mansion, waiting for Li Yuhong to come out. However, he didn't know if Li Yuhong was aware that the matter had leaked, as he had not shown himself. After 2 days, Li Yuhong finally walked out of the Li family mansion. Li Chen concealed his figure and silently followed him. Li Yuhong twisted and turned through the city, soon arriving at a secluded alley near the southern outskirts of the city. Once inside, Li Yuhong turned around, looking at the empty alley entrance, and a smile appeared on his face. "Come out, my dear brother, you've been following me all this way." Li Chen did not hide and stepped out directly. One was a biological son, the other an adopted son. The two nominal brothers stood facing each other in the alley. Looking at Li Chen before him, Li Yuhong's smile grew even more pronounced, and he couldn't help but clap his hands in laughter. "Aha, wonderful, truly wonderful. I never expected that your useless brain would still be functional enough to find Yang Xiuhua so quickly and then track me down. Let me guess, you must have gotten the news from Shuntian listening, right? Otherwise, with your IQ, you probably wouldn't have thought that I was behind it all." Seeing Li Yuhong's demeanor as if he controlled everything, Li Chen's brows furrowed. "So it was you after all." "Of course it was me. You should be asking, who else could it be?" Li Yuhong's smile grew even more intense, becoming increasingly arrogant. "I have to say, your performance really surprised me. I originally thought you would either endure it or be taken out by Yang Xiuhu, but I didn't expect that Yang Xiuhu would actually be killed by you." When I heard the news of Yang Xiuhu's death, I could hardly believe it. "I must say, the summoned beast you called forth through your talent sacrifice is indeed very strong." Li Chen frowned tightly. Talent sacrifice? Could it be that he couldn't believe he summoned a powerful beast and came up with that reason himself? It was truly laughable. "You will pay the price for what you've done," Li Chen said to Li Yuhong in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Li Yuhong burst into laughter, bending over as if he were about to cry from laughing so hard. "I really can't help it, you're just too funny. How did I not notice your sense of humor before? I was deliberately teasing you, but I didn't expect you to actually dare to come over." "What? Do you want to take revenge with your summoned beast? Please, look at the surroundings, this is still the urban area. If you summon your beast here, it will cause a huge commotion, and the city patrol will directly put out a warrant for you. In this alley, only by taking action yourself can you avoid making too much noise." As he spoke, Li Yuhong took out a long sword from his storage ring. Looking at Li Chen, he smiled mockingly. "So, are you planning to summon a beast and get yourself wanted, or are you going to fight me with your weak summoner body?" As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yuhong charged at Li Chen with the long sword in hand, a whirlwind swirling around him, launching a deadly attack. Li Yuhong harbored immense hatred for Li Chen. After the college entrance examination, he couldn't wait to deal with Li Chen. He found out about Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan and directly set a trap for Shi Yuhan. He wanted to eliminate everyone around Li Chen and slowly torment him. However, Li Yuhong didn't expect that Li Chen would find him so quickly. This surprised Li Yuhong and made him abandon the idea of slowly torturing Li Chen. It was better to make this annoying guy disappear as soon as possible. He knew Li Chen had been looking for him, but he didn't expect him to actually dare to come over. Indeed, a fool is a fool. Even if he summoned two powerful beasts using the forbidden technique of talent sacrifice, he still had no brains. Did he really think he could walk all over others just because he had two summoned beasts by his side? He deliberately chose this place to force Li Chen into a corner. This was still in the urban area, with city patrol personnel patrolling nearby. If Li Chen chose to use his summoned beast, he would just push it out and stage a scene of being chased by Li Chen. Killing in the city was a major taboo. Li Chen would then be wanted and could only survive in the cracks. Most importantly, this way, Li Chen would no longer pose a threat to him inheriting the Li family. A son who was wanted, based on his understanding of his parents, would definitely be eager to sever any ties with him. As for Li Chen not using his summoned beast, that would be even simpler. It was quite secluded here, he just needed to quickly kill him and leave. For a summoner without a summoned beast, killing him would be as easy as killing a chicken. However, Li Yuhong was already prepared for Li Chen to use his summoned beast. After all, compared to being killed, he would definitely choose to use it. Then, Li Yuhong saw a pitch-black scythe appear in Li Chen's hand. Li Yuhong was momentarily stunned, then a look of wild joy appeared on his face. This Li Chen is really stupid. To avoid being wanted, he actually wants to take action himself. I understand now, this guy wants to hold out until the city patrol arrives, framing me for taking action and getting me wanted. This is indeed a way to break the deadlock, but it's just too ridiculous. How much combat power can a summoner without a summoned beast have? This guy still thinks he can resist. Well then, don't blame me for being rude, my dear brother. I'll send you off to hell right away. Don't worry, I'll quickly send your friends to keep you company. Of course, your parents and sister will also be sent down one by one to join you, so you can all be reunited. Li Yuhong's smile grew increasingly intense, as if he could already see his bright future. With a swing of his long sword, a fierce gale gathered on the blade and shot towards Li Chen ahead. Swift Wind Sword. This was Li Yuhong's most powerful attack, capable of slicing Li Chen in half in an instant. Die! Li Yuhong's expression turned savage, wanting to directly kill Li Chen. However, in the next moment, his face suddenly froze. At the spot where Li Chen had been, a flash of light appeared, and Li Chen's figure had vanished from sight. The gale swept through, leaving only several sword marks on the surrounding walls. Li Yuhong's eyes narrowed sharply, and he raised his long sword to strike behind him. Bang! A crisp sound rang out, and Li Yuhong felt as if his sword had struck a very hard object. In the next moment, a massive force surged through the sword and hit him, sending Li Yuhong flying backward. Li Yuhong was filled with dread. What is happening? Li Chen clearly didn't summon any beasts. And how did he disappear from that spot? Did he use some kind of life-saving item? Before Li Yuhong could figure it out, Li Chen's figure appeared directly behind him as he was flying through the air. At this moment, Li Chen had donned the demon mask, and without hesitation, he swung the Soul Reaper scythe towards Li Yuhong. Li Yuhong barely had time to see Li Chen's demonic mask before a cold light rushed towards him. He had no time for further thought. A white light flickered around him, enveloping his body. Bang! Under the protection of the white light, Li Yuhong was instantly sent flying, crashing into the nearby wall with a dull thud. The white light shattered, and Li Yuhong quickly assumed a defensive posture, noticing that the jade pendant at his waist was covered in cracks before shattering completely. As the adopted son of the Li family, Li Yuhong had been showered with all the love of the family over the years, and naturally, he possessed life-saving items. Seeing his jade pendant break, a flicker of pain crossed his eyes. This was a precious item given to him by his mother for protection. However, now was not the time to feel pain. In the next moment, Li Chen's demonic mask reappeared in Li Yuhong's sight. Veins bulged on Li Yuhong's forehead. He had no idea why Li Chen suddenly possessed such immense power and could only wield his long sword to defend. It's fine, as long as I can hold on for a while, the inspectors should be able to arrive. At that time, as long as I time it right to act like I'm being hunted, Li Chen will also be wanted. Li Yuhong had originally planned to take the opportunity to kill Li Chen, but he didn't expect the situation to change so quickly. However, he still underestimated Li Chen's current strength. Skill, charged strike, gather power, rush out quickly, and deliver a fatal blow, causing 300% of one's own damage. Li Chen directly used the skill charged strike obtained from linking with the Swan and Eye, and the Soul Reaper scythe struck fiercely against the long sword in Li Yuhong's hand. Crack! Cracks instantly appeared on the long sword, as if it could not withstand such immense power. In the next moment, Li Yuhong's long sword shattered. A massive force surged into Li Yuhong's body, sending him flying backward. Puff! In midair, Li Yuhong spat out a mouthful of blood, and his expression instantly became feeble. Since Li Chen suddenly disappeared just now, Li Yuhong realized that something was wrong. However, he never expected that Li Chen's combat power would be so strong. Impossible! How can this be? He's just a summoner, and he only summoned two powerful summoned beasts using the forbidden technique of talent sacrifice. Without those two summoned beasts, what is he? How could he possibly have such powerful strength? Li Yuhong's body fell heavily to the ground of the alley, but compared to the physical pain, Li Yuhong felt even more anguish in his heart. He couldn't understand why things had turned out this way. How could Li Chen be so strong? In the next moment, Li Chen appeared beside Li Yuhong, the Soul Reaper scythe in his hand pressed directly against Li Yuhong's neck. Cold sweat broke out on Li Yuhong's forehead. From the moment they started fighting until now, it had been less than a minute, and he had already been defeated. If Li Chen had used his two summoned beasts, Li Yuhong would have felt somewhat balanced. But this guy had done it himself. A summoner, without using his summoned beasts, had easily taken him down. If others found out, their first reaction would probably be that he was a complete waste. After all, a summoner without summoned beasts could be easily defeated by an ordinary practitioner. If he couldn't even handle a summoner without summoned beasts, what else could he be but a total failure? Li Yuhong's mind raced, and then he looked at Li Chen, who was wearing a demon mask, and hurriedly said, "You can't kill me. I am the adopted son of the Li family. If I die, my parents and sister will definitely investigate thoroughly, and you won't be able to escape." Now was not the time to think about why Li Chen was so strong. He needed to think about how to save his life first. Li Chen looked at Li Yuhong on the ground, his expression cold. "Don't worry, I won't kill you so easily. The pain you brought to Shuri Yuhan, I will return it to you double." Li Chen didn't want to kill Li Yuhong so easily. That would be too cheap for him. Moreover, what Li Yuhong said was also true. If he killed him here, the Li family would definitely search for the murderer with all their might. Not to mention, Shun Tian might have ways to know what happened here. This was also the reason why Li Chen wore a mask. If he were to be wanted for killing Li Yuhong, that would be too much of a loss. There would be plenty of opportunities to kill him in the future. However, Li Chen also wouldn't let him off so easily. He raised the Soul Reaper scythe in his hand and directly struck Li Yuhong's right arm. The pain that pierced into his soul made Li Yuhong let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. Li Chen controlled the force, causing no significant physical harm to Li Yuhong, but the soul damage was enough to make him feel extreme pain. Raising the Soul Reaper's scythe again, Li Chen brought it down onto Li Yuhang's right leg. The intense pain made Li Yuhang convulse all over, even rolling his eyes back. As the adopted son of the Li family, Li Yuhang had been pampered since childhood. He had never experienced such pain. This was soul damage, and the pain it brought was not something an ordinary person could endure. Remember, if you want to cause trouble, come directly at me. If you lay a hand on those around me, I will definitely chop off your head. After Li Chen finished speaking, the Soul Reaper's scythe in his hand fell again, landing on Li Yuhang's other arm. The soul damage and pain made Li Yuhang's body convulse again, drool spilling from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, footsteps approached from not far away. Li Chen knew that the city patrol officers had arrived. Without any hesitation, Li Chen put away the Soul Reaper's scythe and quickly disappeared into the alley. Soon, a team from the city patrol arrived, discovering the already unconscious Li Yuhang. In the following 2 days, Li Chen mostly took care of Shi Yuhan. In the past 2 days, Li Chen had been waiting for Li Yuhang to bring the Li family over to question him about the incident with Li Yuhang, but he had not received any visitors. It seemed that Li Yuhang had not revealed his whereabouts. Was he afraid of losing face, or was he plotting revenge against him? Li Chen chose not to dwell on it. He would deal with whatever came his way. Meanwhile, Shi Yuhan was recovering well and had woken up after 3 days of unconsciousness. The first thing Shi Yuhan did upon waking was to tell Li Chen and Jiang Wei that they must find out who had attacked her, but they should not seek revenge. Shi Yuhan knew well that the assailants were from the Fierce Tiger Legion of the Star Iron Guild, a group they could not afford to provoke. Li Chen did not mention to them that he had killed Yang Xiuhu. He simply advised Shi Yuhan to take good care of herself. Soon, on the 4th day after the college entrance examination, it was time for the results to be announced. Li Chen arrived at the medical facility and saw Shi Yuhan and Jiang Wei looking excited. "What's going on? Did you both do well?" Li Chen asked with a smile. Shi Yuhan looked at Li Chen with a beaming smile and said excitedly, "Li Chen, you haven't checked your results yet, have you? The college entrance exam results are out, and you are first. First in the city, first in the province, or even first in the country." Jiang Wei chimed in, "That's right. Not only that, but you've also broken the record for the highest total score. Your total score is now the highest in history." Li Chen was momentarily stunned. He knew his exam results would be good, and being first in the province was quite possible, but he never expected to be first in the country as well. "How did you two do?" Li Chen asked them. Shi Yuhan replied with a smile, "Not bad, although nowhere near your score, but we should have enough points to get into a university." Jiang Wei patted Li Chen on the shoulder. "This is a big deal. You have to treat us to a meal." Li Chen nodded, "Of course. Once Yuhan can get out of bed, I'll take you both to Tiannan First Tower for a nice feast." At that moment, the news of Li Chen becoming the national top scorer spread throughout Tiannan City. The entire city erupted in excitement. After all, they had produced a national champion, and everyone felt proud. "That's amazing. I never thought Tiannan City could produce a top scorer, and one with the highest total score in history. The most incredible part is that this Li Chen is a summoner. A summoner becoming the top scorer is truly historic, a miracle. See, I told you all that Tiannan would have a rising star this year. You all said I, Lu the Blind, was truly blind, but now you should believe I have the eye of heaven." Major newspapers and headlines were all reporting on Li Chen's achievement as the top scorer. It seemed like every page was filled with news about him. There was no way around it. A summoner becoming the top scorer was just too sensational. For a time, discussions about Li Chen dominated the entire city of Tiannan. "Hey, do you think that since a summoner can become the top scorer, it means the conclusion that summoners are the weakest combat profession is wrong? Wrong my ass. Use your brain and think. Is it the summoner who is strong? It's Li Chen who is strong. It's a well-known fact that summoners are the weakest. There was only one summoner who summoned a giant dragon before, and that was it." Exactly, it took so many years to produce just one Li Chen. It's undeniable that summoners are weak, it's just Li Chen who was strong. Although Li Chen had become the top scorer, it did not change the conclusion that summoners were the weakest combat profession. There was no way around it. This was a fact supported by the development of many summoners throughout their lives. Moreover, many people firmly believed that Li Chen had used the forbidden technique of talent sacrifice, and that his future achievements would be limited. However, this did not affect Li Chen's status as the top scorer, drawing the attention of thousands. Li Chen soon received a call from the principal, urging him to hurry to school for an interview with official reporters. At this moment, a large number of reporters gathered outside the Li family's mansion, completely surrounding it. Outside the mansion, many reporters were blocked, looking at the tightly closed doors and discussing among themselves. The Li family is truly remarkable. Not only did they produce a top scorer in the college entrance examination, but that adopted son also has impressive grades, second in Tiannan City and among the top 10 nationwide. Exactly, it's really enviable. Once we get in, we must ask the head of the Li family how he educates his children. Hey, I heard that Li Chen was lost before and lived in an orphanage. He was only brought back in recent years. This is a big topic, we should ask about this. Inside the Li mansion, the family members looked at the reporters outside through the windows. Their expressions varied. Yang Chuanhong's face was particularly grim. She never expected that Li Chen would become the national top scorer. Now that Li Chen was not at the Li family home, if these reporters found out about his immediate departure and severing ties, who knows how they would report on them. We absolutely cannot let these reporters know that Li Chen left home and cut ties with us. Otherwise, if this gets out, where will I put my face? Li Mingda said solemnly. The top scorer leaving home and severing ties would imply that the Li family didn't recognize talent. Yang Chunhong snorted coldly. It's just a result of using that forbidden technique of talent sacrifice. Who knows how much of it is inflated? Li Xiaoman also spoke up. Exactly. If it weren't for those two summoned beasts, Li Chen might not even have passed the college entrance examination. Li Tianlan's eyes flickered for a moment before she said, whether Li Chen used talent sacrifice is still uncertain. Besides, even if he did, a top scorer is a top scorer. What's the inflation about? He broke the historical record. Over the past few days, Li Tianlan had asked Li Menghan some questions about Li Chen and had a significant change in her view of him. She never expected that her younger brother, whom she had not paid attention to, had such a difficult life in the Li family. 500 yuan a month for living expenses. No wonder he wanted to leave home and sever ties. Li Menghan nodded. Eldest sister is right. This top scorer is Li Chen's honor, and no one can take that away. I said long ago that we should bring Li Chen back as soon as possible. What kind of situation is it for the Li family's own son to suffer outside? Li Xiaoman expressed her dissatisfaction. Suffer? What could he possibly suffer? If anyone is suffering, it's Yu Hong. He's been lying in bed for 2 days. As she spoke, Li Xiaoman's gaze fell on Li Menghan, second sister. Haven't you found the murderer yet? Li Menghan shook her head. No, the traces of the fight at the scene weren't severe, and Li Yuhong has never clearly seen the appearance of the attacker. Li Menghan found this matter a bit strange. After all, Li Yuhong was a hidden profession, a windsword master. Who could injure him so quickly? Only someone above level 30, or even 40, could inflict such a serious injury in such a short time, leaving the nearby patrol officers with no time to react. But how could someone like that have provoked Li Yuhong? Yang Chunhong looked pained. Yuhong must have been scared. He probably didn't see who it was. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. If we find the murderer, I will make him pay. Li Mingda frowned tightly. Alright, let's talk about how to deal with these reporters outside. We can't just stay cooped up at home like this. The reporters outside were making Li Mingda very anxious. He valued his reputation above all. If these reporters found out about Li Chen leaving home and severing ties at this moment, who knows how they would report it? Li Tianlan spoke up. We can first say that Li Chen is not at home and come up with a reason to brush it off. Li Menghan listened to the words of several people, her eyes flickering as she said, I agree with the eldest sister. Let's just get through this for now. But I think we can bring Li Chen back. It's not good for him to be out there alone. Li Menghan had wanted to bring Li Chen back and make it up to him for a long time, but there had never been an opportunity. This was a good chance. If they could use this to bring Li Chen back, it would be a good thing. Yang Chunhong jumped up at the words, bring him back? What for? Don't you think he's already upset your mother enough? Li Tianlan also spoke up. I think we should bring Li Chen back. After all, he is a direct descendant of the Li family. Li Mingda looked out at the reporters outside, pondered for a moment, and then said, let's do it this way. First, let's deal with these reporters outside, and then we'll bring Li Chen back. For the sake of the Li family's reputation, Li Chen absolutely could not be outside, at least not for now. Meanwhile, in Li Yuhong's room, wrapped in bandages, Li Yuhong lay on the bed, watching the reporters outside, gripping the bed sheets tightly, his expression filled with rage. Without Li Chen, he would have been the top scholar of Tiannan City and Jiangnan Province, and those reporters should have been there to interview him, not to treat him as a mere backdrop, as if no one cared about him. Li Chen, just you wait, I will make you pay for this. While the Li family was troubled by the reporters, Li Chen was already on his way to 8th High School. At this moment, 8th High School was also surrounded by reporters, as it was Li Chen's alma mater and attracted a lot of attention. In the principal's office, Principal Yang Feng of 8th High School was beaming as he accepted an interview from the official media. The reporters inside the school couldn't enter the principal's office, so they started interviewing the teachers and students instead. Li Chen has become the top scholar in the college entrance examination. What do you know about him? Senior Li Chen? I think he's quite low-key. I didn't even know him before, but he surprised everyone. Come interview me. I know Senior Li Chen, he's very humble and hardworking, always my idol. No, what do you mean? It sounds like I'm reciting lines. This is my genuine feeling, okay? My impression of Senior Li Chen is that he's handsome. I watched the video of his college entrance exam for 3 days and nights, he's just too cool. I want to have his children. Get lost, get lost. What are you, a guy, making a fuss about? Senior Li Chen is mine. I'm the school belle, and I'm willing to be your girlfriend, Senior Li Chen. With these interviews, some media outlets, in a bid for sensationalism, came up with outrageous headlines. Shocking, the top scholar is actually coveted by male classmates. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of humanity? Let's see the report. School belle competes to become the girlfriend of the top scholar. I wonder what type Li Chen likes, with pictures. Naturally, Li Chen was unaware of all this. At that moment, he had arrived at school, and seeing so many reporters outside, he sensibly put on a mask and went to the principal's office. Of course, it wasn't that scary ghost mask. Once inside the principal's office, the official media reporters immediately abandoned the principal and quickly surrounded Li Chen. After half an hour, it was only when Yang Feng noticed that Li Chen seemed a bit dissatisfied that he took the opportunity to send the reporters away. Looking at Li Chen in front of him, Yang Feng smiled broadly. Li Chen, you performed exceptionally well this time. It was worth my attention to you. Li Chen rolled his eyes inwardly. He had hardly ever seen Yang Feng, let alone felt any attention from him. Of course, Li Chen knew this was just polite talk, and Yang Feng was merely exchanging a few pleasantries. Then, Yang Feng lightly coughed and said, Li Chen, the reason I asked you to come here is twofold. First, for the official media interview, and second, for the rewards. You've become the top scorer in the college entrance examination, so naturally, the school will reward you. Not just the school, but the city and province will also issue rewards for you. However, the rewards from the city and province will take a few days to process, but you can take the school's reward with you today. Li Chen's eyes brightened. He had come here specifically for this. The reward for being the top scorer should be quite substantial. Yang Feng was aware of some of Li Chen's circumstances and didn't say much more, directly taking out a card. There's 5 million in here, which is the cash reward from the school. In addition, there's a B-grade resource reward. However, this B-grade resource is a general resource, not one specifically for summoners. You know, our school hasn't performed well in recent years, so resources are limited. Originally, the cash reward was 3 million, but I increased it to 5 million for you. Li Chen nodded. This was understandable. The so-called general resources are those that can be used by almost all professionals, while summoner-specific resources mostly enhance summoned beasts, as summoned beasts are essential for summoners. For Li Chen, there wasn't much difference, as he had linked with a swan and eye and could enhance himself as well. With this 5 million, he could repay Li Menghan. Although Li Chen didn't harbor much resentment towards Li Menghan, he also didn't want to have too much entanglement with the Li family. After collecting all the rewards, Li Chen prepared to head back. Meanwhile, outside Li Chen's rental apartment, in the alley, Li Tianlan looked around, her brow furrowed. Has Li Chen been living here since he left home? The environment here was truly poor. Li Tianlan never expected her younger brother would live in such a place. Li Menghan nodded. Li Chen doesn't have much money. He didn't bring much when he left home, so he can only live in a place like this. A smile appeared on Li Menghan's face, as she was about to bring Li Chen back, which made her very happy. This time, it was just her and her older sister who came. Although their parents had promised to bring Li Chen back, they didn't come. They said it was to deal with the reporters, but Li Menghan knew in her heart that they just couldn't bring themselves to come and ask Li Chen to return. It didn't matter. First, she would bring Li Chen back, then they could ease the conflict, and finally, properly compensate Li Chen. This was what Li Menghan was thinking. Hearing Li Menghan's confirmation, Li Tianlan felt a bit uncomfortable. Previously, she had always thought of Li Chen as inconsequential, and since she was busy, she hadn't paid much attention to him. She never expected his life had been so difficult over the years. At that moment, Li Tianlan recalled the diary Li Menghan had given her. It was Li Chen's diary, which also contained entries about her. When Li Chen first returned, he held her in high regard. After all, she was the top warrior in Tiannan. But what about herself? She had ignored his flattery and even found it somewhat annoying. Later, when he had a conflict with Yu Hong, she didn't even ask and stood by Yu Heng's side, as Yu Hong had grown up in their home, and her feelings for him were deeper. However, according to Li Chen's diary, the fault in that incident lay with Yu Heng. After that incident, Li Chen stopped flattering her and basically avoided her whenever they met. Yet, she remained oblivious, thinking it was much quieter now. Thinking of this, Li Tianlan awkwardly scratched her palm. In Li Tianlan's world, she only acknowledged people of value. So, when she first learned that Li Chen had left the Li family, she didn't take it to heart. But now that Li Chen has become the top scorer in the college entrance examination, he has already proven his worth, and Li Tianlan feels that he should bring Li Chen back. The previous matters also need to be compensated to Li Chen. Just as he was thinking, a sound of footsteps came from ahead, and Li Chen's figure appeared at the entrance of the alley. Li Menghan looked at Li Chen, a hint of joy appearing on her face, and she quickly walked over with Li Tianlan. Li Chen, congratulations on becoming the top scorer in the college entrance examination. This is a great joy. Li Chen looked at Li Menghan and Li Tianlan in front of him, slightly furrowing his brows. However, thinking of how Li Menghan had lent him money back then, a smile still appeared on Li Chen's face. Thank you, by the way, here's your money back. Once again, thank you for lending me money at that time. Li Chen took out the card awarded by the school and handed it to Li Menghan. Looking at the bank card in front of her, Li Menghan's smile stiffened for a moment. Then, she hurriedly said, Li Chen, you don't need to pay me back. I'm your sister, it's only right for me to give you some money. I didn't come here to pay you back, I came to take you back to the Li family. Li Tianlan spoke up at this moment. Yes, Li Chen, I didn't expect you to be living in a place like this recently. Come back with us. Mom and Dad also agreed to let you return. Upon hearing this, the smile on Li Chen's face instantly vanished. He directly shoved the card into Li Menghan's hand and said expressionlessly, I don't like owing others anything, especially such a large sum of money. I've already returned the money to you. If there's nothing else, please leave. Li Menghan was stunned, not expecting Li Chen's expression to change so quickly. She hurriedly explained, Li Chen, I really didn't come to ask you for money. I'm really here to take you home. Can you come back with us? We were wrong before, and when we get back, I will compensate you well. A hint of sarcasm appeared on Li Chen's face, and his tone turned completely cold. Take me back? I have severed ties with the Li family. It was clearly written in black and white at that time. I see you're not here to take me back. You want to take the title of top scorer back, right? Li Menghan was taken aback, not expecting things to develop this way. Looking at Li Chen, her eyes turned slightly red. Li Chen, I know you have grievances in your heart. It was also my fault before, Before Li Menghan could finish, Li Chen directly interrupted her. Don't misunderstand, I have no grievances in my heart, and there's no need to say anything like sorry. Anyway, your Li family already has a son, one who has been together since childhood and has deep feelings. I have no need to go back. I'm very grateful that you could lend me money. There's 5 million in the card I gave you. The extra money is a thank you. I don't want to have any contact with the Li family. Li Tianlan frowned upon hearing this. Li Chen, how can you say that? We came here with good intentions. Li Chen looked at Li Tianlan coldly and said, What? Does the young lady of the Li family want to control how I speak? How should I speak? Should I be grateful to the point of tears and kneel on the ground to thank you for wanting to take me back to the Li family? Have you forgotten? Have you forgotten how you treated me when I was in the Li family? Li Tianlan fell silent for a moment, then said, Come back with me. No matter what, you have the blood of the Li family in you. After you return, we will compensate you. Li Chen laughed directly, looking at Li Tianlan with disdain. The blood of the Li family? I am ashamed of that. I have no relationship with the Li family anymore. Please don't say such things to disgust me. Compensate? How can you Li family compensate me for everything you've done? How can you compensate me? Do you think giving me some money can dismiss me? Can it erase everything that has happened before? I tell you, I remember everything that happened before. These things won't just pass so easily. Upon hearing this, Li Menghan's face showed a tear stain as she looked at Li Chen and choked out, Li Chen, I know you've suffered a lot in the past. Come back with us. I promise you won't suffer any grievances again. You promise? Li Chen scoffed, then turned away from them, heading towards his rental apartment. Li Chen, Li Tianlan said in a deep voice, don't act impulsively. With your current achievements and the support of the Li family, you can soar to great heights soon. Even if you use the forbidden technique of talent sacrifice, I can help you deal with the after effects. Come back with us. Li Chen didn't even look back, waving his hand dismissively. Remember, I, Li Chen, was an orphan before. I am an orphan now, and I will always be an orphan. I have nothing to do with your Li family. Whether I live or die, whether I use forbidden techniques or suffer from after effects, has nothing to do with you. Just go back, as if we have never met. Watching Li Chen disappear into the alley ahead, Li Menghan's body trembled, and her face instantly turned pale. She naively thought that as long as she brought Li Chen back, talked to her parents to ease their relationship, and made amends to Li Chen, she could achieve the redemption in her heart. But now it seemed that Li Chen's hatred for the Li family was hard to erase. It was no longer a matter of whether her parents were willing to let Li Chen return. It was that Li Chen himself didn't want to go back. Li Tianlan also fell silent, and the surroundings sank into a dead silence. Back in the car, after a while, Li Tianlan spoke up. I really didn't expect Li Chen to be so resentful towards the family. She didn't have many impressions of Li Chen, only remembering that when he first returned to the Li family, he was all smiles and eager to please her. After that incident, he avoided her, and with her being busy, she rarely saw him. Li Menghan's voice was a bit hoarse as she said, "We were thinking too simply. What Li Chen experienced is just a few words in our diary, but for him, it was a personal experience from years ago. Let's go back for now." After returning, Li Tianlan recounted what had just happened. Yang Chunhong was furious upon hearing this. "This Li Chen, does he think he's something? You two asked him to come back, and he dares not to?" Li Xiaoman also spoke up. "I think this guy can't tell the difference between big and small. He really thinks he's something just because he became a top student in the college entrance exam, right? I think we shouldn't call him back. Let him fend for himself out there." Li Mingda said in a deep voice, "Nonsense. Letting him stay out there, who knows how the media will report it? You may not care, but I still have my old face to consider. Let's go. I'll personally bring him back." Yang Chunhong stood up directly. "Yes, we'll all go. I don't believe this Li Chen is so ungrateful." Li Menghan looked at the others and wanted to say something, but in the end, she opened her mouth and said nothing. She suddenly felt a bit weary. Clearly, they were the ones who forced Li Chen away, and now calling him back was turning into their favor. This must be the reason why Li Chen was unwilling to return. "I'm not going. I'm a bit tired. I'll rest first." Li Menghan stood up and went upstairs. She truly felt a bit exhausted. Li Mingda and the others didn't pay her any mind, quickly tidying up before setting off. At this moment, Li Chen was resting in his rental apartment, sorting through the rewards given by the school. 10 bottles of Abyss Essence supplement, 10 body enhancement pills, and 3 materials of golden grade. This was everything from a B-level resource. Among them, the Abyss Essence supplement was refined from spiritual materials found in the Abyss, and after taking it, one could freely increase 2 points in 4 basic attributes. 10 bottles of essence supplements increased the 4 basic attributes by 20 points. The enhancement pill is not as good as the Abyss Essence supplement. It is made from second-rate spiritual materials and can only increase one specific basic attribute by a small amount. For example, this physique enhancement pill can only increase the physique attribute among the 4 basic attributes. As for the 3 golden grade materials, Li Chen currently has no use for them and plans to sell them for money. After resting for a while, Li Chen got up and prepared to go to the medical center to see Shi Yuan. Not far out, he saw 2 familiar vehicles appear at the alley entrance. They were Li family cars. Soon, Li Chen saw Li Mingda, Yang Chunhong, Li Xiaoman, and Li Tianlan get out of the car. A few bodyguards also got out, looking around vigilantly. "Li Chen!" Yang Chunhong shouted at him. Li Chen glanced at her, ignored her, and headed down another path. Yang Chunhong instantly became furious, pointing at Li Chen and scolding, "Good. You are getting more and more lawless, ignoring me when I call you. How dare you? Stop right there." Hearing Yang Chunhong's furious voice, Li Chen didn't look back and continued walking. Yang Chunhong trembled with anger. "Good. Pretending not to hear, huh? Xiao Wang, stop this guy for me." One bodyguard immediately appeared in front of Li Chen, blocking his way. To become a bodyguard for the Li family, these guys were all at least level 20 or above. Li Chen slowly turned around, looking at Yang Chunhong and the others, frowning, feeling increasingly annoyed. Then, his gaze fell on Li Tianlan. "Li Tianlan, did you bring them here?" Li Tianlan was taken aback, not expecting Li Chen to speak to her like that. Li Xiaoman pointed directly at Li Chen and scolded, "Good, Li Chen, do you think you have the right to be so arrogant? Now you dare to call my name directly. Who gave you the guts? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you really think you can get away with it, don't you?" With that, Li Xiaoman directly approached Li Chen, raising her hand to slap him. Fighting with professional powers was not allowed in the city, so Li Xiaoman only intended to give Li Chen a slap. Li Chen's eyes turned cold as he watched the hand coming down towards him and raised his hand to block it. Then, he swiftly slapped back, landing hard on Li Xiaoman's face. Smack! Accompanied by a crisp sound, Li Xiaoman was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground behind her. After linking with the Swan and Eye, Li Chen's strength was considerable. Li Xiaoman lay on the ground, stunned. Feeling the fiery pain on her face, she finally realized what had happened. She had actually been slapped by Li Chen. How dare this guy? "Li Chen, what are you doing?" Li Mingda and the others were also taken aback, and Yang Chunhong helped Li Xiaoman up. At this point, there was already a handprint on Li Xiaoman's face, showing how hard Li Chen had hit her. "Li Chen, are you crazy? How dare you hit your third sister?" Yang Chunhong shouted angrily at Li Chen, looking at the handprint on Li Xiaoman's face. Li Chen remained calm and said, "She wanted to hit me. I was just acting in self-defense." "Self-defense? You still have the face to say it's self-defense? I see you really are getting out of control." Yang Chunhong pointed at Li Chen, trembling with anger. At this moment, Li Xiaoman reacted and took out a staff, aiming it at Li Chen. "Li Chen, This waste actually dared to slap my face. I will make you pay for it. Li Xiaoman glared at Li Chen, gritting her teeth. Seeing this, Li Chen directly took out the soul scythe from his summoning space and coldly said to Li Xiaoman, "If you want to make a move, then come on, let's see who can kill whom." Third sister, calm down. You can't use professional powers in the city. Li Tianlan, seeing the situation escalate, hurriedly spoke up. Yang Chunhong hurriedly stopped Li Xiaoman, saying, "Xiaoman, don't be impulsive. If you act first, regardless of the outcome, it will ultimately be your responsibility." With that, Yang Chunhong walked towards Li Chen. "I want to see if I can teach this guy a lesson. Does he still dare to lay a hand on me?" Li Chen did not hesitate, raising the soul scythe in his hand, directly aiming it at Yang Chunhong, his expression cold as he said, "You can try." Yang Chunhong looked at Li Chen, furious, and shouted, "Li Chen, are you crazy? What do you want to do? I am your mother." Li Chen scoffed, "My mother? You think you deserve that title? What have you done as my mother? I don't want to waste time with you here. Hurry up and get lost. Don't be an eyesore in front of me." Yang Chunhong said angrily, "Li Chen, do you know what you're saying? What did you learn in the orphanage? Have you forgotten all about courtesy, righteousness, integrity, and honor? What about your upbringing?" Li Chen sneered, "Upbringing? You think you can talk to me about that? I'm an orphan. No one taught me anything since I was a child. What upbringing could I have? MS. Yang, don't forget, we have no relationship. Don't pretend to be my mother." Li Mingda, standing nearby, was furious and pointed at Li Chen, saying, "How can you talk to your mother like that? Who gave you the courage?" Li Chen replied directly, "Didn't I tell you? I'm an orphan, with no father and no mother." With that, Li Chen took out the severance agreement. "Look closely, this is clearly written in black and white. We have no relationship anymore. From the moment you signed, we became strangers, so don't try to claim any connection." Yang Chunhong was exasperated. "You ungrateful child, do you have to drive me to death to be happy?" Li Chen looked at Yang Chunhong coldly and said, "You better not die from anger. I'm still waiting to settle accounts with you. It's best if you wait until I'm done before you die." Li Tianlan's body trembled. He didn't expect Li Chen's resentment to run so deep. Li Mingda was also shocked. His impression of this son had always been that he was cautious and constantly trying to please their family. When had he ever seen Li Chen like this? At this moment, it was hard for Li Mingda to connect the armed, cold-faced person in front of him with the obedient Li Chen from before. He remembered that even when his sister punished him by not allowing him to eat, he always looked obedient. Now, seeing Li Chen like this truly shocked and angered Li Mingda. Meanwhile, Yang Chunhong was left with nothing but fury. She felt that Li Chen was provoking her authority, testing her limits. If he returned to the Li family like this, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? After a few heavy breaths, Yang Chunhong looked at Li Chen and said, "Do you know what you're saying? Let me tell you, Li Chen, we came to find you to give you a chance. Do you want to live outside like a wild dog? Apologize to your third sister and admit your mistakes, and I can still give you a chance to go back." Upon hearing this, Li Chen laughed outright. "Give me a chance? Do you think you're so noble now? Do you think you're pitying me? Let me tell you, that broken family, whoever wants to go back can go back. Do you really think it's something special? And apologize and admit mistakes? Let me tell you, the ones who should apologize and admit mistakes are you. Of course, I don't care if you apologize or not, just hurry up and get lost, don't let me see you again." Li Mingda could no longer hold back, pointing at Li Chen and saying, "You ungrateful child, you can say anything, right? Am I giving you face?" With that, Li Mingda stepped forward and raised his hand to slap Li Chen's face. Li Chen showed no hesitation, raising the soul scythe in his hand and slashing down at Li Mingda's descending arm. This time, Li Chen used all his strength. Li Mingda was startled and quickly retreated. Although Li Mingda was not very strong, he was still a level 30 assassin, and his speed was quite fast. Looking at the ghostly soul scythe that Li Chen had dropped, Li Mingda was not only shocked but also filled with a strong anger. This Li Chen really dared to lay hands on him. "Li Chen, are you crazy? I'm your dad, how dare you lay a hand on me?" Li Chen looked at Li Mingda coldly. "What, do you want me to repeat what I just said? She's no longer my mom, and you're my dad now? Didn't you sign the severance agreement?" The more Li Mingda listened, the angrier he became, and he laughed in anger. "Li Chen, do you think you're the top scorer in the college entrance exam now, and that you've grown wings? Let me tell you, without the Li family, you are nothing." Li Chen sneered, "Without the Li family? As if I ever relied on the Li family before. What resources did you give me when I was with the Li family? Did you help me take off? Oh, I almost forgot. You even gave me 500 yuan a month, how generous. I couldn't even afford to eat at the Li family and had to take odd jobs just to cover my monthly food expenses. I don't know what I am without the Li family, but I at least know that without the Li family, I can at least have enough to eat. Li Mingda's body stiffened, and his face turned awkward. He was aware that Li Chen's monthly living expenses were only 500 yuan, which had always been managed by Yang Chunhong, and he had never known before. 500 yuan was indeed too little, especially in the Li family. Li Yuhong's pocket money was several hundred times that of Li Chen's living expenses. Looking at Li Chen in front of him, Li Mingda said, "As long as you come back with me now, I promise to compensate you." Li Mingda was not having a change of heart but was thinking about his own face. If Li Chen didn't go back, how would the reporters report this? First, he needed to suppress this matter. Hearing this, Li Chen looked at Li Mingda and said, "Compensation? I don't need anything from you. You were eager for me to leave before, and now you want me to come back? I see it's just to bring the top scorer back. You all can leave. As long as you don't have any relationship with me in the future, I'll be grateful." Yang Chunhong angrily said, "You ungrateful child. You don't listen to your dad and me. What do you want?" Li Chen replied coldly, "I've said everything that needs to be said. Don't pretend to be deaf and mute here." Yang Chunhong wanted to say something else but was stopped by Li Tianlan. "Let's go. It seems Li Chen really doesn't want to go back." Li Tianlan felt he had underestimated Li Chen's hatred for the Li family. Forcing him would only increase Li Chen's resentment without any other result. Li Chen glanced at Li Tianlan and turned to leave. Back at the Li family, Yang Chunhong angrily slammed her bag on the table. "I'm really furious. That ungrateful Li Chen really thinks he can turn the world upside down." Li Mingda's expression was also very unpleasant. He hadn't expected that Li Chen would dare to directly confront him with a weapon. This made the always proud Li Mingda feel utterly humiliated. With nowhere to vent her anger, Yang Chunhong could only direct it at Li Mingda. "Take a good look. This is your good son, and he's your biological son. I see him as a reaper. It's one thing to not learn well in the orphanage, but now he's become a white-eyed wolf. I tell you, our family absolutely cannot give him a single cent in the future. I want to see how well he can do without the Li family." Li Tianlan frowned and said, "Mom, there's a reason why Li Chen doesn't want to come back. If you don't give him money, do you think 500 yuan a month will have any impact on him? Besides, Li Chen is now the top scorer in the college entrance exam. Do you think he will still lack money?" Yang Chunhong was momentarily speechless and then directly exploded at Li Tianlan. "Are you still speaking up for that ungrateful child? Let me tell you, from now on, you are not allowed to contact Li Chen anymore. I want to see what he can do alone outside." Li Xiaoman also said sarcastically, "Exactly, I really don't know what he's so proud of. Isn't he just a college entrance examination top scorer? He used to eat and drink with us, and now he wants to cut ties with us. I think that Thunder Dragon core you lost before was stolen by him and fed to his summoned beast, which is how he became the top scorer. Now he's turning his back on us." Yang Chunhong said directly, "I think so too. This ungrateful child has forgotten his studies, but he hasn't forgotten his sneaky skills as an orphan. Investigate. Check what has been stolen from the house. When the time comes, we'll send him directly to the inspection department and see how he remains so proud." Hearing this, Li Tianlan frowned even deeper. "Mom, what are you talking about? That Thunder Dragon core might not have been taken by Li Chen. Besides, even if he did take it, we can't just send him to the inspection department. That would ruin him." Yang Chunhong angrily replied, "Ruin him? You're still thinking of him at this point? Think about how he treated us just now. He even dared to lay hands on us. Can we just let him off so easily?" Li Mingda snorted coldly and spoke up. "What are you talking about sending him to the inspection department? Aren't we already embarrassed enough?" Yang Chunhong said, "Even if we don't send him to the inspection department, we need to teach Li Chen a good lesson. Otherwise, he really will become lawless." Li Xiaoman also chimed in, "Exactly, Dad, look at this slap mark on my face. We absolutely cannot let Li Chen off easily. First, gather evidence of Li Chen's crimes, then we can pressure him to kneel and apologize. Otherwise, we'll send him to the inspection department. Yes, that's how we'll do it. Zhao Fu, I asked you to find evidence against Li Chen. It's been several days, how's the surveillance footage?" Yang Chunhong nodded and then asked Zhao Fu, who was not far away. Zhao Fu quickly came over and hesitated as he looked at Yang Chunhong. "Madam, I've checked all the surveillance footage and found no evidence of young Master Li Chen stealing anything." Li Xiaoman was dissatisfied. "Impossible. If he didn't steal that Thunder Dragon core, then who did? Didn't Li Chen go near father's study?" Yang Chunhong also nodded. "Right. You need to look closely. Does Li Chen have any suspicious behavior?" Zhao Fu shook his head. "Madam, young Master Li Chen has no suspicious behavior. He just sometimes sneaks into the kitchen at night to grab some food." Upon hearing this, Yang Chunhong seemed to have caught Li Chen red-handed and jumped up. "See, I told you he has dirty hands. He sneaks into the kitchen to steal food. Zhao Fu, bring me the footage. I want to see if he stole anything else. If I catch him with something incriminating, just wait and see how I deal with him. Zhao Fu hesitated for a moment at Yang Chuanhong's words, then quickly brought over a video at her urging. When the video was opened, the Li family saw Li Chen holding his stomach, looking pale as he headed towards the kitchen at night. Li Xiaoman immediately said, "Look, I told you Li Chen has dirty hands. The fact that he can sneak into the kitchen to steal food is enough to prove he's a habitual offender. That Thunder Dragon core must have been stolen by him." Yang Chunhong agreed. "Exactly, Zhao Fu. Tell us all what Li Chen stole from the kitchen that day." Zhao Fu hesitated for a moment, then said, "Madam, young Master Li Chen didn't steal anything. He was just hungry and ate 2 buns inside. That day, young Master Li Chen had a fever and didn't come out to eat." "But madam, you said he wasn't allowed to eat at the dining table." Young Master Li Chen might have been extremely hungry, which is why he went to the kitchen to eat something. Listening to Zhao Fu's words, Yang Chuanhan's expression changed unpredictably. What fever? That guy was just pretending to be sick. Wasn't he lively the next day? He was just putting on an act. Search. Keep looking. I refuse to believe this guy has left no traces behind. At this moment, Li Chen had already arrived at the medical facility. Shi Yuhan was recovering well and was chatting with Zhang Wei. Seeing Li Chen approach, Shi Yuhan smiled and said, "I was just talking about you, and here you are." Looking at Shi Yuhan and Zhang Wei, a smile also appeared on Li Chen's face. These two people in front of him were his true family. Li Chen chuckled. "What were you saying about me?" Zhang Wei spoke up. "Wasn't it about you being the top scorer in the college entrance examination?" "Li Chen, you're famous now, the national champion, really impressive." Li Chen smiled but said nothing. "By the way, Li Chen, have you thought about which university you want to attend?" Shi Yuhan, lying on the hospital bed, asked. Now that the college entrance exam results were out, the next step was to choose a university. With Li Chen's scores, he could choose from any university in the country. Li Chen pondered for a moment and then said, "At the moment, I'm considering Tsinghua University or Peking University." Zhang Wei nodded. "I was just telling Yuhan about Tsinghua and Peking University too. After all, it's the top-ranked university in the country, and it's quite suitable for you, Li Chen. With your scores, getting into Tsinghua or Peking is a given." Li Chen looked at the two and asked, "What about you? Which schools are you thinking of?" Shi Yuhan replied, "Zhang Wei and I have similar scores, around the upper middle range. Getting into a university is not a problem, but our options are somewhat limited." Li Chen nodded, knowing this to be true, and then said directly, "Why don't you both go to the capital too? That way, we can look out for each other." Zhang Wei laughed. "We were thinking the same thing. After all, there are the most universities in the capital, and having you, the top scorer, looking out for us is better than being elsewhere." The bond among the three, built over years, meant they wouldn't be overly formal at this moment. "By the way, Li Chen, we're planning to go hunting outside the city tomorrow. Do you want to join us?" Zhang Wei asked Li Chen. Li Chen was taken aback. "So diligent? You just finished the college entrance exam." Zhang Wei laughed and scolded. "Do you think everyone is like you, the top scorer? How can you improve without going out to hunt? Let me tell you, getting into a university is just the beginning. I heard that there will be a freshman competition at the start, and the higher your rank, the better the rewards. You need to prepare in advance. I must tell you, even though you're the top scorer, you can't slack off." Li Chen smiled. All right, I'll go tomorrow. How's your condition, Yuhan? Can you go?" Zhang Wei replied, "Yes, the medical staff said she can get out of bed tonight. Besides, with you there, why would Yuhan need to push herself too hard?" Li Chen nodded with a smile, his expression genuinely happy. He had been a bit worried that becoming the top scorer would create a rift between them, but it seemed he had overthought it. Early the next morning, the three of them headed outside the city to start hunting magical creatures. The college entrance exam was also a promotion assessment, and after the promotion, both Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan's combat abilities had improved significantly. Of course, Li Chen's improvement was even greater. Now, the magical creatures on the outskirts of the Black Mist Forest posed no threat to them at all. With just the swan and eye, all the magical creatures they encountered were almost instantly killed. Seeing this, Zhang Wei teased, "I told you, with Li Chen around, we hardly get a chance to do anything." Shi Yuhan said a bit shyly, "We aren't doing anything, yet we're still getting experience points. It feels like we're reaping without sowing." Zhang Wei responded, "Oh well, just think of it as playing landlord. How long can we still rely on the top scorer? Once we enter university, who knows when we'll see each other again." At this point, both Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan felt a bit melancholic. After all, once they entered university, the tasks would be quite heavy. Even if they were all in the capital, it wouldn't be possible to meet every day. When Li Chen returned to the Li family, they had hardly seen each other, and now that they were finally together, it was only a few days before they had to part again. Seeing this, Li Chen spoke up, don't make a fuss about it. Why can't we meet? Even if we get busy in college, we should still meet at least once a month. Sure, as long as you, the top scorer of the college entrance exam, don't mind, Zhang Wei replied with a smile. Li Chen shook his head. You're just teasing me again. After hunting all day, Xuanwu finally leveled up to level 10, while Li Chen also leveled up by 2 levels, reaching level 12. Swan Ni and Kuei Long also each leveled up by 1, reaching level 11. As for Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan, they directly leveled up by 3 levels. It is worth mentioning that Li Chen's 4 basic attributes linked to Swan Ni are the 4 basic attributes of Swan Ni at level 11 plus Li Chen's own 4 basic attributes at level 12. Therefore, Li Chen's basic attributes are related to Swan Ni's level. After collecting all the materials from the magical creatures, the 3 of them prepared to return to the city. Just then, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the black mist forest ahead. Soon, they saw many people riding magical mounts coming out, quickly heading towards Tiannan City. Looking at the flags above, it seemed to be a team. When Li Chen saw the emblem on the flag, his brows furrowed slightly. It was the Star Iron Guild. This team had clearly also spotted Li Chen and his companions, splitting into 2 groups to quickly surround them. It was as if they were intentionally looking for Li Chen. Watching the encroaching team, Li Chen's brow tightened. Had Yang Xiuwu's matter been exposed? It wasn't impossible, after all, the Star Iron Guild was quite powerful, and it wouldn't be surprising if they found out so quickly. Moreover, if Li Yuhan could deduce that it was him, he might also leak information to the Star Iron Guild. Li Chen knew Li Yuhan too well. Such underhanded tactics were his specialty. At this moment, Shi Yuhan also saw their flag, and her face turned pale. She knew that the leader of the Tiger Brigade, Yang Xiuwu, who had severely injured her last time, was from the Star Iron Guild, truly a case of enemies crossing paths. Just then, the Star Iron Guild's team parted, and a person riding a fiery red lion quickly leaped out. The Crimson Fire Lion. This was a 5-star mount, with a qualification of 15, extremely rare and highly valuable. The person riding the Crimson Fire Lion was a woman, with a well-proportioned figure, sword-like brows, and starry eyes, looking quite heroic. Xu Xingtong, the president of the Star Iron Guild. Previously, when Li Chen was in Shuntian gathering information about the Tiger Brigade, he had also bought some information about the Star Iron Guild. Without hesitation, Li Chen summoned Swan Ni, Kuei Long, and Xuanwu, ready for battle. The news said that Xu Xingtong was a level 45 warrior and seemed to be a hidden class berserker, with extremely high combat power. But even so, Li Chen was confident he had the capital to fight back. If it came to a life and death struggle, at least half of the Star Iron Guild members around would have to die. What Li Chen was worried about now was Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan. At that moment, Xu Xingtong, riding the Crimson Fire Lion, looked Li Chen up and down. You are the top scorer of the college entrance exam, Li Chen? Xu Xingtong asked. Her voice was crisp, like jade beads falling on an iron plate. Zhang Wei quickly spoke up. You are from the Star Iron Guild, right? Li Chen is the top scorer. You should think carefully about the consequences of taking action against him. If someone were to kill a top scorer, not to mention the Star Iron Guild, even the number 1 guild in the country would be directly wiped out, with no room for retreat. Xu Xingtong naturally knew this, and listening to Zhang Wei's words, she said with a half-smile, Don't worry, I know this better than you. Then, Xu Xingtong's gaze fell on the Swan Ni and Kuei Long summoned by Li Chen. Clearly, she was more interested in Li Chen's summoned beast, glancing back and forth several times. Your summoned beast is quite remarkable. Even I feel a certain pressure facing it, Xu Xingtong said, a hint of admiration in her eyes. Although she had seen the footage and knew Li Chen's summoned beast was strong, she hadn't expected it to exert such a sense of oppression on her. No wonder he was able to kill Yang Xiuwu. Then, noticing Li Chen's tense demeanor, Xu Xingtong spoke up, There's no need to be so nervous. I don't intend to do anything to you. I've already understood the situation. Yang Xiuwu attacked your friend, and you avenged your friend by killing him. In my view, there's nothing wrong with that. However, Yang Xiuwu is my team member and my team leader, so I must do something about it. When you reach level 20, I will come to find you. At that time, I will suppress my power to level 20 and have a match with you. Regardless of who wins or loses, we can consider this matter settled. After saying this, Xu Xingtong pulled the reins, and the Crimson Fire Lion leaped out, quickly heading towards Tiannan City. The members of the Star Iron Guild followed suit, swiftly leaving the area. It was only after they had departed that Zhang Wei let out a sigh of relief and turned to Li Chen, saying, You killed a member of the Star Iron Guild? Zhang Wei hadn't expected that the members of the Star Iron Guild had blocked them because Li Chen had killed someone, specifically, a member of the Star Iron Guild. Realizing he couldn't hide it any longer, Li Chen nodded and said, The one who seriously injured Shi Yuhan is Yang Xiuwu, the leader of the Star Iron Guild's Fierce Tiger team. Zhang Wei was taken aback for a moment, sure Yuhan hadn't mentioned who had seriously injured her out of fear of implicating them. Once he processed the information, Zhang Wei exclaimed, "Well done. I was wondering how we offended the Star Iron Guild. Since it was the one who injured Yuhan, then this matter is settled. Li Chen, you did well." Sure Yuhan also hadn't expected Li Chen to kill Yang Xiuhu and couldn't help but express her concern. "Li Chen, you were too impulsive. After all, Yang Xiuhu was a member of the Star Iron Guild. Now you've offended them, it's a huge loss." Li Chen laughed. "No need to worry. Didn't Zhang Wei just say that I'm the top scorer in the college entrance examination? The Star Iron Guild won't do anything to me." I didn't expect the top scorer would become my talisman, Li Chen thought to himself, clearly understanding that while Zhu Xingtong's words were reasonable, the main reason she refrained from taking action was because he had become the top scorer. Li Chen didn't take the matter to heart. After returning home and giving all the materials to Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan, he went to rest. The next morning, before Li Chen had fully woken up, he was abruptly awakened by the phone ringing beside his bed. In this world, there were still phones, but they only had signal in the cities. In the wild, one had to rely on special communication methods. Picking up the phone, he saw it was the principal's call. "Hello, principal, is there something you need?" Li Chen yawned, having not slept well the previous night. The principal, Yang Feng, couldn't hide his laughter as he spoke. "Li Chen, are you free right now? If you are, hurry over to the school. I need to tell you that the recruitment teachers from various universities have already arrived, and they are all here to see you." Li Chen was taken aback for a moment, then asked in confusion, "So soon? Aren't we supposed to wait a couple of days for the recruitment work to start?" Yang Feng chuckled, "That's for ordinary students, you're the top scorer. The universities are eager to recruit you, so they can't afford to wait. Let me tell you, all these recruitment teachers came here using the teleportation array. They didn't want to waste a single moment meeting you." Li Chen thought about it. After all, being the top scorer came with different treatment. However, the fact that they used the teleportation array seemed a bit exaggerated. Between the major cities lay the wilderness, filled with numerous magical creatures, and the teleportation arrays between cities were the safest means of travel. However, the cost of using the teleportation array is not low. Li Chen had previously thought that the admissions teacher had arrived on a flying mount. "Since the admissions teacher is already here, I'll go over now," Li Chen said directly. Although he was the top scorer in the college entrance examination, he couldn't act aloof. He quickly put on his clothes, opened the door, and prepared to head to the school. Just as he stepped out and reached the alley, he saw a figure ahead. It was Li Menghan. Li Chen frowned slightly, not expecting Li Menghan to come looking for him again. Li Menghan looked at Li Chen, tightening her grip. After Li Tianlan returned home last night, he had told Li Menghan what had happened. Li Menghan hadn't expected that Li Chen would take action directly, and even resort to violence against their parents. In the past, Li Menghan would have found Li Chen incomprehensible for treating their parents that way. But now, after understanding Li Chen better, all she felt was pity for him. What kind of life had Li Chen lived in the Li family over the years? How much pain must he have felt to harbor such hatred for them? "Li Chen," Li Menghan stepped forward, looking at him with eyes full of concern. Li Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is there something you need?" After all, Li Menghan had helped him before, so he didn't want to take out his anger on her. Li Menghan rubbed her hands together, a bit nervous, and said, "Li Chen, I know about Mom and Dad looking for you." Upon hearing this, Li Chen interrupted her, "If it's about going back to the Li family, don't bother. I've made it very clear that I have no relationship with the Li family anymore." Li Menghan, hearing this, hurriedly said, "Li Chen, you misunderstood. I'm not here to make you go home. There's a set of B-grade resources and 3 million as a celebration for you becoming the top scorer." As she spoke, Li Menghan handed him a storage ring. When Li Yuhong only got second place in the province, their family showered him with gifts, giving him 30 million in cash alone. Li Menghan also wanted to celebrate Li Chen. Looking at the space ring in Li Menghan's hand, Li Chen frowned. "I don't want it," he said firmly. Seeing this, Li Menghan urged, "Li Chen, just accept it. This is also a token of my sister's goodwill. You're about to go to college, and you'll definitely need resources. I just want to help you." Li Chen replied coldly, "I've already said no. I have no relationship with the Li family anymore, and I don't want anything from them." Li Menghan quickly said, "Li Chen, I know you're angry with the Li family. It was indeed our fault before, and I have let you down. I realize my mistakes now. Once you enter college, you'll soon face the freshman competition, and getting a good ranking is very important for you. Just listen to your sister and accept these things." Li Chen remained unyielding, waving his hand. "Li Menghan, I appreciate that you could lend me money before, but I've severed ties with the Li family. You don't need to try to please me, an outsider. Give it to Li Yuhong instead. he will have the freshman competition too. Li Menghan's eyes turned red instantly as she looked at Li Chen and said, Li Yuhong has his parents, he doesn't lack anything. Li Chen, please accept it. Consider it an apology from your sister for the past. Li Chen replied directly, no need. Let's just say I was blind before and couldn't see through your family. You don't need to apologize to me. Such a valuable gift, I can't accept. Li Menghan felt a sudden panic in her heart. She had come this time to try to ease the relationship with Li Chen. After reading Li Chen's diary, she realized how poorly she had treated him before. When Li Chen had just returned to the Li family, he yearned for family affection, desperately trying to get close to her, even going so far as to flatter her. But what about her? She just felt a bit annoyed with Li Chen and sent him away to keep his distance. She remembered when she first joined the city patrol, Li Chen had excitedly bought her a gift and wanted to tour her workplace. But how did she respond? She thought the gift was shabby and embarrassing, so she threw it away without a second thought and had him kicked out. Li Chen was her own brother. Now she realized she had been wrong, but it seemed the distance between her and Li Chen was only growing. Thinking about the city patrol, Li Menghan hastily said, Li Chen, didn't you always want to visit the city patrol? How about I take you there? Then we can go to the Tianlan Trading Company to buy some things. Upon hearing this, Li Chen's expression immediately turned cold. City patrol? Li Menghan, do you want to humiliate me in front of your colleagues again like last time and then have me thrown out? Tears instantly streamed down Li Menghan's face as she looked at Li Chen and said, Li Chen, you misunderstood me. I was wrong before, and I apologize. That incident was my fault. Li Chen glanced at Li Menghan but said nothing. Then expressionless, he walked past her towards the school. Although she had lent him money before, he could never forget what had happened that day. The gift he had saved up for months to buy was treated like trash and thrown away by Li Menghan. From that moment on, Li Chen closed off his heart. She could lend him money, and he could repay her double, but Li Chen would never forget the scar in his heart. He constantly reminded himself that since he had left the Li family, he should just live well. As for what the Li family said, he didn't care and didn't want to care. Watching Li Chen leave, Li Menghan could no longer hold back her tears. The car door opened, and Li Tianlan got out from the back seat, gently resting a hand on Li Menghan's shoulder. Li Menghan looked at Li Tianlan and said, Elder sister, I just wanted to show concern for Li Chen. He became the top scorer in the college entrance examination and is about to enter university. I want to congratulate him. I was wrong before, I didn't think I would hurt him so much. Li Tianlan sighed. Yes, who would have thought things would turn out this way? Li Menghan wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and looked at Li Tianlan. Elder sister, why don't you apologize to Li Chen as well? I believe that as long as it's sincere, we can definitely win him back. She had read Li Chen's diary, which contained many entries about their elder sister, so she naturally knew that Li Tianlan had also done something excessive to Li Chen. It happened on Li Tianlan's birthday when she was very strict and couldn't tolerate any nonsense. Li Chen, with good intentions, ended up getting beaten by Li Tianlan. Most importantly, at that time, Li Yuhong had also done something wrong, but Li Tianlan had only given him a verbal warning. Li Tianlan was well aware of this and opened her mouth but said nothing. She knew that she had been wrong in that situation. However, Li Menghan had already interacted with Li Chen and even lent him money, and Li Chen had shown no softness in his heart. Should she apologize? How could she apologize? Would Li Chen possibly forgive her? Li Tianlan knew in her heart that Li Chen harbored great resentment towards the Li family. Even if they wanted to reconcile with him, he would not agree. After comforting Li Menghan for a while, Li Tianlan drove them home. Once they arrived, they saw their mother, Yang Chunhong, bustling around Li Yuhong, who was wrapped in bandages. Yuhong, this is sashimi made from top-grade spiritual material, deep-sea dragonfish. Eating it will enhance your agility. And this, a soup made from 100-year-old white jade mushroom and the meat of the magical creature, red fire earth dragon, will greatly aid your recovery. By the way, this is the spirit-enhancing meal I specifically asked Chef Ling to prepare for you. Eating it can enhance your physical foundation. It's a good thing, so hurry up and eat. Li Menghan and Li Tianlan exchanged a glance, both showing a hint of helplessness in their eyes. Their mother, Yang Chunhong, had always doted on their younger brother, Li Yuhong, and after he got injured, it became even more pronounced. Every day, he was given various nourishing foods and constant care. If this had been before, Li Menghan and Li Tianlan wouldn't have thought much of it, as the Li family had enough financial resources to support such indulgence. But now, seeing this scene, they couldn't help but think of Li Chen. What kind of life was Li Chen living outside? Could he eat any of the things Li Yuhong was eating now? Even when Li Chen was at the Li family home, he had never eaten these things. The video Uncle Fu had taken showed Li Chen starving and going to the kitchen to eat leftover scraps. While their mother, Yang Chunhong, fussed over Li Yuhong, Had she ever thought about her other son? Her biological son. Eldest sister, second sister, you're back. Li Yuhong smiled warmly upon seeing Li Tianlan and Li Menghan. Yang Chunhong also turned her head, saw them, and put down her bowl and chopsticks, saying, I was just saying, Yuhong is about to enter college, and you two sisters need to talk to him about it so he can prepare. By the way, Tianlan, if you have time, teach Yuhong a bit. Yuhong's wind sword master is considered a hidden warrior profession. As the #1 warrior in Tiannan, you should pass on all your experience to him. Li Yuhong nodded obediently, saying, Mom, don't worry, I will ask my eldest sister for advice. Yang Chunhong nodded, then looked at Li Menghan, saying, Menghan, Yuhong just said he wants to go to Qingbei University. His grades are good enough, and you're also from Qingbei. You'll be in the same school, and you haven't graduated yet, so you must take good care of your brother when you get to the capital, understood? Li Yuhong smiled, Mom, you don't need to say that. My sister will take care of me, right? Right, Menghan? Li Menghan remained silent, watching this scene, her mind drifting back to Li Chen, her eyes slightly reddening. Without saying a word, she turned and went upstairs. She felt a heaviness in her heart. Hey, what's wrong with Menghan? She went out for a bit and came back like this? Yang Chunhong said, puzzled. Li Tianlan replied perfunctorily, maybe something happened with the city patrol, and she's not too happy. I'll go check on her. With that, Li Tianlan followed Li Menghan upstairs. For some reason, seeing Yang Chunhong and Li Yuhong in such a motherly and filial manner made Li Tianlan feel a bit uncomfortable. When she reached upstairs, she saw Li Menghan wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. Noticing Li Tianlan had followed her, Li Menghan raised her reddened eyes and asked, Eldest sister, I felt so stifled just now. Seeing how our mother treats Li Yuhong, and thinking about Li Chen's experiences at home, do you think Li Chen is really our biological brother? Li Tianlan hesitated, having understood Li Menghan's meaning. Li Yuhong was just an adopted son, yet he was so pampered by their mother. But what about Li Chen? He was the biological son of the Li family, yet what kind of treatment did he receive at home? Eldest sister, look at the things Mom made just now. We've all eaten them, but has Li Chen ever had any? Let alone the dishes made by our mother, has he even eaten what the family chef prepared? Every time there's monster meat or other spirit materials, they are always prioritized for us, while Li Chen can only eat ordinary food. And even that isn't enough. And Mom only gives Li Chen 500 yuan a month for living expenses. What can 500 yuan do? That's living expenses, not pocket money. Eldest sister, our pocket money is at least several 100,000 or even millions a month, right? Li Tianlan opened her mouth, a look of helplessness on her face. Since Li Chen came back, Mother has never liked him. She always thinks that Li Chen grew up in an orphanage, that he's unclean, and believes he must have picked up some bad habits from there. Yuhong was raised by Mom since childhood, so naturally, she likes him very much. Li Menghan said, even if Yuhong was raised by her, Li Chen is her own flesh and blood. She shouldn't treat them so differently, right? This isn't just favoritism, it's as if she doesn't see Li Chen as a person at all. As she spoke, tears welled up in Li Menghan's eyes again. Sister, at first, when Li Chen treated me that way, I felt some resentment, but now I finally understand why Li Chen is like this towards us. He feels hopeless about us. Sister, think about it from his perspective. If we were in Li Chen's situation, we would probably hate the Li family even more than he does now, right? Li Tianlan's expression was also quite grim, feeling that Li Menghan's words made a lot of sense. If it were her, given her temperament, she would have probably left the Li family at the first sign of trouble. But what about Li Chen? He endured for several years. Why did Li Chen persist for so long? Li Tianlan had read Li Chen's diary, so she naturally knew the answer. It was family. Li Chen was an orphan who had finally returned home, cherishing this hard-won familial bond. So even when faced with injustice, even when subjected to difficulties, even when he was not welcomed, he still said nothing. He even greeted them with a smile. Yet they did not cherish him at all, repeatedly hurting his feelings, ultimately leading to the current situation. Should Li Chen's attitude towards them be blamed on him? It was all their fault. At this moment, Li Menghan wiped the tears from her face and looked at Li Tianlan, saying, Sister, do you know about the Thunder Dragon Core? Li Tianlan nodded, hesitating as she replied, I know. It was originally a birthday gift Dad prepared for me, but it got lost. Since Xiaoman and Mom saw Li Chen's college entrance exam results, they think Li Chen stole the Thunder Dragon Core to feed it to his summoned beast, which is why he did so well. Li Menghan shook her head. Sister, listen to me. It's not like that. I suspect Xiaoman is the one who lost the Thunder Dragon Core. Xiaoman? Li Tianlan was taken aback, completely not expecting Li Menghan to say this. No way? Why would Xiaoman steal the Thunder Dragon Core? If she wanted it, she could just ask for it, right? Li Tianlan found it strange, Xiaoman usually had enough pocket money and didn't need to steal the Thunder Dragon Core. Li Menghan spoke up, "Sister, you don't know. Ever since Li Chen came back, Xiaoman has been looking down on him, trying several times to get him kicked out. You know, Xiaoman and Yu Hong are of similar age and have the best relationship. Xiaoman has always felt that Li Chen's return would take away our love for Yu Hong, so she has been very displeased with Li Chen. Several times, she wanted me to help her deal with Li Chen. If you were home, she probably would have come to you too." Listening to Li Menghan, Li Tianlan recalled that Xiaoman indeed had a strong dislike for Li Chen, never showing him a good face, let alone saying anything nice. Li Tianlan remembered one time when Xiaoman was sick with a fever, and when Li Chen found out, he hurriedly carried her to the medical station. But what about Xiaoman? When she woke up, she cursed Li Chen, saying he had dirted her by carrying her and that her fever was caused by Li Chen being unclean. Li Tianlan still remembered Li Chen's expression at that time, very awkward and not knowing what to say, only able to tightly grip the hem of his clothes. "I know Xiaoman has always had a problem with Li Chen. Are you saying that Xiaoman stole the Thunder Dragon Core to frame Li Chen?" Listening to Li Tianlan's words, Li Menghan nodded. "Before, Xiaoman wanted to frame Li Chen, but I didn't agree. Think about it, Li Chen usually wouldn't even go to his father's study. How could he possibly steal the Thunder Dragon's Core? Moreover, Li Chen didn't even know that the Thunder Dragon's Core was in his father's study. His father only told me, Xiaoman, and Yu Heng." Hearing Li Menghan's analysis, Li Tianlan also nodded. "What you say does seem to make sense. No, I need to clarify this matter. We can't wrong Li Chen." Li Menghan shook her head, looking helpless. "Do you think Dad and Mom will believe it if we say it? They already have a very negative opinion of Li Chen. They won't believe it at all unless we have evidence." Li Tianlan was taken aback and nodded helplessly. At that moment, Yang Chunhong came upstairs, saw Li Tianlan and Li Menghan, and smiled. "Tianlan, Menghan, the school just called and said that the teachers from the college admissions office have arrived at the school, and they want Yu Hong to hurry over." Although these college admissions office teachers came for Li Chen, they also invited Li Yu Hong, who was the second in the province, to avoid another trip. Li Menghan said, "Then let Yu Hong hurry over." Yang Chunhong glared at Li Menghan. "How can such an important matter be left to Yu Hong alone? I've already told your dad to rush to the school. We should go together so we can help your brother analyze the strengths and weaknesses of the major universities. Although Yu Hong prefers Qingbei University, what if something changes?" Upon hearing this, a hint of dimness flashed in Li Menghan's eyes. Their mother cared so much about Li Yu Hong going to college, nurturing every step with full effort. But what about Li Chun? He had become the top scorer in the college entrance examination, yet he had nothing. Thinking of this, Li Menghan looked at Yang Chunhong and couldn't help but say, "Mom, how could you only give Li Chen 500 yuan for living expenses before? What can 500 yuan do?" Yang Chunhong rolled her eyes. "What's wrong with 500 yuan? He just came back from the orphanage. 500 yuan is already a lot. When he was in the orphanage, his monthly living expenses weren't even 500. Humph. I was just afraid he would develop bad habits in the orphanage, thinking not to let him be too extravagant. Besides, look at what he has become now. He dares to threaten me and your dad with 500 yuan. If I had given him more money back then, would he have wanted to go to heaven?" At this point, Yang Chunhong realized and looked at Li Menghan, asking, "Did you go to find Li Chen?" Li Menghan nodded. "Mom, you don't know, Li Chen has a very negative opinion of us now." Yang Chunhong slapped Li Menghan lightly. "My silly daughter, why would you go find him? Don't you know what he thinks of us? Let me tell you, don't go looking for him again. Let him fend for himself out there. I want to see how long he can be arrogant." Li Menghan hurriedly said, "Mom, but we were too indifferent to Li Chen before, and now that Li Chen has become the top scorer in the college entrance examination, it proves his excellence. I think we should apologize to Li Chen." Yang Chunhong's expression changed, directly interrupting Li Menghan. "Let me tell you, don't mention this matter again." Apologize to him? Dream on. So what if he's the top scorer? How did he become the top scorer? Didn't he use forbidden techniques and sacrifice his talent? What good can he have in the future? Let me tell you, no matter what, Li Chen is still not as good as Yu Hong. From now on, Yu Hong is your brother, understand? Li Tianlan, unable to listen any longer, spoke up. "Mom, how can you say that? Isn't Li Chen your own son?" Yang Chunhong was momentarily taken aback by the words, then spoke up. "At that time, I also thought Li Chen wasn't my biological son. With his appearance, how could he possibly be my own? But your dad and I did a paternity test, and we did it several times. The results all showed he is indeed our son. What kind of sin did you and your dad commit to end up with such a son?" Li Menghan interjected. "Mom, since Li Chen is your biological son, what's there to be upset about? Why not just bring him back?" Yang Chunhong, upon hearing this, became somewhat angry and looked at Li Menghan, saying, "Didn't I tell you? Don't ever mention bringing Li Chen back again, he doesn't deserve it. Humph. When he was pointing a weapon at me and your dad, did he ever think he was our biological son? A rebellious son like him should never have been brought back in the first place. I warn you, don't ever have contact with Li Chen again, just treat him as if he has nothing to do with us. I don't believe that after leaving the Li family, he can still thrive. Alright, enough of this. Let's not talk about it anymore. Hurry up and get ready. You need to meet with the admissions office teachers from the universities with Yu Hong soon. That's the important matter. With that, Yang Chunhong turned and left, heading downstairs to Li Yuhong. Watching Yang Chunhong's retreating figure, Li Menghan felt a wave of sadness. Was Li Chen really her biological son? At that moment, in the reception hall of the 8th high school, all the admissions office teachers from the top 20 universities had gathered. The competition for the top scorer in the college entrance examination was fierce. Lower-ranked universities didn't even qualify to participate. Tsinghua University, Peking University, Moda University, Chuannan University, Jinling Academy. If it weren't for the regulations prohibiting private contact with students, they would have approached Li Chen directly by now. This was also to ensure the maximum benefit for the candidates. Having multiple admissions office teachers together would yield the best conditions. Hey, I've heard that this Li Chen is a summoner. Everyone knows that summoners are the weakest combat profession. Our school is here because we have a renowned summoner teacher, so please let us have him at Chuannan University. Hearing the words of the Chuannan University admissions office teacher, the other admissions office teachers looked on disdainfully. To recruit the top scorer, they would say anything. Summoners were indeed the weakest combat profession, but Li Chen was an exception. Just like that summoner who summoned a dragon, he was also an exception and couldn't be generalized. In fact, because summoners were the weakest combat profession, Li Chen's outstanding performance was even more attractive to universities. Who knows, he might pave a new path for summoners in the future. The admissions office teacher from Moda University also spoke up. Everyone, I've heard some news, and since we're all from admissions offices, I'll share it. I heard that the reason Li Chen did so well in the college entrance examination is that he used the forbidden technique of talent sacrifice. You all must know that after using talent sacrifice, it almost drains one's potential, leaving little room for future improvement. Our Moda University has a way to resolve the aftereffects of this forbidden technique, so please let us have Li Chen. It would be useless for you to try. The other admissions office teachers pondered for a moment. They had certainly inquired about Li Chen's background as soon as possible. They had also heard this rumor. It must be said that this news was indeed credible. After all, Li Chen's strength did not rely on a multitude of summoned beasts but rather on one or two powerful ones. This aligned well with the characteristics of the talent sacrifice forbidden technique. However, the impact wasn't too significant. After all, just the title of being the top scorer in the college entrance examination was worth competing for. Moreover, they didn't quite believe that someone capable of becoming the top scorer would willingly cut off their own future. All the admissions office teachers chatted casually, their words filled with various exchanges and confrontations. Either they were talking about Li Chen's shortcomings, trying to dissuade others from the idea of competing for him, or they were boasting about how many resources their school had prepared for this top scorer in the college entrance examination, hoping to intimidate others. Of course, this was just the prelude. The important part was when Li Chen arrived. Yang Feng served tea and water, not daring to show any signs of neglect. These were all representatives from universities, each with at least a level of 40. He, as a high school principal, could not afford to offend them, especially the admissions officers from the top 3 universities, Qingbei, Modu, and Jinling. Just then, Li Chen arrived outside the reception hall and pushed the door open to walk in. Upon seeing Li Chen, all the admissions officers instantly stopped chatting, and everyone's gaze fell on him. Li Chen had been relatively thin before, but after a few days of improvement, especially after linking with the Swan and I, his 4 basic attributes had increased, making his physique more robust. The admissions officers looked at Li Chen with calm expressions, all nodding slightly. In such a situation, remaining composed proved that Li Chen had a good mindset. The admissions officer from Jinling University was a cool woman in her 30s who looked Li Chen up and down, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, very spirited, and quite handsome. No wonder there are reports saying many junior girls want to be his girlfriend. Once he gets to university, whether it's his status as a top scorer or his looks, he will likely attract a group of senior girls. Perhaps it was because she was a female teacher, but her focus was somewhat different. When Yang Feng saw Li Chen come over, a smile appeared on his face, and he quickly introduced Li Chen to the surrounding teachers. Li Chen also smiled, greeting each one. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they moved on to the recruitment pitch. The admissions officer from Lingbei University spoke first. Li Chen, I'm a straightforward person, so I won't waste time with small talk. Our Lingbei University has a very high regard for you, so if you come to us, we will directly offer you 30 million, plus an A-level resource. Li Chen fell silent for a moment. To be honest, this offer was indeed quite high for an ordinary student. However, for a top scorer, it was just average. Seeing this, the other admissions officers could no longer sit still and immediately stood up, surrounding Li Chen and starting to speak one after another. Li Chen, I'm from Qingshan University. If you come to us, although we can only offer you B-level resources, we can give you 80 million, plus a diamond grade summoner skill book. Li Chen, I'm from Beihai University. We value you very much. If you come, various summoner insights will be freely available to you, and of course, 80 million plus an A-level resource will also be directly offered. Li Chen, I think we are the most suitable for you. We will directly give you a 5-star, 15 qualification contract creature as your pet. As a summoner, you know what a 5-star, 15 qualification contract creature means. Don't listen to him. A person can only have one contract creature, so you must be cautious. I suggest you choose a contract creature after reaching level 20. If you come to our Zhongshan University, we will directly provide you with a set of S-grade resources. The surrounding admissions officers spoke one after another, all eager to have Li Chen choose their respective schools. After all, this was a top scorer. Whichever school secured him would not only gain prestige but also receive more educational resource subsidies from the state. Just then, 3 luxury cars stopped at the entrance of the 8th high school. Although some mounts now far exceed cars in speed, most cities still do not allow mounts within their limits, as losing control could lead to significant casualties. Therefore, cars remain the primary mode of transportation in the city. Several figures descended from the vehicle, and they were none other than the Li family. Yang Chunhong looked at the 8th high school in front of her, her brows furrowing slightly. What bad luck! Those teachers from the college admissions office really don't know what's going on. Why did they choose such a meeting place? Yang Chunhong felt this way because it was Li Chen's school, and she found it quite unlucky. Beside her, Li Menghan said, Mom, have you forgotten? Li Chen is the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Those teachers from the admissions office must want to win him over first, so naturally, they would come to Li Chen's school. Hearing Li Menghan's words, Yang Chunhong's expression grew even more unpleasant. So, does that mean Li Chen is inside? Li Tianlan shook his head. Not necessarily. Maybe Li Chen has already come and gone, and now it's Li Yuhong's turn. Upon hearing this, Li Yuhong tightened his grip, his face turning extremely grim. Li Chen had stolen all his thunder. Everything that should have belonged to him was taken away. Li Xiaoman scoffed, those admissions office teachers have no idea how Li Chen became the top scorer. If they knew, they probably wouldn't be so eager to find him. Li Menghan frowned and said, Third sister, how can you talk like that? Li Chen earned that top score through his own abilities. Can you stop harboring such resentment towards him? Resentment towards him? Does he deserve it? Li Xiaoman retorted defiantly. You all know that Li Chen must have used the forbidden technique of talent sacrifice to summon such powerful beasts to help him pass the college entrance examination. And don't forget the Thunder Dragon Core that Dad was going to give to the eldest sister. That beast of Li Chen's is as strong as an ox. It must have been fed the Thunder Dragon Core. Mom, tell me, what's so great about a top scorer who got it this way that colleges are fighting over? Yang Chunhong nodded in agreement. Exactly, a summoner getting the top score? Don't make me laugh. In my opinion, Li Chen's results shouldn't count. Using the forbidden technique of talent sacrifice is no different from cheating. The provincial top scorer of Jiangnan should be our Yuhong. Li Menghan, hearing this, became furious. How can you say that? What do you mean Li Chen's top score is from cheating? That's the result of his hard work. And what do you mean by saying the provincial top scorer of Jiangnan should be our Yuhong? Isn't Li Chen part of our family? He is the national top scorer. Listening to Li Menghan, Yang Chunhong's face immediately darkened. Haven't I told you before? Li Chen is no longer considered part of our family. Can't you see his attitude towards us? Let me tell you, from now on, if anyone mentions that ungrateful son Li Chen, don't blame me for being rude. At this moment, Li Yuhong spoke up at the right time. Mom, don't be angry. Second sister is right. Brother did indeed achieve the top score, and that is something to be happy about. Yang Chunhong shot Li Menghan a glare, then looked at Li Yuhong with concern. Yuhong, you are still the kindest, even now, you are speaking up for Li Chen. Mom, let me tell you, Li Chen is not a good person. He once pointed a weapon at me and your dad. Stay away from him in the future. Yang Chunhong hadn't told Li Yuhong about this, but Li Xiaoman had already informed him. However, Li Yuhong still showed a look of surprise, looking at Yang Chunhong and saying, Huh? There's such a thing? Then brother really did something very wrong. Even if mom and dad are doing this for my brother's sake, how can he treat you like this? No, I need to find a time to talk to my brother properly about this. Upon hearing this, Yang Chunhong immediately smiled. I knew our Yuhong is the best, but you still shouldn't get in touch with that Li Chen. He's just a mad dog. Li Mingda coughed, somewhat dissatisfied. Speak properly. We still have to meet so many college admissions teachers later. Don't keep calling him a mad dog. Saying this, Li Mingda took the lead towards the reception hall. Yang Chunhong muttered something and then followed with the others. Meanwhile, in the reception hall of the 8th high school, the admissions teachers from various universities were already arguing to the point of getting red-faced. The only ones who could still sit calmly were the admissions teachers from the top 3 universities. Once the admissions teachers from other universities had said their piece, Wang Mingyu, the admissions officer from Qingbei University, slowly stood up. Looking at Li Chen, Wang Mingyu revealed a gentle smile. Li Chen, I am Wang Mingyu from the admissions office of Qingbei University. I believe you are aware of the prestige of Qingbei University. Qingbei University has been ranked first among universities for years. It's not just talk. Whether it's resource allocation, faculty strength, or other aspects, Qingbei University is top-notch. Of course, we at Qingbei University are also very sincere. If you come to Qingbei University, we will offer you an A-level cultivation resource, plus 60 million, and a diamond-grade summoner skill book. Trust me, Li Chen, Qingbei University is your best choice. Wang Mingyu's attitude was quite sincere, but his words carried a sense of confidence, with a hint of subtle arrogance woven in. Li Chen didn't mind the tone. He listened to Wang Mingyu's words and pondered slightly. To be honest, he had been leaning towards choosing Qingbei University before. After all, it was the top-ranked university. And now, the conditions offered by Qingbei University were also appealing, making Li Chen quite tempted. The admissions officer from Modi University, upon hearing this, scoffed and said disdainfully, "Humph, I'm not saying you Qingbei University have so little sincerity. Li Chen, just come to Modi University. We'll give you 100 million. Plus an S-grade resource." Outside the reception hall, the Li family had also arrived at the door. Hearing the voices from inside, Yang Chunhan became anxious and wanted to go in. Li Menghan quickly stopped her. "Mom, what are you doing? Didn't you hear that Li Chen is inside right now? Why would you go in? The admissions officers are fighting over Li Chen." Yang Chunhong slapped her thigh and said, "That's exactly why I need to hurry in. I have to talk to the admissions officers inside properly. I absolutely can't let them be fooled by this Li Chen. A guy like him doesn't deserve to be admitted by these universities." With that, Yang Chunhong pushed the door open and walked in. The admissions officer from Modi University frowned slightly upon hearing the door open. He still had leverage he hadn't revealed yet. If he finished stating the conditions, he might directly sway Li Chen. After all, when it came to wealth and power, Modi University truly had no fear of anyone. But unexpectedly, he was interrupted at this moment. After Yang Chunhong entered and saw the numerous university admissions officers, she first revealed a smile. "All the teachers are here. I am Li Yuhong's mother, the second best Li Yuhong in the province. We came after receiving the notification. I just heard you all discussing Li Chen's admission and couldn't help but come in to say a few words. This Li Chen, you see, only achieved the top score in the college entrance examination by using a forbidden technique of talent sacrifice. He has no potential left and no value in the future, so don't be deceived." All the teachers from the admissions offices of various universities furrowed their brows, not expecting such a turn of events. Some of the admissions officers prepared to see what was going on. After all, the people were already here, and there was no rush. Yang Feng, seeing the situation, became anxious and spoke up. "Who are you? What are you talking about? What do you mean Li Chen has no potential or value?" Yang Chunhong snorted coldly. "Slander? I'm his mother, how could I not know? Let me tell you, whoever recruits Li Chen will regret it." A commotion erupted around them. All the admissions officers were taken aback to discover that this woman was actually Li Chen's mother. Li Yuhong, Li Chen, how did I not realize they were family? The Li family produced a top scorer in the college entrance examination and also the second in the province. Did you not do your homework? They are indeed family, but I heard that Li Chen has already left the Li family. Otherwise, how could a mother undermine her own son? Now that you mention it, it sounds like Li Chen's mother holds a lot of resentment towards him, coming out to cut off his future right away. Hey, with his mother as a witness, the possibility of Li Chen using the forbidden technique of talent sacrifice is quite high. You guys should stop arguing with me and let Li Chen come to our Qingshan University. The admissions officers began to discuss among themselves. Li Chen's situation was well known in Tiannan City, but these out-of-province admissions officers were unaware. After all, most of the admissions officers had come in a hurry. Of course, while Yang Chunhong's words had some impact on these admissions officers, it wasn't significant. After all, even if Li Chen had used the forbidden technique of talent sacrifice, it wouldn't be a problem. Just the title of a top scorer in the college entrance examination was enough for them to fight over. The admissions officer from Moda University also hesitated to speak up. They certainly wanted to compete for the top scorer, but if they could pay a lower price because of this matter, they would be happy to do so. Li Xiaoman, who had come in with them, also spoke up. My mom is right, Li Chen used the forbidden technique of talent sacrifice to become the top scorer. Moreover, Li Chen likely stole the Thunder Dragon's life core from home to feed his summoned beast, causing its strength to skyrocket. I remember that such behavior is not allowed before the college entrance examination. He cheated. Li Menghan hurriedly said, Xiaoman, what nonsense are you talking about? How could the Thunder Dragon's life core be taken by Li Chen? Do you have any evidence? Li Xiaoman rolled her eyes. If I had evidence, I wouldn't say it's a possibility. Besides him, who else could steal from our home? Yang Feng was furious and said directly, don't talk nonsense about things without evidence. I know this kid Li Chen. How could he do something so sneaky? Li Chen stood up and walked over to Yang Feng. All eyes turned to Li Chen, eager to see how he would respond. Li Chen took out the proof of severance of relations and slowly said, Ms. Yang, you have already signed this confirmation of severance. We have no relationship now. You are not my mother, so don't flatter yourself. What? Want to use the title of the top scorer's mother? Do you think you deserve it? Yang Chunhong retorted angrily, Pa, who would want you as my son? Let me tell you, I don't need to use your title. Li Chen ignored her and continued, the matter of talent sacrifice has been circulating. It's almost become a rumor. I know many people cannot accept that a summoner became the top scorer, but I can guarantee that I absolutely did not use the forbidden technique of talent sacrifice. As for the accusation of stealing, that is completely unfounded. If there is any evidence, I will go to jail without a second thought. Although Li Chen looked down on explaining these matters, it was related to his admission to university, so he naturally couldn't let Yang Chunhong and Li Xiaoman slander him like this. Listening to Li Chen's words, the teachers from the admissions office around nodded in agreement. Their impression of Li Chen was quite good. As for Li Chen's mother, although she didn't know what had happened between the two, the mere fact that Li Chen produced the documents severing ties was enough to indicate that her words should not be taken lightly. Yang Feng also spoke up. As far as I know, Li Chen was an orphan before, and it was only in recent years that you found him. Now it seems that Li Chen can produce this document, proving that he didn't have a good life in the Li family. To be born and not raised, how can such people still call themselves parents? It's truly disgraceful. Yang Chunhong was also anxious and directly said, when did our family matters become your business? Humph. Li Chen, you say you didn't use a talent sacrifice? Do you have any evidence to prove you didn't? TCH, I know exactly what you're thinking. You just want to pull the wool over everyone's eyes, get into the university first, and then talk about it. At the very least, you want to secure the rewards. If you have the ability, prove that you didn't use a talent sacrifice. Li Chen looked at Yang Chunhong coldly and said, what if I can prove that I didn't use a talent sacrifice? Yang Chunhong scoffed, if you can prove it, I'll give you 10 million. Li Chen sneered, then it's a deal. Hearing Li Chen's words, others were very curious. After all, if he could prove that he didn't use a talent sacrifice, the value of his status as the top scorer in the college entrance examination would increase, and they would have to compete even harder. Li Chen said, I remember that universities have talent testing stones. If I had already used a talent sacrifice, I naturally wouldn't have any talent left. Wouldn't testing it with the talent testing stone reveal everything? Listening to Li Chen's words, the teachers from the admissions office around nodded in agreement. Every year, we use the talent testing stone to test the talents of the candidates we want to recruit, and then our schools determine the resources to allocate. How could I have forgotten about this? After all, he is the top scorer, so I didn't think to use the talent testing stone. I remember the talent testing stone is with Wang Mingyu. We came from other provinces, and the top 100 candidates, except for Li Chen and Li Yuhong, have all been tested. I remember the highest was purple, right? There seem to be only 3, all provincial top scorers. The talent testing stone can test talent potential, and different colors represent different levels of potential. Gray, yellow, white, silver, cyan, green, blue, purple. Arranged from low to high, the higher the color rank, the higher the talent potential. The talent testing stone is also a precious item, and the admissions office teachers only have one shared stone, which is in the hands of Wang Mingyu, the admissions officer from the top-ranked Qingbei University. Seeing this, Wang Mingyu didn't hesitate and directly took out a stone. It was indeed the talent testing stone. The entire talent testing stone was in a semi-transparent state, with a total of 9 corners, shimmering with different colors. You just need to place your hand on this talent testing stone, and it will measure the corresponding talent potential. Wang Mingyu slowly introduced the talent testing stone, then turned his gaze to Li Chen. Li Chen nodded, just about to step forward to test, but was interrupted by Yang Chunhong. Wait, let our Yu Hong test first. Teachers from the admissions office, let me introduce you to someone. This is our son Li Yu Hong, the second in Jiangnan province. Of course, if it proves that this guy Li Chen used the forbidden technique of talent sacrifice, I think our Yu Hong should be considered the provincial top scorer. Yang Chunhong quickly stepped forward, snatching the talent testing stone and handing it to Li Yu Hong. How could she let Li Chen take the spotlight first? Liu Hong is a hidden class wind sword master, and his innate potential is undoubtedly very high. When the test reveals his talent, it will blind the eyes of those admissions officers from the universities, leaving no room for Li Chen. Yang Chunhong hasn't forgotten that the main reason for coming here is to ensure Liu Hong's admission to a university. Although it's a certainty that Liu Hong will get into a university based on his grades, and they don't particularly care about any admission rewards, this is not just about rewards, it's about honor. Especially with Li Chen present, they must compete. They need to make this ungrateful child understand what a true genius is. Liu Hong looked at the talent testing stone placed before him, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. Upon entering, everyone's gaze was fixed on Li Chen, which made Liu Hong feel extremely jealous. Now he finally had the chance to shift everyone's attention away. Li Chen, as a summoner who sacrificed his talent, dares to compete with me, a hidden class wind sword master, in innate potential? How ridiculous. Liu Hong reached out and placed his hand on the talent testing stone. Buzz! The talent testing stone vibrated slightly, and then the colors that had been flickering steadily suddenly began to fluctuate wildly, switching continuously. Soon, only one color remained on the entire talent testing stone. Purple. Purple. This is the highest talent tested so far. There have only been 3 in the country, and Liu Hong is the 4th. I never expected that Li Chen would be the top scorer in the college entrance examination, and Liu Hong's innate potential is so high. The Li family is truly fortunate. Look, the purple is becoming more intense. This Liu Hong's innate potential is very high. All the admissions officers' eyes were fixed on the talent testing stone, watching the purple light grow brighter, accompanied by waves of admiration. The color represents the level of innate potential, and within the same color, the brighter the light, the higher the potential. The purple light emanating from the talent testing stone in Liu Hong's hand continued to increase, eventually reaching half a meter in projection. Half a meter. This has already broken the record. I remember the previous highest, Lu Yanghua from Magic City, was only 30 centimeters of purple projection. Yes, although innate potential does not guarantee future achievements, the higher the potential, the greater the possibility of becoming stronger in the future. This Liu Hong is impressive. Although Liu Hong is not the top scorer, in terms of innate potential alone, he is already the highest among this year's candidates. The surrounding admissions officers were chattering, completely captivated by Liu Hong's talent test. After all, Liu Hong's innate potential could be said to be the best in the nation this year. Yang Chunhong listened to the discussions of the admissions officers, raised her chin, and a proud expression appeared on her face. Did you hear that? I told you Liu Hong's innate potential is very high. He has broken the record. Li Xiaoman also excitedly chimed in. Yes, I knew my brother's innate potential would definitely be high. After all, he is a hidden class windsword master. By this logic, Liu Hong is the top scorer in terms of innate talent. Yang Chunhong said with a smug look, "Oh, our Liu Hong is a true top scorer in innate potential, unlike some so-called top scorer, with too many doubts surrounding him. Now it's time for that so-called top scorer. If someone is found to have no innate potential, I wonder if they will still have the face to hold on to the title of top scorer." Some admissions officers' eyes flickered slightly as they approached Liu Hong. "You are Liu Hong, right? Come to our Qingshan University, we'll give you a resources, plus 50 million. Join us at Chuannan, we are a top 10 university. As long as you come, we will definitely provide you with top-notch treatment." Many admissions officers began to recruit Liu Hong. After all, since Li Chen is the top scorer, they might not be able to secure him, so they might as well grab Liu Hong first. Talent potential represents future achievements and, in some respects, is even more important than being a top scorer in the college entrance examination. Otherwise, they wouldn't be using talent testing stones for recruitment. A smile appeared on Liu Hong's face. The feeling of being the center of attention was truly exhilarating. He then turned his gaze to Wang Mingyu. "Teacher Wang, I have long admired Qingbei University and have set my sights on entering it. Oh, by the way, my eldest sister graduated from Qingbei University, and my second sister is also a student there, about to graduate soon." Hearing Li Yuhong's words, Wang Mingyu's expression shifted slightly, and he looked at Li Yuhong with a smile. I see, Yu Hong, if you come to Qingbei, I can directly offer you an A-level resource along with 30 million. How does that sound? A candidate with such high talent potential is naturally someone to be courted. This is practically a guaranteed achievement that must be secured. Li Yuhong showed a timely expression of excitement. Really? That's fantastic. I've been waiting for this day for too long. He then made a subtle gesture to Li Xiaoman. Li Xiaoman immediately understood and said, Teacher Wang, as the top-ranked university, Qingbei must want strong students. If someone is found to have no talent potential, I believe Qingbei wouldn't want them, right? Both Li Yuhang and Li Xiaoman knew that Li Chen had long aspired to Qingbei University, and now was the perfect time to annoy him. Wang Mingyu frowned, glanced at Li Chen, then looked at the purple glow on the talent testing stone, and said, We will certainly take that into consideration. Li Chen looked at Wang Mingyu, feeling slightly disappointed. He had originally viewed Qingbei University through a favorable lens, but that lens was now gone. He then stepped forward and placed his hand on the talent testing stone. A beam of light quickly burst forth from the stone. All eyes turned to see Li Chen's performance on the talent testing stone. A beam of light flashed before everyone's eyes, leaving them stunned. Yellow light. This color of talent potential could only be described as very poor, second to last, probably even worse than an ordinary candidate. Put! Li Xiaoman burst out laughing, pointing at the talent testing stone and mocking, Ha ha ha, what did I say? Li Chen must have sacrificed his talent, now the talent test is failing. Yang Chunhong also scoffed, this is hilarious. He even claimed he could prove he didn't sacrifice his talent, and now he's just slapped in the face. Yang Chunhong then directly addressed Wang Mingyu, Teacher Wang, you recruitment office teachers need to keep your eyes open and not be deceived by certain people. Using talent sacrifice to get a top score in the college entrance exam and then tricking you, a student like that is useless, with no talent potential left. What use would your university have for them? Many recruitment office teachers' eyes flickered. A top scorer without talent potential isn't worth much. While they would still want to recruit, the resources they would need to offer could be reduced. After all, if the aftereffects of talent sacrifice couldn't be resolved, Li Chen would be finished. Just then, Xin Xiuhan's voice suddenly rang out. No, that's not yellow light. Others were momentarily stunned, not expecting Xin Xiuhan to speak up. Not yellow? Then what color is it? Could they really be colorblind? Everyone's gaze returned to the talent testing stone in Li Chen's hand and noticed something was off. It does seem not to be yellow, it's deeper. This seems to be golden. A recruitment office teacher recognized the difference and exclaimed, Golden? Everyone was taken aback, then carefully looked at the talent testing stone in Li Chen's hand, and indeed, it was. Just now, the talent testing stone emitted a yellow light, but as time passed, this yellow light grew more intense, turning into a golden hue. No way? I actually saw a golden talent in my lifetime. I remember that golden talent is above purple talent, and it hasn't appeared for nearly 100 years, right? Yes, the last time a golden talent appeared was 100 years ago. That person who tested positive for golden talent eventually became the strongest in the world, breaking through several abyss worlds by sheer strength. I also remember that if it weren't for that powerful individual, our human situation would probably be even more difficult now. No wonder Li Chen could become the top scorer in the college entrance examination with the summoner profession. His talent potential is simply too high. The teachers from the admissions office of the university exclaimed in excitement. If the talent testing stone shows purple, it represents a genius. Then, if it shows golden light, it signifies the birth of an extraordinary genius. It's not over yet. The gold is becoming even more intense. Another voice came, drawing everyone's attention back to the talent testing stone in Li Chen's hand. After the golden light appeared, it continued to condense, and the color became even deeper. Eventually, within this golden light, a profound black emerged. The more intense the color, the higher the talent potential it represents. This deep color. All the admissions office teachers' eyes widened, their gazes turning fervent. This level of talent potential, even if not the top scorer, would definitely be fiercely contested, not to mention that he is the top scorer. However, in the next moment, the golden light suddenly burst forth, enveloping the entire reception hall. It's radiating. How far is this radiating? Exaggerated. The golden color. Such a radiance. More exaggerated than that genius from back then. All the admissions office teachers instantly focused on Li Chen, their faces filled with desire. They looked as if they wanted to devour him. Li Chen, come to our school, I'll directly give you S-level resources. 200 million. Li Chen, our school will give you 200 million directly. Humph, so stingy. Li Chen, come to our Magic City University, 500 million. I'll give you 500 million directly. All the admissions office teachers spoke up, their eagerness to recruit Li Chen stronger than ever. Yang Chuanhong's expression grew increasingly grim. She never expected things to develop this way. Li Yuhong also looked very displeased, watching Li Chen being treated like a star, his heart filled with resentment. Li Tianlan and Li Menghan were both astonished, not expecting Li Chen's talent potential to be this high. At that moment, Li Xiaoman exclaimed, "No, something's not right. Li Chen must have cheated in some way. Golden talent might exist, but how could it turn so profound and black? Also, the radiance can only extend about a meter, right? How could it envelop the entire room like this?" No wonder Li Chen insisted on using the talent testing stone. It turns out he was prepared all along. Yang Chunhong paused for a moment, then quickly agreed. Xiaoman is right. How could there be a talent potential that turns black from gold? Humph, Li Chen, you really are used to cheating. You can even tamper with the talent testing stone. The surrounding admissions office teachers frowned. Although the words of these two women sounded like nonsense, they seemed to have some reason. While golden talent exists, a talent that turns black is indeed unheard of. Moreover, the range of this radiance is simply too exaggerated. Such a monstrous genius made them suspicious instead. Li Chen looked at Yang Chunhong and sneered, "You really won't cry until you see the coffin." Yang Chunhong curled her lip. "Don't bark at me here. You can fool others, but you can't fool me. I know what kind of person you, Li Chen, are." Li Chen replied calmly, "Alright, I will make you convinced." As he spoke, Li Chen's gaze fell on the teachers from the admissions office around him, and he slowly said, "I believe everyone is aware of the talent sacrifice of summoners. So, I would like to ask everyone, after using the talent sacrifice, how many powerful summoned beasts can a summoner call forth?" Shin Xiuhan, a teacher from the admissions office of Jinling Academy, replied, "Generally speaking, after a summoner uses the talent sacrifice, they can only summon one relatively powerful summoned beast. Even those with higher talent can at most summon 2 powerful summoned beasts. This talent sacrifice is not a way to exchange talent for powerful summoned beasts on equal terms, but rather a forced summoning of powerful summoned beasts in a way that has a very low success rate. This is also one of the important reasons it is classified as a forbidden technique." Li Chen nodded, then waved his hand, summoning the 3 beasts, Swan Ni, Kuei Long, and Xian Wu. "Now everyone, please take a look at how many powerful summoned beasts I have." As the summoned beasts suddenly appeared, the expressions of the crowd varied. The teachers from the admissions office all focused their gazes on Swan Ni and the others. They naturally knew about Li Chen's summoned beasts, as they had all watched his college entrance examination video. But seeing is one thing, and experiencing it firsthand is another. Shin Xiuhan's eyes lit up, and she smiled, saying, "Li Chen, you truly deserve to be the top scorer in the college entrance examination as a summoner. These 3 summoned beasts are not of low rank." When they watched the examination video before, almost everyone's attention was drawn to Swan Ni and Kuei Long, while Xian Wu, being primarily defensive, did not seem very impressive. However, now that they experienced it in person, they naturally felt Xian Wu's extraordinary nature. With 3 such powerful summoned beasts, it was enough to dispel the rumors that Li Chen had used the forbidden technique of talent sacrifice. With 3 summoned beasts exuding such a strong aura, it seems Li Chen really did not use the forbidden technique of talent sacrifice. Exactly, using the talent sacrifice means there is no future. Even the weakest summoner wouldn't use it, let alone Li Chen, who became the top scorer. It seems that Li Chen's mother is completely slandering him. TSK, their relationship must be quite poor. Did you not hear the principal say earlier? Li Chen was an orphan before, and he probably wasn't well received after being found by the Li family. He probably faced disdain when he chose to become a summoner. After all, it's the weakest combat profession. Who would have thought Li Chen could become the top scorer as a summoner? The teachers from the admissions office around them were discussing, and it was easy to guess the situation, as this was not something too new. Listening to the discussions around her, Yang Chunhong's face turned red and pale. Then, she pointed at Li Chen's 3 summoned beasts and said, "Isn't this just right? This teacher just said that the talent sacrifice can summon 2 powerful summoned beasts. This lion-like and turtle-like summoned beast was summoned by Li Chen using the talent sacrifice, and this cow-like summoned beast was fed by Li Chen with the core of the thunder dragon he stole." Everyone was taken aback, not expecting Yang Chunhong to say such a thing. Li Xiaoman, seeing this, also spoke up, "My mom is right. Li Chen's 3 powerful summoned beasts came about this way, so it seems that the thunder dragon's core must have been stolen by him." The teachers from the admissions office pondered slightly. Most of them still believed in Li Chen. However, what Li Chen's mother said was not without possibility. Li Menghan couldn't help but say, "Mom, Xiaoman, what are you talking about? I already said, Li Chen couldn't have stolen the Thunder Dragon's core." Yang Chunhong angrily retorted, "Li Menghan, what are you saying? Are you trying to undermine your mother? How do you know Li Chen didn't steal it? Do you have evidence to prove he didn't steal it?" Li Menghan was so angry she stamped her feet, Isn't this just a case of wanting to add a crime without reason? Li Chen let out a cold laugh. I already said, if you can provide evidence that I stole something, I'll go to jail right away. A bet must be honored, Miss Yang, take the money. Yang Chunhong scoffed. I've already said, your 3 summoned beasts were obtained through talent sacrifice and stealing the Thunder Dragon's life core. What have I lost? Li Chen laughed in anger. Good, then what if I summon another powerful summoned beast? Yang Chunhong dismissed him. Just you? If you summon another powerful summoned beast now, I'll add 40 million to it, giving you 50 million directly. Li Chen said nothing and directly opened the Mountain and Sea Divine Demon record. The illusory Mountain and Sea Divine Demon record unfolded before him, and Li Chen's gaze fell on his own attributes. Name, Li Chen. Occupation, Mountain and Sea Divine Demon Summoner. Level, 10. Summoned Beasts, Zhu Yan, Swan Ene, Kui Long, Shen Wu. Basic Attributes, Strength, 732, Constitution, 700, Agility, 738, Mental Power, 725, Lifespan, 10 years, Monster Lifespan, 111 years, Skills, Charged Strike, Splash Erasure. After the college entrance examination, Li Chen had hunted a few times himself, and together with Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan, he had accumulated 100 years of monster lifespan. Previously, Li Chen was still hesitating about which summoned beast to call, and now it was just the right time to decide. Looking at the Mountain and Sea Divine Demon record in front of him, Li Chen quickly browsed through the Summoned Beast page and soon focused on one of the Summoned Beast illustrations. Divine Beast, Qinglong, Rank, 5 stars, Qualification, 17, Summoning Requirement, 100 years of Lifespan, Description, one of the 4 spirits of heaven, governs the life of the Greenwood, adept at the ability of Spring Transformation. Among Li Chen's current 3 divine beasts, Xian Wu specializes in defense, Kui Long specializes in area attacks, and Swan Ni specializes in assassination, but they lack recovery ability. The divine beast Qinglong, while not a true healer, also had recovery capabilities. Most importantly, Qinglong also had area attack methods. Kui Long's area attack methods were not many, and Qinglong could just complement that. With this in mind, Li Chen no longer hesitated and directly chose to summon Qinglong. The summoning array rose, a beam of light emerged from it, and then a green wood-colored summoned beast egg appeared before everyone. Li Chen actually summoned another summoned beast. This should be enough to clear the rumors of him using talent sacrifice, right? Don't be hasty. What if this summoned beast is rather weak? That would just prove that Li Chen used talent sacrifice and has no potential. Regardless, being able to summon so many summoned beasts at this level, even if he used talent sacrifice, Li Chen's summoner talent is still proven. Yang Chunhong looked at the summoned beast egg that appeared before her. Her expression changed, but she quickly hardened her resolve, saying, "Humph, what are you pretending for? It's just an egg. I see you are shooting yourself in the foot. You just exposed yourself. If you didn't use talent sacrifice, how could you only summon 1 egg?" Li Xiaoman also mocked. Exactly, I've never heard of any powerful summoned beast being just an egg. Li Chen ignored them and directly sliced his palm, letting a drop of blood fall onto the Qinglong egg. The blood was instantly absorbed by the Qinglong egg, and then cracks began to appear on the surface of the egg. Everyone's gaze fell on the Qinglong egg, eager to see what kind of summoned beast would emerge from it. Soon, the entire Qinglong egg was covered in cracks, and with a crisp sound, the egg shattered completely. A small blue dragon, resembling a little snake, emerged from the broken shell. Everyone's gaze instantly fell on the little blue dragon. Their expressions varied. Yang Chunhong merely glanced at it and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ah, I thought I had summoned some powerful beast, but it turns out to be just a little green snake." "What? Li Chen, did your summoner talent get drained after using your innate sacrifice? Can you only summon this kind of worthless creature now?" Li Xiaoman chimed in. "Everyone take a good look. Is this not the consequence of using innate sacrifice? You can only summon a little green snake. Li Chen, how are you going to deny it now?" The green dragon had just hatched and still hadn't opened its wings. Combined with its green body, it indeed looked like a little green snake. The teachers from the admissions office around them showed a hint of disappointment in their eyes. They had high expectations, but this was the result. However, these teachers were strong, and they quickly sensed something was off. "Oh, this little green snake has such a rich aura, and there's a faint pressure. How strange." "Yes, I felt it too. It has this pressure right after being summoned. It's the first time I've seen something like this. This little green snake is not simple. If you feel carefully, this pressure is hidden but not released, just like facing a super strong monster boss." The teachers from the admissions office discussed among themselves, noticing the little green dragon's extraordinary nature. Li Chen didn't explain anything first. Instead, he began to check the attributes of the green dragon. Green dragon rank, 5 stars, leader, qualification, 17 level, 1 base attribute strength, 180, constitution, 200, agility, 220, spirit, 300 skills. Dragon soars in the sky, use its body to knock back 2 enemies, dealing 142% damage, and inflicting a bleeding status, losing 1% health per second for 20 seconds. This skill has a 20% lifesteal effect. Skill, Dragon Roar in the 9 heavens, unleashes a dragon roar, dealing 92% damage to all enemies within a 100-meter range, with a 15% chance to stun. Upgrading the level can increase the skill range and stun probability. Skill, Power of the Green Dragon. Each attack has a chance to grant itself a layer of green dragon power, increasing damage by 2% per layer, up to a maximum of 10 layers. Skill, Wrath of the Divine Dragon, can be activated when health drops to 50%, instantly clearing all negative statuses and tripling 4 base attributes. Attacks carry a suppression effect, lasting 10 minutes, after which it enters a 2-hour weakened state. Skill, Domain of the Green Dragon. When activated, it covers a radius of 1 kilometer, granting all allies within the area greenwood power, with allies possessing greenwood power gaining a 20% lifesteal effect. Description, one of the 4 spirits of heaven, master of the greenwood life, adept at the power of spring. Looking at the attributes and abilities of the Green Dragon, a smile appeared on Li Chen's face. The summoning of the Green Dragon perfectly compensated for the lack of healing in Li Chen's current team. Once the domain of the Green Dragon was activated, all his summoned beasts would gain a 20% lifesteal effect. Just this one skill could fully highlight the power of the divine beast. Although Dragon Soars in the Sky attacks 2 enemies, it can be considered a single target attack. The damage dealt, while not as high as the charging strike of the Swan Ni, can inflict a bleeding status. Losing 1% health per second for 20 seconds amounts to 20% of health. Against enemies with particularly high health, the skill of the Green Dragon could yield unexpected results, and Dragon Roar in the 9 heavens was even more satisfying to Li Chen. While the Kuei Long could be said to have area attack capabilities, neither the 9 heavens Thunderjuice nor the Thunderbolt could hit many enemies. After all, Thunderbolt only targets 6 enemies, and the 9 heavens Thunderjuice can be dodged. However, the Green Dragon's Dragon Roar in the 9 heavens is an instant cast ability, and all enemies within a 100-meter range will take damage. This is the true area attack. Although the range is a bit small, upgrading the level can increase the range. Moreover, the Dragon's Roar not only has a chance to stun but also combines area attack and control, making it a very powerful skill. The power of the Divine Dragon needs no further explanation, as it can continuously enhance damage capabilities during battle. The Divine Dragon's Wrath is even more of a guarantee, instantly clearing all negative states and tripling 4 basic attributes. If used well, it can directly turn the tide of battle. Overall, the Azure Dragon is truly a versatile summoning beast. Attack, recovery, control, and counterattack, everything one could need. At that moment, not far away, Shin Xiuhan stepped forward, her gaze landing on the little Azure Dragon, and asked Li Chen, "Can I touch it to sense its rank and qualifications?" Upon hearing this, Li Chen glanced at Shin Xiuhan and nodded. He needed someone to validate the Azure Dragon's strength. Shin Xiuhan did not hesitate and approached directly, lightly tapping the little Azure Dragon with her right hand and slowly closing her eyes. After a while, Shin Xiuhan suddenly opened her eyes, a look of astonishment flashing in her gaze. "This summoning beast is of 5-star rank, right? Its qualification is 17, isn't it?" Hearing Shin Xiuhan's words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. A 5-star rank summoning beast? Qualification of 17? The summoner who had previously summoned the giant dragon had only summoned a 6-star rank dragon. Of course, most people were focused on the rank of the summoning beast, but the admissions office teachers knew that the most important aspect was the qualification. The rank can be increased by devouring other summoning beasts, but the qualification is fixed, only potentially increased by extremely rare items. A 5-star summoning beast with a qualification of 13 is already quite good. With a qualification of 15, it can be considered top-notch. But 17 qualification, what is that? Top tier, epic, legendary, none of these terms suffice. Perhaps only the term divine beast could match a summoning beast with a qualification of 17. As everyone thought of this, they fell silent, their faces filled with shock. Li Chen smiled and nodded. Teacher Shin truly has a keen eye. Observing the astonished expressions around her, Yang Chunhan looked at Shin Xiuhan with dissatisfaction and said, "Are you sure you're not mistaken? How could such a little azure snake be a 5-star summoning beast? Qualification of 17? I doubt it even has a qualification of 10. Shin Xiuhan glanced at Yang Chunhan and calmly replied, "Let me introduce myself. I am Shin Xiuhan, an admissions officer at Jinling Academy, and also a level 50 mage. You should know that mages excel in mental perception. Even if I misperceived your gender, I would not misperceive the rank and qualification of this summoning beast. This summoning beast is definitely a 5-star rank. As for the qualification, I can't sense it precisely, but I am 90% sure it is 17. I guarantee it with my credibility as Shin Shohan. Hearing Shin Shohan's words, the others around nodded in agreement. Yang Chunhon did not know who Shin Shohan was, but they did. A level 50 mage is undoubtedly top-notch in perception. Just as Shin Shohan said, even if she misperceived gender, she would not misperceive the rank and qualification of this summoning beast. So, it means that the summoning beast Li Chen just summoned definitely has a 5-star rank and a qualification of 17. That's for sure. I wondered why Li Chen was so confident. It seems he really didn't use the forbidden technique of talent sacrifice. It's simply outrageous. Summoning so many powerful beasts in succession, Li Chen's talent as a summoner is astonishing. It may be centuries before another like him appears. I must contact the school again. Such a top scorer in the college entrance examination must be courted. Even if it costs double the resources, we must bring him to our school. The expressions of the admissions office teachers varied. Some had already begun to step back, using various means to contact the school, preparing to increase their stakes. There was no choice. The potential Li Chen displayed was simply too extraordinary. Whether it's the talent testing stone or the divine beast just summoned, both are enough to prove the worth of this top scorer in the college entrance examination. Such a person, if not pursued, would be a pure fool. Yang Chunhon listened to Shin Shohan's words, her face alternating between red and white, but she didn't dare to say anything to Shin Shohan. After all, she knew in her heart what a level 50 mage represented, not to mention that the other party was backed by the prestigious Ganling Academy, ranked 3rd in the nation. Li Chen's lips curled into a smile as he turned his gaze to Yang Chunhon. MS. Yang, a bet is a bet. You wouldn't renege, would you? Yang Chunhong's face flushed, her eyes fixed on Li Chen, biting her teeth, but in the end, she threw out a card, tossing it directly to the ground. Just consider it feeding the dogs. Li Chen didn't mind and picked up the card. He wouldn't take a single cent from Li Menghan, but the money won from the bet had to be taken. Li Chen, come to our school. On top of the conditions I just offered, I'll give you an A-level resource, and once you enroll, you'll be directly taught by a master. Don't listen to him, Li Chen. Come to our school, and we won't just give you an S-, we'll give you an S-level resource directly, and to establish a summoner department, we'll provide you with comprehensive support. Their school is not good. You must be cautious. Come to our school, and we'll give you an S-level resource plus an A-level resource, and I'll apply for 2 senior sisters to accompany you, whichever you choose. Get lost. Shameless, using beauty tricks. Li Chen, come to our school, and we'll provide you with beautiful female teachers as companions. After a brief consultation, the admissions office teachers quickly surrounded Li Chen, increasing their stakes, hoping to recruit him to their school. The admissions office teacher from Magic City slapped his thigh, full of regret. If he had laid out all his cards at once, he might have secured Li Chen right away. It was all because these guys interrupted him. Not far away, Li Yuhong watched this scene, his eyes darkened, his hands clenched tightly, filled with resentment as he looked at Li Chen. This should have been his moment of glory, but now it was all taken away by Li Chen. Taking a deep breath, Li Yuhong calmed his emotions and then put on a harmless expression. He then turned his gaze to Wang Mingyu, the admissions office teacher from Qingbei University. Teacher Wang, I have been paying attention to Qingbei University for a long time and admire it greatly. It would be an honor for me to join Qingbei University. Wang Mingyu had originally planned to tell Li Chen about the enhanced conditions, but now that he was surrounded, he turned around with a slight frown upon hearing Li Yuhong's words. He was quite satisfied with bringing Li Yuhong to Qingbei University. After all, Li Yuhong was a hidden class windsword master, with good grades, ranking in the top 10 nationally and 2nd in Jiangnan province. If he were in another province, he would definitely be the provincial top scorer. But unfortunately, he was in the same province as Li Chen. Plus, given the earlier performance, there was no comparison between the two. He didn't know if his earlier words would leave a knot in Li Chen's heart. However, since the other party had spoken, Wang Mingyu could only nod slightly in response. Li Yuhong continued slowly. I know a lot about Qingbei University and understand that its school spirit is to cultivate virtue and bear responsibility. Teacher Wang, may I ask, are there any moral requirements for students entering Qingbei University? Wang Mingyu's frown deepened. He didn't understand why Li Yuhong was asking this, but he still replied, naturally, there are requirements. Students must not have any significant moral flaws to enroll. Li Yuhong nodded and continued, then may I ask, Teacher Wang, if a person randomly attacks someone in the city and seriously injures them, would that be considered a moral flaw? Wang Mingyu's expression became serious upon hearing this, and he said, "That's only natural. To act in the city is to violate the strict laws of the inspection division, which naturally reflects poor character." The other admissions office teachers from various universities also heard Li Yuhong's words and frowned. They were aware of the relationship between Li Yuhong and Li Chen, and now hearing Li Yuhong say such things, they all had their suspicions. After hearing Wang Mingyu's words, Li Yuhong showed a conflicted expression on his face, as if he had finally made up his mind. "In that case, I will expose my brother Li Chen. He acted in the city and seriously injured others." The surrounding admissions office teachers were in an uproar, not expecting Li Yuhong to say such things. Wang Mingyu's expression also turned serious as he looked at Li Yuhong and said, "You can't say such things lightly. Acting in the city is neither a small nor a big deal, but if taken seriously, it could indeed be labeled as a violation of the law and poor character." Li Yuhong took a deep breath, as if to encourage himself, and said, "I originally didn't plan to mention this matter. After all, it sounds like I'm jealous of my brother and trying to trip him up. But brother, the way you just humiliated our mother, I really couldn't stand it." Yang Feng quickly interjected, "Don't slander him. You say Li Chen acted in the city. What evidence do you have?" Li Yuhong slowly replied, "I naturally have evidence, because the person my brother seriously injured is me. These days, Mom and Dad have been asking me who the culprit is, but I haven't said anything because I was afraid it would affect my brother. But now I can't care about that anymore. Brother, your treatment of our mother has truly disappointed me. Mom and Dad, and my sister, the one who attacked me and seriously injured me is brother Li Chen. As for the evidence, this is the evidence." Saying this, Li Yuhong directly tore off the bandages on his body. The gruesome wound instantly came into everyone's view. All eyes were immediately drawn to Li Yuhong, and seeing the horrific wound on him, their brows furrowed slightly. Although the wound had been treated, it still looked terrifying. Just seeing this wound was enough to imagine the extent of the harm Li Yuhong had suffered at that time. Yang Chunhong immediately showed a pained expression. "Yuhong, why did you take this off? You're not fully healed yet. This will worsen your injury." Then, with an angry expression, Yang Chunhong looked at Li Chen. "Li Chen, you beast. It's one thing to disrespect me and your father, but to crazily attack Yuhong. He is your brother." Li Xiaoman also pointed at Li Chen and shouted, "After Yuhong was injured, we kept asking him who the culprit was, and he never said anything. I can't believe it was you, Li Chen. You really have a cruel heart." Li Mingda's face also turned ugly as he looked at Li Chen and said, "Unfilial son. I never expected you would think of attacking Yuhong. If you have grievances against the Li family, come at me. What kind of ability is it to attack Yuhong?" Li Tianlan frowned, looking at Li Chen with a hesitant expression. "Li Chen, did you really do this?" Li Menghan anxiously said, "Elder sister, how is this possible? How could Li Chen attack Li Yuhong? This is simply impossible." If Li Chen were really branded with the crime of harming his own brother, no university would likely accept him. After all, in the face of the abyss, humanity's principle is to help each other. If it were outside the city, it might be understandable, but to act against one's own brother within the city, no university would cultivate such a person. Li Yuhong listened to Li Menghan's words and gave a bitter smile. "Second sister, do you think I would joke about something like this? You say it's impossible for my brother to lay a hand on me. Are you implying that I'm lying about this? If it wasn't my brother who did it, why have I been unwilling to reveal the identity of the murderer these past few days? I think this matter is a family disgrace. Perhaps my brother feels that I have taken away the love that rightfully belongs to him, which is why he acted impulsively." "I understand him. I didn't want to speak out. I wanted to bury this matter deep in my heart and never mention it again. But my brother has gone too far. It's fine if he lays a hand on me, even if he injures me severely. I could choose to remain silent, but he cannot disrespect our mother." Li Chen looked at Li Yuhong and couldn't help but want to applaud him. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Even though he felt a deep disdain for Li Yuhong, Li Chen had to admit that Li Yuhang's acting had reached an extraordinary level. The portrayal of being wronged yet silent, only to finally speak out for his mother, was executed flawlessly. Anyone who saw it would think he was a brother who would rather suffer severe injuries than speak out, only revealing that the murderer was his brother out of necessity for their mother. Wang Mingyu furrowed his brows. This was not something that could be easily brushed aside. If he carelessly admitted someone with a bad character and who violated the law into the school, he would have to bear the responsibility. With this in mind, Wang Mingyu looked at Li Chen and asked, "Li Chen, do you have any explanation?" All the eyes of the university admissions office teachers turned to Li Chen, waiting for his response. Li Chen glanced at Wang Mingyu, feeling even more disappointed in Qingbei University. Then, he spoke directly, "Everyone, what is my profession?" "Summoner." "And what is Li Yuhong?" A hidden profession, wind sword master. How could I possibly be his match in a fight? Li Xiaoman interrupted Li Chen directly. Of course, you can't beat Yu Hong, that goes without saying. You must have used your summoned beasts. Although Yu Hang is a hidden profession, a wind sword master, he would still struggle against so many summoned beasts. Li Chen smiled slightly. Summoned beasts? If I had used summoned beasts, the battle would have been extremely intense, and the inspection department would have arrived quickly. Why wasn't I caught by them? Hearing Li Chen's words, the surrounding university admissions teachers nodded in agreement. It was indeed reasonable. Given the size and destructive power of summoned beasts, it was impossible to engage in a fight in the city without being noticed by the inspection department. Li Chen's gaze fell on Li Xiaoman as he continued. Or do you think Li Yuhang is so weak that he was severely injured by my summoned beasts without even giving the inspection department time to react? Li Xiaoman was momentarily flustered. If she admitted that, wouldn't it mean Yu Hong was weak? Also, in a battle with summoned beasts, there would definitely be traces left behind. Were there any traces left by summoned beasts at the place where Li Yu Hong was injured? Yang Chunhong and Li Xiaoman's faces turned red, unable to speak. After Li Yu Hong was severely injured, they had naturally done their best to investigate. If they had found traces of summoned beasts, they would have suspected Li Chen long ago. Wang Mingyu's gaze fell on Li Yu Hong. Li Yu Hong, do you have anything to say? Or any evidence? If you falsely accuse Li Chen, you will face severe punishment. Li Yu Hong bit his lip, appearing very conflicted. After a sigh, he helplessly said, Fine, since you insist on pressing me, I have no choice but to reveal what happened. That day, I was preparing to go hunting outside the city when I passed through a remote alley on the outskirts and encountered Brother Li Chen. I was quite happy at first, thinking of greeting my brother, but unexpectedly, he approached me without a word and directly drew his weapon to attack. Brother really didn't use a summoned beast, but I never expected him to attack me. Caught off guard, I was directly injured by him. Brother, he even wanted to kill me at that time. If he had summoned a beast then, I would have probably been dead already. Listening to Li Yu Hong's words, Yang Chunhong was furious and scolded Li Chen right in the face. You beast, listen. Injuring Yu Hong isn't enough for you, you even wanted to put him to death. How cruel can you be? Li Xiaoman also spoke up. I've seen through your wolfish ambitions, Li Chen. Isn't it just because you think Yu Hong took the love that should have belonged to you? Let me tell you, you don't deserve our love at all. Our love will only be given to Yu Hong, not to you, a beast in human clothing. A mocking smile appeared on Li Chen's face. First of all, it's not that I don't deserve your love, it's that you don't deserve to love me at all. Secondly, this is just Li Yu Hong's one-sided story. When did a person's words become evidence? Li Yu Hong directly took out a gray stone and placed it in front of everyone. This is an image stone, which records the visual data from that day. This is the evidence. An image stone? Everyone's gaze fell on the stone in Li Yu Hong's hand. An image stone is a special type of stone that can record images. After the abyss descended, all firearms and recording devices became ineffective, and this image stone is one of the few things that can still record images. Even recordings for college entrance exams are made using image stones. Without hesitation, Li Yu Hong twisted the image stone, and a light screen was instantly released. On the light screen was the scene of Li Chen entering an alley. After that, it showed the scene of Li Chen and Li Yu Hong fighting. Just as Li Yu Hong said, after the two met, Li Yu Hong approached Li Chen with a smile, saying something. But soon, as they got closer, Li Chen directly took out a weapon and stabbed Li Yu Hong. After that, just as Li Yu Hong said, after injuring him, Li Chen quickly fled. Watching the scene on the light screen, Li Chen was momentarily stunned. He really thought that Li Yu Hong had left an image stone in that alley, but he didn't expect to see such a scene. The scene before entering the alley was real, but everything after entering was fake. Not to mention, he was wearing a mask when he attacked. No wonder the events of him attacking Li Yu Hong hadn't escalated in the past few days. It turned out he was waiting for him here. This fake image record must have cost Li Yu Hong a lot of time. Yang Chunhong looked at the projection from the image stone and instantly became furious. Well, Li Chen, it really was you who injured Li Yu Hong. I wondered why Yu Hong wouldn't say anything when I asked him. Look at the difference between you two. Yu Hong is so kind-hearted, willing to say nothing to protect you. How could you be so cruel as to attack Yu Hong? Li Xiaoman also shouted angrily, Li Chen, you have nothing to say now, right? What else are you capable of doing to your own brother? With such character, what right do you have to enter a university? Why should you be allowed to become the top scorer in the college entrance exam? I suggest nullifying Li Chen's college entrance exam results. He must not be allowed to enter a university and harm others. Yang Chunhong echoed, nullifying his exam results would be too lenient. He should be sent to prison. I will make sure he pays the price for attacking Yu Hong. The teachers from the college admissions office around them began to discuss. If it really was Li Chen who attacked his own brother, especially within the city, this matter would be difficult to handle. At the very least, he absolutely could not be admitted to the school, otherwise, it would tarnish the school's reputation, and they would be in deep trouble. Li Chen was just about to speak when Shin Shohan suddenly approached the image stone. Looking at the image stone before her, Shin Shohan revealed a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. Are you sure this image stone can serve as evidence? Shin Shohan's gaze fell on Li Yuhong as she asked. Before Li Yuhong could respond, Li Xiaoman arrogantly interjected. What do you mean? Are you questioning whether this image stone can be evidence? Such obvious evidence can't prove anything? You don't want to recruit Li Chen into your school and are deliberately favoring him, do you? Shin Shohan chuckled lightly and continued, if it is indeed an image stone, then it can naturally serve as evidence. But what if it isn't an image stone? Can it still be considered evidence? Hearing Shin Shohan's words, Yang Chunhong became furious. Teacher Shin, I respect you as a university teacher, but you can't just speak carelessly like that. This is clearly an image stone. On what basis do you say it isn't? Shin Shohan replied with a smile, an image stone can imprint and play back images, and it is widely used in various places, such as in college entrance examination recordings. Li Xiaoman retorted, Teacher Shin, are you giving us a science lesson? We probably don't need you to explain this. Who doesn't know? Shin Shohan nodded, of course, everyone knows this, but I wonder if everyone knows that there is another type of stone called an imagination stone. The imagination stone looks similar to the image stone and cannot be distinguished by the naked eye, but their functions are completely different. The imagination stone can generate and save images based on the scenes sketched in the user's mind, which can then be played back. The scenes released from the imagination stone are entirely drawn by the user and are not real events. Imagination stones are much rarer than image stones, and their value increases several times. Li Yuhong, it probably isn't easy for you to find an imagination stone, is it? As Shin Shohan spoke, the crowd erupted in an uproar. If what Shin Shohan said was true, that this was not an image stone but an imagination stone, then Li Yuhong was framing Li Chen. Framing a college entrance examination champion was no small matter. Li Yuhong's expression suddenly changed, and then his eyes shifted slightly as he quickly composed himself. Soon after, a look of confusion appeared on Li Yuhong's face. Imagination stone? This is the first time I've heard of that name. Teacher Shin, you say this is not an image stone but an imagination stone. Do you have any evidence? Shin Shohan smiled, isn't that simple? With that, Shin Shohan stepped forward and grabbed the stone. Moments later, she slowly opened her palm, and the stone released a recording. In the recording, Li Yuhong severely injured Shin Shohan with a sword. Shin Shohan was a level 50 expert. How could she be severely injured by Li Yuhong? Moreover, the two had never even met. Shin Shohan's actions proved that this was not an image stone but an imagination stone. It really is an imagination stone. I had only heard of imagination stones before. I didn't expect to see one this time. Humph. Framing a college entrance examination champion with an imagination stone, Li Yuhong really has some nerve. So, it turns out that Li Chen injuring Li Yuhong was entirely fictitious. The teachers from the college admissions office around them began to speak up, some expressing disdain for Li Yuhong, but more eyes were on Li Chen. With such high summoner talent, Li Chen might carve out a unique path in the summoner world. He must be recruited into their school. Li Chen also did not expect Shin Shohan to directly state that this was an imagination stone. It was the first time he had heard of such a thing. However, he certainly would not miss this opportunity. Looking at Li Yuhong, Li Chen sneered, I remember someone just said that people with moral issues are not worthy of entering a university. I wonder if using an imagination stone to frame one's own brother counts as having moral issues? Li Yuhong, do you think you deserve to enter a university? Listening to Li Chen's words, Yang Chunhong and Li Xiaoman both showed a hint of anxiety on their faces. Li Yuhong also displayed a trace of panic, putting on an innocent expression as he spoke. How could I frame you, brother? I don't quite understand this matter either. This is the first time I've learned that this is an illusion stone. It was given to me by an inspector from the inspection division, and there was already this video at that time. I thought it was just an image stone. Li Chen pressed on, then how do you explain that you said you saw me seriously injuring you? Li Yuhong quickly replied, I did see you, brother, but now that I think back, the situation seems a bit strange. You are clearly a summoner, yet at that time you had an extremely powerful force that directly injured me. You have to know, I am a hidden class windsword master. Even if I was caught off guard, I shouldn't have been directly injured by a summoner without a summoned beast. Li Yuhong's brows furrowed tightly, then he feigned realization. I understand now. Someone must have seen that our Li family suddenly produced a top scorer in the college entrance examination and the second in the province, and out of jealousy, they deliberately used this method to pit us brothers against each other. At this point, Li Yuhong's face appropriately showed a hint of anger. This person is truly despicable. How could they come up with such a vicious method to deal with our Li family? Li Chen shook his head, unable to deny that Li Yuhong's acting was indeed impressive, and his mind was quick. In such a short time, he had come up with an excuse for himself, even though it sounded full of holes. Just as Li Chen was about to say something more, Li Yuhong continued, I know this sounds a bit absurd, but it is indeed what I saw and heard. Teacher Shin, you said you are a level 50 mage, best at mental power. If you don't believe me, you can directly soul search me to see if my memory of that day is indeed that I saw someone who looked exactly like my brother injuring me. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, not expecting Li Yuhong to have this up his sleeve. At that time, Li Yuhong indeed saw him, and this could not be faked in his memory. Shin Shohan's brows furrowed tightly. Her intuition told her that this Li Yuhong was framing Li Chen. However, his current demeanor seemed a bit fearless. At that moment, Li Chen stepped forward and came to Li Yuhong's side. I naturally believe you, my brother. I thought you were unhappy that I became the top scorer and were deliberately framing me, but it seems someone is pulling strings behind the scenes. However, you must think carefully about such matters in the future and never let others use you as a pawn again. Now, let me see how serious your injury is. As he spoke, Li Chen reached out and grabbed Li Yuhong's arm, applying slight pressure. Since Li Yuhong wanted others to soul search him, this matter could not be further investigated. Otherwise, if the scene from that day was revealed, Li Chen would also be in trouble. However, this did not mean that Li Chen would let it go. To others, it seemed that Li Chen was concerned about Li Yuhong's injury, but after linking with the Swan and I, Li Chen's strength was extremely high. Just a slight exertion caused Li Yuhong's face to turn ashen. But in this situation, Li Yuhong could only endure, gritting his teeth as he looked at Li Chen and said, Thank you for your concern, brother. The few members of the Li family looked at the brotherly affection seen before them, feeling somewhat unaccustomed. Yang Chunhong and Li Xiaoman also fell silent at this moment. After all, regarding whether Li Yuhong was framing Li Chen, it was better for them not to speak. The teachers from the college admissions office around them did not dig deeper, as they were there for recruitment. Soon, Li Chen was once again surrounded. Shin Shohan's gaze also fell on Li Chen as she slowly spoke. Li Chen, so many admissions office teachers from various universities have already stated their conditions, and our Ganling Academy's condition is an S-level resource, plus 50 million. Although the rewards offered by Ganling Academy are not particularly generous, believe me, Ganling Academy is definitely the most suitable university for you. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, not expecting Shin Shohan to say this. Looking at Shin Shohan, Li Chen asked, Teacher Shin, you say Ganling Academy is the most suitable university for me? What reason do you have? Li Chen didn't know much about universities. He only knew their rankings, and since Qingbei University was ranked first, he had previously regarded it with special attention. But now, listening to Shin Shohan, it seemed that there were distinctions between universities. Or rather, Ganling Academy was different from other universities, otherwise, Shin Shohan wouldn't be so confident in saying such things. Shin Shohan smiled and said, Li Chen, there are some things you might not fully understand. Let me briefly explain. The most important aspect of a university is the allocation of resources. After all, the purpose of joining a university is to access preferential educational resources. In terms of resource allocation, most other universities operate on a mentor allocation system. This means that resources are first allocated to mentors, who then distribute them among their students. Your own performance, combined with your mentor's evaluation, ultimately determines how much resource you can obtain. At this point, Shin Shohan paused and looked at Li Chen, saying, Li Chen, you should know that this method has its pros and cons. The advantage is that it allows for a comprehensive assessment of students for resource allocation. But the downside is that mentors have significant power, which can lead to some underhanded dealings. For example, your brother Li Yuhong, his sister graduated from Qingbei University, so he can enjoy certain privileges. And you, it seems, don't have a good relationship with the Li family, so if you enter Qingbei University, you might just find yourself facing some difficulties. Wang Mingyu, who was nearby, quickly interjected, Shin Shohan, what are you talking about? How could Qingbei University possibly give Li Chen a hard time? Li Chen, don't listen to her nonsense. Shin Shohan smiled and said, Teacher Wang, don't be anxious. I'm just saying it might happen. I didn't say it definitely would, just that there's a possibility. Then, Shin Shohan's gaze turned serious as it fell on Li Chen. This is also why I say Li Chen is more suited for our Ganling Academy. At Ganling Academy, we allocate resources entirely based on student performance. We absolutely guarantee fairness and justice. With your abilities, coming to ganling Academy will definitely allow you to receive sufficient resource support to help you quickly improve your skills. Listening to Shin Shohan's words, Li Chen pondered for a moment. He was already somewhat swayed. After all, Li Yuhong had chosen Qingbei University. If he also chose Qingbei University, who knows what kind of tricks he might pull behind the scenes. However, choosing a university was still a matter to be taken seriously. Teacher Shin, could you elaborate on how resources are obtained at ganling Academy? Shin Shohan nodded, of course. At ganling Academy, there are only two ways to obtain resources: school points and rankings. At ganling Academy, various tasks are issued, and there are various point rewards. Points can be exchanged for any resources in the school's treasury. Additionally, there are many rankings within the school. As long as you have a sufficient ranking on the list, whether it's A-level resources or S-level resources, we will provide rewards. Li Chen, you have no backing and no way to build connections with mentors, so ganling Academy is definitely the most suitable place for you. You must know that our ganling Academy has only been established for a short 10 years, yet it has squeezed into the top 3 universities in the country, and this is the reason. Li Chen nodded. Ganling Academy is located in Jiangnan Province, but not in Tiannan City, it is in Linnan City. Because of the proximity, Li Chen was aware of some details about ganling Academy. Ganling Academy is not a traditional university, it was founded by a group of strong individuals. Although it lacks the deep-rooted history of other universities, ganling Academy has created an atmosphere where strength is respected, and it became one of the top 3 universities in the country in just 3 years. The other university teachers nearby saw this and began to dissuade him. Li Chen, our school also has rankings and rewards. Li Chen, if you come to our university, I can directly introduce you to a mentor, ensuring that you will have access to plenty of resources. Hearing this, Shin Shohan curled her lips in disdain and said, "You do have rankings, but what are your rewards? Just cheap items for show. Acquiring more resources still relies on the mentors. Do you dare to say that any university has a fairer resource acquisition system than our ganling Academy?" The other university teachers opened their mouths but said nothing. Shin Shohan was right, they indeed allocated more resources through mentors. However, this could also enhance the relationship between mentors and students, making resource distribution more comprehensive, not entirely a disadvantage. Li Chen fell silent. To be honest, the rewards offered by various universities were indeed generous, but Li Chen knew that these were merely one-time offers. The acquisition of resources after entering the university was far more important. The method of resource acquisition that Shin Shohan mentioned about ganling Academy was more appealing to Li Chen. After making up his mind, Li Chen did not hesitate and said directly, "Thank you, teachers, for your kindness, but I have ultimately decided to choose ganling Academy." Upon hearing Li Chen's words, the admissions office teachers from the other universities showed disappointed expressions, all feeling quite regretful. If Li Chen hadn't used the talent testing stone, they wouldn't have felt so bad. But seeing a student who made the talent testing stone emit a golden light become a student of another school, how could they not feel heartbroken? However, since Li Chen had made his decision, they would not press the issue. After greeting Li Chen, the admissions office teachers from those universities also left. The Li family members saw this and followed suit. Li Menghan wanted to say something to Li Chen, but seeing Shin Shohan and Yang Feng, she could only leave first. Yang Feng wore a broad smile. Ganling Academy was also one of the top 3 universities, and having Li Chen as a student there brought him pride. Moreover, since ganling Academy was in Jiangnan Province, this connection would mean that the educational resources available to 8th high school next year would be even more abundant. Shin Shohan also took out a document and handed it to Li Chen. "Li Chen, since you have chosen our ganling Academy, let's sign an enrollment agreement." Shin Shohan was quite cautious. Although Li Chen had verbally agreed, it was safer to sign after all. Li Chen nodded, glanced at the enrollment agreement, and then signed his name. Seeing Li Chen sign, a smile appeared on Shin Shohan's face as she said, "Now you are officially a part of ganling Academy. Welcome to ganling Academy, Li Chen." Li Chen smiled and nodded, then thought of something and asked Shin Shohan, "Teacher Shin, may I ask if there are any items in the school's treasury that can extend life?" Li Chen had not forgotten that he only had 10 years left to live and needed to find items to prolong his life quickly. He did not want to die young. Shin Shohan raised an eyebrow. Items that extend lifespan? Such things are indeed rare. Once they appear, they are usually exchanged immediately. Let me check for you. With that, Shin Shohan took out her phone and began to look it up. Soon, she shook her head at Li Chen. Currently, there are none. Items that can extend lifespan are in high demand, and if they do appear, they are gone in an instant. She continued, moreover, exchanging for such items requires a large amount of school credits. If you really need it, I suggest you enter ganling Academy first to accumulate credits, then have someone from the school's treasury keep an eye out for you. Once something comes up, you can exchange for it directly. Li Chen nodded. He was merely inquiring and didn't hold out much hope. After all, items that extend lifespan are extremely scarce. Perhaps he could check the Tianlan trading post or some auctions. Shin Xiuhan looked at Li Chen and said, "By the way, Li Chen, you only have 3 days to prepare. After 3 days, you will need to head to ganling Academy. Entering the university doesn't mean you can relax. This is just the beginning for you. As I mentioned earlier, the school has various rankings. If you want to gain more resources and quickly improve your strength, you must keep working hard. Additionally, in just over a month, there will be a freshman exchange competition, where all the new students from various universities will compete. The rewards will be quite generous, so you should prepare well." Li Chen nodded, taking all of this in. At that moment, Shin Xiuhan took out an item and handed it to Li Chen. "Meeting is fate, and since you are now a student of ganling Academy, as your teacher, I must congratulate you on becoming the top scorer in the college entrance examination. This is a gift for you, please accept it." What Shin Xiuhan handed over was a light golden token. Li Chen glanced at it, and the information about the token appeared before his eyes. Monarch token effect. When carried, it can withstand 1 fatal attack below level 40. Description: crafted from the remains of a monarch-grade magical creature, a life-saving tool. Staring at the description of the monarch token, Li Chen was taken aback, then shook his head. "Teacher Shin, I can't accept this, it's too precious." The ability to withstand a fatal attack made the monarch token extremely valuable. Shin Xiuhan smiled. "Take it, this token is useless to me." Hearing Shin Xiuhan's words, Li Chen paused, then realized that she was already level 50, making the monarch token, which could withstand a fatal attack below level 40, indeed of no use to her. With that in mind, Li Chen nodded and accepted the monarch token. "Thank you, Teacher Shin." Shin Xiuhan smiled. "No need to thank me. Your coming to ganling Academy is also a favor to me. We will have plenty of opportunities to interact in the future. Alright, I won't say much more. Prepare well in these 2 days, someone will come to take you to ganling Academy." With that, Shin Xiuhan left. Only those who topped the college entrance examination would have such treatment, Li Chen thought. What he didn't know was that even the top scorer didn't usually receive such treatment. It was Li Chen's performance on the talent test stone that earned him this privilege. After all, while top scorers were rare, there was one every year. However, a top scorer whose talent test stone shone with golden light appeared only once in a century. After chatting a bit more with Principal Yang Feng, Li Chen left the school. Once outside the school gate, he didn't hesitate and headed straight for the Tianlan trading post, hoping to see if there were any items that could extend his lifespan. With only 10 years left to live, Li Chen felt quite anxious. Soon, he emerged from the Tianlan trading post. The items sold at the Tianlan trading post do not include anything that can extend life, as such things are far too precious. However, Li Chen did learn some news from the Tianlan trading post. Although they do not sell such items, there might be items that can extend life available at the Tianlan auction. But this auction is not open to just anyone. Moreover, acquiring items that extend life is not merely a matter of having a lot of money. Generally speaking, these top-tier items are mostly auctioned in a barter format. To secure one, you need to offer equally precious items. Nevertheless, this gives Li Chen a direction to pursue. After returning to his rented apartment, Li Chen took a brief rest before finding Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan to inform them of his decision to choose ganling Academy. Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan were quite surprised, as they had always thought Li Chen would choose Qingbei University. However, upon learning the outcome, they were very happy. After discussing, they both felt that the cost of attending university in the capital was too high, so they decided to stay in Jiangnan province for their studies. Initially, Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan felt a bit regretful, thinking they might have to part ways with Li Chen. Unexpectedly, fate is so wonderful, and the three of them were together again. That evening, Li Chen, Zhang Wei, and Shi Yuhan celebrated together. The next morning, Li Chen received a letter. It was an invitation from the Xing Tai Guild. "Xu Xingtong is inviting me to dinner?" Li Chen looked at the invitation in his hand, somewhat astonished. After all, he had killed Yang Shouhu from the Xing Tai Guild, and although Xu Xingtong had not acted against him due to his status as the top scorer in the college entrance examination, she had warned him. However, the wording of the invitation was very gentle, as if inviting an old friend. After thinking it over, Li Chen decided to accept the invitation. After all, Xu Xingtong was only 28 years old and had already reached level 45. She was not only a strong individual but also had great potential. Although Li Chen was not afraid of her, there was no need to create another enemy. At noon, Li Chen went directly to the appointment. Xu Xingtong had invited him to a private estate, presumably under her ownership. Upon entering the estate, Li Chen was taken to a beautifully decorated dining room. Soon, Xu Xingtong walked in. Li Chen looked up at her, and a hint of amazement flashed in his eyes. The first time they met, Xu Xingtong was in armor, looking very heroic. But now, she wore a wine-red evening gown that accentuated her perfect figure, exuding a charming allure. Li Chen, thank you for accepting my invitation, Xu Xingtong said, waving her hand to signal the butler to serve the dishes. As she slowly sat down in front of him, Li Chen's expression shifted slightly, and he directly asked, President Zhu, may I ask why you suddenly invited me? Did we not agree to meet when you reached level 20? Why the early invitation? Xu Xingtong revealed a charming smile and looked at Li Chen, saying, Li Chen, you jest. The previous incident was merely a misunderstanding. I invited you today to clear up this misunderstanding. Li Chen was taken aback, not expecting Xu Xingtong to say such a thing. What do you mean, President Zhu? Li Chen took a sip of tea from the table and smiled at her. Xu Xingtong replied, I prefer to be straightforward, so I won't beat around the bush. My change in attitude is due to your talent, Li Chen. I initially thought, like others, that you had used a talent sacrifice to achieve the top score in the college entrance examination. Therefore, I did not take you seriously. I have also investigated the matter with Yang Shouhu, and I thought I would just give you a beating when you reach level 20, and that would settle it. But Li Chen, your performance has truly surprised me. The talent testing stone lit up in gold, which I have never heard of before. Li Chen's eyes flickered for a moment, and he replied, I didn't expect President Zhu to have so many channels of information. You even know about my situation with the admissions office. Li Chen indeed hadn't thought that Xu Xingtong would be aware of this matter, but upon reflection, it wasn't too surprising. After all, the Star Iron Guild has a solid foundation in Tiannan City, and with a little effort, such news could be obtained. It wasn't exactly a secret. Xu Xingtong smiled and said, it's just an unremarkable channel of information. Li Chen also smiled, looking at Xu Xingtong, a hint of amusement on his face. So, regarding Yang Shouhu, has President Zhu changed her mind? Hearing Li Chen's words, Xu Xingtong nodded. I just said that the matter of Yang Shouhu was a misunderstanding. Let's just let it go. Since you and I have become acquainted without a fight, meeting you, a top scorer in the college entrance examination, is my fortune. Li Chen looked at Xu Xingtong, pondered for a moment, and then directly asked, I wonder what President Zhu wants to discuss with me? It can't just be to clear up the misunderstanding about Yang Shouhu, right? Xu Xingtong smiled. It seems that Li Chen also prefers to be straightforward. I'll get to the point. The reason I called you here is to discuss the matter of the Star Iron Branch. Li Chen raised an eyebrow. Branch? Xu Xingtong nodded. That's right. The Star Iron Guild has developed to the point where it is now one of the top guilds in Tiannan City, but correspondingly, our development in Tiannan City has basically reached its limit. Unless I can absorb the other two larger guilds, but that's unlikely in the short term. So, I was thinking of opening a branch in another city to expand the influence of the Star Iron Guild. Listening to Xu Xingtong's words, Li Chen couldn't help but nod inwardly. This Xu Xingtong was indeed extraordinary. At just over 20 years old, she had brought the Star Iron Guild to this level and was already considering branch matters. However, Li Chen soon reacted and looked at Xu Xingtong, asking, what does this have to do with me? Xu Xingtong smiled. The reason I asked you to come today is to discuss this with you. I can only set the branch in Linen City, and I heard that you, Li Chen, are going to attend Jinling Academy in Linen City. So, how about you becoming the president of this branch? Hearing Xu Xingtong's words, Li Chen was taken aback. President of the branch? That was equivalent to a regional governor. If it developed later, its influence could rival that of the Star Iron Guild. Such a position was usually given to someone the president trusted the most. Why would Xu Xingtong think of him? Li Chen furrowed his brows and looked at Xu Xingtong. You're not joking, are you? Xu Xingtong's expression became serious, and she replied directly, do I look like I'm joking? Upon hearing this, Li Chen's frown deepened, and he asked, what's the reason? Xu Xingtong smiled. Naturally, I see your strength. Being able to take down Yang Shouhu at such a young age makes you worthy of my investment. Of course, the most important thing is your potential, which has truly amazed me. Li Chen pondered for a moment and then smiled. President Zhu, I'm just a student right now. Aren't you afraid I might mess things up? Xu Xingtong smiled. I trust my judgment. Even if things don't work out in the end, I will never blame you, Li Chen. Li Chen nodded and then directly asked, what can I gain from this? This was an opportunity, not to mention, since Xu Xingtong wanted to establish a branch in Linen City, she would surely provide plenty of resources. He could also quickly enhance his strength through this. Xu Xingtong spoke up, don't worry, I will provide all the resources that the branch should offer. Additionally, as the branch president, you will also receive your share of resources. However, I can only give you a portion of the resources for now. Once you establish your team, the resources will be gradually provided to you." Li Chen nodded. This was only natural, as Zhu Xingtong couldn't possibly give him all the branch's resources at once. "Deal," Li Chen said directly to Zhu Xingtong. Such terms were sufficient for him to agree. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Zhu Xingtong's face. "Li Chen, you are indeed straightforward. I will deliver the first batch of resources to you within a month." As she spoke, the dishes were served on the dining table, and Zhu Xingtong began inviting Li Chen to eat. At the table, the two quickly became familiar with each other. During the meal, Li Chen also asked Zhu Xingtong about items that could enhance lifespan, as she was the president of a major guild and might have some leads. After listening to Li Chen, Zhu Xingtong furrowed her brows and said, "Items that increase lifespan are generally in short supply. I haven't reached the point of needing such things, so I haven't paid much attention." "Don't worry, I will keep an eye on this information and contact you if I find anything." Li Chen nodded, and after enjoying a pleasant meal, he left directly. Upon returning to his rental apartment, Li Chen saw a group of people at his door. "Are you Li Chen? We are from the Provincial Bureau, here to deliver your college entrance examination top scorer reward. All the items are here, please check." Saying this, the leader handed a spatial ring to Li Chen. A smile appeared on Li Chen's face. He was essentially starting from scratch, so the more resources, the better. After sending the people away, Li Chen returned to his apartment to check the rewards. First was the money. Inside was a card with a total of 80 million. 40 essence supplements, various monster core fragments, physique enhancement pills, mental enhancement pills, and a set of equipment. Looking at all the resources, a smile spread across Li Chen's face. The most valuable items were the essence supplements and enhancement pills. Although the equipment was of golden quality, it was not as good as the Spirit Wind set. Li Chen decided to use all the essence supplements and enhancement pills himself. If he hadn't linked with the Swan and I before, he would have used these resources on them. After all, a summoner's foundation lies in their summoned beasts. But now that he could link, Li Chen naturally prioritized enhancing himself. The stronger his combat power, the better. After using everything, Li Chen's strength received a significant boost. The average of his 4 basic attributes directly broke 800 and was nearing 900. Now, Li Chen's combat power had already surpassed that of the divine beast Swan and I. He believed this would give a big surprise to those who planned to execute a decapitation battle against him. With only 2 days left, Li Chen chose not to go hunting in the wild. This was not due to laziness, but because he had a series of subsequent events, such as interviews with official media and remarks for his alma mater. On the last day, Li Chen accompanied Zhang Wei and Shi Yuhan, ultimately leaving them 10 million. Li Chen wanted to give more, but the two firmly refused. This 10 million was something Li Chen had to force upon them. As for the resources, they absolutely would not accept. Early on the 3rd day, after packing all his things, Li Chen left the rental apartment, waiting for someone to come and take him to Ganling Academy. Soon, a car stopped right in front of him. To Li Chen's surprise, a familiar figure stepped out of the car. "Teacher Shin, why are you here?" Li Chen looked at Shin Xiuhan, who had just gotten out of the car, with astonishment. He had originally thought it would be a staff member from Ganling Academy or a senior coming to pick him up, but he didn't expect it to be Shin Xiuhan herself. Shin Xiuhan smiled and said, "Just in time, I was doing some business in Tiannan, so I might as well come directly to pick you up. Get in the car." Li Chen nodded and then got into the car, and the two quickly headed towards the outskirts of the city. Noticing the direction the vehicle was taking, Li Chen asked, "Teacher Shin, how are we going to Linen City? By flying Mount or the teleportation array at the Tianlan trading post?" The Tianlan trading post does have a teleportation array, but it charges a fee. Each teleportation is quite expensive. While driving, Shin Xiuhan replied, "Of course, we'll use the teleportation array, but not the one at the Tianlan trading post. The teleportation array at the Tianlan trading post is small and shabby, and the teleportation is unstable. We'll go directly to the military district's teleportation array." The military district's teleportation array? Li Chen was a bit surprised. Among all the teleportation arrays, the military district's is the most stable, but it is not open to the public. Shin Xiuhan continued, "Our Ganling Academy has a partnership with the military district. As long as you are a teacher from Ganling Academy, you can use the military district's teleportation array for free. Students can also use the military district's teleportation array by using points, which is cheaper than the ordinary teleportation arrays. Many people from our Ganling Academy choose to join the military district after graduation. If you have such thoughts, it's quite convenient to join the military district from Ganling Academy. Li Chen nodded, not expecting that Ganling Academy had such a partnership with the military district. Soon, they arrived at the military district on the outskirts of the city. Due to the presence of magical beasts and demon caves, every city has a military district. The military district is usually located on the outskirts for easier defense against magical beast attacks. The military district in Tianan City is large, with defensive arrays and towers standing at its edge. These are the masterpieces of array masters, capable of transforming into powerful firepower during battles. After verifying their identities, Li Chen and Xin Xiuhan entered the military district. Shortly after, an officer came over to connect with Xin Xiuhan. They exchanged a few words, and then Li Chen and Xin Xiuhan were taken to the location of the military district's teleportation array. The military district's teleportation array is quite large, about the size of 4 basketball courts. In necessary times, these teleportation arrays can also transport supplies and weapons. Li Chen and Xin Xiuhan stood in the center of the teleportation array, and then the officer directly activated the array. Buzz! The entire teleportation array vibrated for a moment, and a beam of light suddenly rose, enveloping Li Chen and Xin Xiuhan. In the next moment, the light vanished, and Li Chen and Xin Xiuhan's figures disappeared from their original spot. At the same time, at the military district's teleportation array in Linen City, a beam of light lit up, and Li Chen and Xin Xiuhan appeared at the location. "Welcome to Linen," Xin Xiuhan said, looking at Li Chen with a smile on her face. Li Chen nodded and then saw a giant dragon flying quickly across the sky, with a person in armor standing on its back. A dragon as a mount? That person on the dragon must be a powerful individual. At that moment, an officer quickly approached, and upon seeing Xin Xiuhan, a smile appeared on his face. "Teacher Xin, you're back?" Xin Xiuhan nodded, and it was clear they were old acquaintances, exchanging a few pleasantries. Then, Xin Xiuhan led Li Chen out of the military district. Just as they exited, a golden giant elephant came rushing over and stopped in front of Xin Xiuhan and Li Chen. A young man jumped down from it and looked at Xin Xiuhan, saying, "Teacher Xin, you're back? This must be Junior Li Chen, right?" Xin Xiuhan nodded and then introduced Li Chen. "This is Lu Feng, a graduate of our Ganling Academy, now serving in this military district. Other than military personnel, no one else can ride mounts within 10 kilometers of the military district, so I asked Senior Lu Feng to give us a ride." Li Chen nodded, then greeted Lu Feng, who led him onto the back of the golden giant elephant. The golden giant elephant let out a loud trumpet and quickly headed towards the Ganling Academy. The Ganling Academy covers a vast area of 200 square kilometers, equipped with various facilities, comparable to a small town. After the abyss descended, the Earth's area expanded several times, so the campuses of universities are quite large. After Lu Feng dropped the two at the entrance of the Ganling Academy, he quickly returned. Li Chen looked up at the grand entrance of the Ganling Academy, feeling a heavy sense of presence. This is one of the entrances found by one of the founders of the Ganling Academy deep in the abyss, not just the gate, but also possesses extremely powerful defensive capabilities. Li Chen nodded and followed Xin Xiuhan into the academy. Once inside, Li Chen saw many students in gear coming and going. Moreover, various flying vehicles whizzed by in the air. As Xin Xiuhan led Li Chen further in, she explained, "The Ganling Academy does not allow students to use their own flying mounts. The aerial vehicles are the school's transport, which can be accessed using credits. Of course, there are teleportation arrays throughout the school, allowing access to almost any location within the academy, and using the teleportation arrays is generally faster." Li Chen nodded and soon spotted a group of distinct students. Some had slightly pointed ears, some had tails, and others were simply bizarre in appearance. "Are these the mixed blood of different races?" Li Chen asked, pointing at them. The so-called mixed blood refers to the offspring of humans and other races, such as elf hybrids and orc hybrids. The abyss brought not only monsters and dungeons but also various races from different abyssal worlds. Some of these races, like the monsters, only know killing and destruction, while others, such as elves and succubi, are relatively friendly towards humans, engaging in trade with them. The mixed bloods emerged during this time. Xin Xiuhan nodded in response, "That's right. These are the mixed bloods. Compared to humans, they possess higher innate talents in certain aspects. For example, elf hybrids have high agility, born to be natural archers and assassins." Just then, a voice filled with extreme allure suddenly came from behind. "Auntie, you're back?" Li Chen turned around to see a charming girl with a heart-shaped tail rushing towards Xin Xiuhan. She was a succubus hybrid. Li Chen was taken aback, not expecting Xin Xiuhan to know a succubus hybrid. Xin Xiuhan looked at the girl who had jumped into her arms, a doting smile appearing on her face. Yaring, weren't you supposed to arrive tomorrow? Why are you here today? The girl smiled. I just came to take a look. My home isn't far from here. But you, Auntie, why are you back so early? Shin Shohan chuckled. Things went quite smoothly, so I didn't delay. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my top student from the college entrance examination, Li Chen. Upon hearing Shin Shohan's words, the girl's eyes lit up, and she turned to Li Chen, sizing him up. Then, Shin Shohan said to Li Chen, let me introduce you. This is my niece, Shin Yaring, also a student of this year's Jinling Academy. By the way, Yaring's college entrance examination results are also good, ranking 32nd in the nation. Shin Yaring's face turned slightly red as she playfully protested, "Oh, Auntie, why bring up my results in front of the top student? I didn't even make it into the top 10 nationally, it's so embarrassing." Shin Shohan laughed. "What's the big deal? You're an assassin. The assessment for this college entrance examination doesn't favor you. If we talk about your true strength, you could definitely make it into the top 10 in the country." Li Chen's gaze fell on Li Yaro, surprised that this half-demon's power was so strong. "Hey, I heard your profession is summoner, is that true? Aren't summoners the weakest combat profession? By the way, I also heard that you summoned a powerful familiar using a talent sacrifice, which is why your college entrance exam results are so good. Is that true?" Shin Yaro looked at Li Chen, like a curious child. After all, in her understanding, summoners had always been seen as a low-tier profession, basically just summoning familiars to scout ahead. For a summoner to become the top scorer in the college entrance exam naturally piqued her interest. Shin Shohan spoke up, "Yaro, summoners are indeed the weakest combat profession, but there are exceptions, like that summoner who summoned a giant dragon. Li Chen is also an exception. His summoner talent is extremely high. I'll let you in on a secret. During the talent test, Li Chen's stone lit up in gold, and the color was very rich." Upon hearing this, Shin Yaro's face showed a hint of astonishment. She knew what it meant for the talent test stone to light up in gold. When she was tested, it only lit up in a rich purple. "Hello, top scorer, nice to meet you. You just heard my aunt say it. My name is Shin Yaro, and I'm an assassin." Shin Yaro extended her right hand towards Li Chen with a bright smile. Li Chen nodded and shook her hand. "Li Chen, summoner." Seeing this, Shin Shohan also smiled. "You are all new students this year. It's good to get to know each other. Yaro, I'm quite busy over here. Since we've run into each other, why don't you show Li Chen around Jinling Academy? You've been here many times already." After saying that, Shin Shohan left. She was aware of Li Chen's potential and wanted to deepen the relationship between Shin Yaro and Li Chen at this moment. "Busy, always busy." Shin Yaro pouted as she watched Shin Shohan's back, then her gaze fell on Li Chen. "Come on, since my aunt asked, I'll take you around Jinling Academy." Li Chen nodded and followed behind Li Yaro towards Jinling Academy. Li Yaro clearly had been to Jinling Academy many times, moving with ease, especially since her aunt was Shin Shohan, who probably frequented the academy. "Look, over there is the teaching building. Classes are usually held here, mostly theoretical courses, but there are also practical classes that teach combat skills and such. This is the library, which has a lot of books, including many skill books. Ordinary books can be borrowed and viewed for free in the library, but skill books need to be exchanged for credits. This is the cafeteria. Generally, there are two types of meals. One is regular food, which is all free, and the other is meals made from monster blood and spiritual materials, which need to be purchased with money. Meals made from rare spiritual materials require credits to buy. This building is the Auxiliary Academy, where spiritual farmers and spiritual chefs study. It also produces various auxiliary items, like dishes made by spiritual chefs that can restore vitality and mental strength. Of course, these items also need to be purchased with credits. Li Chen followed behind Shin Yaro, taking a flying vehicle to view Jinling Academy from the air. There was no other way. Jinling Academy was just too large, and walking would probably take a whole day to explore. Along the way, Shin Yaro asked Li Chen many questions, as she was quite curious about him. Listening to Shin Yaro's introduction, Li Chen's gaze fell on the Auxiliary Academy. If he really followed Yang Chuanhong's arrangement to become a spiritual chef, he would probably have to attend classes here, right? "No, that's not right," Li Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly. If he really chose to be a spirit chef, he probably wouldn't even know if he could get into Jinling Academy. The Li family always claimed they were thinking of him, but in reality, it was just for their own sake. Soon, Shin Yaro brought Li Chen for a tour around Jinling Academy. Shin Yaro maneuvered the flying device and landed at a spot, saying, "Let's go, I'll take you to handle the enrollment procedures." "I already took care of mine this morning." Li Chen nodded and soon arrived at the enrollment office. After handing his admission notice to the two senior sisters in charge, he heard their excited chatter. their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as they looked at him. Clearly, they knew about Li Chen's status as the top scorer in the college entrance examination. After all, it was quite shocking for a summoner to be the top scorer. There probably wasn't anyone in the country who didn't know about it. If Shinyara hadn't been there, those two senior sisters would have likely rushed over. Li Chen, Jr., this is your student card. You'll need it for earning credits and such, so make sure to keep it safe. If you lose your student card, you can come here to get a replacement. One of the senior sisters handed a student card to Li Chen. He took it and looked at the card, which recorded his basic information. Student card, Li Chen, occupation, summoner, serial number, 2, school points, 300. Shinyara looked at Li Chen with his student card and eagerly asked, "What's your serial number?" Li Chen replied curiously, "Number 2, what's the significance? Is there something special about it?" Shinyara looked puzzled, "Number 2? Why only number 2? This is the new student's serial number, representing the school's assessment of your overall strength. The higher the ranking, the more the school recognizes your overall strength. You're the top scorer. I thought you'd be number 1. Li Chen showed no signs of disappointment, his expression calm as he said, "There are always people better than you. I'm just the top scorer in the exam." The college entrance examination doesn't fully reflect a person's combat ability. For example, you are an assassin, and your performance in the exam wouldn't be as good as a mage's. Shinyara nodded, "That's true. I didn't expect your mindset to be so good. If I were the top scorer and got assigned number 2, I would definitely want to ask why." Li Chen smiled. Shinyara was quite lively. At that moment, Shinyara seemed to remember something and asked Li Chen, "By the way, how many credits do you have on your student card?" Li Chen replied, 300. Shinyara exclaimed, 300? The top scorer is really different. I only have 180. Li Chen asked in confusion, "Is there something special about that?" Shinyara nodded, "Of course, ordinary students only start with 60 credits upon enrollment. Only the top 100 new students get more credits. There are relatively few ways for new students to earn credits in the early stages, so those 300 credits will last you for a while." Li Chen smiled but said nothing. Shinyara continued, "Come on, I'll take you to your dormitory. The dormitory for the top 10 new students is different from the others." Hearing Shinyara's words, Li Chen felt a spark of interest. A different dormitory? Could dormitories be that special? As Shinyara led Li Chen toward the teleportation array, she added, "Oh, I forgot to tell you, the new student's serial number is just an assessment at the time of enrollment. Based on the ranking, the school will allocate corresponding resources, like the top 10 dormitories I'm going to take you to. But soon there will be a new student competition, and after that, the rankings will be reset." Li Chen nodded, "I see. This was quite fair and would motivate new students to participate in the competition." Soon, the two arrived at the teleportation array. After paying the credits, a beam of light instantly enveloped them, causing their figures to vanish from the spot. When they reappeared, Li Chen found that they had arrived at the edge of a small lake. The teleportation array within the school required points to use, but Li Chen noticed that the cost was not high, only 0.1 credits per use. After all, if the required credits were too high, even the convenience of the teleportation array would not entice anyone to use it. Li Chen's gaze then fell upon the small lake ahead. This small lake was artificial, surrounded by lush greenery. In the center of the lake stood a small hill. The hill was not very tall, but it was verdant and shrouded in white mist, giving it an ethereal quality. On top of the small hill, 10 houses were scattered, arranged from top to bottom. Shinyara pointed to the small hill in the center of the lake and said, "Do you see that? Those are the dormitories for the top 10 new students. There are 10 people in total, 10 rooms. Ah, it's a pity I'm not in the top 10, otherwise, I could live here." Li Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is there something special about these rooms that makes you yearn for them so much?" Shinyara replied excitedly, "What do you know? This hill was brought back by the principal from the Abyss world, and it itself exudes a rich special power. Moreover, the principal had the school's array masters set up a gathering array on it, which can condense this power. Living in the dormitories here, you don't have to do anything to continuously enhance your strength. You benefit the most, summon your summoned beasts, and each can continuously increase in power. By the way, the concentration of this special power decreases from top to bottom, with the room at the very top having the highest concentration. You're in the second room. If you stay here, you could probably level up in a month. For you, the increase is even greater, as your summoned beasts can also enjoy this benefit." Listening to Shinyara, Li Chen showed a look of surprise. A dormitory that could continuously enhance strength? It truly was a good place. No wonder Shinyara longed for it so much. Although leveling up in the second room only took a month, it was without any effort. Alright, my task is complete. The day after tomorrow is the new student ceremony, and classes will be assigned, so don't forget. After saying this, Shinyaru exchanged contact information with Li Chen and then left. Watching Shinyaru leave, Li Chen headed towards the artificial lake in the hill. Entering the small hill from the artificial lake required a student card for verification. After verifying, Li Chen entered the small hill ahead. As soon as he stepped inside, he felt a surge of power flowing into his body. Soon, he experienced a sensation of his body continuously strengthening. Although this feeling was weak, it was undeniably real. This must be that special power. Li Chen made his way up and quickly arrived at room 2. He could clearly feel that the special power here was much denser than below. After swiping the access card, Li Chen entered the room. Once inside, the sensation of that special power intensified, making Li Chen feel refreshed. Even his thoughts seemed to become much more agile. At that moment, the illusory Shanhaishan Mo Lu suddenly opened before Li Chen, displaying a line of small text, absorbing source power. Absorb enough source power to unlock new functions. Li Chen was taken aback, realizing that this special power was indeed source power. The new function of the Shanhaishan Mo Lu? Li Chen was quite looking forward to it. However, it seemed that a certain amount of source power needed to be absorbed to unlock it. Li Chen first took out his luggage from the spatial ring and arranged the room. Once the setup was complete, a new prompt appeared on the Shanhai Shenshinlu. Source power absorption complete, new function activating. Congratulations on successful activation, you have gained the ability to upgrade, evolve, your summoned beasts. Upgrade for summoned beasts. Li Chen looked at the newly appeared function on the Shanhai Shenshinlu, a hint of joy appearing on his face. It is well known that the qualifications of a summoner's summoned beasts are fixed, but their rank can be improved. To enhance the rank of a summoned beast, the summoner must have their summoned beast devour other summoned beasts or monsters of the same rank. For example, to upgrade a 5-star summoned beast to a 6-star, it needs to devour 3 5-star summoned beasts or monsters. Moreover, this rank enhancement carries risks. If it fails, it could result in the loss of a 5-star summoned beast. Even if the upgrade is successful, there are various risks such as loss of control and chaos. After Li Chen activated the Shanhai Shenshinlu, the upgrade for summoned beasts could only rely on it. Previously, Li Chen thought that the summoned beasts called from the Shanhai Shenshinlu could not be upgraded, but it seems that was simply because the upgrade function had not been activated before. Li Chen's gaze fell on the upgrade function of the Shanhai Shenshinlu, and he began to browse it. Summoned Beast Upgrade, description, allows the rank of summoned beasts to be enhanced, with a 100% success rate if conditions are met, and no side effects. Looking at this description, the joy on Li Chen's face grew even more intense. A 100% success rate with no side effects. If other summoners knew about this, they would surely be envious. Then, Li Chen checked the upgrade conditions for the Swan Ni. Swan Ni, upgrade conditions, 1 Swan Ni, 3 summoned beasts of any qualification. Seeing the upgrade conditions for the Swan Ni, Li Chen frowned slightly. Compared to ordinary summoners upgrading their summoned beasts, this was clearly much more difficult. However, since it was a divine beast upgrade, it was to be expected. Moreover, it was still a 100% success rate with no side effects. Li Chen noted that even the lowest qualified 5-star summoned beast required 50 years of monster lifespan to summon. Adding a new Swan Ni meant that upgrading a 5-star Swan Ni to 6-star would require 250 years of monster lifespan. Nevertheless, even with such a high requirement for monster lifespan, Li Chen was still prepared to proceed with the upgrade. After all, the 4 divine beasts had already formed a well-rounded team, and upgrading them would enhance their source power, increasing their potential and foundation. After understanding the summoned beast upgrade, Li Chen took a short break before heading out to explore the school. Naturally, the first place he went was the school treasury, hoping to find items that could extend lifespan. However, the result was the same as what Shin Shohan had said. The school treasury did not have any lifespan extending items. Li Chen made a note that if any lifespan extending items appeared in the school treasury, he would be notified. He felt that Jinling Academy was quite humane in this regard. After browsing, Li Chen had a simple meal in the cafeteria and then returned to his dormitory. Although the teleportation array was relatively fast, it still placed a certain burden on his mental energy, so Li Chen planned to rest for a while. Not long after he returned, there was a sudden knock at the door. Li Chen frowned. Those who could enter here were all among the top 10 new students. After thinking for a moment, Li Chen opened the door. 2 boys appeared before him. One looked quite arrogant, while the other seemed somewhat timid, offering Li Chen an awkward smile upon seeing him. The arrogant one was about to speak when the other quickly interjected, looking at Li Chen and saying, "Hello, classmate, I am Yang Wencheng from room 6. I have something I would like to discuss with you. This is my cousin Yang Erin. We came here to ask you if you could vacate room 2? Don't worry, we won't let you suffer any loss. Just name your price, and we guarantee you'll be satisfied. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, not expecting these two to come to buy his dorm room. Does the school allow such things? Li Chen asked. Yang Wencheng nodded, yes, as long as both parties agree. With only a month left until the freshman competition, it means you'll only be living here for a month. You won't improve much, so why not let my cousin have it? He cares a lot about face. Li Chen pondered for a moment. It wasn't impossible. After all, the freshman competition would require a redistribution. It was just a month, after all. Of course, the premise was that the other party's conditions had to be satisfactory. Just then, Yang Erin, who was beside Yang Wencheng, said impatiently, Wencheng, why are you wasting your breath on him? Li Chen, right? I checked your information. You're the top scorer in the college entrance exam, right? I know you're an orphan. Although your family found you, they severed ties again, so you're still an orphan. Here's the deal. I'll give you 10 million. Just hurry up and move out. This is charity I'm offering you because you're an orphan. Take the money and get lost. Li Chen frowned, surprised that the other party had investigated him. Listening to the tone, Li Chen calmly replied, sorry, I'm not selling. Initially, he could accept the 10 million offer, but the other party's tone was just too disgusting. Seeing this, Yang Wencheng directly said, then forget it. Sorry to bother you, Li Chen. With that, Yang Wencheng tried to pull Yang Erin away. Yang Erin shrugged off Yang Wencheng and pointed at Li Chen. What are you acting all high and mighty for, orphan? It's just a month. 10 million is already generous. Don't push your luck. Yang Wencheng anxiously said, cousin, weren't we just going to ask? What are you doing? Yang Erin waved his hand. Enough, this has nothing to do with you anymore. He then looked at Li Chen arrogantly and asked, I'll ask you one more time, are you selling or not? Li Chen smiled and replied, I can sell, but not at this price. Yang Erin scoffed, TCH, isn't it just about the money? An orphan is still an orphan, used to being poor, wanting to make a big profit on everything. Alright, I won't argue with you, just tell me how much you want. 10 million is already high, but I can give you another 10 million. Li Chen remained silent and held up 5 fingers. Yang Erin's expression darkened instantly. 50 million? Kid, you're being too greedy. You should know it's not worth that much. I advise you to take the 20 million and get lost. Li Chen's smile grew even wider as he shook his head at Yang Erin. You misunderstood. I'm not talking about 50 million. I'm talking about 500 million. Hearing Li Chen's words, Yang Erin's face darkened immediately as he looked at Li Chen. Are you fucking with me? Li Chen nodded. You figured it out. You're even smarter than I imagined. Yang Erin extended his hand, and a long knife appeared in his grasp. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, a smile appearing on his face. Oh, I just praised you for being a bit smart, and now you're unhappy? Fighting in school? Have you been kicked by a donkey? Yang Wencheng's expression also changed dramatically as he pressed down on the long knife in Yang Erin's hand. Cousin, are you crazy? Fighting in school will get you expelled. Yang Erin naturally knew this, suppressing his anger as he looked at Li Chen. Kid, since you won't give me face, let's have a fair competition. If you lose, you have to give me room 2. Li Chen looked at Yang Erin and shook his head. I find that you really have some issues with your brain. Why would I want to compete with you? Yang Erin gritted his teeth and said, if I lose, I'll give you 10 million. Li Chen shook his head. That's too little, not enough for my appearance fee. Yang Erin clenched his teeth and said, Li Chen, don't go too far. Li Chen laughed. You come to me, suddenly say you want me to give up my room, and now you say I'm going too far? You really know how to turn things upside down. Yang Wencheng looked anxious and said, cousin, if he doesn't want to sell, then just let it go. It's only a month anyway, can't we wait for the new student competition? Yang Erin waved his hand. I said, you don't need to worry about this. This is none of your business. Li Chen, 20 million. If I lose, I'll give you 20 million. That's the highest price I can offer. Li Chen looked at Yang Erin in front of him, paused for a moment, then said, is it really necessary to fight? Yang Erin snorted coldly, unless you agree to give up the room. Li Chen sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. Fine, then let's compete. If you insist on giving me money, I can't help it. Just calculating the Swan Ni and Xianwu was enough to deal with this Yang Erin in front of him, not to mention that Li Chen also had Xianwu and was linked to Swan Ni. Saying the other party was giving money was completely accurate. Alright, let's go to the school notary office right now. Li Chen nodded without hesitation and went with Yang Erin and Yang Wencheng to the school notary office. Along the way, Yang Wencheng and Yang Erin kept talking, with Yang Wencheng continuously persuading Yang Erin. Voices like, cousin, I think it's better to forget it, don't compete, it's only a month anyway, why are you in such a hurry? If it really doesn't work, I can switch with you, shut up, he's slapping my face. I want to teach him a lesson, otherwise, everyone will think our young family from Jiangdong is a bunch of cowards, and if you keep talking, you're looking down on me, could be heard. Li Chen shook his head. This young Aaron looked like a rich kid, used to being arrogant and liking to use money to pave the way. Today, he would let him learn a lesson. Soon, the three arrived at the school notary office. Ganling Academy prohibited all private fights, at least within the school. Once discovered, one would be directly expelled with no room for negotiation. Thus, the school notary office was established. If both parties had a dispute, they could choose to resolve it in the arena with mutual consent. After entering, the duel between Li Chen and Yang Yiren was quickly notarized, and their stakes were recorded. However, due to time constraints, their duel was scheduled for 3 days later. After leaving the notary office, Yang Yiren looked at Li Chen with an arrogant expression and said, "Li Chen, don't think just because you got the top score in the college entrance exam that you're something special. Improving strength still relies on massive resources. How much have you improved since the exam? I'm going to make a splash in the new student competition. You're not my opponent. You might as well pack up your room early. But don't worry, I'm not the kind of person to bully you. Even if you lose, I'll still give you 5 million. Treating the house as if I bought it." Li Chen didn't respond and went straight back to the dormitory. After all this commotion, Li Chen was no longer sleepy. He thought for a moment and called Shinyaru. Since he was the top scorer, she would definitely know about him, but he had no understanding of her. Although he was confident in his strength, it was still necessary to know a bit about his opponent. Shinyaru might know some information about Yang Yiren. When Shinyaru answered, upon learning Li Chen's request, her voice noticeably rose a few notches. "What? That guy Yang Yiren is causing you trouble? Do you know him? Don't mention it, he's a lunatic. When we first met, he asked me to be his girlfriend. When I refused, he threw money at me. He's out of his mind. I checked his information, and this Yang Yiren is from the Yang family in Jiangdong, a prominent family with considerable wealth. His profession seems to be a hidden class ice dragon mage, and his combat power is quite strong, ranking second in Mindong province. By the way, the first in their province is his cousin Yang Wensheng, who is also quite capable. You want to challenge him? Then I definitely want to go watch and give that guy a good lesson." After hanging up the phone, Li Chen pondered for a moment. A hidden profession? No wonder he was so arrogant. Shaking his head, Li Chen sat down in front of the computer in his room and opened the school forum. If there's a place to easily gather information, it's the school forum. Here, whether it's casual chatting, trading, or seeking help, there are corresponding sections, and the activity level is very high. There are even various outdoor strategy guides, and some of the better experience shares require credits to view. Li Chen opened the school forum, naturally wanting to see if there was any news about items that could increase lifespan. The first section he entered was the casual chat section, filled with various messages. If he wanted to understand the current events at Ganling Academy, this section was definitely the right choice. Li Chen glanced briefly and his gaze quickly fell on a post. New student number ranking freshly released. New student number? Li Chen himself was number 2, and he was quite curious about number 1. Opening it, he saw a brief introduction for number 10, and at the bottom, there was a photo. Li Chen scrolled down and soon saw number 6, Yang Wensheng. Further down, he saw himself. Scrolling to the very bottom, he quickly found the first new student number. New student number 1, profession, warrior, name, Bai Miao. Bai Miao? It sounded like a girl's name. Li Chen scrolled down and a photo appeared. Indeed, it was a girl. With short hair and a delicate face, she gave off a very cute vibe. It was hard to associate her with a warrior. However, Li Tianlan was also beautiful and was the number 1 warrior in Tiannan. Li Chen came back to his senses, then closed the post and directly began searching for posts about lifespan increasing items. To Li Chen's surprise, there were quite a few posts. However, most of them were quite old and outdated. After checking, the most recent post was an information post. The content claimed to know the location of a treasure that could increase lifespan. The poster claimed it could be bought with money or exchanged for items. Li Chen was silent for a moment. He could indeed buy this information. It was better than running around like a headless chicken. Then, Li Chen searched for posts about summoners and found quite a few experience posts. He clicked in to take a look. Although Li Chen had the Shan Haishan Mo Lu, which was different from ordinary summoners, some techniques for summoning beasts were still applicable, and he learned a lot of summoner knowledge from it. Closing the computer, Li Chen rubbed his head, took a shower, and went straight to rest. The next day, Li Chen wandered around the school to familiarize himself more. When the second day arrived, the new student ceremony was about to begin. Li Chen got up early and quickly headed to the northwest playground. Ganling Academy had a total of 4 playgrounds, located at the 4 corners. With so many new students, the ceremony was naturally held on the playground. Arriving at the Northwest Playground, Li Chen saw quite a few students already there. The new students were quite excited, gathering together and chattering away. The noise was quite chaotic. However, what Li Chen didn't expect was that most of the voices were not focused on each other's strength, but rather on appearances. Look, there's a handsome guy, he looks pretty good. I wonder if there's a chance to develop something. This beauty is nice, fair-skinned, beautiful, and has long legs, just my type. Hey, I say, sisters, don't fight me for this, I just like this little wolf dog type. Listening to the voices around him, Li Chen shook his head. Everyone was in their teenage years, so it was quite normal to focus on this. As soon as Li Chen entered, he attracted a lot of attention. After all, Li Chen was the top scorer in the college entrance examination, and everyone had seen his photo. Look, Li Chen is here, he really is as handsome as in the photo. Don't get all excited, the top scorer belongs to all of us. A summoner becoming the top scorer, this is the first time. Do you think there's any trickery behind his score? There must be some trickery, otherwise, how could the school give him the second rank? I feel like if it weren't for considering his status as the top scorer, his rank might have been lower. The fact that a summoner became the top scorer still surprised everyone. The school's ranking gave them plenty of room for imagination, making them think that Li Chen's combat ability wasn't that strong. He just performed well in the college entrance examination. Li Chen remained silent, standing quietly in one spot, waiting for the new student ceremony to begin. Just then, a commotion arose in front. Bai Miao is coming. Wow, she's much prettier than in the photo. Yeah, in the photo, she looks sweet, but in person, she's a total queen. She's ranked first, even higher than Li Chen. I wonder what's so special about her, right? Looking at her introduction, her profession is just an ordinary warrior. How could she be ranked first? The surrounding students began to discuss, curious about Bai Miao. After all, Li Chen was the first in the college entrance examination but only ranked second among new students, while she was ranked first, giving her an air of mystery. Li Chen's gaze shifted to Bai Miao. Bai Miao had a very sweet appearance, but her aura was cool and aloof, with a tall figure that gave off a vibe of keeping people at a distance. The blend of sweetness and queenly demeanor created a striking contrast. Soon, it was 10 o'clock, and the school leaders arrived quickly. At the forefront was a middle-aged man with a refined demeanor. Behind him followed several teachers, and Li Chen noticed that Shin Xiuhan was among them. The refined middle-aged man stepped onto the platform, looking down at the many students, and a warm smile appeared on his face. Hello everyone, I am Han Yi, the vice principal of the school. Today, the principal was supposed to come personally, but he had to go out on short notice, so I represent the principal and all the faculty and students of Ganling Academy to welcome all the new students. After a round of applause, Han Yi's voice rang out again. Next, I will tell you about some important matters to help you better start your school life. First, let's talk about the student ranking mechanism. Listening to Han Yi, all the students held their breath and listened attentively. Han Yi continued, at Ganling Academy, each grade has a student ranking based on your strength, which will lead to corresponding resource allocation. The top 100 students will receive a higher degree of resource allocation, which is to encourage everyone to continuously improve their strength. Among the top 100 students, the top 10 will have a significant increase in resource allocation, and the top-ranked student will receive the best resources. Of course, the student ranked first will enjoy the best treatment among all students. At this point, Hani glanced at the students below and continued, I believe everyone already knows your new student ranking. This ranking was assessed by our teachers based on your college entrance examination combat videos, and it may not be entirely accurate. However, this ranking will only last for 1 month. Next month, there will be a new student competition, and at that time, all new student rankings will be rearranged. Hearing this, some students spoke up, Principal Han, but there is still a month until the freshman competition. Isn't that too long? Yeah, doesn't that just let others waste a month of resources? I think the freshman competition should start earlier. Every student here was a proud child of heaven, naturally unwilling to be inferior to others, all believing they were stronger than the rest, so they felt they should take the resources first. Hani frowned slightly and then said, after all, you are freshmen, and this month basically has no resource allocation, so you don't need to worry about anything. Of course, if you insist on being serious, you can compete through the school's notarization office and bet resources against each other. As long as both parties agree on the resources, the school will not interfere. For example, didn't Li Chen and Yang Erin just have a fair preparation for a betting duel? This is not a problem. Listening to Han Yi's words, all the students were momentarily stunned, not expecting that just after the start of school, someone would want to engage in a duel. Moreover, one of the duelists was the top scorer of the college entrance examination. The students below began to discuss and inquire about this matter. Li Chen frowned slightly, but it was normal for Han-yi, the vice principal, to know about this. Han-yi continued, "Please be quiet for a moment. Next, I will talk to you about the school's credit system. I believe you all know that the school's credits are very important to you. At our Ganling Academy, credits are much more valuable than money. 200 credits can be exchanged for a D-level resource, and 600 credits can be exchanged for a C-level resource. Credits can be traded, but malicious trading is absolutely not allowed. There will be detailed rules for everyone to understand. As for obtaining credits, there are various ways, such as tasks released by the school, which grant credits upon completion, and annual assessments will also provide credits, with ranking lists offering credit rewards as well." At this point, Han-yi paused for a moment and then continued, "Here, I want to emphasize the school's ranking lists. Ganling Academy has 2 ranking lists, divided into the Heavenly List and the Earthly List. The Earthly List can only be participated in by students below level 20, while the Heavenly List is open to all students in the school. The rewards for ranking on the Heavenly List are much more generous than those on the Earthly List. As freshmen, what you mainly compete for is the Earthly List ranking, but I estimate it will take 1 or 2 months before any of you make it onto the Earthly List." Listening to Han-yi's words, the students below also became excited, as being on the list was something everyone hoped for. Many also cast their eyes on their classmates, as Principal Han had just mentioned that they could compete and bet resources. This made many confident in their abilities, eager to take action. Han-yi then spoke about some matters regarding Ganling Academy, and subsequently announced the official end of the freshman enrollment ceremony. Li Chen's gaze flickered. The enrollment ceremony at Ganling Academy was quite simple. After the ceremony ended, Li Chen prepared to go check out the school's secret realm. The so-called school secret realm is a place similar to the college entrance examination assessment secret realm. There, one can enter the secret realm to hunt magical creatures and enhance their strength, just like entering the college entrance examination secret realm. Compared to the wild, the secret realm is naturally much safer, as one can be teleported out if they encounter danger. Moreover, unlike the wild, there are rewards for clearing the school secret realm, which include not only resources but also credit rewards. Of course, entering the school secret realm requires consuming credits, and if one cannot clear it, the credits are not refunded. So if they lack the strength to clear it, most students will still choose to hunt in the wild. Just after leaving the playground, Li Chen ran into Shinyaru. Seeing Li Chen, Shinyaru smiled and approached. "How is it? Don't you think the entrance ceremony at Ganling Academy is a bit too simple, lacking any sense of ceremony?" Li Chen shook his head. "The simpler, the better. That way we won't waste time." Shinyaring, hearing this, asked curiously, "Time? Why are you in such a hurry to do something?" Li Chen didn't hide it and told Shinyaring about his desire to explore the secret realm. After listening, Shinyaring laughed. "Haven't you read the enrollment handbook? The school's secret realm is only open to officially enrolled students. We just had the entrance ceremony today. We can only enter the secret realm tomorrow." Li Chen scratched his head. The enrollment handbook was too long, and he really hadn't read it. "Then let's not go today. We'll check it out tomorrow." Shinyaring nodded. "Just in time. I'll be watching your match with Yang Yiren tomorrow, so we can go together then." Li Chen nodded and then headed back. The school's rewards had also been distributed, so Li Chen quickly organized them and directly fed the Abyss Essence supplement and enhancement pills to the Swan Ni. Previously, Li Chen had thought that since he was linked to the Swan Ni, it would be better to use the supplements and pills to enhance himself. However, since he was linked to the Swan Ni, he would inherit all of its powers. When the Swan Ni was enhanced, he would also be enhanced. This way, he could double the effects of the supplements and pills. Li Chen tried it out, and it indeed worked. After feeding the Swan Ni a body enhancement pill, the Swan Ni's physique increased a bit, and Li Chen's enhancement also improved slightly. Since it was effective, Li Chen gave all the essence supplements and enhancement pills to the Swan Ni. After all, he could also enhance himself. The next morning, after having breakfast, Li Chen quickly headed to the school's notarization office. He needed to finish up with Yang Yiren and then hurry to the school's secret realm. Although he had improved his strength with the Abyss Essence supplements and enhancement pills over the past few days, not killing monsters and not gaining monster lifespans still made Li Chen feel uncomfortable. Upon arriving at the school's notarization office, right next to it was the arena. Under the guidance of the notarization staff, Li Chen went directly to the adjacent arena. Once inside, there were already many people present. Yang Yiren and Yang Wensheng had already arrived, and Shinyaring was also nearby. Seeing Li Chen approach, Shinyaring came over. "Duel, give Yang Yiren a good beating." Hearing Shinyaring's words, Li Chen felt a bit helpless. Yang Yiren had offended Shinyaring, so she wanted him to help her take revenge. But this guy's words were indeed irritating. "Why are there so many people?" Li Chen asked Shinyaring, puzzled. Shinyaring smiled. "You're quite the celebrity at school. The top scorer of the college entrance examination is going to compete, so naturally, it has caused quite a stir. Just wait, more people will come soon. Li Chen shook his head. Whether there were many people or not didn't matter. He just wanted to finish the fight quickly. Soon, it was time for Li Chen and Yang Eren's match, and the two went up to the stage. The crowd below stirred, buzzing with discussion. Wow, they really are going to fight. I thought it was just a rumor. One is the top scorer, and the other is second in the province. Who do you think will win? No need to say, it must be Li Chen. After all, he's the top scorer. Not necessarily, although Li Chen is the top scorer, his combat power might not be stronger than Yang Eren's. I agree, the college entrance examination is one thing, and strength is another. If the top scorer's strength was the highest, why isn't he ranked first among the new students? Exactly, and it's been a while since the college entrance examination. Yang Eren is from the Yang family of Jiangdong, with countless resources, so his improvement will definitely be much higher than Li Chen's. Amidst the crowd's discussions, Li Chen and Yang Eren stood facing each other on the stage. Yang Eren conjured a light blue staff in his hand, a chilling aura emanating from it, spreading outwards. Looking at Li Chen in front of him, Yang Eren's expression became serious. Although he felt he was stronger than Li Chen, he still took the battle quite seriously. Moreover, after all, the opponent was the top scorer of the college entrance examination, and Yang Eren was not foolish enough to think that Li Chen was someone he could easily manipulate. Therefore, he was determined to give his all in this fight. He had seen Li Chen's two summoned beasts, which were very powerful in battle, so he would definitely not be negligent. However, he already had a way to deal with it. As an ice dragon mage, he was best at control, which just happened to counter Li Chen's assassin-like summoned beast. As for the other lightning-type summoned beast, Yang Eren believed he could handle that as well. Of course, if he had the chance, it would be best to strike directly at Li Chen. The most feared action for a summoner was a decapitation strike, and this arena was so small that Yang Eren felt he was in a very advantageous position. Under these circumstances, he believed there was no problem in defeating Li Chen. When the referee saw the two of them enter the arena, he read the rules and then directly opened the protective barrier. This way, the battle on the stage would not affect the people below, and if anyone on the stage was in danger, they could be teleported out immediately. Li Chen, summon your summoned beasts, Yang Eren said, his golden armor gleaming, and his staff radiating cold air as he pointed at Li Chen. Li Chen's gaze flickered for a moment. Both of them were wearing golden armor, so there was no need to change into arena-specific gear. With a wave of his hand, Li Chen summoned the Swan and I in Xianwu. To deal with Yang Eren in front of him, the Swan and I in Xianwu were more than enough. If it weren't for the restriction on linking with the Swan and I, Li Chen would have thought that just the Swan and I was sufficient. Watching the two summoned beasts appear, the crowd below began to discuss among themselves. This is Li Chen's summoned beast. It looks different from what we saw in the video. It seems unremarkable, but its combat power is extremely strong. What are you talking about? You just don't know how to look. Look, although Li Chen's summoned beasts seem unremarkable, the aura they exude is not something ordinary summoned beasts can possess. Wait, didn't Li Chen have 3 summoned beasts? Why did he only summon 2? Is he looking down on Yang Eren? Yang Eren's face darkened when he saw that Li Chen had only summoned 2 beasts. Hearing the crowd's discussions, Yang Eren's expression grew even more sullen. Li Chen, what do you mean? Are you looking down on me? Summon your lightning-type summoned beast too. Looking at Yang Eren in front of him, Li Chen smiled and said, "Isn't the arena for free play? Why should I have to listen to your commands in battle?" Yang Eren gritted his teeth and said, "Alright, I'll make you pay for your arrogance. You think you can look down on me?" Yang Eren raised his staff. An ice shard shot out instantly, targeting the Swan and I. The turtle-like summoned beast was clearly defensive, so he aimed to deal with the lion first. With a glance, Li Chen commanded the Swan and I to charge forward towards Yang Eren. The ice shards ahead were merely Yang Eren's minor skill. The Swan and I couldn't be bothered to dodge and charged straight through. The ice shards that hit the Swan and I shattered and fell to the ground. Although the Swan and I excelled in quick strikes and was an assassin-type summoned beast, its physique was not low, and its defense was extremely high. Yang Eren's expression changed. He knew Li Chen's summoned beasts were strong, but he didn't expect them to be this powerful. Without hesitation, Yang Eren raised his staff again, and a massive amount of cold air surged forth, forming a storm that covered the entire arena. In the area of the Swan and I, the storm intensified. The swirling storm, combined with the cold air, quickly formed an ice storm, causing the Swan and I, trapped within, to have its speed drastically reduced. Yang Eren suddenly stomped his foot, and beneath the slowing Swan and I, several ice claws emerged, directly grabbing hold of its body. Got it! A hint of joy appeared on Yang Eren's face as he waved his staff again, causing several ice spikes to coalesce in front of him, which then shot rapidly towards various parts of the Swan-Ni's body. As long as this strike hit, this summoned beast would definitely be injured, and its speed would drop again, allowing him to slowly wear it down. Although Yang Yiren spoke arrogantly, his combat style was quite steady, employing the most reliable method of attrition. However, the next moment, the joy on Yang Yiren's face vanished. Crack, crack, crack. Accompanied by the sound of grinding teeth, cracks appeared on the ice claws binding the swan and eye, which then shattered violently. The swan knee's speed suddenly surged, disappearing directly into the storm. How could this summoned beast be so fast? Yang Yiren looked incredulous, but before he could process the shock, the swan knee's figure appeared behind him. Yang Yiren's heart skipped a beat, and the intense cold emanating from his staff instantly enveloped him, quickly encasing him in ice. Bang! The swan and eye slapped down on the ice crystal encasing Yang Yiren, sending it flying. In midair, cracks appeared on the ice crystal, which then burst open. Yang Yiren steadied himself, his expression turning somewhat grim. This was his life-saving skill, and he couldn't use it again in a short time. Yang Yiren hadn't expected Li Chen's summoned beast to be this powerful. Without facing Li Chen's summoned beast, it was hard to experience such extreme pressure. Watching the swan and eye charge at him again, Yang Yiren's mind raced. He could still unleash a powerful attack, but dealing with this lion-like summoned beast would likely yield little effect. Looking at Li Chen in the distance, Yang Yiren quickly made up his mind. He waved his staff, directing the center of the storm towards Li Chen's position. At the same time, ice claws emerged from the ground, blocking the swan knee's path. Then, Yang Yiren began to chant a spell as he waved his staff. The surrounding cold air grew denser, and Li Chen felt as if he was about to freeze solid. Roar! A dragon's roar suddenly echoed from the storm ahead, and then a massive ice crystal dragon emerged from within, its eyes locking directly onto Li Chen. Boom! The ice crystal dragon charged out of the storm, heading straight for Li Chen. This was Yang Yiren's strongest attack capability so far, the ice dragon charge. Li Chen watched the ice crystal dragon approaching him, his expression shifting slightly. He could dodge this attack, after all, his current movement speed was even higher than that of the swan and eye. But Li Chen didn't move. Now was not the time to reveal his connection to the swan and eye. Xuanwu stirred, lazily positioning itself in front of Li Chen. Damn! An ice crystal dragon! This must be Yang Yiren's strongest attack method. Yeah, I didn't expect him to be pushed to this extent so quickly. Li Chen's summoned beast is indeed very strong. Who says otherwise? This is just one summoned beast. If that lightning-type summoned beast comes out, Yang Yiren will have basically no room to resist. But the outcome isn't decided yet. Li Chen is being a bit overconfident, not using his full strength. Yang Yiren has realized this and has chosen to attack Li Chen directly. Let's see how Li Chen will withstand this strike. Under the gaze of the crowd, the ice crystal dragon crashed down, and a massive wave of cold instantly filled the entire arena, completely enveloping Li Chen's position. Yang Yiren let out a slight sigh of relief. Even if Li Chen had a defensive summoned beast, it wouldn't be able to withstand this move. However, the next moment, Yang Yiren's eyes suddenly narrowed. The figure of the swan and eye appeared behind him, directly swiping a claw at him. Yang Yiren barely managed to encase himself in a layer of ice crystals before his body was sent flying. The ice crystals shattered instantly, and a tremendous force struck him, causing Yang Yiren to spit out a mouthful of blood. His expression was one of shock, momentarily unable to react. Li Chen was a summoner. If he suffered a tremendous attack that he couldn't withstand, he would be directly teleported out of the arena, and this lion-like summoned beast would also vanish without a trace. Could it be? Yang Yiren quickly turned his head and saw, not far away, the cold air dissipating, with Li Chen and the turtle-like summoned beast appearing before him unscathed. Li Chen patted the ice shards off his body. One had to admit, Yang Yiren's attack was quite strong. But unfortunately, he had already linked with the swan and eye, whose defensive power was also extremely high, and coupled with the presence of the Xuanwu, the residual waves posed no harm to Li Chen at all. Li Chen hadn't even activated the active defense of the Xuanwu. How is this possible? Yang Yiren looked at the unscathed Li Chen, disbelief written all over his face. Even if Li Chen could block this strike, he should at least have been injured, right? Although, Yang Yiren's gaze fell on the Xuanwu. He didn't know that Li Chen had linked with the swan and eye, so naturally, he attributed the blocking of the attack to the Xuanwu. This turtle-like summoned beast had an absolutely formidable defense. In the previous battle videos, most of the attention had been drawn to the swan and eye and the Kuei Long, and not much had been paid to the Xuanwu. This summoned beast was also a top tier 1, just particularly skilled in defense. With such a summoned beast by his side, it was no wonder Li Chen appeared so confident. Just as Yang Yiren thought this, the figure of the swan and eye reappeared in front of him, directly biting down towards his neck. A beam of white light shot out from the protective barrier, quickly enveloping Yang Yiren's body and teleporting him away. This indicated that the arena deemed Yang Yiren would die from this strike, hence he was teleported out. Only Li Chen remained on the stage, and naturally, this match was won by Li Chen. The people below were all in shock. Is it over just like that? That was too quick, right? No, what just happened? Yang Yiren's powerful strike, and Li Chen didn't suffer at all? Can't you see? That summoned beast beside Li Chen has extremely strong defense, blocking all the attacks. Hiss. I was distracted by Li Chen's other two summoned beasts earlier. I didn't expect the defense of this summoned beast beside Li Chen to be so strong. Truly worthy of being the top scorer in the college entrance examination, winning so cleanly. Yeah, I thought Yang Yiren might lose, but I didn't expect him to lose so decisively. It's almost unbelievable. Xin Yaruang looked at the situation on the stage, equally astonished. She knew Li Chen was the top scorer, but like everyone else, she thought Li Chen's performance in battle wouldn't surpass his performance in the exam. After all, this wasn't facing monsters. Moreover, the school's assessment had ranked Li Chen second. But after witnessing Li Chen's battle, Xin Yaruang realized that Li Chen was indeed strong. She reflected that if she were to face Yang Yiren, even if she could win, it would likely be a very messy victory. It was completely impossible to be as relaxed as Li Chen. Yang Wencheng quickly came to Yang Yiren's side and helped him up. Cousin, are you okay? I told you not to fight, but you insisted on coming. Now look. Yang Yiren wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stubbornly said, I lost, so I lost. I accept the bet. Saying this, Yang Yiren shook off Yang Wencheng and approached Li Chen. Here, there are 20 million, it's our wager. I won't go back on my word. Li Chen took the card handed over by Yang Yiren and smiled. We've already notarized it at the school notary office. Do you think being unreasonable will help you? Yang Yiren's expression changed as he looked at Li Chen and said, Li Chen, don't get cocky. I only lost this time because I wasn't well prepared. Just wait, I will challenge you again later, and I hope you can win against me then. With that, Yang Yiren raised his chin and walked away. Li Chen shook his head. This Yang Yiren really had a tough mouth. At that moment, Yang Wencheng approached Li Chen, looking apologetic. Sorry, Li Chen, I didn't expect things to turn out this way. I caused you trouble. After saying that, Yang Wencheng quickly chased after Yang Yiren. Li Chen smiled as he watched Yang Wencheng's back. These two brothers were indeed interesting. Turning around, Li Chen looked at Xin Yaru. Congratulations! Although I believed you could win, I didn't expect you to win so easily. Hearing Xin Yaru's words, Li Chen smiled. The arena match does have some constraints on Yang Yiren. After all, the space is too small. If it were in the wild, he wouldn't lose so quickly. Xin Yaru pouted at this. Wouldn't lose so quickly? So that means Yang Yiren was bound to lose. Quite confident, indeed. But Xin Yaru also knew that Li Chen had the strength to be that confident. Let's go check out the school's secret realm together, Li Chen said to Xin Yaru. Just as he turned around and was about to leave with her, a few people blocked their path. The leader was a young man who looked fierce but wore a gentle smile. Hello, Junior Li Chen. Let me introduce myself. I am Wang Jinghua, a junior at Jinling Academy, and also the vice president of our school's Prime Minister Society. I saw the arena match just now. You truly lived up to your reputation as the top scorer in the college entrance examination, winning beautifully. Sorry to take up a bit of your time, Junior Li Chen. I just wanted to ask if you are interested in joining our Prime Minister Society? A society? Li Chen was taken aback. He didn't expect the society members to approach him so quickly. The so-called society was like a guild organization within the school, but it was somewhat more relaxed compared to a guild. Once you joined a society, you could receive a monthly allowance, and the members would mentor newcomers. In short, joining a society would bring many conveniences. The surrounding students all showed envious expressions upon hearing this. This was the Prime Minister Society, the most famous one in Jinling Academy. It was said that among the top 10 on the Jinling Academy's heavily ranking, there were 7 from the Prime Minister Society. As long as you joined the Prime Minister Society, the monthly allowance was the highest among all societies, not to mention that the mentorship from experienced members was extremely beneficial, as there were many strong students in the society. Generally speaking, societies observe new members for a while, especially for a society like the Prime Minister Society, and would only accept those they deemed to have great potential. People were very envious of Li Chen, who could join a top-tier school society right after enrolling. After all, they had all witnessed Li Chen's battle earlier. Clean and decisive. Even they had to admit that Li Chen, the top scorer, was no fluke. Wang Jinghua looked at Li Chen with an expression of anticipation. As the vice president of the Prime Minister Society, Wang Jinghua was quite well informed. He understood what it meant for Li Chen to become the top scorer as a summoner. It proved that Li Chen was definitely an exception among summoners, just like the summoner who summoned a giant dragon. Moreover, having seen the arena match, Wang Jinghua had even more recognition of Li Chen's combat power. Li Chen frowned slightly. To be honest, he had thought about the matter of joining a society before. After all, Zhu Xingtong had mentioned to him before about starting a branch guild. Li Chen thought about it and decided to approach it from the school club angle, first establishing a school club and then gradually developing it into a branch guild. After some contemplation, Li Chen looked at Wang Jinghuo and said, "Sorry, senior, I don't have any plans to join a club for now." Wang Jinghuo was taken aback. There were countless students at Jinling Academy eager to join the Shangxiang Club, practically fighting to get in. Usually, it was others who sought him out, but now he had personally come to invite Li Chen, only to be rejected. However, Wang Jinghuo didn't say much more. He understood that such matters could be forgotten. At the very least, he wanted to leave a good impression. Alright, since Junior Li Chen hasn't made up his mind yet, take your time to consider it. This is my contact information. If you decide to join, the doors of the Shangxiang Club will always be open for you. Li Chen nodded and accepted the contact information Wang Jinghuo offered. The two chatted for a few more moments before Wang Jinghuo left. Hey, I have to say, the Shangxiang Club is the top club at Jinling Academy. There are plenty of benefits to joining. Why aren't you going? Shinyara looked at Wang Jinghuo leaving and couldn't help but ask Li Chen. Li Chen smiled and replied, "I just haven't made up my mind yet. I just started school, so there's no rush. Let's go check out the school's secret realm." Soon, Li Chen and Shinyara arrived at the school's secret realm area. It was a large hall, and inside the hall was the entrance to a secret realm. As long as one chose the appropriate secret realm, they could enter. Of course, one had to pay with credits to gain entry. Li Chen's attention was quickly drawn to a large screen in the center of the hall. Speed ranking of various secret realms, monster kill count ranking of various secret realms. Below the two lists were the rankings of the top 100, along with the rewards for each rank. After inquiring a bit, Li Chen and Shinyara finally learned some of the rules here. Shinyara remarked, "The school is really generous. It takes 20 credits to enter a secret realm, but as long as you clear it, you can earn 30 credits, which is like entering for free. You know, outside, it costs at least 100,000 to enter a secret realm." Li Chen nodded, "And there's this ranking list. For both lists, as long as you make it into the top 100, there's a reward. Even the reward for the 100th place includes E-grade resources and 100 credits." Shinyaro smiled. This is how Jinling Academy encourages students to continuously improve their strength. Li Chen's gaze fell on the ranking list, and he pondered for a moment. Shinyaro looked at Li Chen's expression and said with a smile, "What, are you thinking about getting on the ranking list? Let me tell you, it's not that easy to achieve. Although the rankings for juniors and seniors are calculated separately, the rankings for freshmen and sophomores are combined. Just look at the names on the freshman and sophomore list. They're all second-year students, completely monopolizing it." Li Chen nodded and then looked at Shinyaro. "What do you think? If I can help others clear the secret realm, can I get them to give me their credits?" Shinyaro was taken aback for a moment, then thought about it and said, "Of course, that's possible. Not to mention, most of the new students just entering school are unlikely to clear the secret realm. Even if the rewards for clearing the secret realm are given to you, using 20 credits to exchange for battle experience in clearing the secret realm is still very worthwhile." Hearing this, a smile appeared on Li Chen's face. At Jinling Academy, credits were extremely important and were needed for various matters. For example, if he wanted to find items to extend his lifespan, and there were none in the school treasury, even if there were, without a massive amount of credits, he probably couldn't exchange for them. So Li Chen thought that this secret realm might be a place to earn credits. Seeing the smile on Li Chen's face, Shinyaro realized, "Don't tell me you're thinking of doing business leading teams to clear the secret realm." Li Chen replied, "Is that not allowed?" Shinyaro said, "Of course it can be done, but most of the time it's the second-year students leading the freshmen. Although you are the top scorer in the college entrance examination, the secret realm is not the same as the college entrance examination realm. It's not that easy to clear. You have to understand, entering the secret realm alone is one level of difficulty, but entering with two people doubles the difficulty. If you find reliable teammates, that's one thing, but if you bring along 2 or 3 weak teammates, it becomes a drag, increasing the difficulty exponentially." The method Li Chen was thinking of was not a secret. Others had already considered it. However, the difficulty of the secret realm was very high, so most of the time, second-year students would lead first-year students through it. But by the second year, there were many ways to earn credits, so there was no need to use this method. Moreover, fighting magical creatures was very physically demanding. How many times could one lead people through in a day? Listening to Shinyaro, Li Chen smiled. "I don't know about others, but don't forget, I have a natural advantage when it comes to clearing secret realms. The secret realm assessed in the college entrance examination, all the records were broken by me." Hearing Li Chen's words, Shinyara slapped her forehead. "I forgot, you are a summoner, just let your summoned beasts fight, and you don't have to worry about physical strength. But you haven't tried the difficulty of this secret realm. Are you sure you can lead others through? Lichen smiled. If I can't clear it, I won't take any credits. I'll reimburse all the credit tickets I paid. Shinyaro laughed. Since you were so confident, I'll give it a try. Anyway, I think it will be quite difficult for me to clear this secret realm on my own. Lichen nodded. Alright, let's test the waters first. I won't take your credits. We can consider ourselves friends now. Shinyaro waved her hand. No, friends are friends. I still have to give you what I owe. Saying this, Shinyaro prepared to go pay the credits, but was stopped by Lichen. Don't rush, let's bring one more person. Just the two of us is too few. Shinyaro was taken aback. Bringing one more person would triple the difficulty. Are you sure? Don't worry, Lichen smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Shinyaro directly said, Alright, then let's post a recruitment message. There was a dedicated local area network here where various recruitment messages could be posted. This was also a feature of the school's secret realm department. Soon, under Shinyaro's guidance, Lichen registered on the local area network, found his student card, and directly posted a message. Quickly, there was a flurry of responses, but most of them were not positive. Oh, someone is leading a secret realm today. Why is it a freshman? This person is really funny, just entered our ganling academy and is already thinking about leading people to earn credits. Isn't that right? Mixing up the school secret realm with the college entrance examination realm? The college entrance examination realm is just an entry-level secret realm. Whoever comes to our ganling academy starts off with high aspirations, right? We were the same. After hitting a few walls, they would know the reality. A freshman leading people into the secret realm naturally wouldn't attract anyone willing to come, even if Lichen was the top scorer. Lichen looked at the comments below, just about to give up and first try the waters with Shinyaro when a familiar voice came from beside him. Lichen, are you going to lead the school's secret realm? Is it true that if you can't clear it, you'll cover all the costs? Hearing this, Lichen turned around and saw Yang Wenchang. Yang Wenchang had advised Yang Aaron a few times and then came here to see the school's secret realm. He didn't expect to see Lichen's message right after registering on the local area network. It was very difficult for freshmen to clear the secret realm. Even though Yang Wenchang's strength was not weak, he couldn't be sure he could clear it. The best approach would be to spend a month improving his strength before coming back. That would be more stable. But a month later was the freshman competition, so this period would definitely require rapid strength improvement. Clearing the secret realm was a shortcut to quickly level up and enhance strength. Compared to the wilderness, the monsters in the secret realm are more concentrated, and one can kill more monsters in the same amount of time. Moreover, the school's secret realm has a bonus effect. Killing monsters here grants significantly more combat experience than in the wild. So when Yang Wenchang saw the message from Lichen, he was tempted. After all, Lichen had said that if they couldn't clear it, he would cover all the costs. Lichen looked at Yang Wenchang in front of him and nodded gently. Don't worry, I keep my word. If you don't believe me, we can go to the notary office to notarize it. Yang Wenchang hurriedly said, No, Lichen, I believe you. As long as you take me through this secret realm, I will give you all the credit rewards after we clear it. Lichen nodded and then took Shinyaro and Yang Wenchang to buy tickets to enter the secret realm with their credits. The secret realms here are progressive, from low to high. Only after clearing the easiest secret realm can one continue to challenge the next level. Therefore, the three of them were entering a beginner's secret realm. However, even so, the difficulty of this secret realm is still several levels higher than that of the college entrance examination secret realm. Of course, this is only in comparison to the difficulty of the college entrance examination secret realm. The nightmare difficulty of the college entrance examination secret realm is still quite substantial. Standing in front of the gate to the secret realm, 3 beams of light enveloped the bodies of Lichen and his companions, and they instantly disappeared. Watching Lichen and the others vanish, the surrounding students began to discuss among themselves. Did that Lichen really take 2 freshmen to clear the secret mirror? 3 people means 3 times the difficulty. Can they succeed? No way. Even among second-year students, only the top students can lead freshmen through the secret mirror. And this is still one-on-one, those 3 freshmen won't clear it at all. Exactly. Does this Lichen think he's so impressive just because he got the top score in the college entrance examination? Aren't there plenty of top scorers at ganling Academy? This guy is just overestimating himself. Just wait, I feel like they won't last 5 minutes. They'll be teleported out. At this moment, Lichen and his companions had already been teleported into the secret realm. As soon as they entered, a gust of cold wind swept over them, making all 3 shiver. The environment of this secret realm is an icy world. Fortunately, after entering ganling Academy, they had browsed the school forum, and their spatial rings contained quite a few living supplies. After all, if they encountered bad weather in the wild, these would come in handy. Skillfully pulling out thick clothes, the three quickly put them on. Yang Wenchang also took out a set of armor, preparing to wear it. Li Chen waved his hand and said to Yang Wenchang, "No need, I'll take you, you just watch from the side." Yang Wenchang was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "Li Chen, even though you're leading me, I can't just sit back and do nothing. Don't worry, in the secret realm, the experience we gain is shared equally. This doesn't count as me stealing experience. Moreover, there is a time limit to clear this secret realm. If we can't clear it in an hour, it will be considered a failure. If the three of us work together, the more people, the greater the strength, and it will also increase our chances of clearing it." Shinyaru, who was beside them, also spoke up. "Yes, Yang Wenchang is right. If we all work together, we can clear it faster." Li Chen shook his head. "No need for you to take action. I said I would take you, so I will take you. If you all take action, what does that count as me taking you? Since I've taken your credits, you are my customers now, and I have to give you the experience you deserve." As he spoke, Li Chen waved his hand, summoning the Swan and I, Kuei Long, Xian Wu, Qing Long, and Tu Zhuyan. A massive pressure emanated from the Swan and I and the others, instantly filling the surrounding area. Looking at so many summoned beasts, Shinyaru and Yang Wenchang were both stunned. Shinyaruang exclaimed in surprise, "Li Chen, I know you have many summoned beasts, but I didn't expect there to be so many. A full 6. Other summoners at your level would be lucky to summon a second beast." Yang Wenchang also looked astonished, saying, "Yes, Li Chen, I've seen your videos before and only knew you had 3 powerful summoned beasts. I didn't expect you to have 6. Shinyaruang continued, "I know about these 2 white giant apes, but what is this? A green snake? That doesn't seem right. I've never seen this summoned beast before. Did you just summon it, Li Chen? I have to say, your talent as a summoner is truly astonishing." Li Chen smiled. In this world, there were no ancient myths, only knowledge of dragons, and it was normal not to recognize the Azure Dragon. As they were talking, cracks suddenly appeared on the ice field ahead, and several ice giant wolves jumped out from beneath the ice. Furious Ice Wolf rank. Commander level, 10 attributes, Strength, 200, Constitution, 120, Agility, 180, Spirit, 100 Skill 1, Ice Bite Skill 2, Ice Stab. After the ice giant wolves appeared, they howled at the sky and quickly charged towards Li Chen and the others. Yang Wenchang immediately took a combat stance. The attributes of these furious ice wolves were not low, and Yang Wenchang estimated that it would take considerable effort to defeat them. Just then, Li Chen snapped his fingers, and the Swan and I beside him instantly charged out. In the blink of an eye, the Swan and I appeared next to one of the ice giant wolves, its claws falling swiftly. The ice giant wolf whimpered and fell silent. The shockwave from the attack spread out instantly, covering the surrounding area and killing all the other ice giant wolves in an instant. In less than a second, all the ice giant wolves were wiped out. Holy crap! Yang Wenchang, who usually maintained a refined demeanor, couldn't help but exclaim at the sight. Although he knew Li Chen's summoned beasts were overpowered, witnessing it firsthand was still shocking. What kind of ability did this summoned beast have? After killing one monster, all the surrounding monsters were instantly eliminated. Yang Wenchang immediately put down his weapon. With Li Chen's summoned beasts around, he really had no place to contribute. Rushing in might just complicate things for Li Chen's summoned beasts. "We'll just watch from the side, let my summoned beasts handle the fighting." As he spoke, Li Chen waved his hand, and the Kuei Long and Azure Dragon followed suit. The Azure Dragon had just been summoned, and fighting would help it level up faster. As for the Xuanwu and the Tu Zhuyan, Li Chen kept them back. The Xuanwu was naturally reserved for defense in case of danger. As for the Tu Zhuyan, Li Chen had his uses for them. Taking out several wooden boards from his ring, Li Chen quickly assembled them into a moderately sized wooden frame. He then invited Shinyaruang and Yang Wenchang to step onto the frame. The Tu Zhuyan lifted the frame, forming a wooden palanquin without a roof. Standing on the frame, Yang Wenchang watched as the Zhuyan carried them behind the Swan and I, completely stunned. "What is this?" Li Chen smiled. "As my guests, you deserve a fitting experience. Come, sit." Saying this, Li Chen took out 3 chairs and placed them on the frame, sitting on one himself. Shinyaruang didn't hold back and sat on another. Looking at Li Chen in amazement, "Li Chen, this is the first time I've seen the secret mirror being cleared like this. It feels like a picnic." Li Chen chuckled. "I have to make you feel that this credit is worth the expense. So, what do you want to drink, soda or coffee?" As he spoke, Li Chen took out several tea bottles, opened the lids, and steam rose from them. Yang Wenchang's eyes widened in surprise. "You prepared all this?" Li Chen nodded. "In this freezing weather, I can't let my customers get cold." As he spoke, Li Chen poured a cup of hot tea for each of them. Yang Wenchang picked up the cup and took a sip. The tea was scalding hot. Looking again at the icy world outside and the monsters appearing, he couldn't help but feel that everything before him was somewhat magical. Is there really a secret realm like this? Li Chen could be considered the first person in history to achieve this. Ice monsters continuously emerged around them, starting with frenzied ice wolves, followed by ice giant bears. However, these monsters were mostly taken down in an instant by the Swan and I, leaving the Kuei-lon with no chance to act. The Qing-lon, on the other hand, occasionally attacked, fiercely targeting the Swan and I. After all, the Qing-lon had just been summoned and could continuously improve its skills during the battle. Before long, a bright light rose from the Qing-lon, and it leveled up. Watching the Qing-lon charge out and swiftly take down an ice giant bear with a single tail swipe, Yang Wencheng nearly spilled his tea from the shock. Wait, isn't this snake-like summoned beast one you just summoned? It's so fierce already? Before Li Chen could respond, Shinyaro spoke up. Isn't that right? I've realized that aside from these two white giant apes that Li Chen is using as a lift, the other summoned beasts are not simple at all. If just summoned beasts are this strong, how will other summoners survive when they see this? Yang Wencheng took a big gulp of tea to calm his nerves and looked at Li Chen. Your summoned beasts are just too strong. Are we really going to just push through and wipe out all the monsters, clearing this secret realm like this? Li Chen waved his hand dismissively. What are you thinking? It's not that simple. This is the secret realm of Jinling Academy. This is just the beginning. The monsters that come later will definitely be stronger. As soon as Li Chen finished speaking, the ice ahead collapsed, revealing several 3-meter-tall white giant apes blocking their path. These white giant apes were different from Zhu Yan. They were completely snow-white, exuding a chilling aura. The Swan and I charged out quickly, arriving behind one of the white giant apes, its claws descending directly onto the ape's neck. A claw mark appeared, causing the white giant ape to cry out in pain, and its hand quickly reached for the Swan and I. Seeing this, Li Chen remarked, "Look, haven't we encountered a tough opponent?" In the next moment, the Swan and I dodged the white giant ape's attack, biting down on its neck, and with a crunch, the ape's head was bitten off. Yang Wencheng looked speechless. Well, this tough opponent was indeed tough. This time, it wasn't an instant kill, just a bit more of an attack. At that moment, Li Chen took out a barbecue grill again, smiling at Shinyaro and Yang Wencheng. Are you hungry? Let me grill some skewers for you. In the icy secret realm, a strange scene unfolded. Two summoned beasts were continuously slaying ice monsters in the front, while the two white giant apes were steadily carrying a large wooden frame. Beside the white giant apes, a creature with a turtle head and snake tail followed leisurely, yawning repeatedly. Above the wooden frame, 3 figures sat on chairs around a barbecue grill, happily grilling. Hey, these skewers are ready, you can eat first. Saying this, Li Chen handed over several grilled skewers to Shinyaro and Yang Wencheng. They exchanged glances and silently accepted the skewers from Li Chen. Li Chen also picked up a skewer and started eating. A bite of skewer, a sip of hot tea. In this icy world, it was a unique experience. Yang Wencheng looked at Li Chen and said, "Is this really okay? We're here to clear the secret realm, isn't this a bit disrespectful?" Shinyaro had already started to dig in, munching on a skewer while mumbling, "What's disrespectful about this? We're also clearing the secret realm, aren't we? Or do you think it's disrespectful to these monsters? Why don't you go kill them yourself and show them some respect?" Yang Wencheng fell silent for a moment, then quietly picked up the skewer in his hand and started eating. What a joke! If it was this easy to clear the secret realm, why would he need to risk his life to fight? After eating for a while, Yang Wencheng looked at everything and slowly said, "I still feel it's a bit unreal. I really thought clearing the secret realm could be like this." Shinyaro adapted quickly and replied, "Come a few more times and you'll get used to it. Isn't this great? Eating and drinking while clearing the secret realm." Yang Wencheng sighed. This is what it means to take people through the secret realm. Before, I had a deep-rooted impression that summoners were weak, and I didn't think my cousin could lose. But Li Chen completely shattered that impression. Shinyaro waved her hand and said, "Hey, let me remind you, don't change that impression. The weakness of summoners is real. It's just Li Chen who is strong." Yang Wencheng nodded in agreement. "You're right, Li Chen is indeed special among summoners." With that wave, Shinyaro thought of something and said to Yang Wencheng, "Later, take a photo of me. I need to show off this scene on the school forum." Saying this, she looked at Li Chen and asked, "You don't mind if I post it on the school forum, right?" Li Chen smiled, "Of course not. It's just right for me to get some publicity." Hearing Li Chen's words, Shinyaro raised a nearby teacup and drank it all, looking at Li Chen with excitement. "Li Chen, are you really planning to turn this into a business to earn credits?" When Li Chen first mentioned taking people through the secret realm, Shinyaro was somewhat skeptical about his success. After all, clearing the secret realm by oneself and taking others through it were completely different concepts. But now, Shinyara had no doubts at all. Moreover, Li Chen's way of taking people through was much easier compared to others. If this could be promoted, many new students would definitely choose to have Li Chen lead them. Especially with the new student competition coming up in a month, some would surely opt to enhance their strength through the secret realm. But if their own strength was insufficient, they would choose to have someone lead them, and Li Chen's method would definitely be the most popular. As for those who originally planned to wait until their strength improved before clearing the secret realm, seeing these successful clearers would surely make them choose to have someone lead them through the secret realm for the new student competition. Shinyaro could foresee that Li Chen might just spark a wave of secret realm clearings. This could be a big business. Li Chen nodded. I do have such an idea. For Li Chen, this was indeed a good way to earn credits, and it had to be quick. He needed to take advantage of the current situation when new students lacked the strength to clear the secret realm. In a month or two, or even half a month later, the opportunities for people to need help clearing the secret realm would decrease significantly. Shinyaro then said, I'll help you recruit people, how about you give me some credits? After witnessing Li Chen's strength, Shinyaro also had her own thoughts. After all, new students were really short on credits. Li Chen didn't hesitate and directly nodded, bring me one person, and I'll give you 5 credits. He could earn 30 credits for taking someone through the secret realm once, so giving Shinyaro 5 credits was already quite generous. Shinyaro shook her head, 5 credits is too much, I can't take advantage of you like that. How about this, let me ask you, how many people can you take through the secret realm at most in one go? Li Chen pondered for a moment and then said, the secret realm can have a maximum of 4 people, I can definitely take 3 without any problem. Shinyaro nodded, alright, then I'll bring you 3 people, and you give me 10 credits for each wave, how about that? 3 people for 10 credits, Li Chen nodded directly at the words. Yang Wensheng, who was beside them, weakly asked, can I join? This was definitely a good way to earn credits, and Yang Wensheng wanted to participate as well. Li Chen looked at Yang Wensheng and then said, if you want in, just like Shinyaro, bring 3 people and you'll also get 10 credits. With Shinyaro and Yang Wensheng, Li Chen wouldn't have to worry about gathering people, he could focus on leading them through the secret realm, so there was no reason to refuse. Yang Wensheng's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. Although he and Yang Iren were both from the Yang family and were cousins, he was not a direct descendant, and the resources he could access from the Yang family were limited. Being able to earn more credits to exchange for resources was a great opportunity for Yang Wensheng. Shinyaro poured another cup of water and then looked at Li Chen, saying, by the way, how many waves can you lead in a day? Although you don't have to fight, summoning beasts will still consume energy. Li Chen smiled and replied, you don't need to worry about that. As you can see, this ice secret realm is relatively easy to clear. I'll just focus on this one. When the time comes, I'll split the summoned beasts into 2 waves. One wave will lead the people while the other will recover energy in the summoning space, so I can basically keep going without rest. Li Chen already had a plan in mind. The Swan and I could clear this ice secret realm by itself. Then, with the Kue Long and Ching Long in a team, they could rotate and keep going without breaks. Shinyara nodded and then looked at Li Chen, saying, oh, there's one thing I need to remind you about, each secret realm at the school can only provide experience boosts up to 10 times. In other words, after 10 times, if you lead people through the secret realm again, you won't gain any benefits yourself. This was a restriction set by Ganling Academy to prevent students from becoming overly reliant on secret realms to enhance their strength. After all, secret realms are not like the wild, they lack danger and uncertainty, which is not conducive to improving students' combat experience and adaptability in dangerous situations. Li Chen nodded, I know this. I can lead people for a maximum of 5 days to earn some credits, and then I'll go to the wild to level up. Just as he was speaking, the ice layer ahead suddenly shifted, and a large number of ice giant wolves and ice giant apes appeared in sight. They were densely packed, numbering in the hundreds. Seeing the large number of ice-type monsters ahead, both Yang Wensheng and Shinyaro looked serious. I didn't expect to encounter so many monsters here. No wonder so few freshmen can clear it successfully. Generally speaking, in the later stages of a secret realm, either the number of monsters increases or their strength does. For freshmen, the latter situation is obviously more favorable. After all, even if the strength increases a bit, freshmen can still cope. However, an increase in the number of monsters is quite difficult for most freshmen to handle. After all, freshmen have lower levels and fewer skills, and area skills are even rarer. So most freshmen would rather face stronger monsters than deal with an increase in their numbers. This was also a deliberate move by Ganling Academy to increase the difficulty of clearing the secret realm and train the freshmen. But for Li Chen, it was like a pillow for a sleepy person, incredibly comfortable. Whether it was the Swan and I, Kue Long, or Ching Long, all had area attack capabilities. Especially the Swan and I, facing such a concentrated group of monsters, could definitely unleash unexpected effects. Don't be nervous, it's just a larger number of monsters, nothing to worry about, Li Chen said, and the Swan and I had already charged forward, its claws slashing out, taking down several ice giant wolves. Waves of splattering damage radiated out, affecting the surrounding monsters, causing them to fall one after another. The Kuei Long also took action, unleashing several bolts of thunder that struck down, directly scorching a few demonic creatures. Then, a large amount of thunderous sludge spewed from Kuei Long's mouth, covering the ground and causing the demonic creatures that stepped into it to continuously suffer electric damage, quickly collapsing to the ground. The Qing Long also charged forward, its body sweeping down, directly taking several demonic creatures into the air before dropping them, swiftly killing a number of them. In less than half a minute, the demonic creatures ahead had been completely cleared. Yang Wenchang stared at this scene in astonishment, saying, This is way too fast, right? If it were me, I probably wouldn't be able to break through in less than 10 minutes. This is still for the sake of breaking through. If we wanted to kill all these demonic creatures, it would probably take at least half an hour, Shinyaro said, her expression showing no surprise as she spoke. That's why Li Chen can lead people to breakthrough, while we cannot. 2 beams of light rose from the Qinglong, killing these demonic creatures and allowing the Qinglong to level up twice. A beam of light also rose from Shinyaru. I leveled up. It really is faster to level up in the secret realm, Shinyaru said, feeling the power increase after leveling up. Yang Wenchang also spoke up. I feel like I'm about to level up too. I estimate that completing the breakthrough will allow me to level up once. Li Chen sensed his own state and, unsure if it was due to sharing experience with summoned beasts or because he was a summoner of the mountain and sea gods and demons, realized he still needed a lot of experience to level up. Li Chen ordered the Swan Ni and Kuei Long to continue clearing the way, while Zhu Yin carried them behind, continuing to delve deeper. Soon, after clearing some scattered demonic creatures, a large number of ice-type demonic creatures reappeared. Shinyaru and Yang Wenchang leaned back in their chairs, snacking while watching ahead, occasionally sipping tea, their faces showing no concern. I've read the guide for breaking through the ice secret realm. This is the second to last wave of demonic creature attacks. After defeating this batch of demonic creatures, we will face the final boss of the ice secret realm. Once we kill the final boss, we can break through this ice secret realm. Hearing Shinyaru's words, Yang Wenchang glanced at the time, a look of surprise appearing on his face. It's only been less than 10 minutes. At this speed, the breakthrough will probably be around 15 minutes. This speed could make it onto the leaderboard and directly enter the top 10. Although Li Chen had already shocked him many times today, Yang Wenchang couldn't help but marvel at this moment. After all, those who made it into the top 10 on the leaderboard were mostly top second-year seniors. Most importantly, they had all completed it solo, and Li Chen was leading the 2 of them. With 3 times the difficulty, and with the 2 of them not providing any help, Li Chen could still make it into the top 10 on the leaderboard. If Li Chen were to break through alone, he could probably make it into the top 3. No, perhaps Li Chen could even take first place, breaking the leaderboard record. Just like his performance in the college entrance examination. Shinyaru, listening to Yang Wenchang, looked at Li Chen and said, I forgot about this point. If leading people to break through can get onto the leaderboard, then they should pay extra. After all, there are rewards for being on the leaderboard. Li Chen's eyes flickered, and he quickly spoke. I hadn't considered that. What do you think? If I say that after making the leaderboard, I want to take all the rewards on the list? Shinyaru frowned slightly, then shook her head, saying, then probably not many people would agree. After all, if being on the leaderboard is the same as not being on it in terms of rewards, why bother? For face? To be an eyesore? Li Chen nodded. That was indeed the case. Of course, there were some who wanted that face, but they were in the minority. Then let's take half of the leaderboard rewards, Li Chen said after pondering for a moment. Just now, it was indeed my own greed. After all, once they made the leaderboard, they left a record, and in the future, they would have to break that record to receive new leaderboard rewards. Li Chen helping them get on the list was equivalent to helping them obtain the leaderboard rewards in advance, so taking half was quite appropriate. Shinyaring also nodded, then said, they will definitely agree to half. With your strength, you could even manipulate the leaderboard, timing it just right, and continuously refresh the rankings. Even if you only take half of the leaderboard rewards, you'll still make a fortune. A smile appeared on Li Chen's face, but then he frowned and said, I just wonder if the school will put a stop to this behavior. Shinyaring laughed and said, you don't know this, do you? Jiling Academy won't directly stop you, nor will they confiscate your previous gains, but they might quickly establish rules targeting you in the secret realm. However, by then, you would have already made a profit. Li Chen smiled. If that were the case, it would naturally be the best outcome. Looking at Shinyaring and Yang Wenchang in front of him, Li Chen took out his phone and said, let's create a group chat, that way, we can notify each other when something comes up. Shinyaring and Yang Wenchang both nodded and chose to add him directly. After adding, Shinyaring looked at Li Chen with a half smile and said, Li Chen, you previously declined the invitation from the Xian Society. You're not planning to start your own society, are you? Yang Wensheng shook his head and said, how could that be? Starting a society isn't that simple. It requires the school's recognition and support, which new students simply can't achieve. Li Chen also nodded, saying, as Yang Wensheng said, it's not feasible. This is just a contact method. However, Li Chen indeed had that idea in his heart. But there was no need to rush. There would be plenty of time later. Xin Yaring and Yang Wenchang were both among the top-ranked new students in terms of strength, and he could slowly draw them over. It seemed Xin Yaring could see through Li Chen's thoughts, and she looked at him half-jokingly and said, give our group chat a name. If we really establish a society in the future, at least it will have a name. Li Chen glanced at Xin Yaring and then said, how about Cloud Summit? After discussing the branch with Zhu Xingtong, Li Chen had been thinking about establishing an organization. The name Cloud Summit was something he had come up with in the past few days. Xin Yaring nodded, above the clouds, overlooking all beings. It's a name that exudes both gentleness and dominance, not bad. Seeing this, Li Chen directly changed the group chat name to Cloud Summit. Just then, the second wave of monsters was quickly cleared by the Swan and I and the others. Soon, Li Chen and the others arrived at the deepest part of this icy secret realm. Roar! Accompanied by a loud roar, a giant ice wolf king, 3 times the size of the previous ice giant wolf, leaped out from beneath the ice, its gaze instantly locking onto the Swan and I and the others. At that moment, a fierce icy storm rushed in, and then a massive white giant ape, 3 times the height of the previous white giant ape, emerged from the icy storm. 2 final bosses. Yang Wensheng gasped in shock. Although the individual difficulty of the 2 final bosses was certainly not as high as that of a single final boss in a secret realm, facing 2 final bosses was definitely very challenging for new students. Yang Wensheng quickly lowered his head and took a bite of a skewer to calm his nerves. The Swan and I charged out quickly, attacking the Ice Wolf King, leaving a white mark on its body, but was then knocked away by the Ice Wolf King. Kuei Long took action directly, unleashing thunderous power that struck down, causing the Ice Wolf King's body to stiffen. The Swan and I reappeared behind the Ice Wolf King, launching a fierce attack. The previous attack had not posed much of a threat to the Swan and I. Although it was an assassin-type summoned beast, its 4 basic attributes were too high, and the attack of the Ice Giant Wolf King couldn't break through its defense at all. Meanwhile, the Azure Dragon was entangled with the White Giant Ape King. 3 minutes later, the Ice Giant Wolf King fell under the combined attack of the Swan and I and the Kuei Long. The remaining White Giant Ape King, surrounded by the 3 summoned beasts, only held on for another minute. The level was cleared successfully. A light gate appeared ahead. At that moment, a ranking also emerged above the light gate. Ice Secret Realm level cleared successfully. Clearing time, 15 minutes and 36 seconds. Clearing rank, 9th. Clearing participants, Li Chen, Shinyaru, Yang Wensheng. After Li Chen and the others completed the level, the ranking information in the hall outside was also refreshed. Some students who were paying attention to the rankings stared blankly at the changes. No way? The 9th place in the Ice Secret Realm has been refreshed. Who achieved such a high rank? There are 3 names. This is a team clearance. It seems these 3 have strong abilities. I wonder which seniors they are. So enviable. The reward for 9th place, besides resources, each person also gets 150 credits. The students in the Secret Realm Hall began to discuss among themselves, and then everyone's gaze fell on the names of the clearing participants at the very bottom. Li Chen? Why does this name sound so familiar? So familiar. What do you mean familiar? Isn't this the top scorer from the new student's college entrance examination? A new student refreshed the ranking? Is it true? Damn! It really is that new student top scorer. Look at the information. It's Li Chun from the first year. The moment they saw the name, the entire Secret Realm Hall erupted in excitement. No one expected that the one refreshing the ranking would be a new student. In the past, it would take at least half a month for a new student to clear the Secret Realm, let alone refresh the ranking. Without at least 6 months, new students' names hardly appeared on the leaderboard. Are the new students this strong this year? I remember, just now Li Chen said he would take people to clear the Secret Realm, right? They cleared it as a trio. Does that mean Li Chen led 2 others to clear the Secret Realm and refresh the ranking? A voice suddenly spoke up, causing everyone to gasp in shock. If that's the case, then this new student Li Chen is simply terrifying. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. For a new student to clear the Secret Realm and refresh the ranking is already outrageous. I wouldn't believe it if it weren't for the information displayed in the Secret Realm Hall, let alone leading others to clear it. Exactly, those 2 must have contributed inside. I can guarantee that. It must be so. Look, one is Yang Wensheng, ranked 6th among new students, and the other is Shinyaru, whose ranking seems to be in the teens. Both are outstanding among new students. They definitely cleared it together. But even so, that's still incredibly outrageous. Which batch of new students has been able to achieve this level? The senior students in the hall fell silent. Indeed, even if the 3 worked together, it would be enough to go down in school history. Some new students, seeing this situation, were also astonished, completely not expecting that Li Chen and the others could achieve such a level. At that moment, Li Chen and the other two finished packing up the grill and other items, and walked out from the light gate, returning to the secret realm hall. All eyes instantly fell on the three of them, with various expressions. Seeing this, Shinyaro rolled her eyes and then directly spoke up, "Everyone, just now Li Chen has already led me and Yang Wencheng to clear the ice secret realm. I believe you have all seen the results. Now that Li Chen has led people to clear the ice secret realm, if the clearance is successful, he only needs to give the clearing reward credits to Li Chen. Of course, to enter the leaderboard rewards need to be split with Li Chen half. This is a rare opportunity that one cannot seek out. New students wanting to clear the ice secret realm shouldn't miss it. This truly is a once-in-a-lifetime chance, and it must not be overlooked." Listening to Shin Yaring's words, the surrounding students began to discuss among themselves. Bringing people through? Is it really Li Chen who took them through? Impossible. You're just hearing her nonsense. They must have cleared it together, trying to earn credits, so they're saying this on purpose. Exactly, a new student just starting school can't possibly bring two others through, and to even refresh the ranking to 9th, that's absolutely impossible. It must have been the three of them working together. Shin Yaring listened to the discussions around her, a smile appearing on her face. "Everyone, if you don't successfully clear it with Li Chen, he promises a full refund of the ticket credits. And look at this. This is evidence of Li Chen bringing us through the secret realm." As she spoke, Shin Yaring raised her phone, displaying the photos taken earlier in the ice secret realm. "What is this? Wow, being carried by two summoned beasts, roasting skewers, sipping tea, and just like that, clearing the ice secret realm? No way, he really did bring them? And like this? Unheard of, simply unbelievable, a triple intensity secret realm, and he can still bring people through so easily. Eating skewers and drinking tea to clear the secret realm? Isn't it just about the credits after clearing? Come on, take me with you." The surrounding students were in an uproar, all astonished that one could eat skewers and drink tea while clearing the secret realm. Even if they were being carried, wouldn't they have to put in some effort, just lying back in a chair and waiting to be carried? Soon, 3 new students approached, all expressing their desire to be taken along. Li Chen didn't hesitate and got straight to work. After explaining the specific precautions to them, Li Chen directly led the 3 into the secret realm. Meanwhile, Shin Yaring and Yang Wencheng did not stay behind but returned to start promoting on the forum. As for clearing the secret realm again, they planned to stabilize their current progress first. The improvement from the secret realm was not as steady as hunting monsters in the wild. Since they were being carried, they hadn't made any moves in the secret realm, so it was better to stabilize before considering clearing it again. Li Chen followed the previous plan, letting the Swan and I lead the way alone. Zhu Yan continued to carry the wooden frame, providing barbecue and tea. The 3 being carried were quite amazed, pulling out their phones to start taking pictures. "Wow! This is my first time experiencing being carried like this. It's simply amazing. In the secret realm, eating skewers, guess how long it will take me to clear the secret realm? This is clearing the secret realm? It's not even this comfortable on a picnic, right? I need to tell my buddies." After taking pictures, they all sent them to others, one of them posting on the forum, the tone carrying a hint of arrogance. Shin Yaring and Yang Wencheng's posts were sent out first, but the replies to their posts were mostly sarcastic. After all, a new student wanting to bring others through the secret realm seemed like a pipe dream. However, when the 3 brought by Li Chen also posted their pictures on the forum, people finally started to believe. There really is a new student bringing people through the secret realm? That's just too exaggerated. Li Chen? I remember he was the top scorer in the college entrance exam, right? I initially thought the new student ranking second might not live up to the hype, but now it seems the ranking teachers were a bit blind. The reward is just the credits after clearing, and with this kind of experience, I'm signing up. If we can clear the secret realm, the improvement in strength will be quite fast. As the saying goes, a quick step leads to quick progress. I need to sign up quickly. The forum was immediately stirred up, with many students discussing it, and quite a few new students began to sign up. Shin Yaring and Yang Wencheng didn't expect this matter to escalate so quickly, starting to tally the students who signed up and arranging the order in which they would be taken by Li Chen. 5 days later, Li Chen walked out of the secret realm hall, yawning. During these 5 days, he had mostly stayed in the hall, frantically guiding others. Most of the new students only asked Li Chen to help them clear the secret realm. There were also some who wanted to compete for rankings. Although they could only receive half the rewards, it was better than nothing. Due to Li Chen's impressive maneuvers, the leaderboard for the ice-cold secret realm had been constantly changing over these 5 days, with almost all the names on the list, except for the top 10, being replaced. The school finally reacted to this situation and added 2 new rules regarding the secret realm. The first rule stated that a person could only guide others through the secret realm a maximum of 10 times. Each person had 10 opportunities to receive rewards for clearing the secret realm, and after that, no further rewards could be obtained. This meant that once a person had claimed their rewards, they could no longer guide others. The second rule was that those being guided would not enter the leaderboard. With these 2 regulations, Li Chen could no longer guide others through the secret realm. However, the gains from these 5 days were still substantial. First and foremost were the school credits. Li Chen's credits had skyrocketed to over 6,000, which was quite terrifying. Some second-year students might not even earn that much in a year. Additionally, several of Li Chen's summoned beasts had also leveled up significantly. The Qinglong reached level 11, greatly enhancing its combat power. The Xuanni and Kuei Long were upgraded to level 14, while the Xuanwu reached level 13. Li Chen himself had leveled up to 15. With the speed at which Li Chen was leveling up, he was undoubtedly far ahead of the other new students. Of course, what Li Chen valued most was the increase in the lifespan of his magical beasts. In the secret realm, the lifespan gained from defeating magical beasts was significantly reduced. After clearing the secret realm so many times, Li Chen's magical beast lifespan had only reached 182 years. To upgrade one of his divine beasts to the 6th tier, he still needed 68 years of magical beast lifespan. Li Chen planned to go hunting in the wild. Although the speed of improvement in the wild was far inferior to that in the secret realm, Li Chen felt that reaching level 20 before the new student competition was entirely feasible. By then, through the tier advancement trial, his strength would see even greater enhancement. This way, he would have more confidence facing the new student competition. Just then, Li Chen received some news about items that could increase lifespan. Are you saying that Jinling Academy and Qingbei University have jointly discovered a new magical cave and want to explore it together? Li Chen asked Shinyaru, who was in front of him. Shinyaru nodded. To prepare, it was jointly discovered by the Shin family of Jinling Academy and the Wang family of Qingbei University. Li Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is there any difference?" Shinyaru smiled. The Shin and Wang families are both aristocratic families affiliated with the universities. Although most of them follow the universities, they also have a certain degree of autonomy. For example, for this newly discovered magical cave, both sides discussed sending a team inside, and the Shin and Wang families can each arrange for a junior to enter. We can have 3 new students from Jinling Academy join the team, which is meant to broaden our horizons and gain experience. It will definitely be you, Bai Miao, and me. It was at this moment that Li Chen realized and looked at Shinyaru. You are from the Shin family? Shinyaru nodded. Otherwise, it would probably be Lu Yu, who was ranked 3rd. Li Chen nodded, then became serious and asked, "Are you sure there are items that can increase lifespan in this newly discovered magical cave?" Shinyaru smiled. Of course, this is what my aunt told me. How could it be false? By the way, this time our team from Jinling Academy will be led by my aunt. Hearing Shinyaru's words, Li Chen nodded. Alright, since that's the case, I'll go. Originally, Li Chen had no intention of going. After all, a new magical cave, while offering opportunities, also represented danger. Moreover, how much resources could he obtain by exploring with the 2 teams? It would be better to go hunting in the wild to enhance his strength. However, if there were items that could extend his lifespan inside, that would be a different matter. Li Chen now had only 10 years left to live, so he was quite concerned about extending his lifespan. Therefore, he naturally agreed to this matter. Exploring the newly discovered secret realm was considered a special event and had not spread widely. Only those who were going could be informed. For this exploration, Li Chen made ample preparations. First, he entered the school's treasury and exchanged for 50 Abyss Essence supplements and 50 physique enhancement pills. Both the Abyss Essence supplements and enhancement pills could boost basic attributes and were very rare resources. Although they could now be mass-produced, the distribution from various places was still relatively limited. The Jinling Academy's treasury allowed students to exchange credits for Abyss Essence supplements and physique enhancement pills, but each student could only exchange for 50 of each type per month. Among the enhancement pills, it was not that each type could be exchanged for 50, but rather that all enhancement pills combined could only be exchanged for 50. For example, if Li Chen exchanged for 50 physique enhancement pills, he could not exchange for any other enhancement pills. Li Chen fed all the essence supplements and enhancement pills to his summoned beast, the Swan Ni. After all, if the Swan Ni improved, Li Chen would also benefit. At this time, Li Chen discovered a hidden ability of the summoner of the mountain and sea gods and demons. Summoned beasts absorbed resources extremely quickly. Although Abyss Essence supplements and enhancement pills could increase attributes, after using a certain amount in a short time, resistance would develop, requiring time to digest before they could be used again. Therefore, even those with a large number of Abyss Essence or Enhancement Pills could not significantly boost their 4 basic attributes in a short time. However, Li Chen did not have this trouble. His summoned beast could absorb quickly without developing resistance. Even when Li Chen used the Abyss Essence supplements and enhancement pills himself, he did not encounter any bottlenecks. Subsequently, Li Chen bought some escape items, such as escape talismans. After all, preserving his life was the most important thing. Li Chen was not arrogant enough to think that having the protection of the Xuanwu meant he could rest easy. His level was too low. Even with a powerful divine beast as a summoned creature, he still found it somewhat difficult to cope with top-tier monsters, especially in the exploration of unknown demon lairs, where one could never predict what they might encounter. In such circumstances, it was essential to be fully prepared with means of self-preservation. After spending a considerable amount, Li Chen was left with just over 2,000 credits. Once prepared, the next day, Li Chen directly left Ganling Academy and met up with the exploration team outside the school. This time, the exploration of the demon lair was led by Shin Xiuhan from Ganling Academy, along with another teacher who was a level 50 warrior. Additionally, there was a senior student in their 4th year, 5 third-year students, and 3 second-year students. The remaining members were Li Chen and 2 others. Li Chen arrived just in time. Apart from Shin Xiuhan, everyone else was already present. Over here, Shin Yaro waved at Li Chen, and he quickly walked over. Bai Miao smiled and greeted Li Chen as well. Li Chen nodded back at Bai Miao, surprised that the cool and aloof girl was not as unapproachable as he had imagined. The other seniors glanced at Li Chen a few times but did not pay him much attention. Although Li Chen had stirred up some waves in the school due to the secret realm matter, to them, it was just a slight curiosity. Things like growth potential were what the school needed to focus on. What they cared about was only the current strength. In their perception, although Li Chen's power was strong and he was definitely among the top in the new students, he had not yet reached a level that warranted excessive attention from them. Soon, Shin Xiuhan also arrived. She came riding a massive Luan bird. The Luan Xue irradiated a rainbow of colors, its massive body resembling a phoenix in some ways according to Li Chen's impression. As Shin Xiuhan descended from the Luan Xue, she looked at everyone and said, "Sorry, I was delayed by some matters. Everyone is here, and I believe you all know what we are here to do. Let me remind you of one thing. This time we are collaborating with Qingbei University, so during the exploration, please avoid any conflicts. Of course, if the other party does anything out of line, you can take action." Although everyone was from universities, there was a competitive relationship among them, and facing the unknown magic cave, if they stumbled upon something valuable, students might end up clashing. Such situations had occurred before, so Shin Xiuhan gave a reminder. However, this kind of competition would only happen at the student level. Their teachers would not intervene. After all, if teachers were to fight, it would escalate into a major issue between the schools. Alright, there's nothing more to say, let's go. I'll take you to the unknown magic cave. With that, Shin Xiuhan invited everyone to board her Luan Xue. The Luan Xue was quite large, and there was enough space on it to accommodate everyone. Once everyone was on board, Shin Xiuhan controlled the Luan Xue and swiftly headed towards the military district on the outskirts of the city. Upon arriving at the military district, they directly entered the military district's teleportation array. With a flash of light, Li Chen and the others instantly vanished from sight. When they reappeared, they found themselves in the teleportation array of the Hujing City military district. Hujing was also in Jiangnan province, close to Tiannan City. The unknown magic cave was located deep in the wilderness around Lujiang. After arriving, Shin Xiuhan inquired with the military personnel and asked everyone to wait. The team from Qingbei University had not yet arrived. Li Chen and the others waited for about 10 minutes when a beam of light lit up from the teleportation array, and several figures appeared within it. The team from Qingbei University had arrived. Just like the Ganling Academy side, the Qingbei University team was also led by 2 teachers, accompanied by 12 students. As soon as they appeared, several gazes swept over, quickly assessing Li Chen and the others. Li Chen and his companions also shifted their attention, deciding to recognize each other first. At that moment, Li Chen's gaze fell on one of the figures, and his brows furrowed slightly. It was Li Menghan. Beside her was another familiar figure, Li Yuhong. Seeing Li Yuhong, Li Chen frowned. He hadn't expected him to come as well. But thinking about it, although the Li family was not a prestigious family affiliated with Qingbei University, they still held a place in Jiangnan and could certainly establish connections with Qingbei. Of course, the most important factor was Li Tianlan. She was currently the top warrior in Tiannan and had graduated from Qingbei University, so she would definitely have some influence. Additionally, since Li Menghan had not yet graduated from Qingbei University, it would be quite easy for her to secure a spot for Li Yuheng. Naturally, Li Yuheng's ranking among the new students at Qingbei University should also be quite high, otherwise, the Li family's connections would be of little use. Li Chen! Li Menghan exclaimed upon seeing him, her face showing a hint of excitement. Ever since she learned that Li Chen had gone to Jinling University, she had been wanting to talk to him and apologize. Some of her actions during her time at the Li family had caused Li Chen significant harm. However, due to Li Chen's previous attitude, she had hesitated for 2 days. By the time she decided to find him again, he had already left for Jinling Academy. Li Menghan had thought she would have to wait a while to see Li Chen again, but unexpectedly, she encountered him at this moment. Li Chen glanced at Li Menghan but did not speak. Li Menghan was taken aback for a moment, then a hint of hesitation appeared on her face. When Li Yuheng saw Li Chen, his expression changed several times before revealing a look of surprise. "Bro, I didn't expect to run into you here." Hearing Li Yuheng's words, the students from Qingbei University turned their gazes over. Li Yuheng was very skilled in the art of conversation. Even in this brief moment of passing, he made everyone feel quite comfortable. Just a moment ago, when Li Menghan was talking to Li Chen, they had little reaction, but now that Li Yuheng called him bro, all their attention shifted. Bro, is he the Li Chen? The so-called top scorer of the college entrance examination? To injure his own brother like that, how can such a person be called a top scorer? Just a talented but morally lacking guy. So what if he's a top scorer? I heard that at Jinling Academy, his freshman ranking is only second. It seems that in the eyes of Jinling Academy, this top scorer Li Chen is also unworthy of his position. The students from Qingbei University began to speak up, especially the 2 freshmen, who expressed extreme disdain for Li Chen. Li Chen glanced at Li Yuheng, almost wanting to applaud him. This guy really knew how to incite these people. In such a short time, he had deeply ingrained his own contempt in their hearts. Li Chen had no intention of paying attention to these people. In his eyes, they were merely stones by the roadside, not worth his concern. However, Shinyaro could no longer hold back. After spending these days together, she had developed quite a favorable impression of Li Chen. What do you mean unworthy of his position? Are you jealous that you can't achieve the top score? Didn't your teachers teach you not to gossip? A bunch of uncultured people. Bai Miao's gaze flickered slightly, then he spoke up. Li Chen's top score is widely recognized. Although my freshman ranking is first, I consider myself inferior to Li Chen. The freshman ranking might just be a mistake by the school. Li Chen was taken aback. Although he was somewhat surprised by Shinyaro's words, he could understand. But Bai Miao speaking up for him was something he hadn't anticipated. The students from Qingbei University darkened their expressions upon hearing Shinyaro's words, just as they were about to speak, but were stopped by the anxious Li Yuheng. "Seniors, you misunderstood, those are just rumors. My relationship with my brother is good. The injury I sustained was not caused by him at all." Li Yuheng maintained a protective stance for Li Chen, his words revealing an emotion that although the injury was caused by Li Chen, he wouldn't say it. Look at this is the difference. Li Yuheng, why bother defending such a guy? Greeting your own family, one would think you owe him a lot of money. A student from Qingbei beside Li Yuheng looked at Li Chen with disdain. Boom! Just as that person finished speaking, a heavy sword aura landed right in front of him, slicing a huge gash in the ground. A deep voice came from beside Li Chen. "If you want to fight, just say so. What are you babbling about?" Li Chen raised an eyebrow, his gaze falling on a sturdy man beside him, who was about 1.8 meters tall. His name was Zhao Hangu, a senior from Jinling Academy. If Bai Miao speaking for him was unexpected, Zhao Hangu standing up for him was even more so. The student beside Li Yuheng turned red and pale but dared not say anything further. He knew Zhao Hangu, among the seniors at Jinling Academy, his combat power ranked in the top 3, and dealing with him would only take one hand. At this moment, the teachers from both sides intervened to stabilize the situation. However, they merely told the students from both sides to be quiet. Jinling Academy and Qingbei University were both ranked among the top 3 universities, and there was always competition between them, so the teachers wouldn't say much. Everything was based on strength. To put it bluntly, during the upcoming exploration of the unknown cave, if they encountered any rare spiritual materials, both sides would likely end up fighting fiercely. Of course, this would be regulated within certain limits. At the very least, it shouldn't endanger the other person's life. "Thank you, senior." Li Chen looked at Zhao Hanwu with gratitude. Regardless of whether he needed it or not, the other party had spoken up for him, so he should express his thanks. Zhao Hanwu smiled and nodded at Li Chen. "I've heard about your situation in the school's secret realm. To have the school add 2 new regulations for you, you're quite impressive. Don't bother with those guys. If they bark again, just hit their mouths." Li Chen nodded. At this moment, The teachers from both sides briefly discussed and then led the group out of the city. Li Chen, Bai Miao, and Xinyaro were at the back of the group. Bai Miao looked at Li Chen and whispered, "Li Chen, do you know Senior Zhao?" Li Chen shook his head. Xinyaro smiled and said, "Bai Miao, this is the academic culture of our Ganling Academy. If it were you instead of Li Chen, Senior Zhao would also stand up for you." Bai Miao raised an eyebrow and asked Xinyaro, "What academic culture?" She originally thought Li Chen knew Zhao Hongwu and wanted to get to know him through Li Chen, but it seemed that Li Chen did not know Zhao Hongwu. Hearing Bai Miao's words, Shinyaru's smile grew even brighter. "The academic culture of our Ganling Academy is to protect our own. Let me tell you, this has been passed down from our principal." Both Li Chen and Bai Miao were taken aback, not expecting that the academic culture Shinyaru mentioned was actually about protecting one's own. "What does it mean that it was passed down from the principal?" Bai Miao asked Shinyaru. Shinyaru explained, "I heard that there was a teacher from our school who had a conflict with a teacher from Magic City University, and then our principal directly took down all the teachers from a college at Magic City University." Li Chen nodded. According to Shinyaru, their school principal was indeed very protective. Just as they were talking, the group had already arrived in the wilderness and began to move quickly towards the depths of the wild. Before coming, everyone already knew the location of the newly discovered demon cave, deep in the wilderness of Hu City. Once they entered the wild, they began to encounter demons. For teachers were clearing the path in front, while seniors guarded the sides, protecting the first-year students like Li Chen. As soon as they entered the wilderness, the strength of the demons here was not very high, and they were quickly cleared away by the teachers and seniors, leaving no chance for any to approach Li Chen and the others. The group pushed through, and soon they left the outer area of the wilderness and entered deeper into it. The strength of the demons here had clearly increased significantly, but facing the surrounding teachers and seniors, there was still no room for resistance. Soon, the group arrived at the location of the demon cave. After passing through a thicket, a huge canyon appeared before them. The group stopped here, and Shin Shohan looked at the canyon ahead and said, "The newly discovered demon cave is right inside this canyon. The level of the demons in this canyon is mostly around level 20, so it can be inferred that the demons in the newly discovered cave should also be around level 20, said another teacher leading the group from Ganling Academy, Zhang Rue. "That's right, but the demons in the cave are generally a bit stronger than those outside, so everyone should still be cautious." His caution was naturally directed not at the teachers but at the students around them. A teacher from Qingbei University, Dong Hongyu, frowned as he looked down at the canyon and said, "There are quite a few demons in this canyon. Should we clear all the demons along the path to the cave first?" Generally speaking, a more prudent approach to exploring a brand new demon cave is to first eliminate the demons surrounding it to avoid being attacked by them during the exploration. Another teacher leading the team from Qingbei University, Yuanli, shook her head and said, "That would be a waste of time. According to the information we gathered earlier, this demon cave is quite large. We shouldn't waste time on the demons outside, we should go in and explore directly." Shin Shohan nodded and said, "With our strength, even if the demons outside the cave swarm in, we can handle them easily. Then let's go in directly." After the four teachers discussed, the two teachers from each school summoned their flying mounts and flew straight towards the canyon below. Li Chen and the others stood atop Shin Shohan's Luan Sparrow, overlooking the canyon below, where they saw a large number of demons. The distribution of these demons was not very dense, and most of their auras were not very strong. Only a few demons had very intense auras, all of which were boss-level demons. As they flew over these demons, they all looked up, clearly sensing the presence above. However, soon these demons scattered in a rush. Most boss-level demons above level 20 possessed intelligence and knew who they could provoke and who they could not. Feeling the flying speed of the Luan Sparrow, Li Chen pondered slightly. Among his summoned beasts, although the Kuei Long was a dragon, it did not have flying capabilities. Only the Qing Long could fly in the air. When it first hatched, the Qing Long was still quite small, resembling a green snake. But now, the Qing Long had leveled up to over 10, and its body had grown much larger, capable of carrying Li Chen in flight. If any danger arose, Li Chen would at least have a flying summoned beast to escape quickly. Just as he was thinking, the Luan Sparrow quickly dove down and landed directly in the center of the canyon. This place was somewhat special, with very few demons around. On the right side of the canyon, a huge cave appeared, and the dark entrance concealed unknown things within. This is the entrance to the newly discovered demon cave. Everyone dismounted from their flying mounts, looking at the cave entrance with serious expressions. A newly discovered demon cave represented opportunity, but it also contained unknown risks. The strength of the teachers was formidable, and most demons could be easily dealt with, but that did not mean the students could. Especially for the freshmen like Li Chen, they had to be extremely cautious. Even with the presence of the Swan Ni, entering the cave still required great care. "Alright, we've reached the entrance of the demon cave. Next, let's discuss the arrangement for exploring this secret realm. First, after entering the demon cave, the 4 of us teachers will go in first to explore deeper into the cave. You will follow behind. We won't clear out all the demons. We will leave some for you to deal with to hone your skills. Similarly, we won't touch any items inside the cave. We will only retrieve one item from the deepest part of the cave, so you can explore and uncover all the resources within the demon cave. Shin Shohan looked at the students around her and slowly spoke, outlining the precautions for exploring the demon cave. Hearing Shin Shohan's words, the students around became excited. They originally thought they were just coming along to see the world and gain some experience, then follow behind to pick up the scraps. They didn't expect the teachers only wanted one item from the deepest part of the cave, leaving everything else for them to explore. This was no longer just picking up scraps, it was about getting a feast. If they were lucky and the resources in the demon cave were abundant, they could even strike it rich. Then, the students from Jinling Academy and Qingbei University exchanged glances, and a faint sense of hostility began to rise. The teachers wouldn't fight over resources, but that didn't mean others wouldn't, especially from the opposing school. They certainly wouldn't let resources go easily. With the teachers present, there wouldn't be any conflict, but what about after the teachers entered the depths of the cave? No one could say for sure. Alright, if no one has anything to say, let's go in directly. A few teachers spoke up, and then they were the first to step into the magic cave ahead. Once inside, Shin Shohan took out a staff and quickly waved it. Lines of magical patterns were drawn, rapidly forming a large net that covered the entire entrance. Let's go. This can block creatures below level 30 from entering, so you don't have to worry about being ambushed from behind. If you encounter danger, remember to tear this talisman. We will come back quickly. Shin Shohan handed each of Li Chan and the others a talisman, then quickly moved into the cave with the other 3 teachers. After Li Chan and the others entered the cave, the canyon outside fell into silence. However, this silence did not last long. Roar! A loud dragon's roar suddenly echoed from deep within the canyon. Then, several sounds of battle erupted, accompanied by the cries of magical creatures. Deep in the canyon, a pitch-black dragon was pinning a level 30 black flame leopard to the ground, swiftly tearing its body apart. Then, the black dragon extended its claws, and a sphere radiating a crimson glow appeared. Buzz! As soon as the crimson glowing sphere appeared, the corpse of the black flame leopard trembled, and a shadow of the black flame leopard was pulled from its body, quickly merging into the sphere. That shadow was the soul of the black flame leopard. Watching the crimson glow on the sphere intensify, the black dragon nodded in satisfaction. Then, the black dragon continued to absorb the souls of other slain magical creatures into the crimson sphere. Just as the black dragon was preparing to leave and continue hunting magical creatures, a purple golden light suddenly descended, landing on the dragon's head. Bang! The black dragon's head was struck hard, causing it to dip down momentarily. Then, the black dragon raised its head and roared in anger. Suddenly turning its gaze to a spot behind the canyon, the black dragon soared into the air, quickly heading toward that location. Soon, the black dragon reached the deepest part of the canyon, then climbed up along the right cliff, quickly arriving at the halfway point of the canyon. Here, there was a cave, and a purple-black glow emanated from its entrance. The black dragon was clearly familiar with this place and directly roared into the cave. Soon, a figure wrapped in a black robe walked out from the cave, quietly watching the black dragon that had appeared before it. Why did you call me back? Let me tell you, don't go too far. We are just in a cooperative relationship, and I am not your dog that comes at your beck and call. The black dragon looked at the figure with dissatisfaction and let out another roar. The dragon's roar stirred up a gust of wind, causing the black robe of the figure to flutter. The robed figure remained motionless, looking at the black dragon and said calmly, I didn't summon you at my convenience. You could have chosen not to come. I never insisted you come. The black dragon's face showed a hint of anger as it looked at the robed figure and said, enough with the nonsense, why did you call me back? I'm working for you. Aren't you the one who complained that the collection of soul power was too slow? Why are you making things difficult for me? The black-robed figure replied with a calm expression, I called you over just to remind you. It seems you forgot what I told you. You cannot hunt and collect soul power in that area. The black dragon, hearing this, showed impatience. I know there are your arrangements there, but hasn't it not been triggered yet? I've almost killed all the magical creatures around. Where else should I go to hunt? The robed figure spoke. Who told you the arrangements haven't been triggered? Someone has already entered. The black dragon was taken aback for a moment, then immediately said, then what are we waiting for? Let's go in and kill everyone inside. Aren't you the one who needs human soul power the most? The figure in the black robe looked at the anxious expression of the black dragon and slowly shook his head. Not yet. There are 4 powerful beings inside. You can handle one, but I haven't recovered much strength yet, so I can only deal with 2. What should we do then? We can't just watch the juicy prey slip away, can we? You promised to help me achieve the form of a divine dragon once this is done. If we miss this opportunity, how long will we have to wait? The black dragon's expression grew more anxious. To achieve the form of a divine dragon, it had set aside its dignity as a dragon and had been driven like a dog by this guy. It didn't want this situation to last long. The figure in the black robe said, "So you need to quickly gather enough souls for me to at least hold off these 4 guys. At that time, you can kill the other weaker humans, I will absorb their soul power, and together we can kill those 4 human powerhouses. I can feel that as long as we kill them all and absorb all their power, I will be able to help you achieve the form of a divine dragon." Hearing the words of the figure in the black robe, a glimmer of light flashed in the black dragon's eyes. Then, it looked at the figure and said, "Chiaying, you'd better keep your word, or I won't let you off the hook." Saying this, the black dragon looked at Chiaying and asked, "But there are no magical creatures around now. How can I help you gather more soul power?" Chiaying pointed to the area behind the canyon and said, "Did you forget there is a dark elf tribe there? Although the soul power of dark elves is not as beneficial for my recovery as that of humans, it is still much stronger than ordinary magical creatures. You just need to slaughter this dark elf tribe, and the soul power you obtain will be enough for me to recover to the point where I can hold off those 4 human powerhouses." The black dragon hesitated and said, "The location of that dark elf tribe isn't far, but there is a dark elf queen inside. It will take at least 2 days to wipe out her tribe. Can your setup hold those humans for 2 days?" Chiaying replied, "Don't worry, I've lured all the powerful magical creatures in, and I've set up quite a few formations among them. They won't come out for 2 days, or even 5. After hearing Chiaying's words, the black dragon nodded. "Alright, I'll go now." With that, the black dragon soared into the air and quickly headed towards the location of the dark elf tribe. Watching the black dragon in the distance, Chiaying withdrew his gaze and turned back into the cave. Deep in the cave, Chiaying soon stood on a magic array that emitted a colorful glow. At each of the 5 corners of the array, there was a scarlet orb, identical to the one in the black dragon's hand. Without hesitation, Chiaying activated the array, drawing out streams of illusory soul power from the orbs, which were then quickly crushed and refined. After removing all impurities, this pure soul power rapidly surged into Chiaying's body, quickly disappearing. After a while, the light of the array gradually faded, and Chiaying slowly opened his eyes, his aura becoming denser than before. Then, Chiaying raised his right hand and gently touched his chest. Beneath the black robe, it was empty, a black hole. It was as if his heart had been directly excavated. After entering the magic cave, Li Chen directly summoned Xuanwu. Safety was always the top priority. The entrance was not very large, initially extremely narrow, then suddenly opening up. Shin Shohan and the others went deeper inside. They had their own goals for coming this time. Of course, they also wanted to give the students they brought along a chance to broaden their horizons and gather some resources. It was like giving Li Chen and the others a special treat. This also strengthened Li Chen's determination to achieve a good ranking in the upcoming freshman competition. After all, if he weren't the top scorer of the college entrance examination, second in the freshman sequence, he probably wouldn't be in this group right now. Zhao Hangu looked at the students from Qingbei University and said, "When we encounter any resources later, let's not hurt each other's feelings. How about splitting them evenly?" After the teacher left, Zhao Hangu was in charge here at Jinling Academy. Li Menghan nodded. "Okay, I was thinking the same." Li Menghan was a senior at Qingbei University, and she was in charge there now. Since Li Chen was on the opposite side, Li Menghan naturally wanted to avoid any conflict. The students from both sides nodded. After all, there were still monsters in the dungeon, so cooperation was better. As they ventured deeper, the dungeon began to open up. Li Menghan released several fireballs, illuminating the surroundings. Using fireballs for lighting was quite extravagant. However, Li Chen remembered that Li Menghan had a powerful talent for fire magic, with exceptionally high mental strength and mana. Her use of a few fireballs was not considered wasteful. Accompanied by the flames of the fireballs, everything around them was lit up. It was a cave resembling a cavern, spacious enough to fit 2 basketball courts. The depths of the cave ahead were shrouded in darkness, hiding who knows what. Roar! At that moment, the roar of numerous monsters echoed, and several figures rushed out from the surrounding shadows, quickly heading towards Li Chen and the others. "It's the level 20 Shadow Devourers, best at assassination. Freshman, be careful," Zhao Hangu said, frowning as he addressed Li Chen and the others. Entering the dungeon and immediately encountering level 20 monsters was stronger than he had anticipated. Li Chen nodded and summoned Swan Ni and Kuei Long. The Azure Dragon had grown too quickly. It was only at a dozen levels, yet its body was already much larger than Kuei Long's. It was too difficult to maneuver in this space, so he decided not to summon it for now, keeping it as a backup. The senior students around quickly took action, launching various attacks at the Shadow Devourers and swiftly slaying them. Li Chen also instructed Swan and I and Kuei Lon to join in and claim some kills. After all, defeating these monsters not only granted experience but also extended their lifespan. Li Chen also took out the Soul Scythe. Approaching a Shadow Devourer corpse, he raised the Soul Scythe and directly extracted the monster's soul, which merged into the scythe. He obtained 2 soul fragments. This was the effect of the Soul Scythe artifact. After killing an enemy, one could acquire soul fragments. Using the obtained soul fragments could enhance the artifact's effects. Li Yuhan looked at the Soul Scythe in Li Chen's hand, his brow furrowing. He hadn't forgotten the pain this weapon had caused him. That kind of pain that came from the depths of the soul. If possible, it would be best to have the opportunity to take this weapon for himself. Li Yuhang's eyes flickered as he began to plot in his heart. Soon, the surrounding Shadow Devourers were cleared out, and the group continued to delve deeper. At that moment, a surprised voice rang out from the front of the group. "Damn! It's Spirit Herb, there's a whole patch!" Everyone's gaze instantly shifted, and a few people hurried forward, quickly spotting the area ahead. Indeed, it was Spirit Herb, and the quantity was enough to cover half an acre. Spirit Herb was a special type of spiritual herb that could store spiritual energy, an important material for refining abyss essence potions, and it was quite valuable. The one who discovered the Spirit Herb was a junior from Qingbei University. Seeing the students gathering around, a hint of regret flashed in his eyes. If he had known better than to speak up, he could have claimed these spirit herbs for himself and made a fortune this time. Zhao Hanwu approached the spirit herb and directly said, "As we discussed earlier, let's split it in half." Zhao Hanwu was looking at Li Menghan as he spoke. After all, the other party was now the decision-maker at Qingbei University. Li Menghan did not hesitate and nodded directly, saying, "Okay." Seeing this, Zhao Hanwu also showed no hesitation, directly collecting half of the spirit-infusing grass and putting it into his spatial ring. It was evident that Zhao Hongwu's method of collecting the spirit-infusing grass was very skilled, clearly not his first time doing so. "When we get back, I will distribute your share in batches," Zhao Hanwu said to Li Chen and the others after putting away half of the spirit-infusing grass. After all, there were hidden magical creatures around here, and his collection method was the fastest, so Zhao Hanwu collected these spirit-infusing grasses first. Li Chen and the others had no objections and nodded in agreement. They still trusted Zhao Hanwu very much. Meanwhile, at Qingbei University, Li Menghan had a junior collect the remaining spirit-infusing grass. It was clear that this student was also very skilled in collecting. After the spirit-infusing grass was collected, everyone headed deeper into the cave. They had tasted the sweetness and began to think about quickly encountering the next spiritual material. Soon, they were attacked by magical creatures again. This time it was about 20 or 30 levels of smoke soul beasts. The characteristic of the smoke soul beasts' attack was the release of dense smoke, which could harm the soul and was quite tricky. So although their level was not very high, most people still did not want to encounter them in the wild. Moreover, in this cave, the smoke released by the smoke soul beasts was not easy to dissipate, effectively amplifying their attacks. However, facing these smoke soul beasts, both Zhao Hanwu and Li Menghan showed little expression. Raising her staff, Li Menghan directly unleashed a firewall that pushed forward, quickly burning the smoke released by the smoke soul beasts. The firewall then covered these smoke soul beasts, causing them to emit piercing cries of agony. On the side of Jinling Academy, Zhao Hanwu also swung his weapon, a heavy sword. Zhao Hongwu's heavy sword was unsharpened, as if it had not been honed at all. But when swung, a rich sword energy quickly shot forward, directly slicing through the smoke released by the smoke soul beasts. The sword energy swept across, landing on those smoke soul beasts and directly splitting them into several pieces. Li Chen raised an eyebrow. Li Menghan's strength had increased significantly. Her combat power was a notch higher than when he first encountered her. Zhao Hanwu was even more powerful. Just now, he clearly did not use much strength, yet the effect of the attack was extremely formidable. Just as he was thinking, a smoke soul beast quietly approached Li Chen from behind. It opened its mouth and sprayed a thick, dark smoke rapidly towards Li Chen. "Be careful!" Zhao Hanwu was the first to notice the anomaly and issued a warning to Li Chen. Li Chen quickly turned around, looking at the dark smoke that was already close to him, and instinctively raised his Soul Reaper scythe to slash at it. The Soul Reaper scythe cut through the dark smoke, directly dispersing it. Zhao Hanwu glanced at Li Chen, a hint of surprise in his eyes. This smoke released by the smoke soul beast was naturally insignificant to him, but for a freshman, it was still quite tricky. Moreover, this Li Chen was merely a summoner. Faced with the smoke of the smoke soul beast, he had actually resolved it solely by relying on himself. When he had heard about Li Chen before, Zhao Hongwu had developed some interest in him. Now it seemed that this junior named Li Chen was even stronger than he had imagined. But this was a good thing. As a member of Ganling Academy, Zhao Hongwu naturally hoped that the new students of Ganling Academy could become stronger and stronger. At this moment, Li Chen, holding the Soul Reaper scythe, looked at the slowly dissipating dark smoke ahead, his brows slightly furrowed. He had not expected that the smoke would disperse so easily with that strike. No, it wasn't that the soul scythe of the underworld had scattered them, but rather that it had absorbed them. Li Chen took a look and indeed saw that the soul scythe of the underworld had absorbed 2 more soul crystals. The soul scythe could also absorb methods containing soul attacks? This was an unexpected delight for Li Chen. Without hesitation, he wielded the soul scythe of the underworld and charged towards the smoke released by the smoke soul beasts around him. He swung the soul scythe continuously, and all the smoke was absorbed, quickly vanishing from sight. Zhao Hongwu raised an eyebrow, surprised that this junior was so fierce. As a summoner, he was actually leading the charge, more aggressive than the summoned beasts. Could this be a combat tactic for summoners? Could leading the charge boost the morale of the summoned beasts? But looking at Li Chen's summoned beast, it wasn't really taking action. Zhao Hongwu shook his head. Although he had only met this junior a few times, he felt as if there was a layer of mist around him, making it hard to see clearly. The number of smoke soul beasts around wasn't very large, and with the attacks from the surrounding students, they were soon all slain. This left Li Chen, holding the soul scythe of the underworld, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. If only he could absorb a few more soul crystals. He wondered if the school sold these smoke soul beasts. If they did, he could buy some to have them spew smoke for him to absorb into soul crystals every day. The team continued forward and soon discovered a vein of spiritual material. It was a purple crystal mine. This special ore was an important material for crafting weapons and equipment above the golden grade, worth even more than spirit herbs. Unfortunately, the quantity of purple crystals here wasn't very large, just a few scattered pieces. What a pity! If there were a purple crystal cave, they would have struck it rich. After collecting the purple crystals and splitting them evenly, the team continued to delve deeper. Meanwhile, deep within the demon cave, Shinshohan and the others quickly slaughtered the more powerful demons around them and pressed deeper into the cave. Is there really that spiritual material inside? It's a rare spiritual object, Dong Hongyu asked. Another teacher from Qingbei University, Yuan Li, also spoke up. Yes, it's been a long time since I've heard of the longevity grass appearing. If there's a large patch, we could refine quite a few longevity pills. Zhang Rui, another teacher from Jiling Academy, frowned and said, the reconnaissance indicated this, but the scouts sent for intel died inside, so we still don't know the situation in there. Everyone should be extra cautious. Shinshohan agreed. Zhang Rui is right. Rare spiritual materials like longevity grass are usually guarded by powerful demons. If we can't handle it, we should retreat quickly and have the school send reinforcements. Dong Hongyu snorted, humph. It's best not to let the school send reinforcements, otherwise, our rewards will be significantly reduced. You all must understand the value of longevity grass. Even if we don't use it ourselves, it's an excellent resource for our elders or descendants. Yuan Li nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is our opportunity. If we can find enough longevity grass, although we have to hand over a portion, our rewards will still be considerable. Zhang Rui frowned. Longevity grass is great, but we shouldn't risk everything to get it. We should do our best. Shinshohan said, let's do our best. If there's a life-threatening situation, we should withdraw in time. Dong Hongyu and Yuan Li fell silent, but their eyes flickered as they exchanged glances, revealing a hint of unspoken meaning. Just then, a large number of earth dragons suddenly surged into the passage ahead. Boom! The entire demon cave shook. Be careful, there are a lot of these earth dragons, and their aura is violent, as if driven by something, Shinshohan said, frowning as he sensed the state of the earth dragons ahead. Dong Hongyu was a warrior, charging forward with a long knife in hand. The blade's light instantly burst forth, directly covering the advancing earth dragon ahead. Blood erupted in an instant, and a large number of earth dragons were cleaved apart, their bodies crashing down on either side. Shinshohan also raised her staff, and ice blades began to coalesce rapidly in front of her, then instantly shot out. These ice blades spun and sliced, sharper than any true weapon, instantly slaughtering a large group of earth dragons. If Yang Yaran had seen this scene, he would likely have felt utterly ashamed. Both wielding ice magic, Shinshohan far surpassed Yang Yaran. The remaining 2 teachers did not even lift a finger, as all the earth dragons ahead were cleared away. Something feels off. Since just now, it seems all the monsters we've encountered have gone berserk, as if someone is manipulating everything. Zhang Rui keenly sensed something was wrong and slowly spoke. Yuan Li raised an eyebrow and then said, no matter what, we've come this far, we can't back down now. With the strength of the 4 of us, we can handle any danger we encounter. Let's continue deeper, she said, quickly moving forward. Dong Hongyu followed closely, and Shin Shohan and Zhang Rui exchanged a glance before quickly following suit. At that moment, a figure silently arrived at the entrance of the canyon's monster lair. The newcomer, clad in a black robe, rustled in the cold wind of the canyon. It was Qi-Ying. Looking at the entrance of the monster lair, Qi-Ying stepped forward slowly, approaching the entrance. Qi-Ying's gaze fell upon the arrangements left by Shin Shohan. It chose not to destroy what Shin Shohan had set up. Slowly raising a hand, a sharp blade materialized in Qi-Ying's grasp. Without hesitation, Qi-Ying used the blade to cut into its palm. A wound appeared, but no blood flowed, only a drop of purple gold liquid slowly emerged from the wound. Qi-Ying used the other hand to dab this drop of purple gold liquid and quickly began to draw on the ground. 10 seconds later, a magic array formed from the purple gold liquid appeared at the entrance of the monster lair. As the entire array was drawn, it instantly emitted a bright light. Buzz! The ground seemed to tremble for a moment, as if this magic array had established a connection with some place deep within the monster lair. Then, Qi-Ying stood directly on this magic array. Shadows of light quickly emerged, appearing before Qi-Ying. If Li Chen and the others were here, they would be astonished to find that these shadows depicted all their scenes within the monster lair. Qi-Ying's gaze swept over these shadows, then instantly landed on the shadows of Shin Shohan and her three companions. Seeing Shin Shohan's position, Qi-Ying did not hesitate and raised a hand to lightly tap. Boom! Inside the monster lair, as Shin Shohan and the others were preparing to delve deeper, large stones suddenly began to fall from above. Zhang Rui quickly rushed to Shin Shohan's side, helping her block the falling stones. Dong Hongyu also acted swiftly, his long knife slicing through the descending rocks. Shin Shohan's brow furrowed tightly, her gaze fixed on the stones falling from above. Something's not right. I sense a strong mental force. These stones have been set up by someone. If it were monsters, even if the opponent was powerful, Shin Shohan would not feel the slightest fear. But if it was a human setup, that was a different matter. What was their purpose? Was it also the longevity grass inside? Most importantly, they had come here with students. If they encountered extreme danger, they could completely retreat. But what about those students? With this thought, Shin Shohan's heart began to waver. The situation here felt off. They should retreat first. At the very least, the students should be evacuated. These are not places they can enter. However, before Shin Shohan could voice her thoughts, the falling stones from above increased in number. With no other choice, Shin Shohan and the four teachers could only keep dodging the descending rocks. Just as Shin Shohan was moving her body and stepped into a certain area, her expression suddenly changed. Not good. Shin Shohan raised her staff, intending to take action, when a bright light suddenly erupted from the ground beneath her feet, enveloping her body. Accompanying this light was the emergence of a magic circle below, a teleportation array. Shin Shohan felt a flash before her eyes, and her body instantly vanished from the spot. When she reappeared, Shin Shohan found herself in an entirely new space. It was still a cave, dark and silent all around. Without hesitation, Shin Shohan waved her staff, and several fireballs flew forward, illuminating the surroundings in an instant. Observing her environment, Shin Shohan raised an eyebrow. This should still be within the demon lair, but it's no longer the same place as before. I've been teleported to another area. As she thought this, Shin Shohan slowly closed her eyes, beginning to sense her surroundings. As a mage, Shin Shohan possessed formidable mental strength, allowing her to perceive the area around her. Soon, she opened her eyes. I can't sense Zhang Rui and the others. It seems they have also been teleported away, and the four of us are not in the same area. Did they separate us? This is indeed strange. To set up such a concealed teleportation array, the person behind this must have considerable skill in spatial magic and formations. Who could it be? Shin Shohan pondered, unable to understand who was behind this. After a moment, she raised her staff and began to sketch the patterns of a magic array on the ground. Shin Shohan also had some expertise in spatial magic and knew quite a bit about formations. She wanted to draw a spatial array to leave this place first. However, the next moment, a wave of energy surged around her, and the patterns she had just drawn shattered and vanished. This won't do. Shin Shohan frowned, then could only grasp her staff and move deeper inside. To leave this place, she had to venture further in. Meanwhile, Zhang Rui and the others encountered a situation similar to Shin Shohan's. They accidentally stepped onto a teleportation array and instantly disappeared from their location. When they reappeared, they found themselves in an unknown position. After a brief attempt, Zhang Rui and the others began to delve deeper, hoping to find a way out. Outside the demon lair, Qi-Ying watched as the figures of Shin Shohan and the others vanished from the light, chuckling softly. If you keep killing, the demons inside won't last long. I need to make you wander around a bit first. As he spoke, Qi-Ying's gaze fell on Li Chen and the others. The highest level is just over 30? These little ones don't pose much of a threat. Ha! Just as Qi-Ying was about to withdraw his gaze, he suddenly noticed something and focused intently on the light screen before him. He then waved his arm, causing the light screen to expand rapidly, leaving only one person. Li Chen. Looking at Li Chen in the light screen, Qi Ying's body trembled. He gently pressed his hand to his chest, his gaze fixed on Li Chen. In his eyes, anger, relief, fear, and various other emotions surfaced, making it increasingly difficult for Qi Ying to contain himself. Afterward, Qi Ying took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He glanced at Li Chen's image a few more times before quickly locking his gaze onto the weapon in Li Chen's hand. Seeing the soul scythe in Li Chen's grasp, Qi Ying furrowed his brow. The aura of this weapon is very familiar to me, but I can't recall the specifics. Shaking his head, Qi Ying's gaze turned somber. I originally wanted to let these little guys go, but it seems I have to let you play a bit. As he spoke, Qi Ying waved his hands and lightly tapped a few times on the light screen above Li Chen and the others. Several light spots instantly fell into the screen, quickly sinking into the path ahead of Li Chen and the others. Quick, look at what I found. It's shadow wood, a huge patch of shadow wood. It must weigh at least 50 pounds. As Li Chen and the others delved deeper into the demon lair, clearing out the encountered demons, they also obtained quite a bit of spiritual materials. With the sound of this voice, everyone's gaze shifted over. In a corner on the left side at the front of the team, a large expanse of shadow wood stood tall. Shadow wood is an important spiritual material for crafting escape methods, such as shadow escape talismans, and is valued even higher than spirit gathering grass. Li Chen took a glance and then withdrew his gaze. Although these spiritual materials were quite valuable, they weren't particularly good gains for Li Chen. After all, with so many people sharing these resources, there wouldn't be much left for each individual. For Li Chen, the greatest gain was the lifespan of the demons. After delving this deep, Li Chen had also killed quite a few demons, and upon checking, the lifespan of the demons had reached 220 years. However, this made Li Chen furrow his brows slightly. The speed of acquiring demon lifespan was a bit too slow. It was just like in the secret realm. Due to the special nature of the secret realm, the demons killed inside provided far less lifespan than those in the wild. Could it be that the demon lair was similar to the secret realm? Or was this demon lair just a bit special? Thinking of this, Li Chen couldn't help but recall some clues. The distribution of spiritual materials here was somewhat strange. Or rather, the distribution of spiritual materials and demons was odd. Basically, whenever some spiritual materials were discovered, demons would appear nearby. It was as if these demons were attracted by the spiritual materials, rather than being demons that already existed within the lair. Just as he was pondering, a shadow suddenly flashed by from the side. A scream came from the students of Qingbei University, and then Li Chen saw Li Menghan frowning, her staff releasing a chain of fire. The fire chain spread quickly, directly locking onto a demon. It's a shadow leopard. As everyone clearly saw the demon that was locked, their brows furrowed tightly. The shadow leopard is a 4-star leader-level demon, pitch black all over, capable of hiding in the shadows. The shadow leopard is an assassin-type demon with extremely fast attack speed. Most importantly, when the shadow leopard attacks while moving, it will vanish into the shadows, making no sound at all. Almost no one would notice it before its attack landed, unless they had extremely high mental strength. Another demon of a different species, Li Chen's brows furrowed. For some reason, from the very beginning, he felt an indescribable discomfort rising in his heart. The students from Qingbei University hurried to check on the injured person, but fortunately, the person was wearing armor and had only sustained some external injuries. Xin Yaruang was beside Li Chen, listening to his words, and raised an eyebrow. Li Chen, have you discovered something? Zhao Hongwu and the others also shifted their gazes over. The students from Qingbei University, hearing the commotion, also turned their attention. Li Chen spoke. I've felt something strange since just now. These demons that have appeared seem to be attracted by these spiritual materials, rather than being the demons that originally existed in the lair. Look, from the very first demons we encountered to the ones we are facing now, almost every time they are different, not a single species. Generally speaking, most demons in a lair are of the same species. At the very least, they would be of the same attribute, like wind or fire. But all the demons we've encountered so far are of different species or attributes. This is too strange. My feeling is that this magic cave doesn't seem like a brand new one. Rather, it feels like a newly formed magic cave. Or perhaps this isn't a magic cave at all, but merely a cave that attracts various magical creatures with different spiritual materials. Listening to Li Chen's words, the surrounding students were momentarily stunned, then fell into silence. It did seem that way. Zhao Hangu frowned and said, are you implying that this so-called magic cave has been arranged by someone else? Li Chen nodded. If someone deliberately placed spiritual materials here to attract magical creatures and formed this magic cave, then things get complicated. Zhao Hongwu's gaze flickered. If that were the case, what did the person behind this want? A student from Qingbei University scoffed. What's so strange about that? Some special magic caves do attract different species and attributes of magical creatures to inhabit them. It's just that you haven't heard of it before, being ignorant. Exactly, it's just a magic cave. Is it really worth making such a fuss? The teachers have been exploring ahead. If there was something wrong, wouldn't they have noticed? Right, this guy can't think everyone else is a fool while he alone is clever, can he? I think he's deliberately spreading panic. What? Does he want us to stay here while he goes to scout ahead and then hoards all the resources? Because of Li Yuhong, these students from Qingbei University held hostility towards Li Chen, and upon hearing his words, they immediately questioned him. Li Menghan frowned and said, Li Chen, what you're saying does have some strange points, but if something were to happen, the teachers should be able to notice, right? Li Chen replied, that's also what I find strange. Logically, the teachers should have noticed something was off, but there hasn't been any news. Should we contact them? Hearing this, Li Yuhong spoke up, brother, it's not that I agree with you, but contacting the teachers is something to do in dangerous situations. If you use it now, what will you do when danger actually comes? Exactly. Are you people from Ganling Academy so timid? If you're scared, just withdraw and let us explore inside. A student from Qingbei University beside Li Yuhong also chimed in. Li Chen's frown deepened. That uncomfortable feeling grew stronger. He glanced towards the entrance, and it seemed as if he could see a pair of watching eyes in the darkness. Just then, a large number of shadow leopards rushed out from deep within the cave, revealing their forms and charging at Li Chen. With no time to think, everyone began to respond to the attacking shadow leopards. These shadow leopards did not utilize their strengths at all. Instead, they revealed their forms to fight and were quickly slaughtered in droves. Zhao Hongwu's brow furrowed tightly. It indeed seemed that something was off here. While he was thinking, he stepped on a certain spot, and suddenly, a beam of light rose up, quickly enveloping Zhao Hongwu's body. Then, his figure instantly vanished from the spot. Li Chen's eyes narrowed sharply. That was the light of a teleportation array. Where was Zhao Hongwu being teleported to? Who set up the teleportation array here? Thoughts whirled in Li Chen's mind, and just as he was about to remind others, beams of light suddenly erupted. Several beams of light rose up, directly enveloping everyone around, and as the light dissipated, everyone vanished from the spot. Only Li Chen and the charging shadow leopards remained. Li Chen's brow furrowed even deeper. He hadn't expected things to develop into this situation. The remaining shadow leopards, seeing that only Li Chen was left, quickly charged towards him. Li Chen looked at the shadow leopards rushing towards him, frowned slightly, and then ordered Swan and I and Kuei Long to take action. Soon, all the shadow leopards around were eliminated. Li Chen, wielding the soul scythe, quickly moved forward to absorb the soul power of these shadow leopards. The surroundings fell silent, as if everything had become eerily quiet. Li Chen furrowed his brows and scanned the area, finding nothing unusual. Zhao Hongwu and the others had all been teleported away, and he had no idea where they had gone. Now, he was left all alone. Li Chen pondered for a moment and then considered a possibility. Could Teacher Shin and the others have also been teleported to another location? The likelihood of that was not low. After thinking it over, Li Chen decided to collect the shadow wood first. Then, he continued to delve deeper. After all, there must be something else going on in the depths of this demon lair. If someone was manipulating everything, returning now might not be a wise choice. Outside the demon lair, Xiang watched the scene above the light and shadow, his brow furrowing. I wasn't wrong, this guy's weapon can indeed absorb soul power. Beside Xiang, the corpses of the demons killed by Zhao Hongwu and Xin Xiuhan were all teleported out. Streams of soul power were pulled from the bodies and quickly absorbed into Qiang. The purpose of Qiang designing this demon lair was not only to lure Xin Xiuhan and the others inside but also to have them do the work for him, killing demons to absorb their soul power. But now, Li Chen had disrupted his plans. It seems I can't rely on numerical advantage anymore, otherwise, I would just be making clothes for this guy. Qiang fell silent for a moment, then tapped lightly on the light and shadow. At that moment, Shi Ying's brow furrowed slightly. Time is running out. I need to return and stabilize the Great Formation. Forget it, the most important thing now is soul power. As for this guy, I don't have the energy to deal with him right now. I'll set him up with some small toys first, and when everything is in place, then I'll deal with him. Xiang waved his hand, and the rising light and shadow instantly vanished. Then, a magic array appeared beneath Qi Ying's body. Accompanied by a flicker of light, Qi Ying's body disappeared from the spot. Inside the demon lair, Li Chen quickly ventured deeper but found that the surrounding demons seemed to have vanished without a trace. Moreover, previously he could find some spiritual materials at intervals, but now there was nothing at all. This made Li Chen's expression grow increasingly serious. The current situation left him puzzled, and he could only continue deeper to see what was happening inside. After advancing a distance, the leading Swan Ni suddenly stopped and quickly returned to Li Chen's side. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, they must have encountered demons. Soon, several figures of demons emerged ahead. Dark figures riding skeletal warhorses slowly walked out from the shadows ahead. Death Knights. Li Chen's brow furrowed. This place was too sinister. It was one thing for different types of demons to appear, but now even undead creatures had shown up. Li Chen checked the information on these Death Knights and found that they were all around level 25, with a rank of only 4 stars. Although their levels were 10 levels higher, they posed no pressure at all for Li Chen's summoned beasts. As soon as the Death Knights appeared, they were enveloped in dark flames and charged directly at Li Chen. Without hesitation, Li Chen commanded Swan Ni and Kuei Long to engage, quickly clearing the Death Knights ahead. These Death Knights were not weak. If other students had encountered them, except for Li Menghan and Zhao Hangu, they would likely have had a tough time defeating them. But unfortunately for these Death Knights, they were facing Li Chen. In just a few exchanges, all the Death Knights ahead were eliminated. However, Li Chen's brows furrowed even deeper. He realized that after slaying these undead knights, he did not gain any experience points for leveling up. Moreover, these undead knights lacked any soul power. Upon being defeated, they turned into a pile of dry bones, and the Soul Reaper's scythe could not absorb any soul power from them. This further convinced Li Chen that someone was manipulating everything behind the scenes. Knowing that I can absorb soul power, they sent undead creatures to block me? But it seems that deep within this dungeon, there is something they don't want me to obtain, otherwise, they wouldn't be trying to stop me. But why haven't they teleported me away? Li Chen shook his head, unable to understand, and decided to delve deeper to see what lay ahead. The Swan and I led the way, with Li Chen, Xuanwu, and Kuei Long following behind. Soon, Li Chen encountered another small group of undead creatures, this time around level 30 undead archers. The Swan and I quickly dealt with these undead archers. After all, for the Swan and I, these undead archers were far too weak. They could basically be shattered with a single touch. Just as Li Chen was about to continue deeper, the talisman left by Shin Xiuhan in his spatial ring began to stir. Li Chen took out the talisman. This talisman was left by Shin Xiuhan and could be used in case of danger. Shin Xiuhan would sense it and come to provide support. However, given the current situation, Li Chen did not use it immediately. After all, he had not encountered any danger yet, and using it without effect would be a waste. Besides, this talisman had another purpose. It could sense the location of nearby talismans, but it required the talisman to send out a distress signal. Was someone sending out a distress signal? And the location was not far, otherwise, his talisman would not have sensed it at all. I see, the teleportation array did not directly send Zhao Hangu and the others away from this dungeon. They are still inside, just in a different location. Li Chen looked at the distress signal on the talisman, pondered for a moment, and decided to go provide support. Whether the others were in danger or were deliberately searching for someone, he needed to check it out. Looking at the position displayed on the talisman, Li Chen raised an eyebrow and glanced at the wall in front of him. The position indicated on the talisman was within this wall. Could it be? Li Chen instructed Kuei Long to take action, and several Kuei Long thunder shadows condensed from Kuei Long's body, quickly charging towards the wall ahead. Boom! With a muffled sound, the wall ahead was instantly breached by the Kuei Long thunder shadows, creating a large opening. A new passage appeared before Li Chen. Looking at the newly revealed passage, a knowing expression crossed Li Chen's eyes. As expected, there was not just one passage in this dungeon. It seemed Zhao Hangu and the others had been teleported to another passage. Without any hesitation, Li Chen entered the newly created passage and quickly headed towards the location indicated by the distress signal on the talisman. At that moment, deep within this passage, Shinyara held a dagger, breathing slightly heavily. Beside her, several corpses of demonic creatures lay on the ground. Just a moment ago, with a flash of white light, she had appeared here and was besieged by numerous demonic creatures. There were many of these creatures, and their levels were over 20. For Shinyaro, who was only in her teens in terms of level, it was quite a pressure. Fortunately, she was not the only one who had been teleported. A white spear swept past her, directly piercing the body of a nearby demonic creature. Then, with a flick of the spear, the corpse of the demonic creature was flung away. Seeing Bai Miao appear beside her, Shinyaro let out a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you." Bai Miao nodded at Shinyaro and then quickly charged forward to engage the demonic creatures with his spear. Watching Bai Miao's back, Shinyaring's eyes flashed with a hint of envy. Bai Miao truly deserved to be the top of the new students. Her combat power was terrifying. She was a warrior, wielding a spear, and her marksmanship, unknown in origin, was executed with a fierce momentum. Shinyaring could tell that Bai Miao was only using her marksmanship, not any skills. However, her understanding of marksmanship was so profound that merely using it was equivalent to others employing skills. Meanwhile, two others were also fighting fiercely against the surrounding monsters, Li Yuhong and Lu Yuhong, a junior from Qingbei University. They had also been transported here. Due to Li Chen, Xinyering had heard some gossip about the Li family and knew the relationship between Li Yuhong and Li Chen. To Xinyering's surprise, Li Yuhong, Li Chen's younger brother, was also quite formidable. His long sword swept out, creating a gust of sword wind as he continuously killed the monsters ahead. However, the number of monsters around was overwhelming, coming in wave after wave, leaving them no time to catch their breath. Xinyering even suspected they had been transported deep into a monster's lair. "Do you have any reactions over there?" Lu Yuhong asked through gritted teeth while slaying the monsters rushing towards them, looking towards Xinyering and Bai Miao. With so many monsters attacking in waves, they couldn't hold out for long. Thus, both sides had resorted to calling for help, but there was still no response. Xinyering spoke up, "No response yet. It seems the teachers are also in trouble, otherwise, they would have come to rescue us by now." Lu Yuhong looked at the multitude of monsters ahead, a trace of despair appearing on her face. "It's over. How can there be so many monsters? We might die here." Although they could still slay the monsters in front of them, the sheer number was too great. Even if they tried to outlast them, they would eventually be worn down, and it wouldn't take long. Xinyering's brows furrowed tightly. As an assassin, her attack power was high, allowing her to quickly kill enemies, but her endurance was nowhere near that of a warrior. She had already slain quite a few monsters quickly, even faster than Bai Miao, but now she was running out of stamina. If this continued, she would soon have to rely on Bai Miao to maintain their survival space. But even Bai Miao might not last much longer. At that moment, Bai Miao in front also furrowed her brows, her white spear continuously piercing through one monster after another. She had been using marksmanship instead of skills to conserve energy. However, seeing so many monsters around, Bai Miao knew she couldn't hold out for long. Just moments ago, the three of them had tried to use escape methods but found them ineffective. The surrounding space seemed to be sealed off, and items like escape talismans couldn't be used. After all, the person who had transported them here must have a high mastery of spatial techniques. Just then, the onslaught of monsters intensified. Bai Miao took a deep breath. There was no choice but to use her skills. With a swing of her white spear, a white light surged from it, quickly forming into a white serpent. The white serpent swiftly surged forward, instantly piercing through several monsters and killing them. Then, Bai Miao swung her spear, unleashing a series of spear lights that rapidly covered the monsters ahead. "We must hold on. We can only hope that other students can come to our aid," Bai Miao thought heavily, knowing this was their only hope. But it felt bleak. After all, they had been transported here, and other students might be facing the same fate. Li Yuhong and Lu Yuhong behind him were also continuously slaying the surrounding monsters, trying to hold on for a longer time. However, despair gradually appeared on their faces. At this level of monster onslaught, they probably wouldn't last much longer. Li Yuhong clenched his fists, looking at the tide of monsters ahead, a hint of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. He had just entered Qingbei University, and the plan to consume the Li family's fortune had only just begun. How could it end here? As long as things developed according to his plan, in less than 3 years, everything belonging to the Li family would be his. Even his 3 beautiful sisters would become playthings in his bed. By then, Li Chen's expression would be quite amusing. But none of this had been implemented yet. How could he die here? At that moment, a look of surprise appeared on Shinyaru's face as she looked at the talisman in her hand and said, "There's a response. Someone is coming to support us." Hearing Shinyaru's words, everyone was taken aback, their faces showing joy. No matter who was coming to support them, there was hope. Bai Miao also wielded his spear, fiercely resisting the monsters ahead, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Soon, a figure appeared in Shinyaru and the others' line of sight. It was Li Chen. Seeing the situation ahead, Li Chen was momentarily stunned, but then without any hesitation, he directly sent his summoned beast to help Bai Miao and Shinyaru. As for Li Yuhong, Li Chen didn't even glance at him. The summoned beast appeared and instantly killed several monsters in front of Bai Miao and Shinyaru, making them both breathe a sigh of relief. Lu Yuhong, who was nearby, also showed a hint of joy upon seeing the commotion. Finally, someone had come to their rescue. However, when she saw Li Chen appearing behind them, the smile on her face suddenly froze. "Is it just you who came to support us?" Lu Yuhong had originally thought it would be a teacher or at least another team like theirs, but she didn't expect that only Li Chen had come. How dare he come alone to rescue others in danger? Lu Yuhong asked herself, if it were her, a freshman, facing such a situation, the best course of action would be to stay away from danger. Not only should she ignore the rescue of others, but she should also distance herself from the location of the distress signal. After all, that place meant danger. But this Li Chen had actually rushed over alone to provide assistance. Should she praise him for his courage or scold him for being a fool? Lu Yuhong didn't know, but she understood that her hopes had been dashed. He was just a freshman. Even if he were the top scorer in the college entrance examination, what use would that be? He could only help them hold on a little longer, but in the end, they would still be overwhelmed by the tide of monsters. Li Yuhong, seeing Li Chen, was also taken aback, but then his eyes flickered, and he directly spoke, "Brother, where did you come from? We were just trying to retreat, but we couldn't find a way out. Moreover, there are too many monsters, and they are holding us back. It's really great that you managed to get here. Brother, this place is too dangerous. The only way now is to let your summoned beast hold the rear while we buy time to escape. I know this must be a difficult choice for you, brother. After all, summoned beasts are the foundation of your combat power, but right now, saving our lives is the priority." Hearing Li Yuhong's words, Lu Yuhong's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, how could she forget that this guy was a summoner, seemingly with high talent? Although his level was low now, it seemed he could summon quite a few beasts. Letting his summoned beasts stay behind while they escaped was the best choice. Yes, Li Chen, this is the best way. Saving our lives is crucial. If we can escape, both Jinling Academy and our Qingbei University will compensate you for your losses. Don't hesitate. Lu Yuhong quickly urged Li Chen. She now wished that Li Chen would also stay behind, allowing her to escape from this place more quickly. She didn't want to stay in this cursed place for another moment. Li Chen ignored Lu Yuhong and Li Yuhong, charging straight ahead. If it weren't for Shinyaru and Bai Miao being here, Li Chen would have turned around and left. Arriving beside Shinyaru and Bai Miao, Li Chen had Xuanwu take the lead. There were too many monsters here. Even if Xuan and I and Kuei Long attacked with all their might, some monsters would still slip through, so Xuanwu had to step up for defense. Streams of water began to coalesce around Xuanwu, quickly forming a shield that withstood most of the monsters' attacks. Then, Xuan Ni's figure began to weave through the crowd of monsters, its claws striking out repeatedly, swiftly reaping the lives of the surrounding monsters. Kuei Long also began to attack, unleashing bolts of thunder that quickly struck down the monsters ahead. Li Chen did not release the Azure Dragon. The space here was too small for it to exert its full power, but it was enough. Most of the monsters' attacks were blocked by Xuanwu, and the assaults from Xuan and I and Kuei Long were starting to show results. The monsters ahead were being killed off rapidly. Bai Miao initially wanted Li Chen to fight while retreating, but upon witnessing the scene before her, she was left dumbfounded. Li Chen's combat power is too strong. That lion-like summoned beast appeared and disappeared at will, and each time it showed up, it would basically kill a monster. Moreover, with the death of each monster, a special wave of power radiated out, affecting the surrounding monsters and causing significant damage. Although it couldn't kill all the nearby monsters at once, after 2 or 3 instances of this special power wave, a large number of the surrounding monsters would fall to the ground. What kind of power is this? It's terrifying. Li Yuhong and Lu Yuhong, who were nearby, also wanted to persuade Li Chen to leave the summoned beast behind, but upon seeing this scene, they were equally shocked. Although Li Yuhong had known that Li Chen's summoned beast was powerful, he never expected it to be this strong. Watching the monsters continuously being killed, the onslaught of monsters had already begun to slow down. Li Yuhong gritted his teeth and tightened his fists. Damn it! He had been working hard to improve himself during this time, using various methods to obtain a large amount of resources from his mother and third sister, and his strength had skyrocketed. Seeing Li Chen again, Li Yuhong even felt that he could completely trample him underfoot. But now, the combat power Li Chen displayed made it impossible for him to catch up. How did this guy's strength increase so quickly? Clearly, he had nothing. A raging fire of jealousy burned in Li Yuhong's heart, continuously scorching his mind, causing his body to tremble slightly. Watching the monsters fall one after another, Lu Yuhong's eyes were wide open. What on earth is going on with Li Chen? Is he really just a freshman? With such combat ability, he might even surpass third-year students. How could his summoned beasts be so strong? If a summoned beast master came over, their summoned beasts would probably be quickly overwhelmed by so many monster attacks, right? Li Chen, wielding the Soul Reaper's scythe, quickly moved forward, continuously absorbing the soul power of the surrounding monsters. Fortunately, these monsters were not undead creatures, so their soul power could be fully absorbed. After 10 minutes, the monsters ahead were completely slaughtered, leaving only their corpses behind. Lu Yuhong was dumbfounded. Is it over? Just a moment ago, she was worried about facing so many monsters, even thinking they might not survive this time. But the next moment, all these monsters were resolved by Li Chen. Watching Li Chen move among the monster corpses, Lu Yuhong felt that the mystery surrounding this guy was growing deeper. What kind of person is he? As Li Yuhong said, is he really a worthless creature without parents, severed from his family, and even turning against his own kin? Just as this thought crossed his mind, an unusual phenomenon suddenly appeared ahead. Rays of light began to rise from the corpses of the magical creatures on the ground, quickly enveloping them. Soon after, the corpses of the magical creatures began to vanish rapidly. Seeing this strange occurrence, everyone was taken aback, instantly adopting a combat stance, fearing that something unexpected might happen next. However, it was merely the appearance of white light on the magical creature corpses, which were then teleported away, leaving no further changes. Li Chen's brows furrowed. What did it mean for the magical creature corpses to be teleported away? Recalling the undead beings that had appeared before him, a bold idea surged in Li Chen's mind. The person behind this magical cave must also be after soul power. Otherwise, after he had used the soul scythe to absorb soul power, the next wave of magical creatures he encountered wouldn't have been undead beings. The teleportation of these magical creature corpses was presumably for that person to absorb soul power. What a grand scheme! Setting up teleportation arrays on these magical creatures so that once they died, they would be teleported away. This person's mastery of spatial power was indeed impressive. No, it would be too troublesome to set up teleportation arrays on each magical creature. Perhaps that person had set up a teleportation array throughout the entire magical cave. As long as a creature died, it would be teleported away, not limited to just magical creatures. In any case, the other party's goal should be soul power. What Li Chen didn't know was that he had already guessed the truth of the matter. Watching the order in which the magical creature corpses disappeared, Li Chen's gaze flickered. It seemed that after a certain period of time post-death, the corpses would be teleported away, with those that died first being teleported first. This time frame should be around 10 minutes. No wonder he hadn't noticed this before. In 10 minutes, they had long since left the original spot. There were too many magical creature corpses around, and Li Chen also didn't know the order in which these creatures had died, so most of the magical creatures were teleported away without having their soul power absorbed. But now that he was aware of this situation, a thought emerged in Li Chen's mind. Perhaps he could do something. Even if he couldn't stop the schemes of the person behind this, at least he could make things difficult for that guy. Shinyaro looked at Li Chen and smiled. You scared me. I thought I was going to meet my end here today, but thankfully you came, Li Chen. Bai Miao also looked at Li Chen and said, You're even stronger than I imagined. The new student number should indeed belong to you. The teachers who assessed you at school must have misjudged. After witnessing the battle between Li Chen and Yang Iren, as well as what Li Chen had done in the Ice Secret Realm at school, Bai Miao had acknowledged that Li Chen was stronger than him, but still felt he had the strength to fight back. However, after seeing Li Chen's battle just now, Bai Miao had completely understood that at least for now, he had no chance of fighting Li Chen. We should hurry and leave, it's too dangerous here. Who knows what other dangers we might encounter if we stay. Lu Yuhong, seeing Li Chen and Bai Miao chatting, hurriedly said. The earlier situation had truly frightened Lu Yuhong, and she was eager to leave. Li Yuhong listened to Lu Yuhong's words but did not speak. He knew in his heart that Li Chen must harbor hatred towards him, and if he spoke up, he might provoke the other party. In this situation, it was best to follow Lu Yuhong. Whatever needed to be said, let her say it. Shinyaru's gaze flickered as she looked at Li Chen and said, We don't know the situation right now, and the teachers have also lost contact. In this case, wouldn't it be better to leave first? Bai Miao also nodded. The situation is unknown, it's better to retreat. Otherwise, if we encounter any more danger, it will be troublesome. Li Chen shook his head at this. No, this demon lair must have been deliberately created to lure us in. Now that we want to leave, it probably won't be that simple. Since the other party aimed to attract them, they wouldn't easily let them go. Moreover, the other party had a high mastery of space, making it difficult to escape. Bai Miao frowned. Do you know the situation? Li Chen replied. It's just some guesses. Shinyaro spoke up. So what do you want to do? Li Chen said directly. Continue to delve deeper and hunt more demons. Since the other party's goal was soul power, Li Chen would first absorb the soul power. As long as he controlled the speed of killing the demons, he could ensure that all the corpses sent out by the other party would be devoid of soul power. Lu Yuhong said, Just some guesses, and you want to go deeper? That's too risky. I think we should retreat first. If we can't get out, then we'll see what to do. She really didn't want to stay here, let alone go deeper. Who knew what other dangers awaited them inside? Just thinking about the possible dangers made her eager to leave. She vowed never to explore any unknown demon lairs again. Bai Miao looked at Li Chen and asked, Are you confident? Li Chen nodded. If my guesses are close to the truth, we might be able to thwart the plans of the person behind this. Lu Yuhong anxiously said, Let's not think about the plans behind this right now. It's too dangerous for us here. The teachers are still unclear about the situation, let alone us. If we retreat, it will also lighten the burden on the teachers, otherwise, they will have to worry about us. Our safety is minor, but if it affects the teachers, then our sin will be great. Shinyara directly interrupted Lu Yuhong, glancing at her. If you want to leave, go ahead, we're not stopping you. Li Chen, you decide what to do, and I'll follow you. Among everyone here, no one trusted Li Chen more than Shinyaru. From the beginning until now, Shinyaru had witnessed Li Chen's strength. Therefore, she completely trusted him. Bai Miao also nodded. In that case, we'll follow your lead. After the three reached an agreement, they headed deeper inside. Li Chen speculated that these passages should all lead to the same place, so it didn't matter which passage they took. Lu Yuhong watched the backs of Li Chen and the others, snorting, "Humph, what a bunch of fools. At a time like this, they still want to go deeper instead of retreating. Isn't that courting death? If they don't go out, we will." Saying this, Lu Yuhong tried to pull Li Yuhong to retreat with her. However, Li Yuhong slowly shook his head at Lu Yuhong. "Senior, I think we should follow them. This might not be the best time to retreat." Lu Yuhong's expression stiffened at Li Yuhong's words. Then, she looked at him anxiously. "Junior, what are you saying? They've lost their minds. You can't be like them." Li Yuhong replied, "Senior, the situation is unclear. How do you know we can definitely retreat? Moreover, I know Li Chen. He is very deep-minded and must have discovered something, which is why he wants to go deeper. Perhaps the way out is inside. Besides, even if we encounter danger inside, we can let Li Chen and the others hold it off. If it's just the two of us, encountering danger would be much harder." Hearing Li Yuhong's words, Lu Yuhong's expression changed several times before she finally nodded. "Alright, let's hurry and catch up." Li Yuhong's last words convinced her. If they encountered any danger again, the two of them would not be able to withstand it. Following that Li Chen, at least during a critical moment, they could use him as a shield. Soon, Li Yuhong caught up with Li Chen, smiling as she said, "Li Yuhong and I still think team action is better. Given our current situation, banding together for warmth is the right choice." Li Chen glanced at her and turned his head away. He was currently pondering the person behind the demon lair and had no time to deal with these two. He could somewhat guess their thoughts. Let them follow. When they truly faced an insurmountable danger, Li Chen would definitely be the first to throw Li Yuhong and this Lu Yuhong out as shields. Continuing deeper inside, they quickly encountered some demons. The number of demons was not large, and Bai Miao rushed forward first. In her view, although Li Chen's summoned beast was very powerful in combat, it also needed to rest and recover its strength. It was time for them to exert their efforts when faced with dangers like the one earlier. Wielding her spear, Bai Miao swiftly pierced through the bodies of the demons ahead. This was the first time Li Chen saw Bai Miao in action and was surprised that her weapon was a spear. He could tell that her mastery of the spear was quite high. Probably, no ordinary freshman would be her match. No wonder her ranking was first. Besides himself, Bai Miao's combat power among the freshmen at Jinling Academy was likely unparalleled. Li Chen followed suit, holding the Soul Reaper scythe, and began to absorb the power of souls from behind. Kuei Long also occasionally made a move, but Li Chen did not let it attack with full force. After all, he was somewhat worried about encountering other dangers, so it was necessary to conserve some combat power. The demons ahead were quickly cleared away. After continuing forward for a while, a large number of demons reappeared. This time, Li Chen's expression turned grim. They were undead demons, countless undead demons. He couldn't tell how many there were. The person behind this really wants soul power. Realizing that their soul power was stolen, are they in a hurry? They directly sent so many undead demons to block me. However, Li Chen soon noticed something. These undead demons seemed somewhat similar to the demons he had killed earlier. It was as if the corpses that had been teleported out were transformed into these undead demons. Could it be that the other party was an undead mage? Li Chen's heart skipped a beat. If the other party was indeed an undead mage, then the trouble would be considerable. Judging by the number of undead demons in front of him, if the other party was an undead mage, their mastery of undead power would definitely be very high. High-level undead mages have formidable combat power. One could say they are an army unto themselves. An undead mage represents an undead army. No way. So many undead demons? Did we poke the nest of the undead? Looking at the undead demons ahead, Shinyaru's expression also turned grim. They had just experienced a wave of demon attacks, and unexpectedly, they encountered even more undead demons in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, Li Chen was by her side, otherwise, Shinyaru would have probably fled this place long ago. Bai Miao looked at the undead demons ahead, her brows furrowing as she asked Li Chen, "What should we do now?" "What to do? We can only kill all these undead demons." Since the other party had sent so many undead demons to block him, it proved that his guess was correct. "You want to stop me? Then I will continue to advance. I want to see how many undead demons you have to obstruct me. Once these undead demons are killed, they cannot be transformed into undead creatures again." Hearing Li Chen's words, Bai Miao nodded. "Li Chen, be careful. If it really doesn't work, we can retreat from here first." With so many undead creatures, even after witnessing Li Chen's formidable combat power, Bai Miao still felt a bit worried. After all, no matter how powerful Li Chen's summoned beasts were, they could still be worn down to death. Li Chen nodded and then directly commanded the Swan and I and Kuei Long to attack. Waves of attacks quickly bombarded the undead creatures ahead. The Swan Ni's figure constantly shifted among the undead, swiftly slaying these monsters. Li Chen's gaze flickered. If it weren't for the Swan Ni's skill that allowed for splash damage, even he would have to flee in the face of so many undead creatures. However, the enemy's actions further solidified Li Chen's suspicions, and he guessed that Shinshohan and the others should be fine for now. After all, if Shinshohan and the others were in trouble, the enemy would definitely divert their attention to deal with them. The fact that they were only sending some undead creatures to obstruct them proved that they were at least entangled with Shinshohan and the others. The more it was like this, the more Li Chen felt compelled to delve deeper. Perhaps they were the last straw that would break the camel's back. After spending more than 20 minutes, the undead creatures ahead were nearly all slain. Li Chen estimated that all the undead creatures had been summoned by the person behind them, and there should be no more undead creatures left behind. Even if the enemy could transform corpses into undead creatures, it certainly wouldn't be possible now. After all, the enemy was likely preoccupied with dealing with Shinshohan and the others and probably couldn't spare any more resources. At this moment, both the Swan and I and Kuei Long were somewhat exhausted, and Li Chen suggested they take a moment to rest here to ensure the condition of the Swan and I and Kuei Long. Bai Miao and the others nodded in agreement. Their previous battle had also consumed a lot of energy, and they needed to rest. Just then, the ground began to tremble. Li Chen's expression darkened as he looked ahead. A large number of monsters charged out from the front, rushing quickly towards Li Chen and the others. Seeing the swarm of monsters, Li Chen's demeanor turned serious. It seemed that the person behind them did not want to give them a moment to breathe and aimed to eliminate them directly. They could only continue forward. Fortunately, he hadn't summoned the Azure Dragon earlier. Once the Swan and I and Kuei Long were exhausted, he could bring the Azure Dragon into the fray. Compared to the Swan and I and Kuei Long, the Azure Dragon had more versatile abilities and could hold the line on its own. As Li Chen and the others faced these monsters, deep within the canyon's cave, Xiying stood quietly in the magic array, continuously absorbing soul power. Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside the cave, causing Xiying to open his eyes. He then stopped absorbing soul power and went outside the cave. Outside, the black dragon was hovering in mid-air, looking fatigued with several wounds on its body. Seeing the state of the black dragon, Xiying frowned slightly and asked, "What happened?" The black dragon replied with dissatisfaction, "How can you even ask?" That dark elf tribe had a branch of the Tree of Life, and in a moment of desperation, the dark elf queen swallowed it, instantly elevating her to the monarch level. If it weren't for my decent escape skills, I might have been done for. Xiying didn't care about the black dragon's danger and directly asked, "What about the soul power?" The black dragon rolled its eyes and then tossed out a sphere radiating a crimson glow. "Aside from the Dark Elf Queen and the Dark Elf Princess, I killed all the other Dark Elves. This is their soul power. If it's not enough, I can go hunt more monsters." Xiying took the sphere and shook his head, saying, "There's no time left. You need to rest well first. Once I finish absorbing all the soul power, we'll move directly." The black dragon frowned and asked, "So anxious?" Xiying spoke with a hint of helplessness. "There's no way around it. Some unexpected events have occurred in the demon cave, and we must leave early." After saying this, Xiying did not provide a specific solution and turned to head back into the cave with the orb in hand. Watching Xiying's retreating figure, the black dragon's eyes flashed with a trace of resentment. "This guy treats me like a laboring dragon, making me do all the hard work. Just wait. Once this is over and I achieve the form of a divine dragon, the first thing I will do is swallow you whole." With a cold snort, the black dragon slowly closed its eyes and began to recover. In just a quarter of an hour, Xiying emerged from the cave and approached the black dragon. Seeing the state of the black dragon, Xiying raised a hand, and a beam of light was released from it, enveloping the black dragon's body. As the light faded, the black dragon's injuries had completely healed. The black dragon, seeing this, expressed dissatisfaction. "You could have helped me recover sooner, couldn't you?" Xiying replied, "I no longer have my heart. All my power is now like a rootless duckweed. Using even a little means losing a little, so I must conserve some. If it weren't for the lack of time, I would wait for you to recover naturally." The black dragon frowned and said, "It seems things aren't going smoothly over at the demon cave." Xiying, perhaps trying to reassure the black dragon, said, "It's just a variable, it should be fine. Don't worry, once this is accomplished, I will help you achieve the form of a divine dragon." With that, Xiying leaped onto the black dragon's back. "Let's go." Hearing Xiying's words, the black dragon's body stiffened. "Damn it, daring to ride on me. Just wait." The black dragon flicked its tail and quickly headed toward the demon cave. Meanwhile, inside the demon cave, after Shinshohan defeated the last demon boss in front of her, she continued to delve deeper inside. After being teleported here, Shin Xiuhan found that the surrounding space was completely frozen, and no items could be used. She could only venture further in. The demons encountered along the way were all of high levels, most over level 40. This made Shin Xiuhan feel a bit anxious. If the students faced demons of this level, it would be dangerous. However, she had no other options and could only keep going deeper. Soon, Shin Xiuhan arrived at a massive circular cave. It resembled a round hall, spacious enough to accommodate over 30 conference rooms. Here, Shin Xiuhan saw numerous passages connecting to this place. Her gaze flickered slightly. It seemed that all the passages ultimately connected here. From the moment she was teleported away, Shin Xiuhan understood that someone was definitely guiding all of this from behind. Perhaps the news of the longevity grass was intentionally leaked to lure them in, but that didn't make sense. The information about the longevity grass was discovered by the scouts of 2 major universities together. Although the scouts had died, the information had been transmitted. The transmitted information was encrypted, so there was no possibility of someone else leaking it. Just as Shin Xiuhan pondered what the person behind this was trying to do, her gaze swept to the center of the cave, and her eyes suddenly narrowed. Longevity grass. In the very center of the cave, several small grasses, vibrant green and exuding a rich life force, were swaying gently. There really was longevity grass in this demon cave. The information from the scouts was not wrong. However, Shin Xiuhan soon sensed something was off. The longevity grass was clearly transplanted. It hadn't originally grown here. Moreover, around the longevity grass, defensive magic arrays were set up to protect it. Indeed, someone was manipulating everything from behind. Just as Shin Xiuhan was about to approach and see if she could break the defensive magic array, she heard some commotion coming from a nearby passage. Then, she saw Zhang Rui's figure emerge from there. Zhang Rui was covered in blood at this moment, but it was clear that it was all the blood of the monsters. He had not sustained any injuries. However, it was also evident that Zhang Rui was quite exhausted and was breathing heavily. Teacher Shen. Upon seeing Shin Xiuhan, Zhang Rui let out a sigh of relief and quickly made his way towards her. What on earth is this place? Why were we suddenly teleported here? Zhang Rui asked as he approached. Shin Xiuhan shook her head. I don't know. There must be someone manipulating this behind the scenes, trying to lure us in on purpose. Zhang Rui was taken aback. To lure us in? What does this person want to do? Shin Xiuhan shook her head again, unclear, but the news about the longevity herb is real. She then pointed to the central area of the cave behind Zhang Rui. Turning around, Zhang Rui saw the longevity herb, and a look of wild joy instantly appeared on his face. However, the smile quickly faded, replaced by a look of confusion. Since everything behind this is being manipulated, could the longevity herb be fake? After all, using the longevity herb as bait seems a bit extravagant, doesn't it? As soon as Zhang Rui finished speaking, a strong wind surged from the center of the cave. Then, a voice appeared in their ears. Of course, the longevity herb is real, otherwise, how could I lure you in? Shin Xiuhan and Zhang Rui immediately shifted their gaze to the area beside the longevity herb, where a black dragon had appeared without them noticing. This is a dragon? Zhang Rui's expression grew serious as he looked at the black dragon before him. In this world, ancient legacies had been severed, and no one knew about divine dragons. Records of dragons only existed in some high-level monster tomes. This was Zhang Rui's first encounter with such a creature. Oh, you still recognize your grandpa? Not bad, grandpa will leave you a whole corpse later. The black dragon spewed black flames from its mouth and nose, looking at Zhang Rui with a grin. Shin Xiuhan had already raised her staff, and a dense power of ice instantly swept out from around her body, heading towards the black dragon in front. Damn it, you old hag, no martial ethics, actually ambushing this old dragon directly. The black dragon had initially intended to chat first, as its task was to buy time. But it didn't expect Shin Xiuhan to attack directly. With no choice, the black dragon had to retaliate. It opened its mouth and sprayed a large amount of black flames towards Shin Xiuhan, instantly dissolving the surrounding cold air. Shin Xiuhan's brows furrowed tightly. The black flames appeared to be of low temperature, but as soon as they encountered her cold air, they were instantly dissolved. Ice crystal shields quickly formed, directly blocking the front. The black flames surged forward, instantly scattering several ice crystal shields, but soon the black flames were also consumed. Zhang Rui also moved into action, a dark golden shield appearing in his left hand and a long sword in his right. The long sword struck the shield, and a dark golden light instantly radiated from the shield, enveloping Zhang Rui's entire body. Then, Zhang Rui charged towards the black dragon. Seeing this, the black dragon met him head-on, its claws turning into afterimages as it attacked Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui used the shield to block all the attacks, then thrust the longsword towards the black dragon. Ding! The longsword struck the black dragon's body, producing a crisp sound, leaving only a white mark on its scales. The black dragon winced in pain and shot a stream of black flames towards Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui raised his shield, directly blocking the onslaught of the black flames. The black dragon soared into the air, beginning to engage in guerrilla warfare against the two in front of it. The two in front were very powerful. If it used all its strength, it could fight them, even win. But the cost of doing so would be too great, potentially causing it to lose a significant portion of its original power. By that time, let alone ascending to become a divine dragon, it was uncertain whether it could retain the power of a flood dragon. Therefore, the black flood dragon was merely entangled in battle. After all, it only needed to hold on until that guy Chieying killed the other two. At this moment, in a cave passage, Li Chen and the others faced a large number of demons that had appeared before them, and they could only bravely fight. Half an hour later, all the demons were slain. Li Chen showed no hesitation and directly recalled Xuan Ni and Kuei Long back to the summoning space to recover their strength and energy. Xuanwu had not engaged much, so it remained outside to defend. Then, Li Chen instructed Bai Miao and the others to rest in place, and he summoned Tu Zhuyan to quickly collect the corpses of the surrounding demons. Holding the soul scythe of the underworld, Li Chen began to rapidly absorb the soul power of the nearby demons. 10 minutes later, the anticipated teleportation light did not appear. It seems that something has changed. That person behind has no time to teleport these demon corpses to absorb their soul power, Li Chen thought while quickly absorbing the soul power of the surrounding demons. Regardless of the situation, they had to move deeper inside quickly to see any changes clearly. Li Chen had a premonition that the way to break this deadlock lay deep within the cave ahead. 20 minutes later, Li Chen and Bai Miao and the others set off again, quickly heading into the cave. This time, there were no demons to obstruct them. With no demons in their way, their speed increased significantly. 10 minutes later, they came upon an opening, and the sounds of battle echoed from ahead. Bang! An ice spear swiftly shot through the opening and embedded itself into the side wall. Ice magic! It must be my aunt! Shinyaru's eyes lit up. She was Shin Xiuhan's niece and immediately recognized this as Shin Xiuhan's ice power. Upon hearing this, Li Chen and the others shuddered and quickened their pace, swiftly passing through the opening. Beyond the opening was a massive cave, resembling a grand hall, with several other openings similar to the one they had exited. As expected, just as I guessed, these caves all lead to the same destination, which is here. Li Chen looked ahead. The entire hall was filled with ice power, and roars echoed from the front, accompanied by the sounds of dragon roars. Dragon roars? Li Chen raised an eyebrow and soon saw Shin Xiuhan and Zhang Rui engaged in battle. To their surprise, they were fighting a black flood dragon. The black flood dragon spewed black flames, scorching everything around it. The entire hall-like cave was covered in Shin Xiuhan's ice power, yet there was no effect near the black flood dragon. Not a trace of ice power had encroached upon it. At this moment, Shin Xiuhan had transformed into a figure of ice crystals, resembling an ice crystal queen. It seemed that the battle here had been ongoing for some time, and neither Shin Xiuhan nor Zhang Rui had managed to gain the upper hand. What kind of demon is this? I can't see any information at all. Lu Yuhong trembled as she watched the battle ahead. Li Chen's heart stirred, and he also attempted to probe. All question marks, completely unable to detect any information about the Black Flood Dragon. This also proved that the Black Flood Dragon was far beyond their level, not even on the same tier as them. The fighting Shin Xiuhan and Zhang Rui also noticed Li Chen and the others. Shin Xiuhan's face revealed a hint of urgency. Run! This is a level 60 demon. Quickly get out of here! A level 60 demon. Li Chen and the others were shocked. They hadn't expected the Black Flood Dragon to be so powerful. Li Yuhong, who was at the back, showed no hesitation and immediately took off running. Lu Yuhong was momentarily stunned, but quickly followed suit. Bai Miao and Shinyaru both glanced at Li Chen, only to see that he had already drawn the turtle-like monster to the front. There's no escaping now, Li Chen said calmly, looking ahead. In the next moment, the black dragon appeared before Li Chen and the others. A massive pressure descended, causing Li Yuhong and Lu Yuhong, who had just run a few steps, to freeze in place and then fall to the ground. Bai Miao and Shinyaru trembled all over, wanting to move but finding themselves completely immobilized. Only Li Chen, holding the soul scythe of the underworld, kept his gaze fixed on the black dragon, poised for action. The black dragon charged towards Li Chen and the others, launching an attack. It was worried about being unable to withstand the assault from the two human powerhouses and thought that devouring these little creatures would surely allow it to sustain itself for a while longer. After all, it didn't want to expend its life essence in battle. That would be too costly. With its mouth wide open, the black dragon lunged at Li Chen. At that moment, Xuanwu stood in front of Li Chen, and water snakes coalesced, crashing into the black dragon. Then, these water snakes shattered, turning into streams of water that returned to Xuanwu. Skill, Rage breaks the wild waves, condenses water-based power to rapidly strike the enemy, dealing 150% damage, while the water-based power protects itself, increasing its own damage resistance by 10%. Although Rage breaks the wild waves couldn't inflict much damage on the Black Dragon, it could enhance its own damage resistance. Bang! The Black Dragon bit down on Xuanwu's shell, and with a crisp sound, it released its grip. What the hell is this thing? So hard? It even knocked my teeth. This momentary pause allowed Shin Shohan and Zhang Rui to return to Li Chen's side. Shin Shohan glanced at Xuanwu and saw 2 white marks appear on the turtle-like summon, its spirit also visibly diminished. However, despite this, the turtle-like summon had not been killed, nor did it seem to have sustained any serious injuries. Earlier, Shin Shohan had known that this turtle-like summon was a defensive one, but he hadn't expected its defense to be so strong. Bai Miao and the others behind were also stunned. That was a powerful monster around level 60, and it looked to be of a high tier. Even the 2 teachers could only manage to fight it off, yet Li Chen's summon had withstood a blow from it? And it wasn't dead. Bai Miao's gaze fell on Xuanwu, his eyes flickering. He had originally thought that Li Chen's powerful summons were only the 2 with strong attacks, but now it seemed that his defensive summon also had top-notch defense. Li Chen looked at Xuanwu with a pained expression and recalled it to the summoning space. It seemed that Xuanwu hadn't taken too much damage from that last hit, but it had internal injuries. It would probably need at least 3 days to recover in the summoning space. However, being able to withstand a blow from the Black Dragon, Li Chen was still quite satisfied. Shin Shohan and Zhang Rui had no time to think. After protecting Lu Mo and the others behind them, they launched a more ferocious attack on the Black Dragon. Earlier, Shin Shohan and Zhang Rui had mainly focused on entangling it. After all, the Black Dragon's combat power was too strong. The Black Dragon was waiting for Qiying, while Shin Shohan and the others were waiting for the 2 teachers from Qingbei University. But now that Li Chen and the others had appeared, for their safety, Shin Shohan and Zhang Rui could only increase their attacks to prevent the Black Dragon from turning its attention to Li Chen and the others. Li Chen and his group were all promising new students from this year's cohort. They absolutely could not be lost here. Moreover, after such a long battle, Dong Hongyu and Yuan Li from Qingbei University had not appeared, and Shin Shohan and Zhang Rui understood that the other side might also be in danger. Shin Shohan and Zhang Rui fought fiercely, launching attack after attack on the Black Dragon, trying to force it back and away from Li Chen and the others. Each strike landed on the Black Dragon, causing it to retreat step by step. Having not devoured Li Chen and the others, and now being provoked, the Black Dragon was furious. Damn it! You think you can handle this just because your grandpa dragon is letting you? With a roar, the Black Dragon erupted in a surge of black flames, quickly enveloping its entire body as if forming a suit of black flame armor. Then, the Black Dragon charged directly at Shin Shohan and Zhang Rui. Although the Black Dragon had some intelligence, it was limited, otherwise, it wouldn't have been manipulated by Qiying. In its current rage, it directly tapped into its life source, instantly boosting its combat power several levels. Shin Shohan and Zhang Rui immediately felt an overwhelming pressure, making it difficult to withstand. Especially with the need to keep an eye on Li Chen and the others, the pressure was even greater. Li Chen and the others also noticed that Shin Shohan and Zhang Rui were at a disadvantage, and their expressions turned anxious. I say, why don't we hurry and leave here? It looks like both teachers can't handle this monster. We should escape quickly, Lu Yuhong said, looking at the scene ahead. Shen Yaro angrily retorted, what are you talking about? If it weren't for my aunt and teacher Zhang just now, we would have been eaten by this monster. Now that we see them at a disadvantage, you want to leave? Are you even human? Li Yuhong spoke up, you all heard it, this monster is around level 60, while the 2 teachers are only in their 50s. It's definitely going to be difficult for them to cope. And now this monster has clearly entered a berserk state. Staying here will only drag the 2 teachers down. We should leave quickly. Shinyaro snorted coldly, if you want to go, then go. Even if I die, I will help my aunt. Although Shinyara knew that staying here wouldn't be of much help, her aunt was right here, and the situation looked dire. How could she leave easily? Li Yuhong's gaze flickered for a moment, then he turned and left without hesitation. Lu Yuhong was taken aback for a moment but quickly followed. If they didn't leave now, were they just waiting to be eaten by this monster? Seeing this, Shinyara's gaze fell on Li Chen. Li Chen, do you have a way to help my aunt? She had no other options and could only hope for Li Chen. After all, he always managed to surprise her. Li Chen frowned slightly and then said, I'll try my best, but you all need to understand that a monster of this level is not something we can handle. If it really doesn't work, we must leave, otherwise, we will truly become a burden to the 2 teachers. If they stayed, Shin Shohan and Zhang Rui would definitely have some concerns while fighting. However, Li Chen had a way to help Shin Shohan and Zhang Rui. First, he summoned the Xuanwu again, commanding it to position itself within 100 meters of the two teachers. Skill, Xuanwu Domain. Passive skill, all friendly units within 100 meters of Xuanwu have their damage taken reduced by 10%. This passive ability of Xuanwu could reduce the damage taken by Xin Xiuhan and Zhang Rui by 10%. Then, Li Chen summoned the Qinglong. Skill, Qinglong Domain. Once activated, it covers a radius of 1000 meters, granting all friendly units within the area the power of Qingmu, with friendly units possessing Qingmu power gaining a 20% lifesteal effect. The Qinglong's domain could grant friendly units a 20% lifesteal. In any case, with both domains in effect, Xin Xiuhan and Zhang Rui's combat power would be significantly enhanced. The rest can only depend on the two teachers. However, after the Azure Dragon was summoned, something unusual occurred in the arena. The furious Black Dragon suddenly shifted its gaze, landing directly on the Azure Dragon, its eyes filled with shock and confusion. Then, its body began to tremble. It was afraid. Everyone was momentarily stunned, not expecting the once menacing Black Dragon to suddenly change its demeanor. However, Xin Xiuhan and Zhang Rui were both experienced teachers in combat, and they naturally seized this opportunity. Zhang Rui discarded his left-hand shield, and a brilliant dark golden light erupted from his sword. The light intensified, coalescing into a massive sword of light. Zhang Rui's right hand suddenly felt heavy, as if he could barely lift the sword. Biting his lip, he summoned all his strength and swung the sword of light with all his might, piercing it into the body of the Black Dragon. Roar! The Black Dragon let out a pained cry, snapping back to reality. Just as it was about to move, an ice crystal dragon charged in, crashing it into the wall behind. The ice shattered, and a chilling aura enveloped everything around. Did it work? Shinyaru's eyes lit up. Although she didn't know why the Black Dragon had suddenly paused, if they could kill it, that would certainly be a cause for celebration. Li Chen shook his head. This Black Dragon is not easy to kill. A level 60 monster, coupled with its high rank, how could it be so easily slain? After linking with the Swan and Eye, Li Chen's mental power had now exceeded 700, allowing him to sense some of the Black Dragon's conditions. Boom! As soon as Li Chen finished speaking, the Black Dragon burst forth from the ruins of the wall. It did not retaliate against Xin Xiuhan and Zhang Rui. Instead, it fixed its gaze on the Azure Dragon. Impossible! How can this be? How can there be a dragon bloodline here? Why? Why does this guy have a dragon bloodline? The Black Dragon's expression was frenzied as it looked at the Azure Dragon, seemingly unable to accept this fact. Li Chen's heart stirred. If the dragon were to ascend further, it would likely become a divine dragon. If this Black Dragon was the mastermind behind the monster lair, it might have lured them here for its own ascension. Now seeing the Azure Dragon with the divine dragon bloodline, it was naturally somewhat shaken. Although Li Chen guessed wrong about the mastermind, he was correct about the reason for the Black Dragon's distress. With a thought, Li Chen directly had the Azure Dragon soar into the air, coming before the Black Dragon. Although the Azure Dragon was currently at a lower level and its combat power was far inferior to that of the Black Dragon, its bloodline power indeed exerted a suppressive effect on the Black Dragon. Feeling the aura emanating from the Azure Dragon, the Black Dragon's eyes narrowed, and its violent aura instantly faltered. It was like a mouse encountering a cat, a sense of fear rising within. Even knowing that the divine dragon before it was not very high in level and its combat ability was not as strong, the Black Dragon could not muster any thoughts of resistance. Roar! With a furious roar, the Black Dragon's eyes turned crimson, and streams of dark, blood-colored light erupted from its body, enveloping it. To resist this deep-seated bloodline suppression, the Black Dragon chose to draw upon its life essence. Using its life essence to transform into a violent force, it forcibly suppressed the fear within. Xin Xiuhan raised an eyebrow. Although she didn't know what was happening, the Black Dragon's combat power had indeed increased significantly in this state. However, as long as they could hold out until the Black Dragon exhausted this source of power, it would fall into weakness. Raising her staff, Xin Xiuhan unleashed her full strength. A dense power of ice instantly erupted, wrapping around the Black Dragon. As an ice mage, controlling was Xin Xiuhan's forte. Buying time was her specialty. Zhang Rui also sensed something was off. This time, he fully utilized the shield in his left hand, starting to block the attacks of the Black Dragon for Xin Xiuhan. It was evident that Xin Xiuhan and Zhang Rui had collaborated many times before. Their coordination was exceptionally seamless. Seeing this, the Black Dragon's expression turned increasingly frenzied. It had now tapped into its life source, regardless of the outcome of this battle. Relying on the method of Qiying to ascend to the form of a divine dragon was impossible. However, right in front of it was a divine dragon, albeit one of a lower level and not fully developed in its divine power. If it could devour this dragon and absorb its bloodline power, it would achieve the divine dragon form in a more stable manner than its own method of advancement. This was why it was willing to use its source power at all costs. Yet, the suppression from the divine dragon's bloodline was too great, making it difficult for the black dragon to kill the two bothersome human powerhouses in a short time, even with its source power activated. Moreover, whether it was an illusion or not, the black dragon felt that the defensive and recovery capabilities of the two humans had significantly increased. However, the black dragon had no way out now and could only choose to go all in. As long as it killed these two humans, it would gain the greatest reward from this endeavor. Watching the battle beside him, Li Chen's gaze flickered, and then he focused on the Azure Dragon. Since the Azure Dragon could exert a suppressive effect on the black dragon, wouldn't advancing the Azure Dragon increase its suppressive power even more? Li Chen had originally planned to advance the Swan and the others, he just hadn't decided which one to prioritize. It seemed that advancing the Azure Dragon would be the first step. After checking his current monster lifespan, Li Chen found that after killing those monsters earlier, his monster lifespan had reached 301, which was more than enough to advance the Azure Dragon. He then looked at the advancement conditions for the Azure Dragon. Advancement conditions: 1 Azure Dragon, 3 5-star summoned beasts of any qualification. 1 Azure Dragon required 100 years of monster lifespan, and 3 5-star summoned beasts of the lowest qualification required 150 years of monster lifespan. Together, that was 250 years of monster lifespan. Li Chen did not hesitate and directly chose to summon. A light blue Azure Dragon egg and 3 earthy yellow summoned beast eggs appeared in the summoning array. With a thought, the Azure Dragon quickly arrived, directly opening its mouth. The light blue Azure Dragon's essence transformed into a rich blue energy, swiftly entering the Azure Dragon's mouth. Subsequently, the Azure Dragon was enveloped in that light blue energy wave, slowly closing its eyes. The 3 earthy yellow summoned eggs also transformed into rich earthy yellow energy, surrounding the Azure Dragon and gradually merging into its body. Li Chen's gaze flickered slightly, and he gained some insight. This energy was the life source power. Each summoned beast's advancement required its own attribute source power, plus a certain amount of other source power. The requirements for divine beasts were even higher. The same attribute source power had to be replaced with an identical source power. After a while, all the energy waves had merged into the Azure Dragon's body. Everything calmed down, and the Azure Dragon slowly opened its eyes. Advancement successful. After the advancement, the blue color on the Azure Dragon deepened, and the pressure it exuded became even more intense. Li Chen couldn't wait to check the attributes of the Azure Dragon after its advancement. Azure Dragon, rank, 6 stars, Monarch, qualification, 17, level, 12, base attributes: strength, 980, constitution, 1010, agility, 960, mental power, 940, skill. Dragon soars in the sky, use the body to knock back 2 enemies, dealing 184% damage, and inflicting a bleeding status, losing 2% life per second for 20 seconds. This skill has a 20% lifesteal effect. Skill: Dragon's Roar, unleashes a dragon's roar, dealing 120% damage to all enemies within a 500-meter radius, with a 28% chance of additional stun effect. Upgrading the skill increases its range and stun probability. Skill: Power of the Azure Dragon. Each attack has a chance to grant the user a layer of Azure Dragon power, increasing damage by 3% per layer, up to a maximum of 10 layers. Skill: Wrath of the Divine Dragon, can be activated when health drops to 50%, instantly removing all negative statuses and tripling 4 basic attributes, with attacks carrying a suppression effect that lasts for 10 minutes, after which the user enters a 2-hour weakened state. Skill: Domain of the Azure Dragon, upon activation, envelopes a 1,000-meter radius, granting all allies within the area Azurewood power, which provides allies with a 25% lifesteal effect. Skill: Might of the Divine Dragon. After being upgraded to the 6th tier, the Azure Dragon begins to exhibit Dragon Might, applying a 10% suppression effect on any creature within 10 levels of itself, and a 30% suppression effect on any dragon-type creature, regardless of level. Description: One of the 4 spirits of heaven, governing the fate of Azurewood, skilled in the power of Spring's vitality. After the upgrade, the Azure Dragon's attributes have significantly increased. At just level 12, its physique has surpassed 1,000. The Azure Dragon's previous skills have also improved considerably, and it has gained a brand new skill, Might of the Divine Dragon. The 10% suppression effect on any creature within 10 levels means that the opponent can only exert 90% of their combat power in front of the Azure Dragon. The suppression against dragon-type creatures is even more terrifying, reaching 30%. Seeing this, Li Chen did not hesitate and commanded the Azure Dragon to use Might of the Divine Dragon against the Black Flood Dragon. The Flood Dragon is a dragon-type creature. The azure dragon soared into the sky, its dragon eyes burning as it glared at the black flood dragon and roared at it. A wave of pressure emanated from the azure dragon, instantly spreading to the black flood dragon. The black flood dragon's body stiffened, and the primal power surging from its body seemed to retract at that moment. Looking at the upgraded azure dragon, a flicker of shock and fear flashed in the black flood dragon's eyes. How is this possible? The bloodline power of this divine dragon has become even more intense. Upgraded? The opponent has actually upgraded. At that moment, the black flood dragon's jealousy suppressed the rising fear within it. It had gone through great lengths, risking its life, to obtain an upgrade opportunity. Why could it be born as a divine dragon? As a divine dragon, upgrading seems so simple. In a moment of mental turmoil, the black flood dragon failed to notice an ice spear swiftly approaching, piercing through its body. Shinshohan panted slightly. With this strike, she had used the power of the ice law she had comprehended, finally seizing the opportunity to severely injure the black flood dragon. The black flood dragon let out a mournful cry, feeling as if the blood within its body had been frozen. Zhang Rui quickly stepped forward, thrusting his longsword directly into the black flood dragon's body, then suddenly slashing, tearing open the black flood dragon's body. The black flood dragon spat out a large amount of fresh blood, but then it spewed forth a torrent of black flames, attempting a final struggle. At that moment, the azure dragon charged directly at the black flood dragon. Li Chen raised an eyebrow. This was the azure dragon's intention, and he chose not to intervene. At this point, the black flood dragon was already heavily injured but still had room to resist. Seeing the azure dragon charging over, the suppression stemming from its bloodline made it too afraid to move. However, the passage of life forced the black flood dragon to suppress its fear and meet the azure dragon head-on. The dragon and the flood dragon began to battle fiercely. Although the black flood dragon was heavily injured, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Facing the not-so-high-level azure dragon, it still had the strength to fight. The azure dragon had recovery abilities, but it could only exchange injuries with the black flood dragon. Soon, the azure dragon was covered in wounds. But even so, it still did not retreat, and a pair of dragon eyes were filled with determination. 10 minutes later, the injuries on the azure dragon worsened. A streak of azure light appeared on the azure dragon, reviving its somewhat listless spirit. Skill, Wrath of the Divine Dragon, can be activated when health drops to 50%, instantly clears all negative states, and triples 4 basic attributes, with attacks carrying a suppression effect, lasting for 10 minutes, after which it enters a 2-hour weakened state. Wrath of the Divine Dragon. The azure dragon's negative states were instantly cleared, and the tripled attribute boost allowed it to gain the upper hand in an instant. The black serpentine dragon was already at the end of its strength, and facing the azure dragon that had activated the Wrath of the Divine Dragon, it had little room for resistance. With a bite to the neck of the black serpentine dragon, the azure dragon delivered its final blow, directly ending the life of the black serpentine dragon. Shinshohan and Zhang Rui were momentarily stunned at this scene. Although the black serpentine dragon was already heavily injured, Li Chen's summoned beast was actually able to slay it, which seemed a bit exaggerated. Looking at Li Chen not far away, Zhang Rui's eyes flickered. What kind of monster is this? Even that summoner who summoned the giant dragon would probably pale in comparison before Li Chen, right? Those so-called prodigies became ordinary in his presence. Shinshohan's gaze also fell on Li Chen. This little guy truly surprises her every time. Then, Shinshohan's eyes flickered. If she remembered correctly, Li Chen seemed to have severed ties with the Li family. In that case, Shinshohan's heart stirred, and she began to make some decisions. At this moment, the azure dragon in midair looked at the black corpse on the ground, revealing a hint of joy in its dragon eyes. Then, it opened its mouth and sprayed out a beam of azure light, quickly enveloping the corpse of the black serpentine dragon. Under the azure light, the entire corpse of the black serpentine dragon began to rapidly transform into a mass of black mist, which then quickly entered the mouth of the azure dragon. The black serpentine dragon had wanted to devour the azure dragon to achieve the form of a divine dragon, but in the end, it was instead consumed by the azure dragon. Just then, a passage nearby shattered, and a figure was sent flying out, crashing against a wall not far away. The figure was covered in blood, sliding down from the wall, looking listless. When everyone saw the figure, they were all stunned. It was Yuan Li. Seeing Yuan Li, Li Chen and the others were taken aback. Yuan Li was also a level 50 teacher. How could she end up like this? Even if she encountered some danger, she should have some self-defense capabilities, right? Just as they were thinking this, a tall figure slowly walked out from the shattered passage. Dressed in a black robe, it was Qiying. At this moment, Qiying was holding someone in his hand. It was another teacher from Qingbei University, Dong Hongyu. At this time, Dong Hongyu had no breath left, and dense soul power was rapidly flowing from his body into Qiying's. Watching the scene ahead, Qiying's brows furrowed tightly. I knew this black serpentine dragon would be useless at a critical moment, but I didn't expect it to be this useless. Saying this, Qi Ying's gaze quickly fell on Li Chen. Is it still because of you, this variable? If only you weren't here. Feeling Qi Ying's gaze, a chill ran through Li Chen's heart. Although he didn't know what this black-robed figure was, the moment he saw the other party, he felt his heart suddenly race. Xin Xiuhan and Zhang Rui instantly took defensive stances. Whoever this black-robed figure was, with the ability to kill Dong Hongyu and heavily injure Yuan Li, its combat power was exceptionally formidable. Sweat began to bead on Xin Xiuhan's forehead. Even when facing the black serpentine dragon just now, she hadn't felt such immense pressure. Facing the figure in the black robe, Xin Xiuhan felt an immense pressure. This pressure even made Xin Xiuhan hesitate to entertain any thoughts of taking the initiative to attack. Qi Ying's gaze then fell upon the Azure Dragon. Divine Dragon Bloodline, no wonder that Black Flood Dragon fell. Humph. As the words fell, Qi Ying let out a cold snort and directly extended his right palm towards the Azure Dragon. Just after absorbing the Black Flood Dragon's source power, it was as if a giant hand had grasped the Azure Dragon's neck, causing its body to struggle as it rapidly moved towards Qi Ying. Xin Xiuhan suddenly bit his lip, raised his staff, and shot several ice spikes towards Qi Ying. Qi Ying paused for a moment, released his grip, and waved his hand forward, causing all the ice spikes that were meant to choke to a halt, instantly shattering into ice crystals that scattered across the ground. Li Chen's heart skipped a beat. Without any hesitation, he summoned the Azure Dragon back into the summoning space. Along with Xuanwu and the others, they were all summoned back into the summoning space. Li Chen sensed that if his summoned beasts were caught by this figure in the black robe, terrible consequences would ensue. At that moment, several students from Qingbei University and Zhao Hanggu emerged from nearby caves, staring in shock at the scene before them. Qi Ying was dealing with Dong Hongyu and Yuan Li, so he naturally paid no attention to them, which was why they were still alive. Li Yuhong and Lu Yuhong also quickly appeared. They had run in circles, finding no way out, and ultimately returned here. Teacher Dong, Teacher Yuan. Seeing the tragic state of Dong Hongyu and Yuan Li, the students from Qingbei University gasped in shock. Lu Yuhang and several students rushed towards Yuan Li. However, a junior student from Qingbei University charged directly at Qi Ying, wanting to retrieve Dong Honyu's body. Puff! As soon as he got close, Qi Ying extended his right hand and punched through the student's body. Soon after, his soul power was rapidly absorbed by Qi Ying. Witnessing this scene, the remaining students felt a chill in their hearts. That junior student was not weak in combat power, yet he had been killed without any ability to resist. What exactly was this figure in the black robe? Li Menghan and the others rushed to Yuan Li's side, quickly bringing her to Li Chen and the others, hoping that Xin Xiuhan and Zhang Rui could save her. Yuan Li's condition was dire, as if she would die at any moment. However, Xin Xiuhan and Zhang Rui's gazes were fixed on the figure in the black robe, their expressions tense. They both understood that this figure was terrifying. Faced with him, they couldn't even dare to make a move. Li Chen's brows furrowed tightly. What did it mean that this figure in the black robe wasn't attacking? It seemed that this guy was indeed the ultimate mastermind. His target should be soul power. Were these students from Qingbei University not excellent nourishment for soul power? Why hadn't he acted when they brought Yuan Li over just now? This guy. For some reason, an unsettling feeling surged in Li Chen's heart. At that moment, a flash of light suddenly crossed his mind. Yuan Li. Why was Dong Hongyu dead while Yuan Li was not? Since this figure in the black robe aimed for soul power, why did he choose to knock Yuan Li away instead of capturing her like he did with Dong Hongyu to absorb her soul power? Yuan Li was clearly devoid of any ability to resist. Li Chen's eyelids twitched, and his gaze suddenly fell on Yuan Li. Then, he saw that Yuan Li, who had just been unconscious, suddenly opened her eyes. There was no spark of life in her eyes, but she reached out her hands towards Li Chen. A familiar wave emanated from Yuan Li. Soul wave. The same soul wave as that of the figure in the black robe. Li Chen did not know why, but he could sense a soul fluctuation from Yuan Li that was identical to that of the shadow in the black robe. The students from Qingbei University had come to Li Chen seeking protection, and now Yuan Li was very close to him. Watching Yuan Li reach out her hands towards him, Li Chen's hair stood on end. Although he did not understand why Yuan Li had the same soul fluctuation as the shadow in the black robe, he knew that if she caught him, it would be no different from being caught by that shadow. Without any hesitation, Li Chen raised the soul scythe in his hand. The soul scythe inflicted soul damage, which should be effective in this special situation. A cold light flashed, and Li Chen wielded the soul scythe, directly severing Yuan Li's outstretched arms. It was indeed effective. Li Chen could guarantee that if it were anyone else, even with a weapon, they would not be able to harm Yuan Li. Only a weapon targeting souls would work. The surrounding students were stunned, completely unprepared for such a situation. A student from Qingbei University instantly erupted in anger. Li Chen, what are you doing? Li Chen had no time to explain. At that moment, Yuan Li kicked off the ground and lunged directly at him. Gritting his teeth, Li Chen raised the soul scythe again and struck once more. Bang! Yuan Li's head was instantly severed and fell to the ground, rolling to Li Menghan's feet. The entire place fell silent. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Li Chen, their faces filled with horror. He had actually killed teacher Yuan Li. Li Chen, what are you doing? You actually took advantage of teacher Yuan Li's serious injury to kill her. Li Yuhong was right, you are truly a ruthless person, capable of turning against your own family. What humanity do you have? Do you know how good teacher Yuan Li was at school? So many people have benefited from her kindness, and such a good person was actually killed by you. Li Chen, I want your life in return. After a brief silence, the people from Qingbei University erupted in an uproar, and a sophomore even attempted to attack Li Chen directly. Li Menghan stared blankly at Li Chen, her eyes filled with disbelief. From their perspective, teacher Yuan Li might have regained some strength and reached out her hands for some restorative medicine, but she was directly severed by Li Chen. It got even worse. Li Chen, not satisfied with that, had actually decapitated teacher Yuan Li. Although Li Menghan could not believe that Li Chen would do such a thing, she had seen it with her own eyes, and it could not be false. What was going on? Li Yuhong was also taken aback, completely not expecting such a scene to unfold. But then he reacted, pointing at Li Chen and saying, "Brother, I never thought you would become so insane now. What you did to mom and dad might have been a misunderstanding, and I wouldn't say much about you seriously injuring me. After all, you are my brother. But now, you actually killed teacher Yuan Li. You are simply inhuman." Li Yuhong's face was filled with rage, as if he had a deep bond with Yuan Li. Li Chen furrowed his brows, his gaze falling on the university student who was about to attack him. A familiar soul fluctuation. Watching the other person charge at him with a weapon, Li Chen did not hesitate and raised the soul scythe to block the attack. Then, Li Chen swung the soul scythe and severed the other person's head. Although he did not know how the shadow in the black robe managed to influence or even control others' minds, Li Chen had to prepare for the worst and eliminate the threat. If the other party had any backup, it could mean his own death. This was not the time to show mercy. Li Chen, are you crazy? You dare to attack? Do you want to kill everyone from Qingbei University? I understand now. Li Chen and that shadow in the black robe are in cahoots. Everyone, let's take action and avenge teacher Yuan Li. The remaining students of Qingbei University were filled with fervor, but no one made a move. After all, this guy's combat power was somewhat sinister. Clearly a summoner, he had easily killed a university student. They certainly didn't want to end up with their heads severed by Li Chen as well. Li Chen glanced at them, then turned his gaze to the shadow in the black robe, his brow furrowing. What if the other party continued to control others? Did he have to kill everyone around him? At that moment, Li Chen saw the shadow in the black robe slightly beckoning towards Li Menghan. Li Chen's expression changed. Damn! That familiar wave of soul energy again. However, at that moment, the Soul Reaper scythe in Li Chen's hand suddenly trembled. Li Chen suddenly had a flash of inspiration, raised the Soul Reaper scythe in his hand, and directly used a soul crystal. Consuming a soul crystal could double the effect of the Soul Reaper scythe. A faint ghostly light quickly appeared on the scythe, enveloping the entire blade. Li Chen swung down fiercely at the air between the shadow in the black robe and Li Menghan. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and thin, silk-like strands of dark energy emerged. Those dark strands were emanating from the shadow in the black robe, about to spread towards Li Menghan. However, at this moment, those strands had already been intercepted by the Soul Reaper scythe in Li Chen's hand. Li Menghan was startled, quickly retreating, and as she looked at the dark strands that had fallen to the ground, a sense of fear rose in her heart. Although she didn't know what it was, her instincts told her that if she got touched by this thing, she probably wouldn't fare well. Li Chen snorted coldly, looking at the Qingbei students who were glaring at him, and said, "Did you see that? Yuan Li and that student just now were both controlled by that shadow in the black robe." The Qingbei students were momentarily stunned. However, they quickly responded, "What can some strands prove?" "Exactly, you say whatever you want? I could just as easily say you deliberately let this happen to find an excuse for yourself. Even if teacher Yuan Li was controlled, you could just cut the strands. Why kill her? Your reasoning is too flimsy." Li Chen didn't waste words with them, his gaze falling on the shadow in the black robe ahead. At this moment, the shadow's gaze also landed on Li Chen. It paused for a moment at Li Chen's heart, then shifted to the Soul Reaper scythe in his hand. "Hand over that scythe, and I can spare all of you," the shadow's voice rang out, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Li Chen's brow furrowed even deeper as he raised the Soul Reaper scythe, looking at the shadow. "If you want it, come and take it. The Soul Reaper's scythe was his divine artifact, and Li Chen naturally wouldn't abandon it. Moreover, he could sense that the other party was somewhat wary of the Soul Reaper's scythe in his hand. What if he handed it over and the other party attacked? Tie his life to the other party's words? Wasn't that foolish? The shadow looked at Li Chen and fell silent. He could sense that if he could obtain this black scythe, he would be able to recover quickly. However, the guy in front of him, though not particularly powerful, gave him an instinctive sense of danger. Nevertheless, in the end, temptation overcame that sense of danger. The shadow moved, charging towards Li Chen in an instant. Li Chen, be careful, Shin Xiuhan shouted, and the attack that had been building up suddenly erupted. Two ice crystal dragons quickly coalesced and charged towards the shadow. Zhang Rui's long sword also formed a massive light sword, directly slashing down at the shadow. With a swing of his hands, the shadow tore apart the two ice crystal dragons. The enormous light sword struck the shadow without any attempt to evade, slicing through the black robe that enveloped it, and then it simply disintegrated. Beneath the torn black robe lay a bizarre flesh infused with a purple-gold hue, leaving no trace behind. Shin Xiuhan and Zhang Rui were horrified. What on earth was this? Their attacks seemed to be nothing more than a tickle to the opponent. In the next moment, the shadow appeared directly in front of Li Chen, reaching out towards the soul scythe in his hand. Li Chen felt as if he couldn't catch his breath. A tremendous pressure descended upon him, like a mountain, rendering him immobile. He could only watch helplessly as the figure in the black robe appeared before him, extending its right hand towards him. But at that moment, Li Chen's heart suddenly began to race. Bang! Bang! The rhythm of his heartbeat quickened, soon making him feel as if his entire body was boiling with agitation. Veins bulged on his forehead, and blood vessels throbbed visibly, giving him a somewhat terrifying appearance. Whoosh! The illusory record of the mountain and sea gods rapidly materialized before his eyes, flipping open. Li Chen felt as if a blood-red hue enveloped his vision. His heart raced as if it would leap out of his chest. The blood coursing through him felt like it was boiling, driving him into a frenzy. A surge of power rose swiftly within him, making Li Chen eager to unleash it. Otherwise, he feared he might explode. Ah! With a roar, the veins on his arms bulged, and he could even see the blood rushing through his veins. Before him was a sea of red, and following his body's instincts, Li Chen raised the soul scythe in his hand and swung it downwards. Bloodlight flashed, and a few drops splattered into Li Chen's eyes, causing the blood-red haze before him to quickly dissipate. He saw the soul scythe slice through the right arm of the figure in the black robe, as if cutting through tofu, severing it cleanly. The severed right arm of the shadow flipped in mid-air, vanishing into the illusory record of the mountain and sea gods. The figure before him seemed frozen in place, standing motionless. The shadow's eyes were filled with shock. Its gaze no longer rested on the soul scythe in Li Chen's hand but was fixated on Li Chen's heart. The shadow's eyes seemed to penetrate Li Chen's armor, seeing through his flesh to the heart that was beating violently. With each beat, the shadow could feel a power radiating from it, pressing down on him, immobilizing him. The heart! This is my heart! The shadow had awakened with most of its memories gone, only remembering the need to continuously devour soul power to regain strength and restore its memories. From the moment it awakened, it knew its heart was missing, but that did not hinder its existence. Upon seeing Li Chen, it sensed that this guy was extraordinary, as if there was some connection between them. Initially, it thought it was due to the scythe-like weapon in this guy's hand, from which it felt a powerful soul force. But only at this moment did the shadow understand why it felt this guy was so special. Because his heart was its own. The shadow wanted to move, to reach out and reclaim its heart, but it found itself unable to budge. Why was its own heart rejecting it so fiercely? It couldn't even get close. The shadow summoned all its strength, yet it still couldn't advance an inch. It wasn't until its arm was severed by the soul scythe that the shadow was jolted awake. Gathering all its strength, the shadow quickly retreated. Looking at its empty right arm, it fell into a brief silence. Then, Qi Ying's gaze fell on Li Chen. We will meet again. After giving Li Chen a deep look, Qi Ying quickly retreated, vanishing into a cave entrance. Although it was his own heart, Qi Ying understood that he could not retrieve it now. His fragmented memories were too many, and his power had recovered too little. But it didn't matter, knowing where his heart was enough. Sooner or later, he would return to reclaim his heart. As Qi Ying's presence completely disappeared, Shin Xiuhan and Zhang Rui's tense minds finally relaxed. That figure in the black robe was simply too strong, much stronger than that black giant dragon. Just the pressure of its aura made it hard for them to breathe. Then, Shin Xiuhan and Zhang Rui's gazes fell directly on Li Chen. They never expected that such a crisis would be resolved by Li Chen. Quickly approaching Li Chen, Shin Xiuhan asked, Li Chen, what just happened? Did you force that figure in the black robe back? Li Chen calmed his mind and shook his head at Shin Xiuhan. I don't know. I just instinctively swung my weapon. The Shanhai Jing, divine demon's record in front of him quickly closed, and Li Chen had no time to check where the arm that fell into it had gone. At this moment, Li Chen felt somewhat uneasy, because he had just seen that arm. It seemed identical to the corpse of the divine demon he had summoned with his formation. After he dug out the heart of that divine demon's corpse, it had disappeared. If that figure in the black robe was indeed that divine demon's corpse, then what was its purpose for appearing? Covering his heart, Li Chen felt his heartbeat gradually calming down, but his expression turned grim. Could it be to retrieve its heart? Shin Shohan looked at Li Chen, whose expression was changing, and did not ask further. This exploration mission is now over. The school will continue to investigate the matters here. We will leave and return immediately. Looking at the astonished students beside him, Shin Shohan reassured them. Zhang Rui arrived at the central position, perhaps due to the departure of the figure in the black robe. All the protective formations on the ground had vanished. Looking at the longevity grass among them, Zhang Rui did not hesitate and directly collected it all. At this moment, the students from Qingbei University, who had come back to their senses from the shock, began to cry softly. In this exploration mission, both of their school's leading teachers had died tragically, and several students had also perished. For them, it was like a nightmare. A sophomore student from Qingbei University looked at Shin Shohan with a grim expression and said, "Teacher Shin, you saw it with your own eyes. Li Chen killed teacher Yuanli and the student Zhang Huai. We must bring this murderer back to Qingbei University for punishment." The remaining students from Qingbei University wiped their tears and looked at Li Chen, their eyes filled with anger. "Yes, hand over Li Chen and let him pay for teacher Yuanli's life. Murderer, he deserves to be executed. Teacher Shin, just execute Li Chen on the spot." Seeing the righteous indignation of the Qingbei University crowd, Li Chen furrowed his brows. Then, Li Chen summoned Swan Ni, Kui Long, Xian Wu, and Cheng Long. Looking at the students from Qingbei University, Li Chen's expression was calm. "Who wants to kill me? Who can kill me?" Looking at the four summoned beasts behind Li Chen, the students from Qingbei University all fell silent. Li Menghan looked at Li Chen, a hint of emotion flashing in her eyes. How long had it been? Li Chen had grown to such an extent. Asking himself, even he probably couldn't handle Li Chen's four summoned beasts at this moment, right? However, not daring to look Li Chen in the eye, these students from Qingbei University turned their hostility toward Shin Shohan. "Teacher Shin, is Li Chen from your school trying to kill and silence us? He killed someone and is still so arrogant. Is this the academic style of Ganling Academy? Teacher Shin, we don't want to cause trouble either. We hope you can give us an explanation on behalf of Ganling Academy." Bai Miao frowned and said directly, "Explanation? What kind of explanation do you want? If it weren't for Li Chen driving away that black-robed figure just now, we would probably be dead." Shin Yaring raised an eyebrow and scolded, "Are you all blind? Didn't you see the dark silk thread that Li Chen just cut? Did you not see how strong that black-robed person was? It was very possible for him to control teacher Yuanli and that Zhang Huowei. Li Chen was acting in self-defense. What about your savior? Lu Yuhong, Li Yuhong, are you both mute? If it weren't for Li Chen coming over, we would have been overwhelmed by the monsters long ago." Lu Yuhong's eyes flickered as she said, "This cannot be conflated. It is an undeniable fact that Li Chen killed teacher Yuanli and classmate Zhang Huowei." Li Yuhong also looked conflicted and said, "I naturally believe my brother, but everyone saw it. There is no doubt that Li Chen killed. Even if it was self-defense, there was no need to kill, right?" Shin Shohan frowned tightly, glancing at the bodies of Dong Hanyu and Shin Shohan, feeling a headache coming on. "Don't worry, Ganling Academy will also investigate this matter, and we will give Qingbei University a result." Shin Shohan was naturally on Li Chen's side. That thread-like thing contains soul fluctuations, and it was very possible that, as Li Chen said, it could control others. However, even so, killing a teacher from Qingbei University would not end well. But no matter what, Shin Shohan could not let the people from Qingbei University take Li Chen away. Of course, they couldn't take him away. Shin Shohan glanced at the four summoned beasts behind Li Chen. If she and Zhang Rui didn't intervene, among the students from Qingbei University, only Li Menghan would have the strength to fight Li Chen, right? The students from Qingbei University looked on with anger in their eyes, but when they saw the summoned beasts behind Li Chen, they didn't dare to speak. In the end, the students from Qingbei University could only leave quickly with the bodies of the two teachers and students. Shin Shohan and Zhang Rui also hurriedly returned to Ganling Academy with Li Chen and the others. After returning, Shin Shohan and Zhang Rui quickly left. The death of two teachers from Qingbei University was no small matter. A lot of things needed to be dealt with. Li Chen and the others also dispersed on their own. This trip to the monster lair had left everyone very exhausted, and they needed to rest well. Li Chen quickly returned to his dormitory. He didn't know if it was because of his earlier racing heart, but he felt that his energy had not completely settled down. Although his body was a bit tired, his spirit was very excited, and he couldn't sleep at all. Seeing this, Li Chen simply went outside and summoned the Azure Dragon. Earlier, because of that black-robed figure, Li Chen had summoned the Azure Dragon back to the summoning space and didn't know what new changes had occurred after the Azure Dragon devoured that black dragon. At this moment, the Azure Dragon had grown much larger, and it could no longer fit inside the room. Moreover, compared to before, the Azure Dragon's aura had become much more robust. Li Chen knew this was due to the Azure Dragon's advancement. Then, Li Chen checked the Azure Dragon's attributes. Azure Dragon, rank, 6 stars, Monarch, qualification, 18, level, 12, basic attributes, strength, 1020, constitution, 1120, agility, 1060, mental power, 1040, skill. Dragon soars in the sky, uses its body to knock back 2 enemies, dealing 200% damage and inflicting a bleeding status, losing 2% health per second for 20 seconds. This skill has a 20% lifesteal effect. Skill, Dragon roars in the heavens, unleashes a dragon roar, dealing 160% damage to all enemies within a 500-meter range, with a 28% chance to inflict a stun effect. Upgrading the level can increase the skill range and stun probability. Skill, Power of the Azure Dragon. Each attack has a chance to grant itself a layer of Azure Dragon power, with each layer increasing damage by 3%, up to a maximum of 10 layers. Skill, Wrath of the Divine Dragon, can be activated when health drops to 50%, instantly clearing all negative states and tripling 4 basic attributes, with attacks carrying a suppression effect that lasts for 10 minutes, after which the user enters a 2-hour weakened state. Skill, Azure Dragon Domain. Upon activation, it envelopes a radius of 1 kilometer, granting all allies within the area Azurewood power, with allies possessing Azurewood power gaining a 30% lifesteal effect. Skill, Might of the Divine Dragon. After advancing to the 6th tier, the Azure Dragon begins to exhibit Dragon Might, applying a 10% suppression effect on any creature within 10 levels of itself, and a 30% suppression effect on any dragon-type creature. Skill, Black Flame Dragon Breath, capable of unleashing Black Flame Dragon Breath, dealing 300% damage and applying a burning state. Black Flame Dragon Breath is difficult to extinguish and cannot be put out by ordinary means. Description: one of the 4 spirits of heaven, master of Azurewood fate, skilled in the ability of spring transformation. Looking at the attributes of the Azure Dragon, Li Chen was momentarily stunned. The Azure Dragon's aptitude had actually increased slightly, reaching 18 points. It is known that while the tier of a summoned beast can be raised, its aptitude cannot. Yet, the Azure Dragon's aptitude had improved. Was the Azure Dragon special, or were the summoned beasts from the Shanhai Jing particularly unique? Li Chen's gaze flickered, feeling that it was more likely the latter. After the aptitude increased by 18 points, the Azure Dragon's 4 basic attributes completely broke through the 1,000 mark. It should be noted that the current Azure Dragon was only at level 12. Moreover, the Azure Dragon's skills had also received significant boosts, and it had gained an additional skill, Black Flame Dragon Breath. This was likely the result of devouring that black dragon. Now, the Azure Dragon had leaped to become the most powerful existence among Li Chen's summoned beasts. Just relying on the Azure Dragon alone, Li Chen felt invincible at the same level and could at least fight 5 levels higher. With all his summoned beasts combined, fighting 10 levels higher would be no problem. Then, Li Chen thought of the arm of that figure in the black robe and directly opened the Shanhai Shin Mo Lu. The illusory Shanhai Shin Mo Lu slowly opened, seemingly without any changes, and the arm that had fallen into it had completely disappeared. At that moment, the Shanhai Shin Mo Lu slowly flipped open and quickly stopped at a certain page. A blurred, illusory illustration was illuminated, and a summoning array automatically appeared before Li Chen. An egg, about the height of a person, appeared in front of him. Looking at the summoned beast egg that had appeared, Li Chen was momentarily taken aback. The egg was entirely a pitch-black color, exuding a familiar aura. The aura of the undead. This summoned beast egg is of the undead type? Li Chen frowned. If he guessed correctly, this completely black egg should be the result of the severed right arm of that figure in the black robe. The Shanhai Jing Shin Mo Lu had directly refined his right arm into this undead summoned beast egg. Was this change due to the fact that the figure in the black robe was a corpse of a divine demon? Li Chen probed a bit and found that he could not currently ascertain the specific information about this summoned beast. Unknown summoned beast egg requires the absorption of a large amount of undead power to successfully hatch. It needs to absorb undead power to hatch. Li Chen's gaze flickered slightly, and then he stored the egg in the summoning space. As for the undead power, Li Chen currently had no leads and could only wait to see if there would be an opportunity to hatch this egg in the future. Moreover, Li Chen did not have the time or energy to hatch the summoned beast egg right now. This exploration of the demon cave had caused a huge mess. He had personally slain teacher Yuan Li from Qingbei University and a student from Qingbei University. Although he had done it out of necessity, Qingbei University would not see it that way, and this matter would likely not end well. However, with teacher Shin Xiuhan and Zhang Rui present, they should help defend him a bit. With this thought in mind, Li Chen fell asleep. The next day, he woke up when the sun was high in the sky. The trip to the demon cave had drained a lot of his physical strength and energy, and coupled with the unusual activity in his heart, he felt extremely fatigued afterward. Rubbing the corners of his eyes, Li Chen picked up his phone and found a message from Shinyaru. The Shin family invited me to dinner? Li Chen raised an eyebrow at the content of the message. Although it was sent by Shinyaru, the invitation was not from her but from Shin Xiuhan. Moreover, it was not in Shin Xiuhan's personal capacity. She was representing the Shin family in inviting Li Chen. During his days at school, Li Chen had learned about the Shin family. The Shin family was affiliated with Jinling Academy and was one of the families of the powerful figures who founded Jinling Academy, holding significant weight there. Why did the Shin family invite him? Li Chen thought for a long time but still couldn't figure out the reason behind the invitation. However, he decided to accept the invitation. After all, he needed to find out about the reactions from Qingbei University through Shin Xiuhan. After tidying up a bit, Li Chen went directly to the meeting. The location Shin Xiuhan chose was a restaurant near the school. Li Chen quickly arrived and went to a private room on the second floor. Pushing the door open, he found Shin Xiuhan and Shinyaru already waiting. Li Chen, you are really hard to invite. My aunt and I have been waiting for you for over an hour. Shinyaru pouted in dissatisfaction as she looked at him. Li Chen smiled. I was a bit tired yesterday and slept a little longer. Then, after a pause, he continued, is it just the three of us? Li Chen had thought that with the Shin family's invitation, at least a couple more people would come. Shin Xiuhan nodded. This time, the main purpose of inviting you is just to have a meal. There's nothing too significant, just me and Yaru. What? Is that not enough people? Li Chen quickly shook his head. No, I was just asking casually. After sitting down, Shin Xiuhan began to have the dishes served. Li Chen didn't delay and directly asked Shin Xiuhan, Teacher Shin, what reaction has Qingbei University had regarding teacher Yuan Li's matter? Hearing Li Chen's words, Shin Xiuhan sighed and looked at him. Li Chen, you have put Jinling Academy in a difficult position this time. Not long after returning yesterday, Qingbei University began to exert pressure, wanting Jinling Academy to hand you over. The principal is not here, and I discussed it with several teachers. Many teachers felt that we shouldn't worsen the relationship between the two schools by handing you over. I stood against the majority and managed to withstand the pressure. Li Chen raised an eyebrow and looked at Shin Xiuhan. Thank you, Teacher Shin. This matter could easily be verified. It was not something that could be faked. It was indeed not easy for Shin Xiuhan to do this for him. However, it also showed the influence of the Shin family at Jinling Academy. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't have been able to stand against the majority. Shin Xiuhan waved her hand. Don't be in a hurry to thank me, this matter is not resolved yet. You should not know that the Yuan family, where Yuan Li is from, holds a position similar to that of the Shin family at Qingbei University. Now the Yuan family is also starting to make trouble. After all, Yuan Li is dead, and I can't be sure if I can protect you. Li Chen frowned slightly. If that were the case, he would have to consider whether to leave Jinling Academy. However, leaving Jinling Academy meant he would have to live in the wild and even face the pursuit of Qingbei University and the Yuan family. Even with 4 powerful summoned beasts, Li Chen felt uncertain. At that moment, Shinyara spoke up. Oh, aunt, don't scare him. Hurry up and tell him the solution. Shin Xiuhan shot Shinyaru a glare and pointed at her. You little girl, still so impatient. A solution? Li Chen was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Shin Xiuhan and asked, does Teacher Shin have a way to resolve this matter? Shin Xiuhan smiled and said, with me and Zhang Rui backing you, you are not entirely in the wrong. But the main issue is that Yuan Li is dead, so Qingbei and the Yuan family will not let this go easily. However, this is directed at you as just an ordinary student from Jinling Academy. If you had another identity, Qingbei and the Yuan family would have to think twice. For example, your identity as a member of the Li family from Tiannan. The Li family is also a prominent family in Tiannan, and your elder sister Li Tianlan is the top warrior in Tiannan. Plus she graduated from Qingbei University, and your second sister Li Menghan is still at Qingbei University. As long as you make good use of this connection, this matter might turn from danger to safety. Listening to Shin Xiuhan's words, Li Chen's expression instantly darkened. Teacher Shin, you should know from when you were recruiting that I have severed ties with the Li family. I have no relationship with the Li family now. Their status as a prominent family and my so-called elder and second sisters have nothing to do with me. Shin Xiuhan hesitated and said, but if you could just ease your relationship with your family, this matter could be easily resolved. Li Chen replied flatly, if what Teacher Shin suggests is this, then please don't mention it again. I would rather face Qingbei and the Yuan family directly than ease any relationship with the Li family." Shin Xiuhan nodded and then smiled. "Then, Li Chen, would you be willing to join our Shin family?" "Join the Shin family?" Li Chen was taken aback, not expecting Shin Xiuhan to say such a thing. Shin Xiuhan looked at Li Chen, quietly waiting for his response. From the time of recruitment, Shin Xiuhan had high hopes for Li Chen. After the trip to the Demon Cave, Shin Xiuhan valued Li Chen even more, believing his potential was greater than she had imagined. What she had just said was merely a test to see if he had truly severed ties with the Li family. The result pleased Shin Xiuhan greatly. At the same time, she felt disdain for the Li family. To treat such a talented individual poorly and push him away from home was truly laughable. Li Chen was silent for a while, then slowly spoke. "Teacher Shin, this matter is too sudden. I need to think it over. Joining a family is not a trivial matter." Shin Xiuhan smiled. "Don't worry, I'm not asking you to agree right now. I just wanted to mention it to you. Li Chen, I have high hopes for you. Regardless of whether you join the Shin family or not, I will do my utmost to help you. It's just that if you join the Shin family, this matter will be much easier to resolve. Rest assured, I absolutely do not intend to use this matter to coerce you into joining the Shin family. Even if you choose to join the Shin family, there will be no harsh conditions attached. On the contrary, our Shin family will provide you with the highest level of support." Hearing Shin Xiuhan's words, Li Chen expressed his gratitude once more. After that, the three of them had a meal, and Li Chen returned to school. On the way, Li Chen was still reflecting on Shin Xiuhan's words. Joining the Shin family? This is indeed a solution. However, Li Chen was not too willing in his heart. After all, joining a family means there would be a layer of constraint. The issue with Yuan Li still needed to be resolved. Li Chen estimated that even if Qingbei and the Yuan family applied pressure, Jinling Academy would not easily compromise. After all, he was now a well-known figure. If he just handed himself over, it would be a disgrace for Jinling Academy. Of course, to ensure that Jinling Academy would do everything to protect him, he must demonstrate corresponding value. The freshman competition. Originally, Li Chen planned to hide his strength and develop quietly during the competition, but now it seemed he must secure first place in the freshman competition. If that were the case, Jinling Academy would definitely protect him. After all, if they had to give away the first place in the freshman competition, Jinling Academy might as well not exist. It's still the best way to improve strength. Li Chen sighed, and after returning to the dormitory, he tidied up his things and prepared to head into the wild. No matter what, it was better to hunt in the wild before the freshman competition. This way, even if Qingbei and the Yuan family put pressure on him, they wouldn't be able to find him. After making up his mind, Li Chen packed his things and went to the school's treasury to stock up on a large amount of outdoor supplies. Healing potions and recovery potions were the top priority. At this time, there was still more than half a month until the freshman competition, and Li Chen planned to fully raise the levels of his summoned beasts. Then he would see the lifespan of the magical creatures he obtained and check if he could upgrade another summoned beast to 6 stars. Half a month later, on the eve of the freshman competition, Li Chen returned to Jinling Academy. Shin Yaruong found him immediately. "Li Chen, where have you been all this time? I couldn't reach you at all." Shin Yaruong looked at Li Chen, her face showing a hint of anxiety. Li Chen smiled and said, "Of course, I went out to hide and level up, improving my strength." Then Li Chen asked, "By the way, while I was gone, did Qingbei and the Yuan family make any moves?" Shin Yaruong nodded and said, "Of course, 3 days after you disappeared, Qingbei and the Yuan family sent people to Jinling to demand you. We in Jinling certainly couldn't just hand you over. The people from Qingbei and the Yuan family almost came to blows. Fortunately, you weren't here, otherwise, who knows what they might have done." At this point, Shin Yaruong paused and then looked at Li Chen and said, "By the way, I have some bad news for you. This Yuan Li is actually the third daughter of the direct family head of the Yuan family. You're in big trouble now. This time, Qingbei University has requested to hold the freshman competition jointly with our Jinling Academy, with all the freshmen being assessed together. I feel there's a conspiracy behind it, and it might be aimed at you." Hearing Shin Yaruong's words, Li Chen's brows furrowed tightly. He didn't expect that Yuan Li would be involved in so many issues. During the past half-month, Li Chen had also been targeted by the Yuan family in the wild, killing 3 members of the Yuan family again. It was only when he ventured deeper into the wild that he managed to shake off the Yuan family's entanglement. At that time, he was still wondering why the Yuan family was so persistent. It turned out that this Yuan Li was the daughter of the Yuan family head. Shin Yaruong looked at Li Chen and said, "By the way, my aunt asked me to ask you how you feel about joining the Shin family that we talked about before. As long as you join the Shin family, they will definitely help you settle this matter." Li Chen looked at Shin Yaruong and said, I'll let you know whether I join the Shin family after the freshman competition. At this moment, Li Chen still felt somewhat reluctant to join a family. Everything would be decided after the freshman competition. If it really came to it, this was also an option. Otherwise, he might not be able to withstand the Yuan family's retaliation. Shin Yaruong nodded. Alright, you should go back and rest well. The freshman competition officially starts tomorrow. I hope you can achieve a good ranking. After saying that, Shin Yaruong went straight back. Li Chen returned to the dormitory and first cleaned himself up. After half a month of hunting in the wild, although he could find water sources to bathe, he still felt a bit smelly. After half a month of living in the wild, Li Chen's skin had tanned a lot, and his physique had become more robust. At this point, Li Chen's level had reached level 18. This level increase could be considered quite fast among the freshmen. Most of the freshmen were hovering around level 16. After all, with the help of his summoned beasts, hunting magical creatures and leveling up was relatively easy. However, compared to Li Chen's level, the levels of his summoned beasts had not increased much. All of them had reached level 15. There was no way around it. The upgrade requirements for divine beasts were simply too high. However, Li Chen's gaze soon fell on a section of his attributes. Monster lifespan, 308 years. The harvest of monster lifespan is quite substantial, enough for Li Chen to upgrade a summoned beast to the 6-star lord rank. Without hesitation, Li Chen summoned the Swan and Eye. After all, the summoned beast he was linked to was the Swan and Eye, so upgrading it was the best choice. After the Swan and Eye leveled up, its 4 basic attributes would increase, and the enhancement of skills would also benefit Li Chen in the same way. If it weren't for the current situation, the first summoned beast Li Chen would upgrade would be the Swan and Eye, not the Qinglong. Having made up his mind, Li Chen began summoning the beast eggs needed for the Swan Knees upgrade. Soon, Li Chen spent 250 years of monster lifespan to summon a Swan and Eye core egg and 3 5-star low-quality summoned beast eggs. The Swan and Eye opened its mouth, and the core egg instantly transformed into pure primordial power, which flowed into the Swan Knees mouth. The 3 summoned beast eggs nearby also turned into primordial power, quickly swirling around the Swan and Eye before slowly merging into its body. At the same time, Li Chen felt his own power continuously amplifying. The power of the link manifested, and the Swan Knees upgrading power also resonated with Li Chen, helping him enhance his strength. Soon, all the primordial power was absorbed into the Swan Knees body, and the Swan and Eye completed its upgrade. At this moment, the fur on the Swan and Eye became increasingly shiny, faintly radiating a glow. Li Chen checked the attributes of the Swan and Eye. Swan and Eye, rank, 6-star, Lord, quality, 17, level, 15, basic attributes, strength, 1050, constitution, 1022, agility, 1020, spirit, 1000, skill, charged strike, condenses power, dashes out quickly, delivering a fatal blow, causing 300% of its own damage. Skill, splash erasure, after killing an enemy, can deal 150% splash damage to all enemies within a 4-meter radius of the slain enemy. Upgrading level can increase splash range. Skill, evil seal removal, surrounded by smoke and fire, can briefly seal the enemy, rendering them immobile and unable to attack. Skill, soul concealment, passive skill, after killing an enemy, has a 40% chance to enter a soul state for 30 seconds. In soul state, immune to any physical attacks, magic attack damage reduced by 80%. Upgrading level can increase the chance of entering soul state. Skill, Heavenly Auspice, passive skill, after killing an enemy, has a 70% chance to gain a layer of auspicious state, which increases its own damage by 20% and reduces damage taken by 20%. The auspicious state can stack up to 2 layers, each lasting 1 minute. Description: one of the 9 sons of the dragon, resembling a lion, more robust, fond of fire and smoke, with swift and strange attacks, can serve as an assassin. The Swan and Eye had only increased in rank, and its quality had not improved, so at level 15, its 4 basic attributes just broke 1,000, which was not as good as the Qinglong. However, the other skills had also seen significant improvements. Most importantly, the Swan Knees enhancements could be transmitted to Li Chen through the link. Li Chen checked his current attributes. Name, Li Chen. Occupation, Summoner of Mountain and Sea Gods and Demons. Level, 18. Summoned Beasts, Juyen, Swan Enang, Kueilong, Xianwu. Basic attributes, Strength, 1205. Constitution, 1180. Agility, 1140. Spirit, 1290. Lifespan, 10 years. Monster lifespan, 58 years. Skills, Charged Strike, Splash Erasure. Li Chen's average of the 4 basic attributes had already surpassed 1200, and he was even close to catching up with the Qinglong. Now, Li Chen, relying solely on himself, was enough to sweep away most of the newcomers. In this new student competition, he aimed to shine brightly, making the Qingbei and Yuan families think twice before daring to touch him. Early the next morning, Li Chen directly went out, heading towards the playground. The freshman competition was held on the largest playground of the Ganling Academy. As soon as Li Chen arrived at the playground, he saw a large number of students already gathered there. Look, it's Li Chen. What do you think? What place will he achieve in this freshman competition? I don't know. After all, Li Chen is the top scorer of the college entrance examination. He should do well, at least make it into the top 3, right? This time, Tsinghua and Peking University are also here. I heard that their top freshman, Yuan Wu, not only has a hidden profession but also has the backing of the Yuan family. He has been crazily improving his strength lately, determined to take first place. Yeah, Tsinghua and Peking University have to get involved. Although it won't affect our school's ranking alone, the overall ranking will definitely drop. It's really annoying. Li Chen walked slowly into the playground, listening to the discussions around him, his gaze flickering. Tsinghua and Peking University had come this time, probably for him. Although he didn't know what they wanted to do, Li Chen felt confident. No matter what means the other party wanted to use, he was ready to face it. Wow! Look, there's a beautiful girl, and she seems to have wings. What kind of bird-human beauty is this? Haven't you seen one before? This is a feather person, a type of, very gentle in nature. I wish I could have a feather person girlfriend. Put, you want her to be your girlfriend? You better surpass her in strength first. Feather people are born ranged fighters, whether archers or mages, they are top-notch. You probably don't stand a chance. Soon, everyone's attention was drawn to the beautiful girl entering. Aside from one particularly strong freshman, most people were mainly focused on looks. The entrance of a beautiful girl was enough to cause waves of cheers. After all, students from Tsinghua and Peking University were also present, and there were quite a few unfamiliar faces, especially beautiful ones, leaving many dazzled. At that moment, 2 figures quickly squeezed their way over to Li Chen. Li Chen, you're here. Xin Yalong, accompanied by another girl, quickly reached Li Chen's side, looking at him with a smile. Li Chen nodded at Xin Yalong, then his gaze fell on the girl beside her. The girl next to Xin Yalong was stunningly beautiful. Dressed in a white dress, she stood gracefully, and with her exquisitely delicate face, she exuded an otherworldly charm. However, Li Chen's gaze soon landed on her ears. They were very pointed. A half-elf. No wonder her appearance was so striking. Xin Yalong was a half-demon, so she must have a good relationship with some mixed-blood beings. Xin Yalong smiled and pointed at the half-elf, saying, Li Chen, this is Shiri, my best friend, and also a freshman from Tsinghua University. I tell you, she ranks 6th among the freshmen at Tsinghua University. Li Chen's eyes flickered for a moment, then he nodded at Shiri. A smile appeared on Shiri's face as she looked at Li Chen and said, I've heard Yalong mention you for a long time. My ears are almost calloused from listening. Finally, I get to see the real person. As she spoke, Shiri looked Li Chen up and down, revealing a meaningful smile. Indeed a handsome talent. Xin Yalong's face instantly flushed, and she looked at Shiri, saying, Hey, what are you talking about? Shiri teased, just stating the facts. Haven't you been calling out Li Chen's name all the time? I brought you here to introduce you to Li Chen, Shiri. What nonsense are you talking about? Xin Yalong's gaze darted away, not daring to look at Li Chen, and could only vent her frustration on Shiri, raising her hand towards Shiri's waist. The playful banter between the two beauties naturally attracted a lot of attention from those around them. However, Li Chen's brows furrowed slightly. He raised his head and scanned the stands around the playground. Li Chen sensed a malicious gaze falling upon him. Li Chen's mental strength now reached over 1200, higher than that of some level 20 mages, so he could naturally sense certain things. For example, unmasked malice. Soon, Li Chen's gaze locked onto a figure in the stands. It was the teacher's rest area of Qingbei University, also the viewing area for Qingbei University, with a prime location. An old man's eyes were fixed on him, filled with resentment and venom. Shinyaru and Shirue were playfully teasing each other when they noticed something was off with Li Chen's expression and couldn't help but ask, What's wrong? Li Chen, what are you looking at? The old man, seeing Li Chen's gaze meet his, snorted coldly and shifted his attention away. Li Chen pointed at the old man and asked Shirue, Do you know who that person is? Shirue glanced over and replied directly, He's one of our team leaders from Qingbei University, Yuan Tianhong. So he's from the Yuan family, no wonder. Li Chen withdrew his gaze. It seemed this freshman competition would definitely have some unexpected developments. However, this was Ganling Academy, so they probably wouldn't take any overt actions. At that moment, many spectators began to take their seats in the stands. These spectators included second and third year students, many teachers, and even more parents of students. After all, this was the first major competition for the new students, and some parents would come to watch. The Li family members also hurried over, as Linen was relatively close to Tiannan. Li Tianlan and Li Xiaoman were also pulled over by Yang Chunhong. Li Menghan, being from Qingbei University herself, found a reason to join the group. She knew about Li Chen killing Yuan Li and had been lingering around Qingbei University for the past half-month, but with little effect. Therefore, she wanted to ask her parents for help with Li Chen. The Li family settled down and began discussing the many students below. Yang Chunhong spoke up, so many new students, all national elites. I wonder what ranking Yu Hong will achieve. Li Xiaoman smiled and said, Yu Hong has a hidden profession with great potential. The more he levels up, the stronger his combat power will become. He will definitely make it into the top 10 this time. Li Tianlan nodded in agreement. Yu Hong has been working hard lately, often contacting me to ask about swordsmanship. He will surely achieve a good ranking in this freshman competition. Just then, Li Manghan, who had just arrived, couldn't help but interject, Mom and Dad, you haven't seen Li Chen in action. His combat power is very strong now. He should have no problem making it into the top 3 in this freshman competition. Upon hearing Li Chen's name, Li Mingda's expression darkened instantly. Haven't I told you? Don't mention that ungrateful son's name in front of me. Yang Chunhong also said coldly, with him, top 3? I doubt he can even make it into the top 100. Li Xiaoman chimed in, exactly, second sister, have you lost your mind? This time it's a joint freshman competition between Jinling Academy and Qingbei University. Li Chen is just relying on a few summoned beasts. How can he achieve a good ranking? A hint of anxiety flashed across Li Menghan's brow. She initially wanted to mention Li Chen's potential to ease her parents' hostility towards him before asking for help, but now it seemed their attitude towards Li Chen hadn't softened at all. Li Menghan couldn't hold back any longer and directly brought up the matter of Li Chen and Yuan Li. Mom and Dad, this time Yuan Tianhong from the Yuan family is leading the team. The Yuan family will definitely make trouble. Please help Li Chen, after all, he is a member of the Li family. Li Mingda snorted coldly, I knew this ungrateful son would cause trouble, killing someone from the Yuan family. Isn't this bringing disaster upon our Li family? Yang Chunhong added anxiously, yes, the Yuan family is a prominent family in the capital and has deep ties with Qingbei University. We can't offend them because of Li Chen. Yu Hong is still studying at Qingbei, so we need to clarify our relationship with Li Chen. Otherwise, it would be bad if Yu Hong gets involved later. Li Xiaoman nodded in agreement, saying, exactly, second sister, are you crazy? You actually want us to help with this? The most important thing is to clarify the relationship, right? Don't forget, you are also a student at Qingbei University. Do you want to graduate and face difficulties? Li Tianlan frowned slightly, not saying much, but even she felt that this matter was quite tricky. Li Menghan was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Li Mingda and the others, saying, Mom and Dad, no matter what, Li Chen is still your own flesh and blood. How can you just ignore him like this? Li Mingda waved his hand, saying, stop it, what flesh and blood? He has already severed ties with us. Yang Chunhong also sharply said, exactly, have you ever seen a child who lays hands on their own parents? Flesh and blood? He doesn't even acknowledge us anymore. Should we still go and stick our warm faces to his cold backside? Li Menghan opened her mouth, but looking at the expressions of the others, she couldn't say anything. Clearly, they were blood relatives, so how did it come to this? Even when Li Chen was in life-threatening danger, they were unwilling to lend a hand. At that moment, a commotion arose below. It was Shin Shohan. This time, the freshman competition was hosted by Shin Shohan. Students, please quiet down. Our freshman competition is about to begin. I believe everyone already knows that this freshman competition is being held together with our brother school, Qingbei University, which is quite a rare event. On behalf of Jinling Academy, I welcome all the teachers and students from Qingbei University. After a brief opening statement, Shin Shohan quickly got to the point. Alright, next, I will introduce the specific rules of this freshman competition. All the freshmen quieted down, afraid of missing any rules. This freshman competition will still follow the previous rules of Jinling Academy, divided into 2 parts. The first part is the familiar college entrance examination model, the Secret Realm Challenge. Similar to the college entrance examination rules, once you enter the Secret Realm, you will be scored based on the difficulty of clearing it and the time taken. The second part is the arena competition. Before the arena competition begins, a ranking will be established based on the scores from the first part's Secret Realm. At that time, everyone can challenge those ranked higher than themselves. If the challenger succeeds, the rankings of the challenger and the challenged will be swapped. Those who are continuously challenged can rest and recover, facing each challenge in their strongest form. Remember, each person only has 3 chances to challenge, so choose your opponents wisely. By the way, this year's arena competition has a new rule. Regardless of life or death, if you can't hold on, you must admit defeat in time, otherwise, you may die in the arena. For specific matters, you can ask the teachers around you, they will provide detailed answers. After explaining the rules, Shin Shohan's gaze fell on the resting area of Qingbei University, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. The rule of no regard for life or death in this freshman arena competition was proposed by Qingbei University, and they had used Yuan Li's death to force Jinling Academy to agree. Shin Xiuhan understood that this was aimed at Li Chen. It was likely that Qingbei University and the Yuan family wanted to take action against Li Chen in the arena. If Shin Xiuhan didn't know Li Chen's strength, she probably wouldn't have easily agreed. With Li Chen's combat ability, even if he couldn't win, he had enough capability to protect himself. After hearing Shin Xiuhan explain the rules, the students were in an uproar. What's going on? The arena actually has no regard for life or death? Doesn't that mean there will be life-threatening danger? It's just an arena competition. How could there be any life-threatening danger? Everyone is a classmate, and we won't be fighting to the death. This is merely to help us understand our own strength and not challenge those who are far beyond us. I actually think this is the school honing us. You know, between life and death is where we can improve our strength the fastest. I've realized it. I must challenge a very strong opponent. Almost all the freshmen were discussing the matter of the arena competition, whether it was life or death. After all, this had never happened before. Li Chen's gaze flickered as he glanced at the teacher's rest area at Qingbei University. It seemed the other side wanted to make a move during the arena competition. Come on, if they intended to take the opportunity to strike, he wouldn't hold back at all. Soon, a massive portal to a secret realm descended from the sky, quickly arriving at the center of the playground. Students, the secret realm is not interconnected. Timing is individual. Adjust your mindset and unleash your strongest abilities. This secret realm has a total of 4 difficulty levels. Please choose the appropriate difficulty based on your strength. Choosing a difficulty that is too high may result in failure to clear it. Shin Xiuhan's voice rang out again, and as her words fell, beams of light burst forth from the portal, enveloping all the freshmen on the playground. After selecting the difficulty, the freshmen would be sucked into the secret realm to begin their challenge. Wow! There are actually 4 difficulty levels, with the highest being Hell difficulty above Nightmare difficulty. This is the first time I've heard of it. Just a friendly reminder, the intensity of Hell difficulty is several times that of Nightmare difficulty. Not everyone can handle it, even those in the top 10 of the freshman rankings might not dare to enter. Thanks for the reminder, I almost chose that. I'll stick with the hard difficulty. With my strength, clearing it should be no problem. The students' discussions erupted, and soon figures began to vanish into the portal, clearly choosing their difficulties to start the Secret Realm challenge. Li Chen's eyes also revealed the information about the Secret Realm. Secret Realm, Abyss of the Undead, Secret Realm level 13 to 20, difficulty, easy hard nightmare hell, description. The Abyss of the Undead contains various undead creatures. The strength of the creatures varies with the difficulty level. Please choose the difficulty wisely for your challenge. The Abyss of the Undead? Li Chen raised an eyebrow, not expecting this time to be an undead secret realm. Just right, he had a pitch-black summoning beast egg in his Shanghai Divine Demon record that needed to absorb undead power. He wondered if killing the undead creatures in this secret realm would grant him undead power. Without hesitation, Li Chen directly chose the Hell difficulty level, and then his figure flashed as he quickly entered the secret realm. With the 4 divine beasts and the connection to the swan and eye, Li Chen felt very confident. Once all the freshmen had entered the secret realm, beams of light shot out from the portal, displaying scenes of each freshman within the secret realm. Everyone's gaze fell upon the light screens, watching the freshmen's performances. That must be a freshman from Jinling Academy, choosing the hard difficulty. Their clearing speed is so fast, it seems they are playing it safe. Clearing the nightmare difficulty is also possible with this strength. Look, that's Shirue from Qingbei University. Wow, their combat power is so strong, they can advance quickly even in nightmare difficulty? Beautiful and powerful, it's hard not to develop a crush. Old pervert is just an old pervert, still talking about crushes, making it sound so poetic. A wave of sighs arose, but more eyes were focused on Shirue's light screen, observing seriously. Aside from a few old perverts particularly focused on the beauties, most of the audience was still paying attention to those freshmen who chose Nightmare and Hell difficulties. After all, those who could choose these 2 difficulties were all extremely strong. At this moment, in the Abyss of the Undead, Li Chen looked at the gray sky ahead and summoned all the swan and eye. Since it has been decided to take the first place in this freshman competition with high profile, let's push through directly. Ahead, skeleton soldiers began to appear, charging towards Li Chen with weapons in hand. Li Chen mounted on the Xuanwu and charged towards these skeleton soldiers. These skeleton soldiers were pitch black, shimmering with a ghostly light, clearly not ordinary skeletons. Elite skeleton soldier, cunning, attributes, strength, 240, Constitution, 250, Agility, 220, Mental Power, 20 Skills, Charge, Berserk just skeleton soldiers, yet their strength, constitution, and agility had all surpassed 200. It was simply terrifying. It should be noted that Li Chen's 4 basic attributes breaking through 1,200 was largely due to his connection with the Swan Ni. Most of the new students now probably had only a little over 200 in their 4 basic attributes. With so many elite skeleton soldiers charging in, ordinary new students would likely last only a few minutes. But for Li Chen, these skeleton soldiers were no different from delivering vegetables. Under Li Chen's command, the Swan Ni charged forward quickly towards the elite skeleton soldiers. After leveling up, the Swan Ni's combat power had greatly increased, and these so-called elite skeleton soldiers simply couldn't withstand it, quickly being cut down. The splatter damage continued to spread out, covering the surrounding elite skeleton soldiers, causing them to fall in droves. After leveling up, the Swan Ni's area of effect for splatter damage had also increased significantly, greatly enhancing its area damage capability. Meanwhile, Kuei Long was also taking action, unleashing a dense force of thunder that struck down on these elite skeleton soldiers, instantly electrocuting a group. The Qinglong charged out directly, weaving and crashing through the elite skeleton soldiers, annihilating a section in an instant. In less than 2 minutes, a large area of elite skeleton soldiers ahead had all fallen to the ground, turning into a pile of skeleton frames. At that moment, from among the shattered skeletons, wisps of transparent energy began to rise, quickly reaching Li Chen's side. Then, this energy directly entered Li Chen's body, swiftly sinking into the summoning space, landing in the pitch-black summoning beast egg. It disappeared quickly. Useful. A glimmer of joy flashed in Li Chen's eyes. It seemed that this so-called necromantic power could be obtained by killing undead creatures. He wondered if, after clearing this necromantic abyss, he could satisfy the necromantic power needed by that black summoning beast egg. Li Chen looked ahead and continued to charge forward. Clearing the secret realm, the choice of difficulty was one aspect, but the time taken to clear it was also an important consideration. He needed to speed up the process. A large number of undead monsters surged forth again, their momentum overwhelming, but they could not stop Li Chen and his summoned beast's charge. At this moment, outside, all eyes in the stands were fixed on the light screen. A few students were under intense scrutiny, but most people's attention was on their light screens, and Li Chen was naturally one of them. Even teachers like Shin Xiuhan were watching Li Chen's light screen, eager to see his combat power. Spending half a month hunting in the wild can help avoid Qingbei and the Yuan family while also enhancing one's strength. But I wonder how much your strength can improve. Shin Xiuhan's gaze flickered, her heart feeling somewhat conflicted. On one hand, she hoped Li Chen could demonstrate formidable strength, as that would make Jinling Academy less likely to give up on him due to Yuan Li's incident. On the other hand, she had some selfish thoughts, hoping Li Chen wouldn't show too much strength, because if he did, the chances of him joining the Shin family would increase. Most others were paying attention to him because of his status as the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Many people felt that Li Chen's title as the top scorer in the college entrance examination was undeserved, so they wanted to see if his strength truly matched this title. However, when they saw the scene in Li Chen's light screen, everyone was stunned. No way? How can this Li Chen's summoned beast be so strong in combat? Yeah, this is a bit exaggerated, right? That's a hell-level secret realm, and the undead monsters inside can't even stop Li Chen's advance. Ai Miao also chose a hell-level difficulty, and while it seems manageable, you can clearly feel her immense pressure, which is in stark contrast to Li Chen. This is only in the secret realm. If it were in the wild, those monsters would probably run away from Li Chen. Watching Li Chen's light screen, everyone began to discuss. They never expected Li Chen to be this strong. In the light screen, Li Chen faced a new group of undead monsters again. They were undead knights. These undead knights were around level 18 and of a decent rank, bolstered by the hell-level secret realm, each one capable of facing a reasonably strong newcomer alone. Now, there were over 100 undead knights appearing before Li Chen. The charge of hundreds of undead knights moved most of the onlookers. This charge would surely require Li Chen to respond seriously, right? The next moment, everyone saw the Azure Dragon charge directly at the undead knights ahead. The Azure Dragon itself was tough and resilient, and with its powerful recovery ability, it could serve as a warrior with healing capabilities. The Azure Dragon quickly dashed through the group of undead knights, scattering them. Then, the figure of the Swanee appeared rapidly among the undead knights, beginning to reap their lives. Bolts of thunder gathered from the sky and quickly struck down, shattering several undead knights. The power of thunder was inherently effective against the undead, and the strength of the Kuei Long's thunder was immense. These undead knights had little room to resist under its might. Li Chen rode on the Xuanwu, his speed never slowing as he charged through the undead knights. Watching Li Chen's actions, the surrounding spectators were stunned. No way? He just went through like that? Are these undead monsters just standing around? Undead monsters don't eat, but this Li Chen is a bit too abnormal. All 4 of his summoned beasts are too powerful. I used to think Li Chen's title as the top scorer was undeserved, but now it seems he really has some skills. This is a bit exaggerated, right? Compared to other newcomers, Li Chen's performance is simply a total crush. I think in this newcomer competition, Li Chen is likely to take first place. This is a competition between 2 schools, and Tsinghua and Peking University are here too. If Li Chen can take first, that would be quite impressive. He's just relying on his summoned beasts. He's only acting tough in the secret realm. Once he's on the arena, the limitations will greatly reduce his combat effectiveness. Who knows who will win or lose? In the secret realm, after quickly dealing with the undead knights, Li Chen continued to delve deeper into the secret realm. On the viewing platform, Li Menghan looked at the scene in the light screen, her face showing a hint of excitement. She could see that compared to when they were in the demon lair, Li Chen's combat power had increased significantly. Looking at her parents beside her, Li Menghan couldn't help but speak again. "Mom and Dad, you see how strong Li Chen's combat power is now. Someone like him would be sought after by various families and forces outside. He is one of the Li family, let him come back." With Li Chen here, the Li family will definitely rise to a new level. Until this moment, Li Menghan still held on to hope in her heart. She hoped he could return, hoped her parents could change their attitude towards Li Chen, and hoped the family could be happily together. Li Tianlan looked at Li Chen's light screen, his gaze flickering, but he said nothing. Li Mingda's expression was unpredictable. As the head of the Li family, he could naturally see Li Chen's value, but just thinking about Li Chen's attitude towards him made him furious. This Li Chen, so rebellious against him, what if he had great potential? Yang Chunhong spoke directly. What if his combat power is strong? No matter how strong, he is just a summoner. This profession determines his limits. Just wait, as his level increases, his combat power will only weaken. Li Menghan bit her lip as she listened to her mother's words. She felt her mother was deluded. She had clearly seen the potential Li Chen displayed, and she had been present when Li Chen used the talent testing stone, yet now she was still deceiving herself. Just as Li Menghan was about to continue persuading, a gasp arose around them. "Look, who is that? He has also broken through the second level of hell difficulty, just a bit slower than Li Chen." Li Menghan turned around and saw a figure quickly charging out from a group of undead knights in a light screen, sending all the surrounding undead knights flying and crashing heavily to the ground. Li Menghan was stunned, then realized that the light screen belonged to Qingbei University. It was Yuan Hanwu, a freshman in his first year. Yuan Hanwu was ranked 3rd among the new students at Qingbei University. Due to some matters, he had not participated in the dungeon incident and had been focused on improving his strength. Li Menghan had some impression of him, but she did not expect Yuan Hongwu's combat power to be so high. He had only been slightly slower than Li Chen in clearing the second part of the hell difficulty secret realm, but with such combat power, how could he only be ranked 3rd among the new students? Li Menghan frowned slightly. Yuan Hongwu was from the Yuan family, and he would definitely cause trouble for Li Chen in the arena later. For a moment, Li Menghan's thoughts raced, and her gaze fell back onto Li Chen's light screen, watching intently. At this moment, in the light screen, Li Chen had already reached the 3rd area of the secret realm. A large number of undead monsters began to appear ahead. This time, it was not a single type of undead monster. Undead skeletons, undead cavalry, undead archers, undead mages. Like an army, various undead monsters surged forth, blocking Li Chen's path. For the first time, Li Chen stopped, looking at the undead monsters ahead, his brow slightly furrowed. So many undead monsters would not be easy to deal with. With a thought, he still sent the Azure Dragon to the front, charging towards the undead monsters. The undead archers acted first, shooting a volley of bone arrows towards the Azure Dragon. When these arrows struck the Azure Dragon, they only made a crisp sound before falling to the ground, not injuring the Azure Dragon in the slightest. The Azure Dragon charged into the undead monsters, preparing to disrupt their formation, but the undead mages acted. Waves of undead magic coalesced and shot towards the Azure Dragon, actually forcing the Azure Dragon back. Li Chen frowned. These undead mages were too much of a threat. Various corrosive undead magic would significantly reduce the Azure Dragon's defense. Of course, if the Azure Dragon charged recklessly, it could still disrupt the enemy's formation. But in that case, the Azure Dragon would also suffer considerable damage. The art of a summoner is to cause the greatest damage with the least casualties. For a summoner, their summoned beasts are life. If they can achieve it without loss, they will never let their summoned beasts get hurt. With a thought, the azure dragon soared into the sky, then opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of black flames towards the undead creatures below. A massive wave of black fire engulfed the undead monsters. These black flames were extremely corrosive and difficult to extinguish. Once they attached themselves, they could inflict severe burning damage. Meanwhile, the Kuei dragon also began to act, summoning bolts of thunder that quickly struck down, causing chaos among the horde of undead creatures. Following this, Li Chen commanded the Swan Ni to take action. The Swan Ni dashed forward, and as it approached the undead monsters, it accelerated once more. After a few flashes, the Swan Ni appeared beside the undead mages at the back, slashing with its sharp claws. These undead mages posed the greatest threat among the undead creatures, so they had to be eliminated first. Soon, under the Swan Ni's assault, all the undead mages were swiftly slain. Afterward, Li Chen instructed the Swan Ni and the others to coordinate, quickly dispatching the remaining undead monsters. Although it took a bit more time, Li Chen still passed through this area unscathed, rapidly moving deeper ahead. At this moment, the spectators outside were in an uproar as they watched the scene inside. No way, this Li Chen is just too abnormal, right? He just cleared the third part of the hell level difficulty secret realm? I really envy him. His luck is incredible, summoning 4 powerful beasts. If I could summon such strong creatures, I would also want to be a summoner. What are you thinking? It's not just that his summoned beasts are strong, didn't you see? In the previous battle, he commanded the summoned beasts in an orderly manner, perfectly utilizing their characteristics with every action. That's not something an ordinary summoner can achieve. Some people began to shift their attention to the other new students attempting the hell level difficulty, eager to see their progress. Isn't that Bai Miao, the top freshman from Jinling Academy? She's only just cleared the second part of the hell difficulty secret realm, and from the looks of her, she's already exhausted quite a bit of energy. Bai Miao's combat power is already impressive. Her marksmanship is extraordinary. Even some second-year students would struggle against her. Yeah, but even so, Bai Miao is still under immense pressure facing the undead monsters inside. There's no helping it, this Li Chen is just too abnormal, or rather, his summoned beasts are too powerful. It's no wonder he's the top scorer in the college entrance examination, he's just strong. Subsequently, many people's gazes fell upon Yuan Hongwu's screen. At this moment, Yuan Hongwu was engaged in battle with the undead monsters of the third part. His weapon was a pair of gauntlets, and his attack style was bold and aggressive, charging directly into the horde of undead monsters and launching frenzied attacks. It was evident that his 4 basic attributes were very high. He could explode an undead knight with a single punch. Moreover, his physical defense was extremely high, and the attacks from the undead monsters barely harmed him. He moved like a war god, rampaging through the horde of undead creatures, quickly cutting through to the back. After eliminating all the undead mages, Yuan Hanwu let out a sigh of relief. A white mist began to emanate from his body, as if sweat were evaporating. After standing still for a few minutes, Yuan Hongwu opened his eyes again, seemingly fully re-energized, and continued to delve deeper inside. Damn, this Yuan Hongwu is also a freak. His combat power is astonishing. Yuan Hongwu fights solely with his body. From this perspective, he even surpasses Li Chen. Are all the new students this abnormal? They're all so strong. I really don't know who will be the first in the final freshman competition. At this moment, within the screen, Li Chen was still unaware that he had become the center of attention. He paused once more, as another undead monster appeared ahead. Just one. However, feeling the imposing presence emanating from the other party, Li Chen's brows furrowed slightly. He sensed a familiar aura from the other person, the aura of a 6-star monarch. Without any hesitation, Li Chen directly checked the information of the other party. Undead monarch, rank, 6-star, monarch, level, 18, attributes, skills, a 6-star ranked undead creature. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, noticing that the other party was quite tall, completely enveloped in a suit of pitch-black armor. Its eyes were flickering green ghost flames, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. The weapon of this undead monarch was a black scythe. It resembled Li Chen's soul scythe, but lacked its quality. Raising the black scythe in hand, the undead monarch caused a large number of skeleton soldiers to emerge from the ground before it. Subsequently, a summoning array appeared, and numerous undead archers and undead mages materialized. An undead monarch, a one-man army. Li Chen's brows tightened. No wonder there was only one undead creature here. One was enough. Watching the undead creatures summoned by the undead monarch, Li Chen waved his hand, instructing the Swan Ni and Kuei Long to deal with them. The Azure Dragon charged directly at the undead monarch. In terms of individual combat, the Azure Dragon was the most comprehensive and powerful. The undead army summoned by this undead monarch was clearly stronger than the previous undead creatures. Moreover, it was evident that these undead soldiers could be commanded by the undead monarch. Even after suffering considerable losses from Swan Ni and Kuei Long, they remained unflustered, quickly changing formations to counter the attacks. They even managed to push back Swan Ni several times. At this moment, the Azure Dragon also reached the side of the undead monarch and unleashed a breath of black flame. The undead monarch raised the black scythe in its hand and directly cleaved through the incoming black flame breath. Then, the undead monarch quickly charged out, heading straight for the Azure Dragon, swinging the black scythe. The Azure Dragon flicked it away with its tail. However, after stabilizing itself, the undead monarch launched an attack towards the nearby Swan Ni. Its movements were swift, and with the aid of the surrounding undead creatures, after several attacks, it managed to land a side strike on Swan Ni. Although Swan Ni was a stealth-type summoned beast, it also had a high constitution. Nevertheless, from that blow, Swan Ni let out a cry of pain and quickly retreated. Li Chen's brows furrowed slightly. He could sense Swan Ni's condition. That last strike had inflicted soul damage on Swan Ni, though it wasn't very high, far less than the soul damage from the soul scythe. Li Chen's gaze fell on the black scythe in the undead monarch's hand. Could it be that this black scythe and the soul scythe share the same origin? Li Chen once again commanded the Azure Dragon to charge at the undead monarch. This time, he instructed the Azure Dragon to surround the undead monarch without attacking, merely harassing it continuously. Once Swan Ni and Kuei Long cleared the surrounding undead creatures, the undead monarch would be no match. Of course, the Azure Dragon could defeat this undead monarch on its own, but it would likely sustain significant injuries, so it was better to play it safe. At this moment, the spectators outside, watching the scene in the light screen, began to discuss among themselves. I didn't expect that before it even reached the end, a monarch-ranked creature would appear, truly worthy of a hell-level secret realm. Yeah, this undead monarch's combat power is a bit too strong. It can summon so many undead creatures all by itself. Speaking of which, this is quite similar to the path of a summoner. Do you think Li Chen will be able to summon as many summoned beasts as this undead monarch with a wave of his hand later? As the last voice fell, everyone around was left stunned. Images of Li Chen summoning a large number of these summoned beasts flashed in their minds, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You can all see that Li Chen's summoned beasts are too powerful. Such summoned beasts cannot be summoned in large numbers. That's right, even if a summoner can summon summoned beasts, the number won't be too many. After all, each additional summoned beast places a certain burden on the mind. Exactly, the more summoned beasts there are, the heavier the mental burden on the summoner. That's why most summoners choose the path of elite summoned beasts, focusing on enhancing a few. Li Chen's summoned beasts were too strong. If he could summon them without limit on numbers, he would be too abnormal. Of course, the combat power Li Chen had already displayed was quite abnormal. His summoned beasts were incredibly strong. Other summoners would be grateful to obtain just one such summoned beast, but Li Chen had 4. The teachers from Qingbei University looked at Li Chen's light screen, their eyes flickering as they exchanged thoughts. Previously, although they had seen Li Chen's battle videos because he was the top scorer in the college entrance examination, they did not think he was that powerful. After all, while Li Chen's performance had been shocking, it hadn't reached a level that left them in awe. But now, with the level and rank upgrades of Li Chen's summoned beasts, the combat power displayed was enough to astonish them. Some teachers even showed expressions of envy. Such a highly potential student had been taken by Ganling Academy instead of appearing at their Qingbei University. This was a loss for Qingbei University. If it weren't for Yuan Tianhong being present, some teachers might have suggested trying to recruit Li Chen. Just then, a bolt of lightning suddenly swept in from afar, quickly appearing above the playground. Many people's gazes were drawn to it, especially those with strong abilities. As the lightning dissipated, a figure appeared in the distance. The figure was robust, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding a strong sense of pressure. It's the principal of Ganling Academy, Raymond. Didn't they say he was out on business? I didn't expect him to rush back. Maybe he came back because of the joint freshman competition between Qingbei University and Ganling Academy. I heard Raymond has been stuck at level 59 for years and hasn't broken through to level 60. I wonder if he has now. The many teachers from Qingbei University looked at Raymond's figure in the sky, discussing among themselves. Yuan Tianhong also raised his head, looking at the figure in the sky, his brows furrowing. Why has this old guy returned? However, no matter what, Yuan Li's matter would definitely not be settled so easily. Raymond glanced around, his figure quickly descending to stand beside Shin Shouhan. Principal. Shin Shouhan looked at Raymond, a smile appearing on her face. Raymond waved his hand, looking anxious as he said, I heard there's a freak among this year's freshmen, seems to be called Li Chen. Where is he? I love freaks, let me see him quickly. Hearing Raymond's words, Shin Shohan helplessly rubbed her forehead. As the head of a school, Raymond's personality was always so impatient, making it hard to associate him with the identity of a principal. However, Shin Shohan knew Raymond's strength and naturally did not dare to be negligent. Principal, Li Chen has already entered the secret mirror challenge, that is Li Chen's light screen. At this point, Shin Shohan paused before continuing. Li Chen chose the highest difficulty, hell difficulty. Upon hearing this, Raymond laughed. Good kid. A real man should face the highest difficulty challenge. Not bad, not bad. As he spoke, Raymond's gaze fell on Li Chen's light screen. At this moment, within the light screen, Swan Ni and Kuei Long had dealt with the undead monsters and began to encircle the undead lord alongside the Qinglong. Under their attacks, the powerful undead lord quickly retreated, wounds continuously appearing on its body. Seeing this, Raymond's face broke into a smile. Not bad, not bad. Truly worthy of being the top scorer in the college entrance examination, this little guy's summoned beasts are quite strong. Watching the smile on Raymond's face, Shin Shohan felt a tightness in her heart and hurriedly said, Principal, Li Chen is a summoner, and the time required for professional growth is quite long. I hope you can give him more time to develop. Hearing Shin Shohan's words, Raymond expressed some dissatisfaction. What do you mean by that? It sounds like I'm going to be unfavorable to this Li Chen. Shin Shohan smiled apologetically. I didn't mean that, just. Enough. Raymond waved his hand, somewhat disinterested. Don't worry, I've already withdrawn from the front lines. I shouldn't be involved in the frontline battles anymore. Upon hearing Raymond's words, Shin Shohan finally let out a sigh of relief. Raymond's combat power was very high, and coupled with his violent temper, he was quite suited for the military, always taking on a part-time role within it. Once humanity was capable of dealing with the monsters and demon lairs on the surface, they continuously expanded outward, beginning to counterattack the Abyssal Gate. Raymond had always fought on the front lines. Previously, several exceptionally talented individuals had emerged from the Ganling Academy, and Raymond had taken them as disciples. Naturally, he devoted himself to teaching them, but these disciples, influenced by Raymond to varying degrees, all went to the front lines to fight right after graduation, and all perished there. Shin Shohan was genuinely afraid that Raymond, in a moment of enthusiasm, would take Li Chen as a disciple, leading him down the same path as those seniors. By the way, I heard that Li Chen got into trouble? Is this joint freshman competition with Qingbei University related to that? Raymond suddenly asked, recalling something. Shin Shohan felt a tightness in her heart and reluctantly informed Raymond about the situation. It seemed that the plan to have Li Chen join the Shin family would be difficult to carry out. Shin Shohan understood Raymond very well. The protective tradition of the Ganling Academy had been passed down from him. Once he learned of this matter, he would definitely not allow Qingbei University and the Yuan family to get involved with Li Chen. Without that layer of threat, the prospect of Li Chen joining the Shin family would likely fall through. It seemed the only option was to try to win Li Chen over as much as possible. Even building a good relationship with him was completely acceptable. Sure enough, after hearing Shin Shohan's words, Raymond snorted coldly, a flash of lightning appearing and disappearing before his eyes. Qingbei and the Yuan family are truly overstepping. Their own teacher was beaten half to death and controlled by the enemy. Instead of reflecting on their own shortcomings, they turned their anger towards the students of Ganling Academy. Do they really think there's no one in Ganling Academy? The Yuan family has sent someone, right? Coming to demand an explanation? Where are they? I'll go meet them. Seeing this, Shin Shohan quickly stopped Raymond and said softly, Principal, the Yuan family indeed sent someone, but they came as the leading teacher from Qingbei University. They didn't say much and certainly didn't do anything to Li Chen. After all, someone from the Yuan family has died, and Yuan Li was indeed beheaded by Li Chen. If you go over now, it would seem like we are bullying them with our power. Upon hearing this, Raymond finally calmed down a bit and said, considering the death in the Yuan family, I'll give him some face, otherwise, I would definitely go stir up some trouble. Shin Shohan sighed. Raymond's personality was like this, and he had often clashed with other schools because of it. After he left the school, the Ganling Academy had become much more stable. At this moment, within the light screen, Li Chen was still unaware that Principal Raymond had returned and wanted to stand up for him. Looking at the undead lord before him, Li Chen commanded the Qinglong to launch the main attack, while Swan Ni executed a sneak attack, and Kuei Long provided support with lightning magic. Soon, the undead lord could no longer hold on. The Thunder Law attack of the Kuei Long itself has a bonus against undead creatures, and with the enhancement of the Soul Scythe artifact's soul damage, this undead lord simply couldn't withstand for long. The Qinglong charged in and directly bit through the undead lord's right shoulder. At that moment, the Swanee also appeared behind the undead lord and bit through its neck. After 10 minutes, the undead lord was finally slain by Li Chen. A subtle black aura quickly emerged from the undead lord's body and then directly entered Li Chen's summoning space, absorbed by the black summoning beast egg. As the power of the undead merged, traces of undead energy began to appear on the black summoning beast egg, and black scales emerged one by one. After killing this undead lord, Li Chen led his team forward. On the playground, watching Li Chen's light screen, everyone began to discuss again. Exaggerated. It's just too exaggerated. A lord-level undead creature was only able to withstand Li Chen for 10 minutes. The key point is that his three-headed summoned beasts hardly took any damage, which means if Li Chen wanted to launch a strong attack, it probably wouldn't even take 10 minutes. Although I had some psychological expectations, Li Chen's ferocity still exceeded my imagination. This guy is simply on a different level compared to other freshmen. Don't even mention freshmen, even second-year or third-year students might not be able to match Li Chen's speed in clearing the secret realm, right? Li Chen's speed in killing monsters was simply too fast. It was at a hellish level. Even among the new students at the simple difficulty level, the fastest was only Li Chen, who was already starting to tire and was about to be left behind by Li Chen. Then, everyone's gaze turned to other students who had chosen the hell difficulty, wanting to see their progress. Bai Miao had just broken through the group of undead monsters and was about to face the undead lord, but she was already panting, clearly having expended a lot of energy. Meanwhile, Li Yuhong from Qingbei University was still struggling among the undead monsters, but he still seemed to have some strength left. Then, everyone's attention fell on Yuan Hongwu's light screen, and they were stunned. Yuan Hongwu had also killed the undead lord and was quickly heading deeper into the secret realm. I can't be seeing this wrong, right? Someone actually kept up with Li Chen and killed the undead lord. Yuan Hongwu? This guy isn't very noticeable among the freshmen at Qingbei University. How did he become so fierce? Looks like a dark horse. After all, Qingbei University is the top-ranked university, so having such a freshman is quite normal. I wonder who was stronger compared to Li Chen. At this moment, in the secret realm, Yuan Hongwu continued to delve deeper while looking at his palm, frowning. A faint red light was emanating from his palm, beginning to spread around. As expected, this method from the family has side effects. It's not suitable for prolonged battles. Moreover, using it will also harm the life source, weakening future potential. But this is also an opportunity for me. As long as I complete the family's arrangements, they will not only help me resolve all my concerns but also increase resource allocation for me. I must secure first place in this freshman competition. A determined look flashed in Yuan Hongwu's eyes as he quickened his pace. On Li Chen's side, after slaying the undead lord, he quickly delved deeper and soon arrived at the final part of this secret mirror. This secret mirror wasn't very large, but the monsters inside were quite difficult to deal with. It was unknown what the final boss inside was. In every secret mirror, the most powerful monster would appear in the last part. Soon, a figure appeared in Li Chen's sight, causing his eyes to narrow sharply. A shadow in a black robe stood quietly ahead, holding a white bone staff and emanating a dangerous aura. Xuanwu stretched its body, gazing at the black-robed figure, a hint of seriousness flashing in its eyes. The Swanni also tensed its body, taking on a combat stance. Observing the state of the summoned beasts around him, Li Chen understood that they had encountered a tough opponent. Without hesitation, Li Chen directly probed the opponent's information. Lich, deceptive, rank, 7 stars, legendary, level, 20 attributes, skills, talent, ability, a Lich? Li Chen's body shook. He hadn't expected to face such a creature. Moreover, its rank was actually legendary. What kind of monsters are at the legendary rank? Dragons, elf kings, titans. Each one is an extremely powerful existence. Although this Lich was only level 20, its combat power was undoubtedly formidable. Was this the final boss of a hell difficulty dungeon? If other freshmen faced such a monster, they would probably be scared out of their wits. Most freshmen would likely be nothing more than fodder in front of this Lich. The Lich also noticed Li Chen's presence and slowly opened its eyes. Then, it raised its staff. A swarm of crows quickly surged forth, charging towards Li Chen. Li Chen frowned. He could see that these crows were not physical entities but a type of skill attack. Each crow was imbued with a significant wave of necromantic power. The Qinglong opened its mouth and spewed forth a large amount of black flame dragon breath, blocking many of the crows. Kuei Long also unleashed a burst of thunderous power, dispersing a number of crows. However, many crows still approached Li Chen. Without hesitation, Li Chen chose to have Xuanwu step forward to defend. Not knowing what kind of skill attack this was, it was better to be cautious since the opponent was a legendary monster. After stepping forward, Xuanwu directly used Fury Breaks the Waves. Skill, Fury Breaks the Waves, condenses water system power to rapidly impact the enemy, dealing 150% damage, while the water system power protects itself, increasing its own damage reduction by 10%. Streams of water surged forward, blocking some crows before quickly returning to Xuanwu, forming a water shield that increased its damage reduction by 10%. The crows that collided with Xuanwu quickly exploded, creating a blast. The dense necromantic power continuously surged forth, causing Xuanwu to retreat. Cracks began to appear on the water shield surrounding Xuanwu, which then shattered suddenly. The remaining shockwaves from the explosions fell upon Xuanwu but did not cause it any harm. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised that the Lich's attack was so powerful. Fortunately, Xuanwu had taken the hit. If it had been another summoned beast, at least one would have been injured. After failing to land a hit, the Lich raised its staff again. Several bone spears coalesced in front of it and shot directly towards Li Chen. The Swanni moved quickly, dodging the bone spears, while the Qinglong swung its tail, shattering several bone spears. Xuanwu stood in front of Kuei Long, using its body to block the bone spears. Li Chen did not hesitate and ordered the Qinglong to charge. At this moment, they could no longer afford to test the waters, otherwise, they would be giving the Lich a target. The Qinglong unleashed a breath of black flame towards the Lich and then charged forward. The Swanni's figure also appeared behind the Lich, preparing to ambush it. The Lich stomped its foot, and several bone shields emerged from beneath it, wrapping around its body. The Swanni's attack struck the bone shield, shattering only one layer. As the Qinglong charged in, the Lich opened its mouth wide. A sharp screech erupted from its mouth, surging forth like a tide, quickly enveloping the body of the Azure Dragon. In an instant, the Azure Dragon froze, as if its entire mind had been seized. The Lich raised the staff in its hand, and a black sphere rapidly coalesced, then shot directly towards the Azure Dragon. Li Chen furrowed his brows tightly and commanded the Kuei Dragon to unleash a massive amount of thunderous power. This thunderous energy did not attack the Lich but, under Li Chen's direction, fell upon the Azure Dragon. The tremendous thunderous force struck the Azure Dragon, instantly restoring its rigid body. Seeing the black sphere so close, the Azure Dragon flicked its tail and swiftly broke free from its position. Boom! The sphere reached the spot where the Azure Dragon had been, exploding violently and engulfing everything around it. Even the surrounding space seemed to collapse slightly. In an instant, the black sphere contracted and quickly vanished. Li Chen's frown deepened. The Lich's attack method was exceedingly strange. If that black sphere covered him, it would not only cause injury but could very well lead to severe harm. At that moment, the distant Lich glanced at Li Chen and the Kuei Dragon in Xuanwu beside him. Then, it raised its staff, and a dense aura of death spread outwards. Crack! The ground split open, and a deathly creature emerged from beneath. It was a Death Lord. Seeing the appearance of the Death Lord, Li Chen's expression darkened. That Death Lord had been capable of single-handedly commanding an army. He hadn't expected the Lich could do the same. It seemed the opponent could summon Death Lords. If the summoned Death Lord could also call forth deathly creatures, the pressure he would face would be immense. He had to stop the Lich from summoning the Death Lord. Li Chen could already see another Death Lord trying to emerge. The Swan and I charged out quickly, shattering the Lich's protective bone shield with several attacks. With another strike, the Lich had no choice but to cease its summoning. Transforming into a cloud of black mist, the Lich instantly evaded the Swan Knee's attack. However, at this moment, the second Death Lord had already been summoned. The two Death Lords began to summon deathly creatures. Seeing this, Li Chen swiftly changed his strategy, directing the Kuei Dragon to unleash thunderous power to disrupt the Lich. He then commanded the Swan and I and Azure Dragon to charge at the two Death Lords, quickly interrupting their summoning. After that, the Swan and I and Azure Dragon unleashed all their strength, swiftly striking down the two Death Lords. Meanwhile, as the Swan and I and Azure Dragon focused on the two Death Lords, the Lich's gaze fell upon Li Chen. As a Lich, it possessed intelligence and extensive combat experience. The two summoned Death Lords were meant to confuse the opponent. It was entirely normal for the opponent, with rich combat experience, to want to eliminate the summoned Death Lords at the first opportunity. Otherwise, if the Death Lords summoned deathly creatures, as long as they could buy time, the Lich could summon even more Death Lords. But what the Lich wanted was for the opponent to divert excess power to deal with the summoned Death Lords. From the very beginning, the Lich's target had been Li Chen. Raising its staff, a thick black mist surged forth, directly enveloping the surrounding area. Then, the Lich's body vanished into the black mist. The mist spread rapidly, soon enveloping the area around Li Chen as well. Li Chen moved directly to Xuanwu's side, wielding the soul scythe, scanning the surroundings. Now he had two combat plans. One was to wait for the Lich to approach, then use the powerful attributes and skills gained from linking with the Swan and I to give the opponent a big surprise. The other was the conventional method of relying on Xuanwu for defense, first withstanding the Lich's attack, and waiting for the Swan and I and Azure Dragon to free their hands before coming to assist. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chen chose the second option. After all, there was still the arena after clearing the secret realm. This big surprise should be revealed there. Although the Lich's combat ability was strong, it hadn't reached a level that posed a significant threat to Li Chen. It merely meant that the clearing time would take a bit longer. Once he made up his mind, Li Chen directed the Swan Ni and Kuei Long to quickly deal with the two undead lords. The next moment, the Lich's body appeared behind Li Chen, and its staff came crashing down towards his head. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, sensing a wave of soul energy. This strike from the Lich was aimed at the soul. Li Chen lifted his Yin soul scythe to block the attack. Then, Xuanwu turned around, and the snake head behind it lunged at the Lich. At the same time, a water escape technique quickly enveloped Li Chen's body, protecting him within. The Lich's body stiffened, and then it instantly transformed into black mist, dissipating into the surroundings. Boom! Kuei Long's thunderous power struck down but hit nothing. Not far away, the Lich's body reappeared, opening its mouth once more. A piercing shriek erupted, and the sound waves spread rapidly like a tide, enveloping Li Chen, Xuanwu, and Kuei Long. Xuanwu and Kuei Long's bodies instantly froze, but Li Chen remained able to move. Looking down at the Yin soul scythe in his hand, Li Chen felt a stir in his heart. Previously, when facing that shadowy figure in a black robe, the Yin soul scythe had played an unexpected role. Now, facing this Lich, the scythe had also blocked the opponent's soundwave attack. No, this wasn't a soundwave attack, it was a soul shriek aimed at the soul. Creatures covered by the soul shriek would experience soul rigidity, causing their bodies to stiffen as well. However, the Yin soul scythe in Li Chen's hand protected him, preventing him from being affected by the soul shriek. Then, Li Chen recalled the moment he used the Yin soul scythe to sever the arm of that shadowy figure, and he raised the scythe in his hand. Suddenly, he slashed forward, and the Yin soul scythe seemed to sever something, allowing Xuanwu and Kuei Long to regain their movement instantly. At that moment, the Lich also unleashed a swarm of black crows, and Kuei Long and Xuanwu quickly moved to block them. The Lich glanced at the Yin soul scythe in Li Chen's hand, just as it was about to continue its attack, when Swan Ni's figure appeared beside it, its sharp claws swiftly attacking the Lich. The Lich was momentarily stunned, completely unprepared for Swan Ni and Qinglong to escape so quickly. Then, it glanced over at the undead lords and saw the ground littered with dry bones. Boom! Just as the Lich was dazed, Swan Ni's attack struck it, instantly tearing a gash in its body. Following that, Qinglong's attack came in succession, directly sending the Lich flying. A massive amount of thunderous power coalesced and struck the Lich midair, splattering arcs of lightning. As the Lich's body fell, Swan Ni reappeared beside it and opened its mouth to bite down. Bang! A black mist exploded, and the Lich's body vanished in an instant. Buzz! Li Chen felt the Yin soul scythe tremble in his hand, and then he had an idea, directing Swan Ni and Qinglong to pounce towards a specific location. Soon after, Kuei Long's thunderous power also struck down, landing directly on that spot. As the lightning dissipated, the Lich's body emerged, having been struck squarely. The Yin soul scythe could actually sense the opponent's position. Li Chen glanced at the Yin soul scythe in his hand, a smile of joy appearing on his face. Swan Ni and Qinglong quickly launched their attacks on the Lich. Kuei Long also unleashed a massive amount of thunderous liquid, completely enveloping the terrain around the Lich. Faced with the attacks from Swan Ni and the others, the Lich was forced to retreat, constantly evading. But with the guidance of the soul scythe, Li Chen was always able to command the Swanee to find the Lich's location. 20 minutes later, the Lich fell under the siege of several of Li Chen's summoned beasts. Buzz! A light gate appeared ahead, quickly forming a portal. Li Chen successfully cleared the hell-level difficulty secret mirror. Looking at the light gate that appeared before him, a smile emerged on Li Chen's face. A rich surge of necromantic power quickly flowed into Li Chen's summoning space from the location of the Lich, merging into the summoning beast egg. Li Chen could feel that the necromantic power absorbed by this summoning beast egg was nearing its critical value. As long as it absorbed a bit more necromantic power, this black summoning beast egg would be able to hatch. Then, Li Chen's gaze fell upon the light gate. A line of text also appeared. Name, Li Chen, secret mirror difficulty cleared, hell level, clearing time, 32 minutes and 56 seconds. This clearing time should not be considered slow. Li Chen nodded in satisfaction and then walked towards the light gate. At this moment, on the playground, the light screen where Li Chen was located also displayed his clearing time. The entire crowd erupted. Damn! Cleared! That's hell level difficulty. The most crucial part is that Li Chen clearly didn't seem to expend too much effort, just like clearing an ordinary secret realm. Yeah, his summoned beasts didn't even get hurt much. How does this guy have such powerful summoned beasts? When that Lich appeared, I thought Li Chen was done for, but I didn't expect him to clear it in the end. I thought Li Chen could clear it, but I absolutely didn't expect him to do it in just over 30 minutes. Everyone began to discuss, shocked by Li Chen's clearing time for the hell level difficulty. Not to mention a freshman, even second or third year students wouldn't be able to clear it in just over 30 minutes, right? Raymond looked at the time on the light screen, his brows furrowing slightly. How is it only over 30 minutes? This guy's combat power is definitely more than this. He cherishes his summoned beasts too much. If he let them fight with all their might, he could probably cut down another 5 minutes. Hearing Raymond's words, Shin Shohan felt speechless. Do you think everyone is like you, a battle maniac? For the sake of victory, it doesn't matter how serious the injuries are? Li Chen's approach is what a normal summoner should do, fighting while ensuring the safety of the summoned beasts. After all, to some extent, summoned beasts are equivalent to the summoner's life. However, this guy's potential is still quite good. It's a fortunate thing for Ganling Academy to have such a little guy emerge. Shin Shohan looked at Raymond, seeing that he had no other thoughts, and let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the principal didn't think about taking him as a disciple. Although Raymond had already left the front lines, Shin Shohan still felt a bit worried. What if Raymond took Li Chen as a disciple and one day, for some reason, took him to attack the Abyss Gate and the Abyss World? If Li Chen were to suffer losses, it would be a huge loss for Ganling Academy. At this moment, on the observation platform, the vice president of the General Association, Wang Jinghua, also had a look of emotion. President, I told you I was right, didn't I? Li Chen's combat power is definitely top-notch among freshmen. Although he is a summoner, his summoned beasts are all extremely strong. The president of the General Association, Lu Weifang, spoke up. Indeed, he is a rare talent. You invited him before, but he didn't agree? Wang Jinghua nodded. I invited him before, and the conditions offered were very generous, but he didn't agree. Lu Weifang pondered for a moment before speaking. After the new student competition ends, you should find Li Chen and tell him that as long as he chooses to join our association, we will give him the title and benefits of vice president. Moreover, he won't have to handle any matters for the association. He only needs to help with one task a year. If he doesn't want to, he can switch to something else or even postpone it for a year. Wang Jinghua was taken aback and looked at Lu Weifang, saying, President, this seems a bit too flattering towards Li Chen, doesn't it? It feels like our association is just Li Chen's lapdog, and an old lapdog at that, giving without expecting anything in return. Lu Weifang laughed. You're right, we are being lapdogs. So what if we are facing such a promising new student? What's wrong with being a lapdog? Right now, he hasn't fully grown yet, and we still have the chance to flatter him. Once he grows up, even if we want to flatter him, we won't be able to. Wang Jinghua's eyes flickered, his thoughts swirling. Lu Weifang, as the president of the association, naturally had great insight. Wang Jinghua could sense Li Chen's potential, but it was certainly not as exaggerated as Lu Weifang thought. He then made up his mind. If flattery is needed, then so be it. Flattering a promising junior is nothing to be ashamed of. Buzz. At that moment, a light curtain rose on the playground, and Li Chen's figure walked out from within. As Li Chen emerged, the teachers and students of Ganling Academy erupted in cheers. Li Chen was the first to come out of the secret realm, which meant he was at least the first in the new student competition for the first part of the Secret Realm Challenge. If it were an ordinary new student competition, there might not have been such a loud cheer. But now, with the joint competition between Qingbei University and Ganling Academy, and after some clashes, how could the Ganling Academy celebrate Li Chen's first place? Some students from Ganling Academy even started making faces at the students from Qingbei University nearby. The members of the Qingbei University observation team looked very grim. Yuan Tianhong clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed on Li Chen, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. At that moment, another light curtain quickly appeared, and a figure stepped out. The person had several wounds on him, blood staining his entire armor, and his pair of gauntlets was already damaged. It was Yuan Hanwu from Qingbei University. Yuan Hanwu had a smile on his face. To clear the challenge as quickly as possible, he chose a hard-hitting combat style. Especially when facing the last Lich, Yuan Hanwu directly unleashed his life essence. He aimed to clear the secret realm more quickly. After all, once this was over, the school and the Yuan family would compensate for all his losses. 35 minutes and 26 seconds. Yuan Hanwu felt that his first place was secure. After all, this was a hell-level difficulty. Even second-year students would take at least an hour to clear it. Sure enough, as soon as he came out, Yuan Hanwu heard overwhelming cheers. This made the smile on his face grow even wider. However, soon the smile on Yuan Hanwu's face froze. He realized that all the cheers were coming from the students of Ganling Academy. Then, Yuan Hanwu saw another figure not far away. Li Chen. He cleared it too? Yuan Hanwu thought of something and instantly turned around, his gaze landing on the leaderboard next to the light curtain. First, Li Chen. Clearing difficulty, hell level, clearing time, 32 minutes and 56 seconds. Yuan Hanwu looked at the ranking on the leaderboard, and his expression instantly darkened. The first place was actually Li Chen. He was nearly 3 minutes faster than himself. Yuan Hanwu clenched his fists in frustration. Damn it, he was actually outdone by this Li Chen. Yuan Hangu knew very well that Qingbei University and the Yuan family had worked hard to organize this joint new student competition just for this Li Chen, but now he was being overshadowed by Li Chen, which made Yuan Hangu feel very uncomfortable. This left Yuan Hangu puzzled. He had clearly given it his all, and with the Yuan family's secret techniques backing him, he had even consumed his life essence. How could he still be 3 minutes behind this guy? Was this guy really that strong? Before coming, Yuan Hanwu had watched Li Chen's battle footage. Although he acknowledged that Li Chen's summoned beasts were powerful, he had not taken Li Chen seriously. No matter how strong a summoner's beasts were, the summoner themselves was still weak. As long as he found a breakthrough against the summoner, what use was it if their summoned beasts were strong? Yuan Hanwu adjusted his mindset. Although he had been overshadowed in the secret mirror challenge by this guy, he was certain that in the upcoming arena, he would definitely be able to defeat Li Chen. No, he would kill Li Chen. A glint of cold light flashed in Yuan Hongwu's eyes as he snorted and headed straight for the resting area of Qingbei University. Li Chen also returned to the viewing area, his gaze falling on the screen above to check the progress of others. Since the freshman competition was held jointly by Qingbei and Ganling, there were quite a few students choosing the hell level difficulty. Among those still in the secret realm, the fastest was Bai Miao. She had already reached the Lich area and was battling the Lich. However, facing the undead lord summoned by the Lich, Bai Miao could only keep fighting, quickly clearing the surrounding undead monsters before closing in on the Lich. Next was Li Yu Hong. It had to be said that this guy's talent was quite high. Not only had he transitioned to the hidden class of Windblade Master, but his talent in swordsmanship was also considerable, and he was now facing the Lich area as well. Further back, although there were also many who chose hell difficulty, most were still lingering in the undead lord area. After another 10 minutes, Bai Miao completed her challenge, closely followed by Li Yu Hong. Freshmen who chose other difficulties also began to emerge from the secret realm, and the playground lit up with screens. The first thing these students did was to look at the leaderboard screen. Seeing the first place, all the newly emerged freshmen were in an uproar. No way? Over 32 minutes. And it's hell level difficulty, this Li Chen is just too abnormal. Damn, I spent over 40 minutes on the simple difficulty Lich, and this Li Chen finished the hell difficulty in just 30 minutes? Doesn't that make me look like a waste? Be confident, compared to Li Chen, you're worse than a waste. It's not that we're too weak, it's that this guy is too abnormal. These freshmen who had just come out of the secret realm had personally experienced the difficulty of the undead abyss, so they were well aware of the challenge involved. Hell level difficulty. Over 32 minutes of completion time. It was already beyond their imagination. Bai Miao's gaze also fell on the screen, looking at the first place Li Chen, then shifting to the second place, Yuan Hanwu. She sighed softly. Indeed, there are always people better than you. She had thought she could compete with Li Chen, but unexpectedly, she was only in third place. Shiri's gaze also landed on the leaderboard, her eyes flickering. Then she saw Shinyaro coming out and smiled as she approached. Look, your Li Chen is first. Such a short completion time for hell level difficulty, he really is strong. Shinyaro had just come out and hadn't caught her breath yet. Hearing Shiri's words, her face instantly turned red. What do you mean, my Li Chen? You little brat. Shiri laughed while dodging Shinyaro's tickling attack. Who keeps saying Li Chen this and Li Chen that in my ear all day? If he's not your Li Chen, then is he my Li Chen? You! Just shut up already. Shinyaro's face became increasingly flushed, but for some reason, she felt no anger in her heart. Instead, she hoped that Shirue would say a bit more. An hour later, all the new students emerged from the secret realm, and the first part of the new student competition, the Secret Realm Challenge, officially came to an end. The new students looked at their rankings on the leaderboard, some smiled, while others sighed in disappointment. However, most of the new students were not discouraged. After all, there was still the second part of the competition on the arena, where they could still turn things around. Some new students, due to their professions, were not particularly suited for clearing the secret realm. For example, Shinyaru, who was an assassin. Their performance in the arena would surely surpass their performance in the Secret Realm Challenge. On the podium, Shin Shouhan saw that all the new students had come out of the secret realm and directly raised her staff. Boom! The entire playground shook instantly, and then huge arenas began to appear one after another. Waves of light screens rose up, covering the arenas and forming individual arena areas. Students, the first part of the Secret Realm Challenge has ended, and your rankings have been revealed. Now I announce that the second part of the arena challenge officially begins. You can choose whom you want to challenge on the arena. Each person has a total of 3 chances to challenge, so be extra cautious. The deadline for this arena competition is 5 o'clock in the afternoon. As Shin Shohan's voice fell, an old man in white waved his staff. A surge of emerald green energy instantly enveloped all the new students. Soon, all the new students felt their strength consumed in the secret realm rapidly recovering, and their injuries quickly disappeared. Li Chen's gaze flickered. This old man should be a high-level priest from Jinling Academy. His healing spell had such a wide coverage. At that moment, new students around him continuously activated their challenge permissions, initiating challenges against opponents they felt they could defeat. Those ranked higher were not facing many challenges, as each person only had 3 chances, and everyone wanted to observe first. Being able to watch others challenge in the arena would naturally help them make better judgments. Li Chen, I want to challenge you. At that moment, a voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Li Chen raised an eyebrow and looked in the direction of the voice. To his surprise, it was not Yuan Hongwu from the Yuan family challenging him, but a familiar figure, Li Yuhong. Li Yuhong looked at Li Chen in front of him, his face showing a mix of hesitation and determination. The crowd erupted in whispers, their gazes shifting to Li Chen and Li Yuhong. Isn't that Li Yuhong? I heard he and Li Chen are family. How could they challenge each other? You must be uninformed. Li Chen is the biological child of the Li family but was lost before. Li Yuhong is the adopted son of the Li family, raised by them. I heard that Li Chen had a falling out with the Li family and has severed ties with them. Wow, there's such news? So these two brothers are now enemies? A duel between brothers is really something to look forward to. I heard this Li Yuhong has a hidden profession and just chose a hell-level difficulty. His combat power is impressive. I wonder if he can win against Li Chen. I don't think so. Li Chen's summoned beast is too strong. As of now, I reckon only Yuan Hongwu from Qingbei University could match Li Chen. Li Chen listened to the discussions around him, his gaze falling on Li Yuhong. Seeing Li Yuhong's expression, he knew this performer was about to start his act. Sure enough, under everyone's watchful eyes, Li Yuhong pressed his lips together, then stepped forward, took a deep breath, and looked at Li Chen as if gathering his courage. Li Chen Gij, if I call you brother one more time, before the college entrance examination, you had a conflict with your family, severed ties with them, and even directly laid hands on mom and dad. I didn't intend to say any of this, nor do I want to challenge you, Gij. But, half a month ago, you killed teacher Yuan Li and claimed it was because she was being controlled, which I can no longer tolerate. You have no idea how good teacher Yuan Li was. I have also benefited from her kindness. I don't understand why Jinling Academy hasn't taken any action against you. Perhaps it's because of your status as the top scorer in the college entrance examination, or maybe it's your high potential that Jinling Academy can't bear to part with. But no matter what, this time I must stand up. Even if I might not be able to defeat you, I still want to challenge you. Not for any other reason, but for teacher Yuan Li. I hope that if I somehow win, Li Chen Gij, you can face the truth of teacher Yuan Li's death and give us an explanation at Qingbei University. As Li Yuhong's words fell, everyone was stunned, and then a heated discussion erupted. The news of Yuan Li's death had not been disclosed by either Jinling Academy or Qingbei University, and now that Li Yuhong had spoken, the students of Qingbei University were instantly in an uproar. What? Li Chen actually killed our teacher from Qingbei University? How dare he? Didn't you hear what Li Yuhong said? This Li Chen can even lay hands on his parents. He is definitely a malicious person. No wonder he wanted to unite for the freshman competition. It turns out he came to Jinling Academy to demand an explanation. Hand over Li Chen. Blood for blood. The students of Qingbei University spoke up, filled with righteous indignation, demanding that Li Chen pay the price. Li Chen's gaze fell on Li Yuhong, his expression calm. One must admit, his brother's ability to incite emotions was as profound as ever. The teacher leading the group from Qingbei University narrowed his eyes, exchanged glances with others, and did not intervene, watching the situation unfold. If they could force Jinling Academy to hand over Li Chen, it would be a good outcome. Regardless of whether Yuan Li was controlled or not, taking measures against Li Chen due to Yuan Li's murder was the result of discussions between Qingbei University and the Yuan family. They had already decided to contact Li Chen after the freshman competition, inviting him to Qingbei University and to join the Yuan family. Such a promising freshman, if they could bring him to Qingbei University, then whether Yuan Li was controlled or not, it would still be the case. If he refused, then his killing of Yuan Li was intentional. The current situation was also what Qingbei University and the Yuan family wanted to see. If they could force Jinling Academy to hand over Li Chen, they wouldn't have to make an extra trip. Just as Li Chen was pondering how to resolve the situation, a flash of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky. Boom! The sound of thunder echoed in the ears of all the students, causing the Qingbei University students who had spoken to freeze in place. Then, they saw a figure wrapped in lightning appear above the playground. It was Raymond. Looking at the discussing students from Qingbei University, Raymond snorted coldly and said, "As for the matter between Li Chen and Yuanli, Jinling Academy will investigate thoroughly. Until the matter is clarified, anyone who dares to slander our students at Jinling Academy should not blame me for being rude." As he spoke, bolts of lightning fell, striking near those Qingbei University students, making them all shudder. The pressure brought by Raymond was quite formidable. Yuan Tianhong saw this and snorted coldly, saying, "Principal Raymond, are you threatening our students from Qingbei University? We came to unite for the freshman competition, not to be intimidated by you." Raymond glanced at Yuan Tianhong, raised his hand, and a flash of lightning struck directly at Yuan Tianhong. Yuan Tianhong's expression changed dramatically, and he hurriedly used his defensive measures, but his hair still stood on end from the strike. Yuan Tianhong's face was a mix of shame and anger. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Raymond's arrogant voice. "Do you even remember that you came here for the joint freshman competition? Then why are you wasting your breath? Let me tell you, even if the matter hasn't been clarified yet, even if it turns out that Li Chen really killed Yuan Li, that's still an internal issue of our Jinling Academy. It's not your place to interfere. And the joint freshman competition was requested by you. Our Jinling Academy didn't beg you to come. If you can compete, then compete. If you can't, then get the hell out of here. You're getting too much face." Yuan Tianhong's expression fluctuated, but looking at Raymond in midair, he chose not to say anything further. After all, he knew that this madman Raymond would really take action. He couldn't take on this crazy Raymond. Li Yuhong's face was also somewhat unsightly. He had intended to use moral pressure to suppress Li Chen, but unexpectedly, Raymond directly stood up for Li Chen. Seeing Li Yuhong's expression, Li Chen said coldly, "My dear brother, don't you want to challenge me? Then come at me directly. I've been looking forward to sparring with you." Li Chen harbored hatred from his past life towards Li Yuhong. Since life and death were not a concern in the arena, he naturally wouldn't hold back. After being provoked repeatedly, did they really think he had a good temper? Two beams of light quickly enveloped the figures of Li Chen and Li Yuhong. When the light reappeared, Li Chen and Li Yuhong had already arrived on the arena. The match between Li Chen and Li Yuhong officially began. All eyes were on Li Chen and Li Yuhong, and after what had just happened, everyone was even more eager to see their match. Buzz! Li Yuhong raised the long sword in his hand, and gusts of wind rose in front of him, quickly forming whirlpools. Looking at Li Chen before him, Li Yuhong's face was resolute. During this time, he had been desperately raising his level, constantly studying swordsmanship, and seeking advice from his elder sister, all for this moment. As long as he could defeat Li Chen in the arena, he would be able to stand on top of Li Chen and earn the respect of all the freshmen from Qingbei University. This was also the reason he had said those words earlier. By stirring up the indignation of Qingbei University students and then defeating Li Chen, he could win their hearts. At that time, not only would his plans regarding the Li family go more smoothly, but his future at Qingbei University would also be brighter. Li Yuhong was well aware that Li Chen's summoned beast was very strong, but he also had his trump card, which he hadn't used yet, and he was quite confident in himself. "Li Yuhong, go for it. Defeat this guy. Yes, fight for our Qingbei University. You must win against this guy. Let them see the strength of our Qingbei University, Li Yuhong. If you can win, I'll give you a resource directly." Just now, when Raymond unleashed several bolts of lightning, all the students from Qingbei University dared not speak, and could only vent their anger at this moment, cheering for Li Yuhong. Hearing the cheers around him, a smile appeared on Li Yuhong's face. This was the effect he wanted. Everything was perfect. Now all that was left was to defeat Li Chen. He swung his long sword, and the whirlpool that had formed in front of him wrapped around the sword energy, quickly shooting towards Li Chen ahead. Boom! The figure of Xuanwu appeared instantly, directly blocking the front and absorbing all the sword energy whirlpools. These sword energy whirlpools left no trace on Xuanwu's body. In the next moment, the figure of Xuan Ni quickly charged out, flashing a few times to arrive behind Li Yuhong. The smile on Li Yuhong's face vanished instantly, and his body tensed up. He quickly swung the long sword in his hand, and streams of sword energy rose up, wrapping around his body. Xuan Ni's attack was directly blocked by these sword energies, but the sword energies also shattered in the process. These sword energies served both offensive and defensive purposes, capable of injuring the enemy while defending. However, for the Xuan Ni, this level of damage had no effect at all, not even breaking its defenses. Seeing this, Li Yuhong's heart sank. Before he could make a move, bolts of thunderous power rained down from the sky. Suddenly stepping forward, Li Yuhong's figure darted like a spirit wind, gracefully evading the strikes of thunder. However, in the next moment, a green figure appeared before him, leaving Li Yuhong momentarily stunned. The azure dragon quickly emerged, swinging its tail directly at him. Li Yuhong raised his long sword to block, but felt a powerful force surge through, sending his body flying backward. In midair, Li Yuhong's face was filled with shock. Although he knew that Li Chen's summoned beasts were strong, facing these 3 summoned beasts still gave him an overwhelming sense of pressure. The Swan Ni's body reappeared behind Li Yuhong, lunging directly at him. However, in the next moment, Li Yuhong's body vanished without a trace, leaving only a flash of sword light that the Swan Ni shattered with its bite. Buzz! A flash of sword light suddenly appeared, swiftly darting towards Li Chen. Fast! 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 This flash of sword light moved with incredible speed, reaching Li Chen in an instant. Li Chen looked at the sword light, where Li Yuhong held the sword, his expression unchanged. Buzz! A light shield rose up, enveloping Li Chen's body. Li Yuhong's long sword struck the shield surrounding Li Chen, failing to penetrate. Xuanwu's protection. Li Yuhong's face was filled with disbelief. He had practiced this move many times, intending to quickly strike at Li Chen and execute a decapitation plan. But he never expected that Li Chen would have such strong defensive measures. The serpent tail behind Xuanwu shot out rapidly, aiming to bite Li Yuhong. Li Yuhong quickly retreated, but in the next moment, a torrent of black flame dragon breath surged towards him, forcing him to swing his long sword, unleashing gusts of wind to fend off the black flame dragon breath. At that moment, several Kuei long thunder shadows charged out, colliding rapidly with Li Yuhong. Everything happened too quickly. Li Chen's summoned beasts coordinated seamlessly. As the azure dragon unleashed its black flame dragon breath, the Kuei Long released its thunder shadows. Caught off guard, Li Yuhong was struck directly by the Kuei Long thunder shadow. His body stiffened instantly, and Li Yuhong's eyes widened, realizing the danger. In the next moment, the Swan Ni's figure appeared in his line of sight. Several cold flashes passed, and Li Yuhong's armor instantly bore several breaches, blood gushing forth. The pain of his flesh accompanied by a deep soul-wrenching agony jolted Li Yuhong awake. This involuntarily reminded him of the humiliating moment when he was wounded by Li Chen. With a loud shout, streams of sword energy erupted from his body, forcing the Swan Ni back. Li Yuhong's gaze fell on Li Chen, his eyes resolute, and he reluctantly unleashed his prepared move ahead of time. Storm Dragon Slash. A dense sword energy was unleashed by Li Yuhong, forming a long dragon of sword energy, mixed with fierce winds, resembling a dragon-shaped storm, rapidly charging towards Li Chen. This move had an enormous coverage area and immense attack power. Li Yuhong did not believe Li Chen could withstand it. Li Chen calmly moved behind Xuanwu. Xuanwu released a torrent of water, cascading into the storm ahead, then quickly flowed back to form a water shield around him. The storm swept past rapidly. However, Xuanwu remained standing firm, only a few white marks appearing on its shell. Li Chen, standing behind Xuanwu, suffered no damage at all. The azure dragon surged forward, lifting Li Yuhong's body into the air. Then, the azure dragon let out a furious roar, causing Li Yuhong's body to stiffen instantly, blood appearing all over him. In the next moment, the Swan Ni's figure materialized, lunging directly at Li Yuhong's neck. Crack! Li Yuhong's jade pendant at his waist quickly became covered in cracks, and then suddenly shattered, just in time to block the attack from the Swan Ni. Boom! A series of thunderous forces crashed down, directly striking Li Yuhong. The black flame dragon breath was unleashed again, wrapping around Li Yuhong. If this attack hit him, he would undoubtedly die. I concede. Li Yuhong's weak voice rang out, and a beam of light shot quickly from the protective barrier surrounding the arena, landing on Li Yuhong and instantly teleporting him away. Boom! The black flame dragon breath struck the arena, igniting fierce black flames. If Li Yuhong had been even a moment slower, he would have been scorched to ashes. On the ground, Li Yuhong was covered in blood, his eyes wide, gasping for breath. In that moment, he truly felt the fear of death. Then, Li Yuhong clenched his fists tightly, biting his lip. The gap between him and Li Chen was so vast. Thinking of the past half-month he had spent struggling to improve, Li Yuhong couldn't help but feel a bit ridiculous. He hadn't even managed to touch a hair on Li Chen. Why? Why did this guy have such a powerful summoned beast? He should have been the one standing on top. A burning jealousy ignited in his heart, causing Li Yuhong to spit out another mouthful of blood. The surrounding students fell silent, all staring at the teleported Li Yuhong with disbelief. No way, it's only been a few minutes? Li Yuhong lost just like that? In less than 3 minutes, Li Chen's summoned beast is just too strong. The key is that he also has a summoned beast with extremely strong defense, which seems to protect him as well, making the decapitation strategy against ordinary summoners ineffective. Yeah, Li Yuhong displayed considerable combat power, but I didn't expect him to lose so quickly. If we go up, we'd probably be done for. the surrounding freshmen began to discuss among themselves. Li Chen's summoned beasts were extremely powerful and coordinated with each other, one link leading to another, and a moment's inattention could lead to disaster. The students from Qingbei University who had been cheering for Li Yuhan were now red-faced, not expecting him to lose so quickly. Their gazes then turned to Yuan Hongwu. After all, he had ranked second in the Secret Realm Challenge, and the gap between him and Li Chen wasn't very large. Although Yuan Hongwu hadn't shown much during school, the new students from Qingbei University were now pinning their hopes on him. Yuan Hongwu looked at Li Chen on the arena, his brow furrowed. Even though he was mentally prepared, Li Chen's combat power still exceeded his expectations. At this level, he would probably need to burn his source power to have a fighting chance. Thinking of his family's promise, Yuan Hongwu gritted his teeth and declared, "I challenge Li Chen." All the freshmen turned their attention to Yuan Hongwu, their expressions filled with anticipation. After all, the time difference in clearing the secret mirror between Yuan Hongwu and Li Chen wasn't significant, and in everyone's minds, their combat powers should be similar. A flash of light enveloped Yuan Hongwu's body, teleporting him to the arena where Li Chen was. A white light quickly surrounded Li Chen and the Swan and I, restoring their state to peak condition for the new arena match. Yuan Hongwu looked at Li Chen with a serious expression, his fists colliding fiercely. Boom! The sound of clashing metal rang out, and a golden light shadow appeared, enveloping Yuan Hongwu's body. Then, Yuan Hongwu charged directly at Li Chen. Right from the start, Yuan Hongwu mobilized all his strength. He knew in his heart that he couldn't afford to be careless against Li Chen. The Azure Dragon charged forward, its tail whipping directly towards Yuan Hongwu. Yuan Hongwu's expression was calm as he punched forward, striking directly at the tail of the Azure Dragon, actually pushing it back. He then grabbed the Azure Dragon's tail and shouted, flinging the Azure Dragon away. The students from Qingbei University cheered at the sight. Li Chen's gaze fell upon the golden light surrounding Yuan Hongwu, his brow furrowing slightly. This was an extremely powerful enhancement technique that allowed Yuan Hongwu to unleash strength far beyond his usual capabilities. Without any hesitation, Li Chen commanded the Kuei Dragon to unleash a series of thunderous strikes. Faced with the descending thunder, Yuan Hongwu chose not to withstand it but quickly dodged the bolts. In the next moment, the figure of the Swan and I quietly appeared, its claws reaching out towards Yuan Hongwu. A flash of cold light passed, and a piece of the golden light surrounding Yuan Hongwu was torn away. The Swan Knee's attack power was still quite formidable. However, Yuan Hongwu then swung his fist, launching a series of punches at the Swan and I. Bang! 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 The muffled sounds echoed as the Swan and I staggered back, feeling a bit dizzy. Although the Swan and I had high foundational stats, being an assassin-type summoned beast, it couldn't withstand Yuan Hongwu's overwhelming attacks. Under Li Chen's command, the Swan and I quickly retreated, while the Azure Dragon charged forward again. The Black Flame Dragon Breath was unleashed, and Yuan Hongwu had no choice but to take it head-on. Under the impact of the Black Flame Dragon Breath, the golden light surrounding Yuan Hongwu rapidly dissolved, as if it were melting away. Moreover, the black flames seemed to cling to the golden light, continuing to burn. Yuan Hongwu's brow furrowed tightly, feeling a bit troubled. He had initially thought to face Li Chen's summoned beasts directly and push them back, but that lion-like summoned beast was indeed an assassin type, capable of withstanding his attacks. It seemed he had to target Li Chen himself, even though he had powerful defensive summoned beasts protecting him. Yuan Hongwu had observed earlier that such defensive techniques couldn't be used too many times. After making up his mind, Yuan Hongwu disregarded the black flames staining his golden light and quickly charged towards Li Chen. The combined attacks of the Azure Dragon and Kuei Dragon couldn't break through the golden light surrounding Yuan Hongwu. Furthermore, Yuan Hongwu's attack power was incredibly solid, able to directly push back the Azure Dragon. Standing before the Xuanwu, Yuan Hongwu's expression turned serious as he unleashed a punch. Boom! This punch gathered all of Yuan Hongwu's strength and struck the Xuanwu's shell, producing a muffled sound. The Xuanwu's body shook violently, then glanced at Yuan Hongwu, as if mocking him for merely scratching its back. Such high defense! Yuan Hongwu's body trembled, and he leaped up, aiming to attack Li Chen behind. In the next moment, the Azure Dragon rushed out, directly sweeping up Yuan Hongwu's body. A series of thunderous strikes fell, and the Swan Knee's figure also appeared, cold light descending upon Yuan Hongwu. Crack, crack, crack! The golden light surrounding Yuan Hongwu finally couldn't hold on, developing cracks. Then it shattered. Watching the golden light around Yuan Hongwu break, the crowd below gasped in surprise. That golden light must be Yuan Hongwu's defensive power. Relying on it, he could clash with Li Chen's summoned beasts. Now that it's shattered, Yuan Hongwu is likely in trouble. I guess Yuan Hongwu will have to concede. Without the protection of the golden light, he probably can't withstand a few hits from Li Chen's summoned beasts. The battle isn't over yet. Yuan Hongwu must have other powers he hasn't revealed yet. Don't underestimate him. Most people could see that the reason Yuan Hongwu was so fierce, able to clash head-on with Li Chen's summoned beasts using just his fists, was entirely due to the golden light enveloping him. Even with that golden light, Yuan Hongwu could only compete with Li Chen's summoned beast, and he couldn't even injure Li Chen's summoned beast. In this situation, Yuan Hongwu's golden light was shattered, and most people thought the match was about to end. Of course, some students from Qingbei University were still stubborn. Xin Xiuhan nodded in satisfaction. Her student was indeed impressive. To be honest, when she used the talent testing stone, she was astonished by Li Chen. From that moment on, she knew that Li Chen would surely achieve remarkable growth. However, even with that mental preparation, Li Chen's current combat power still surprised her. But it seemed unlikely for Li Chen to join the Xin family now. Xin Xiuhan glanced at Xin Yalong, who was nervously watching the arena, her gaze flickering. Perhaps Yalong could be a breakthrough. On the arena, Li Chen watched as the golden light on Yuan Hongwu shattered, but his brow furrowed slightly. He noticed that, even now, there was no sign of panic on Yuan Hongwu's face. Did this guy have some hidden cards? Raising an eyebrow, Li Chen did not relax at all. Instead, his expression became serious. As the golden light on Yuan Hongwu shattered, the claws of the swan and eye struck out again, heading straight for Yuan Hongwu's neck. Yuan Hongwu raised an eyebrow, and then a crimson aura suddenly burst forth from his body. This crimson aura quickly turned blood red, completely enveloping Yuan Hongwu. The swan knee's claws landed on this blood-red aura and were instantly burned, retracting back. The aura around Yuan Hongwu also surged rapidly with this blood-red energy, quickly surpassing its previous state. Looking at Li Chen, Yuan Hongwu grinned and threw another punch, landing on Xuanwu. Boom! A massive force surged, sending Xuanwu flying. Seeing that there was no defense left in front of him, Yuan Hongwu charged forward. Li Chen's expression was grave. He sensed an explosive aura from Yuan Hongwu. This guy was actually willing to fight to the death. Although he didn't know what means Yuan Hongwu was using, Li Chen could feel that Yuan Hongwu was in a bad state. It was as if he had quickly ignited the power within his body, and the violent energy was rampaging inside him. In this state, Yuan Hongwu's combat power was naturally off the charts. However, this state couldn't be maintained for long, and once it disappeared, Yuan Hongwu would enter a prolonged period of weakness, potentially harming his very essence. What Li Chen didn't know was that Yuan Hongwu's current state was even more severe than he imagined. He was burning his life essence. After this battle, regardless of the outcome, Yuan Hongwu's foundation would be severely damaged, and without top-tier spiritual materials, he wouldn't be able to recover. If he burned his life essence for too long, Yuan Hongwu could even die. Li Chen didn't dare to be careless. His body flashed and he instantly disappeared from the spot. After linking with the swan and eye, Li Chen's speed was extremely high, easily dodging Yuan Hongwu's attack. Boom! Yuan Hongwu's fist landed where Li Chen had been, instantly creating a massive hole in the arena. Seeing that Li Chen was no longer in place, Yuan Hongwu's expression turned extremely ugly. He couldn't maintain his current state for long. The burning of his life essence made him feel his vitality rapidly draining away. Scanning the surroundings, Yuan Hongwu quickly spotted Li Chen and charged over. After burning his life essence, Yuan Hongwu's attributes surged dramatically, and his speed increased significantly. Watching Yuan Hongwu rush over, Li Chen vanished from his original spot again. When he reappeared, he was already behind Xuanwu. Although Yuan Hongwu's strength was now formidable enough to send Xuanwu flying, he could not inflict significant damage on it. Xuanwu's defense remained as trustworthy as ever. Yuan Hongwu felt as if his body was about to. The power of his life source burned within him, surging and making him eager to release this energy. With a roar, Yuan Hongwu charged again towards Li Chen's position. In the sky, the azure dragon spewed black flames, and Yuan Hongwu did not dodge, taking the hit head-on. The black flames burned on his body but were blocked by the blood-red aura surrounding him. Bolts of thunder fell from the sky, and Yuan Hongwu suddenly accelerated, evading some of the thunder, while the remaining bolts caused him little harm. The body of the Swanni reappeared behind Yuan Hongwu, but he seemed to have anticipated it, throwing a punch backward that sent the Swanni flying. He quickly rushed in front of Xuanwu, and a crimson glow gathered on his fists as he struck Xuanwu directly. Xuanwu's body was instantly sent flying. However, the next moment, Li Chen, wielding the soul scythe of the underworld, appeared in Yuan Hongwu's line of sight. Faced with Yuan Hongwu in this state, Li Chen decided to no longer hold back. Otherwise, although there was still not much pressure, the Swanni and Kuei Long might get hurt. Skill, charged strike, gather power, rush out quickly, and deliver a fatal blow. causing 300% of one's own damage. Holding the soul scythe of the underworld, Li Chen activated the skill obtained from the Swan Knee. A cold light appeared on the soul scythe and then swiftly slashed down onto Yuan Hongwu. Bang! The soul scythe struck the blood-red aura surrounding Yuan Hongwu, pausing for a moment, but the next instant, it cleaved through the blood-red aura, leaving a wound on Yuan Hongwu's body. Yuan Hongwu let out a pained scream. After burning his life source, his sense of pain had diminished significantly. However, the soul scythe in Li Chen's hand was a divine weapon capable of inflicting damage on the soul. The damage to his soul made Yuan Hongwu scream in agony, and the violent aura around him intensified. The power gained from burning his life source was already unstable, and now being injured in his soul, Yuan Hongwu went into a frenzy. Fixating on Li Chen before him, Yuan Hongwu's eyes were filled with blood-red fury. "Li Chen, I will kill you! I will kill you!" Yuan Hongwu roared, his demeanor frenzied, swinging his fists as he charged at Li Chen again. Sensing the increasingly violent aura emanating from Yuan Hongwu, Li Chen furrowed his brows. The aura around Yuan Hongwu was thickening. He needed to end the battle quickly. Boom! Xuanwu charged out from the side, directly blocking Li Chen's path. Then, the Azure Dragon swooped down, but the searing blood-red aura lifted Yuan Hongwu's body into the air. Bolts of thunder struck down, landing on Yuan Hongwu, but were blocked by the blood-red aura surrounding him. Then, Kuei Long's thunder shadow surged forth, crashing directly into Yuan Hongwu. This time, the blood-red aura around Yuan Hongwu was significantly dispersed by Kuei Long's thunder shadow. The Swanni's body reappeared behind Yuan Hongwu, opening its mouth to bite at his neck. Yuan Hongwu roared again, and under the enveloping blood-red aura, he instantly transformed into a red light, vanishing in a flash. The red light evaded the Swanni's attack and in an instant appeared before Li Chen. Die! Looking at Li Chen, Yuan Hongwu raised his fist, channeling all his strength into this one blow, and struck down towards Li Chen. A shadow flashed, and Li Chen instantly disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already on top of Xuanwu. Damn it! Another attack missed, and Yuan Hongwu became increasingly frenzied, continuously swinging his fists, unleashing violent power that surged outward. Li Chen commanded the Qinglong and the others to keep attacking. Although he possessed strong foundational attributes, as a summoner, Li Chen was still adept at directing his summoned beasts in battle. After sending the Qinglong flying again, Yuan Hongwu let out another roar, and the blood-red light around him suddenly intensified. Then, Yuan Hongwu's body flickered and quickly vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was right in front of Li Chen, opening his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood Yuan Hongwu spat out instantly vaporized, forming a mist of blood that enveloped Li Chen's body. "Ha, now let's see how you escape. Die!" Yuan Hongwu's eyes widened, laughing maniacally, then concentrated all his strength into his fist and struck directly at Li Chen. Li Chen was taken aback, not expecting Yuan Hongwu to have such a means. After being wrapped in the blood mist, he found he couldn't mobilize his body's strength to break free. Without any hesitation, Li Chen activated the active effect of Xuanwu's defense. Buzz! A wave of energy shot out from Xuanwu, piercing through everything and landing on Li Chen. Boom! Yuan Hongwu's fist struck Li Chen, producing a muffled sound. However, Li Chen remained completely unmoved, suffering no harm at all. Not far away, Xuanwu suddenly shook, its body being knocked back, and a shallow crack appeared on its shell. Yuan Hongwu's punch was terrifyingly powerful. If it weren't for the active effect of Xuanwu's defense, all the attacks would have been redirected to Xuanwu, and Li Chen would have likely suffered greatly from that blow. This guy really wanted to kill him. A glint of cold light flashed in Li Chen's eyes, and the figure of the Swan Ni suddenly appeared beside Yuan Hongwu, its claws tearing through the blood-red aura surrounding him. Then, a chunk of flesh was ripped from Yuan Hongwu's body by the Swan Ni. Yuan Hongwu let out a pained cry, the deep agony from his soul causing his body to stiffen momentarily. In that instant, Li Chen swung the soul scythe in his hand. A flash of cold light appeared, slicing across Yuan Hongwu's neck. Yuan Hongwu's expression froze instantly, and then his head slid off his neck, falling onto the arena. Watching Yuan Hongwu's head roll on the stage, the entire venue fell silent, everyone stunned. After a moment, a cacophony of voices erupted. No way! Yuan Hongwu was actually killed. How dare Li Chen? He killed a freshman from Qingbei University in broad daylight. Did you not see? Yuan Hongwu was acting insane, as if he wanted to tear Li Chen apart. He clearly intended to kill Li Chen, so what's wrong with Li Chen striking back? This arena match was requested by Qingbei University to be a fight to the death. Yuan Hongwu's death is deserved. But just now, didn't Yuan Hongwu suddenly unleash powerful combat strength? I thought he was going to win, but in an instant, he was killed by Li Chen. Everyone's gaze fell on the panting Li Chen on the stage, their expressions varied. Just moments ago, when the golden light around Yuan Hongwu shattered, everyone thought Li Chen was going to win. But the next moment, Yuan Hongwu suddenly erupted with such powerful combat strength that even Li Chen's turtle-like defensive summoned beast couldn't withstand it. Everyone thought the situation was about to turn, but the next moment, Yuan Hongwu was actually slain by Li Chen. After a brief uproar, the students of Qingbei University were furious. Li Chen actually killed someone. This is a freshman competition, not a slaughterfest. Just hand over the murderer Li Chen, or we will never back down. Hand over the murderer. Hand over the murderer. Although this arena competition was a matter of life and death, Yuan Hongwu had indeed died, and the students of Qingbei University found it hard to accept. Seeing this, the students of Ganling Academy also stood up for Li Chen. Do you Qingbei people have no shame? You still want to hand over the murderer? The rule of life and death in the arena was proposed by you. Exactly, just now Yuan Hongwu clearly wanted to kill Li Chen, so how can you not accept it now that he was killed in return? If you can't play, then don't play. If you can't fight, then don't fight. You call yourselves the top university. What a disgrace. Most of the students from Ganling Academy were unaware of Yuan Li's incident, so they didn't speak up. But Yuan Hongwu clearly brought this upon himself, and everyone was watching, naturally rallying to Li Chen's defense. At that moment, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, leaving a trail of thunder. Raymond's figure appeared on the arena, standing in front of Li Chen. Looking around at everyone below, the students of Qingbei University, upon meeting Raymond's gaze, all lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. Raymond surveyed the crowd, and the arena fell silent. Once everything quieted down, Raymond waved his hand, and Yuan Hongwu's body floated in midair. This person used secret techniques to burn his life force, unleashing overwhelming combat power, but this method will gradually drive one insane, turning them into a bloodthirsty killer. You all saw what happened just now. This guy always used lethal means when he attacked. Li Chen killing him was merely self-defense. Moreover, the rule of life and death in the arena was proposed by Qingbei University. Given that this guy used secret techniques to unleash his power, I have strong reasons to suspect this is a conspiracy by Qingbei University against our Ganling Academy student Li Chen. I will hold Qingbei University accountable for this matter and hope to receive a satisfactory response. Now I announce that the arena competition will continue. If anyone causes trouble again, I will directly throw them out of Ganling Academy. Hearing Raymond's words, the people from Qingbei University looked very grim. Yuan Hongwu had been killed, and Raymond still wanted to hold them accountable. But Raymond's words left them speechless. The surroundings also quieted down, and after Raymond left, the arena competition continued. However, after the battle with Yuan Hongwu, no one dared to challenge Li Chen anymore. The focus of the subsequent arena competition shifted entirely to Bai Miao. Bai Miao was challenged by several people in succession but defeated them all, with no one able to succeed. Bai Miao's marksmanship was incredibly powerful, coupled with her high attributes and several skills that complemented her shooting style, making her combat power formidable. Moreover, Bai Miao's explosive fighting power was strong. Once unleashed, a set of combos could easily take down her opponent. I originally thought Ganling Academy was strong with Li Chen, but I didn't expect there to be Bai Miao as well. The spear in her hand is truly terrifying. Who can argue with that? Both Bai Miao and Li Chen are freaks, neither is a hidden profession, nor do they seem to possess special bloodline powers, yet their combat power is at such a level. I heard Bai Miao is from the Bai family in Jiangxi. It seems the Bai family has inherited spear techniques, and even before the abyss descended, they were already an ancient martial arts family. The spear techniques passed down are quite something. Listening to the discussions around him, Li Chen's gaze flickered slightly. He was not like the surrounding students said, he was not a hidden profession. His sea and mountain summoner should be even more powerful than a hidden profession. In contrast, Bai Miao was truly not a hidden profession but possessed such strong combat power. Inherited spear techniques? No matter how powerful the techniques are, without diligent practice, one cannot unleash formidable combat strength. This Bai Miao's formidable combat ability is undoubtedly linked to her hard work and dedication. Soon, the time approached 6 o'clock, and all the students had exhausted their challenge attempts. The rankings for the new students were set. The new student competition rankings are out. The top 10 are not much different from the previous Secret Realm clearance rankings. At Ganling Academy, Shinyaro entered the top 10, while at Qingbei University, Yuan Hongwu is dead, and a new student has entered the top 10. This is certain, as the Secret Realm clearance can fully reflect a new student's combat power. However, assassins like Shinyaru sometimes struggle to showcase their true strength. There are dark horses, but they don't appear every time. After this, Li Chen and Bai Miao are going to make a name for themselves, especially Li Chen. The joint first place between the two schools carries immense weight. Indeed, Yuan Hongwu was already quite strong. If he hadn't died, he might have been able to compete with Bai Miao for second place, but under the condition of burning his life source, he was actually killed by Li Chen. Li Chen's combat power is too strong. All the new students' gazes fell on the new student competition rankings. Looking at the joint rankings of Jinling Academy and Qingbei University, with Li Chen's name at the top, all the students felt a wave of envy. First place in the new student competition, and joint first, represents not just glory but also resource rewards. As the joint first, Li Chen would not only receive rewards from Jinling Academy but also from the joint rewards of both schools. Moreover, Li Chen would become the face of Jinling Academy's new students, participating in the National New Student Exchange Competition among hundreds of schools. This competition is essentially a contest among the schools. The results of the National New Student Exchange Competition will ultimately affect the resource allocation for the year among the schools. Each school will select 10 students for this competition, which corresponds to the top 10 from the new student competition. To secure a good ranking in the National New Student Exchange Competition and obtain more resources, schools will allocate additional resources to the top 10 new students from the competition. In this case, the resources obtained by the top 10 students, especially Li Chen, who ranks first, will be greater, as he represents Jinling Academy. "Congratulations, Li Chen," Bai Miao said as she approached him, smiling. Li Chen nodded at Bai Miao. "You did well too." Bai Miao replied, "Compared to you, my second place is quite lacking, but I will work hard. I hope next time I can challenge you with my strength." Li Chen nodded at Bai Miao, seeing the fighting spirit deep in her eyes. This Bai Miao will definitely achieve great things in the future. Shinyaru and Shiri quickly rushed over, both expressing their congratulations to Li Chen. Li Chen smiled in response. He had just looked at their rankings. Shinyaru was 6th at Jinling Academy, and 11th overall. Shiri ranked 5th at Qingbei University, placing 10th overall. Both of them had strong combat abilities, but the secret realm clearance made it difficult for them to showcase their strength. Only in arena matches could they fully demonstrate their combat prowess. Shinyaru, as an assassin, had a mysterious presence during battles, often able to hide in the shadows. Moreover, as a half-demon, she possessed a talent for charm. She could often use her charm techniques on enemies while remaining hidden, causing them to momentarily lose focus. It was often in that instant that Shinyaru could determine the outcome of the battle. Shiri, on the other hand, was very agile. As an archer, her attack power was extremely high, and her shooting speed was rapid. Perhaps due to her bloodline power, Shiri had an absolute talent in wind manipulation, even able to walk on the wind. If I were to form a club, I would definitely recruit Shinyaru and Bai Miao. Unfortunately, Shirue is from Qingbei University, otherwise, Li Chen would definitely be thinking about bringing her on board. The students from Qingbei University also began to leave, and after exchanging a few words with Shinyaru, Shirue waved goodbye and departed. At that moment, Shin Shouhan arrived on the high platform. "Everyone, the freshman competition has successfully concluded, and your rankings have now been announced. Next, the school will arrange your rankings, reassign your dormitories, and distribute the rewards for this freshman competition." This competition was jointly held, so the top 10 students in the joint ranking will receive additional rewards funded by both schools. Especially, the first-ranked student, Li Chen, will receive an extra S-level resource reward. Listening to Shin Shouhan's words, all the freshmen turned their gazes to Li Chen, their eyes filled with envy. An S-level resource is something they might not even be able to obtain after half a semester of hard work. Shin Shouhan continued, "After the freshman competition, everyone will start attending classes, so please actively participate in the lessons and diligently improve your abilities." At this point, Shin Shouhan's expression became serious. "Everyone should be aware that our world is not entirely safe. The magical creatures in caves in the wild, as well as the abyss and the abyssal world beyond, pose significant threats. Therefore, striving to enhance your strength is not just for glory but also for your own safety." Hearing Shin Shouhan's words, the students below also grew serious. Everyone understood that although the magical creatures in caves in the wild are currently under control, the occasional magical tide could still surge into the city, creating danger. Moreover, there are also the alien races and the Abyssal Gate. Especially the Abyssal Gate, through which magical creatures in caves can descend upon Earth. No one knows if other dangers might emerge from it. This is also why humanity has begun to explore the Abyssal Gate in reverse. Everything is for survival, and the prerequisite for survival is powerful strength. Observing the expressions of the students below, Shin Shouhan nodded slightly. This was the effect she wanted. She needed all the freshmen to understand that entering the university is just the beginning, not the end. Here, if one wishes to slack off, the only outcome awaiting them is elimination. Next, I will announce the rewards for the top 10 students at Ganling Academy. I hope everyone can work hard and strive to break into the top 10 in the next competition. Announcing the rewards for the top 10 students is also an important means to motivate the students. 10th place, Liao Hua, receives a piece of platinum-level equipment, along with an A-level resource set, and 1,000 credits. As soon as the reward for the 10th place was announced, the students below erupted in an uproar. Wow, the reward for 10th place is already so generous? Not to mention the A-level resource, there's even a piece of platinum-level equipment. Yeah, platinum-level equipment is worth several million, right? A good one could even exceed 10 million, and there are also 1,000 credits. 1,000 credits are enough to exchange for quite a few good things in the school treasury. This is just the reward for 10th place. It's truly enviable. All the freshmen at Ganling Academy were filled with envy. Although they knew the rewards for the freshman competition would be substantial, they didn't expect them to be this rich. Soon, everyone's gaze shifted to Li Chen. If the reward for 10th place is so generous, then what about the first place, Li Chen? How lavish will the reward be? Shin Shohan's voice continued to resonate, stimulating the nerves of the freshmen. 9th place receives an A-level resource, along with 8th place receives. 6th place, Shinyaru, receives an A+ level resource, along with 3 pieces of platinum equipment, and 2,000 credits. Starting from 6th place, the rewards are A+ level resources. Do you think the top 3 will be S-level resources? It's unlikely. It could be an S-level resource reward. Li Chen's words should indicate an S-level resource reward. Damn, it's really enviable. With the combined rewards, Li Chen will have 2 S-level resource rewards. Damn, I must work hard to improve my strength. Next time, no matter what, I have to squeeze into the top 10. Soon, Xinyaring's voice continued, quickly reaching the rewards for the top 3. 3rd place, Yang Liuhu, rewarded with S-level resources, a full set of platinum equipment, a master-level skill book, and 2,400 credits. 2nd place, Bai Miao, rewarded with a set of S-level resources, a full set of platinum equipment, plus a Grandmaster-level skill book, and 2,600 credits. Hearing the rewards for Yang Liuhu and Bai Miao, the audience erupted in astonishment again. What the hell? There's even a skill book reward. 3rd place gets a master-level skill book. It's really enviable. If only I could make it into the top 3. The rewards for Li Chen are about to be announced. I wonder what he will get. All the freshmen held their breath, ready to listen to the first place reward for Li Chen. At this moment, Shin Shohan also quickly rose. 1st place, Li Chen, rewarded with an S-level resource, a full set of platinum equipment, a Grandmaster-level skill book, an Epic-level skill book, and 5,000 credits. As Shin Shohan's voice fell, the entire venue fell silent. Then, a noisy discussion erupted instantly. Did I hear that right? 5,000 credits reward. Is this really the reward for 1st place? Indeed, an S-level resource, directly obtaining 2 sets of S-level resources. This is simply a windfall. The most important thing is the skill books, right? Not to mention the Grandmaster-level skill book. There's even an Epic-level skill book reward. Yes, the Epic-level skill book, if I remember correctly, it requires 10,000 credits to exchange for it in the school library, right? The most important thing is that Epic-level skills are rare. There aren't many in the school library. Damn, I can't take it anymore. My envy is about to explode. Don't look at me. Jealousy has made me unrecognizable. Why isn't I the first? Listening to the envious voices around him, Li Chen also showed a hint of surprise on his face. He didn't expect the first place reward to be so generous. As for the skill books, Li Chen had never obtained any. He didn't know if it was because of the Shan Haishan Mo Lu, but after leveling up he hadn't acquired skills like other professions. This time, he could try to see if he could learn the skills from the skill books. Just then, Raymond also came up to the high platform. Shin Shohan was taken aback for a moment and looked at Raymond, saying, "Principal, do you want to say a few words?" Raymond smiled and then spoke. "I just think it's not easy for everyone to participate in the freshman competition. How about this? Every participating freshman will receive 100 credits." Hearing Raymond's words, many students below were stunned for a moment, then erupted into cheers. "Thank you, Principal Raymond, for the 100 credits. Principal Raymond is generous." Although it was only 100 credits, having something was better than nothing, and the students' spirits were quite high. Seeing this, Raymond's smile grew even more pronounced. Then, he scanned the surroundings and said, "Today, I also have one more thing I want everyone to witness." Shin Shohan's heart skipped a beat, and her gaze quickly fell on Li Chen. Could it be? Sure enough, Shin Shohan saw that Raymond's gaze also landed on Li Chen, slowly opening his mouth. "Li Chen, I want to take you as my disciple. I wonder how you feel about that?" Hearing Raymond's words, the many students below were in an uproar. completely not expecting Principal Raymond to say such a thing. Taking a disciple? This was Principal Raymond taking a disciple. Who is Principal Raymond? A level 59 lightning mage had once single-handedly annihilated an entire legion of the enemy nation. He ventured deep into the wilderness, helping the country to open up vast areas, exterminating countless monster lairs, and bringing back the corpses of over 20 epic-level magical beasts. Moreover, Raymond was also a key player in exploring the Abyssal Gate and the world beyond it, a pioneer in humanity's understanding of the realm behind the Abyssal Gate. The halo surrounding Raymond was simply too numerous. And now, Raymond actually wanted to take Li Chen as his disciple? Everyone's gaze turned to Li Chen, filled with envy. Not to mention the prestige surrounding Principal Raymond, just the fact that a level 59 powerhouse was taking on a disciple was enough to make everyone scramble for the opportunity. I never expected Principal Raymond would want to take Li Chen as his disciple. Li Chen's luck is just too good, isn't it? After becoming the principal's disciple, how could he possibly lack resources? Exactly, Li Chen's combat power is already extremely strong. If he becomes Principal Raymond's disciple, his combat power will surely see a rapid increase. He will soar to new heights. You can tell you don't know Principal Raymond's character. He is the fairest of them all. While being his disciple has its benefits, it also comes with stricter treatment. That's right, don't be envious and resentful. Becoming Principal Raymond's disciple isn't necessarily a good thing. You don't know that he has had several disciples before, and they all died. The students began to discuss among themselves, and many started to spread the news that all of Principal Raymond's previous disciples had perished. Everyone's gaze fell on Li Chen, waiting for his response. Surely he had heard about Principal Raymond's situation. Becoming his disciple could be life-threatening. Li Chen looked at Raymond on the high platform. Without any hesitation, he nodded and said, "Master, I am willing." The benefits of becoming Raymond's disciple were self-evident. Not to mention, the issues with Qingbei University and the Yuan family would be thoroughly resolved. At least on the surface, they could no longer act against him. As for the so-called life-threatening risks of becoming Raymond's disciple, Li Chen didn't take it to heart at all. In a world like this, what wasn't dangerous? Hearing Li Chen's resolute words, a look of relief appeared on Raymond's face. Soon, amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Raymond stepped down from the high platform and directly took Li Chen away. "Master, where are you taking me?" Li Chen asked curiously, looking at Raymond beside him. Raymond smiled and said, "Since you have become my disciple, I naturally have to give you a gift for our first meeting. Just follow me." Li Chen nodded. The gift Raymond mentioned should be something good. By the way, don't listen to what others say. I did indeed take on a few disciples before, and they died in battle on the abyssal battlefield. But rest assured, I have now retired from the front lines and will not let you undertake any dangerous tasks. Unless there are special circumstances, I will be stationed at the rear from now on. Raymond thought of something and looked at Li Chen. After all, he had finally found a promising talent, and Raymond didn't want to scare him away because of this matter. Li Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, Master, I'm not a coward." Hearing this, Raymond laughed heartily. Good. No wonder I chose you as my disciple." Li Chen followed behind Raymond and soon arrived at an abandoned park in the center of the school. This abandoned park was locked up, looking quite dilapidated, and very few students would come here. It was said that an accident had occurred in this park before, and since then, it had been sealed off. Li Chen didn't expect Raymond to bring him here. Raymond stepped forward and directly opened the park's gate, leading Li Chen inside. After walking a short distance, Li Chen noticed several figures lurking in the dark corners around them. Upon seeing Raymond, the figures vanished into the surrounding shadows once again. Li Chen raised an eyebrow. It seemed that this abandoned park was not as simple as it appeared. Soon, Li Chen followed closely behind Raymond and arrived at the center of the park, where an abandoned office building stood. It was still locked, but after Raymond opened it, he led Li Chen directly toward the basement. Once they entered the first underground level, Li Chen noticed that the environment had actually improved, completely devoid of any signs of abandonment. After arriving here, Raymond opened a concealed hidden door and continued to lead Li Chen deeper below. To Li Chen's surprise, there was even more space down there. His heart trembled. It seemed this was a secret place of the Ganling Academy. As Raymond continued to lead Li Chen downward, he asked, "Li Chen, how much do you know about bloodline power?" "Bloodline power?" Li Chen frowned, unsure why Raymond suddenly brought this up. "Master, I don't know much about bloodline power. In fact, it was only after coming to Ganling Academy that I first encountered some mixed blood beings with bloodline power." Raymond nodded slightly. Bloodline power, or rather, the bloodline power of other races, is the power carried by the beings from the abyssal world beyond the abyssal gate. This power is contained within the bloodline and allows these beings to possess formidable innate abilities. This bloodline power can be inherited. Those mixed blood beings you encountered have inherited the power of bloodline to varying degrees, which is why they start off at a higher level than ordinary people. At this point, Raymond paused for a moment before continuing. The bloodline power of other races is very formidable. Among humans, unless one is an exceptionally talented individual, it is difficult to compare with those who possess bloodline power. Of course, the potential for growth in humans surpasses that of these other races, otherwise, they would have long since dominated our world. However, even so, some people are still eager to acquire the power of bloodline, wanting to steal this power. Hearing this, Lich frowned and then spoke. Stealing bloodline power? Are those mixed blood beings an attempt at that? Raymond smiled and shook his head. To call it an attempt is somewhat forced. Most of those mixed blood beings are products of lustful impulses. Of course, this can be considered a method, but the bloodline power they obtain is not pure, and there is even a possibility that they cannot awaken the bloodline power within them. What I mean by stealing bloodline power is to completely integrate the bloodline power of other races into oneself, allowing oneself to gain powerful bloodline strength. As Raymond's words fell, the two had already arrived at the second underground level. In front of them stood a glass door. Listening to Raymond's words, Lichen's heart stirred, and his heart began to race. Master, do you mean Raymond brought him here and mentioned bloodline power? Could it be that? Sure enough, Raymond smiled and said, "This is what I meant by giving you a meeting gift, to steal a portion of bloodline power for you." Li Chen's heart jolted. It was indeed as he thought. Stealing bloodline power. Li Chen never expected that Raymond's meeting gift would be this. Just by looking at Shinyaru and Shirue, one could understand the power of bloodline. Whether it was Shinyaru's charm ability or Shirue's archery talent, both were additional strengths built upon an equal foundation. Moreover, this was under the circumstance that mixed blood beings could not fully awaken their bloodline power. If he could obtain a complete bloodline power, the benefits for his strength enhancement were undoubtedly immense. "Thank you, Master," Li Chen said gratefully as he looked at Raymond. Raymond smiled. "Kid, I must tell you in advance that stealing bloodline power is not that simple. You need to be mentally prepared. This is both an opportunity for you and a test." With that, Raymond raised his head, his gaze falling on the glass door in front of them. The glass door was heavy, and one could not see the inside from the outside. Raymond pressed his hand against it, and a red glow quickly emerged from the glass door, enveloping Raymond's entire body. With a crisp click, the glass door opened directly. A chill instantly rushed in, causing Li Chen to shiver. Raymond entered first, with Li Chen following closely behind. As soon as they stepped inside, the glass door closed behind them. Li Chen glanced back and could clearly see everything outside the glass door from within. Inside the glass door was a white world, giving off a sense of technology. The space inside was large, with rooms isolated from one another. In the corridor ahead, people in white coats occasionally emerged from these rooms and quickly moved toward other rooms. It seemed they did not notice Raymond and Li Chen at all, not even casting a strange glance their way. Raymond led Li Chen deeper into the corridor. As they walked, Raymond asked Li Chen, "How much do you know about the alien races?" Li Chen shook his head. "Not much." Raymond nodded and continued, "The alien races are beings from the abyssal world behind the abyss gate. Some high-level alien races, such as elves and succubi, have the ability to communicate with us. However, although these alien races are high-level, they cannot be considered top-tier. So far, we have discovered 3 types of top-tier alien races. They are titans, dragons, and angels." When it came to top-tier alien races, Raymond's expression became serious. "The combat power of these 3 top-tier alien races is very strong. We have explored their world through the Abyss Gate, but suffered heavy casualties. Moreover, these are just the top-tier alien races we have discovered so far. There may be other top-tier alien races in the vast abyssal world behind the Abyss Gate. These top-tier alien races possess extremely high combat power, and exploring their world has cost us dearly. 3 of your senior brothers died in this regard." Mentioning those former disciples, Raymond's expression turned somewhat sad. However, he quickly regained his composure and continued, "Although we have paid a heavy price, we have also gained something. Among these gains, the blood essence of top-tier alien races is one of the most precious." As he spoke, Raymond led Li Chen to the door of a room deep in the corridor. Extending his hand, Raymond pressed it against the door as he had done before. Soon, the door opened, and Raymond took Li Chen inside. This room was even colder, and Li Chen even began to doubt whether they had entered a place covered by teacher Shinshohan's ice power. Li Chen glanced around and found that the space was not very large, with only 7 or 8 black coffins resembling sarcophagi standing inside. Raymond pointed at these black coffins and said, "Inside are sealed alien blood essences, and the best among them are these 3. which contained the blood essences of titans, dragons, and angels. The power contained in each type of blood essence is different, and the strength gained by humans after absorption varies. For example, Titan blood essence mainly enhances strength and physique. After absorption, one's strength and physique will see a significant boost. Angel blood essence, on the other hand, focuses more on enhancing mental power. Dragon blood essence also emphasizes physique and strength, but it also considers some aspects of mental power. Listening to Raymond's introduction, Li Chen's gaze fell upon these black coffins, which contained precious resources of alien blood essence. Suddenly, Li Chen thought of something and asked Raymond, "Master, how can one steal the power of alien bloodlines? Could one really obtain the power of alien bloodlines just by using this blood essence? Wouldn't that be a bit too simple?" Raymond spoke, "It's simple. You just need to swallow the essence blood and then refine it using the refining array, which will allow you to transform the essence blood into the power of your bloodline and integrate it into yourself. Of course, this process is not pleasant. It will cause immense pain to both your body and mind. If you can endure it, you will naturally gain the bloodline power, but if you fail midway, it could backfire on you. At that point, not only will you fail to obtain the bloodline power, but it could also harm your life source." Listening to Raymond's words, Li Chen's heart tightened. No wonder Raymond said earlier that this was both an opportunity and a test for him. Raymond continued, "Refining essence blood indeed carries significant risks, so whether to refine it or not is entirely up to you. This is the gift I present to you." Hearing Raymond's words, Li Chen did not respond immediately. After all, this concerned his life source, and he had to be cautious. Li Chen had only 10 years left to live. If something went wrong, he might exhaust his lifespan and die, which would be a serious matter. However, Raymond was not wrong. This was indeed an opportunity for him. For an ordinary person, it was akin to obtaining a hidden profession. Although he had some knowledge from the Shan Haishan Mo Lu, who wouldn't want to enhance their power further? While Li Chen was contemplating, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. The illusory Shan Haishan Mo Lu rapidly unfolded before him, instantly pointing in a direction. Li Chen's gaze shifted to the far right, where a black coffin stood. It was not one of the 3 top-tier alien essence blood coffins that Raymond had mentioned. Li Chen furrowed his brows. He felt an unusual heartbeat, and an intense desire surged from the depths of his heart, as if something within that black coffin was calling to him. "Master, what kind of alien essence blood is in that black coffin?" Li Chen asked, pointing at it. Raymond looked in the direction Li Chen was pointing, paused for a moment, and then replied, "This was discovered in a deep abyss world, but we don't know what creature's essence blood it is. There is only a drop of essence blood in this black coffin. We've studied it for several years, but we still haven't figured out what kind of alien essence blood it is. Because this drop of essence blood emits a rather unique aura, it has been sealed for research." Li Chen nodded, then glanced at the black coffin, ultimately unable to resist asking, "Master, can I take a look at the essence blood inside?" Raymond frowned slightly but then nodded. Approaching the black coffin, Raymond opened it directly, and a dense chill was released from within. Then, a transparent glass vial came into view. Inside that glass vial, a drop of purple-golden blood was slowly swirling, emitting a faint purple-golden glow. Li Chen's heart skipped a beat. It seemed similar to the blood from the demon god's corpse. No wonder he felt an unusual impulse. Could this be the essence blood of that demon god's corpse? Or perhaps the essence blood of the demon god's race? As the black coffin opened, the impulse in Li Chen's heart intensified, making him want to pounce on it and refine the essence blood immediately. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chen looked at Raymond and said, "Master, can I choose this essence blood?" Although there were 3 top-tier alien essence bloods nearby, Li Chen still preferred this drop of essence blood. After all, his Shan Haishan Mo Lu was obtained from that demon god's corpse, and refining this drop of essence blood might yield unexpected results. Hearing Li Chen's words, Raymond's brows furrowed deeply. "Li Chen, I must tell you, even with my authority, I can only bring you here to choose one essence blood for refinement. This can be considered your only opportunity. This drop of essence blood is unknown. No one knows what the result of absorbing and refining it will be. Are you sure you want this drop of essence blood? Next to it, there are 3 drops of the finest blood from different races. As a summoner, refining angel blood is the best choice." Li Chen said without hesitation, "Master, I have already decided. I want this drop of blood." Once he made a decision, Li Chen would never regret it. Hearing Li Chen's words, Raymond fell silent. He could sense that Li Chen's choice of this drop of blood was not a momentary impulse, but rather a special reason behind it. Everyone has their own secrets, and Raymond would not pry into Li Chen's. After confirming that Li Chen was not acting impulsively but had made a careful choice, Raymond nodded and said, "All right, since you have made your choice, I won't say anything more. You should go back and rest for now. Come back here tomorrow." The refining array should be set up by then. Li Chen nodded and was then escorted out by Raymond. After leaving, Li Chen quickly returned to his dormitory. As soon as he arrived at room 2, he saw several boxes placed in his storage box at the door. Since he would be changing dormitories tomorrow, his rewards were sent here first. Li Chen's expression became excited. In this new student competition, he had obtained quite a few good things. Unable to contain his excitement, he used his student card to take out the resource boxes and then entered the room. After closing the door, Li Chen immediately opened the resource boxes. The first things that caught his eye were the Abyss Essence supplements and enhancement pills. Both the Abyss Essence supplements and enhancement pills were hard currency, making up a large part of the reward resources. Li Chen counted, there were 100 Abyss Essence supplements and 25 of each type of enhancement pill, totaling 100. No wonder these were 2 sets of S-level resources. The richness of the rewards surprised Li Chen. Without any hesitation, Li Chen directly fed all the essence supplements and enhancement pills to the Swan NI, as its improvement would also lead to his own enhancement. According to Raymond, the higher the 4 basic attributes when absorbing and refining bloodline power, the lower the danger of the refinement. Li Chen looked at his average of over 1,000 in the 4 basic attributes and nodded in satisfaction. With such basic attributes, the danger of refining the drop of blood tomorrow should be very low. Then Li Chen checked the other resources, which were all quite good. For example, magic crystals, monster cores, secret silver, meteorite iron, and so on. Among them, there was even an S-level forging material, the Fire Dragon Stone. Just this Fire Dragon Stone alone could be exchanged for a diamond-level piece of equipment. Then Li Chen found a platinum equipment exchange card in one of the resource boxes. With this exchange card, he could exchange for a set of platinum-level equipment in the school treasury. After putting away the exchange card, Li Chen's gaze fell on the 2 skill books behind it. One was a master-level skill book, and the other was an epic-level skill book. Li Chen's eyes first landed on the master-level skill book. Summon Duality, rank, master level, effect, consumes mental power to replicate summoned creatures under your control. The more creatures you choose to replicate, the more mental power is consumed, with a maximum replication of double the number. The replicated summoned creatures have 60% of the original's attributes, duration affected by mental power, cooldown time of 4 hours and 30 minutes. Staring at the description of this master-level skill book, Li Chen was stunned. He did not expect that the effect of this master-level skill book could be so powerful. Replicating summoned creatures. Although the replicated summoned creatures only had 60% of the original's combat power and could only be replicated up to double, it was still a significant enhancement for Li Chen. For a summoner, this was definitely an extraordinary skill. However, Li Chen felt a bit anxious, unsure if he could learn this summon duality. After all, his profession as a summoner of gods and demons from the mountains and seas was somewhat special. Picking up the skill book, Li Chen directly chose to use it. The skill book in his hand instantly transformed into a beam of light and merged into Li Chen's body. Li Chen could feel a brand new power emerging within him. It works! A hint of joy flickered in Li Chen's eyes. With this summoning of the Dualborn, his combat power would be greatly enhanced. Then, Li Chen's gaze fell upon another epic-level skill book. This was an epic-level skill book, 1 rank higher than the master level. He wondered what skill it contained. Taking the epic-level skill book in hand, Li Chen directly checked its attributes. Redemption rank, epic effect, consumes mental power to release the light of redemption, fully restoring a dying target to its peak state. The stronger the target's power, the more mental power consumed. Looking at the specific effects of this redemption skill, Li Chen raised an eyebrow. This epic-level skill book had a powerful effect, directly restoring a dying target to its peak. It truly deserved its epic rank. However, it was somewhat unfortunate that this was a priest's skill book. He probably wouldn't be able to learn it. Li Chen tried it out, and sure enough, he couldn't use this skill book. Selling it for school credits or trading it for materials that can extend life would be a good choice, Li Chen pondered. If he couldn't learn to use it, then he could only trade it away. Just as he was thinking, the Mountain and Sea Divine Demon record suddenly unfolded, and a line of ethereal text appeared on it. Do you choose to consume 100 soul fragments to convert the redemption skill book into a skill book of your profession? Li Chen was taken aback. He hadn't expected such a turn of events. Converted into a skill book of his profession? After thinking for a moment, Li Chen directly chose to convert it. After all, he still had quite a few soul fragments. He had stored a lot from slaying monsters. Currently, the only way to consume soul fragments was through the double damage of the underworld soul scythe. However, he hadn't used this ability many times, so he hadn't consumed many soul fragments. Li Chen checked and found that he still had 389 soul fragments. 100 wasn't much of a cost for him. Buzz, a beam of light shot out from the Mountain and Sea Divine Demon record, quickly reaching the skill book in Li Chen's hand. When the light dissipated, Li Chen discovered that the skill book had changed. The shadow of the mountain and sea divine demon record appeared on the skill book. Raising an eyebrow, Li Chen checked the skill book again. Summon redemption rank, epic effect. By using mental power, you can restore summon creatures under your control to their peak state. If the summon creature has died for no more than 10 minutes, you can consume a large amount of mental power and a varying number of soul fragments to resurrect the dead summon creature. Note, the resurrection effect can only be used once a month. Note, this skill book is a mountain and sea divine demon skill book, and only mountain and sea divine demon summoners can learn it. Looking at the converted skill book, Li Chen couldn't help but gasp. It had actually transformed into a resurrection skill. Although resurrection required a large amount of mental power and soul fragments, this was indeed a resurrection skill. It should be noted that even priests currently had no resurrection skills available. Looking at the last line of small print, this was still exclusive to him, and only he could learn it. Li Chen chose to learn it immediately. Seeing the 2 additional skills, a smile appeared on Li Chen's face. No wonder students in universities were so eager to compete for various rankings. The rewards were truly generous. Li Chen checked the remaining resources and found nothing he could currently use. His resources were already quite substantial, definitely considered very rich among the new students. After a quick wash, Li Chen went straight to rest. Although the battles in the new student competition hadn't consumed too much energy, they had still drained a fair amount of his spirit. The next day, at the appointed time, Li Chen headed straight for the abandoned park. Li Chen felt a bit of anticipation in his heart, wondering what kind of improvement he would gain after refining that drop of essence blood. Arriving at the entrance of the abandoned park, besides Raymond, Li Chen also saw a familiar figure, Shin Shohan. Master, Teacher Shin, Li Chen greeted the two. Raymond nodded at Li Chen and then said, "The bloodline power refining array has been completed. To avoid any unexpected incidents, I asked Teacher Shin to come along and take a look. If any problems arise, with me and your Teacher Shin here, nothing will happen to you." Hearing Raymond's words, Li Chen felt a surge of emotion. He understood that it was because he chose that unknown drop of essence blood that Raymond wasn't very confident, which was why he had Shin Shohan come to oversee things. "Thank you, Master, thank you, Teacher Shin," Li Chen said to the two. Raymond waved his hand and then led them underground. On the way, Shin Shohan looked at Li Chen and said, "Li Chen, I heard you chose an unknown essence blood for refining, which is somewhat dangerous. To be honest, the opportunity to refine alien essence blood and gain bloodline power is rare. This is a significant opportunity for you, and you shouldn't take such risks. Listen to your teacher, just choose one of the 3 top alien essence bloods to refine. There's no need to take risks." Shin Shohan sincerely advised Li Chen. To be honest, when she first heard about this, she was somewhat surprised. After all, even as the principal, Raymond only had one recommendation for refining bloodline power. Shin Shohan had thought that Raymond would give it to Li Chen, but she didn't expect it to happen so quickly. However, she soon realized that this was Raymond's way of expressing his guilt towards his previous disciples, so he was treating Li Chen exceptionally well. Therefore, this was undoubtedly a rare opportunity for Li Chen. How could such an opportunity be wasted on an unknown essence blood? That would be foolish. In Shin Shohan's view, choosing Angel Essence Blood was the best option for Li Chen. After all, the Angel Bloodline power focuses on enhancing mental strength, which is the best improvement for Li Chen as a summoner. Li Chen pondered for a moment and then said, "Teacher Shin, I have my own considerations. My profession is special, so I sense that drop of essence blood has a high compatibility with me." Li Chen knew that Raymond had called Shin Shohan over to lecture him. Clearly, he was somewhat dissatisfied with Li Chen's choice of an unknown essence blood. There was no way around it. Li Chen could only tell a lie. Raymond, who was leading the way, brightened his eyes and turned to Li Chen, saying, "Oh, a special profession? I thought, as a summoner, how could you have such a powerful summon beast? Are you a hidden profession above summoners?" Li Chen shook his head and directly replied, "No, Master, I am a dual profession. You saw my performance in the new student competition yesterday. I also have considerable combat power." The Sea and Mountain Demon Summoner was Li Chen's biggest trump card, and he could never expose it, so he fabricated a story about being a dual profession. After all, he could link with summoned beasts and gain their powerful abilities, which also served as a cover for this capability. Both Raymond and Shin Shohan were taken aback, not expecting Li Chen's answer to be that he was a dual profession. "Good kid, you're hiding deep enough. I thought your performance in the arena was due to a special ability of a certain summoned beast. I didn't expect you to actually have a dual profession." Shin Shohan looked at Li Chen with a face full of emotion. However, this also resolved her previous doubts about Li Chen's talent testing stone. In Shin Shohan's view, the results of that test were too extraordinary. Such brilliance was unprecedented. If he was a dual profession, the combined talent abilities of two professions could explain it. At least it was more acceptable than just one profession. However, even so, that golden light was enough to prove that Li Chen had considerable potential in both professions. It seemed that the matter of connecting Yerong and Li Chen could no longer be delayed. Otherwise, as Li Chen grew for a while longer, the number of people and forces trying to recruit him would only increase. Who knew if there would be any schemes involving beautiful women? Raymond also nodded. If it was Li Chen's intuition regarding another profession, then it was nothing to worry about. His main concern was that Li Chen had chosen the drop of unknown blood essence on a whim yesterday. Soon, Raymond brought Li Chen and Shin Xiuhan to the previous underground level 2. However, this time, Raymond led them to an entirely new room. Upon entering, Li Chen saw a large formation on the ground glowing with a blood-red light. Was this the bloodline power refinement formation? Li Chen's gaze flickered. With just a glance, he felt as if his soul was about to be drawn away by this formation. He quickly averted his eyes. This bloodline power refinement formation was definitely of a high grade and very complex. Raymond must have expended considerable effort to set up this formation. Looking at Li Chen, Raymond said, "Stand in the center of the formation and adjust your state. You need to refine that drop of blood essence in the best condition." With that, Raymond went to retrieve the drop of blood essence. Shin Xiuhan also looked at Li Chen and said, "If anything happens, just shout it out. Principal Raymond and I will protect you." Li Chen nodded. Raymond soon returned, handing the glass vial containing the blood essence to Li Chen before directly activating the formation. The moment the formation's light rose, Li Chen swallowed the blood essence from the glass vial and then sat cross-legged. Buzz! A blood-red light instantly rose from the formation, enveloping Li Chen's body. Li Chen immediately felt the blood essence he had swallowed transform into a powerful force, rapidly surging within him. This force was quite violent, as if it wanted to burst Li Chen's body apart. However, the power of the bloodline power refinement formation also descended upon Li Chen, beginning to flow into his body and suppress this violent force. The two forces seemed to turn Li Chen's body into a battlefield, starting to fight against each other. As the battle continued, the violent blood essence power was gradually calmed and then integrated into Li Chen's body. Shin Xiuhan sensed the aura within the formation and frowned slightly. What kind of power is this? It seems I've never seen it before. Generally speaking, when refining blood essence, the characteristics of the power would reveal themselves. Based on the revealed characteristics, one could deduce the type of blood essence. However, the characteristics of this drop of blood essence were very special. Shin Xiuhan had never felt such a power fluctuation before. Hearing this, Raymond also spoke up. "I don't know the nature of this power either. It seems this drop of blood essence is completely beyond our understanding. If it weren't for Li Chen insisting, I wouldn't have agreed to let him refine this drop of blood essence." Shin Xiuhan nodded and then said, "However, this power fluctuation is not weak at all. It is completely on par with the power fluctuations produced by the top 3 alien blood essences. It seems Li Chen has a good eye. After absorbing this drop of blood essence, his power will likely reach new heights." Raymond nodded. "That's best, but we mustn't let our guard down. If anything goes wrong, you and I will act together to ensure Li Chen's safety." Shin Xiuhan nodded, her expression becoming serious. At this moment, however, Li Chen's brow was tightly furrowed. The power contained in this drop of blood essence was far too much, even more than Li Chen had imagined. This power was like a drop of thick ink, slowly spreading and merging into Li Chen's body under the influence of the bloodline power refinement formation. However, this ink was too thick. Even after filling Li Chen's entire body, it had not completely dissolved. The power of essence blood began to overflow from Li Chen's body, spreading outwards. The power of the bloodline refining formation desperately tried to suppress this overflowing force, attempting to push it back, but to little effect. Soon, this essence blood power enveloped Li Chen entirely, isolating the power of the bloodline refining formation outside. The power of the refining formation could only continuously suppress this essence blood power from the periphery, but it could not help Li Chen refine this force. Now, he could only rely on himself to absorb and refine this rich essence blood power. Both Raymond and Shin Xiuhan furrowed their brows, not expecting such a turn of events. The power contained in this drop of essence blood is much stronger than I imagined. It can even isolate the power of the bloodline refining formation. Principal Raymond, what should we do now? Shin Xiuhan asked Raymond, as this was her first encounter with such a situation, unsure whether to take action directly. Raymond fixed his gaze on Li Chen and waved his hand. Although this essence blood power is immense, it is not as chaotic as before. Let's wait and see. Li Chen should be able to absorb it. This drop of essence blood power exceeded Raymond's expectations, making him even more eager. If Li Chen could absorb this power, his strength would increase significantly. Time began to pass slowly, and Li Chen furrowed his brows, continuously absorbing the essence blood power around him. However, there was too much essence blood power, After half a day, Li Chen had only managed to absorb the essence blood power that was overflowing around his body. The process of refining the essence blood power put immense pressure on both Li Chen's body and mental strength. If it weren't for Li Chen's exceptionally high foundational attributes, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. Just then, Li Chen's body suddenly trembled, and the essence blood power within him seemed to burst forth uncontrollably, spreading even further than before. Raymond and Shin Shouhan's hearts skipped a beat. They were about to take action, but the overflowing essence blood power quickly returned to Li Chen's body. Unseen by Raymond and Shin Shouhan, the illusory Shan Haishan Mo Lu slowly opened, enclosing Li Chen's body within. Li Chen felt as if he had entered a furnace. Waves of power surged into his body, as if they were going to burst him apart. Just when Li Chen felt he could no longer hold on, it seemed that this power was absorbed by something, allowing him to relax instantly. Then, this power began to be refined and absorbed by Li Chen, gradually merging into his body. Seeing Li Chen's state, both Raymond and Shin Shouhan breathed a sigh of relief. It seems he has managed to hold on and is slowly starting to absorb the essence blood power. There shouldn't be any danger now, Shin Shouhan said, a smile appearing on her face. Raymond nodded. This kid is quite lucky. I almost thought he wouldn't make it. As the essence blood power was absorbed into his body, a powerful aura began to emanate from Li Chen. Raymond and Shin Shouhan were momentarily stunned, then exchanged glances. This aura is so strong. What kind of creature's essence blood is this? How can it have such a strong aura exposed? Shin Shouhan wondered, feeling that the power of this essence blood was unusually strong, seemingly more intense than the refining fluctuations of the three top alien races' essence blood. Raymond raised an eyebrow. This drop of essence blood appears to be of extremely high quality, but no matter what, since Li Chen can absorb it, that's a very good thing. Shin Shouhan nodded. The stronger this drop of essence blood was, the greater the power Li Chen would gain after absorption. An hour later, Li Chen slowly opened his eyes, and the bloodline refining formation beneath his feet had quickly vanished. How do you feel? Raymond asked Li Chen with a smile. Li Chen felt it for a moment, then a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. The feeling of power has increased significantly, and it seems like there's a whole new kind of power. Upon hearing this, Shin Shouhan said directly, hurry and check what this bloodline power is. After absorbing the essence blood, the acquired bloodline power could be revealed and checked through attributes. Li Chen nodded, then his gaze fell on his attributes, and he was immediately stunned. He saw that an additional entry had appeared in the attribute panel. Bloodline power, Demon God Bloodline. Effect, your recovery ability is greatly enhanced. After killing a demon creature, you will have a chance to obtain a qualification enhancement pill, which can enhance the qualifications of your summoned beasts. Li Chen was taken aback. This essence blood was indeed the same bloodline power as that of the demon god's corpse. After absorption, he had acquired the demon god bloodline. His recovery ability was enhanced, and he could also improve the qualifications of his summoned beasts. It should be noted that while the rank of summoned beasts can be improved, enhancing their qualifications is quite difficult. Previously, the Azure Dragon had only slightly improved its qualifications by devouring that flood dragon. Now, Li Chen could obtain qualification enhancement pills by killing demon creatures. Then, Li Chen checked a few summoned beasts and found that they now had a usage page for the qualification enhancement pill. Moreover, it even showed the changes that would occur after their qualifications reached a certain level. For example, when the Azure Dragon's qualifications reached 22, it could become a Holy Azure Dragon, and its life essence would undergo a qualitative change. This is the demon god bloodline power. Li Chen calmed his emotions and then looked at Raymond and Shin Shouhan. Both were people he trusted greatly, and there was nothing to hide about this bloodline power. The demon god bloodline power? Raymond and Shin Shouhan frowned. They had not heard of it before, but it sounded like an extremely powerful bloodline power. Raymond then looked at Li Chen and asked, after absorbing the bloodline power, the corresponding talent abilities vary for each person. This is your secret, and you don't need to tell others. Moreover, the benefits of absorbing bloodline power are not limited to this. They are more intuitively reflected in the 4 basic attributes. Generally speaking, the stronger the bloodline power, the more the 4 basic attributes are enhanced. Upon hearing this, Li Chen also checked his current 4 basic attributes. Basic attributes: Strength, 1532, Constitution, 1500, Agility, 1538, Mental Power, 1525. Looking at his current 4 basic attributes, Li Chen was directly stunned. Each of the 4 basic attributes had actually increased by over 300. Now, Li Chen's 4 basic attributes could definitely be described as exaggerated, even monstrous. Seeing Li Chen's expression, Shin Shouhan frowned and said, could it be that this bloodline power is too special and hasn't enhanced the 4 basic attributes by much? Li Chen came back to his senses and shook his head, saying, no, it's that the enhancement is quite significant. Each basic attribute has increased by around 300. What? Around 300? And that's the enhancement for each of the 4 attributes? Raymond and Shin Shohan were both shocked. Even for top-tier alien bloodline powers, the enhancement of each of the 4 basic attributes is only about 50. Yet Li Chen had achieved an astonishing 300. It's truly hard to believe. An increase of around 300 for each basic attribute adds up to nearly 1,000 in total. This demon god bloodline is indeed terrifying, Raymond said, his eyes flickering as he spoke slowly. Shin Shohan directly said, "It's not just terrifying, it's simply monstrous." With such a significant increase in the 4 basic attributes, Li Chen's average for those attributes must now exceed 500. With powerful summoned beasts, plus a second profession, and now such monstrous 4 basic attributes, Li Chen might not even be able to defeat some top-tier third-year students. Li Chen smiled but said nothing, unaware of how Shin Shohan would feel if she knew that his 4 basic attributes had already averaged 1,005. At this opportune moment, the illusory Shan Haishan Mo Lu slowly unfolded before him. A line of ethereal text appeared. Shan Haishan Mo Lu absorbs the bloodline power of the demon god, unlocking a new function. Artifact upgrade, can enhance artifact level and power by consuming soul fragments. Li Chen was taken aback. He hadn't expected the Shan Haishan Mo Lu to also absorb the bloodline power of the demon god. No wonder he felt a release when he thought he couldn't bear it anymore. It seemed the Shan Haishan Mo Lu had absorbed the excess bloodline power. This wasn't the time for experiments. He would wait until he returned to see what kind of enhancement the Yuming Soul Scythe would receive after upgrading. Just as Li Chen was about to put away the Shan Haishan Mo Lu, a faded area within it quickly lit up. The Secret Technique Tower. A line of information also appeared below the Secret Technique Tower. Enhancing the quality of Shan Haishan Mo Lu can yield various secret techniques. Note, absorbing various bloodline powers can enhance the quality of Shan Haishan Mo Lu. Currently possessing secret technique, Demon God Descends, Li Chen was stunned again, completely not expecting to unlock a new area of the Shan Haishan Mo Lu. The Secret Technique Tower? Enhancing the quality of Shan Haishan Mo Lu? He hadn't anticipated that the Shan Haishan Mo Lu had such a function. It seemed he would need to collect more bloodline power in the future. However, seeing how much Raymond valued bloodline power, it probably wouldn't be easy to gather. Then, Li Chen's gaze fell on the newly acquired secret technique. Secret technique, Demon God Descends, draws upon the bloodline power of the demon god within, condensing the phantom of the demon god. The higher the level, the greater the contained bloodline power, and the stronger the summoned demon god phantom. Note, this secret technique is a bloodline technique. Once activated, it will lead to a period of weakness, significantly reducing power. Please choose to use it carefully. Summoning the phantom of the demon god? Li Chen's heart trembled. He hadn't expected this secret technique to be so powerful. If this so-called demon god was the same as the mythical beings from the Shanhai Jing, then the might of this technique was self-evident. Although it would lead to a period of weakness after use, it could definitely be considered a strong trump card. Raymond, seeing Li Chen in a daze, couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, Li Chen? Is there a problem?" Li Chen shook his head. "No, I just discovered that besides my innate ability, it seems I've also gained a bloodline secret technique." Raymond? Shenshiohan, Omega? Wait, isn't the bloodline power of the demon god a bit too strong? He had gained an innate ability, his 4 basic attributes had increased so much, and now he had a bloodline secret technique. Shenshiohan looked at Li Chen in shock. This guy's luck was a bit too good, wasn't it? He had chosen an unknown essence blood and ended up with such great benefits. However, Shin Shohan also understood that Li Chen's ability to gain so many benefits was related to his own physique. The more compatible one was with the refined bloodline power, the stronger the bloodline power obtained. After a brief moment of astonishment, a smile appeared on Raymond's face. "Good kid, I knew I didn't misjudge you. You can actually gain so many benefits from the refined bloodline power." Then, Raymond thought of something and looked at Li Chen seriously. "However, don't tell anyone about your refining of bloodline power. There are some insane individuals who will attack those with bloodline power and use secret methods to extract foreign essence blood. We must be cautious." Li Chen felt a chill in his heart upon hearing this and nodded lightly. Raymond then laughed again. "Good kid, keep it up. During this time, focus on leveling up and solidifying the power you've gained. And give me some face in the National Freshman Exchange Competition. We at Jinling Academy still haven't won the National Freshman Exchange Competition Championship. Let's see if you can take it this time," Li Chen said with a smile. "I'll do my best," he replied. Seeing this, Raymond patted his shoulder and then said a few more words to Li Chen before directly taking him and Shin Shohan away from there. After Raymond left, Li Chen was about to leave when Shin Shohan called out to him. "What's wrong? Teacher Shin, is there something you need?" Li Chen asked as he looked at Shin Shohan. Shin Shohan smiled at him. "Li Chen, I heard that you've been looking for materials that can extend life recently?" Li Chen was taken aback for a moment. then nodded in realization. He had discussed this with Shinyaru, so Shin Shohan must have heard it from her. Seeing his reaction, Shin Shohan continued, "In a few days, there will be a large auction in linen, and there might be something you want." Li Chen's face lit up with joy. "Really?" Shin Shohan nodded. "It's highly likely true. Our Shin family is one of the shareholders of this auction, and I received some information." Li Chen nodded but then hesitated. "But such an auction probably requires an entry ticket, right?" Shin Shohan smiled. "Didn't I just tell you? Our Shin family is one of the shareholders, and since Yaro also requested it, you can just go with her." Li Chen hurriedly thanked her. "Thank you, Teacher Shin." During this time, he had been searching for materials to extend life, and he didn't expect Shin Shohan to bring him such good news. Shin Shohan smiled. "Yaro is your classmate, and you were brought into Ganling Academy by me, so of course, I want to help you. You should spend more time with Yaro in the future, after all, you are classmates." Li Chen nodded, and after chatting with Shin Shohan for a while, he left directly. Watching Li Chen's back, Shin Shohan sighed. "Yaro, this is all I can do for you. I hope you can seize Li Chen." Shin Shohan knew in her heart that Li Chen was on the rise, and if Shinyaru couldn't grasp him quickly, it would be even harder in the future. Shinyaru's father died early, and her mother went missing, so Shin Shohan had been taking care of her. In Shin Shohan's eyes, Shinyaru was like her own daughter, and she naturally hoped for her well-being. However, such matters cannot be forced, it all depends on their fate. Li Chen headed straight to the dormitory, as he needed to check on the artifact that could enhance his level. As soon as he arrived at the dormitory, he saw Bai Miao at the door. "Bai Miao, what are you doing here?" Li Chen asked her, as she was clearly waiting for him. Bai Miao looked at Li Chen and rolled her eyes. "Today is the dormitory change. You haven't forgotten, have you? Our dormitory is being swapped." Li Chen was taken aback and slapped his forehead. He had completely forgotten about it, being too focused on refining his bloodline power. "Sorry to keep you waiting. I'll pack my things right now," Li Chen said awkwardly, then quickly entered his room to put all his belongings into his storage ring. After coming out, just as Li Chen was about to leave, Bai Miao called out to him. "I'm going hunting in the wild tomorrow. Do you want to join?" Bai Miao asked Li Chen. In her mind, Li Chen was definitely a strong teammate, and it would be best if he could join her. Li Chen shook his head. "I have things to do recently. I probably can't go to the wild." Bai Miao nodded with some regret but didn't say anything. Li Chen indeed had no time, especially since the auction that Shin Shohan mentioned was about to start. As for leveling up, there was also the school's secret realm to consider. For ordinary freshmen, challenging the Icebound secret realm was already the limit, let alone other secret realms. Generally, freshmen would only challenge the second secret realm after half a year of enrollment. But for Li Chen, there was no such time limit. Returning to the top dormitory number 1, it indeed felt that the enhancing power here was stronger than that of room number 2. After entering the room and closing the door, Li Chen directly took out the soul scythe. At that moment, a line of virtual text appeared on the soul scythe. "Do you choose to consume 20 soul fragments to upgrade the soul scythe's level?" As expected, the soul scythe could be upgraded. However, it required soul fragments for the enhancement. Li Chen first checked the current attributes of the soul scythe. Soul scythe, rank, divine artifact, level 1, effect, condenses the power of the underworld, enhancing all summoned beasts and itself, increasing attack by 30%, and attacks inflict an additional 20% soul damage, lasting 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 10 hours. Upgrading the level can increase the duration and reduce the cooldown time. Passive effect, after killing an enemy, you can obtain soul fragments. 100 soul fragments can condense into a soul crystal. Note, consuming one soul crystal can double the effect of the soul scythe and double the duration. Description, a divine artifact from the underworld in the 3000 great worlds, containing powerful underworld power that can inflict damage on souls. Previously, Li Chen had seen that the soul scythe had levels, but he had never known how to upgrade it. He originally thought it required some forging materials to enhance the soul scythe's level, but he didn't expect it to require soul fragments. Li Chen currently had 289 soul fragments, which was quite a lot. Without hesitation, Li Chen directly chose yes. Buzz! A ghostly light flashed on the soul scythe, and its level was directly upgraded. Li Chen quickly checked the attributes after the soul scythe's level increased. Soul scythe, rank, divine artifact, level 2, all summoned beasts power plus 10, mental power plus 10. Effect, condenses the power of the underworld, enhancing all summoned beasts and itself, increasing attack by 30%, and attacks inflict an additional 20% soul damage, lasting 6 minutes, with a cooldown of 9 hours and 40 minutes. Upgrading the level can increase the duration and reduce the cooldown time. Passive effect, after killing an enemy, you can obtain soul fragments. 100 soul fragments can condense into a soul crystal. Note, consuming one soul crystal can double the effect of the soul scythe and double the duration. Description: a divine artifact from the underworld and the 3000 great worlds, containing powerful underworld power that can inflict damage on souls. Looking at the soul scythe upgraded to level 2, Li Chen was momentarily stunned. After the level increase, the soul scythe had gained a brand new attribute: all summoned beasts power plus 10, mental power plus 10. Li Chen never expected that the upgrade of a divine artifact could also increase attributes. Moreover, it added attributes to all summoned beasts. Suppressing his excitement, Li Chen directly began to continue upgrading the soul scythe. However, when upgrading from level 2 to level 3, the required soul fragments increased to 50. It seemed that the higher the level, the more soul fragments were needed for the divine artifact's upgrade. Ultimately, when he had 29 soul fragments left, Li Chen upgraded the soul scythe to level 4. Soul Scythe, rank, Divine Artifact, level 4, all summoned beasts power plus 100, mental power plus 100. Effect, condenses the power of the underworld, enhancing all summoned beasts and itself, increasing attack by 30%, and attacks inflict an additional 20% soul damage, lasting 8 minutes, with a cooldown of 9 hours. Upgrading the level can increase the duration and reduce the cooldown time. Passive effect, after killing an enemy, you can obtain soul fragments. 100 soul fragments can condense into a soul crystal. Note, consuming a soul crystal can double the effect of the Nether Soul Scythe and also double its duration. Introduction, an artifact from the Nether Realm and the 3000 Great Worlds, containing powerful nether energy that can harm souls. Although the higher the level, the more soul fragments consumed, the greater the attributes gained with each level increase. At level 4, the Nether Soul Scythe can increase the strength and spirit of all summoned beasts by 100 points each. Moreover, the duration has increased to 8 minutes, and the cooldown time has been reduced by 1 hour. Overall, the increase in the level of the Nether Soul Scythe significantly enhances Li Chen's combat power. It seems I need to kill more monsters in the future, collect soul fragments, and level up the Nether Soul Scythe, Li Chen thought, his eyes glinting. After having a meal, he headed towards the school's secret realm. There were still a few days until the auction mentioned by Shinshohan, and since he couldn't go hunting in the wild, the school's secret realm was the best place for Li Chen to level up and obtain monster lifespans and soul fragments. Upon entering the school's secret realm area, Li Chen immediately felt several gazes directed at him. Look, it's Li Chen, that guy is back in the school's secret realm again. Wasn't he supposed to have cleared the ice secret realm? And he has already used up his rewards, so entering the ice secret realm again won't yield any rewards. Could it be that he's here to take someone again? But he has no more chances to take people, and the school has already added regulations regarding him. The surrounding students began to discuss among themselves, as Li Chen's previous actions in the school's secret realm were still fresh in their memories. Li Chen ignored the chatter around him, scanning the various secret realms before quickly stopping at a new one. Secret Realm, Undead World Level, 10-20 Difficulty Options, Easy Difficult Nightmare/Hell Clear Goal, kill 500 undead creatures or obtain the ultimate boss's core. Note, this secret realm is a world secret realm, and clearing it takes a long time. Please choose carefully. Note, this secret realm has 5 teleportation points, which can be used to teleport out. Note, this secret realm has no protective measures, and there is a risk of death. Please choose carefully. Li Chen's heart stirred. He didn't expect the school to have a world secret realm. A world secret realm is one that contains a world from behind the abyss gate within its confines. Entering through the secret realm's teleportation portal is equivalent to directly exploring this abyssal world. Compared to ordinary secret realms, world secret realms are vast, making it impossible to kill all the monsters within. Therefore, the goals for clearing such world secret realms vary. Some require killing a certain number of monsters, while others involve collecting items or obtaining powerful monster cores, etc. Generally speaking, the difficulty of clearing these world secret realms is extremely high. The undead world is considered a relatively low-tier world secret realm, but clearing it still requires being in the 2nd or even 3rd year of study. Of course, with Li Chen's strength, entering it would pose no problem at all. The reason Li Chen wanted to choose this secret realm was mainly due to the black summoning beast egg in his summoning space. That summoning beast egg should belong to the undead type, and it had absorbed quite a bit of undead energy, nearing the point of hatching. Clearing this undead world secret realm should allow him to hatch it. Just as Li Chen was about to inquire about how many credits were needed to enter the undead world secret realm, a timid voice came from behind him. Hello, Li Chen. Are you planning to clear the undead world secret realm? Could you take me with you? Hearing the voice from behind, Li Chen was taken aback. The school had already implemented new regulations regarding him taking others. Those who were taken could not enter the leaderboard, so why would anyone still want him to take them into a secret realm? Turning around, Li Chen saw the person who spoke and was once again taken aback, because standing in front of him was not an ordinary student, but a dark elf. However, this elf had dark skin, and combined with her impressive figure, she exuded a unique allure. Moreover, her features were exquisite, but her expression was somewhat timid. The combination of these traits gave her an air of special temptation. A dark elf? No, she was not a half-blood dark elf, but a true dark elf. Li Chen had heard that some universities had students from different races, but he didn't expect Ganling Academy to have one. You want to clear the undead world? You should know that those who bring others won't enter the leaderboard anymore. My fee for bringing someone is not low. You don't need to have someone help you clear it. Come back when your strength is sufficient, Li Chen said to the dark elf in front of him. He was preparing to clear the hell level of this undead world secret realm, so he needed to be serious. It was best not to bring anyone. The dark elf nervously bit her lip and then said, I don't want to take the leaderboard rewards. I just want to enter the secret realm to obtain something inside. Don't worry, I won't let you carry me for free. I understand the rules. Saying this, the dark elf took out a green bottle containing half a bottle of essence liquid. This is the Fountain of Life, a top-tier recovery item. As long as you're not dead, drinking a certain amount of the Fountain of Life can restore your injuries. The dark elf raised the bottle in her hand and offered it to Li Chen. Then she seemed to remember something and added, of course, some special injuries cannot be healed by the Fountain of Life. Looking at the bottle in the dark elf's hand, Li Chen was taken aback. The Fountain of Life? This was a valuable item. It was a premium spiritual material produced by the elf race, which could not only be consumed directly but also used as a material for some recovery potions, fetching a high price. This half bottle would probably cost at least 20 million. After pondering for a moment, Li Chen directly accepted the bottle. Bringing one person should not be a problem. What's your name? Li Chen asked the dark elf beside him as they headed to the ticket office for the secret realm. My name is Yuna, came her timid voice, sounding somewhat cautious. Li Chen nodded and then proceeded to get the entry ticket for the undead world secret realm together with Yuna. As expected of a world secret realm, the ticket cost 500 credits. Arriving at the entrance of the undead world secret realm, Li Chen chose to enter directly. A light gate quickly appeared, and Li Chen and Yuna stepped through it. Buzz! The familiar sensation of weightlessness hit him, causing Li Chen to instinctively close his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself in a desolate world. There were no familiar tall buildings, only barren landscapes. Li Chen took out a map, which displayed their location and several teleportation points. Moreover, their position was updated in real time to prevent them from getting lost in this world. Li Chen glanced at it. Although the entire undead world secret realm was a world secret realm, it was not too large, probably about half the size of the Dragon Kingdom. What is it that you want to find? Li Chen asked Yuna beside him. Since he was taking her money, he naturally had to help her with her troubles. Yuna hesitated for a moment and then pointed to a location on the map. The place I want to find is here. It's a special undead item. Hearing Yuna's words, Li Chen was taken aback. To find something in a secret realm. It seemed that Yuna was quite familiar with this undead world secret realm. Li Chen did not ask what the item was specifically. The location Yuna pointed to was in the central area of the undead world, which was where Li Chen was headed anyway. Li Chen decided that even if he completed the world task, he would stay here for at least 3 days to obtain monster lifespans and soul fragments. Although low-level undead like skeleton soldiers do not yield soul fragments upon defeat, mid to high-level undead such as necromancers and death knights do provide soul fragments. Li Chen waved his hand and summoned all his summoned beasts. After all, this was a regional-level secret realm, so he had to take it seriously. The 2 Zhuyan were also summoned by Li Chen, and soon the familiar wooden frame appeared, with the 2 Zhuyan skillfully lifting it. Li Chen brought Yuna up. Regardless, he had to treat clients equally. Just because the difficulty of the secret realm had increased, he couldn't deny them the enjoyment they deserved. Li Chen quickly took out the barbecue grill, tea, and other items. Yuna sat on the chair, somewhat dazed, watching Li Chen roast a monster's thigh, unable to help but say, Li Chen, aren't we being a bit too careless? After all, this is a hell level of this world. We should take it seriously, Yuna added. Li Chen waved his hand and replied, I'm already being very serious. Summoning 4 beasts at once is the highest treatment I can offer in this undead world secret realm. Otherwise, 2 summoned beasts would be enough to handle these monsters. Just then, a group of skeleton soldiers quickly appeared ahead. The swan and I charged forward instantly, its claws slashing out continuously, and after a few waves of splattering energy erupted, the group of skeleton soldiers fell to the ground. Streams of undead power quickly rushed towards Li Chen, merging into his summoning space and entering the black summoning beast egg. Yuna watched as the swan and I dispatched a small squad of skeleton soldiers in less than 3 breaths, her eyes widening in surprise. Although she had heard some things about Li Chen before and had seen some of his recordings, experiencing the powerful combat strength of his summoned beasts firsthand still shocked her. It seemed she had found the right person. Watching Li Chen, who was focused on the barbecue, Yuna's tense nerves relaxed. She picked up her teacup and took a sip, feeling completely at ease. It seemed that Li Chen was indeed a reliable ally, with him, finding that things should be no problem. "Mother, don't worry, I will definitely be able to cure you." A glimmer of determination flashed in Yuna's eyes as she looked deep into the undead world, her face filled with hope. Li Chen led Yuna towards the central area of the undead world. Although many undead appeared along the way, most were low-tier skeleton soldiers. Even though the hell level had been significantly strengthened, making them a threat to most ordinary students, Li Chen could still handle them easily. The swan and I quickly dashed out, reaching the skeleton soldiers, and with a swipe of its claws, turned them into a pile of bones. Sometimes, it was the Kuei Long that struck, unleashing bolts of thunder that shattered the skeleton soldiers. Yuna watched in shock. It was important to note that this was not an ordinary secret realm, but a world-secret realm. The difficulty of the monsters here was inherently higher than that of ordinary secret realms. Moreover, Li Chen had chosen a regional difficulty level. The monsters here not only had significantly increased attack power but also enhanced defense. In straightforward terms, the monsters here could mitigate damage. If the monsters at simple difficulty were normal, then those at difficult difficulty could reduce damage by about 10% compared to simple monsters. Nightmare difficulty could mitigate around 25% of damage, while Hell difficulty could soar to about 60% damage reduction compared to ordinary difficulty monsters. This was an exaggerated level. If an ordinary student faced even the lowest tier skeleton soldiers at Hell difficulty, it would likely take them some time to defeat them. However, these skeleton soldiers were easily wiped out in front of Li Chen's summoned beast, as if they were cutting vegetables. Yuna had not been at the Ganling Academy for long and did not know much about Li Chen. She only needed to come to the secret realm of the undead world to find something, which was her main concern regarding the secret realm. Li Chen's previous incident of leading people into the secret realm also made Yuna aware of him. But even so, Yuna's first choice was still to have her seniors from the second and third years take her. Unfortunately, after waiting for several days, none of the second or third year seniors chose the undead world's secret realm. Just as Li Chen arrived, Yuna decided to stop him with a try-it-out attitude. But now it seemed that her choice was extremely correct. Perhaps even the second and third year seniors could not match Li Chen's level? Ahead, another wave of undead appeared, this time a combination of undead skeleton soldiers and undead archers. The beast swanly moved again, first taking out the undead archers, and then quickly eliminating the undead skeleton soldiers. Watching the increasing experience points, Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. After all, this was a hell-level difficulty, and the growth of experience points was quite good. However, the lifespan increase of the magical beasts was somewhat disappointing. Due to the nature of the secret realm, the lifespan enhancement of magical beasts was far less than that of killing magical beasts in the wild, but it was still acceptable. As for the soul fragments, since he had not yet encountered mid to high-level undead, there were no soul fragments coming in. This made Li Chen a bit uncomfortable, as the artifact could now be leveled up, and the demand for soul fragments was still quite high. Soon, after advancing a distance, a forest began to appear around them. The entire forest presented a dilapidated gray-black color, giving a strange and oppressive feeling. The quality of the undead inside began to rise. Undead heavy soldiers and undead archers started to appear in large numbers. Seeing Li Chen still strolling leisurely, Yuna couldn't help but say, "Li Chen, this is the forest of the undead. If we don't pass through here quickly, high-level undead magical beasts will appear in an hour." Li Chen was taken aback and replied, "Is there such a situation?" Yuna couldn't help but say, "Li Chen, have you not done any research on the undead world's secret realm? There are many strategies about it on the school forum." Li Chen smiled awkwardly, "I've been a bit rushed, so I didn't pay much attention, but since you mentioned it, we shouldn't leave this forest too quickly." "An hour, right? Then let's wait." Li Chen was worried about the soul fragments. Since high-level undead would appear in an hour, it was natural to wait and hunt a bit. Yuna was stunned, looking at Li Chen in confusion. "Li Chen, did you say that wrong? High-level undead are going to appear in an hour. Shouldn't you be saying we should hurry through this forest?" Li Chen waved his hand, then cut a piece of roasted magical beast leg meat and handed it to Yuna with a smile. "Yuna, I didn't say anything wrong. We're waiting for an hour. You have your purpose for being here, and I naturally have my own purpose." Yuna looked at the piece of magical beast leg meat Li Chen handed over, her expression changing several times. It seemed that her words had the opposite effect, making Li Chen want to wait for the high-level undead magical beasts to appear. This Li Chen. Others would want to hurry through dangerous areas like the forest of the undead, but this guy wanted to hunt high-level undead magical beasts. Is this what they mean by the boldness that comes with skill? Taking the magical beast leg meat from Li Chen, Yuna took a bite. She had to admit that Li Chen's roasted meat was quite delicious. Yuna suppressed her unease. Since Li Chen chose to do this, he must have the ability to face high-level undead magical beasts. She had to trust him. She could only trust him. Li Chen stopped directly here, as there was no significant meaning in the low-level undead monsters being killed around him. An hour quickly passed, and after defeating quite a few undead archers, a strong aura of the undead approached. Li Chen's body trembled, sitting up straight, waiting for the high-level undead monsters that were about to appear. A familiar black scythe materialized before his eyes, causing him to momentarily freeze. Then, a smile appeared on Li Chen's face. It turned out to be an acquaintance. The Undead Lord. A total of 4 Undead Lords appeared. If it were other students, they would have probably fled in panic at the sudden appearance of the Undead Lords. However, Li Chen commanded the Swan and I and the others to begin attacking these Undead Lords. With previous experience facing Undead Lords, Li Chen knew that he had to take the initiative to attack these Undead Lords and not give them a moment to breathe. After all, these Undead Lords possessed the terrifying ability to raise an army on their own. If not suppressed, they could easily summon a legion of undead. Swan and I, Kuei Long, and Shang Long each charged towards one Undead Lord. But there was still one Undead Lord left. Xuan Wu was a defensive summon and couldn't suppress the opponent. Li Chen stood up, extended his hand, and the soul scythe appeared in his grasp. There was no choice but to stretch his muscles. Then, under Yuna's shocked gaze, Li Chen suddenly stepped forward and dashed towards the last Undead Lord. Yuna was sitting in a chair, still holding the roasted monster leg that Li Chen had handed her. Then she witnessed a scene that left her stunned. Li Chen had summoned a weapon in his hand and charged directly at the high-level undead monster ahead. Yuna? Yuna's mouth dropped open, and the monster leg in her hand fell to the ground. Wait, wasn't Li Chen a summoner? Why was he facing the enemy himself? A bow and arrow materialized in Yuna's hand, and she instinctively wanted to support Li Chen. But the next moment, Yuna's body froze in place. No, wasn't Li Chen a summoner? How could he move so fast? Yuna realized something was off. Li Chen's speed was astonishing, even making her, a dark elf, feel inferior. In just a few breaths, Li Chen had already reached the side of that high-level undead monster. A summoner relying on their summons would never have such speed. Feeling the aura emanating from the high-level undead monster, Yuna put away her bow and arrow. She couldn't handle a high-level undead monster of this caliber. Since Li Chen had charged in, he should be able to deal with it, although Yuna wouldn't know how a summoner would confront such a high-level undead monster. What happened today was truly shocking to Yuna's worldview. A summoner, regarded as the weakest combat profession, had a powerful summon, not to mention that Li Chen was an exception. But now even Li Chen, the summoner himself, had unleashed extraordinary combat power. What on earth was happening in this world? Bang! Li Chen quickly rushed in front of the last undead lord, swinging the soul scythe swiftly, clashing with the black scythe in the undead lord's hand. A tremendous force surged, causing Li Chen's arm to tremble. However, the next moment, the undead lord's body was sent flying. Li Chen's 4 basic attributes were terrifyingly high. Facing an undead lord that was not even level 20, even if it was a high-level undead, he could handle it with ease. Grinning, Li Chen wielded the soul scythe and charged again. The soul scythe slashed continuously, forcing the undead lord before him to keep raising its black scythe to block. In an instant, Li Chen had established dominance over this undead lord, even more so than the pressure exerted by Swan and I and the others around him. The undead lord before him could only retreat step by step, let alone summon any undead. With another swing of the soul scythe, Li Chen swiftly shattered the black scythe in the undead lord's hand. In the next moment, the soul scythe in Li Chen's hand struck directly onto the undead lord's body. Accompanied by a crisp sound, a wound quickly appeared on the undead lord. A piercing scream erupted from the undead lord's mouth. The wound caused by the soul scythe inflicted even greater soul damage. This pain deep within the soul was something even undead beings could not withstand. Looking at Li Chen, the undead lord was filled with rage but had no means to counter. Li Chen continued to swing the soul scythe, landing blow after blow on the undead lord before him. With each scream that rang out, the undead lord's cries grew weaker. Eventually, the undead lord collapsed onto the soul scythe in Li Chen's hand. This undead lord was not killed by physical means but rather succumbed to soul damage. However, even so, Li Chen still obtained 10 soul shards. It seemed that soul damage, despite its nature, did not reduce the acquisition of soul shards. Raising the soul scythe in his hand, Li Chen quickly headed towards the Swan and I and the others. Although the Swan and I could also handle it and ultimately slay these undead lords, it would take considerably more time. With Li Chen's support, the undead lord before the Swan and I was soon defeated. Li Chen and the Swan and I continued to assist Kuei Long and Qing Long, quickly dispatching the undead lords they faced as well. After slaying all the undead lords, Li Chen returned to the wooden platform. Noticing the strange look in Yuna's eyes directed at him, Li Chen spoke up, "Oh, Yuna, don't be surprised. I'm a dual-class practitioner, so I have a certain level of combat ability myself." He had already mentioned his dual-class status to Raymond and Shin Shohan, and he didn't mind promoting it a bit more. After all, there would surely be situations where he would need to take action himself, and this could help cover for that. The shock on Yuna's face lessened slightly. Even as a dual-class practitioner, wasn't Li Chen a bit too formidable? He even managed to take down opponents before his summoned beasts did. This Li Chen was simply terrifyingly strong. Thankfully, he was her classmate and not an enemy. Now Yuna finally understood why Li Chen had dared to wait for an hour instead of leaving earlier. It turned out he hadn't regarded the possibility of high-level undead creatures appearing in the undead forest at all. He was even looking forward to their emergence. Li Chen waited a bit longer, and after confirming that no new high-level undead creatures would appear, he took Yuna and left the undead forest, continuing to delve deeper inside. After another 2 hours, Li Chen and Yuna arrived at a plain. The environment here was somewhat better, with a stream appearing ahead. Li Chen and Yuna discussed and decided to rest here for a while. After all, this was a world-secret realm, and it would take several days to clear it, so they needed to rest well to maintain their stamina. Although Li Chen's summoned beasts were strong, he was not overly confident. If a large number of undead creatures attacked, continuously depleting their stamina, they would ultimately be unable to hold out. Therefore, necessary rest was essential. Just as Li Chen was about to take out the tent, the swan and I suddenly tensed up, its gaze fixed on the opposite side of the stream. Li Chen frowned slightly. Not far across the stream, there was a small hillside that blocked the view from behind. At that moment, a figure emerged atop the hillside, its gaze directed towards Li Chen. Soon, the figure waved the white bone staff in its hand, and a mass of black clouds began to gather beneath it, rapidly moving towards the stream's edge. Li Chen furrowed his brow. It was a familiar figure. This was a Lich. Just as Li Chen was about to let the Swanee take action, the Lich above the dark clouds in front of him stopped by the stream, showing no signs of hostility. Then, Li Chen heard the Lich speak. "Dear guests, may I ask what brings you here from afar? If there is no pressing matter, I kindly ask you to leave this place quickly." Li Chen was taken aback at the politeness of the Lich. How could this Lich speak so courteously? However, he knew that high-level magical creatures could communicate. It was just that the Lich in the new student competition's secret realm had not communicated, so Li Chen had thought Liches were incapable of speech. It seemed that the difference lay in the nature of the secret realms, one being an ordinary secret realm and the other a world secret realm. Li Chen directly checked the attributes of this Lich. Lich, deceptive, rank, 7 stars, legendary, level, 20, attributes, skills, talent, ability. Just like the Lich in the new student competition's secret realm, it was also a level 27 stars rank, and its name bore the character for deceptive. However, compared to the Lich from the new student competition's secret realm, Li Chen could clearly feel that the pressure from this Lich was significantly higher. It seemed that the Lich in the new student competition's secret realm had its power suppressed, or perhaps it was because they had entered this secret realm as a duo, causing the difficulty to double. Li Chen pondered for a moment. The Lich had not attacked directly, clearly considering them quite troublesome and not wanting to provoke a conflict. However, Li Chen was also curious about why the Lich wanted them to leave. He then shifted his gaze to the hillside ahead. The answer should lie beyond that hill. Yuna, sensing the aura of the Lich in front of them, tensed up and came to Li Chen's side, whispering, "Li Chen, this Lich is very difficult to deal with. Since it hasn't attacked us, why don't we just withdraw?" Yuna could clearly feel that the Lich before them was much stronger than the undead lords they had encountered earlier, far beyond what they could handle. Hearing Yuna's words, Li Chen's gaze flickered for a moment before he shook his head. "This is a secret realm. We are here to clear it. All the magical creatures inside should be our hunting targets, and it is no exception." High-level undead not only represented soul fragments but could also help the black summoning beast egg in the summoning space to hatch better, so Li Chen naturally wanted to defeat it. As for whether they could win or not, that would be determined in the fight. Even if they couldn't win, escaping was still entirely possible. With that in mind, Li Chen directly summoned the Azure Dragon to soar into the sky. Looking at the Lich in front of him, Li Chen said, "I don't want to hurt our relationship. Let's just take a look at what lies behind that hillside, and then we will retreat." Upon hearing this, the Lich tightened its grip on the staff in its hand and calmly replied, "Dear guest, I have already asked you to leave this place directly, otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite." Oh, quite assertive. It seemed there was indeed something hidden behind that hillside. Li Chen no longer hesitated and took action. The Azure Dragon charged directly at the Lich, while the Swanee's figure flickered quickly toward the Lich's position. In the sky, bolts of thunder began to coalesce, rapidly striking down toward the Lich below. The soul scythe emerged from Li Chen's hand as he charged forward. It was better to resolve this quickly. The Lich was clearly on guard against Li Chen. The moment the lightning struck down, the black clouds beneath the Lich surged, enveloping its body. The thunderous power struck down, directly dispersing the black clouds, but the Lich's body was no longer there. Li Chen's gaze quickly fell upon the hillside ahead, where the Lich's figure reappeared atop the slope. Then, the Lich raised the white bone staff in his hand, and a large number of undead surged out from behind the hillside, rushing towards Li Chen. Yuna was taken aback. So many undead? Li Chen's expression remained unchanged as he commanded the Azure Dragon and the Kuei Long to deal with the emerging undead, while he and the Swan and I charged directly at the Lich. Although there were many undead, their ranks were not high. The most important thing was to quickly slay the Lich. Otherwise, it could summon even more undead. Li Chen's speed was incredibly fast. After linking with the Swan and I, his speed surpassed that of the Swan and I by a considerable margin. In just a few flashes, Li Chen, wielding the soul scythe, arrived in front of the Lich and raised the scythe high, striking down fiercely at the Lich before him. The Lich looked puzzled, clearly unable to comprehend how a summoner could engage in battle themselves, and at such a fast speed. Quickly raising the white bone staff in his hand, a series of bone spears coalesced and shot directly towards Li Chen. Then, the Lich spread his palm, and a mass of dark clouds gathered, swiftly drifting towards Li Chen. Although confused, the Lich saw the summoner actively attacking as a great opportunity. As long as he could kill this guy, his summoned beasts would scatter. Li Chen swung the soul scythe in his hand, quickly shattering the surrounding bone spears. However, the next moment, the dark cloud reached Li Chen's side, attempting to envelop his body. Swinging the soul scythe down onto the dark cloud, it felt as if it had struck air, passing right through. The dark cloud wrapped around Li Chen's body, and a suffocating sensation hit him. At the same time, Li Chen felt as if his strength was being slowly absorbed by the dark cloud. A debuff or curse ability. This was the Lich's specialty. Li Chen quickly retreated, allowing the Azure Dragon to charge forward. The Azure Dragon opened its mouth and spewed forth black flames, which quickly engulfed the dark cloud surrounding Li Chen, burning it away. The Swan and I appeared behind the Lich, gathering power for a swift strike aimed at the Lich's neck. A bone shield instantly manifested, enveloping the Lich's body and blocking the Swan Knee's attack. However, the appearing bone shields quickly shattered and then dissipated. Li Chen charged out again, his speed increasing dramatically as he reached the Lich's side, and the soul scythe in his hand slashed down instantly. The Lich raised the white bone staff to block the strike, then opened its mouth to spew out a cloud of green poison mist, covering the surroundings. Li Chen frowned and quickly retreated. The Azure Dragon charged directly into the poison mist, its body swirling as a fierce wind surged, instantly dispersing the poison mist. Li Chen charged forward again, and this time, the soul scythe directly struck down on the Lich's neck. With a crisp sound, the Lich's head was severed, and its body suddenly stiffened. Bang! With a crisp sound, the entire body of the Lich instantly collapsed, turning into a pile of withered bones. In the distance, Yuna had left the wooden frame, continuously shooting arrows to kill the surrounding undead. However, her gaze remained fixed on the Lich. Yuna understood that if this Lich was not killed, the surrounding undead would be endless. When she saw Li Chen sever the Lich's head, she was stunned. She had already sensed Li Chen's power, but she did not expect the Lich to be so easily slain. Was it really that simple? At this moment, Li Chen, holding the soul scythe, looked at the pile of withered bones that the Lich had turned into, but his brows furrowed tightly. Something was off. This Lich was not right. Li Chen had slain a Lich in the secret realm of the newborn great competition and knew how formidable Liches could be. The Lich had summoned at least a few undead lords, causing him a great deal of trouble. At this moment, the sense of oppression brought by the Lich was even heavier, yet it was so easily slain by him. Even if his attributes were high, the attack of the Soul Reaper could directly affect the soul, which was very effective against the undead. But it shouldn't have been enough to kill this Lich so easily, right? The undead lords he encountered in the undead forest were not so easy to cut down. Just as he was thinking, a sudden disturbance came from behind, accompanied by Yuna's exclamation. Li Chen, be careful! Li Chen's heart skipped a beat as he quickly turned around. A massive wave of dark energy surged toward him, like a dense rain of black arrows, falling toward his position. He quickly retreated, but it seemed he was a bit too late. The Azure Dragon roared and appeared right in front of Li Chen, shielding him beneath its body. The dark energy struck the Azure Dragon, causing it to let out an angry roar. Soon after, a grayish-white hue rapidly emerged on the Azure Dragon's body. Your summoned beast, Azure Dragon, is affected by the necromancy spell Death Decay. losing 4% of its health per second for 20 seconds. Li Chen stared at the illusory text that appeared before him, momentarily stunned. Death decay? Losing 4% per second, that would amount to 80% health over 20 seconds, enough to take the Azure Dragon's life. Fortunately, the Azure Dragon had recovery abilities, so Li Chen ordered it to attack the surrounding undead, using its lifesteal ability to counteract the effects of death decay. Moreover, the Azure Dragon had the Dragon's Fury. When its health dropped to 50%, it could activate it to clear all negative states, so there was no need to worry about its condition. Li Chen's gaze quickly fell to the hillside ahead. In midair, a brand new Lich materialized. The earlier death decay was its handiwork. This Lich, it even had a clone. The one Li Chen had just killed was merely a clone. The Lich raised its staff again, and dark energy began to coalesce once more. Li Chen furrowed his brows. Could it cast death decay again so soon? However, he wasn't worried. Both he and the Swan Ni moved very quickly. If it weren't for the earlier surprise attack, that dark energy wouldn't have been able to reach them. The Lich was clearly aware of this, so it directed death decay straight at the Azure Dragon, evidently intending to deal with it first. Li Chen snorted coldly and charged forward with the Swan Ni. He had underestimated the Lich's combat power earlier. He needed to resolve this quickly, otherwise, unexpected events might occur. With that thought, Li Chen's speed surged again, and in a few flashes, he reached the Lich's side. The Lich swung its skeletal staff and suddenly struck the ground beneath it. Boom! A muffled sound echoed as black tentacles began to erupt from the ground around the Lich, riding toward Li Chen and the Swan Ni. Li Chen swung the Soul Reaper in his hand, swiftly severing the black tentacles. The Swan Ni also attacked continuously, cutting through the tentacles. However, Li Chen felt a chilling aura seep into his body along with the severed tentacles. You and your summoned beast, Swan Ni, are affected by the paralysis touch attack, and your bodies will fall into a brief paralysis. Looking at the virtual text that appeared before him, Li Chen swung the Soul Reaper again. The black tentacles had a paralysis effect even after being severed. Not knowing the opponent's abilities made the battle quite troublesome. The Swan Ni nearby stiffened slightly, clearly affected by the paralysis. The Lich not far ahead raised its skeletal staff, aiming at Li Chen, evidently intending to kill him in that brief moment of paralysis. A dark bone spear quickly coalesced and shot directly toward Li Chen. Before getting closer, Li Chen could already sense a strong aura of darkness emanating from the pitch-black bone spear. However, in the next moment, Li Chen raised the soul scythe in his hand and swiftly struck, directly severing the bone spear. Li Chen's mental strength far exceeded that of the Swan Ni, making him highly resistant to this paralyzing effect. The Swan Ni only stiffened slightly, while Li Chen himself was completely unaffected by the paralysis. A flicker of surprise flashed in the Lich's eyes, and then it saw Li Chen's soul scythe rapidly descending towards it. Bang! Numerous bone shields appeared around the Lich, blocking Li Chen's soul scythe, but they were also shattered. In the next moment, the Lich quickly retreated, once again gathering the dark aura of death decay. At that moment, a furious roar from the Azure Dragon echoed not far away. The 2 layers of death decay caused the Azure Dragon's health to drop below 50% very quickly. This prompted the Azure Dragon to unleash its dragon's wrath. The reason Li Chen did not intervene with the Azure Dragon was that he was waiting for this moment. The Lich's strength exceeded his expectations, and he needed to end the battle quickly to avoid any unforeseen complications. Thus, Li Chen allowed the Azure Dragon to actively face the second layer of death decay, and at that moment, it unleashed Dragon's Wrath. Skill: Dragon's Wrath can be activated when health drops below 50%, instantly removes all negative states, and triples 4 basic attributes, with attacks carrying a suppression effect, lasting 10 minutes, after which the user enters a 2-hour weakened state. A surge of azure light erupted from the Azure Dragon, quickly enveloping its body. All negative effects vanished in an instant, and the 2 layers of death decay were cleared away. Subsequently, the Azure Dragon's attributes surged threefold, and with a flick of its tail, it swiftly moved to the front of the Lich. It opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of black flames, then let out a roar towards the sky. Skill: Dragon's Roar unleashes a dragon's roar, dealing 92% damage to all enemies within a 100-meter range, with a 15% chance of additional stun effect. Upgrading the skill increases range and stun probability. The surrounding undead were instantly stunned, and the Lich's movement to raise its staff was momentarily halted. The Azure Dragon then charged directly at the Lich. It quickly reached the Lich's front, swooping down with a roar, and with a swing of its tail, it shattered the bone shield that had reappeared beside the Lich. Following that, the Azure Dragon used Flying Dragon in the sky to send the Lich's body flying. The Swan Ni appeared directly behind the Lich, attacking with its claws and mouth. Several flashes of cold light passed, and numerous wounds appeared on the Lich's body. Li Chen also charged forward, leaping high, and brought the soul scythe down towards the Lich's neck. At this moment, the Lich's body was already able to move, but it could only watch helplessly as the soul scythe descended. A flash of cold light passed, and the Lich's head was severed, falling to the ground beside it. Li Chen glanced at it. The lifespan of the monster had increased by a year, and he finally let out a sigh of relief. If this had been a mere illusion, it would have been troublesome. The Azure Dragon quickly charged out, taking advantage of the duration of Dragon's Wrath to clear away all the other surrounding undead monsters. Soon, the duration of Dragon's Wrath disappeared. The Azure Dragon's expression visibly became listless, clearly entering a weakened state. This was a side effect of Dragon's Wrath, lasting for 2 hours. Li Chen summoned the Azure Dragon back to the summoning space, where it would recover faster. Yuna approached Li Chen, looking at the Lich's corpse on the ground, and couldn't help but exclaim, "I still underestimated your combat power. You might be a bit too overpowered." Li Chen did not respond, as they had already reached the hillside due to the battle. Looking at the scene behind the hillside, Li Chen spoke up, "I can't really call myself a pervert. That Lich is a true pervert." Behind the hillside was a vast depression. Within that depression, a massive magic array was swirling. Outside the magic array, smaller arrays were flickering with light. Buzz! Rays of light continuously emerged from the surrounding smaller arrays, and then one by one, undead creatures were teleported over. These undead creatures were directly covered by the massive magic array. As if drawn by some force, they stumbled towards the center of the giant array. At the center of that giant array, a huge black grinding stone phantom was slowly rotating. Once these undead entered the phantom of the grinding stone, it seemed as if they were crushed by a tremendous force, their bodies shattering completely. Then, from the shattered bones of the undead, streams of black energy were extracted by the phantom of the grinding stone, condensing towards the very center. The remaining white bones appeared to be ground into white powder, forming a thick layer of white dust on the ground beside them. Hearing Li Chen's words, Yuna was momentarily stunned, then her gaze fell to the bottom of the hillside, and upon seeing the scene below, she gasped, "This is the Undead Refinement Array." Hearing Yuna's exclamation, Li Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do you recognize this array?" This array was clearly set up by that Lich just now, meant to refine the undead's magical power for the Lich's use. Li Chen could guess the function of this array, but he had no idea what it was called. He didn't expect Yuna to actually know the name of this array. Yuna nodded, "I heard my mother mention it. This is a very evil undead array that can refine and condense the undead power within undead creatures, forming an undead core. The undead core can help undead creatures increase their rank, even enhance their life essence and improve their qualifications." Undead core? Li Chen's heart stirred. No wonder that Lich wanted them to leave, unwilling to engage in conflict. It seemed to be to protect this undead core. Li Chen's gaze fell to the very center of the grinding stone phantom, where a black sphere was continuously rising and falling, strands of black undead power flowing into the sphere, causing it to slowly grow larger. It seemed that was the undead core. Without any hesitation, Li Chen rushed over. He still had an undead summoning beast egg in his summoning space that hadn't hatched yet, and this undead core would be perfect for it to absorb. However, as soon as Li Chen entered the massive magic array, an anomaly occurred. Crack, crack, crack. Whether it was Li Chen triggering something or not, the surrounding array suddenly stopped operating, and then cracks appeared all over the array, which quickly began to shatter. Bang! With a crisp sound, the entire array vanished, and the undead core at the center fell from the air. Li Chen quickly stepped forward and caught the undead core. Yuna also came to Li Chen's side and said, "This is a self-destructing array. Unless the master who set up the array enters, if anyone else with a different aura steps in, the entire array will be destroyed." Li Chen nodded. He had originally thought he could use this array to make the undead core more concentrated, but now it seemed unlikely. However, he then glanced at Yuna. Her knowledge exceeded Li Chen's expectations. It seemed that Yuna was not an ordinary dark elf. She likely held a relatively high status among the dark elves. Looking at the undead core in his hand, Li Chen placed it into the summoning space, intending for the undead summoning beast egg to absorb it. However, the undead core began to float around the undead summoning beast egg, not being absorbed directly. However, Li Chen could feel that the power of the undead within the undead core was being absorbed bit by bit, merging into the undead summoning beast egg. It seemed that this undead core could not be absorbed all at once. It required some time. Li Chen was now very much looking forward to this undead summoning beast egg. After all, it had absorbed a lot of undead power, and once the power from this undead core was fully absorbed, it should be able to hatch a super strong undead type summoning beast. "Li Chen, what do you think this is?" Just as Li Chen was lost in thought, he heard Yuna's voice beside him. He looked up and followed the direction of Yuna's finger to see a gray-black metal. The metal was located beneath the previous black core, revealed after the array was shattered. Li Chen stepped forward and picked up the gray-black metal directly. Then, he checked the information about the metal. Sealed undead metal rank, unknown effect, unknown description, a metal containing undead power, but currently sealed by an unknown force, needs to be unsealed inside a church. A sealed undead metal? Li Chen frowned. This item seemed to be of good quality, but its rank was unknown. It needed to be unsealed in a church? What kind of special place was that? Just as Li Chen was feeling puzzled, a beam of light suddenly emerged from the undead metal in his hand. A virtual map appeared, marking 2 locations. One was where Li Chen and the others were, and the other was the location of the church. Li Chen's gaze flickered. According to the map, the church was right on their path to the center of the undead world. This could be an opportunity, or it could be a trap, Yuna said, frowning as she also saw the map. Listening to Yuna's words, Li Chen nodded. Indeed, that is a possibility, but we can take a look. There's a teleport point not far from the church, so if we really encounter any danger, we can escape. Yuna frowned slightly. Her goal was something at the center, and she naturally didn't want to complicate matters, but she also understood that Li Chen was in charge, so she could only nod. Let's rest for a bit, it's already dark. We'll move out tomorrow. Li Chen looked around and decided to rest here for the night. He took out the tent, set it up, and then had Xuanwu patrol the area, before turning his gaze to Yuna. Don't just stand there, set up a tent and rest a bit. We need to continue fighting tomorrow. Yuna's face turned a bit red as she awkwardly replied, I didn't prepare a tent. In Yuna's view, entering a secret realm meant there was no time to rest. She had been prepared to stay on high alert the entire time, but she didn't expect Li Chen to be so strong, pushing through to this point in just one day, making it easy to reach the center. Li Chen raised an eyebrow and said, then let's share, I have extra bedding. With that, Li Chen crawled into the tent. Yuna's face flushed, but seeing that Li Chen showed no signs of pretense, she also crawled in. A night of silence passed. The next morning, Li Chen and Yuna crawled out of the tent. Perhaps due to the Lich being here before, no undead creatures had approached last night. They were in high spirits, and Xinglong had also returned to peak condition. Seeing this, Li Chen headed straight for the church's location. Along the way, they cleared out quite a few undead creatures, and by the afternoon, Li Chen and Yuna arrived at the church's location. The church was situated on a mountaintop, and standing at the foot of the mountain, Li Chen and Yuna exchanged a serious glance. The entire mountain ahead was shrouded in a layer of black mist, obscuring the situation inside. I don't know what the situation is inside. Maybe we shouldn't go to this so-called church after all? Yuna looked at Li Chen and slowly spoke. From the current situation, it was clear that this church was not a good place. It was better to avoid any unforeseen troubles. Li Chen pondered for a moment and then said, since we're already here, we might as well take a look inside. With that, Li Chen summoned Xinglong and the others. Looking at the summoned beasts beside Li Chen and then at the ghostly scythe appearing in his hand, Yuna shrugged. You're the boss, you decide. Li Chen had Xuanwu take the lead, and then they entered the small mountain shrouded in mist ahead. Once inside, Li Chen and Yuna felt a chilling aura. In the woods to the left, a tremor occurred, and several figures emerged. Shadow corpse, rank, unknown, level, unknown, skills, unknown, description, undead creatures hidden in the shadows, formed for unknown reasons. Seeing the corpses that appeared, Li Chen frowned. These were human corpses, but they had already turned into undead. Their attributes were also strange. Instead of being marked as, they were simply unknown. Swan and I was the first to act, charging directly at the shadow corpses, and with swift strikes of its claws, it instantly killed them. There was no difficulty at all. Li Chen raised an eyebrow. These shadow corpses were very weak, even weaker than the usual undead here. They began to advance up the mountain and soon encountered several more shadow corpses. The combat power of these shadow corpses remained very weak, and they were quickly wiped out by Swan and I. Yuna looked at the bodies of the shadow corpses on the ground and noticed that they were rapidly disappearing, as if they had never existed. Li Chen, something seems off, Yuna said, urging Li Chen to look at the situation. Li Chen replied, it might be due to the special circumstances here. The disappearance of the corpses isn't too concerning. Yuna frowned and said, the combat power of these shadow corpses is a bit too weak. Perhaps we should wait a moment to see what happens. I noticed earlier that these shadow corpses don't seem to have any intention of attacking us. After hearing Yuna's words, Li Chen pondered for a moment and nodded. Since these shadow corpses posed no threat, it was better to see what would happen. After moving a short distance forward, more shadow corpses appeared in the woods. This time, Li Chen did not take action but quietly observed the shadow corpses. After emerging from the woods, these shadow corpses walked towards Li Chen and Yuna's position. Soon, they stood right in front of Li Chen and Yuna. Just as Li Chen frowned and prepared to act, the shadow corpses suddenly stopped. Then, they changed direction and began to move up the mountain. Li Chen and Yuna exchanged glances and decided to follow behind the shadow corpses to see what they intended to do. Before long, they discovered that every so often, several shadow corpses would emerge from the surrounding woods. These shadow corpses did not attack them but continued their ascent up the mountain. Their movements were very regular, as if following a specific trajectory. Eventually, Li Chen and Yuna followed the shadow corpses to the top of the mountain. A completely black church came into view. It was built from an unknown material, resembling a type of black stone, exuding a deep black hue. In front of the church stood a completely white cross. At that moment, Li Chen and Yuna saw the shadow corpses continue forward, heading directly towards the white cross. Li Chen and Yuna stood quietly at a distance, watching as the shadow corpses quickly approached the church. It is still unclear what is inside this church, so it is naturally better to observe for a while. Soon, those shadowy corpses entered the church and quickly arrived in front of the white cross. However, these shadowy corpses did not stop. They continued forward and directly entered the white cross. Buzz! The bodies of the shadowy corpses seemed to pass through the white cross, disappearing behind it. It was as if there were some special space behind the white cross that caused the shadowy corpses to vanish within it. As the shadowy corpses disappeared into the white cross, the cross began to turn pitch black at a visible speed. Li Chen and Yuna exchanged glances, both frowning. What does it mean that those shadowy corpses entered the white cross, and then the cross turned black? Li Chen asked, looking at the now black cross. Yuna shook her head. I don't know. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. Just then, the two suddenly felt the oppressive aura emanating from the church weaken significantly. This seems like a trap, Li Chen remarked, sensing the diminishing pressure, raising an eyebrow. Yuna nodded in agreement. Anyone who normally enters here and encounters those shadowy corpses would definitely think they are monsters and would quickly kill them. But if those shadowy corpses are not killed, they can enter the white cross, reducing the terror level of the church. Li Chen nodded as well. It seemed to be the case. It appeared that this church was quite terrifying, but through this method, the level of horror could be effectively reduced. Now, Li Chen was increasingly curious about what was inside this church. What exactly was in there? With the Swan and I and Yuna, they began to enter the courtyard of the church ahead. The surroundings were very quiet, as if there were no dangers at all. Li Chen's gaze fell on the church ahead. His intuition told him that it was very dangerous inside. Then, Li Chen looked at the now black cross. After thinking for a moment, he sent a Zhu Yan forward to investigate. Zhu Yan quickly approached the black cross and reached out to touch it. Nothing unusual happened. Zhu Yan did not disappear like those shadowy corpses but directly touched the black cross. It seems that only the shadowy corpses can enter the unknown space behind this cross. Listening to Yuna's words, Li Chen nodded and then turned his gaze to the church behind them. Let's go and see what kind of ghostly things are inside here. Li Chen commanded a Zhu Yan to push open the church's main door. Creak! Accompanied by a grinding sound, the church's door slowly opened. Looking inside through the door, it was a dilapidated church. The entire church was not very large, with several rows of long benches arranged inside. At the very back, there seemed to be a few shadowy figures on the church's high platform, but due to the angle, they were not clearly visible. Even so, for safety's sake, Li Chen still had Xuanwu positioned at the front before they walked into the church. Since the church was not very big, it was a bit cramped for Xuanwu and the others. Once inside, Xuanwu led the way, with Swan and I, Qinglong, and Kueilong following behind, completely covering the entrance area. Just as Li Chen and the others entered, the church door behind them suddenly slammed shut. Bang! Seeing the door close behind them, Li Chen frowned deeply and immediately instructed Qinglong to try to break open a hole in the door. No matter what, it was better to leave a way out first. However, when Qinglong swung its tail against the door, it did not break it open. It merely caused the entire church to shake slightly. Inside, frowning, Qinglong's strength was not weak, yet it had failed to break open the church door. The situation seemed to be becoming a bit off. At that moment, several figures lingering on the high platform seemed to sense the tremor, and their gazes instantly locked onto Li Chen and the others. Li Chen's eyes also fell upon the figures on the high platform. Unknown undead rank, unknown level, unknown skills, unknown description, and undead formed from unknown powers, with no related information. Looking at the description of these figures, Li Chen was momentarily taken aback. Unknown undead? Before Li Chen could think further, one of the figures charged directly towards him. Its speed was incredibly fast, almost instantaneously appearing in front of Li Chen. At that moment, Li Chen finally saw its appearance. It was a missionary, but the flesh on its face had completely vanished, leaving only a skeletal visage. As it approached, it extended its right hand and suddenly swiped forward. A phantom claw formed from undead power quickly emerged, heading straight for the Xuanwu. The Xuanwu raised its shell to block, taking the hit head-on. A white scratch appeared on the Xuanwu's shell. To leave a mark on the Xuanwu's shell, this creature's attack power was not low. It seemed that these unknown undead were not like the shadow corpses. Their combat power was extremely high. The Qinglong instantly charged out, swinging its tail and striking the undead, sending it flying. Then, the Xuanni's body rushed out, quickly reaching the spot where the unknown undead had fallen, its claws slashing down directly onto the unknown undead. A crisp sound echoed, as if the Xuanni's attack had struck a steel plate, yielding little effect. In the next moment, a cloud of black mist enveloped the unknown undead's body and swiftly charged towards Li Chen. Bolts of thunderous power rained down, directly striking the black mist. The mist was immediately dispersed by the thunder, and then the Qinglong spat out a breath of black flames, which landed on the unknown undead. A strange cry emanated from the unknown undead, and then its body stiffened and fell to the ground. Was that it? Li Chen's gaze fell on the unknown undead lying on the ground, noticing its body slowly dissipating. At that moment, wisps of black mist swirled out from it, drifting towards Li Chen. Seeing the swirling black mist before him, Li Chen's heart stirred, and he directly took out the sealed undead metal from his spatial ring. Sure enough, as soon as he took it out, the black mist directly merged into the sealed undead metal. The entire sealed undead metal instantly gleamed with a new luster, as if it had been refurbished. Before Li Chen could check the status of the sealed undead metal, he heard Yuna's terrified voice beside him. Li Chen, look, the unknown undead has resurrected. Resurrected? Li Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he raised his head, following Yuna's pointing direction, his gaze landing on the high platform ahead. He saw that the position where the unknown undead had been just now had reappeared a figure, completing the unknown undead that had charged over earlier. It was as if it had never left the high platform at all. Li Chen's heart sank, and his gaze quickly fell to the ground. At this moment, all that remained on the ground was a patch of black flames still slowly burning. Where was the body of the unknown undead? It had vanished? No, it had returned, back to the high platform. A chill ran through Li Chen as he looked at the figure on the high platform, his body tensing up. Something seemed off here. Resurrection? No, this wasn't resurrection. It was more like a time rewind. The unknown undead had directly returned to the high platform, and its state had reverted to before. Li Chen, something seems off here. I think it would be better for us to retreat first, Yuna said nervously. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Instinct told her that this place was very dangerous. Li Chen spoke up. I know something feels off here too, but it seems a bit difficult to get out. Just now, the Qinglong couldn't break open the main door, and leaving this place didn't seem like a simple matter. At that moment, another figure rushed down from the high platform, heading towards Li Chen and the others. Li Chen's heart tightened. There was no time to check the changes in the sealed undead metal, so he directly commanded the Swan and I to attack. The figure rushing down was also a missionary-like being, an unknown undead with its attributes still unknown. Compared to the previous one, this missionary-like unknown undead had greater combat power. However, under the joint efforts of Swan and I and Kuei Long, this missionary-like unknown undead ultimately fell beneath Swan Ni's sharp claws. Li Chen's gaze was fixed on the corpse of this unknown undead. However, in the next moment, he felt as if his vision blurred, and the corpse of the unknown undead simply vanished. Li Chen suddenly looked up and saw that the already deceased unknown undead had reappeared on the high platform, as if it had suffered no harm at all. It returned. Li Chen furrowed his brows. If the source of this situation couldn't be found, it seemed that the unknown undead on the high platform could keep returning like this, never truly dying. With this thought, Li Chen began to command Qinglong to attack the area around the church, hoping to break open a way to leave. However, the church looked quite dilapidated but was very sturdy. Qinglong's continuous strikes against the surrounding walls only caused the entire church to shake. At that moment, another figure burst forth from the high platform, quickly approaching Li Chen. It was another unknown undead, still in the form of a missionary, but slightly stronger than the previous one. Li Chen frowned and had Swan and I and Kuei Long respond. After 10 minutes of effort, this unknown undead was also slain by Swan and I and the others. But just like before, moments later, the corpse of the unknown undead disappeared, as if it had never existed. And on the high platform, the figure of the unknown undead reappeared once more. Li Chen's brow furrowed. When the next undead figure emerged, he directly ordered Qinglong to launch an attack on the high platform. Qinglong unleashed a breath of black flames, covering the high platform. However, when the black flames reached the high platform, they only lingered for an instant. The next moment, the black flames that landed on the high platform simply vanished, as if they had been transferred to an unknown place. At that moment, all the figures lingering on the high platform froze and came to a halt. Then, their gazes all turned towards Li Chen and the others. A chill ran through Li Chen. He had not expected that attacking the high platform seemed to trigger some kind of restriction. However, he soon saw several figures on the high platform begin to shift their gazes, as if they were returning to their previous wandering state. Li Chen, look outside. Yuna, who had been observing the surroundings, suddenly pointed out the window to Li Chen. Following Yuna's gaze, Li Chen quickly saw the cross outside. At that moment, the cross, which had turned black, was rapidly shedding its darkness, returning to its original white. What is this? Li Chen's gaze fell back on the high platform, watching the figures that had turned away and resumed their wandering state, and he began to speculate. It seemed that not killing those shadow corpses was indeed beneficial to them. However, not all the figures on the high platform had reverted to their original wandering forms. One figure still fixed its gaze firmly on Li Chen. Li Chen glanced outside again, and the cross had completely turned white. At the moment the cross completely turned white, a figure on the high platform charged down directly, swiftly heading towards Li Chen. This figure was still a known spirit, but it no longer resembled a missionary. Instead, it took on the appearance of a pope. The aura emanating from it was incredibly dense, even thicker than that of the Lich. Li Chen immediately had Xuanwu take the lead. However, the opponent clearly possessed intelligence. Its body transformed into a black mist, slipping right past Xuanwu and heading straight for Li Chen. The azure dragon rushed forward, colliding with it and sending it flying. Kuei Long also took action, unleashing bolts of thunder that crashed down towards the unknown spirit resembling the Pope. Yet, in the next moment, that unknown spirit in the guise of the Pope instantly returned to the side of the azure dragon, as if it had planted some kind of mark on it that allowed for immediate return. Li Chen did not hesitate. Wielding the soul scythe of the underworld, he charged forward. The figure of Swan Ni appeared behind the unknown spirit resembling the Pope, and several flashes of cold light passed, leaving wounds on its body. However, a massive amount of black mist erupted from it, sending Swan Ni's body flying. Li Chen reached its side and raised the soul scythe of the underworld to strike down. The unknown spirit resembling the Pope raised its palm, and a staff materialized, directly blocking the soul scythe. Then, it swung the staff down towards Li Chen. Li Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly retreated. A melee mage? Li Chen observed the unknown spirit wielding the staff to physically attack Swan Ni, raising an eyebrow. Soon after, his brow furrowed tightly. He saw that the wounds Swan Ni had inflicted on the unknown spirit had completely vanished, as if they had never existed. Watching the wounds disappear from the Pope-like spirit, Li Chen's brow knitted in concern. Indeed, the spirits here possessed the ability to reverse time. The other spirits were likely weaker, only able to revert to the moment of their death on that high platform. Moreover, after reverting, their state would return to the beginning, and they would no longer attack them. But this Pope-like spirit was different. Its reversal could directly eliminate the damage it had sustained. Boom! Just as he was thinking, the staff in the Pope-like spirit's hand struck down on Swan Ni, producing a dull sound. Swan Ni let out a cry of pain and instantly retreated. Li Chen was taken aback. The attack from this Pope-like spirit was surprisingly high, injuring Swan Ni. Although it was only a minor injury, it was still quite alarming. After all, Swan Ni, while being an assassin-type summoned beast, also had high defense. Due to their connection, Li Chen had fed Swan Ni both essence supplements and enhancement pills, so its defense was nearly on par with the Azure Dragon. In this situation, if Swan Ni could be injured, it was enough to prove the strength of the opponent's attack. If this church were a dungeon, then this Pope-like spirit would be the final boss. Li Chen had Xuanwu step in to block the attacks of the Pope-like spirit. With Xuanwu's attack power, it was completely capable of holding its ground. Based on the previous situation, as long as they could slay this Pope-like spirit, it would return to the high platform, eliminating its hatred towards them. However, killing it would still be somewhat difficult. After all, any damage inflicted would allow it to reverse time and eliminate its injuries if given just a few moments. Unless they could deliver a fatal blow. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, deciding to give it a try. He had Xuanwu withstand the attacks of the Pope-like spirit while he adjusted Swan Ni and the others to launch an attack. The Azure Dragon opened its mouth, spewing black flames onto the Pope-like spirit, then surged forward. The Swanni unleashed its strongest attack, opening its mouth to bite down on the neck of the undead that resembled a pope. Meanwhile, the Kuei Long first summoned the gathered power of thunder, then its phantom charged forward, colliding with the pope-like undead. Li Chen also rushed out quickly, raising the Soul Reaper scythe in his hand and unleashing a charged strike. Several attacks landed on the pope-like undead, nearly severing its head from its body, causing it to break apart in several places. However, even so, its aura still did not dissipate. In the next moment, under Li Chen's dark gaze, a flash of light appeared on the pope-like undead, and both Li Chen and Yuna felt a blur before their eyes as it restored itself once again. This is time reversal, Yuna exclaimed, realizing what was happening. This ability was incredibly powerful, not something an ordinary monster could control. Even in this hell-level difficulty secret realm, such an ability should not exist. However, Yuna soon thought that this was not a monster's ability but rather a special feature of this church. She then looked at Li Chen with admiration. In such a short time, Li Chen had discerned the time reversal and thought of a countermeasure. It was just a pity that he couldn't directly slay the Pope-like undead. Yuna hesitated for a moment before speaking. Li Chen, there is an ability, but using it will leave me weak for several days. Let me join the attack. We should be able to slay this Pope-like undead. Although the Pope-like undead had just used the time reversal ability, it was clear that they were close to defeating it. Li Chen shook his head and replied, "No need, I have a way to slay it." With just a little left to defeat the Pope-like undead, it was no longer a difficult task for Li Chen. After all, he hadn't used his full strength. The Soul Reaper's scythe could significantly increase its attack power with a soul crystal, but Li Chen did not intend to use it. After all, a soul crystal required 100 soul fragments to synthesize, and with the artifact's ability to upgrade, Li Chen needed to conserve his soul fragments. But Li Chen still had two newly acquired skills. Summon Redemption was a resurrection skill, while Summon Twin was a powerful skill that increased combat power. Summon Twin rank, master level effect, consumes mental power to replicate summoned creatures under your control. The more creatures you choose to replicate, the more mental power is consumed, with a maximum replication of double the number. The attributes of the replicated summoned creatures are 60% of the original. Duration is affected by mental power. Cooldown time is 4 hours and 30 minutes. Li Chen felt that summoning a twin Swanee would suffice. Without hesitation, he directly activated Summon Twin. He could clearly feel his mental power rapidly depleting. Soon, beside the Swanee, an identical Swanee appeared. This Swanee was exactly the same as the original, only its aura was slightly weaker. My mental power has decreased by a third, which means I can currently summon a maximum of 3 twin summoned beasts. Li Chen pondered for a moment. The mental power consumed by Summon Twin was somewhat beyond his expectations. After all, his current mental power was not low. Perhaps it was because the twin Swanee was a divine beast. Nevertheless, this skill was still powerful, worthy of being a master-level skill. To conjure an additional creature with 60% of the Swanee's combat power out of thin air was undoubtedly an extremely formidable skill. Li Chen took action again. With the additional Swanee, he brought down the Soul Reaper's scythe in his hand, directly severing the head of the Pope-like undead. This time, the Pope-like undead completely lost its aura. Li Chen's gaze fell upon its corpse, quietly waiting. Soon, after a few breaths, the corpse on the ground vanished without a trace. Raising his head, Li Chen's gaze fell upon the high platform, where the spectral figure of the Pope reappeared, just as expected. However, while this allowed the other party to return to the high platform, it seemed to resolve nothing. Just as Li Chen pondered how to completely eliminate these specters, the church doors behind him suddenly swung open. Hearing the commotion behind, Li Chen and Yuna quickly turned around. "The door is open, we can leave now." Yuna was momentarily stunned, not expecting the back door to open so suddenly. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, then turned back to look at the high platform. In the next moment, his eyes widened in shock. He saw that all the specters on the high platform had completely disappeared. Disappeared? Li Chen furrowed his brow. This church exuded an eerie atmosphere, and he still had not figured out what this church truly was. At that moment, Li Chen noticed that in the places where the specters had vanished, something new had appeared. He instructed Xuanwu to lead the way and then walked toward the high platform. Yuna glanced at Li Chen and followed him. She had completely recognized Li Chen's combat strength and felt that following him in this secret realm would pose no danger. Li Chen quickly reached the edge of the high platform and saw several items scattered on it. They were yellow talismans. At each spot where a specter had disappeared, a yellow talisman had appeared. Talismans? Li Chen raised an eyebrow and directly reached down to pick one up. Manifestation Talisman Grade, Unknown Effect. When worn, it can reveal the form of certain invisible specters. A manifestation talisman? The effect wasn't particularly impressive, as it could only reveal some specters, which was better than nothing. Although the grade was unknown, the effect indicated that the talisman was likely of low grade. There were a total of 6 talismans, all identical. After picking them up, Li Chen handed 3 to Yuna. Yuna took them and directly stored them away. Better than nothing. Then, Li Chen's gaze fell upon the place where the Pope's specter had been. At that moment, there was an unlit incense stick there. Li Chen picked it up. Unknown Divine Incense Grade, Unknown Effect. When lit, it can deter certain grades of specters from approaching. Description: Divine Incense from an unknown land. Lighting it will yield unexpected effects. Looking at the description of the incense, Li Chen's expression shifted slightly. This divine incense should be of a decent grade. When lit, it could prevent specters from approaching, which was quite useful in this spectral world. After storing the unknown divine incense, Li Chen checked again and found nothing else on the high platform before leaving the church with Yuna. As soon as they stepped out of the church doors, the doors slammed shut behind them, startling Yuna. It seems this is an extremely special place. My intuition tells me that those shadow corpses we didn't kill played a significant role, otherwise, the attacks we faced inside the church would have been much more severe, Yuna said, gazing at the now pale cross ahead. Li Chen nodded. I feel the same way. But no matter what, we've finally left here. Let's go. The center of the spectral world isn't far from here, and we should reach a nearby location by nightfall. A look of excitement appeared on Yuna's face as she nodded at Li Chen and then followed closely behind him as they continued forward. Shortly after Li Chen and Yuna left, several figures reappeared on the high platform inside the church. However, this time they were no longer confined to the high platform. They began to descend and move around the church. Li Chen and the others were unaware of the changes in the church. Sitting on the wooden frame, Li Chen took out the sealed undead metal from his spatial ring. He hadn't had the chance to examine it before, but it seemed that the metal had undergone some changes inside the church. Undead metal rank, master level effect. After use, it can imprint the skills of any undead creature into the metal, which can then be converted into a skill book, one-time use. Looking at the description of the undead metal, Li Chen's gaze flickered. The undead metal had actually been unsealed and was a master-level item. After a moment of silence, Li Chen considered the metal's effects. It didn't seem particularly impressive, and one could even say it didn't quite live up to its master-level rank. However, for the undead category, it was definitely a rare and valuable item. If he could imprint a top-tier skill, it would be a significant gain. Li Chen also thought of the black summoning beast egg in his summoning space, which seemed to belong to the undead category. This undead metal was indeed useful for him. After putting away the undead metal, Li Chen began to focus on grilling meat. After all, the recent battle had consumed quite a bit of energy, and he needed to replenish it. Along the way, Li Chen and the others encountered several undead, but they were quickly dealt with and posed no significant obstacles. By nightfall, Li Chen checked the map and found they were less than 2 hours away from the center of the undead world. To be safe, Li Chen decided not to continue traveling at night. Yuna had checked the strategy guide, noting that the undead would go into a frenzy at night, significantly increasing their combat power. Moreover, they needed to rest. After setting up the tent, Yuna blushed and entered it again. Although there were 2 sets of bedding inside, Yuna still felt a bit shy. The night passed in silence, and early the next morning, Li Chen and the others quickly set off. After an hour and a half, they arrived at the very center of the undead world. To Li Chen's surprise, the center of the undead world turned out to be a village. The entire village was built on a hillside, making it difficult to see its full appearance. Li Chen, this village is the center of the undead world. The undead inside will vary depending on the difficulty of the secret realm. There isn't a strategy for hell difficulty yet, so I don't know what kind of undead will be inside. We need to be extra cautious. Li Chen nodded and then led Yuna toward the village ahead. By this point, they had already killed quite a few undead, with only about 30 more needed to reach the goal of 500 undead kills to clear the level. Even if they encountered some danger, killing 30 more undead would allow them to teleport out. So, Li Chen and the others felt relatively safe. Soon, Li Chen and Yuna entered the village. However, there were no undead in sight. The entire village was eerily quiet, as if there were no monsters inside at all. Something feels off, Li Chen said, his expression growing serious. After passing the church, he knew it couldn't be so calm here. Moreover, this was the center of the undead world. Yuna nodded and began to scan the surroundings. At the entrance of the village stood a massive stone gate. Upon entering the village, they found a simple altar filled with food, but it was covered in dust, and the food had completely rotted. On the altar was a stone statue, the purpose of which was unknown. Li Chen and Yuna glanced at it before continuing deeper into the village. However, as soon as their gaze left the statue on the altar, the statue's eyes suddenly opened. Then, the stone eyes turned and fixed their gaze on Li Chen and Yuna as they moved further inside. Why does this village feel so eerie? Yuna asked Li Chen, who was beside her, shortly after they entered the village. This village is clearly situated halfway up the mountain, with no obstructions, and the sun is shining directly in, yet it feels utterly cold, giving off an extreme sense of chill. I'm not too sure. It's better to be cautious, Li Chen said, holding the soul scythe of the underworld, his gaze scanning the surroundings, alert for any dangers. At that moment, the Xuanwu in front suddenly stopped, raised its head, and looked around with a puzzled expression. The Xuanni also halted, their eyes fixed on a path to the right. Li Chen quickly shifted his gaze in that direction. To the right was a small path leading to the mountain behind the village, its destination unknown. What's wrong? There's nothing here, Yuna remarked, also looking at the empty road with a puzzled expression. Li Chen shook his head. He wasn't sure either, but it seemed the Xuanni sensed something. After a moment's thought, Li Chen instructed the Qinglong to breathe out a jet of black flame towards the path to see what was going on. The black flame landed on the ground ahead, but 2 gusts of wind rose from where it struck. Soon, 2 figures slowly emerged from the swirling winds. They were 2 silhouettes, 1 male and 1 female, both elderly. The 2 were hunched over, their faces kind, smiling as they looked at Li Chen and the others. Li Chen was taken aback. He hadn't expected anyone to be hiding here. However, this was also the first time he had seen people who didn't seem like spirits in this world of the dead. If it weren't for the fact that this was a secret realm, he might have thought the 2 were just ordinary old folks. But since this was the secret realm of the world of the dead, the other party should be monsters within it. Just as Li Chen was about to signal the Qinglong to take action, the old man spoke up. "Young man, you must be from afar. Today is the day of our village's sacrifice, and outsiders are not allowed to enter. You should leave now." The old man's words sounded like advice, but his tone was extremely firm, almost commanding. Li Chen frowned and asked, "What are you?" The old woman beside the old man replied, "Of course, we are human. You shouldn't be here in our village. The old man is only giving you good advice. Hurry and leave, or you will encounter misfortune." Li Chen's frown deepened. The old woman's words sounded like a curse. Moreover, this was a secret realm. How could there be people here? Their ability to hide and evade the Qinglong's black flames was clearly not something normal people could do. Yuna, seeing this, spoke up. "Li Chen, should we try to talk to them and build a better relationship? I've seen other secret realms where you generally need to delve deeper to unravel mysteries and gain rewards. From the looks of this village, the key to passing through here lies in what they call the sacrifice." Li Chen glanced at Yuna and then shook his head. "What you mentioned is a typical way to clear a level, but that would take too much time. It would probably take 5 or 6 days to fully understand and decipher the entire village, and that's unnecessary." Yuna was taken aback. "Then what do you want to do?" Li Chen didn't answer immediately but looked at Yuna and said, "This is the central area of the secret realm of the world of the dead. The place you're looking for should be within this village, right?" Yuna nodded. "It's right here, but I don't know the exact location." Li Chen replied, "Then that's fine. There's no need to dawdle. Let's just take action." Secret realms are divided into many types, one of which requires deciphering the events that occurred within and deducing clues to ultimately solve the mystery. After entering this village, the absence of monster attacks clearly indicated that this was such a situation. However, it was clear that Li Chen did not want to solve the issues here with ordinary methods. With a command, the Azure Dragon soared into the air and began to unleash a torrent of black flame breath upon the entire village. The black flames quickly fell across the village, igniting it in an instant. The characteristic of the black flame breath was its lasting burn and difficulty to extinguish. As it fell into the village, fires rapidly erupted all around. The faces of the 2 elderly people in front changed dramatically in an instant. "You trespass into our village and dare to cause such destruction, you will face retribution." The old woman suddenly opened her mouth, splitting it down the middle, and a piercing voice emanated from within. Meanwhile, the old man let out a long howl towards the sky, as if signaling something. In the next moment, the figure of a Swanee appeared beside the old man, its claws slashing out repeatedly, leaving several wounds on him. However, the old man seemed to feel no pain, continuing to emit that shrill cry until his head fell off. At that moment, the old man's corpse turned to ash, quickly dissipating into the surroundings. Li Chen was momentarily stunned, then quickly checked the lifespan of the magical creature, discovering that it had increased, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. He couldn't help it. He had some shadows from that church earlier and thought these 2 elderly people might also be some special magical creatures. The old woman was also struck down by the thunderous power released by the Kuei Long, instantly reduced to ashes. The surroundings fell silent once more. Li Chen ordered the Swanee to be on high alert while he commanded the Azure Dragon to set fire, intending to force out the hidden magical creatures within and quickly eliminate them. Although this might provoke a boss-level magical creature, it was nothing to be afraid of for Li Chen. However, he soon realized something was amiss. The Azure Dragon's black flames were continuously burning, and it seemed they were about to cover the entire village, yet no magical creatures had rushed out. Was there really no magical creature in this village? Or were the undead magical creatures not afraid of fire? Just as he was pondering this, Yuna suddenly exclaimed, "Li Chen, look!" Li Chen quickly turned around and saw Yuna staring at a talisman at her waist. It was the manifestation talisman that Li Chen had given her, which Yuna had been wearing all along, and now it was reacting. Buzz! The talisman at Yuna's waist began to vibrate and then suddenly lit up. A gentle light spread from the talisman, enveloping the surroundings. Soon, several figures appeared not far behind Yuna. "What the hell is this?" Yuna was startled by the figures that had emerged nearby and quickly moved closer to Li Chen. Li Chen's gaze fell upon the figures illuminated by the manifestation talisman, and his brows furrowed. All these figures were dressed in tattered clothing, just like the 2 elderly people who had appeared earlier. However, their bodies and clothes were all ethereal. Shadows? Ghosts? Two terms sprang to Li Chen's mind. But weren't the undead typically skeletons or liches? Upon further thought, ghosts also belonged to the undead category. Looking around at the obviously Chinese-style village, this was a blend of Eastern and Western elements. No wonder it felt increasingly cold. It seemed these entities were the reason. Li Chen then checked the attributes of these entities. Shadow Soul Rank, 5 stars level, 18 skills, unknown description, souls hidden in shadows, not very lethal, but if they follow for a long time, they will gradually erode the essence of life. Shadow souls? This was the first time Li Chen had heard of such a magical creature. Even among undead magical creatures, they should be quite special. The shadowy spirits approached without any sensation, only a chilling presence that left one defenseless. If followed for too long, they could even harm the very essence of life. It seemed that this village was not devoid of monsters, rather, the monsters were all of this invisible kind. Startled, Yuna immediately launched an attack. Drawing her bow, several arrows shot towards the shadowy spirits in an instant. However, to Yuna's astonishment, the arrows passed right through the bodies of the shadowy spirits, causing them no significant harm. These shadowy spirits seemed to be immune to physical damage. Yuna frowned. She then shot another arrow. This time, the arrow was imbued with a dark glow, clearly possessing magical damage. Yet, this arrow also passed through without inflicting any harm on the shadowy spirits. Yuna's expression turned to one of horror. No, it's not that they're immune to physical damage, it seems these things are immune to magical damage as well. Li Chen's brow furrowed tightly. With both physical and magical immunity, these shadowy spirits were indeed troublesome. Yuna's gaze flickered. It seems we must unravel the mystery of the sacrifice to find the correct way to proceed. Otherwise, we won't be able to deal with these shadowy spirits at all. Just imagine if it were someone else, or if they didn't have the revealing talisman. Once they provoke these shadowy spirits, they would likely meet their end. We should retreat quickly. These shadowy spirits are too difficult to handle. Yuna wanted to withdraw, as she had no means to deal with these shadowy spirits. However, in the next moment, a swan and eye appeared before one of the shadowy spirits, its claws slashing out and directly tearing the spirit apart. Watching the shadowy spirit being shredded like paper, Yuna was left stunned. What is happening? Clearly, these shadowy spirits were immune to both physical and magical damage, so how could Li Chen's summoned beast kill them so easily? Li Chen's gaze fell upon the Soul Reaper scythe in his hand. It seemed that the soul damage from this artifact was effective. Indeed, while these ghost-like monsters could be immune to physical and magical damage, soul damage was the most lethal to them. It's nothing. I have a way to deal with these shadowy spirits. Li Chen did not reveal the effect of the Soul Reaper scythe and charged towards the shadowy spirits with it in hand. Soon, to Yuna's astonishment, all the shadowy spirits were slain. Looking at Li Chen ahead, Yuna's expression was complex. This guy had shocked her too many times. Let's go inside and take a look. If the monsters in here are all like these, then the Azure Dragon's flames won't be able to drive them out. After slaying the shadowy spirits, Li Chen led the team into the village. As they approached a house, the revealing talisman Li Chen wore lit up. With the light of revelation bursting forth, several figures emerged from within the house. Hanged Spirit Rank, 6 stars level, 17 attribute, skill. A new spirit appeared, ranked at 6 stars, but its attributes and skills were not revealed. However, since it was a spirit, the effect of soul damage on it would be most pronounced. The Swan and I and others sprang into action. With the soul damage from the Soul Reaper scythe, these hanged spirits could not withstand for long and were quickly slain. At that moment, a hanged spirit appeared behind Yuna without her noticing and launched an attack. Their method of attack was quite peculiar, as they directly reached out their hands to choke their own necks. Then, their bodies slowly began to rise, as if they were being hanged by themselves. At that moment, Yuna also rolled her eyes, feeling an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Moreover, an inexplicable force seemed to control her body, causing her to slowly rise into the air. Li Chen was taken aback, not expecting that the method of attack from this hanging ghost would be like this. A hanging ghost? Li Chen quickly rushed over, the Soul Reaper's scythe in his hand instantly descending, directly slashing down the hanging ghost. Yuna returned to the ground, gasping for breath, her face showing a trace of horror. In that moment, she had completely lost control of her body. If it weren't for Li Chen, she would have likely been hanged alive in midair. This hanging ghost appeared to be only a 6-star, level 17, but its attack methods were too bizarre, making it nearly impossible to defend against. She didn't know what kind of means Li Chen had to be able to counter such a creature. Since entering this place, Yuna felt that Li Chen seemed to be the nemesis of this secret mirror world, able to counter everything at every turn. Just as she was thinking, a sharp, long howl suddenly came from ahead. The sound was somewhat similar to the one emitted by that old man earlier, but sharper. Moreover, this sound seemed not to be an ordinary sound, but rather one that spread within the soul, causing both Li Chen and Yuna's faces to turn pale. A sound emerging from the soul. Soul howl. Yuna's face showed a mix of surprise and uncertainty, and then her expression suddenly stiffened. Because right after that sound, all the doors of the houses in the village suddenly opened. The open doors were pitch black, as if there was nothing inside, but it also seemed as if something had already walked out from within. Yuna instantly felt a chill run through her body, as if a cold, sinister aura had invaded her, just like when the manifestation talismans revealed those ghosts earlier. Now Yuna also understood that the cold feeling was due to the ghosts approaching. This cold sensation had reappeared, and it was even stronger than before. What did this mean? Yuna looked at those open doors, her throat involuntarily twitching. Did each of these open doors represent a ghost? No, perhaps it was a family of 3, or even 4 generations living together. How many households were there in this village? The entire village was built around the hillside, and while the number of residents wasn't too many, it was certainly not insignificant. If so many ghosts attacked together, any challenger would likely be torn apart. After all, these ghosts were immune to both physical and magical attacks. Perhaps only Li Chen was the exception. Yuna's gaze fell on Li Chen, her eyes revealing a complex expression. If it were other students, even senior students in their 4th year, they would likely be very flustered in such a situation. But Li Chen was different. Since entering the secret realm, he had never shown any signs of panic. Yuna had always wondered what methods Li Chen was using to deal with these ghosts. Why could he and his summoned beast inflict damage on these ghosts? Did his summoned beast have something special about it? Yuna was puzzled. No matter how hard she thought, she couldn't figure out what was special about the Soul Reaper scythe in Li Chen's hand. Li Chen looked at the open doors of the villagers' houses around him, his brow slightly raised. Were they drawn out by the ghost from earlier? Li Chen leaned more towards the idea that they were forced out by the black flame dragon breath of the Azure Dragon. After all, the black flame dragon breath also inflicted soul damage, and some houses were already close to being burned down, starting to spread into the villagers' homes, thus forcing these ghosts out. Soon, all the manifestation talismans in Li Chen's hand began to vibrate, releasing a manifesting light. The manifestation talisman in Yuna's hand also vibrated and began to emit a manifesting light. Suddenly, on the road ahead, on the houses, and on the mountain path where the 2 old men had been, a dense mass of figures appeared. A large number of shadowy spirits and hanged souls were at the forefront, with many other spirits behind them, their appearances indistinguishable. These spirits quickly approached Li Chen and Yuna, launching an attack directly at the 2. Li Chen commanded the Swan and I to begin the assault. In the face of such a large number of enemies, the attacks from Swan and I and Kuei Long were the most powerful. Each time Swan and I killed a spirit, the splatter it released could affect the surrounding spirits. Although it couldn't kill them directly, it could reduce their life force by a third. As long as 3 spirits were killed, Swan and I could wipe out all the spirits in that area with its splatter. Kuei Long also unleashed a torrent of thunderous energy, spreading it out in front. Kuei Long's lightning magic inherently had an extra damage bonus against spirits. Although these spirits were immune to magical damage due to their special nature, the enhancement from the Soul Reaper scythe allowed Kuei Long's lightning magic to still deal significant damage. As the spirits stepped into the thunderous energy, they continuously took damage. Before they could escape the energy, these spirits directly dissipated. The 2 lines of defense formed by Swan and I and Kuei Long effectively blocked a large number of spirits. The Azure Dragon and Li Chen cleared out the minor spirits that broke through Swan and I and Kuei Long's defenses, and the situation was quickly stabilized. At that moment, a piercing wail echoed, causing all the spirits to tremble and then rapidly scatter. Once the spirits dispersed, the area attack capabilities of Swan and I and Kuei Long were significantly weakened. Li Chen frowned, then his gaze fell upon a figure atop a nearby mountain. It was a spirit, but unlike the others, it had solidified into a physical form. That position was beyond the reach of the manifestation talismans, yet it was fully visible. Clad in black armor formed from soul energy and wielding a weapon resembling a giant axe, this spirit was tall, with a clear face and a resolute expression, furrowing its brow as it stared intently at Li Chen. The final boss? Li Chen raised an eyebrow and then commanded the Azure Dragon to soar into the air towards that spirit. The spirit pretended to lift the giant axe. Buzz! The entire axe rapidly expanded, as if swelling in the wind, growing dozens of times larger as it swung down towards the Azure Dragon, seemingly aiming to cleave it in half. The Azure Dragon quickly dodged but still let out a muffled grunt, retreating rapidly. Li Chen frowned. The Azure Dragon had been injured. Moreover, it was a type of damage Li Chen was quite familiar with, soul damage. Although the giant axe struck the Azure Dragon, it seemed to carry soul damage, nearly grazing the Azure Dragon's side and inflicting soul damage. Since it didn't concentrate directly, the intensity of the soul damage wasn't very high. It seemed this was indeed the final boss. Just as Li Chen was preparing to command the Azure Dragon to attack again, the spirit's body quickly vanished from its spot. Although this spirit had solidified, invisibility was its innate skill, so it could naturally use it. Be careful, that should be the final boss here. Its attacks carry soul damage, make sure you don't get hit. Li Chen quickly warned Yuna. Both he and Swan and I had high defenses and weren't too afraid of that boss. However, if Yuna were to be attacked, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Yuna was momentarily taken aback by his words, but then she looked at Li Chen and said, "Don't worry, I have means to protect myself. I won't hold you back." She dared to come in, naturally having some confidence. Although she might not be able to help Li Chen much, she could certainly avoid being a burden. Hearing Yuna's words, Li Chen nodded in surprise. It seemed that his suspicions were correct. This Yuna was definitely not an ordinary dark elf. Since the final boss had disappeared, Li Chen did not go looking for him but instead methodically cleared the surrounding wraiths. After all, he wasn't in a hurry. Once these wraiths dispersed, it did affect the killing speed of the Swan and I and Kuei Long, but it also relieved Li Chen of any pressure. Half an hour later, many wraiths had been slain, but their numbers didn't seem to decrease significantly. Yuna frowned and said, "These wraiths seem to be replenishing. It's like we can't kill them all." Li Chen nodded. "It seems we need to actively search for that final boss. I have a feeling that the replenishment of these wraiths is definitely related to it." Yuna nodded, just about to say something when the sky suddenly darkened. Yuna quickly looked up, her expression changing dramatically. A gigantic black axe appeared in the sky, as if it were blocking out the entire heavens. Then, the massive black axe came crashing down towards Yuna. A sense of extreme threat surged within her. She had a premonition that if she were struck by this enormous axe, she would likely die instantly. Just as Yuna prepared to use her life-saving measures, the Xuanwu beside her charged forward. Li Chen hadn't expected that after the final boss disappeared, it would be gathering such a powerful strike. This giant axe was dozens of times larger than before, and the entire sky seemed to be obscured, as if it were going to split the entire mountain in half. Li Chen let the Xuanwu take the hit, wanting to test this creature's attack power. Although this was a hell difficulty secret realm, the highest level monsters here were only level 20, and Li Chen was confident that the Xuanwu's defense could withstand it. The Xuanwu looked at the descending axe with a serious expression and directly used the skill Ragebreaker, increasing its damage reduction by 10%. Then, the Xuanwu retracted its limbs into its shell. Boom! The massive black axe crashed down, striking the Xuanwu's back with a violent thud. A tremendous shockwave spread from the impact site, causing massive casualties among the surrounding wraiths. The rocks beneath the Xuanwu instantly shattered, and its body collapsed downwards. Li Chen furrowed his brows. Although he had anticipated this, the power displayed by the giant axe still exceeded his expectations. After a moment, all sounds settled, and the place where the Xuanwu had been was now a large pit, with the Xuanwu's body directly pressed inside. If it weren't for the thickness of the rocks, the Xuanwu might have been cleaved off the cliff. The Xuanwu crawled out of the pit, its shield had vanished, and a crack appeared on its shell. The Xuanwu's condition was not good. The force of that blow was indeed too strong, and most importantly, it carried soul damage, making the Xuanwu feel quite uncomfortable, with a splitting headache and a foggy mind. However, soon a glow appeared on the Xuanwu's body. Skill: Heavenly Purification. The power of the Xuanwu purifies everything, dispelling all negative states and restoring 15% of its maximum health, while also gaining a shield of equal value. After using Heavenly Purification, the Xuanwu regained its senses, and the crack on its shell shrank significantly, with a shield manifesting around it. The Xuanwu's defense was still very high, it had only sustained minor injuries. Yuna looked on in shock. She knew that this turtle-like monster was Li Chen's defensive summon and was aware of its high defense. But Yuna hadn't expected that this summon could withstand such a degree of damage. From that blow, she felt the threat of death, yet it was this summon that had taken it head-on. It had only sustained minor injuries, not even serious ones. Li Chen's summon was indeed too powerful in combat. Soon after, Yuna's gaze fell on Li Chen, only to find that he was not paying much attention to the injury of his summoned beast, but rather looking up. Following Li Chen's line of sight, Yuna quickly spotted the final boss, the soul of the underworld. The soul was just a short distance away, reaching out to retrieve its black axe. Li Chen was naturally aware of the injury to Xuanwu. His eyes were fixed on the figure of the soul holding the black axe, and he said, "We can't go on like this. We need to find this final boss, the soul of the underworld, and take it down." Yuna nodded in agreement. Indeed, the opponent clearly has means to summon more souls. If this continues, we will be worn down to death. Moreover, it can condense its attacks. Although your summoned beast blocked that last strike, we can't keep taking hits for free. Li Chen directly ordered Swan and I and Qinglong to take the lead and head towards the location of the final boss. The opponent had appeared twice at the highest point of the village, so it should not be able to leave that area freely. Seeing this, the soul holding the axe opened its mouth and let out a soul-shattering howl, then its figure vanished again. After hearing the howl, the surrounding souls behaved unusually, starting to surround them. Yuna furrowed her brows. That final boss soul clearly knows our intentions and wants to use these souls to hold us back. Li Chen also frowned slightly. If they were held up for too long, and the opponent condensed another attack like before, it would be troublesome. However, there were many souls around, swarming in, unafraid of death, making it impossible for them to move an inch. At that moment, Li Chen thought of something and took out an incense stick from his spatial ring. Unknown divine incense grade, unknown effect. After igniting, it can make certain grades of undead dare not approach. Description: a divine incense from an unknown land. Igniting it will have unexpected effects. This unknown divine incense had the effect of dispelling undead, but he didn't know if it would work now. Without hesitation, Li Chen lit the incense. The divine fragrance spread quickly around them. Instantly, the surrounding souls froze in place, then quickly retreated 10 meters away from Li Chen. The souls' gazes were all fixed on the divine incense in Li Chen's hand, their eyes filled with fear, as if avoiding a venomous snake. It was indeed effective. Li Chen's eyes flickered, as if everything he had obtained from that church was coming into play. It seemed that going to that church was indeed the right choice. Li Chen led the team quickly upwards. The surrounding souls all avoided them, but kept a close watch on Li Chen and his group. For those with weaker mental fortitude, being targeted by so many souls would likely make them feel extremely uncomfortable. After quickly reaching the top, Li Chen noticed that the divine incense in his hand had begun to burn fiercely. It was as if something was intensifying the burning of the incense. Li Chen raised an eyebrow and said, "Be careful, we must be getting close to that final boss soul, which is why the incense is burning much faster." Yuna also looked around warily, fearing a sudden attack from the opponent. Soon, Li Chen arrived at the highest point in the village. It was an altar, with some items placed on it, similar to what he had seen at the village entrance. As Li Chen scanned the surroundings, the divine incense in his hand accelerated its burning speed again. In just 2 seconds, the divine incense was completely consumed. Without the incense, the souls could approach. In the next moment, Li Chen's heart surged with alarm. Without time to think too much, he raised the soul-reaping scythe in his hand and swiftly slashed behind him. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as a massive black axe appeared silently, struck by the soul-reaping scythe. Li Chen instantly felt a numbness in his palm. A massive force surged forth, nearly causing Li Chen to drop the soul scythe in his hand. This guy, when did he arrive behind me? Li Chen looked at the final boss, the soul master, that had materialized beside him, his brow furrowing deeply. The divine incense could repel the surrounding souls, but the stronger the approaching soul, the faster the incense burned. When this final boss appeared, the divine incense was instantly consumed, proving the soul master's formidable strength. Li Chen dared not be careless. He quickly retreated, while the swan eye appeared beside the final boss and directly slashed at it with its claws. The final boss raised the black axe in its hand and cleaved down at the swan eye, sending it flying. It was only at this moment that Li Chen had the chance to check the information on the final boss. Soul Master rank, unknown level, 20 attributes, unknown talent, unknown skills, unknown description, a soul master born in a place rich within souls, highly skilled in stealth and soul attacks. Looking at the soul master's information, Li Chen's brow furrowed even more. Just the title Soul Master alone exuded an oppressive aura. It seemed this final boss was definitely not simple. As Li Chen pondered, the Soul Master's gaze fell on Yuna beside him. This guy, is he planning to target the weakest first? Li Chen frowned and ordered the Qinglong to charge forward. Yuna was his guest. She absolutely could not die here. Otherwise, he could forget about running a business bringing people into the secret realm in the future. The Qinglong charged in, sweeping its body and lifting the Soul Master into the air. Then, the Qinglong let out a dragon roar, causing the Soul Master to be stunned and attacked. Following that, a torrent of black flame dragon breath erupted, directly striking the Soul Master. However, the Soul Master's body only stiffened slightly and did not suffer significant damage. The black flame dragon breath clung to the Soul Master, but the continuous burning did not inflict any harm. Li Chen's gaze fell upon its armor. The Soul Master's defense was also extremely strong. With decent attack power, solid defense, and soul attack methods, this Soul Master was practically a well-rounded monster with no weaknesses. However, since the opponent had revealed itself, Li Chen had a way to counter it. He and his summoned beast combined were also a blend of offense and defense, even superior. The Xuanwu stood at the front. The Qinglong assisted Xuanwu's defense, while the Swan and I searched for opportunities from the side. The Kuei Long was positioned behind the Xuanwu, launching ranged attacks. Li Chen charged out as well, like the Swan and I, wielding the Soul Scythe in search of an opportunity. The Soul Master glanced at Li Chen and then silently smiled at him. After that, the Soul Master vanished from sight. Has it gone into hiding? The stealth ability of ordinary souls was already quite strong, and this Soul Master was even harder to detect once it concealed itself. Li Chen's gaze instantly fell on Yuna. If the opponent were to launch an attack now, Yuna would be the best target. Earlier, Li Chen had instructed Yuna to stay close to the Xuanwu, but the Xuanwu could not completely protect her. The next moment, the Soul Master's figure indeed appeared behind Yuna, and the black axe in its hand swung down towards her. Just as Li Chen was about to act, a burst of black light suddenly erupted from Yuna. A dense black radiance emanated from her, enveloping her body and forming a black shield. Boom! The black axe struck the black shield, producing a dull sound. However, the next moment, the Soul Master was actually knocked back, and the black shield surrounding Yuna showed no signs of damage whatsoever. Li Chen was momentarily stunned, then recalled that Yuna had mentioned she had a way to save her life. It seemed this was it. This life-saving method is indeed formidable, capable of blocking the attacks of this Lord of the Underworld, and it seems to still have some strength left. Li Chen charged directly towards the Lord of the Underworld, whose figure had become visible, swiftly slashing with the Soul Scythe in his hand. Bang bang bang! The Lord of the Underworld, wielding a black axe, continuously blocked the attacks, and the weapons clashed, producing a series of crisp sounds. At that moment, the Swan and I quickly arrived behind the Lord of the Underworld and began its assault. The Qinglong and Kuei Long also launched ranged attacks. A barrage of attacks struck the Lord of the Underworld. Although they were all blocked by its armor, they still caused some damage. The Lord of the Underworld quickly retreated, disappearing from Li Chen's sight once again. Li Chen stood quietly in place, holding the Soul Scythe. After a moment, he suddenly swung the Soul Scythe to the right. Bang! The Lord of the Underworld blocked the Soul Scythe with its black axe, but its body became visible. A hint of surprise flickered in the Lord's eyes, clearly not expecting Li Chen to discover it. Li Chen's mental strength was extremely high now, allowing him to sense the hidden position of the Lord of the Underworld. He just needed to concentrate fully. The Soul Scythe was swung rapidly, and Li Chen and the Swan and I continuously attacked the Lord of the Underworld. With the support of the ranged attacks from Kuei Long and Qinglong, the Lord of the Underworld was soon suppressed by Li Chen. However, even so, the damage they inflicted on the Lord was still quite limited. At this rate, it would likely take several hours to kill it. The Lord of the Underworld was becoming increasingly anxious. After all, most of its attacks had been blocked by Li Chen, and even the few that landed on him did not cause significant damage. Li Chen's physique, combined with the defensive capabilities of the Xuanwu, rendered the Lord's attacks nearly ineffective. The Lord of the Underworld swung its axe, summoning nearby spirits to surround Li Chen and his companions. However, these spirits were not strong to begin with, and with Li Chen already in formation, their charge was merely a delay. The Lord of the Underworld kept shifting its position, but Li Chen noticed that it seemed unable to leave a few altars. Once all the spirits were cleared, Li Chen began to encircle and intercept the Lord of the Underworld again. The Lord became increasingly agitated, and its armor started to show signs of damage. But after half an hour, the already injured Lord of the Underworld suddenly stopped. It slowly raised its black axe and let out a sharp, piercing scream. Li Chen raised an eyebrow. The surrounding spirits had been completely slain, so what was it planning? In the next moment, a dense aura of death rapidly surged in the surrounding village. One by one, undead beings emerged from the ground. Spirits quickly coalesced as well. In an instant, an army of undead and spirits appeared in Li Chen's line of sight. Li Chen frowned, watching the seemingly endless stream of undead and spirits emerge, his expression turning grim. The sheer number of these undead and spirits was overwhelming, and they showed no signs of stopping. The thick power of the undead surged rapidly, as if it intended to engulf Li Chen and his companions. Is this really the final boss of a level 20 secret realm? Even if it's hell level difficulty, it shouldn't be this outrageous, right? Li Chen believed his summoned beasts were extremely strong, yet this Lord of the Underworld could withstand them, and now it could summon so many undead? If other students entered, even senior students in their 4th year might not be able to successfully defeat this final boss, the Lord of the Underworld, right? Beside him, Yuna's black shield quickly vanished, revealing her anxious expression. Li Chen, this is the undead catastrophe. We need to find that final boss quickly, or we'll be overwhelmed by endless undead. Only by killing that Lord of the Underworld can we put an end to this catastrophe. Undead catastrophe? What a joke! Li Chen's heart trembled. He had naturally heard of this powerful undead move. It was a technique that only epic or even legendary undead creatures could possibly unleash, right? Did this lord of the underworld have such a high rank? But now was not the time to think about that. Li Chen gripped the Soul Reaper's scythe and slowly closed his eyes. After letting out a sharp cry to summon these undeadened souls, the figure of the Lord of the Underworld became hidden. Li Chen needed to concentrate to find him. Although Li Chen's mental strength was high enough to sense the hidden figure of the Lord, the surrounding souls severely interfered with his judgment. Fortunately, it seemed that the Lord could not leave this altar, otherwise, Li Chen would truly have no way to deal with it. The Swan and I were constantly attacking the surrounding undeadened souls, buying time for Li Chen. These undeadened souls were not very strong, but their sheer numbers were overwhelming. If this continued, they could exhaust the Swan and I to death. 10 minutes later, Li Chen suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze shooting towards a specific spot. There were fewer undead there, but many souls were gathered. Found you! Li Chen, wielding the Soul Reaper's scythe, charged straight over. He quickly reached that area, swinging the scythe forward. Bang! A crisp sound echoed as the Lord of the Underworld, wielding a black axe, blocked Li Chen's scythe. Li Chen instructed the Xuanwu and Kuei Long to hold off the surrounding undeadened souls, then called the Swan and I and Qing Long over. The Swan and I dashed out, tearing apart the undead in their path as they charged towards the Lord. The Qing Long also soared into the air, unleashing a torrent of black flame dragon breath. This black flame quickly enveloped the Lord, burning a large number of undead while also blocking the Lord's escape route. Due to the Soul Reaper's scythe, the Qing Long's black flame also inflicted soul damage. However, the Lord of the Underworld was clearly intelligent, and not of low intellect. It knew that in a final confrontation, it could not defeat Li Chen, so it resorted to the undead catastrophe. Now, its main goal was to hide again and wait for Li Chen and the others to be exhausted. So, even though the area was covered in black flame, the Lord charged straight out. The armor on the Lord could completely withstand the damage from the black flame. But the Lord forgot one thing: the black flame had a powerful continuous burning effect. As the Lord quickly retreated, allowing the surrounding undead and souls to block Li Chen, it once again used its ability to conceal itself. However, this time, after hiding, a trace of black flame appeared where the Lord had been. Then, that black flame began to move quickly, becoming quite conspicuous. Li Chen followed right after, swinging the Soul Reaper's scythe again, forcing the Lord's figure to re-emerge. The Swan and I also surrounded it, continuously attacking the Lord. The Lord clearly had no other options left and could only let the surrounding undead and souls swarm to attack Li Chen and the Swan and I, trying to push them back. However, although there were many undead and souls around, their combat power was too weak. While they could exhaust Li Chen and the others, it would take too long. That was enough time for Li Chen to kill this Lord. Just then, an arrow shot through the air, striking the Lord directly. The arrow was a charred black, irregular in shape, resembling a crooked stick. However, when the arrow was shot at the Lord of the Underworld, it directly pierced through its defenses and embedded itself within its body. Immediately, a bolt of lightning erupted from the arrow, instantly enveloping the Lord of the Underworld. A scream escaped from the Lord's mouth, and then, amidst the lightning, its body went rigid. Li Chen raised an eyebrow and turned to see Yuna slowly releasing the bowstring in her hand. At that moment, Yuna was panting, clearly having expended a great deal of energy to shoot this arrow. The lightning arrow can paralyze it for a while. Quickly take this opportunity to attack. Hearing Yuna's words, Li Chen did not hesitate and summoned the Azure Dragon directly. He rushed to the side of the Lord of the Underworld and raised the Soul Scythe in his hand, slashing down at its neck. Swan and I and the Azure Dragon also attacked directly, unleashing a barrage of strikes upon the Lord. The armor on the Lord of the Underworld quickly shattered, and the intense pain caused it to break free from the binding of the lightning arrow. However, at this point, the Lord was already at its last gasp. Li Chen continued to swing the Soul Scythe, landing blow after blow on the Lord, forcing it to retreat step by step. 10 minutes later, as the Soul Scythe fell once more, it directly severed the Lord of the Underworld's head. Bang! The head of the Lord fell to the ground, rolling a short distance. With the death of the Lord, the surrounding spirits and souls quickly dissipated. It seemed that these spirits and souls were summoned by the Lord, so now that the Lord was killed, they also vanished. At this moment, Li Chen suddenly thought of something. He took out a medal from his spatial ring. Undead medal, rank, master level, effect. After use, it can steal and inscribe any skill from an undead creature into the medal, then convert the skill in the medal into a skill book, one-time use. This undead medal could steal a skill from an undead creature. Although the Lord of the Underworld was already dead, he wondered if it could still be used. Li Chen placed the undead medal on the Lord's corpse. The medal immediately sank into the body of the Lord. After a moment, the undead medal reappeared, enveloped in a layer of black sheen. Then, the undead metal vanished from sight. A skill book emerged from the black sheen. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, his gaze falling on the skill book, a smile appearing on his face. It was useful. Li Chen stepped forward and took the skill book into his hands to examine it. Undead Catastrophe, rank, epic, effect, consumes a large amount of mental power to summon endless undead and souls, forming a disaster-like undead army that overwhelms enemies, summoning undead with the soul rank and level determined by the user's rank and level. Note, this skill can only be learned by beings with extremely high undead origin power. Note, each use of Undead Catastrophe will harm the undead origin, and after one use, it will enter a cooldown period of 10 days. Looking at the description of the skill book, Li Chen was momentarily stunned. He had not expected to obtain the Undead Catastrophe, an epic-level skill book, but it was definitely far superior to most epic-level skill books. It could even rival some mythic-level skill books. It was worth noting that, so far, there had been fewer than 10 mythic-level skill books that had appeared. Li Chen believed that if this Undead Catastrophe were put on the market, it would definitely cause a frenzy among everyone. However, the learning requirements for the skill book were also extremely high. Only beings with very high undead origin power could learn it. He wondered if the summoned beast egg he had, which was black, could learn this Undead Catastrophe. As Li Chen was pondering, he felt the black summoned beast egg in the summoning space begin to tremble. Li Chen raised an eyebrow. This summoning beast egg had absorbed quite a bit of necromantic power since its appearance and should have reached the standard for hatching. With that thought, Li Chen directly took the summoning beast egg out of the summoning space. Buzz! As soon as the black-scaled summoning beast egg appeared, the corpse of the underworld lord on the ground seemed to be stirred by something, instantly transforming into a rich necromantic power that quickly merged into the summoning beast egg. Crack, crack, crack. Dark cracks suddenly appeared all over the black summoning beast egg. Li Chen felt a surge of excitement. This summoning beast egg was finally about to hatch. Just as he thought this, the cracks multiplied until they covered the entire egg. In the next moment, the summoning beast egg shattered, and a figure slowly emerged from within. This figure was entirely black, clad in a set of black armor that resembled the one worn by the underworld lord earlier, but it was clearly more refined. Its head was a mass of indistinguishable black mist, exuding a strong necromantic power that made it hard to look directly at. Once this figure appeared, its gaze immediately fell upon Li Chen. In an instant, Li Chen could feel that, like the swan and eye, it had a summoning connection with him and could be controlled. This relieved Li Chen somewhat. After all, this summoning beast egg was not summoned from the mountain and sea divine demon's record, but was transformed from the severed arm of a demon god. Previously, Li Chen had been somewhat worried about whether it would be uncontrollable. Now it seemed that concern was unnecessary. Then, the figure's gaze shifted to the soul scythe in Li Chen's hand. Tilting its head, the figure raised its palm, and dense necromantic power quickly gathered in its hand, forming a black scythe identical to the soul scythe. Li Chen raised an eyebrow. This guy was mimicking him. After that, Li Chen began to check the attributes of this summoning beast. Underworld Emperor rank, 6 stars, Monarch, qualification, 20 level, 1 base attribute strength, 260, constitution, 240, agility, 270, mental power, 380 skill, underworld stealth. The body enters the underworld, unable to be tracked by entities with mental power less than 3 times its own, and the first strike after emerging from the underworld deals double damage. Skill, Soulstorm, detonates necromantic power to form a soulstorm, sweeping all enemies in front, dealing 130% damage and adding a layer of Soul Curse effect. Soul Curse effect takes 20% of its own soul damage per second for 10 seconds. Skill, Underworld Strike, mobilizes all power to unleash the strongest strike, dealing 500% damage and adding a Soul Curse effect, with a cooldown of half an hour. Skill, Underworld Soul Armor, summons necromantic power to form armor, capable of withstanding any soul attack, with endurance depending on its own strength. Skill, Underworld Domain, after unfolding the domain, it covers a 100-meter area in front, reducing healing effects for all enemies within the domain by 40%, and attacking enemies within the necromantic domain has a 20% chance to apply the Soul Curse status each time. Description: Monarch of the Underworld, ruling all undead. Any undead that sees it feels as if they are meeting a monarch. Looking at the introduction of the Underworld Emperor, Li Chen was stunned. Although he had expected that the summoning beast would be relatively strong after such a long hatching time, he did not anticipate it would be this powerful. Its rank was directly at the 6-star Monarch level. Moreover, its qualification reached a terrifying 20. What kind of existence had a qualification of 20? It should be noted that the Swan and I were divine beasts with a qualification of only 17. This Underworld Emperor actually reached 20. Furthermore, its 4 base attributes were also quite terrifying. Just one strike, and its mental power was almost at 400. As for the skills, they are quite extraordinary. Stealth, curses, area attacks, powerful single-target attacks, defensive measures, domain power. This underworld emperor is simply a pentagon warrior. The Azure Dragon is also a summoning beast with relatively balanced abilities, but in terms of attack power, it is far inferior to this underworld emperor. Yuna, standing nearby, was surprised to see Li Chen had summoned another beast. How many levels does Li Chen have? He can actually have so many summoning beasts. The key is that all his summoning beasts are not weak. Of course, those two white apes carrying the wooden frame don't count. This newly hatched summoning beast also exudes a strong aura, and the richness of its necromantic power left Yuna astonished. If she hadn't witnessed its hatching, she would have thought another necromantic creature even stronger than the Lord of the Underworld had appeared. Li Chen recalled the necromantic disaster skill book he had just seen, took it out, and handed it to the Underworld Emperor, wanting to see if it could learn it. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. The head of the Lord of the Underworld, which had fallen to the ground, suddenly opened its eyes. On the altar at the village entrance, the stone statue that had been worshipped also opened its eyes, and two thick black lines shot out rapidly from its gaze, instantly connecting to the eyes of the Lord of the Underworld. The head of the Lord of the Underworld flew up directly. The change in the scene shocked Li Chen. Could it be that the Lord of the Underworld had a way to resurrect? It seemed as if a massive amount of necromantic power was shooting out from the statue, directly infusing into the head of the Lord of the Underworld, causing its aura to gradually recover. Raising the Underworld Soul Scythe in his hand, Li Chen was about to take action when the Underworld Emperor stepped forward, blocking the statue and the head of the Lord of the Underworld. The black light was obstructed by the Underworld Emperor, unable to penetrate into the head of the Lord of the Underworld, causing it to fall back to the ground, its opened eyes closing once more. Li Chen instantly understood the Underworld Emperor's intention. It wanted to absorb the necromantic power shooting out from the statue. This made Li Chen hopeful. If the Underworld Emperor could absorb more necromantic power, it might be able to enhance its qualifications again. However, the next moment, Li Chen frowned slightly. The power shooting out from the statue was not necromantic power, but a massive dark force. The Underworld Emperor could not absorb it. Li Chen furrowed his brows. This kind of power was very pure, and if it couldn't be absorbed, it would just go to waste. However, the beasts beside him, the Swani, were divine beasts with their own attributes, and recklessly absorbing other attribute powers could be dangerous. At this moment, the Underworld Emperor's gaze fell on Yuna. Li Chen was taken aback for a moment, then slapped his forehead. How could he forget that Yuna, as a dark elf, was of the dark attribute? Thinking of this, Li Chen looked at Yuna and said, "There should be a large amount of dark power in that statue. Do you want to absorb it?" Yuna was momentarily stunned and pointed to herself. "For me?" As a dark elf, Yuna could naturally sense the vast dark power emanating from the statue. However, she thought Li Chen would definitely want his summoning beast to absorb it, not expecting him to think of her. Li Chen nodded. "My summoning beasts are not of the dark attribute. Recklessly absorbing dark power could be dangerous. Besides, I'll take you down to the secret realm, and anything you can use will naturally be given to you." A hint of excitement and gratitude appeared in Yuna's eyes. "Thank you." Yuna didn't express her gratitude with many words. She knew that such a fortuitous event couldn't be simply thanked. In the future, she would definitely repay Li Chen well if given the chance. Then, Yuna quickly approached the Underworld Emperor, blocking the ray of black power. A massive amount of dark power quickly surged into Yuna's body, the dense dark energy causing her to close her eyes and focus on digesting this force. However, it wasn't long before Yuna's brows furrowed, as the sheer volume and intensity of the dark power were overwhelming, making it difficult for her to absorb it all. After another 10 minutes, Yuna felt she had reached her limit, yet still, a significant amount of dark energy continued to flood into her body. This made her frown even more deeply. She had to transfer this power out, otherwise, she would be overwhelmed and burst. Her gaze quickly scanned the area, and soon it landed on two white apes not far away. These two summoned beasts clearly had low combat power, and Li Chen had assigned them to carry the wooden frame, likely for that reason. At this moment, Yuna had no time to think too much. If something went wrong, she would have to compensate Li Chen later. With a twist of her wrist, Yuna shot the remaining dark power towards the two white apes. A large amount of dark energy quickly enveloped the two apes. Their bodies instantly stiffened, and then they were rapidly wrapped in dark power, transforming into two black orbs of light. Afterward, the two black orbs seemed to attract each other, quickly drawing closer and merging into a single black orb. Li Chen frowned slightly, sensing that something was off with Yuna's condition. After a while, the stone statue could no longer emit any dark energy beams, and its eyes slowly closed. Yuna kept her eyes tightly shut, rapidly digesting the dark power. Meanwhile, the black orb formed by the two white apes gradually lost its dark luster. A completely pitch-black summoning beast egg appeared in Li Chen's view. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised that he had directly produced a summoning beast egg. He then checked it and found that this summoning beast egg could display information. Black demon monkey, unhatched, rank, unknown description, a demon monkey with dark power, needs to continue absorbing dark energy to hatch. The black demon monkey? Li Chen was somewhat astonished, not expecting to gain something beneficial from this misfortune. Just moments ago, he thought the two white apes would be burst apart by the dark power, but this unexpected change occurred. The black demon monkey sounded impressive. He looked forward to it. Li Chen directly returned the black demon monkey summoning beast egg to the summoning space. This trip to the secret realm of the underworld had been quite fruitful. Soon, Yuna opened her eyes. She quickly looked towards the spot where the two white apes had been, and upon seeing it empty, her face turned pale. Looking at Li Chen, Yuna said nervously, "I'm sorry, Li Chen. I didn't expect this dark power to be so strong. I had no choice but to transfer the excess dark energy out, and I didn't expect." "Don't worry, I will compensate for your loss," Li Chen said with a smile, shaking his head. "No need, those two white apes are not dead." As he spoke, Li Chen explained what had just happened to Yuna. After hearing this, Yuna let out a sigh of relief, glad that nothing had gone wrong. However, she then looked at Li Chen with a somewhat strange expression. This guy had such good luck, and he had obtained another summoning beast egg. By the way, what about the thing you were looking for? There shouldn't be any other dangers here. Hurry and search for it, we need to get out. Now that the final boss was defeated and the underworld emperor had hatched, there was no need to stay here any longer. Li Chen was also preoccupied with the auction that Shin Shohan had mentioned, as there might be materials for extending life. With only 10 years left to live, he needed to hurry. Yuna nodded in response, then took out something that looked like a compass. After fiddling with it, the compass in her hand quickly spun its needle, pointing in a certain direction. Yuna hurried over, and Li Chen followed closely behind. He also wanted to see what exactly it was that Yuna had been searching for. Soon, Yuna arrived at a barren area behind the village. It was desolate, as if devoid of any life. However, in the very center of the wasteland, there was a small black grass swaying in the wind. "Found it!" A look of joy appeared on Yuna's face, and she quickly rushed towards the black grass. But in the next moment, a large black snake suddenly leaped out from beneath the wasteland, opening its mouth wide and lunging at Yuna. Li Chen was momentarily stunned, but then he realized that the black grass must be a type of spiritual material. Such high-quality spiritual materials are usually guarded by magical creatures. These creatures treat the spiritual materials as their possessions, guarding them until they mature, at which point they consume them. This large black snake was likely the guardian creature of the black grass. Just as Li Chen was about to take action, he saw Yuna perform a flip in mid-air, dodging the snake's bite. Then, Yuna quickly retreated, and a longbow appeared in her hand. In an instant, she drew the bow and shot several arrows directly at the black snake. The arrows quickly pierced through the snake's body, killing it instantly. It seemed that the black snake was not very strong in combat. After all, this was the domain of the Lord of the Underworld, and this spiritual material might have just been left for a magical creature to guard. Strictly speaking, the guardian creature of this black grass should be the Lord of the Underworld himself. Standing before the black grass, Yuna's face lit up with excitement. She took out a small knife and a brocade box from her pocket, carefully using the knife to cut the black grass and placing it into the brocade box. "Li Chen, thank you. I've finally achieved my goal in this secret realm of the underworld." Seeing Yuna's excited expression, Li Chen nodded. He didn't ask what the black grass was, and directly took Yuna to the nearest teleportation point to send them out. This trip to the secret realm had been very fruitful for Li Chen. He had leveled up twice, and the Swan and I had also leveled up by 1 to 2 levels. Most importantly, he had gained a powerful summoned beast, the Emperor of the Underworld, and the two Zhu Yan had transformed into a black demon monkey. Once the Emperor of the Underworld's level increased, Li Chen's combat power would receive a significant boost. After they emerged, Li Chen checked the leaderboard for the secret realm of the Underworld, and he had indeed risen to first place. After all, very few people could defeat the final boss, the Lord of the Underworld, in hell-level difficulty. Even those who could do it took at least half a month, while Li Chen had only taken 2 to 3 days. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Li Chen and Yuna left the school's secret realm. "Li Chen, thank you this time. I have something to do, and I'll thank you in person in a few days," Yuna said eagerly as she quickly headed out of the school. Watching Yuna's retreating figure, Li Chen pondered for a moment. It seemed that Yuna was in a hurry to find the black grass, likely for urgent use. Shaking his head, Li Chen returned directly to his dormitory. After fighting for such a long time in the secret realm of the underworld, he was feeling a bit fatigued. On the way, Li Chen opened his phone. Communication devices couldn't be used in the secret realm, so after coming out, he naturally wanted to check for any messages. After browsing, he found only one message from Shinyaru, sent in the morning. Li Chen, I couldn't reach you. I searched for a long time before realizing you entered the secret realm. The auction will be held the day after tomorrow. Please contact me after you come out. Seeing this message, Li Chen immediately contacted Shinyaru. They chatted for a while, and Shinyaru informed Li Chen of the auction's location, telling him to go ahead, as she would likely arrive a bit later. After finishing the conversation with Shinyaru, Li Chen returned to his dormitory and fell into a deep sleep. He slept until noon the next day before waking up. The attack from the Dark Lord had caused him significant mental damage, and even with his strong mental fortitude, he needed a long time to recover. Upon waking, Li Chen felt refreshed. After a quick wash, he was about to go out for a meal when his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and raised an eyebrow. It was Yuna. Before entering the secret realm, they had exchanged contact information, and Li Chen hadn't expected Yuna to reach out to him. Hey, Li Chen, where are you? Yuna's voice came through, filled with urgency and a hint of panic. Li Chen replied, I'm in my dormitory. Yuna continued, Li Chen, can you do me a favor? Li Chen asked, puzzled, what kind of favor? Yuna said, it's hard to explain over the phone. I'll come find you, and we can talk in person. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chen agreed. The auction was the next day, and he had nothing pressing to do today. Moreover, he recognized Yuna's combat abilities and her high level of insight. If he were to form a team, he would definitely consider bringing Yuna on board. Soon, Li Chen and Yuna met at a spot on campus. As soon as he arrived, he saw Yuna's anxious expression. She rushed over to him. Li Chen, I'm really sorry. You've already helped me before, but I'm in trouble again, and I have no other options. You have to help me. Listening to Yuna, Li Chen was curious. What's going on? Tell me first, and if I can help, I will. He was intrigued. Given Yuna's knowledge and her means of self-preservation, her status among the Dark Elves should be significant. What could possibly make her so anxious? Yuna bit her lip and looked at Li Chen. Li Chen, you don't know, but I'm actually a princess of a Dark Elf tribe. My mother is the Dark Elf Queen. She continued, about a week ago, our tribe was attacked by thieves, and the other members were all killed. Only my mother and I managed to escape, but my mother was injured during the attack and is suffering from aftereffects. The Ganling Academy had previously sought us out, so my mother brought me here. Unfortunately, the healing teacher at the academy couldn't completely cure my mother's injuries, they could only suppress them. I went to the undead world's secret realm to find that black herb for my mother's condition. At this point, Yuna paused, her expression filled with regret. I originally thought that finding that black herb would help my mother's injuries, but it ended up making them worse. I really have no other options, so I came to ask for your help. Yuna was flustered. Although Li Chen was a student, his strength was deeply imprinted in her mind, and she was now in a desperate situation. Li Chen, don't worry, I won't let you help me for free. This item is my way of thanking you. With that, Yuna took out something and handed it to Li Chen. His gaze fell on what Yuna was holding. It was a green branch, radiating a crystalline luster. As soon as the branch appeared, it exuded a rich life force, making Li Chen feel invigorated. Yuna looked at the branch, a hint of pain flashing in her eyes, and said to Li Chen, this is a branch of the Tree of Life, which my mother brought from the Void World. This branch of the Life Divine Tree, when worn, can continuously heal injuries and also enhance the source of life. If used as a spiritual material, it can be refined into an extraordinary life elixir. Listening to Yuna's words, Li Chen realized the preciousness of this branch. It seemed that this branch of the Life Divine Tree had always been by Yuna's mother's side, helping her suppress her injuries. But now, it was clear that Yuna's mother's injuries could no longer be contained, and Yuna could only place her hopes on him, even bringing out this branch. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chen directly pushed the branch back. No need, I've said it before, as long as I can help you, I will definitely help you. Since your mother is seriously injured, this branch of the Life Divine Tree is also useful for her, so you should keep it. Li Chen's need for this branch was not very high. After all, he already had the source of life that Yuna had given him, and both he and his summoned beast had strong defensive capabilities. This branch was merely an embellishment for him, but for Yuna, it was a timely help. Hearing Li Chen's words, Yuna was momentarily stunned, then a look of gratitude appeared on her face. Li Chen, thank you. If you need anything in the future, just let me know, and I will definitely help you. Looking at Yuna, Li Chen said, let's not waste time, let's go check on your mother. If I can't help either, you should quickly look for other solutions. Yuna nodded in response and led Li Chen out of the school. Following Yuna, they soon arrived at a nearby residential area. Most of the area was where teachers lived, but there were also some houses for rent. It seemed that Yuna's mother lived here. Arriving at an apartment building, they went up to the 6th floor, where Yuna began to knock on the door. "Mom, I'm back." Footsteps could be heard from inside, followed by a pleasant voice. Coming, the door opened, revealing an exceptionally stunning figure before Li Chen. He was completely taken aback, as he had not expected such a scene. Before him stood a dark elf in a revealing nightgown, her black hair elegantly styled up like satin, forming a bun. Her oval face was well-defined, and her lively eyes, paired with slightly furrowed brows, evoked a sense of sympathy. Her full, moist lips had a tempting allure, and beneath her alluring collarbone was a smooth, round expanse of skin, with a deep valley in the middle revealing endless mature charm. Below her slender waist was a curvaceous, enticing figure that made a strong visual impact. The nightgown she wore was quite avant-garde, barely covering her impressive figure, exuding endless charm with every movement. Coupled with her dark skin, it created a unique allure that made Li Chen swallow hard. "Mom, didn't I tell you Li Chen was coming? Why are you dressed like this?" Yuna couldn't help but speak up, looking at her mother, Melis. Melis felt a bit embarrassed. "I thought it would be in the afternoon. Who knew you would come calling in the morning? I'll go change." With that, Melis headed towards the bedroom. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, seeing that Yuna's mother's condition didn't seem too serious after all. Before coming, he had thought she would be bedridden. Yuna invited Li Chen inside, her expression awkward as she said, "Li Chen, please don't mind." Li Chen shook his head. What could he mind? After sitting on the sofa and having a cup of tea, he looked at Yuna and said, "I see your mother's condition isn't that serious." Yuna smiled bitterly and said, "Li Chen, you don't know, my mother's injury has already affected her very essence. Although she can still move, if there's no way to treat her in time, I'm afraid she won't survive for more than a month." Upon hearing this, Li Chen furrowed his brows. It was that serious? After a while, Yuna's mother, Melis, came out in a set of home clothes. "You must be Li Chen, right? I'm Yuna's mother, Melis. Yuna has told me about you. That secret mirror journey was all thanks to you." Melis looked at Li Chen, relaxing her brows for a moment, but then they furrowed again, clearly enduring some pain. Then, Melis said to Li Chen, "Li Chen, since Yuna returned, she has been asking me to let you take a look at my injury. But I know very well that my injury is difficult to handle. This is just Yuna's desperate attempt. You don't need to take it to heart. Since you're here, why not stay for lunch before you leave?" Li Chen was taken aback. It sounded like Yuna's mother wanted him to examine her injury. Yuna, anxious, interjected, "Mom, since Li Chen is here, just let him take a look." Melis shook her head and said, "Yuna, don't be ridiculous. Even a level 50 priest can't do anything about my injury. How could Li Chen possibly help? You're just putting him in a difficult position." Yuna replied directly, "Mom, you aren't embarrassed because the injury is in your lower abdomen, are you? Oh, come on. What are you still shy about at a time like this? As long as there's a glimmer of hope, we can't give up. Just let Li Chen take a look." Melis's face instantly turned red, and she snapped, "Yuna, what are you saying?" Yuna, with tears in her eyes, said, "Mom, you know your situation. We absolutely can't miss any opportunity." Seeing Yuna's expression, Melis sighed, "Fine, if that's the case, then I'll trouble you, Li Chen. You don't need to feel burdened, even if there are no results, I can anticipate that." Li Chen nodded. He couldn't be sure about such matters and could only try. Then, "Li Chen, please come with me to the bedroom to take a look." Melis stammered. It made her nervous to have a younger person examine her abdomen, and she certainly didn't want her daughter Yuna nearby. Yuna, understanding her mother's thoughts, said directly, "Then let's go to the bedroom. Li Chen, you must take a good look." Li Chen was taken aback. To the bedroom? Wasn't that even stranger? But seeing Melis get up, he could only follow. Once in the bedroom, Melis closed the door behind them. In the cramped space, Li Chen tried to control himself from looking too much at Melis, but he still felt a wave of dryness in his throat. The weather today was particularly hot. Melis looked at Li Chen, took a deep breath, and then lifted her shirt to reveal her abdomen. "Li Chen, please take a look." At her words, Li Chen lowered his gaze, his eyes landing on Melis's abdomen. Her abdomen was dark like her skin, but there was a thick black aura swirling around it, resembling black mist. This black mist twisted and formed various dark patterns on Melis's abdomen. At the same time, a unique sense of pressure emanated from that black mist. "This thing is a bit special. It contains the aura of necromantic power and the aura of dark power," Li Chen said after sensing it. Due to the influence of the underworld emperor, Li Chen was very sensitive to necromantic power. The aura of dark power was also very strong. This situation was quite tricky. The fusion of necromantic power and dark power formed a curse-like existence that would continuously erode Melis's life essence until it was exhausted. Moreover, during this process, Melis would endure immense pain every moment. But until now, Melis only slightly furrowed her brows, unsure if it was to avoid worrying Yuna. When Melis heard Li Chen's words, her brows also raised slightly. She had originally thought that Yuna was just grasping at straws. Even if Li Chen was strong in combat, this matter was too strange for him to resolve. However, she did not expect that Li Chen could actually recognize the two auras emanating from her abdomen. This sparked a glimmer of hope in Melis's heart. After all, the instinct to survive is inherent in all living beings. Li Chen, please feel carefully, Melis said, taking Li Chen's hand and placing it on her belly. A warm sensation spread through Li Chen's palm, causing it to stiffen. The position was wrong. Li Chen shifted his hand down slightly and then felt a cold, eerie sensation pass through. At that moment, the illusory Shan Haishan Mo Lu appeared before Li Chen. Simultaneously, a line of ethereal text also emerged. Detected the power of the demon god, do you wish to absorb it? Li Chen was taken aback, not expecting the Shan Haishan Mo Lu to manifest. The power of the demon god? No wonder the dark mist had felt familiar to him just now. Upon reflection, it resembled the aura emitted by the corpse of the demon god, except that this dark mist's aura was divided into necromantic power and dark power. The aura from the demon god's corpse seemed more like a combination of the two. How could Yuna's mother have sustained such injuries? Li Chen raised his head and looked at Melis, asking, Aunt Melis, how did you get hurt? Melis, upon hearing this, did not hide the truth and directly replied, it was a black dragon. It ruthlessly slaughtered my kin, and I stepped forward to stop it. Originally, it was no match for me, but then it threw something that struck my abdomen, severely injuring me. A black dragon? Li Chen raised an eyebrow. It must be the black dragon that was absorbed by the azure dragon. No wonder there was an aura of the demon god's corpse. It should be a method given by that man in the black robe. Li Chen had now confirmed that the man in the black robe was indeed the demon god's corpse. He just didn't know why the demon god's corpse had revived. This matter had always been a thorn in Li Chen's heart. After all, he had taken the heart of the demon god's corpse, and now the other party was lurking in the shadows. Who knew if one day they would suddenly come to reclaim their heart? Thinking of the powerful combat strength of the demon god's corpse made Li Chen's head ache. That was an existence that even both of his teachers could not defeat. He had to quickly increase his strength, otherwise, his heart might be directly dug out, just like when he had extracted the heart of the demon god's corpse back then. Li Chen, do you feel anything? Melis asked, unable to help but speak as she saw Li Chen frowning in silence. At the same time, Melis was mentally preparing herself. Although Li Chen could recognize the properties of this dark mist, it was likely just due to his extensive experience, and he probably had no way to deal with it. After all, he was just a student. How could he resolve her injuries? She had truly been deluding herself. She should think more about who to entrust Yuna to. This Li Chen was indeed a good choice. He was strong in combat and, importantly, had good character. Li Chen was still unaware that Melis had already defined him as having good character. Hearing Melis's words, Li Chen came back to his senses and smiled. I have some ideas. If Aunt Melis doesn't mind, I can give it a try. Melis was taken aback, not expecting Li Chen to say he had ideas. It should be noted that the old priest who treated her had spent 3 days coming up with a method to suppress her injuries. This Li Chen had only touched her once and already had a treatment idea? Melis was half convinced and said, then you can give it a try. At this moment, a sense of anticipation also rose in Melis's heart. After all, did he really have a way? Li Chen nodded upon hearing this, then began to rotate his palm, carefully sensing this power. At the same time, he also mobilized the power of the mountain and sea divine demon record to start absorbing this force. Melis furrowed her brows. Why was this little guy's palm moving around? Did she misjudge him? Was his suggestion to give it a try just a pretext? Just as she was thinking this, Melis suddenly felt that the oppressive force holding her down seemed to loosen a bit. Then, this power actually began to slowly draw outward. Melis's body stiffened for a moment, then she started to tremble. It really worked! Melis's expression became excited. For the past few days, she had been enduring this curse-like pain. Moreover, the undead grass brought back by Yuna not only failed to have any effect but instead caused the mist to erupt completely, continuously draining her life essence. Melis had already begun to prepare for her last rites, but unexpectedly, a turning point had appeared now. How could Li Chen not be excited? At this moment, Li Chen's brows furrowed slightly. This power was more troublesome than he had imagined. Even with all his effort, he could only absorb it bit by bit. Furthermore, it was consuming his own stamina. After a while, Li Chen was already sweating profusely and had no mind to feel Melis's smooth abdomen anymore. As this power was absorbed into the mountain and sea divine demon record, a building slowly emerged above it. Li Chen felt the building manifesting on the mountain and sea divine demon record, and a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. This indicated that the mountain and sea divine demon record was about to unlock a new function. Previously, the mountain and sea divine demon record had gained an additional secret tower due to a secret method, and now it seemed that after absorbing this demonic power, it should also be able to unlock a new functional building. This made the joy on Li Chen's face grow even stronger. After all, changes in the Mountain and Sea Divine Demon record often represented an increase in his strength. Melis, feeling the situation in her abdomen, had an even brighter expression. She truly did not expect that Li Chen could actually resolve her injury. How did this little guy manage to do it? Melis lowered her head, wanting to see how Li Chen was absorbing that curse-like black mist, but she couldn't see anything. Her view was blocked. She couldn't see her abdomen, only Li Chen's arm. Then, Melis's gaze fell on Li Chen's face, noticing the sweat beading on his forehead and his strained expression. This made Melis involuntarily scold herself. Really, here he was, working hard to eliminate her stubborn injury, and she had just doubted his intentions. How foolish to suspect a gentleman's heart. Meanwhile, as Li Chen absorbed this black mist-like demonic power, he found it increasingly difficult. After absorbing about 1/10 of it, Li Chen felt his stamina was about to be exhausted and had to stop. Watching Li Chen's hand leave her lower abdomen, the feeling of the black mist curse being absorbed vanished, and Melis became anxious. Li Chen, what's wrong? Keep going. Saying this, Melis reached out to grab Li Chen's hand and press it against her abdomen. There was no choice. This curse-like black mist was tormenting Melis too harshly and posed a threat to her life, so she naturally wanted to resolve this matter quickly. Li Chen took a slight breath and said, "Aunt Melis, your injury is quite stubborn. Although I have a way to absorb it by chance, it consumes a lot of energy, and at most, I can only absorb about 1/10 at a time. But you don't need to worry. After absorbing 1/10, this black mist won't pose a threat to your life. Once I recover my strength, I can come back to help you absorb more." Hearing Li Chen's words, Melis's face flushed red and pale, feeling embarrassed. Really, what was she so anxious about? He was working so hard for her, and she was still so impatient. Li Chen, thank you so much. To be honest, I thought there was no hope left, but I didn't expect you to give me hope again. Melis sincerely expressed her gratitude as she looked at Li Chen. Li Chen replied politely, "It's just that my abilities are still a bit weak. I can't eliminate it all at once. I estimate it will take about 10 repetitions of this method." Melis hurriedly said, "Not weak. You're already amazing. You have to know that a level 50 priest couldn't do anything for my situation. You're impressive. You came up with a solution right away." At that moment, Yuna also arrived at the door, knocking and asking, "Li Chen, how is it?" Li Chen and her mother had been in the bedroom for a long time, and Yuna was a bit anxious, not knowing the outcome. Melis opened the bedroom door and smiled at Yuna, saying, "Your classmate is really capable. He actually has a way to solve my injury." Upon hearing this, Yuna instantly became excited. After all, she had only brought Li Chen over hoping for a stroke of luck. Ever since her mother was injured, Yuna had been searching for a solution. She had thought that the undead grass could help, but who knew that after her mother used it, it instead stirred up the undead power in the black mist, causing the situation to worsen. Her mother's originally stable condition turned into a situation where she would die within a month. This made Yuna feel regretful and guilty. Now, hearing that her mother's injury had actually been resolved by Li Chen, how could Yuna not be excited? "Li Chen, thank you so much. You've really helped me a lot." Looking at Li Chen, Yuna's expression was filled with emotion. Li Chen looked at Yuna and said, "It's not completely resolved yet, there's just a method. It will probably take several more times to fully resolve it, but your mother is no longer in life-threatening danger." Yuna hugged Li Chen tightly, excitedly saying, "That's already great. I thought my mother would. If that happened, I would have become the sinner who caused her death." Yuna's eyes turned red. The pressure she had been under these days was immense. After all, her tribe had been destroyed, and her mother was her only remaining family. If her mother were gone too, Yuna truly didn't know if she could keep going. Li Chen, however, stiffened. Yuna was so excited that she hugged him tightly, and feeling her warm body against him made him feel a bit overwhelmed. But soon Yuna realized, blushing, she let go of Li Chen and said, "Sorry, Li Chen, I got too excited." Li Chen smiled and said nothing, looking at Melis, "Aunt May, it seems I need to space out this method, so let's set it for once a week." After all, Li Chen had his own matters to attend to, and coming once a week was still manageable. Melis nodded, "Of course, it's up to your schedule." Yuna then said, "Li Chen, thank you so much. Don't worry, I will definitely repay you. Just tell me what you want." Previously, when Li Chen didn't take the branch of the life tree, Yuna didn't say anything. After all, she had just asked Li Chen to come and take a look. But now that Li Chen had confirmed he could help her mother, Yuna naturally wanted to offer a reward. Li Chen waved his hand and said, "No need, we're all classmates. Besides, I just happen to have a solution. It's just a small effort for me." This wasn't Li Chen putting on an act. For him, it truly was a small effort, and it could also help him unlock new buildings in the mountain and see Divine Demon's record, which was a benefit for him. Melis then said, "No, Li Chen, we can't be ungrateful. No matter what, we must repay your kindness. Don't worry, when you come down again, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Li Chen saved her life, and Melis was naturally grateful and determined to repay him. The branch of the life tree wasn't enough, they had to find some other good things to offer. Li Chen saw that the delay was unavoidable and could only nod. He wanted to leave next, but was stopped by Melis, who insisted on cooking a meal for him. Unable to decline, Li Chen had to agree. During the meal, Melis also brought out fine wine from the Dark Elf clan to entertain him. It must be said that Melis, the Dark Elf queen, had good culinary skills. Coupled with the fact that Li Chen had consumed a lot of energy earlier, he finished 3 bowls in one go. After a hearty meal and drinks, Li Chen left Yuna's home and returned to school. Just after arriving back at school, his phone suddenly rang. Taking it out, he saw a familiar name, Zhu Xingtong. Li Chen's expression shifted slightly. He hadn't expected Zhu Xingtong to contact him. Classmate Li Chen, congratulations on becoming the first in the joint freshman competition of Qingbei and Jinling universities. I've been a bit busy these days and couldn't congratulate you in time. I hope you don't mind. Zhu Xingtong's familiar voice came through, sounding very polite. Li Chen smiled and said, President Zhu, you're too polite. With your busy schedule, I'm already very pleased that you took the time to call me. Zhu Xingtong also smiled. Li Chen, I knew I didn't misjudge you. The resources I promised you will be delivered in the next couple of days. You can receive them then. As for establishing a branch, you don't need to rush. After all, you're still in school. It's not too late to get busy in your junior or senior years. If you want to establish your own guild, then I will fully support you. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, not expecting Zhu Xingtong to say that. After some polite exchanges and a few more words, he hung up the phone. After hanging up, Li Chen pondered for a moment, wondering what Zhu Xingtong's sudden call was for. Her words were full of politeness towards him, and she even took the initiative to tell him not to rush into establishing a branch, first providing him with resources. She even said that she would support him if he wanted to create his own guild. What was this about? It sounded like she wanted to be his devoted follower. Shaking his head, Li Chen went straight back to the dormitory. He planned to rest for a while to recover his energy, then familiarize himself with the abilities of the Underworld Emperor, and wait for tomorrow's auction. Meanwhile, in Tiannan City, after Zhu Xingtong put down her phone, she lightly tapped her fingers on the table. The female secretary beside her looked puzzled and said, President, is it really necessary to be so polite to this Li Chen? Zhu Xingtong smiled. You don't understand, Li Chen's potential is greater than I imagined. The female secretary frowned. Just because he became the first in some freshman competition? There have been many geniuses like that before, but those who haven't matured yet aren't considered true geniuses. Does he really deserve such a significant investment from us? Even if we invest, we need to keep him under our control, right? Didn't we say before that he would become the branch leader? How come you just said you'd support him in establishing his own guild? The secretary was baffled. There were too many geniuses every year, and the president had never valued anyone this much. Moreover, if she valued him, shouldn't she keep him close? Why support him in establishing his own guild? Zhu Xingtong shook her head and said, You don't understand, Li Chen is different from others. Of course, there's another piece of news that reinforced my view. Li Chen has become a disciple of Principal Raymond of Jinling University. Raymond's vision is much higher than ours. If he can recognize Li Chen, it naturally proves Li Chen's uniqueness. As for supporting him in establishing his own guild, that's inevitable. You must understand, if someone with Li Chen's potential grows, he won't be something we can control. Rather than causing unpleasantness later and offending a powerful figure, it's better to show goodwill in advance. Building a good relationship with someone like this is worth more than anything. The female secretary nodded, somewhat understanding. The next morning, after getting up, Li Chen quickly washed up and left the school, heading towards the eastern suburbs of Linen City. The auction that Xin Shouhan mentioned was located in the eastern suburbs. This was considered a secret auction, semi-public in nature, attended mostly by powerful and influential people, which is why it was held in this area. Soon, Li Chen arrived in front of a luxurious villa in the eastern suburbs of Linen City. The villa was large, with no other villas around, not part of any villa community. The entire area was arranged for this villa. There were many luxury vehicles parked outside, as well as several exquisite mounts. Li Chen even spotted a purple gold phoenix. It seems that the participants in this auction are quite powerful, Li Chen thought, feeling a sense of anticipation. After all, the stronger the participants, the higher the standard of the auction, which also increased the chances of items that could extend life appearing. After reporting Shinyaru's name to the guard, Li Chen walked straight in. The security here was relatively relaxed, as many big shots were present, and they weren't worried about any disturbances. Once inside, Li Chen found that the villa resembled a vast estate, very luxurious, it was likely one of the top places in all of Linen City. The Shin family was also one of the shareholders of this auction, indicating that the influence of Shin Shohan and Shin Yaru's family was quite significant. As he walked in, Lichin noticed many people coming and going, including several who looked to be around his age, likely various second-generation heirs. They were clearly familiar with each other, chatting animatedly in their circle. Li Chen's unfamiliar face attracted quite a bit of attention. However, after glancing at Li Chen's attire, many people quickly looked away. In such occasions, one could usually tell something from a person's clothing. Li Chen was dressed very casually, which likely suggested to these second-generation heirs that he had no background worth engaging with. Although Li Chen was the first in the freshman competition, he was only known among the freshmen and not widely recognized. Shin Yara had already told Li Chen that she had something to attend to and would probably arrive a bit later. With some time before the auction began, Li Chen started to wander around, feeling bored. Just as he was about to grab a snack from the desserts prepared nearby, a surprised voice called out, "Li Chen?" Li Chen raised an eyebrow, recognizing the familiar voice, and frowned slightly. It was Li Menghan. Turning around, he indeed saw a surprised Li Menghan. She looked at Li Chen and exclaimed, "Li Chen, I didn't expect to see you here." During the freshman competition, Li Menghan had wanted to talk to Li Chen, but her parents were extremely angry and took them away immediately after it ended. Now, seeing Li Chen, her feelings were mixed. She still felt guilty towards him, but Li Chen's attitude made it difficult for her to express that guilt. Li Chen coldly replied, "What? Am I in your way by coming here?" Li Menghan hurriedly said, "No, that's not what I meant. I'm just a bit surprised. Congratulations on becoming first in the freshman competition." Li Chen replied indifferently, "I got first in the freshman competition. I suppose the Li family isn't pleased about that, right? I can't afford your congratulations." Li Menghan, feeling anxious, said, "Li Chen, I..." Before she could finish, a sharp voice interrupted from the side. "Second sister, what are you talking to this ungrateful child of the Li family about? Why congratulate him? Does he even care for your kindness?" Li Chen turned to see Li Xiaoman and the others from the Li family approaching. Li Chen frowned slightly, not expecting the Li family to be here as well. But thinking about it, this auction was held in Linen, all within Jiangnan province, and the Li family, being a prominent family in Tiannan, naturally had the qualifications to attend. Soon, Li Chen landed on one of the people, Li Yuhong. He didn't expect him to come as well. Then Li Chen thought of something. The Li family probably came to auction some good items for Li Yuhang. After all, they were very fond of this adopted son. Li Xiaoman made a sharp remark and then sarcastically said, "I wonder how someone got here. This is the top auction venue in Tiannan. He wouldn't be sneaking in just to eat, would he?" Li Menghan couldn't help but say, "Xiaoman, what are you talking about? Li Chen came here to participate in the auction." Li Xiaoman disdainfully replied, "Am I wrong? He has already left the Li family. What right does he have to attend this auction? Even our Li family barely qualifies for an invitation. He must have sneaked in and should be kicked out by security." Li Chen frowned and said directly, "It's really unlucky to run into you." After saying that, he turned and walked away. He didn't even want to look at the members of the Li family. Li Mingda's face was dark as he exclaimed, "Unfilial son. Truly unfilial. It makes me so angry." Yang Chunhan also looked very displeased and blocked Li Menghan, who wanted to approach Li Chen. "Menghan, what are you doing? Why are you dealing with that unfilial son? Do you really want to drive your dad and me to our graves?" Li Menghan looked anxious, wanting to say something, but was directly blocked by Yang Chunhong. "Don't forget our purpose for coming here. Don't waste time, hurry and interact more with your peers. They are all resources for your future." Saying this, Yang Chunhan pushed Li Menghan, Li Xiaoman, and Li Yuhong towards the other second-generation members. At this moment, a few girls that Li Xiaoman knew approached because of the earlier commotion and looked at Li Xiaoman. "Xiaoman, who is that person? Why does he seem like your enemy?" one of the girls asked curiously. Li Menghan quickly replied, "He's not an enemy, that's my brother, Li Chen." Hearing Li Menghan's words, the girls erupted in chatter. "Li Chen? Is he the top scorer in the college entrance examination? He looks quite good." "Yeah, I heard he was the first in the joint freshman competition of Qingbei and Jinling academies. Most importantly, his profession is a summoner. It's incredible that a summoner can achieve such a level." "Yeah, I had only heard of Li Chen's name before. I didn't expect him to be Li Chen." The girls chattered, and many of them turned their gazes towards Li Chen. Seeing this, Li Xiaoman coldly said, "What top scorer? It's just good luck. So what if he became first in the freshman competition? He is still morally corrupt and has already been expelled from our Li family." "Alright, enough about him. Has young Master Lu not arrived yet?" The last sentence was directed at Li Yuhang. Li Yuhang checked his phone and then said, "He should be arriving soon." Then, Li Yuhang looked at Li Menghan beside him. second sister, young Master Lu has a good impression of you. The Lu family is a prominent family in the capital. You must seize this opportunity. This time, young Master Lu is coming entirely for you." Li Menghan frowned upon hearing this. "I told you before, I don't like Lu Tianchang. Why did you tell him about my whereabouts again?" Li Yuhong replied, feeling wronged. "Second sister, I really didn't tell young Master Lu. Think about it. What kind of person is young Master Lu? It would be easy for him to find out your whereabouts." Li Menghan frowned and remained silent. Seeing this, Li Xiaoman quickly changed the subject. "By the way, I heard that the young Master Chu Minghan from the first family in Linen is also coming tonight. I didn't expect this auction to be so influential." A girl nearby spoke up. "I have some inside information. I heard young Master Chu is coming for Shin family Shin Yirong. At this auction, the Shin family isn't one of the shareholders, right? I heard that Shin Yalong is coming. So even though young Master Chu had no intention of attending, he decided to come." As she said this, she couldn't help but smile lightly. Young Master Lu came for Li Menghan, and young Master Chu came for Miss Shin. I wonder if today will lead to 2 romantic tales. Upon hearing this, Li Menghan's brows furrowed even deeper. Had she known, she wouldn't have come to this auction. But if she hadn't come, she might not have encountered Li Chen. Thinking of Li Chen, Li Menghan couldn't help but ponder. After this auction, she should find an opportunity to chat with Li Chen. Regardless, she needed to express her attitude. Meanwhile, outside the auction villa, a massive fire dragon descended from the sky and landed outside. A fierce-looking young man leaped down from the fire dragon, his gaze fixed on the villa ahead. "Are you sure Yalong is coming back today?" Several young men also jumped down, and one of them, upon hearing the question, respectfully replied, "Brother Chu, don't worry, I've already found out. Miss Shin Yalong will definitely be here tonight." The fierce young man nodded in satisfaction and then led the way toward the villa. Inside the villa, the atmosphere had already begun to heat up. With some time left before the auction, everyone naturally started to chat. This was also a customary part of the event. After all, those who came were all of status, and exchanging a few words might lead to valuable information or potential collaborations. Among those chatting, most were from the adult circle, while the second-generation heirs formed another. After giving a few simple reminders to Li Yuhong and the others, Li Mingde and Yang Chunhong went off to find someone to talk to. On the side of the second-generation heirs, many began to cast their gazes toward Li Chen. After all, the earlier commotion had revealed Li Chen's identity. Although Li Chen wasn't widely known, he still had some recognition among the youth. Most of these second-generation heirs were still in school. "I heard that this Li Chen has a good relationship with Shin Yalong from Jinling Academy. Is that true? I heard from a friend who's a freshman at Jinling Academy that it seems to be the case." Some people's looks toward Li Chen began to change, turning into jealousy. After all, Shin Yalong was a half-demon and quite famous in their circle. Many sought to win her over. Li Chen and Shin Yalong were relatively close at school, and coupled with Li Chen's recognition, it was natural for rumors to spread. Some people sourly remarked, "Close to Shin Yalong? This Li Chen is probably in for a lot of trouble. If Chu Minghan finds out, won't he target him?" Just then, the crowd suddenly fell silent. Everyone turned their gaze to see a group of young men striding in. Leading them was none other than Chu Minghan. As Chu Minghan entered, the voices of many second-generation heirs grew quieter. After all, Chu Minghan was notorious for his temper. He had previously severely injured someone who pursued Shin Yalong. They certainly didn't want to provoke this troublemaker. At this moment, Li Chen had found a quiet corner, munching on some pastries he had picked up earlier while quietly waiting for the auction to begin. Just then, the sound of high heels echoed from the second floor. A figure slowly descended from above. The second floor was the official venue for the auction, currently occupied only by staff and some officials. Coming down was Shin Yalong. Today, Shin Yalong wore an evening gown that left her stunning figure completely exposed. A pair of high heels made her stature even more elegant, and combined with her inherent allure as a half-demon, each step she took seemed to land on the hearts of everyone present. Some girls gazing at Shin Yalong were also momentarily dazzled. No wonder so many pursued Shin Yalong. Even they, as girls, couldn't help but feel a sense of closeness. Chu Minghan watched the stunning figure slowly descending from the second floor, a hint of infatuation evident in his eyes, and a smile unconsciously tugged at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, Shinyara was glancing around on the second floor, and as she approached the first floor, her gaze fell upon a figure, a smile appearing on her face as she quickened her pace, heading straight towards that figure. Xu Mingyan's smile grew more pronounced as he saw Shinyara approaching his position. He raised his hand, intending to greet her, but then noticed Shinyara turn a corner and head directly to the right. His smile instantly froze, and his hand hung awkwardly in the air. With an embarrassed expression, he lowered his arm and turned to look at Shinyara's back. Shinyara had naturally spotted Li Chen. She quickly walked over to him, letting out a slight sigh of relief. "Sorry, Li Chen. I was supposed to come with you, but my family suddenly appointed me as one of the organizers for this auction, so I had to come early to arrange some things. I hope I didn't keep you waiting? Li Chen smiled and pointed to the desserts nearby. There's dessert to enjoy. What's there to keep waiting for? The crowd watched as Shinyaru approached Li Chen, and especially Chu Minghan, who was nearby, instantly erupted in chatter. Damn! I thought Chu Minghan was going to win Shinyaru over, but it turns out she's not going to him. Shinyaru looks so beautiful today, I want to be her devoted fan. Who is that person Shinyaru is smiling at? They seem to be having a great conversation. That's Li Chen. There's a rumor that he's dating Shinyaru, and it seems like it might be true. The crowd buzzed with speculation, and the thought of Li Chen possibly being Shinyaru's boyfriend sent hostile glares his way. Chu Minghan naturally heard the murmurs around him, and the smile on his face vanished completely. He squinted in Li Chen's direction and then strode straight towards Shinyaru. Li Xiaoman, witnessing this, gleefully remarked, this is going to be interesting. Chu Minghan has always regarded Shinyaru as his possession. Li Chen is in for a tough time. Just as she spoke, Chu Minghan had already reached Shinyaru and Li Chen. His gaze fell on Shinyaru, and he still managed to smile. Yaru, I wanted to come with you, but I didn't expect you to arrive early. Come with me for a moment, I have something to discuss with you, Chu Minghan said, his eyes fixed on Shinyaru, not even glancing at Li Chen. Shinyaru looked at Chu Minghan, her brows slightly furrowed, and replied, you can say it here. She felt a bit of aversion towards Chu Minghan. This guy had always treated her as his possession, which made her quite uncomfortable. Hearing Shinyaru's words, Chu Minghan's smile faltered for a moment, then his gaze shifted to Li Chen. Since Yaru doesn't want to move, you should step aside. I need to talk to her privately. Just as Shinyaru was about to speak, Li Chen interjected, step aside? Why should I? Chu Minghan's smile completely vanished as he replied, who are you? Li Chen replied calmly, what does it matter who I am to you? Chu Minghan's tone became somewhat stiff. I know who you are without you saying it. It's Li Chen, right? Don't think that just because you topped the college entrance exam and won some freshman competition, you can act all high and mighty. The world outside is vast, your achievements are nothing. As a suitor of Shinyaru, Chu Minghan was naturally aware of Li Chen's recent closeness to her. Li Chen remained composed. So, what are you trying to say? Chu Minghan said nothing further, seemingly dismissive of even speaking to Li Chen. The gaze fell back on Shinyaru, and Chu Minghan said in a somewhat forceful tone, Yaring, I really have something to discuss with you. Since he is unwilling to step aside, let's go over there to talk. As he spoke, Chu Minghan reached out his hand towards Shinyaru, preparing to pull her. Shinyaru took a step back and looked at Chu Minghan, saying, Young Master Chu, please show some respect. Just as Chu Minghan was about to press closer, Li Chen stepped directly in front of Shinyaru. Dude, can't you see she doesn't want to? Have you watched too many domineering CEO dramas? Trying to use force? Chu Minghan's expression darkened completely, and he looked at Li Chen, coldly spitting out two words, get lost. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, showing no sign of moving. Chu Minghan said in a chilling tone, Kid, are you sure you want to go against me? Li Chen shook his head. It's not about going against you, just telling you to be a normal person. Don't act like an idiot. Chu Minghan, furious, laughed. Alright. Chu Minghan, entered Qingbei University 2 years ago, graduated a year ago, and now serve in the Northwest Military District. Kid, do you know how many demon lairs I've led my team to eliminate? Do you have the qualifications to shout in front of me? Li Chen remained unmoved, looking at Chu Minghan calmly. So what? You've said all this, what are you trying to express? Just because you're so impressive, does that mean you can do whatever you want and force others? After all this talk, aren't you just a guy like a robber? Chu Minghan's expression turned grim, a violent aura radiating from him, which then erupted, covering a 2-meter radius around him. This aura was directed at Li Chen. The crowd had already been paying attention due to Chu Minghan's arrival, and now seeing him clash with Li Chen, they began to discuss among themselves. Damn, it looks like Chu Minghan is really angry. He's directly unleashing his aura. This Li Chen is probably in trouble. What kind of confidence does this Li Chen have? How dare he confront Chu Minghan? Who knows? Maybe he's just young and reckless. Isn't that how young people are nowadays? Quite audacious. Many people gathered around, pointing and discussing Li Chen and Chu Minghan. Some from other regions were puzzled. Is this Chu Minghan really that powerful? Why does it seem like you all are so afraid of him? Hey, don't get it wrong, we're not afraid. We just know how strong Chu Minghan is. He has shown exceptional combat talent since childhood. I've heard that the Chu family has a set of training methods that can increase the chances of awakening a good profession, and he is the only one in the Chu family to achieve perfection right before choosing a profession. And he lived up to expectations, awakening the warrior profession and simultaneously awakening 3 major talents, making a name for himself. Among that generation of young people, he ranks in the top 3 nationwide, and he graduated from a prestigious university ahead of time, entering military service. In the military, he only took half a year to lead his team to eliminate dozens of demon lairs, gaining widespread fame. Some who knew about Chu Minghan's background began to explain, leaving those around them stunned. Wow, this Chu Minghan is actually that strong? Then Li Chen is in for a rough time. Exactly, although Li Chen is considered a rising star now, he still can't compare to Chu Minghan. After hearing the introduction of Chu Minghan, the expressions of those around changed, all feeling that Li Chen was in deep trouble. Some girls' gazes fell on Chu Minghan, their eyes bright, not knowing what they were thinking. Li Xiaoman also noticed the situation and hurried towards Li Yuhong and Li Menghan. Yuhong, don't wait for young Master Lu anymore. I saw Li Chen provoke Chu Minghan. Come on, let's go see. This guy might be about to get beaten up by Chu Minghan. Li Yuhong was taken aback, hiding the smile that was rising at the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Li Menghan, on the side, couldn't afford to think too much and hurried inside. At this moment, Shen Yaruong, who was behind Li Chen, heard Chu Minghan's words and walked out with a slight frown. Chu Minghan, this is the venue for the upcoming Tianchang auction, not your Chu family's place. Don't be so arrogant. Chu Minghan looked at Shen Yaruong, a smile reappearing on his face. Yaruong, this is between me and him. Don't interfere. Then, Chu Minghan's gaze fell on Li Chen, showing no signs of concealing his disdain. I've heard of you. A summoner becoming the top scorer in the college entrance examination is indeed impressive, but it's just luck, summoning a few powerful beasts. True strength relies on oneself. Relying on summoned beasts is ultimately not the right path. We are not on the same level at all. Provoking me is definitely the worst thing you could do. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, just about to speak when a stern-looking man in a suit approached. What's going on? What happened here? Seeing this, everyone made way. It's Supervisor Yang Hong, the overall manager of this auction. I didn't expect him to be disturbed. The Yang family and the Chu family have always been on good terms. Now this Li Chen is in trouble. Li Xiaoman, who rushed over, also showed a hint of glee. Good. It would be best to kick this waste out and see what else he has to be proud of. Upon seeing Yang Hong arrive, Chu Minghan also wore a smile. Supervisor Yang, I just had a little disagreement with this gentleman. Hearing Chu Minghan's words, Yang Hong turned to him with a smile, then his gaze fell on Li Chen, instantly turning cold. Sir, our auction is by invitation only. May I ask who invited you? Shen Yaruong replied directly, I invited him. Is there a problem? Yang Hong's gaze shifted to Shen Yaruong, smiling, Oh, it's Yaruong. Although I let you come to manage things, it was just for your experience, not to give you the authority to bring anyone you like. Everyone attending this auction must be someone of status. May I ask who this gentleman is and where he's from? At this moment, a young man beside Chu Minghan sneered. His name is Li Chen. He seems to be from the Tian Nan Li family. The Li family shouldn't have the qualifications to participate, right? Hearing this, Li Xiaoman quickly interjected, Hey, this Li Chen has nothing to do with our Tian Nan Li family. He has severed ties with us and has been expelled from the Li family. Our Li family still qualifies to participate in this auction. Upon hearing Li Xiaoman's words, the surrounding people burst into laughter. I thought he was someone important. Turns out he's just a discarded child expelled from the family. The Tian Nan Li family barely qualifies to attend this auction, and he, being expelled from the Li family, has no right to enter. Exactly, even if he's Shen Yaruong's friend, he can't just bring anyone in. That's abusing power. Everyone began to mock. Some girls who had long been jealous of Shen Yaruong targeted her, saying she brought Li Chen in for personal gain. Hearing this, Yang Hong felt even more confident and glanced at Li Chen, saying, Sir, I believe you do not qualify to attend this auction. Please leave, or I will have to call someone to forcibly remove you. Yang Hong's words left no room for Li Chen's dignity. Hearing Yang Hong's words, everyone began to revel in the misfortune. If Li Chen were to be kicked out like this, he would surely become the laughingstock of everyone. Shen Yaruong's expression darkened as she looked at Yang Hong. Supervisor Yang, Li Chen is not someone I brought in through connections. He was invited by me, and he was also invited by our Shen family. What's the matter? Do we, the Shen family, not even have the qualifications to invite guests to this auction? Yang Hong's brows furrowed tightly. Shen Yalong was different from the Shen family. The former was merely a junior, while the latter was a colossal entity. If this Li Chen was indeed invited by the Shen family, he would be in a difficult position. At that moment, Chu Minghan spoke up, Yalong, don't be stubborn. How could a guy who was expelled from the Li family possibly be invited by the Shen family? I'm not trying to save your face, it's just that this guy is a bit too arrogant. Hearing Chu Minghan's words, Yang Hong also made up his mind. With young Master Chu around, he would definitely have to follow his lead. Thinking of this, Yang Hong decided to cut through the chaos and said directly, Where are the security guards? Hurry up and throw this guy out. As everyone listened to Yang Hong's words, their gazes towards Li Chen were filled with mockery. Unexpectedly, before the auction even began, such a commotion arose. Shin Yalong clenched her fists, filled with immense anger. But as Yang Hong said, she was only here to help, and her authority was not as great as Yang Hong's. At that moment, Li Menghan stepped forward and looked at Yang Hong, saying, "Manager Yang, is there some misunderstanding here? Li Chen is this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination, and he is also the first in the joint freshman competition of Qingbei University and Jinling Academy. He definitely has the qualifications to participate in this auction." Did Miss Shin not say that Li Chen was invited by the Shin family? Why won't you listen? Yang Hong glanced at Li Menghan with disdain. Top scorers come every year, and the first in the joint freshman competition of 2 universities isn't that impressive. Those who come to this auction must have background in strength. After all, it's just an auction, not a child's play. Without any strength, what can you possibly bid on? Chu Minghan looked at Li Chen, his eyes filled with contempt. Kid, do you see the difference between us? Perhaps you think being a top scorer is something to be proud of, but compared to us, you're still not on the same level. No matter how many honors you have, what does it matter? One word from me, and you have to roll out. Li Chen quietly looked at Chu Minghan without saying a word. Seeing this, Chu Minghan mocked. What's wrong? Unconvinced? Want to make a move? Should we let this top scorer test the security here? Just then, a cold voice suddenly came from behind. Roll out? Who do you want to roll out? Everyone turned to look and saw a noblewoman approaching. Her expression was cold, and with a glance, many around her averted their eyes, not daring to meet her gaze. Who is this person? How dare she speak to Chu Minghan like that? Someone asked in confusion. A companion nearby whispered urgently, "Shut up. This is Shin Shohan, a powerful figure in the Shun family. I've heard that the head of the Shin family has to heed her opinions on many matters." Yang Hong's heart sank when he saw Shin Shohan approaching, and he quickly lowered his head, saying, "President Shun." Compared to Shin Yalong, Yang Hong was absolutely fearful of Shin Shohan. After all, Shin Yalong was just a junior of the Shin family, and her parents were already gone. If it weren't for Shin Shohan, she would have been marginalized in the Shin family. But Shin Shohan was different. She was a powerful figure in the Shin family and one of the shareholders of this auction. Yang Hong's heart had already sensed something was off. Could it be that this Li Chen was really invited by the Shin family? Shin Shohan glanced at Chu Minghan, then her gaze fell on Yang Hong, sneering, "President Shin? You still dare to call me that? Manager Yang, you have quite the authority. Li Chen is a distinguished guest I invited. What do you want to do by having him thrown out? Slapping my face?" Hearing Shin Shohan's icy voice, Yang Hong's face instantly turned ugly. How could someone as significant as Shin Shohan know a student? Even if this Li Chen is from Jinling Academy, they shouldn't have much in common, right? Not to mention being referred to as a distinguished guest by Shin Shohan. Could it be that Shin Yaruang is really in a relationship with him, which is why he has crossed paths with Shin Shohan? But how could someone with no power, who has been expelled from his own family, catch Shin Shohan's eye? However, this wasn't the time to ponder such things. Yang Hong quickly spoke up. "Mr. Shin, I truly didn't know that Mr. Li Chen was invited by you. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have dared to act this way." Shin Shohan ignored Yang Hong's explanation, her gaze falling on Li Chen, a smile appearing on her face. "Li Chen, I'm late. I didn't expect such a situation to arise. It's all my fault for not managing things well." Others might not recognize Li Chen's potential, but Shin Shohan was very clear about it. Therefore, she didn't regard Li Chen as a junior but truly treated him as her distinguished guest. "It's fine, there are many people in this world who look down on others." As he spoke, Li Chen glanced at Yang Hong and said, "It's just that this manager Yang has a bit too much authority. Not only does he ignore my words, but even when Yaruang tries to explain, he won't listen." Yang Hong's heart trembled at these words, and he quickly interjected, "Mr. Shun, let me explain. The main reason is..." Shin Shohan didn't give Yang Hong a chance to defend himself, directly waving her hand and saying, "Stop. I don't want to hear another word from you. You should stop all your work right now and leave. Just handle the handover procedures, and you can resign." Hearing that Shin Shohan had directly dismissed him, Yang Hong panicked completely, his gaze involuntarily falling on Chu Minghan, hoping he could say a few words for him. However, Chu Minghan didn't even glance at Yang Hong. He also felt a bit of fear towards Shin Shohan because he had received a warning from her while pursuing Shin Yaruang. Even though Chu Minghan remained silent, Shin Shohan's gaze fell on him. "Chu Minghan, I believe I've told you before? Don't pursue Yaruang any longer." Chu Minghan's face turned pale at her words, and he hurriedly replied, "Aunt Shin, you can't say that. I have the freedom to pursue Yaruang. You can't just break up a couple like that." "Break up a couple?" Shen Shohan sneered. "Does Yaruang even like you? What couple are you talking about? Let me tell you, our Yaruang likes Li Chen. You should give up on that thought and stop pursuing her, or I will personally speak to the head of the Chu family about this. Hearing this, Shin Yaruang blushed and said, Aunt, what are you talking about? Shin Shohan laughed heartily. Aunt just speaks too freely, but love between men and women is the most normal thing. You don't need to be so shy. Shin Shohan wasn't just speaking freely, she was intentionally saying this to break the ice, allowing the relationship between Shin Yaruang and Li Chen to progress more quickly. Shu Minghan clenched his fists, his expression turning extremely ugly. Shin Shohan's words not only embarrassed him but also cut off any hope he had of pursuing Shin Yaruang in the future. Then, Shin Shohan turned her gaze to Li Chen and smiled. Li Chen, the auction is about to start. Let me take you to your seat and explain some of the items up for bid. Li Chen nodded, then walked alongside Shin Yaruang, following Shin Shohan. As they left Chu Minggan's side, Li Chen cast a brief glance at him, his expression showing no sign of disturbance. Damn it! Chu Minghan could no longer hold back, letting out a low growl as he stomped his foot, causing the floor beneath him to crack instantly. If you continue to damage the items here, you, young Master Chu, should leave. Shin Shohan's voice floated over, prompting Chu Minghan to take a deep breath and suppress his anger. He looked around, feeling the mocking gazes of those around him, which only fueled his rage. Li Chen! These two words were deeply etched in Chu Minggan's heart. Li Chen and Shin Yaring followed Shin Shohan upstairs. Originally, I wanted Yaring to come with you, but the family insisted she handle some auction matters, so she came first. I didn't expect something like this to happen. I'm sorry for the trouble, Li Chen. Shin Shohan's voice came, sounding like an explanation but carrying an apology. After all, it was Shin Shohan who invited him to the auction, and now that something had gone wrong, she naturally felt responsible. Of course, as an elder, she didn't have to concern herself with the matters between Li Chen and Chu Minghan, who were both younger. However, Li Chen had great potential, and being a disciple of Raymond made him significant in Shin Shohan's eyes. Moreover, it was also for Shin Yaring's sake that Shin Shohan said this. Li Chen waved his hand, saying, There's no trouble at all. As I just said, there are many people in this world who look down on others. There's no need to stoop to their level. Shin Shohan smiled. That's because you have a broad mind. Someone like Chu Minghan should be taught a good lesson to knock down his arrogance. With that, Shin Shohan led Li Chen and the others to a private box in the auction hall on the second floor. From here, they could see the entire hall below. Li Chen glanced around. There were 10 boxes in total, seemingly prepared for those of high status. He hadn't expected Shin Shohan to bring him here, thinking it would be good enough to have a seat downstairs. You and Yaring can chat here for a bit. I'll go give some instructions. The auction is about to start, Shin Shohan said. Upon hearing this, Shin Yaring's face flushed, and she secretly glanced at Li Chen. She understood that her aunt was creating an opportunity for her and Li Chen to be alone together. Li Chen also had some understanding of Shin Shohan's intentions. However, he wasn't thinking too much about matters between men and women at the moment. After all, he only had 10 years of life left and was still worried about extending it. Moreover, with that demon god's corpse lurking, Li Chen naturally prioritized resolving these two issues. While Li Chen and Shin Yaring chatted in the box, the crowd in the hall below began to discuss among themselves. I thought Li Chen was in big trouble after provoking Chu Minghan, but it turns out Chu Minghan is the one who ended up in trouble. This Li Chen has actually climbed up the Shin family's tree, directly recognized by Shin Shohan, who agreed to his relationship with Shin Yaring. Damn, it's really enviable. This is Shin Yaring, a half-demon beauty. This kid really got lucky. Li Mingda and Yang Chunhong, hearing the commotion, walked over to Li Xiaoman and the others. Listening to the surrounding discussions, their expressions turned quite ugly. Yang Chunhong couldn't help but snort coldly, humph. This Li Chen, I thought expelling him from the Li family would teach him a lesson, but I didn't expect him to be so lucky to climb up to the Shin family. Although the Li family was also a prominent family in Tianan, compared to the Shin family, they were somewhat insignificant. This could be seen from the auction itself. The Li family barely qualified to participate, while the Shin family was one of the organizers. Li Xiaoman chimed in sarcastically, I think Li Chen has long wanted to leave our Li family and find opportunities with other families. We were still worried about him leaving the Li family. Turns out he had it all planned. Maybe this Shin Yaring is someone he went to great lengths to get close to, just to marry into the Shin family and become one of them. Li Menghan frowned and said, Xiaoman, what are you talking about? How could Li Chen be that kind of person? Besides, when Li Chen left home, wasn't it because the family treated him poorly? Yang Chunhong coldly replied, What do you mean treated him poorly? I think he deliberately used that as an excuse to leave our Li family. This Li Chen is truly quite scheming. No way. We absolutely cannot let her succeed. We can't allow him to easily leave the Li family like this, right, head of the family? Listening to Yang Chunhong's words, Li Mingda nodded and said, You're right, we can't just let him go. No matter how rebellious he is still my son, Li Mingde. Allowing someone to marry into the family like this would be a slap in my face. Hearing Li Mingde's words, Li Menghan furrowed her brows. She understood that her parents weren't trying to keep Li Chun from leaving because of his closeness to the Shin family, but rather because they saw his value. Being the top scorer in the college entrance examination, along with being first in the freshman competition of 2 major universities, made Li Mingde and Yang Chunhong envious. If Li Chen remained in the Li family, they would undoubtedly benefit greatly from it. However, after realizing this, Li Menghan felt a deep sadness. What good would it do for her parents to want Li Chen back now? Li Chen's heart had already been deeply hurt, and it was impossible for him to return easily. Li Yuhong also understood what Li Mingde and Yang Chunhong were thinking, and his fists clenched involuntarily. If Li Chen came back, his own situation would be precarious. He absolutely could not allow that to happen. At that moment, a gentle voice came from not far away. What's going on? So many people here, it seems quite lively. Li Yuhong and the others turned around to see a refined young man and a butler-like attendant walking in. It was Lu Tianchang. Li Yuhong's heart skipped a beat, and he hurried over, smiling apologetically. Young Master Lu, it's not that we were neglecting your arrival, it's just that young Master Chu had a conflict with someone, and we came to see if we could help, but we delayed in welcoming you. I hope you can forgive us. Lu Tianchang was from the Lu family in the capital, a much higher status than Chu Minghan. If he could curry favor with him, it would be a great thing for Li Yuhong. Therefore, upon learning that Lu Tianchang liked Li Menghan, Li Yuhong frequently interacted with him as Li Menghan's brother, establishing some initial connections. During this time, Li Yuhong had been helping Lu Tianchang pursue Li Menghan, leaving a good impression on him. Lu Tianchang had initially been somewhat annoyed that Li Yuhong hadn't approached him, but after hearing Li Yuhong's words, he became interested. Oh, Minghan had a conflict with someone? Who dares to provoke my little brother Chu in linen? Lu Tianchang said to Chu Minghan with a smile, but his eyes were on Li Menghan. By speaking this way, he was clearly trying to show off in front of Li Menghan. Don't mention it, it's quite unfortunate, Chu Minghan said with a pained expression. Hearing this, Lu Tianchang became even more excited and said directly, why not tell me about it? With my friendship with little brother Chu, if there's anything, I can help you resolve it. Lu Tianchang's words were naturally meant to show off in front of Li Menghan. Chu Minghan, upon hearing this, decided not to hide anything anymore. Since so many people already knew, he didn't care if Lu Tianchang found out, and he straightforwardly recounted what had just happened. After listening to Chu Minghan, Lu Tianchang raised an eyebrow. Li Chen? Lu Tianchang glanced at Li Yuhong. In his exchanges with Li Yuhong, he had learned that Li Chen was Li Menghan's younger brother. In front of Lu Tianchang, Li Yuhong was desperately trying to tarnish Li Chen's reputation. Lu Tianchang also knew about Li Chen severing ties with the Li family, so he naturally wouldn't show Li Chen any good face. Moreover, knowing that Li Menghan had spoken up for Li Chen multiple times only made Lu Tianchang more disgusted with him. He was a person with a strong sense of possession. Even though Li Chen was Li Menghan's biological brother, her defending him still left Lu Tianchang feeling dissatisfied. With this in mind, Lu Tianchang looked at Chu Minghan and said, I thought it was something serious, turns out it's this. Anshin's actions are a bit unreasonable. What era are we in? How can elders interfere in the romantic relationships of the younger generation? Little brother Chu, I support you. As for that Li Chen, he is just a person expelled from the Li family. What qualifications does he have to compete with Miss Shun? Hearing Lu Tianchang's words, Chu Minghan's eyes lit up. If Lu Tianchang was involved, perhaps there was still hope for the matter with Xin Yalong. Li Mingde and Yang Chunhong, who were beside him, could only nod awkwardly, not daring to voice their earlier thoughts of wanting to keep Li Chun from leaving the Li family. Come on, let's talk about this later. We came here today to attend this auction, right? Let's all go to my private room and have a good chat since we have the chance to meet, Lu Tianchang said, glancing at Li Yuhong. Li Yuhong understood and flattered Lu Tianchang, saying, I didn't expect young Master Lu to have a private room. I heard there are only 10 private rooms for this auction, each reserved for people of high status. Lu Tianchang waved his hand and smiled. Ah, it's just the influence of the family name. I'm merely riding on my family's coattails, nothing to mention. Yang Chunhan smiled and said, that's because young Master Lu is young and promising. Otherwise, the Lu family wouldn't let you attend this auction. I heard young Master Lu just graduated from Qingbei University. You and Menghan are alumni, you should have more opportunities to communicate. Yang Chunhan naturally supported Lu Tianchang's pursuit of Li Menghan. Lu Tianchang was from the Lu family in the capital, a well-known family that was much stronger than the Shin family. Although Lu Tianchang was not a direct descendant of the Lu family, he was still of very high status in the eyes of the Li family. If they could connect with this high branch, it would be immensely beneficial for the Li family. Li Mingde also smiled. Indeed, you young people should communicate more, the future belongs to you. Li Menghan, listening to her parents, couldn't help but roll her eyes. However, she understood her parents' nature. It was useless to argue with them, so she remained silent. Lu Tianchang's smile grew even more pronounced as he spoke, leading everyone toward the private room on the second floor. At this moment, the auction was about to begin, and everyone was taking their seats, shifting the topic to the upcoming auction. I heard there are quite a few good items at this auction, including the core of an epic-level magical creature. We should take a good look later. Unfortunately, there are many powerful forces participating this time, and some are quite wealthy. We probably can only watch and not compete. Who can say for sure? Maybe we can pick up a bargain. Anyway, I'm here to broaden my horizons. Many people attended this auction, some knowing there were items they needed, while most were just young people looking to gain experience. In the private room, Li Chen and Xin Yalong's gazes were also fixed on the auction below. Li Chen thought of something and asked, "By the way, do you know what that item is that can only extend life?" Xin Yalong shook her head. "I'm just here to help a bit. I don't know much about the auction items. I heard there are 3 very mysterious items this time, and even my aunt only knows some information." Li Chen nodded upon hearing this. Since Xin Shouhan didn't know the specifics, they could only wait for that item. At this moment, the main auctioneer took the stage, briefly introduced the event, and then announced the auction had begun. The first item up for bid was a master-level forging material as a warm-up item. Such items were highly sought after, as master-level weapons could continuously increase their power through forging. The materials needed for forging had to be at least of this master level. After the auctioneer's introduction, the bidding phase began, starting at 5 million, and the price quickly rose to 50 million. In the end, this forging material was snapped up for 80 million by someone in the hall below. Seeing this situation, Li Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Previously, Li Chen had known that items at the auction would definitely be much more expensive than those outside. However, he didn't expect it to be this much. Take this master-level forging material, for example. Outside, it would be at most around 40 million, 50 million at the very most. But here, it was directly auctioned off for the high price of 80 million. Although this master-level forging material is indeed quite rare, this markup is a bit too high. Items that can extend life, no matter what they are likely to be quite valuable. Even if one were to see them, it would be very difficult to win the bid. After all, items that can extend life are needed by almost everyone. Even if one doesn't need it for themselves, whether to give as a gift or to keep for appreciation, it is a very good choice. Li Chen had brought all his possessions this time, but it was only about 1 or 200 million at most. Li Chen estimated that with this much money, he might not be able to secure it. It seems he might have to borrow some money from Xin Shouhan later. In any case, it is extremely rare to have an item that can extend life come up for auction, and it must be seized. Otherwise, who knows how long it will be until he finds something like this again. The auction was progressing quickly, and there were quite a few items that made Li Chen very tempted, but he did not make a move. He wanted to keep all his money for that item that could extend life. Soon, the auction reached its climax, and an item covered with a black cloth was brought up. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you have all heard that we have 3 mysterious items in this auction, and the next one is the first mysterious item. Please take a look. Listening to the auctioneer's words, everyone's gaze fell on the item covered by the black cloth, their eyes filled with curiosity. Looking at the item shrouded in black cloth beside the auctioneer, everyone was full of curiosity. The area covered by the black cloth did not seem very large, so the item inside should not be too big. The auctioneer did not keep them in suspense for long and quickly unveiled the black cloth. A crystal box appeared in front of everyone. Inside that crystal box, a black crystal resembling a stone was quietly placed. The core of a creature. The core of a magical beast. Li Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed this should be the epic-level magical beast core. The auctioneer smiled and introduced, "Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, this is a magical beast core. An epic-level magical beast core. The attributes of this epic-level magical beast core are the rare dual elements of dark fire, and I believe everyone understands its value. I won't say much more. The starting bid for this epic-level magical beast core is 10 million, and it can also be bid with resources. You may begin." As soon as the auctioneer's words fell, the surrounding area erupted with a flurry of bidding. This epic-level magical beast core is indeed too precious, and many people came specifically for it. The fact that this core can be bid with resources means that one can use their own resources for equivalent bidding. It seems the owner of this core also wants to exchange for some resources. Li Chen's gaze flickered slightly. This core is quite good. If he could secure it, he could give it to the Azure Dragon, greatly enhancing its foundation. But unfortunately, he didn't have enough money. He decided to wait and see, planning to make a move after the item that could extend life was presented. Meanwhile, in another private room, Lu Tiancheng was boasting with others. While bragging, Lu Tiancheng kept an eye on Li Menghan's expression. Seeing that Li Menghan remained unmoved, Lu Tiancheng's brows furrowed slightly. Then, he saw the life core that was starting to be auctioned outside, and raised an eyebrow. Menghan, I remember you major in fire attributes, right? This life core is quite suitable for you. I'll bid on it and give it to you as a gift. To be honest, this life core was somewhat precious to Lu Tiancheng as well. To win it, he would probably have to empty half of his small treasury. But in order to win the beauty, he was willing to spend. Listening to Lu Tiancheng's words, Li Menghan remained unmoved, saying, "No, young Master Lu, I can't accept that." However, Li Xiuman's eyes sparkled as she said, "Young Master Lu, you are truly romantic. To make such a grand gesture right away, if someone treated me like that, I would have definitely agreed long ago." Li Yuhong also smiled and said, "Young Master Lu, my second sister is just shy. Who wouldn't be moved by such a gift?" Lu Tiancheng laughed heartily. "I know, I've had my eye on this life core for a while. No matter what, I'll secure it first." With that, Lu Tiancheng began to bid, starting with 80 million plus 30 bottles of essence supplements. The entire auction hall fell silent, and then people began to discuss. "That must be Lu Tiancheng's private box, right? I didn't expect him to be interested in this life core. As expected of a young master from the imperial capital, so generous. It seems he is determined to win it. The Lu family is quite wealthy among the 6 great families of the imperial capital, so it's normal for him to spend lavishly. I just wonder how high the price of this life core will go." Li Chen listened to the discussions below, his expression slightly shifting. Beside him, Shinyaro spoke up. "This Lu Tiancheng is a member of the Lu family from the imperial capital, one of the 6 great families, and quite powerful." At this point, Shinyaro paused and looked at Li Chen's expression, saying, "By the way, I heard that Lu Tiancheng is pursuing your second sister, Li Menghan." This information was gathered by Shin Shouhan and then told to Shinyaro, naturally to help her understand Li Chen better. Li Chen's expression remained unchanged as he slowly replied, "I have no relationship with the Li family anymore, and Li Menghan is not my second sister." Upon hearing this, Shinyaro stuck out her tongue and fell silent. It seemed that Li Chen truly wanted to sever all ties with the Li family, and it would be better not to mention them in front of him in the future. The auctioning outside continued, and in the end, it was indeed won by Lu Tiancheng. Of course, Lu Tiancheng also paid a considerable price, which made him feel a bit pained. However, if he could win the beauty's heart, it would still be quite worth it. The auction continued, and the items would be delivered after the next round was completed. Soon, the second mysterious item appeared, an epic-level weapon. This weapon also sparked a lot of competition, as a good weapon could significantly increase combat power. However, for Li Chen, it held little attraction, as the soul scythe in his hand was a divine artifact, sufficient to rival most weapons. In the end, this weapon was also sold for a very high price. The next items were somewhat less satisfactory, and the guests seemed a bit disinterested. However, most people still tried to keep their spirits up, as there was still one last mysterious item yet to appear. Some who had insider information were particularly looking forward to the appearance of this final mysterious item. Soon, the entire auction was nearing its end. A covered item was brought up again. The main auctioneer's expression changed, and he instantly perked up, pointing at this item and saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last item of our auction, and it is our grand finale mysterious item. I can guarantee that this item is absolutely precious. Once you see it, you will know this trip was worth it." Hearing the auctioneer's words, the audience began to discuss among themselves. Is it true? Is this last item really that precious? Who knows? It's all so mysterious. I have some information about the first 2 mysterious lots, but this last one, I haven't heard a thing. I don't know what it is, but it looks like it should be the most precious item of this auction, otherwise, it wouldn't be the grand finale. The crowd began to feel excited, and some who already had insider information sat up straight. They had come specifically for this item. The auctioneer noticed and his smile grew even wider. Without further ado, he lifted the black cloth. A beautifully crafted porcelain vase, exuding an ancient charm, appeared in the transparent glass case, drawing everyone's gaze. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final item up for bid, the spirit-infused longevity pill, and there is only one. Taking this pill not only preserves youth but also extends life by 2 years." As soon as the auctioneer's words fell, the crowd erupted in a stir. "Wow! It's a pill that can increase lifespan. This is worth a fortune. What a pity, it only extends life by 2 years. While still precious, it can't be said to be worth a fortune. Even if it only adds 2 years to life, it's still incredibly valuable. Moreover, this pill not only extends life but also preserves youth. What an exceptional effect." The people around began to discuss animatedly, their eyes filled with greed as they looked at the porcelain vase. Especially some women, who were even more excited. They valued the increase in lifespan, but they valued the effect of eternal youth even more. In their eyes, eternal youth was even more important than simply extending life. Some women had already started to act coyly towards the men beside them, desperately trying to get them to help secure the pill. In Lu Tiancheng's private box, everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected this last hidden gem to be so precious. Li Xiaoman's eyes widened in surprise. Eternal youth. This pill actually has such an effect. If I could have one, that would be wonderful. However, she knew in her heart that she could never get this pill. Even if her parents helped her with all their might, it would still be impossible. Then, Li Xiaoman's gaze fell on Li Menghan, her eyes filled with jealousy. Among those present, perhaps only Li Menghan had a chance to obtain it. She knew that if she asked Lu Tiancheng, he would likely do everything he could to secure the pill for her. Li Menghan was naturally a bit tempted by the spirit-infused longevity pill. After all, no woman could resist the allure of eternal youth. But she only felt tempted. Li Menghan understood that this was not something she could greedily pursue. Lu Tiancheng's gaze also fell on the porcelain vase containing the pill, and he was momentarily taken aback. He had come to this auction for Li Menghan, without much prior knowledge, and hadn't expected such a valuable item to be present. Although he was tempted by the idea of extending life by 2 years, it wasn't something he absolutely needed. After all, he was still young, and 2 years of life wasn't scarce. Soon, Lu Tiancheng realized this was an opportunity for him. This pill had the effect of preserving youth. Which woman wouldn't be tempted? He then turned his gaze to Li Menghan. He wanted to wait for her to speak up, so he could take the chance to win her over. Unfortunately, the bidding had already begun outside, and Lu Tiancheng didn't wait for Li Menghan to ask him. It seemed he would have to secure the pill first and then use it to entice her later. Lu Tiancheng made up his mind and began to place his bid. On Li Chen's side, seeing the pill, he raised an eyebrow. It seemed this was the item Shin Xiuhan had mentioned that could extend life. 2 years of life wasn't much, but for Li Chen at this moment, it could solve an urgent problem. However, what made Li Chen feel somewhat uneasy was that this elixir also had the effect of eternal youth. Eternal youth was optional for Li Chen, but for others, especially women, it was incredibly attractive. This attribute would significantly increase the price of the elixir, which was quite unfavorable for Li Chen's bidding. But there was no choice, he could only brace himself and go for it. Li Chen opened his mouth to call out a price, directly pushing it to 250 million. This was all the money Li Chen could muster. He wanted to raise the price directly, hoping to shake others' resolve and make them retreat. Unfortunately, the value of this elixir was simply too great. After a brief moment of shock, Li Chen's bid was quickly surpassed. In Lu Tiancheng's private box, everyone heard Li Chen's bid. Li Xiaoman snorted coldly. This Li Chen thinks he can get this elixir? What a delusion. Chu Minghan also said coldly, he really overestimates himself. If it weren't for young Master Lu wanting this elixir, I alone would not let this Li Chen have his way. Watching the price climb higher and higher, Li Chen furrowed his brows. At this point, even if he brought out all his resources, he still couldn't compete. Indeed, items that could extend life were not so easily won at auction. Moreover, this elixir could grant eternal youth. Li Chen's gaze fell on Shinyaro, and just as he was contemplating how to borrow some money, Shinyaro spoke first. Li Chen, are you interested in this Yuling Xingqi Dan? I can lend you some resources for the bidding. Shin Xiuhan had naturally informed Shinyaro about Li Chen's interest in life-extending items, and even before the auction began, had specifically given Shinyaro some resources to lend to Li Chen at a critical moment, to draw closer to him. Li Chen was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Thank you, I will return it to you as soon as possible. Shinyaro smiled and said, no need to rush. Saying this, Shinyaro handed Li Chen a spatial ring, which contained quite a few resources. Li Chen estimated the contents and began to bid again. However, at this moment, Lu Tiancheng's voice came from the opposite side, seemingly deliberately suppressing Li Chen, bidding higher than him. Li Chen's brows furrowed tightly. It seemed that this elixir was indeed not easy to win. Li Chen bid again, but Lu Tiancheng followed closely, as if he was determined to keep Li Chen under control. Li Chen pondered for a moment and called out a price again, but Lu Tiancheng in the opposite box showed no hesitation, directly bidding again, still higher than Li Chen. Li Chen sighed and returned the spatial ring to Shinyaro. Seeing this, Shinyaro said directly, Li Chen, I still have some resources here, you can take them. Saying this, Shinyaro pulled out another spatial ring. The previous ring was given to her by Shin Xiuhan, essentially lent to Li Chen through Shinyaro. But this ring in Shinyaro's hand was her own, and now, to help Li Chen win this elixir, she was willing to give it to him. Li Chen shook his head and still returned the spatial ring to Shinyaro. This elixir is precious, but the markup has already become too severe, there's no need to bid anymore. At this point, the bidding for the elixir had already exceeded a reasonable price, and raising it further was unwise. He could only wait for other opportunities. After Li Chen fell silent, only Lu Tiancheng's bid remained, and his price was already very high, leaving no other voices around. It seemed that this auction was about to end. However, at that moment, a clear voice suddenly rang out. I bid 500 million, plus 300 million worth of spiritual materials. As soon as the voice rang out, everyone was taken aback, not expecting that someone would bid at this moment, and right off the bat, the bid was significantly higher than Lu Tiancheng's. Who is this? To bid at such a time, and to offer a price so much higher than young Master Lu's. From the sound, it should be someone wealthy and bold, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to call out such a price so easily. It seems the voice is coming from box No. 8. It looks like there's also a distinguished guest in there. Inside the box, Lu Tiancheng's brows furrowed tightly. He had thought that the spirit-nourishing pill was already in his grasp, but unexpectedly, someone had barged in. Watching the crowd's gaze shift towards him and hearing the discussions from outside, Lu Tiancheng snorted coldly and immediately raised his bid further. At this point, he absolutely would not back down. This was no longer about using the pill to lure Li Menghan, it was about his own face. Even if he had to bring out some of his treasured spiritual materials, he would secure this pill. The two began to continuously bid against each other, competing for the spirit-nourishing pill. Their bid soared, leaving everyone astonished. They never expected this item would attract such fierce competition. On Li Chen's side, hearing that familiar voice, his brows furrowed slightly. The bidding voice coming from box No. 8 was very familiar to him. It was Yuna. Li Chen hadn't expected that Yuna had also come and was participating in the bidding for the spirit-nourishing pill. Was it for her mother, Melis? Although Melis was tormented by that cursed power, she shouldn't need something like this to recover, right? As dark elves, Yuna and her kind had the branches of the Tree of Life, so theoretically, they shouldn't need this pill. Just then, Li Chen's phone buzzed. Picking it up, he saw a message from Yuna. Li Chen, you need this spirit-nourishing pill, right? My mother has decided to help you get it. Li Chen rubbed his forehead. It seemed Yuna and Melis had heard his voice and wanted to secure the spirit-nourishing pill for him as a reward for helping Melis. Li Chen quickly replied with a message. Tell your mother not to bid like this, the markup is too high, and it's unnecessary. If the spirit-nourishing pill was something Yuna and Melis intended to give him, Li Chen would gladly accept it, as he indeed needed it. But now that it was up for auction, and the price had soared far beyond a reasonable range, it was no longer necessary. Inside box No. 8, Yuna looked at the message from Li Chen, raised an eyebrow, and then relayed the content to her mother beside her. Mom, this price is already quite high, should we continue bidding? Hearing Lu Tiancheng's bidding voice again from outside, Yuna asked. This price was indeed high, but as long as Li Chen needed it, Yuna would continue to bid to secure it. Melis was silent for a moment before speaking. This guy is indeed asking for too much, it's somewhat unwise. Li Chen wants to secure this spirit-nourishing pill, it should be for its longevity effect. Forget it, let's not bid anymore. We can just refine the life spring pill for Li Chen later. As the queen of the Dark Elves, Melis knew some methods for refining longevity pills. This was a secret technique of the Dark Elf clan. Yuna nodded at this, then frowned slightly. Li Chen is so young, why would he need a longevity pill? Has he suffered some serious injury that has affected his life source, causing his lifespan to shorten, which is why he needs a longevity pill? Mom, I remember the life spring pill can extend life by a maximum of 5 years, is that enough? Melis looked at Yuna and rolled her eyes, saying, is 5 years not enough? What do you want? Why don't you give him your primordialine body? That could add 10 years to his life. Yuna's face instantly turned red, and she shyly replied, Mom, what are you saying? Melis laughed. What? Don't you want to help your classmate Li Chen? I'm just giving you an idea. Yuna's face flushed even more. If you keep this up, I won't talk to you at all. Melis chuckled but ultimately said nothing more. Outside, only Lu Tiancheng's bidding voice remained, and Yuna stopped making bids. Inside the private room, Lu Tiancheng's expression was somewhat unpleasant. This price was already a bit too much for him. His small treasury had been drained. He had originally planned to wait until the 8th private room to bid and then stop. With such a high price, not bidding would save face, and he could say he was being rational. However, the other party had stopped bidding. Such a price made him look like a big fool. With the main auctioneer's 3 strikes of the gavel, the spirit-nourishing pill belonged to Lu Tiancheng. Congratulations, young Master Lu, for acquiring this spirit-nourishing pill, said Li Yuhong, who was beside him, smiling at Lu Tiancheng. Li Xiaoman also chimed in, young Master Lu is truly impressive. To take this spirit pill just like that, whoever becomes young Master Lu's woman will be incredibly lucky. Their words slightly improved Lu Tiancheng's mood, and he laughed heartily. The price of this spirit-nourishing pill has been driven up quite a bit, but I'm happy today, so paying a little extra isn't bad. Giving himself a way out, Lu Tiancheng's gaze fell on Li Menghan. Seeing Li Menghan still unmoved, Lu Tiancheng snorted coldly in his heart. Just keep pretending. When the time comes and I put this spirit-nourishing pill in front of you, I don't believe you won't be tempted. At that time, I will have to vent my frustrations. As the main auctioneer finished his closing remarks, the auction came to an end, and many guests began to leave. There would be a banquet later, and most people would attend before leaving. After all, for most, this auction was just a social gathering. As Li Chen and Xinyara walked out of the private room, they bumped into Lu Tiancheng and his group coming out. Lu Tiancheng looked at Li Chen and Xinyara, then glanced at the somewhat displeased Chu Minghan beside him, and a smile appeared on his face as he walked directly towards them. Yarrow, I was wondering why I hadn't seen you. Turns out you were in this private room. This must be the friend who was bidding earlier, right? What do we call you? Seeing Lu Tiancheng and his group, Xinyara frowned. However, since they were from the Lu family in the capital, she had to give them some face. Young Master Lu, this is my friend Li Chen. Lu Tiancheng smiled upon hearing this, but instead of looking at Li Chen, he began to speak sarcastically. Yarrow, although we aren't old acquaintances, we do know each other. I must tell you, there are many men nowadays who only know how to sweet-talk women, aiming to achieve class crossover. To put it bluntly, aren't these people just like ducks? Yarrow, you need to keep your eyes open and see the people around you clearly. Don't let others deceive you. As he spoke, Lu Tiancheng shot a glance at Li Chen, the implication obvious. Then, before Xinyara could respond, Lu Tiancheng continued, Yarrow, I remember you used to hang out with Minghan all the time. Why are you two separated today? Lu Tiancheng's tone was joking, as if Xinyara and Chu Minghan had been a couple before. Chu Minghan's eyes lit up, realizing that Lu Tiancheng was trying to help him. However, Lu Tiancheng wasn't genuinely trying to help Chu Minghan. He simply wanted to show off. Isn't it easy for you, Chu Minghan, to deal with this Shin Yalong? If I help you, won't it prove how capable he is? However, Lu Tiancheng underestimated Shin Yalong. Hearing Lu Tiancheng's words, Shin Yalong could no longer hold back and coldly said, Young Master Lu, I have no relationship with Chu Minghan. We have never played together, let alone talk about separating or not. I kindly ask young Master Lu not to say such misleading things in the future. Lu Tiancheng's smile froze on his face, then he laughed heartily. Yalong, you misunderstood, I was just... Before Lu Tiancheng could finish, Shin Yalong directly interrupted him. There is no misunderstanding, I was just reminding young Master Lu. Lu Tiancheng's expression darkened completely, and he pointed directly at Li Chen beside him. Is it for this man that you speak to me like this, Yalong? Li Chen couldn't help but sneer. Speak to you like this? What? Is there a special procedure for talking to you? Lu Tiancheng scolded directly. I am talking to Yalong. Do you have a place to speak here? Oh, what a big tone. Who is this? So domineering, not even allowing others to speak. A crisp voice came, and everyone turned to look, their eyes revealing a hint of surprise. It was actually two dark elves. Yuna and Melis walked over, with Yuna looking at Lu Tiancheng in a sarcastic manner. Lu Tiancheng's face turned completely ugly. He didn't expect that one after another, people would disrespect him like this. However, feeling the aura of the two in front of him, Lu Tiancheng unusually did not get angry, because one of the dark elves had a very strong aura, probably a top expert. Regarding other races, humans have always had policies. As long as they integrate into human society, these other races will be granted good status. One of these two dark elves had a strong aura, and the status obtained among humans must be very high. At least on the surface, even as a young master of the Lu family, he could not pressure the two. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to disrupting the peace policy between humans and other races, and even the Lu family would not be able to protect him then. Li Chen, are you okay? Yuna looked at Li Chen with concern. Li Chen shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Seeing this, Lu Tiancheng's expression became even uglier. He didn't expect that Li Chen would be so popular with women, even getting help from this dark elf. After a cold snort, Lu Tiancheng chose to turn and leave downstairs. Seeing this, Li Xiaoman and the others hurriedly followed. Li Menghan glanced at Li Chen, knowing that this was not a place to talk, sighed, and also left. Shin Yalong looked at Yuna in front of her, feeling an inexplicable sense of crisis rising in her heart, and asked Li Chen, who is this? Li Chen replied, oh, her name is Yuna, she is also our classmate, but she just joined Jinling Academy, and this is her mother, Melis. Shin Yalong nodded and greeted the two in front of her. Just as the four were about to chat for a while, a piercing alarm suddenly rang throughout the villa. Hearing the shrill alarm, the expressions of Li Chen and the others changed. This is the highest level alarm, which means the situation is very dangerous. What exactly is happening that would trigger such an alarm? Shin Yalong's expression was somewhat flustered, This highest level alarm even indicated that the entire villa was about to be breached. What kind of commotion could trigger such an alarm? Just as she was thinking, the door to the hall on the first floor suddenly closed, and the defense forces outside the villa were fully mobilized, starting to deploy around. The people who had just left the auction and were preparing to attend the banquet were also stunned for a moment, and then hearing the piercing alarm, they began to discuss among themselves. What's going on? Why did the alarm suddenly go off? I don't know. Could it be that some thief wants to come in and steal some auction item and got discovered? No, something's not right. This is the highest level of alarm. As soon as it sounds, it means that this villa is facing an unstoppable danger. Accompanied by murmurs, the crowd below began to panic. Soon, a figure rushed in from outside, crashing through the second-floor window and appearing before everyone. It was Shin Shohan. At this moment, Shin Shohan's expression was grave as she quickly addressed the crowd. Everyone, we are in big trouble. For some unknown reason, a wave of beasts is brewing outside the city, and it has gone undetected. The beast tide has suddenly erupted, breaking through the city defenses, and is now heading this way. The speed of the beast tide is fast, it will soon surround us. It's too late to evacuate. We can only strengthen our defenses here and wait for reinforcements. Everyone, do not panic, and do not run around. The only way we can survive is to unite. Hearing Shin Shohan's words, the crowd fell silent, unable to believe that such a thing could happen. A beast tide? How could there be a beast tide here? Although it's the suburbs, this is still within the city. Yes, what is the city defense department doing? How could they let the beast tide break in? What about the military district? What are they doing? The beast tide is not easy to resist. How can we fight back? The crowd was in an uproar, with some doubting the existence of a beast tide while others were in a state of panic. At that moment, everyone felt the sky darken. Looking up, they saw the monsters. A sea of monsters. A massive number of monsters suddenly surged into view from the distance, flying creatures obscuring the sky, while many more appeared on the ground, resembling a wave of black. The beast tide, also known as the monster tide. It refers to a wave formed by a large number of monsters attacking. In the early stages of a monster's arrival, a monster tide can occur at any moment, causing significant losses each time. However, now, the defensive forces of major cities are well equipped, and teams regularly go out to hunt monsters to prevent their numbers from becoming too great and forming a tide. Although this villa hosting the auction is located in the suburbs, how could a monster tide appear? Setting aside the strangeness of its formation, the fact that it could break through the city defenses is hard to believe. No wonder everyone was so shocked. Li Chen frowned as he looked at the multitude of monsters outside. The monster tide was coming too quickly. Just as Shin Shohan said, it was already too late to escape. Even if they had flying mounts, recklessly flying out would likely attract the attention of these airborne monsters, and if they were caught, it would be disastrous. At this moment, the best course of action was to stay here, relying on the defensive strength available, and hold out until reinforcements arrived. Regardless of how this monster tide appeared and broke through to this place, a large amount of support would surely arrive quickly. After all, this was Linen City, and the higher-ups would not allow a large-scale monster tide to appear within the city. If the city defense is the first line of defense, then the second line would soon be established, and it would definitely be able to block this monster tide. Unfortunately, their location was likely outside the second line of defense, as the monster tide was already closing in. All they could do now was to hold out for as long as possible, waiting for reinforcements. Witnessing a large number of monsters rushing in, the crowd erupted into chaos, with various noises filling the air. Most of the people who came to attend the auction were either wealthy or noble, and many of the younger generation had never encountered such a scene, causing them to panic. Seeing this, Shin Shohan frowned slightly and then shouted, "Silence!" Shin Shohan still had some authority, and upon hearing her words, the surrounding noise gradually quieted down. Everyone, don't panic. The defensive power here is quite good and should be able to hold until reinforcements arrive. The information from the earlier scouting has also come back. Although there are many monsters in this magic tide, the number of high-level monsters is not that great. Those above level 40 will come with me to hunt high-level monsters and reduce the pressure we are about to face from the monsters here. The rest will rely on the defensive power here to kill as many monsters as possible and hold on until reinforcements arrive. Shin Shohan, having experienced many large-scale situations, quickly analyzed the situation in just a few sentences. Listening to Shin Shohan, everyone around nodded in agreement. Those above level 40 stood up one after another, ready to join Shin Shohan in hunting high-level monsters. Those who could reach level 40 had also gone through some significant challenges. They understood that Shin Shohan's approach was correct. They had to eliminate some high-level monsters in advance to prevent them from attacking here. Otherwise, the destruction caused by these high-level monsters would be catastrophic. Whether for themselves or for the younger generation, they had to do this. After briefly advising their juniors, those above level 40 followed Shinshohan's lead and quickly rushed out of the villa, charging into the approaching magic tide. Soon, Shinshohan and the others disappeared into the magic tide ahead, like a drop of water entering the ocean, quickly vanishing without a trace. The remaining people in the villa were mostly young individuals, and everyone began to calm their minds. At this moment, various protective measures outside the villa were also activated. Buzz! The defensive array at the four corners of the villa was directly activated, forming a massive protective shield that enveloped the entire villa. Then, two defensive towers quickly rose, with lines glowing on them, and several attacks burst forth towards the approaching magic tide. Boom! A large number of attacks landed in the magic tide ahead, producing muffled sounds as they killed many monsters. However, the monsters behind quickly covered the areas of the fallen monsters, and the magic tide seemed to have only been partially dispersed, quickly restoring itself. As the tide of monsters, resembling a wave, drew closer, everyone's mood became tense. Bang! Finally, with a muffled sound, the magic tide approached, and the monsters at the front directly slammed into the protective shield. In an instant, a large number of monsters were blocked by the shield's defensive power, their flesh quickly disintegrating and splattering against the shield. However, the monsters continued to surge forward, seemingly endless, repeatedly crashing into the protective shield, producing a series of muffled sounds. Li Chen furrowed his brows. He knew that if these monsters continued to assault the protective shield, it wouldn't hold for long. Once the shield shattered, they would be overwhelmed by a massive number of monsters. At that point, it was very likely they would be left with nothing but bones. Without hesitation, Li Chen shouted, "We can't just sit here and wait for death. Everyone, let's go out and use our strength to kill these monsters and prevent them from excessively impacting the protective shield." After saying this, Li Chen headed straight for the outside of the villa. Shinyaru and Yuna did not hesitate and immediately followed behind Li Chen. Li Menghan paused for just a moment before quickly catching up. The others hesitated for a moment but soon followed suit. They all understood that they could not allow these monsters to crash into them. After all, there was still the protective shield outside, they just needed to use ranged attacks to kill the attacking monsters. Lu Tiancheng looked at Li Chen's back, his fists clenched tightly. Damn it, this guy actually made this happen. He had been a bit nervous just now, it should have been him to speak up, yet this guy had beaten him to it. Beside him, Xu Minghan also snorted coldly, clearly displeased with Li Chen's earlier showboating. At that moment, Li Yuhong, who was nearby, turned his eyes slightly and said, "Young Master Lu, young Master Chu, this is a great opportunity for both of you to shine. Think about it, we are in a critical moment right now. If both of you can step in and turn the situation around, then my second sister and Miss Shin will definitely see you in a new light. After all, which girl hasn't fantasized about a Prince Charming saving her from a predicament?" Upon hearing this, Lu Tiancheng and Xu Minghan were both taken aback, then a smile appeared on their faces as they quickly made their way outside. Once they stepped out of the villa, they could feel the overwhelming pressure of the demonic tide. The countless demonic creatures seemed to be ready to engulf everything. Without the protective barrier, they probably wouldn't last long before being directly overwhelmed by so many demonic beings. Li Chen didn't hesitate and immediately summoned the Qinglong and the others. The Emperor of the Underworld was also summoned by Li Chen. For others, this was a disaster, but for Li Chen, it was also an opportunity to level up the Emperor of the Underworld. Once the Qinglong emerged, they quickly launched an attack on the demonic creatures outside. A massive amount of black flame dragon breath was spewed from the Qinglong's mouth, rapidly heading towards the demonic creatures and instantly covering a large area. The black flames had a strong adhesion. Once they clung to these demonic beings, they were difficult to extinguish. The demonic creatures outside the protective barrier were themselves demonic beings, and after being tainted by the black flames, in their panic, these black flames spread further, attaching to even more demonic creatures. With so many demonic beings, it was the perfect opportunity for the black flame dragon breath to shine. Meanwhile, the Kuei Long also unleashed a series of thunderous attacks. It then spewed out a large amount of thunder liquid, directly covering a vast area of demonic creatures, instantly killing many of them. Just as Shin Shohan had said, although the number of these demonic creatures was large, their ranks and levels were not very high. The Swan and I charged directly into the fray, constantly maneuvering among the demonic horde. After killing the demonic creatures, the splattering and obliterating force continuously erupted, clearing away a large number of surrounding demonic beings. After slaying the demonic creatures, the Swan and I frequently entered a state of soul concealment, evading a large number of attacks, and even amidst the tide of demonic creatures, it moved with ease, like a swimming dragon. The Emperor of the Underworld had few long-range attack methods, but as he raised the black scythe in his hand, a storm quickly began to gather in front of him. Skill, Soul Storm, detonate the power of the undead, forming a soul storm that sweeps away all enemies in front, dealing 130% damage and adding a layer of Soul Curse effect. Soul Curse effect takes 20% of its own soul damage per second, lasting 10 seconds. The soul storm coalesced and swept forward. In the midst of the demonic tide, there was no need to aim. The soul storm engulfed a large number of demonic creatures, dealing one-time damage while adding the soul curse effect. After the soul storm passed, most of the demonic creatures could only hold on for 2 or 3 seconds before dying, and even some of the stronger ones only lasted 7 or 8 seconds before quickly collapsing to the ground. The damage from the soul curse effect was simply too powerful. Without any soul defense measures, they would soon be killed. Watching Li Chen summon such powerful summoned beasts, those around fell silent. After the conflict between Li Chen and Chu Minghan, even those who previously didn't know Li Chen quickly learned about him. The top scorer of the college entrance examination. The first place in the freshman competition between Qingbei University and Jinling Academy. These titles astonished some, but many others looked down on them. After all, most of them were elites, naturally unwilling to accept others. Moreover, no matter how impressive Li Chen was, he was just a freshman, so most people didn't take Li Chen seriously. But at this moment, seeing Li Chen fight alongside the summoned beast he had called forth, everyone was shocked. No way? This Li Chen's summoned beast is actually this strong? Every time it attacks, it can kill a whole bunch of monsters? What kind of monster is this? A freshman? I'm afraid even third-year students might not be able to reach this level. Is the gold content of this year's college entrance examination champion really that high? It's simply terrifying. Is this really the weakest combat profession, the summoner? This completely shatters my understanding. If the summoned beasts summoned by summoners are all like this, how can other professions compete with summoners? Don't be heartbroken, it's not the summoner who's strong, but this Li Chen. Who knows if he's just lucky to summon such a powerful beast? Watching Li Chen's summoned beast fight, many people, while shocked, revealed envious expressions in their eyes. How wonderful it would be to have such a powerful summoned beast. After a brief moment of shock, others also quickly took action, starting to kill these monsters rapidly to prevent them from excessively attacking the defensive barrier. Not far away, Chu Minghan and Lu Tiancheng saw the combat power of Li Chen's summoned beast, and their expressions darkened. They clearly hadn't expected Li Chen's summoned beast to be this strong. Li Yuhong's face was even darker. After the last freshman competition, Li Yuhong realized clearly that he was no longer a match for Li Chen, and the gap was only widening. No matter how hard he tried, it seemed that the distance between him and this guy was only increasing. This made Li Yuhong feel very unwilling, but he had no way to change it. Looking at Chu Minghan and Lu Tiancheng beside him, Li Yuhong understood that relying solely on himself was no longer enough. He needed to drag these two down with him and use them to eliminate Li Chen. Otherwise, once Li Chen fully grew, he might not be able to suppress this guy. If he wanted revenge then, he would be finished. Chu Minghan and Lu Tiancheng also quickly took action. They didn't want to be outdone by Li Chen. Chu Minghan was a warrior, wielding a heavy broadsword. He charged directly to the edge of the defensive barrier, raised his broadsword, and slashed at the monsters outside. A flash of blade light passed, and a large number of monsters were directly cut in half, blood instantly splattering everywhere. Swinging his broadsword again, another wave of monsters fell to the ground. After all, Chu Minghan served in the military district, and his level was already very high. Moreover, being able to graduate from college while surpassing his peers proved his potential was also extremely high, and the combat power he displayed was exceptionally fierce. Lu Tiancheng, seeing this, was also unwilling to be outdone. A staff appeared in his hand, and with a wave, several wind blades shot forward rapidly, killing a large number of monsters. Lu Tiancheng was actually a rare wind mage. Swinging his staff again, a fierce wind quickly gathered, sweeping forward and directly lifting and throwing the monsters ahead. The area in front was instantly cleared. Just as Li Chen and the others were fighting hard to kill the monsters rushing towards the defensive barrier, outside Linen City, on the city wall, several figures stood quietly, calmly watching the tide of monsters sweeping towards the city. Soon, a figure in a black robe rushed over and knelt on the ground. All the city guards have been killed, leaving not a single survivor. The tide of monsters is sweeping as expected. The leading figure nodded and then spoke, "The task is complete. Return to report to the Holy Master." After speaking, he waved his arm, and the space ahead rippled rapidly, creating a spatial gate out of thin air. The figures entered in a line, quickly disappearing into the gate. Once the last figure crossed the threshold, the gate closed instantly. A gust of wind swept through, and the city walls fell silent, as if nothing had happened. Outside the defensive barrier, a considerable number of monsters had been slain, piling up outside. However, the number of monsters surrounding them was still significant. These monsters appeared frenzied, devoid of any rationality, their bloodshot eyes fixated on Li Chen and the others within the barrier, as if they wanted to devour them alive. Nevertheless, Li Chen and his companions' attacks effectively thwarted the monsters' assaults, significantly reducing the damage to the barrier. During this process, Li Chen's level as the Underworld Emperor was continuously rising, quickly reaching level 10. There was no choice, the sheer number of monsters around was overwhelming. With area attacks, many monsters fell, providing a wealth of experience for leveling up. Meanwhile, as Li Chen observed the increasing lifespan and soul fragments of the monsters, a smile appeared on his face. At this growth rate, he would soon be able to summon new summoned beasts. Moreover, the artifact's level could also be enhanced. Li Chen's speed in slaying monsters left those around him in awe. However, not far away, Chu Minghan and Lu Tianchang were equally impressive, having killed a significant number of monsters as well. Although most of Chu Minghan's attacks were melee, each strike was powerful enough to take down numerous monsters. Serving in the military district and quickly rising through the ranks, Chu Minghan could be considered a battle fanatic. Growing more courageous with each fight, he even charged out of the defensive barrier, wielding a strange blade, and began to continuously slay the surrounding monsters. Lu Tianchang, beside him, was even more exaggerated. He frequently raised his staff, unleashing gusts of wind or blades of wind that surged forward, clearing a vast area of monsters in an instant. Although the monsters quickly replenished the area, it was enough to demonstrate Lu Tianchang's might. Seeing this, Li Xiaoman remarked, "Young Master Lu and Young Master Chu are truly impressive. In such circumstances, they can achieve this level. They are indeed the best of the younger generation." Li Yuhang echoed, "Indeed, if it weren't for Young Master Lu and Young Master Chu, we would have likely been overwhelmed by this tide of monsters. This is truly a life-saving grace. We must repay it with all our might in the future." The people around them began to praise Lu Tianchang and Chu Minghan. "Indeed, thanks to Young Master Lu and Young Master Chu, without you two, we would have found it difficult to cope this time." "Absolutely, I am grateful for your assistance. Once we survive today, I must properly thank you both." "Thank you so much. If either of you needs anything in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. We will do our utmost to help." Hearing the chatter around her, Shinyaro could not help but exclaim, "Are you all blind? Look at how many monsters Li Chen has killed, yet none of you have praised him. Lu Tianchang and Chu Minghan together have only killed a few more than Li Chen, and you all are singing their praises?" Yuna also scoffed, "I would think you all are blind, unable to see Li Chen slaying monsters." Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes flickered, but they remained silent. They were well aware that Li Chen's summoned beasts had killed a significant number of monsters. But so what? They were primarily concerned with social connections. Whether it was Lu Tianchang or Chu Minghan, having either of them as allies would be beneficial to them. As for Li Chen, aside from being a bit stronger, what else was there? Thus, they naturally valued their relationships with Lu Tianchang and Chu Minghan more. Li Chen waved his hand, signaling Shinyaring and the others not to be angry over such matters. He himself did not care about others' opinions. Shinyaring and Yuna snorted coldly and turned back to continue slaying the monsters outside. Given this trend, Li Chen and the others could hold out for quite a while. After all, the monsters were being continuously slain, and the damage to the defensive barrier from the surrounding tide of monsters had significantly decreased. With the speed of city support, it was no problem for Li Chen and the others to wait safely for reinforcements. However, at that moment, an unusual movement suddenly came from the tide of monsters ahead. The tide surged, and a massive bull-headed monster flew through a large number of monsters, appearing in everyone's sight. This bull-headed monster was enormous, its body covered in rare white fur, and on its large bull head, two horns gleamed with a sharp luster. Upon seeing this bull-headed monster, Li Chen and the others all turned grim. This aura was that of a 30-plus level 7-star monster. Hadn't Shin Xiuhan and the others gone to intercept high-level monsters? It seemed this bull-headed creature was a fish that slipped through the net. The bull-headed monster that appeared was like the surrounding monsters, its eyes blood-red and devoid of reason. As soon as it appeared, it charged straight towards the defensive barrier. Boom! The massive, sharp horns collided with the defensive barrier, instantly producing a muffled sound. Crack, crack, crack. Then, a grinding sound came, and under the terrified gazes of the crowd, cracks began to appear on the surface of the defensive barrier. The defensive barrier is going to be broken. A sharp voice rang out, causing everyone's expressions to change drastically. However, before anyone could react, the bull-headed monster charged again towards the defensive barrier. Bang! The already cracked defensive barrier suffered another blow, and the cracks shattered completely. The entire defensive barrier collapsed in an instant, leaving everyone exposed in the air without any protection. At that moment, the air seemed to fall silent. Fear quickly spread across the faces of those around. Some people turned to flee back into the villa behind them. At that moment, it seemed that only the building behind could provide them with a sense of security. However, the next moment, a tide of monsters surged in, quickly knocking these people to the ground and opening their mouths to bite at them. In an instant, screams echoed around, sending chills down everyone's spine. Lich furrowed his brows tightly, and without any hesitation, he ordered the Azure Dragon and the others to regroup. The Xuanwu stood at the forefront, blocking the tide of monsters. The Azure Dragon and Kuei Long flanked the sides, while the Swan and I continuously killed the monsters trying to attack. The Emperor of the Underworld was by Li Chen's side, slaying any monsters that broke through. Under Li Chen's command, several summoned beasts formed a safety circle, protecting Li Chen, Xinyering, and Yuna within. However, for the others around, Li Chen truly had no ability to support them. Just then, a gust of wind began to blow nearby. Then, this wind suddenly spread, directly toppling a large number of monsters. Lu Tiancheng had made his move. At the moment the defensive barrier shattered, Lu Tiancheng knew he had to bring out his trump card. Otherwise, he would die in this tide of monsters. He took out a purple leaf from his spatial ring, hesitated for a moment, and then swallowed it. This was the Divine Recovery Leaf, a special spiritual material found in a deep abyss world. After consumption, it could briefly unleash immense potential within the body, allowing the user to enter a state of divine recovery. In this state, the user could wield power exceeding 5 times their own, making them incredibly strong. However, there was a cost. The effect of the Divine Recovery Leaf would last for half an hour. After half an hour, the user would enter a weakened state, losing nearly all combatability. The most important thing is that consuming the Divine Su Leaf can harm the essence of life, leaving behind injuries that are difficult to repair. Therefore, this was Lu Tiancheng's last resort. He would absolutely not use it unless it was absolutely necessary. But now, it had come to a matter of life and death, and he had to resort to this method. After the Divine Su Leaf entered his stomach, Lu Tiancheng felt a tremendous power surging from within his body, quickly releasing throughout his limbs and bones. Without any hesitation, Lu Tiancheng raised the staff in his hand. A massive tornado instantly formed, then split into 6, rapidly sweeping outwards. The surrounding monsters were directly swept away, flung into the air by these 6 tornadoes. Lu Tiancheng's immediate vicinity was suddenly empty, creating a safe zone. The people around Lu Tiancheng also benefited from this, finding temporary safety. Young Master Lu. Impressive. Only you could wield such a method. I never expected young Master Lu to still have strength left. You are truly formidable. Thank you for saving my life, young Master Lu. As long as we can get through this safely, I will definitely repay you with all my might. The people Lu Tiancheng had inadvertently saved expressed their gratitude to him. If their earlier praise had been somewhat insincere, now their compliments were heartfelt. After all, the images of others being bitten and devoured by monsters were still fresh in their minds. Lu Tiancheng ignored the flattery around him. The sudden surge of power required his full control. Moreover, Lu Tiancheng knew that even with this enhanced strength, it was still impossible for him to eliminate the surrounding monsters. He could only use his power to construct a defense and hold out until help arrived. With this in mind, Lu Tiancheng carefully controlled his power, keeping the 6 tornadoes circling around him, fixed in place. Then, he continuously infused power into the 6 tornadoes, maintaining them as a barrier. Any monster attempting to rush in was swept away by these 6 tornadoes. After completing all this, Lu Tiancheng finally let out a sigh of relief. However, he still did not let his guard down. After all, the bull-headed monster was still out there. Lu Tiancheng quickly searched for the location of the bull-headed monster and soon found it. Upon seeing where the bull-headed monster was, Lu Tiancheng was momentarily stunned, then a smile appeared on his face. The bull-headed monster was actually near Li Chen and the others. Although Li Chen's summoned beast was powerful, it probably wouldn't be able to hold out against the bull-headed monster for long. If that creature could perish in the tide of monsters, that would be wonderful. Over on Li Chen's side, seeing the bull-headed monster charging towards them, a bitter smile appeared on Li Chen's face. His luck was too bad. He had been targeted by this bull-headed monster. However, Li Chen was not afraid at all and directly commanded the Yomi Emperor beside him to take action. The Azure Dragon and the others were busy blocking the monsters in the surrounding tide and couldn't spare any hands, so they could only let the Yomi Emperor act. At this moment, the Yomi Emperor had reached level 13, with significant improvements in its 4 basic attributes. As a summoned beast with a qualification of 20, every level gained brought substantial enhancements to the Yomi Emperor. Now, the Yomi Emperor was fully capable of facing the bull-headed monster. Under Li Chen's command, a pitch-black armor appeared on the Yomi Emperor. Yomi Soul Armor. With the protection of the Yomi soul armor, the Yomi Emperor's defense was greatly enhanced. Then, the Yomi Emperor's body quickly vanished. Yomi Stealth. Skill, Yomi Stealth. The body enters the Yomi realm, becoming undetectable by entities with spiritual power less than 3 times its own. The first strike after emerging from the Yomi realm deals double damage. Soon, the figure of the Underworld Emperor emerged from behind the bull-headed demon. At this moment, the bull-headed demon, like the surrounding demons, had entered a frenzied state, its perception greatly diminished, completely unaware of the Underworld Emperor's presence behind it. Without any hesitation, the Underworld Emperor swung the Underworld Soul Scythe in his hand, striking down towards the bull-headed demon's neck. This blow, coming from the Underworld, could directly deal double damage. With a single strike, it opened a wound on the bull-headed demon's neck. A scream erupted from the demon, causing it to rage once more. The Underworld Emperor did not hesitate. He swung the Underworld Soul Scythe again. Underworld Strike. Skill, Underworld Strike, mobilizes all the body's strength to unleash the strongest blow, dealing 500% damage and adding a soul curse effect, with a cooldown of half an hour. This was the Underworld Emperor's most powerful attack. The strike landed, but the enraged bull-headed demon dodged its neck, and the blow struck its back instead. Instantly, the demon's back was torn open, blood gushing forth. The bull-headed demon seemed to fall into complete frenzy, attacking wildly in all directions. The damage from the soul curse drove the bull-headed demon even more insane. Li Chen raised an eyebrow. Just this one strike had taken half the life of the bull-headed demon. Unfortunately, this Underworld Emperor's attack had a cooldown of half an hour. Otherwise, using Underworld Strike again would surely have killed the bull-headed demon quickly. Not far away, Lu Tiancheng was stunned by the scene. Although he already knew that Li Chen's summoned beast was quite strong, the Underworld Emperor's action still shocked him. However, just as Lu Tiancheng was considering whether to secretly trip this guy, the bull-headed demon underwent a transformation. It seemed unable to bear the pain, letting out a long howl towards the sky. Then, its body suddenly swelled. In the next moment, it exploded. Boom! The entire body of the bull-headed demon exploded violently, and a massive wave of energy instantly splattered out. Li Chen was horrified. He did not expect this bull-headed demon to be so crazy. But then again, in the tide of demons, creatures generally lost their rationality and entered a special frenzied state. Without time to think too much, Li Chen quickly ordered Xuanwu to turn its body and block in front. The immense force instantly erupted and spread, covering the surrounding area. Most of the explosive force was blocked by Xuanwu, but a small wave of energy still reached Li Chen and the others. Li Chen, Shinyaro, and Yuna all used their abilities to defend. Lu Tiancheng and the others were caught off guard, their hearts tightening instinctively. After all, the power generated by a self-detonation of a demon of this level and rank was quite terrifying. Everyone prepared to use their means of defense, but then they found that the residual waves of the explosion seemed to have been completely blocked. The area where Li Chen was located was directly engulfed in smoke and dust. Seeing this, Li Xiaoman revealed a smirk of schadenfreude. It's finally this guy's turn to be unlucky, directly blown to death by self-detonation. A smile also appeared on Chu Mingyan's face, but then the smile froze. Shinyaro was still over there with Li Chen. Li Menghan's face showed a hint of anxiety as she stepped forward, wanting to go over. Li Yuhong quickly grabbed Li Menghan's hand, looking concerned. "Second sister, what are you doing?" Li Menghan shook off Li Yuhong's hand anxiously. "Don't hold me back. Can't you see Li Chen is in trouble? Hurry up and help." "You stop right there." Yang Chuanhon's voice came, looking at Li Menghan with a face full of disappointment. "What are you going over for? Li Chen is no longer one of us from the Li family. Besides, if it weren't for young Master Lu's protection, we would have been overwhelmed by the tide of demons long ago. Are you going over there to seek death? Okay." Li Menghan felt a surge of anxiety in her heart and was about to speak when she was interrupted by Lu Tiancheng. "Menghan, just listen to Auntie. It's too dangerous outside. It's already good enough that we can protect ourselves. At this time, self-preservation is the priority. I believe Li Chen has his own fortune and will be fine." Before Lu Tiancheng could finish his sentence, the smoke and dust ahead slowly dissipated, revealing Li Chen and the others. Seeing that Li Chen and his group were unharmed, Lu Tiancheng's expression instantly darkened. What a jinx he was. Cough. Li Chen coughed lightly, his brow furrowing slightly. Although most of the explosion's energy was blocked by Xuanwu, the remaining shockwave still caused him some injury. Shinyaro and Yuna beside him were in a similar situation, both sustaining minor injuries, but nothing too serious. However, the most important concern was the summoned beasts. Xuanwu's defensive power was still very strong. Although it had absorbed most of the self-explosion's energy, it only suffered light injuries. But the situation for Qinglong and the others was not so good. Qinglong was somewhat better off, with higher defense, suffering injuries that were more serious than light but not reaching the level of heavy injury. Swan and I was in a similar situation, as Li Chen had linked with it and fed it a large amount of abyss essence and enhancement pills, giving it quite a high defense. However, Kuei Long's situation was more dire, having sustained heavy injuries. The Emperor of the Underworld was in the best condition, as he was close to Li Chen and only suffered some minor injuries from the shockwave. The self-explosion of the bull-headed monster had also caused a significant pause in the attacks of the surrounding monsters. But soon, these monsters quickly swarmed in to fill the space left by the bull-headed monster's explosion, continuing their frenzied assault. The self-explosion of this bull-headed monster is quite powerful, Shinyaro frowned and said. Logically speaking, although the bull-headed monster was of a high level and rank, it shouldn't be able to self-explode with such great power. Yuna pondered for a moment and then spoke. In the tide of monsters, some creatures can undergo mutations. This bull-headed monster should be one of those cases, increasing its self-explosion power. Shinyaro looked at Li Chen's summoned beasts, her expression somewhat grim. Li Chen, can your summoned beasts hold on? Shinyaro could see that Li Chen's summoned beasts had all sustained some injuries. With so many monsters attacking, she wondered if Li Chen's summoned beasts could withstand it. Yuna's brow was also tightly furrowed as she said, if it really comes to that, we can only choose to break through. Li Chen shook his head at her words. No, breaking through would consume too much energy, and now the tide of monsters has surrounded us. If we choose the wrong direction to break through, it would be easy to be exhausted in the tide. Staying in place to block is the best choice. Whether the tide of monsters surges past or we wait for reinforcements, there is hope. Shinyaro nodded, agreeing. But just now, Li Chen's summoned beasts should be able to hold on until reinforcements arrived. But now, how much longer could Li Chen's summoned beasts last? While she was thinking, Li Minghan's voice came from the side. Li Chen, hurry over here, we can defend together and definitely hold on until reinforcements arrive. Li Chen and the others turned around to see a region surrounded by 6 tornadoes not far away. They hadn't noticed before, but it turned out Lu Tiancheng and the others had means to endure in this tide of monsters. Hearing Li Minghan's words, Lu Tiancheng's face darkened. He could hold on by himself and had no need for Li Chen and the others to come over. Letting them die in this tide of monsters was exactly what Lu Tiancheng wanted to see. But in front of Li Minghan, he couldn't show it. Thinking of this, Lu Tiancheng could only give Li Yuhong a glance. Li Yuhong understood immediately and said, why let them come over? They are quite proud, not even recognizing our Li family. Would they come crawling to ask for help? Li Yuhong deliberately misrepresented the situation, saying that Li Chen and the others had come to seek help against the demon tide, just to provoke Li Chen into not coming. Li Xiaoman also spoke up. Exactly, does he deserve it? How did he just confront young Master Lu? Now he still has the face to seek refuge under young Master Lu? Chu Minghan looked at Shinyaro and said, Yaro, you can come over, but those two guys have no right to. Lu Tiancheng saw that the timing was right and looked at Li Chen. Li Chen, although you were very disrespectful to me just now, for Minghan's sake, I can give you a chance to come over. But you must apologize to uncle and aunt. I absolutely will not help someone who is unfilial to their parents. Lu Tiancheng spoke with righteous indignation, giving face to Li Minghan while also considering her parents. After speaking, Lu Tiancheng wore a proud expression, eager to see how Li Chen would choose. From what he understood, Li Chen had already severed ties with the Li family, so asking him to apologize to Li Minghan's parents was no different from humiliating him. Even if he chose to apologize, it would still be a way to vent his anger. However, Lu Tiancheng then saw Li Chen looking at them with a strange expression. Did I say I wanted to go over? Did I say I wanted to go over? Li Chen's calm words left everyone stunned. To everyone, Li Chen's summoned beast was indeed very strong, but it had already been injured in the earlier explosion of the bull-headed demon and could not hold out for long. Although Lu Tiancheng did not know why he suddenly possessed such great power, he could definitely last longer than Li Chen. If Li Chen wanted to survive, he had to seek Lu Tiancheng's protection. In the face of survival, was face still important? But they never expected Li Chen would say such a thing. Did I say I wanted to go over? It was as if Lu Tiancheng and the others were clowns. He had no intention of going over at all. TCH, even at this time, still pretending, can't he let it go? I think so, after all, he is the top scorer in the college entrance examination, proud and arrogant. How could he seek protection from Lu Tiancheng after confronting him? I think he's just putting on a brave face. When his summoned beast can't hold out any longer, he'll definitely come over with a shameless face, just wait and see. The crowd under Lu Tiancheng's protection began to discuss, most believing that Li Chen was just being stubborn. Chu Minghan looked at Shinyaro and said, Yaro, don't stay with this stubborn guy, hurry over. Young Master Lu can definitely protect us. Shinyaro glanced at Chu Minghan and then coldly said, even if I drown in the demon tide with Li Chen, I won't go over. Chu Minghan was momentarily taken aback, his expression growing darker. What was so good about Li Chen that made Shinyara treat him this way? Yuna's gaze flickered as she stood behind Li Chen without any movement. After the experience in the undead world's secret realm, Yuna had a certain understanding of Li Chen. She knew in her heart that if Li Chen didn't have any corresponding means, he wouldn't be so relaxed. Li Chen indeed had means. Not to mention that he still had skills he hadn't used. Just the ability of the Underworld Emperor was enough to handle this situation. That was the skill learned with the help of the undead metal. Undead Catastrophe. Undead Catastrophe effect consumes a large amount of mental power, summons endless undead and spirits, forming a disaster-like undead army to overwhelm enemies, with the rank and level of summoned undead and spirits determined by one's own rank and level. Note, each use of Undead Catastrophe will harm the source of the undead. After using it once, there will be a cooldown period of 10 days. Li Chen believed that once the Underworld Emperor used this epic level skill, he would definitely be able to handle the current situation. However, the cost was quite high. After being used, it cannot be activated again within 10 days, and it will also harm the original source of the Underworld Emperor's spirit. Li Chen thought for a moment and decided to try to hold on first. It would be best if they could last until reinforcements arrived. However, if the Qinglong and the others couldn't hold out, then he would resort to the Undead Catastrophe. To allow the Underworld Emperor to maintain power for the Undead Catastrophe, Li Chen instructed the Underworld Emperor not to take action yet. The Qinglong and the others continued to attack, blocking the onslaught of demons from the surrounding tide. Time passed slowly, and the strength of the Qinglong's defense began to weaken. A smirk of glee appeared on Lu Tiancheng's face. He seemed to foresee that soon this guy would be unable to hold on and would come begging him for protection. Li Chen's brows furrowed slightly as he sighed softly. After holding on for another 10 minutes, it seemed that the Qinglong and the others were nearing their limit. There was no choice. The number of demons in the tide was simply too great, and under the relentless attacks, the Qinglong's strength was being consumed too quickly. With a thought, he directly instructed the Underworld Emperor to use the Undead Catastrophe. The Underworld Emperor plunged the black scythe in his hand into the ground and quickly gathered the power of the undead. A rich power of the undead was condensed by the Underworld Emperor and then rapidly transmitted into the ground through the black scythe in his hand. Then it suddenly spread out. Buzz! The dense power of the undead erupted instantly. The ground around them cracked open rapidly, and one by one, the undead emerged from beneath the surface. Illusory spirits also continuously revealed their forms, and after a brief appearance, they rushed towards the surrounding demons. Even the corpses of the demons that had been slain earlier stood up under the influence of this power of the undead, transforming into undead and attacking their demon companions nearby. This phenomenon quickly spread out, soon covering a large portion of the demon tide area. One by one, the undead surged forth, and after being slain by the demons, they stood up again under the influence of the power of the undead. The undead seemed endless, and the surrounding undead appeared to form an undead empire. In the midst of 6 whirlwinds, everyone was stunned by this phenomenon. What the hell? What's going on? How did so many undead suddenly appear? What are those illusory figures? They seem to be spirits. What is happening? Could it be that some new demons have appeared? With so many undead, plus the demons in the tide, I'm afraid young Master Lu won't be able to hold on for long. No! They aren't demons. Look quickly, these undead seem to be attacking the demons as soon as they come out. These undead are supporting us. They must have come to our aid. Our reinforcements have arrived. This must be the work of a powerful undead expert, so strong. With so many undead, how powerful must this undead expert be? The people under Lu Tiancheng's protection all spoke up, their initial panic turning into wild joy. So many undead dealing with those demons, in their view, it was definitely the support of a powerful undead expert. A hint of joy also appeared on Shinyaru's face, as she too felt that a powerful undead expert had come to their aid. Only Yuna's gaze fell on Li Chen, her eyes flashing with surprise. She knew that Li Chen had hatched a brand new undead summoner in that secret realm of the undead world, and this was clearly the ability of that undead summoner. Looking at the large number of undead and seemingly endless spirits around, Yuna was stunned. Wasn't this the technique of the final boss, the Lord of the Underworld? If it hadn't been for the Lord of the Underworld being unable to leave the altar, they would have probably been exhausted in that secret realm long ago. She never expected that Li Chen's summoner would possess this ability. It was simply terrifying. After the undead catastrophe was activated, endless undead overwhelmed the surrounding demons, quickly submerging the demon tide. 5 minutes later, all the demons around had vanished, leaving only a large number of undead. The Emperor of the Underworld raised the black scythe in his hand, and the power of the undead instantly vanished. The surrounding undead seemed to lose their support, all freezing in place. Then, these undead shattered and dissipated. After retracting the power of the undead disaster, the Emperor of the Underworld's aura immediately weakened. Sensing the Emperor's condition, Li Chen directly returned him to the summoning space. Injuring the source of the undead would likely take the Emperor at least a day to recover. Moreover, a wounded source would reduce the Emperor's combat power somewhat. However, having only used the undead disaster for 5 minutes, the impact on the Emperor was not too significant. Shinyaru's gaze instantly fell on Li Chen. Although she hadn't guessed the connection between the undead disaster and Li Chen earlier, it was clear that Li Chen's action with the summoned beast was meant to retract that undead. After that, Li Chen returned the summoned beast to the summoning space, evidently having expended too much power. Remembering the immense power of the undead from earlier, Shinyaru nodded slightly. It must be right, that ability was indeed too strong, and using it likely came at a cost. This made Shinyaru's expression towards Li Chen become somewhat complex. Although she had already gained some understanding of Li Chen's combat power, that ability had still taken her by surprise. It seemed she hadn't seen this summoned beast of Li Chen before, indicating it had just been summoned not long ago. Li Chen had gained another powerful summoned beast. Shinyaru felt a mix of emotions. On one hand, she was happy for Li Chen's increase in strength, but on the other hand, she felt that the distance between her and Li Chen had somehow widened. Meanwhile, Lu Tiancheng and the others were also momentarily stunned. The surrounding monsters had been slaughtered in large numbers, and the remaining ones had already fled from the villa. The crisis of the monster tide had passed. Everyone had thought they would have to hold on for a long time, waiting for reinforcements to arrive for rescue, but they hadn't expected to get through the crisis so quickly. Many also noticed the Emperor of the Underworld's actions, their expressions frozen in surprise. When the undead disappeared just now, it seemed like Li Chen's summoned beast made a move, as if it was retracting its power. I saw it too. I thought I was mistaken. It seems the aftereffects of using that move are quite severe. Otherwise, Li Chen wouldn't have recalled that summoned beast to the summoning space to rest. What are you talking about? How is that possible? Li Chen's summoned beast has already shown all its abilities. It couldn't possibly have that kind of powerful ability just now. Exactly, that was clearly the work of a powerful undead expert coming to the rescue. What does it have to do with a college freshman like him? How could he possibly wield that kind of power? It's ridiculous. Many people were discussing, some shocked at the thought that the earlier display of undead power might have come from Li Chen's summoned beast. However, most felt it was impossible. Such speculation was simply too absurd. Just a college freshman, how could he possess such immense power? Lu Tiancheng's expression was also fluctuating. Was that overwhelming power that enveloped half the monster tide really produced by Li Chen's summoned beast? No, impossible. That power was far too strong. Even though they had already endured most of the monster tide, the ability to cover half the remaining area and slay most of the monsters within it was beyond comprehension. Such power, even with the divine Suyi, could not compare. How could Li Chen achieve that? Moreover, it was done by one of his summoned beasts? That was even more impossible. Beside them, Li Xiaoman listened to the surrounding discussions and snorted coldly. What are you all babbling about? That power and those methods could never have been used by Li Chen. Do I not know him? He just likes to play tricks and deceive others. His summoning beast ability is clear to me. He doesn't have a summoning beast capable of unleashing such powerful abilities. Listening to Li Xiaoman's words, the people around exchanged glances and nodded. After all, they were all aware of the relationship between the Li family and Li Chen, so they naturally trusted Li Xiaoman's words more. Even Li Menghan couldn't be certain. After all, she had never seen Li Chen's Underworld Emperor ability. However, in her heart, she still hoped that this power belonged to Li Chen's summoning beast. After all, that would prove a significant enhancement to Li Chen's strength. Li Chen paid no attention to the discussions around him and didn't feel the need to explain anything. There was no necessity for that. Seeing that there were no more magical creatures attacking, Lu Tiancheng dissipated the 6 tornadoes of power, maintaining that power was quite exhausting. Moreover, the shorter the duration of use, the less it drained him. Looking at the scattered magical creatures around, everyone let out a sigh of relief, their emotions instantly relaxing. Just now, it had been truly nerve-wracking, fearing they might be overwhelmed by the magical tide at any moment. Young Master Lu, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we would have probably perished in the magical tide. Yes, young Master Lu, you are truly noble. In the face of such a crisis, you used all your strength to save us. Young Master Lu, rest assured, when we return, I will definitely have my family reward you handsomely. The survivors looked at Lu Tiancheng with gratitude, expressing their appreciation. Lu Tiancheng responded with a smile to each of them, but he knew in his heart that those 6 tornadoes were only to protect himself. It just so happened that many people had gathered around him, so he sheltered them as well. He certainly didn't have a heart of a bodhisattva. However, he was quite pleased to have gained so many favors by accident. At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd. I think we should also thank the big shot who used that necromantic power earlier. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't know how long we could have held on. Yes. We must thank that big shot. He directly helped us eliminate the crisis. Why is no one here? Why hasn't that big shot shown himself yet? The crowd buzzed with discussion, looking around to find the big shot who had used the necromantic power to kill most of the magical creatures nearby. For them, even though that big shot had saved them, it was also an opportunity to connect with him. If they could curry favor, perhaps they could establish a relationship with that big shot. After the immediate danger had passed, their minds began to race. However, after searching for a long time, they found nothing. Then, their gazes fell on Li Chen. Could it really be that this guy's summoning beast was responsible for everything that just happened? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. After this thought flashed through their minds, they quickly shook their heads. That necromantic power was far too strong. It couldn't possibly be something a college freshman could achieve. Just then, Shin Xiuhan and the others rushed over. Seeing that there were still many people in the villa, Shin Xiuhan and the others let out a sigh of relief. While they were dealing with those high-level magical creatures, they hadn't dared to slack off and had no energy to pay attention to the situation at the villa. Once they had dealt with the high-level magical creatures, they hurried over. When everyone saw Shin Xiuhan and the others coming, they rushed to greet them, with many parents quickly running to their children. However, some had been killed when the magical tide broke through the villa's protective barrier, and some parents, unable to find their children, began to weep. Shin Xiuhan quickly calmed everyone's emotions and then instructed some parents to patrol the area. After all, the magical tide had just passed, and no one knew if there would be other dangers. Afterward, Shin Xiuhan looked around at the environment, frowning as she asked, "What just happened here? How could so many magical creatures have died? A powerful necromancer just made a move, helping us kill a large number of magical creatures. Yeah, that big shot has been keeping a low profile and hasn't shown up. By the way, Teacher Shin, do you know this big shot? Can you get him to come out and meet us? We would like to thank him in person." Hearing Shin Xiuhan's words, everyone chimed in, wanting to meet this big shot. Shin Xiuhan frowned slightly. What necromancer? The support team just arrived to handle the high-level magical creatures we were dealing with, and we rushed over here. Moreover, there are no necromancers in the support team at all. Besides, there aren't many powerful necromancers to begin with. The only strong one is the Lich King who has transformed himself into a lich, but he is abroad. Listening to Shin Xiuhan, everyone was momentarily stunned, then instinctively turned their gaze to Li Chen. No necromancer. Could it be that the necromantic disturbance just now was really caused by Li Chen's summoned beast? Li Chen felt the eyes on him but remained completely still. The ability of necromantic catastrophe was something that absolutely could not be revealed in advance. Even if someone guessed it, he could never admit it. Others looked at Li Chen. Although they had their suspicions, they couldn't confirm anything, so the matter was left unresolved. Soon, the people around began to leave. After all, it was uncertain whether there would be any other dangers here, so it was better to leave. Li Chen, Shin Yelong, and Yuna were escorted back to Ganling Academy by the people sent by Shin Xiuhan. However, by this time, the crisis of the magical tide had already passed. After returning to Ganling Academy, Li Chen went straight back to his dormitory. After such a long period of intense battle, although Li Chen hadn't done much fighting, his mind was still tense. After resting for a while, Li Chen got up and headed to the school's treasury. He wanted to see if there were any items that could quickly replenish the stamina of his summoned beasts. After these few battles, Li Chen realized one of his shortcomings, or rather, one of his summoned beasts' shortcomings. That was stamina. The strength of Li Chen's summoned beasts was very high, and their potential was immense. Even when facing extremely powerful enemies, Li Chen was confident he could handle it. However, in situations like this magical tide in the previous encounter with the Lord of the Underworld in the necromantic world, his summoned beasts seemed somewhat inadequate, mainly because, under continuous consumption, the stamina of the summoned beasts would quickly decline, directly affecting their combat effectiveness. If their stamina was completely exhausted, the summoned beasts would lose their fighting ability. Having suffered losses a few times, Li Chen needed to find some countermeasures. Once inside the school's treasury, Li Chen began searching directly. There were stamina recovery potions available, but they couldn't be used on summoned beasts. Soon, Li Chen found what he was looking for. Stamina recovery pill, for beasts, effect, after use, it can help your pet, mount, or summoned beast recover a certain amount of stamina, with the recovery effect depending on the user's stamina limit. Note, this recovery pill is for beasts. If ingested by mistake, the consequences are at your own risk. Note, this recovery pill will develop resistance after multiple uses, and subsequent effects may not be good. This beast-use stamina recovery pill was the only item Lichen found that could help his summoned beasts recover stamina. It seemed that the recovery of stamina in the summoning space was still the main method. However, the fact that this item would develop resistance was somewhat concerning. After thinking for a moment, Lichen decided to buy 5 bottles, a total of 50 pills for use. He would see if there were any other items to replace it later. Just as he left the school's treasury, Lichen received a message from Raymond, asking him to go to a conference room for a meeting. Lichen raised an eyebrow and headed straight to the location sent by Raymond. Soon, he arrived at the conference room. After pushing the door open, Lichen was taken aback. There were quite a few people inside. Bai Miao, Yang Liuhu, Xin Yaru, Yuna. A total of more than 10 students were already there. Lichen sat down next to Xin Yaru and Yuna and asked, "Do you know why we were called here?" Yuna shook her head and said, "I'm not sure. The principal called us in a hurry, and I don't know what it's about." Shinyara nodded and said, "I was called by my aunt, but it's also the principal's order. Everyone should be in the same situation. There might be something important." Li Chen nodded and could only wait for Raymond to arrive. They didn't wait long before Raymond and Shin Shohan walked in. Upon seeing Raymond, the previously chattering crowd instantly fell silent. Raymond stepped up to the podium and looked at everyone below, saying, "Are you all confused about why you were summoned?" The crowd nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Raymond continued, "I have an important announcement to make. The upcoming National Freshman Competition has been cancelled." Hearing Raymond's words, the crowd erupted in an uproar. How could the National Freshman Competition be suddenly cancelled? It had been held for so many years. The previous school freshman competition was prepared for the National Freshman Competition. Before the crowd could regain their composure, Raymond spoke again. "Additionally, there is another piece of news. The Global Freshman Exchange Conference will be held in the Eagle Country. Our Dragon Country will have 3 schools participating: Jinling Academy, Qingbei University, and Modi University. And all of you present will be participants representing Jinling Academy at this Global Freshman Exchange Conference." Listening to Raymond's words, the crowd was in an uproar again. No one expected that the National Freshman Competition would be directly cancelled, and that they would be participating in the Global Freshman Exchange Conference instead. Global Freshman Exchange Conference? This is the first time I've heard of it. There wasn't such a conference before, right? You're quite ignorant. The Global Freshman Exchange Conference does exist, but it's irregular. I remember the last one was 5 years ago. I wonder if there are any rewards for this Global Freshman Exchange Conference. I've been working hard for the rewards of the National Freshman Competition, but now it's cancelled. Hearing the discussions below, Raymond waved his hand to quiet them down and said, "Everyone, listen to me. The Global Freshman Exchange Conference is a more euphemistic term. It's actually the Global Freshman Competition. This is a global event, much higher in level than the National Freshman Competition, and the rewards will naturally be more abundant, so don't worry about that. Of course, this time we will be facing the top freshmen from global universities, so the difficulty will increase significantly. Everyone should not take it lightly." Listening to Raymond's words, the expressions of the crowd varied. Some were very excited, as the rewards would be richer. However, some of those ranked lower furrowed their brows. Their strength was not very strong to begin with. They might have a fighting chance against freshmen from other national universities, but facing the top freshmen globally might be insufficient. However, they soon adjusted their mindset, treating it as an opportunity to broaden their horizons. Raymond and Shin Shohan then explained the precautions for the Global Freshman Exchange Conference and informed them to gather tomorrow before letting the others leave. Li Chen, Bai Miao, Shinyaru, and Yuna were kept behind. The 4 of them looked somewhat puzzled, not expecting to be retained. Raymond looked at the 4 and said, "You must be wondering why you were kept here, right? Mainly to inform you of some news, so you have some understanding. However, this news cannot be widely spread, or it will cause panic." Li Chen and Bai Miao, being the top 2 freshmen, were aware that Yuna had promised her mother to treat her specially. "As for Shin Yaring, even if I don't keep you, Xiao will tell you." Upon hearing this, Shin Yaring stuck out her tongue, not expecting to become a person of interest. After a moment of contemplation, Raymond continued, "Li Chen, Yuna, Shin Yaring, you experienced the recent auction event of the Magic Tide. Do you think this was an accident?" Bai Miao glanced at Li Chen and the others. She hadn't participated in the event but knew it had occurred. The expressions of Li Chen and the others turned serious. Then, Li Chen spoke up, "Master, hearing you say that, it does seem a bit strange. The Magic Tide came too quickly. Logically, cities are defended by city guards, and Linen isn't a small city. Its defensive power isn't weak. Even if there are many high-level magical creatures in the Magic Tide, it shouldn't be that there was no warning at all, right? Yuna and Shinyaring nodded in agreement. Indeed, the magic tide came too fast. We hardly had any time to react, let alone escape. Raymond nodded and then looked at Shin Shiohan. Teacher Shin was present throughout this incident. She understands it better, so let her explain. Shin Shiohan nodded, her expression serious. This magic tide was indeed unusual. We discovered afterward that all the city guards on that section of the city wall were dead. They didn't die in the magic tide, they were all killed before the magic tide arrived. Li Chen and the others were taken aback, and Bai Miao frowned. So, this magic tide was guided by someone? Shin Shiohan nodded. That's right. After our assessment, this magic tide incident was entirely orchestrated by someone. It was not an accident. As Shin Shiohan's words fell, the expressions of Li Chen and the others grew grave. Since the abyss descended, humanity had painstakingly built defenses, turning cities into safe zones, free from the encroachment of wild magical creatures. But now, someone had actively guided the magic tide to assault the city? What were these people thinking? Li Chen said solemnly, "Do you know who did it?" Shin Shiohan replied, "So far, we've only traced one organization, called the Demon God Society. This magic tide incident was completely orchestrated by this organization. However, the Demon God Society is not active domestically. This is their first operation in the country. But abroad, the Demon God Society has been very active, having carried out several similar incidents. Moreover, their actions are not limited to this. They have even been involved in the assassination of individuals with high potential." Listening to Shin Shiohan's words, Li Chen and the others felt even heavier in their hearts. This group was actually an organization. It sounded like a group specifically aimed at undermining human safety. The Demon God Society. Li Chen furrowed his brows. This name couldn't possibly be related to that demon god's corpse, could it? At this moment, Yuna asked, "Are these people simply out to cause destruction?" Logically, an organization's actions should have a purpose or a goal. Raymond nodded. This is indeed a puzzling aspect. However, based on the intelligence shared by other countries, the Demon God Society appears to be a cult organization that seems to worship the alien gods from the abyssal world. Alien gods. Hearing this term, Li Chen and the others furrowed their brows even deeper. The term alien gods originates from the abyss, referring to those powerful beings in the abyssal world that are akin to deities. However, these alien gods generally exist deep within the abyssal world, making it difficult for them to affect Earth. Yet, 10 years ago, a significant event occurred when the power of an alien god was transmitted through the abyssal world, causing immense destruction. I heard that it cost the lives of 2 top-tier powerhouses to resolve that matter. Since then, the term other gods has become widely known. To worship other gods? Then the motives of these guys are quite clear. After all, the other gods might always want to invade the world through the abyss. Raymond continued, this global new student exchange conference is because of the Demon God Society. In name, we are having a new student exchange conference, but in reality, it is also a communication link among several major countries to discuss the matters of the Demon God Society. The Demon God Society should also be aware of this situation, so this trip may carry certain dangers. At this point, Raymond frowned slightly and took out his phone. After glancing at it, his expression changed. The Demon God Society has taken action in the Dragon Country again. Li Chen and the others were taken aback, not expecting that just after hearing about the auction wave caused by the Demon God Society in the Dragon Country, another incident would arise immediately. Alright, I need to go out for a while. You all just need to be careful. The Demon God Society targets those with high potential, and they left you here to tell you that you might be on their radar. But you don't need to worry too much. I will personally lead the team over, and there shouldn't be any issues. After saying this, Raymond leaped out of the window, a flash of lightning surrounding him, and he instantly disappeared into the sky. In the entire Jinling Academy, probably only Raymond would dare to fly directly from the school. Li Chen's gaze flickered. It seemed that the location of the Demon God Society's action this time was near Linen. Didn't the Demon God Society retreat after the last operation? This organization is indeed quite audacious. Shin Shiohan glanced out the window and then spoke. The principal has already informed you of the specific situation. You should go back and rest for now. We will gather tomorrow to head to the Eagle Country. Li Chen and the others exchanged glances, then nodded and got up to leave. I really didn't expect that there would be such a situation behind the wave incident. How could the Demon God Society be so ruthless? After stepping outside, Shinyaro sighed. Li Chen nodded. Indeed, since the principal has said so, everyone should be a bit more vigilant and cautious. At this moment, Bai Miao also spoke up. I remembered something. A few days ago, when I went hunting in the wild, I sensed some hidden hostility. To be safe, I took a long detour to return. Looking back now, the situation at that time felt a bit off. Yuna also chimed in. This kind of situation requires great vigilance. From my perspective, this situation is already quite dangerous. You may have been well protected all along, so your sense of crisis is relatively low. I have survived in the wild for a long time, so I am quite sensitive to this. By the way, let me remind you that the power of the other gods is very strong. Although the abyss world where the other gods reside is quite deep within the abyss, it is possible to obtain a part of the other god's power through some special sacrificial rituals. This demon god society organization is very dangerous. Everyone must be careful. Upon hearing this, Li Chen and the others all nodded. Li Chen felt even more convinced. After all, Yuna is the princess of the Dark Elves, and they also worship the other gods. That is the elven goddess. So Yuna must know more about the other gods than they do. Soon, the time came to the next day. Li Chen got up early, had breakfast, and headed to the assembly playground. Upon arriving at the playground, Li Chen noticed that there were quite a few more people. In addition to those from the meeting room yesterday and the teachers, there were 3 additional students. These 3 extra students looked very mature and exuded a strong aura. Once everyone had arrived, a flash of lightning flickered, and Raymond's figure appeared before everyone. Now that everyone is here, I will briefly explain. This time, although it is a global freshman exchange conference, each school can select 1 student from each grade to lead the team and introduce themselves. The students representing Jinling Academy this time are Zhao Yuhong, Li Hu, and Yang Iluo. Listening to Raymond's words, Li Chen raised an eyebrow. Zhao Yuhong was the top student of Jinling Academy, and it seemed he was already in his 4th year, basically no longer at school, yet unexpectedly called back by Raymond. Li Hu and Yang Iluo were each top students in their 2nd and 3rd years, respectively. Hello, juniors. Zhao Yuhong and the others greeted Li Chen and the others with warm smiles. Li Chen and his group responded with smiles as well. Zhao Yuhong and his companions were considered celebrities at Jinling Academy, and they had all heard of them to some extent. Alright, I've told you about the specifics. Let's go. We will head directly to the Eagle Nation. Raymond scanned the room and nodded in satisfaction. These were his proud disciples from Jinling Academy, now gathered together, and Raymond was quite pleased. Soon, everyone arrived at the teleportation array. For safety, it was better to use the teleportation array. However, the teleportation arrays connecting Long Nation with other countries were only located in the imperial capital, so they first needed to meet up with the personnel from Qingbei University and Moda University in the imperial capital. As a beam of light from the teleportation array lit up, Li Chen and the others instantly vanished from their spot. When they reappeared, Li Chen and the others found themselves in a teleportation array in the imperial capital. Afterward, under Raymond's leadership, everyone arrived at a military district in the imperial capital. The teleportation array connected to foreign countries was located within this military district and was heavily guarded. The freshmen from Qingbei University and Moda University had also arrived, and the teachers from the 3 schools began to exchange pleasantries. Li Chen glanced around and noticed that the faces from Qingbei University were familiar, but there were 3 new leading students. However, when he saw 2 of the figures, Li Chen was taken aback. Li Menghan and Lu Tiancheng. Li Chen never expected that Li Menghan and Lu Tiancheng would be the leading students from Qingbei University. However, he was only slightly surprised and then turned his attention to the area of Moda University. Most of the faces there were unfamiliar. However, Li Chen and his group had received some information about Moda University. For instance, among the leading students from Moda University, Song Qingyu and the freshman ranked first, Song Qinghong, were brothers, and both had strong combat abilities. But due to the matter of the Demon God Society, Li Chen did not focus all his attention on this freshman exchange conference, but rather on the Demon God Society. After all, he did not know the relationship between this so-called Demon God Society and that Demon God body. After a brief exchange of pleasantries among the leading teachers from the 3 major universities, they each took their teams to the center of the teleportation array. Then, the military district personnel began to get busy. The teleportation between countries was not that simple, it required orders from above, and the steps for teleportation were somewhat complex. After all, the distance for teleportation was quite far. 1 minute later, everything was ready. Buzz! A white light suddenly shone from the teleportation array, quickly enveloping the bodies of everyone within it. Then, everyone in the teleportation array instantly vanished. The familiar feeling of dizziness came over them, and when they opened their eyes again, Li Chen found that they had arrived in a completely new place. The surroundings were still a military district, but it was the military district of the Eagle Nation. Next to the teleportation array, many people in Eagle Nation military uniforms were standing at attention. At that moment, a loud dragon's roar echoed. Everyone looked up and saw a massive black dragon swiftly approaching. Accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar, the black dragon quickly arrived, circling in the air. 2 figures leaped down from the back of the black dragon and landed in front of everyone. The figures that descended from the dragon's back were a man and a woman. Both of them were typical citizens of the Eagle Kingdom, dressed in luxurious attire with exquisite features. Li Chen raised an eyebrow. Earlier, Shin Shohan had informed them that they would be welcomed by the son and daughter of the king of the Eagle Kingdom, Prince Charles and Princess Irina. Irina was about the same age as Li Chen but appeared more mature. Her features were strikingly delicate, and her tall, slender figure earned her the title of the most beautiful woman in the Eagle Kingdom. Beside her, Charles was tall and had a gentle demeanor, looking even more mature, and his handsome appearance was said to be the object of many noble women's fantasies in the Eagle Kingdom. The king had clearly placed great importance on their visit by sending his son and daughter to greet them. Esteemed representatives from the Dragon Kingdom's universities, welcome to the Eagle Kingdom. My sister Irina and I will take you to rest, and there will be a welcome banquet for everyone tonight. We hope you all can attend, Charles said, clapping his hands. A few black dots quickly appeared in the sky not far away. These dots rapidly expanded, coming into view for everyone. It's the Pegasus chariots. Wow! I heard that the highest welcome ceremony in the Eagle Kingdom is to greet guests with Pegasus chariots, but I didn't expect it to be true. Yeah, I heard that these Pegasi were obtained by Prince Charles himself from a deep abyss world, which shows how powerful he is. Princess Irina is also very strong. I heard she has a high talent for magic and has become the apprentice of the Eagle Kingdom's first Master Pope, who holds her in high regard. The crowd buzzed with excitement, many gazes drawn to the rapidly approaching Pegasi in the sky, while others were fixated on Irina. The first princess of the Eagle Kingdom was even more beautiful in person than in photos and videos, making many hearts race with anticipation. In the next moment, accompanied by the whinnies of the white Pegasi, the chariot descended from the sky and landed beside Charles. Everyone, please get on the chariot. Let's take a tour of King's Landing, he said. Li Chen and the others boarded the chariot, and the Pegasi took flight, bringing them above the capital of the Eagle Kingdom, King's Landing. I heard that flying is prohibited in King's Landing. It seems only Prince Charles's Pegasi can fly over this city, one person remarked. Look, that's the city wall of King's Landing. I heard it incorporates special mithril that can withstand the impact of 9th-level magic, another pointed out. That must be the royal city of the Eagle Kingdom, right? I heard all the royal family members live inside. I wonder what it's like in there. Hey, what's that tall white tower with a golden hue? It's so high and right in the center of King's Landing, even overshadowing the royal palace. As everyone admired the scenery of King's Landing, their attention was quickly drawn to a tall tower. Shin Shohan's gaze also shifted, and listening to the discussions around her, she spoke up. That's the Pope's tower, where the Pope resides. Gasps of surprise filled the air at Shin Shohan's words. The Pope? The strongest person in the Eagle Kingdom? I heard he is a top-tier magician and a rare all-element magician, with peak abilities in all magic types. Moreover, I heard the Pope has a unique ability to inscribe his powers into skill books, allowing others to learn his abilities quickly. That's right, I heard many people want to buy the Pope's skill books, but he has refused them all, saying he wants to leave those skill books for his apprentices. It seems the Pope has only taken Princess Irina as his apprentice. Will all those skill books go to her? The crowd buzzed with envy towards Irina, as having a master like the Pope would undoubtedly lead to a rapid increase in her strength. After the Pegasi chariots circled in the sky, they headed towards a manor outside King's Landing. Is that the royal manor of the Eagle Kingdom? I can't believe we're resting here. Didn't your teachers tell you? This new student exchange conference is being held at the royal manor of the Eagle Kingdom. This is the largest estate in the Eagle Kingdom, equipped with all kinds of facilities, and it also houses the largest sports venue in the Eagle Kingdom. Everyone looked down at the royal estate, their eyes filled with surprise. The entire royal estate was quite large, equivalent to a third of the size of King's Landing. It was extremely luxurious, and the Eagle Kingdom would only use this estate for national-level events. Soon, the Pegasus carriage landed within the estate. The carriage then separated, delivering Li Chen and the others to different buildings within the estate. Each school's team was assigned to a separate building, showcasing the Eagle Kingdom's grand scale. After the team leader explained the precautions to take while here and the time for the evening banquet, they left directly. Raymond looked at the excited crowd and said, "Everyone, please find a room for yourselves. You can rest or explore the surroundings, but do not enter other people's rooms without permission. During the new student exchange conference, there will be other nobles and such staying here, so please do not disturb them." Hearing Raymond's words, everyone nodded and quickly entered the estate to find their rooms. Each building had plenty of rooms available, allowing them to choose their favorite. Li Chen soon arrived at a room on the 6th floor, making it his resting place. With plenty of time before the evening banquet, Li Chen briefly checked his current attributes. After the battle against the magical tide, Li Chen's level had risen to level 19, and he was close to reaching level 20. That battle had killed so many magical creatures that Li Chen's magical creature lifespan had directly reached 688 years. As for the soul fragments, they had increased to 489. With Li Chen's current magical creature lifespan, he could summon several divine beasts. However, Li Chen could also choose to upgrade the existing summoned beasts to make their powers stronger. After some thought, Li Chen decided not to use the magical creature lifespan just yet. He would wait until after this global new student exchange conference to decide. As for the soul fragments, Li Chen planned to condense a few soul crystals and use the rest to upgrade the level of the nether soul scythe. In the end, Li Chen condensed 3 soul crystals, using all the remaining soul fragments to enhance the level of the nether soul scythe. Nether soul scythe rank, divine artifact level, 6 all summoned beast power plus 180, mental strength plus 180. The level of the nether soul scythe increased by 2 levels, raising its power and mental strength by an additional 80 points, which was quite good. After that, Li Chen took a brief rest. When he opened his eyes again, the sky had darkened. Li Chen quickly washed up and changed his clothes in preparation for the banquet. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. Li Chen was taken aback for a moment before opening the door. A figure in a black evening gown appeared before him, leaving Li Chen momentarily stunned. It was Shinyaru. At that moment, Shinyaru was wearing a black evening gown that perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure. The light makeup on her face, combined with her alluring features, made even Li Chen, who had known her for a long time, show a hint of astonishment. Shinyaru was already extremely beautiful, and with her succubus heritage, along with a subtle air of seduction, she was enough to make most men's hearts race. Now, in her evening gown, with a shy expression on her face, she was utterly captivating. Li Chen, could you help me with the zipper on my back? Shinyaru turned around, revealing her flawless, jade-like back, with a slight blush on her neck indicating her inner turmoil. This was the most proactive Shinyaru had ever been. Watching the scene before him, Li Chen couldn't help but swallow hard. Clearing his throat, Li Chen maintained a calm demeanor as he reached out to help Shinyaru with the zipper. Feeling the warmth spreading from her back, Shinyaru's neck flushed pink, and her face turned red. She felt her heart racing rapidly, like a drum beating. She had actually done something like this. If it had been before, Shinyaru wouldn't have even considered such a thing. After spending so much time together, she had long since developed feelings for Li Chen. Although he was a half-demon, Shinyaru was still quite conservative. If she didn't truly like him, she would never have acted this way. Of course, Yuna's appearance also made Shinyaru feel a sense of crisis, which was why she had come over. Once the zipper was pulled up, Shinyaru took a deep breath to calm her mind and turned around, her expression already restored to calmness. Li Chen, are you ready? The principal said that to express our etiquette, everyone must attend tonight's banquet. Li Chen nodded, saying, I just changed into this outfit. Only then did Shinyaru notice that Li Chen had already changed into a suit, and paired with his chiseled features, it made her face flush again. After a quick tidy up, Li Chen and Shinyaru made their way to the first floor hall together. The others were already waiting. Everyone's gaze fell on Li Chen and Shinyaru, their eyes revealing a hint of amazement. The two had changed clothes and came down the stairs together, looking like a pair of golden boys and jade girls. Yuna felt her heart suddenly tighten as she looked at the two, an inexplicable discomfort rising in her heart. Zhao Yuhong glanced at Li Chen, then at Yuna, and chuckled softly. This kid certainly had his share of good fortune. Alright, since everyone is here, let's go. No one is allowed to drink too much at tonight's banquet. We must maintain our decorum. Zhao Yuhong, as the nominal leader, gave the order, and the group set off towards the venue for the banquet. Tonight's banquet was held in a large manor building, much larger than where Li Chen and the others were staying. Once inside, they found that many teams had already arrived. Li Chen and the others found a spot to sit down. Then, Zhao Yuhong waved his hand, and a figure weaving through the banquet began to approach. Li Chen remembered this person was a member of their team, named Li Hu, but he hadn't noticed that he wasn't there at the start. After Li Hu arrived, he picked up a glass from the table and drank it all in one go. Zhao Yuhong smiled and asked, "How's the inquiry going?" Li Hu nodded, "It's about done, but it's just some surface information." Zhao Yuhong then smiled at Li Chen and the others, saying, "This is your senior Li Hu, who is quite skilled at gathering information, so I had him come over early. Now let him share what he has found." Li Hu nodded and began, "The teams participating in the Freshman Exchange Conference are from the 5 major countries. Over there is the team from the Tiger Country, led by a senior in his 4th year. That person is already level 40, with extremely high combat power, not to be underestimated. A bit further ahead is the team from the Wolf Country. We have always been at odds with them, so we don't know much about their information. But everyone needs to be cautious. The people from the Wolf Country are quite ruthless, and we must be careful when fighting them. A little over here is." As Li Hu continued his introduction, Li Chen and the others gained a general understanding of the teams from the major countries. Although they didn't have a complete grasp, it helped avoid being completely in the dark. After finishing, Li Hu continued, "I just gathered some preliminary information. Later, Principal Raymond and Teacher Shin should provide us with more detailed data, so everyone don't worry." Li Chen and the others nodded and began to observe their surroundings. While Li Chen and the others were observing the people around them, the gazes of others also fell on them. "That one in the suit is Li Chen? It doesn't look strong." The gaze of the Magic City University team fell on Li Chen and his companions. One young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes spoke up. He was Song Qinghong, the first place in the freshman competition at Magic City University, and his brother Song Qingyu was the team leader for this event. He had heard of Li Chen and, as the top freshman, he had often been compared to him by others. However, Song Qinghong felt very proud and believed that Li Chen was not worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as him. "Indeed, that's Li Chen. How strong can a summoner be? I think there are no more contenders from Ganling Academy. This guy has been put on a pedestal." "Hey, you can't say that. I've watched Li Chen's battle videos. His summoned beasts have strong combat power. We can't take this lightly. Don't scare yourself. He's just a summoner." I've heard that Li Chen became the disciple of Principal Raymond from Ganling Academy. Who knows if there's some deal behind that? Maybe Li Chen is a relative of Raymond, and the so-called first place in the freshman competition is just a result of some behind-the-scenes manipulation. The people from Magic City University were discussing among themselves, with some believing that Li Chen's combat power should not be underestimated and that he was a formidable opponent. However, most felt that Li Chen was nothing special, and that the title of first place in the freshman competition was merely due to him being Raymond's disciple, so there was no need to worry too much. Song Qingyu remained silent, his gaze fixed on Li Chen. Earlier, Song Qingyu had gained a certain ability, the ability to gauge the general combat power of others. He took out a jade plate from his storage ring and placed it in front of him, nodding. He had a total of 6 jade plates, each with a limit on the combat power it could measure. This jade plate was the third type, capable of measuring individuals with an average combat power of around level 30. For a mere freshman, this jade plate was sufficient. With that thought, Song Qingyu's gaze returned to Li Chen, and he gently placed his right hand on the jade plate. Then, Song Qingyu directly activated his predictive ability. Crack, crack, crack. After a while, cracks suddenly appeared on the jade plate, leaving Song Qingyu stunned. Then, in Song Qingyu's shocked gaze, the entire jade plate shattered.